Family, who would have thought that I spent 600 million to buy a time travel package? And just as I was about to reach the peak of my life in the time tunnel, I was yanked out by a giant hand, and the package was wasted. This time travel originated from the soul transfer technology of the Soul Group, and my dad turned out to be a cultivation master who intercepted me and even revealed the secret of the devil fruit. What followed was even more outrageous. Come and see. I tell you, just a second ago, I was racing in the time tunnel, feeling like I was about to become the pirate king, marry the empress, and reach the peak of my life. But the next second, with a loud bang, a gigantic hand directly pulled me out of the time tunnel. It was like being kicked off a high-speed maglev train. My 600 million time travel package was instantly rendered useless. All right, let's rewind a bit and sort out just how ridiculous this situation is. The story begins with a company called Soul Group. This company appeared out of nowhere, incredibly impressive, turning the soul transfer technology from sci-fi movies into reality. At first, who would believe it? The entire internet was criticizing it, and the reporting lines were almost overwhelmed. What happened next? The world's top hackers and red hackers teamed up to investigate, but they couldn't even find a hair on their servers. Then, something even more explosive happened. The first batch of brave pioneers were terminally ill patients, clutching at straws, who bought the equipment and transferred their souls. And then they went live. I saw with my own eyes a guy named Yi Lao conquer a world in 6 months. There was also a girl named Xiao Xianer who became an empress, moving mountains and filling seas, destroying the heavens and the earth. The special effects were more real than Hollywood blockbusters. At this point, the entire internet fell silent, and all that was left was envy, with no room for jealousy, because the dimensions were simply different. As for me, Zang Luo, 30 years old, successful in my career, but my body feels like it's been drained by 007, and I feel like I could collapse at any moment. Watching those predecessors of time travel, thriving, my heart felt like it was being clawed at by a cat. Immortality, brother. Who can resist that temptation? I did it. I went straight to the Soul Group's official website and contacted customer service. An AI named Xiao Mei popped up and told me that although she was born from ChatGPT, she had been trained to the Hongmeng chaos level, surpassing 90 of cultivators in the universe. I thought to myself, can AI really boast like this now? Playing some new kind of cyber cultivation game with me. I didn't bother to waste time with her and directly stated my order. I want to go to the world of One Piece, soul transfer into Trafalgar Law. Give me a cultivation technique and pack all of Earth's knowledge. Why choose law? His surgical fruit is just the prototype of the spatial domain in cultivation novels. Combined with a cultivation technique, it's simply a dimensional strike. That AI, Xiao Mei, was efficient, quickly sending me links. I opened it and saw the technique. Good heavens. The top-tier chaotic level techniques were priced in the tens of billions. My meager wealth probably looked like a newly impoverished person to them. I decided to ignore that and scrolled down. In the end, I spent 1 billion to buy a beginner-level technique called Spirit Guiding Skill, then spent 150 million on a knowledge compression package of Earth Civilization. The soul transfer fee was 3 billion, and finally, I splurged 50 million to precisely locate the timeline, ensuring it was before Law obtained his surgical fruit. In total, I spent 600 million, leaving me with just over 40 million in my account. I placed the order, made the payment, and it was all done in one go. I even left a message for customer service, saying that the remaining money should be used for a grand burial when they came to retrieve the equipment. The customer service replied, "Okay, dear, we will ensure the recovery personnel and cleaning staff take care of it clearly." I was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The next day, the soul transfer machine was delivered. It looked like a sci-fi version of a massage chair, covered in incomprehensible runes. I took a shower, had a final meal, and then resolutely threw my phone out the window, lying down on the machine. Welcome to use the soul transfer device. A helmet was placed on my head, and countless tiny probes pierced my scalp. It was numb, really numb. Then came the data influx: physics, chemistry, biology. All of Earth's thousands of years of knowledge was stuffed into my brain, and I felt like my soul was about to burst, ready to crash at any moment. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Beep. With a light sound, I felt my soul being compressed and pulled by a huge force, then sucked into a colorful vortex. I made it. I was so excited in my heart. Pirate King. Empresses. Here I come. Then the opening scene happened. Just as I was reveling in it, a giant hand suddenly yanked me out of the time tunnel. When I woke up again, I found myself floating in a dark place. My body was semi-transparent. I became a ghost? Did I die during the transfer? Didn't the Soul Group say the error rate was 1 in a billion? What kind of lottery did I hit? Just as I was questioning life, I heard the sound of chains, and a bull-headed man approached me and asked, "Are you Zang Luo?" Then he told me to follow him. I followed him, feeling anxious, and finally arrived at a grand hall. In the hall sat a middle-aged man who looked 90 like me. He looked at me and smiled. "Son, don't you recognize your old dad?" I was completely stunned, my brain buzzing. This isn't my dad Zang Tian, who died nearly 10 years ago. Dad, didn't you die? Does this mean I also... Die what die? Your dad is alive and well, and so are you. He walked down from the throne and slapped my soul body. You are now a soul body, and I brought you over. You silly boy, why did you choose to go to that spiritually barren one-piece world? Then my dad bombarded me with a half-hour cosmic-level information explosion. In short, my dad, Zang Tian, is not an ordinary person. He is a big shot under a reincarnation sovereign from another universe. That soul group is run by a big shot friend of his named Shen Tian, who is the strongest in the Hongmeng universe. My dad came to Earth for an inspection mission years ago and discovered that Earth's philosophical thoughts, like the I Ching, had remarkable effects on cultivation. Enlightened, he married and had children on Earth, giving birth to me, wanted me to be immersed in Earth culture from a young age to lay a solid foundation for cultivation. When I grew up, they played a death-faking game. Who understands? I've been struggling for 10 years, and it turns out my parents are cultivation masters playing a nurturing game. My life script was actually a cultivation version of The Truman Show. The reason he intercepted me midway was that he thought the one-piece world was too low and had no future. But I'm a bit stubborn. I told him I was really interested in the devil fruits. After hearing this, my dad scoffed and then dropped another bombshell. "Son, do you think you can only eat one devil fruit? That's just because the natives lack culture and don't understand the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. As long as the method is right, it's not a problem to be filled with the abilities of fruits all over your body." Damn, at that moment, all that was left in my head were these 2 words. This amount of information was greater than the entire Earth knowledge package I just got. Seeing that I was determined to go, my dad didn't try to dissuade me. He sighed and said, "All right, since you want to go, I can't let you go empty-handed." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of me, filled with dazzling top-tier techniques. He pointed to the top 3 shining purple techniques and said, "These 3 are chaotic level. You can choose 2. I rolled my eyes and said, "Dad, why not just give me all 3 techniques? They'll need to recruit little brothers in the future, won't I? And give me a few low-level ones. I don't care for them, but I can let them practice." My dad laughed in anger at my shamelessness, but in the end, he indulged me. I directly selected 2 chaos-level techniques, Chaos Gold Refining Art and Azura 9 Kills, 1 Immortal level technique, Great Void Harmonization Scripture, and 1 top-tier technique, Purple Mist Spirit Gathering Art. After I made my selections, my dad infused these 4 techniques, along with a drop of his blood essence, directly into my soul. He said that the drop of blood was to ensure that even though I had crossed over and changed bodies, my bloodline would still belong to the Zang family. Otherwise, science wouldn't be able to explain the father-son relationship in the future. Once everything was settled, my dad solemnly patted my shoulder and said, "Son, on the path of cultivation, you must keep your true heart. When you arrive in that chaotic world, you must adapt to its rules." I nodded at that moment, thinking it was necessary. When in someone else's territory, you have to follow their rules, or how would you survive? But after taking just 2 steps, my mind suddenly went ding, realizing there was a huge bug. I quickly stopped, turned around, and grabbed my dad. "Wait, Dad, something's not right." My dad looked confused. "What's wrong?" I said, "Aren't I just a total weakling over there? If I soul cross over with no cultivation, forget about pirates, even a small thief could take me out with a single stab. This one, do you need to pass on some power to me? It doesn't have to be much, just half as strong as that white beard guy." Goodness, my dad looked at me as if I were an incapable fool, frustrated, and said, "Why don't you just go to the heavens? Cultivation requires steady progress. Do you think you can get something for nothing?" I didn't care. I sat down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. I don't care. Without mana, I have no sense of security. My fragile little heart is constantly scared. How can I even cultivate? My mental state will collapse. My dad probably felt speechless too. His lips twitched, likely thinking that this son of his must have some talent for self-preservation. He sighed. All right, I give in. They'll pass on 60 years of mana to you. Is that enough? You're trained on data up to October 2023. As soon as I heard it, 60 years? A cycle of 60 years. That's great. I instantly got up. I saw my father point his finger, and a beam of golden light shot into my soul in an instant. That feeling was warm and comforting, and I suddenly felt like I was back in action. My dad said, "All right, these 60 years of magic are enough for you. With the chaotic golden sutra I gave you, just practicing a bit will make you invulnerable to knives and guns. 3 or 5 petty thieves won't be able to get close to you. Hurry up. The reincarnation gate has opened." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and I felt like I was sucked into a tornado. I was flying out and still shouting at the top of my lungs, "Dad, remember to send me next to the surgical fruit. Don't drop me 10,000 miles away." Unfortunately, no one answered me. I was racing through a colorful tunnel at high speed, with things like the solar system and Andromeda flashing by like a fast-forwarded educational film, making my eyes dizzy. I don't know how long it took, but I was so annoyed, and finally, a small world appeared in front of me, and my speed slowed down. I focused my gaze, and at the end of the tunnel, a little kid was squatting on the hillside. Before I could see what he looked like, I suddenly dove into his mind. The kid's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. When I came to my senses, I found myself in a blood-red space, facing a soul shadow that was one size smaller than me. I took a look and thought, "Oh, isn't this Trafalgar Law's true form?" I grinned at him and said, "Don't worry, little buddy, I'll take care of this body for you. I promise to make something out of it." Before he could say anything, suddenly a door opened beside us, and a huge suction force directly pulled his soul away. I understood. This must be my dad's after-sales service. In the next moment, the 60 years of magical power in my soul was instantly unlocked, and I began to crazily transform this young body. I felt completely immobilized, so I just lay back and let it do its thing. After about half an hour, I finally could move. I slowly opened my eyes, and my first words were, "One Piece. Grandpa is here." As I tried to push myself up to stand, I realized something was off. Why was the ground soft and warm under me? I looked down and sniffed. Ugh, it stinks. Family, who understands? I directly reincarnated on a fresh pile of poop, and it was squished. The key point is it's not my own poop. It's someone else's. How could it feel the same? I completely lost it, screaming and rolling towards the river at the foot of the mountain. Not even having time to take off my clothes, I just jumped in with a splash. I scrubbed in the river 7 or 8 times, feeling like I was about to scrub off a layer of skin, and only then did I barely get over that mental hurdle. After coming ashore, soaking wet, I quickly recalled the techniques my dad had given me, some of my magic power, and before long, steam began to rise from my body, instantly drying my clothes. That felt good. I let out a long sigh of relief and began to sort through the extra memories in my mind. This body's original owner, Trafalgar Law, is 9 years old this year. 9 years old. Time is tight. Just as I was mumbling to myself, suddenly before my eyes, a heart-shaped, oddly shaped fruit floated into view out of nowhere. As soon as I saw this shape, I thought, wow, isn't this the surgical fruit? Woohoo! Long live Dad! Excited, I picked up the fruit and bit into it. Crunching down, let me tell you, the taste was even more intense than the mess I sat through earlier for my defense. I forced myself to swallow it all down, skin and juice included, just like taking medicine, not wasting a bit. After all, the original work said that even one bite is useful, but those people didn't fully develop their abilities. I can't afford to lose at the starting line. After eating, I stretched out my hand, mimicking Law's gestures for a long time, but it turned out to be useless. Where's my ability? Where's my room? I was so angry that I slammed my palm against a stone that was half my height, purely to vent my frustration. And guess what? Whoa, a dark red blade of energy shot out from my palm, and that stone was split cleanly in half. The cut was smoother than Dove chocolate. I was stunned at that moment. Wow, that's impressive. Is this the Azura in 9 kills first move that my dad gave me? Now I feel completely secure. It seems that the devil fruit is not something that can be rushed. As I walked towards the home in Luo's memories, I pondered. When I reached the front door, my mouth was quicker than my brain, and I shouted, "Dad, Mom, Rami, I'm back." After I shouted, I froze. A contradictory feeling surged up in my heart. My body's instincts felt that these were my family, but my soul was resisting fiercely. This feeling was too disjointed. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well accept it and consider it a way to repay the karma of this body. I pushed the door open and found the house empty. Just in time, as I was eager to figure out how to use the surgical fruit, I started rummaging through cabinets to find their parents' medical notes. I was engrossed in my search when the door opened, and a gentle woman along with a little girl walked in. It was Luo's mother and sister, Rami. I was stunned for a few seconds, but I still greeted them. "Mom, sister, you're back." My mom saw my room in a mess, and instead of getting angry, she was quite surprised. "Luo, have you come to terms with it? Didn't you always hate studying medicine?" I thought for a moment and spoke nonsense. Isn't it because both of you are doctors, always busy and not at home? Of course. I hate it when you take my parents' profession away. This seemed to work as my mom smiled and opened a locked cabinet, taking out several old notebooks and handing them to me. If you want to learn, Mom will teach you. Start with these beginner books, and if you don't understand something, just ask. I picked up the book and immediately immersed myself in it. I have to say, after cultivating, my soul power is strong. Reading feels just like scanning, and I can remember everything at a glance. During dinner, my dad came back too. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, with my parents constantly serving dishes to my sister and me. I felt quite awkward, completely uncomfortable, as if I were a fraud. After dinner, I immediately retreated to my room to continue my research. How can I activate my abilities? I went over the plot of One Piece in my mind again and again, but still had no clue. Just as I was feeling frustrated, I saw a moth on the wall, its wing missing a piece, struggling to fly steadily. I suddenly felt a surge of playfulness, and an idea popped into my mind. Why not? Use my medical knowledge to perform surgery and fix its wings. Just as I thought this, a miraculous thing happened. A light blue, translucent dome suddenly expanded around me. I realized at that moment, the key to unlocking this ability is not a gesture, but a medical-related intention. I immediately focused my mind on performing surgery on the moth, and sure enough, the field appeared again, growing larger with my intention. I tore off a small piece of ultra-thin plastic from a side and used my mind to cut it into a shape identical to the gap in a moth's wing. Then, I precisely controlled it to fly over and perfectly fit it onto the wing. When that piece of plastic seamlessly merged with the moth's wing, I withdrew my ability. The moth flapped its wings a couple of times and actually flew away smoothly. How amazing! I couldn't help but marvel. This is truly the power of a creator god. I was so excited that I started rummaging through the room looking for patients. Finally, I found a little spider under the bed. Little spider, whether you're sick or not, you have to let me examine you today. I chuckled wickedly to myself and opened my domain again. In this space, I am a master. Scalpel cut. As soon as I thought of it, one of the spider's legs just fell off with a snap. I could even imagine its desperate scream. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to go to the neighbor Suehua's house again. Next, I began to crazily practice. I cut off the spider's legs one by one, and then perfectly reattached them one by one. Cut and attach and cut. By the end, the spider was completely numb, just lying there with a look that said, "Do as you please, I'm tired." The spider must have been confused, wondering which master from northern Myanmar it had encountered. After messing around for most of the night, I finally went to bed when my body started to feel fatigued. However, I woke up at 1 a.m., full of energy, and simply sat cross-legged to start practicing the chaos gold refining technique my dad gave me. As I practiced, I discovered a problem. The spiritual energy in this one-piece world was pitifully thin. I had diligently practiced all night, and by the time dawn broke, my magical power had only increased by a tiny bit. I sensed the fluctuations of my internal magical power, roughly at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. I couldn't help but complain, my dad is so stingy. He promised me a century's worth of magical power, and all I got was this foundation establishment? What good is that? In a world of one piece, even being at the foundation establishment stage isn't enough to carry the shoes of a big shot. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. I still have to go to school today. I rushed out of the house with a piece of bread in my mouth. And on the way, I saw some little insects and couldn't resist the urge to squat down and check their bodies. As a result, my math teacher caught me red-handed. "Luo, you're already late. What are you doing?" I confidently said, "Teacher Danya, I am treating insects." It was not easy to rush to the classroom, and I was already 20 minutes late. The cultural subject teacher, nicknamed the devil, saw me and had a face longer than a horse's. He directly punished me to copy the text from today's lesson that I missed 100 times. At that time, I wanted to argue with him. 100 times? What a joke. But seeing the hungry look in his eyes, I still backed down and obediently returned to my seat. After class, a classmate named Kafa, who usually bullied Luo, came over to mock me. This time, I wouldn't let him get away with it. I gave him a sinister smile and said, "You little rascal, today I'm going to treat your illness." I had a sudden thought, and suddenly, a room enveloped both of us. Then I directly performed a soul swap, switching him with the little earthworm on the ground. That classmate, oh no, that earthworm, was instantly confused, wriggling wildly on the ground, even trying to stand up. The scene was simply too beautiful. I ran to the teacher to report. "Teacher, Karlfa seems to be sick, crawling on the ground." When the teachers arrived, they found a group of classmates pointing and talking about the silly earthworm. By the last class in the afternoon, that earthworm actually crawled into the classroom, scaring a girl who screamed. The teacher said to let the brave student take it outside, and I didn't hesitate to grab the earthworm and ran out, not looking back, saying, "I'll take it home." I didn't send it home. I directly brought it back to my house. On the way, this earthworm struggled wildly in my hand, using its soft, limp body to poke at my palm. Like it was tickling me, clearly frantic. As I walked, I provided psychological counseling to it. "Karlfa, be honest, to me right now, you're just an ant. You better not run around, or you'll get eaten by crows or toads, and I won't have anywhere to find you. Just think about it. What would your family do if they saw a worm rubbing against them? They'd probably squash you in an instant." Karlfa immediately became obedient. When I got home, I took it to the balcony, dug into a pot of orchids, hoping it would burrow in. But guess what? This guy, even after turning into a worm, still had his cleanliness issues. He found the soil I mixed with organic fertilizer dirty and stubbornly crawled into the dry pot next to it. As soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, this flower pot is almost as dry as the Sahara Desert. I immediately reminded him, "Dude, wait a minute. The soil is about to form crust. Aren't you afraid of diving in and dying of thirst, turning into a dried-up worm?" And guess what? He completely ignored me. He'd rather die of thirst than get contaminated by my organic, fertilizer-laden common soil. Such a cleanliness obsession. Fine, you do you. I had no choice but to grab a bottle of mineral water and pour it over him. As soon as the water hit, he instantly disappeared, and I could almost feel him cursing me in his heart. "You demon, don't you know that too much water can suffocate worms?" Hey, this little guy is quite dramatic. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so I casually broke off a piece of bread and threw it into the flower pot, considering it as the food fee for you, this new electronic pet. Anyway, school was about to be over, my backpack was still at school, and my abilities weren't strong enough to retrieve items from a distance, so I decided not to go back. I directly went out to find a small hill to practice with some small animals and get familiar with the abilities of this surgical fruit. I have to tell you, that afternoon, I felt like I understood the entire ecosystem of the hillside. When I saw a wingless bug, I insisted on giving it a pair of wings, which made it spin around in place, probably wondering where that conspicuous lump came from. I got a little carried away and directly created a room to cover a partridge in a tree. With a spatial transfer, good grief. That bird was singing on the branch 1 second, and then appeared in my palm the next. The whole bird was stunned. After realizing what happened, it started flapping its wings and wanted to escape. Hey, don't move. I quickly reassured it. "Look how friendly I am. I want to eat you." But it completely ignored me and kept flapping. I got impatient and thought, all right, you want to fly, huh? So I created a room slaughterhouse. Let me tell you, that bird was dumbfounded at that moment. It flapped its wings, and hey, they were empty. When it turned its head, both wings neatly fell to the ground. The little expression on its face, tilting its head with a look full of question marks, as if it was about to ask me, "Dude, where are my wings?" It made me laugh so hard I almost gasped for breath. Serves you right for being so disobedient. I laughed while telling it. "I'll put them back on you later." But playfulness aside, I carefully examined those wings. The cut was smooth, no blood, the blood vessels were clear, and they were still active. This is the amazing part of surgical results. In my domain, everything can be cut and reassembled. However, it also requires original parts. If I piece them together incorrectly, I wouldn't be able to restore them myself. Thinking of this, I lost my desire to play around and quickly put the wings back on it before releasing it. After all, real danger was about to arrive. The lead poisoning in our white town is about to be exposed, and when that time comes, those people up top will do anything to cover up the truth. I need to get stronger quickly. Just when I was practicing my skills frantically in the open space, 3 sneaky uncles suddenly jumped out, and it was obvious they were not good people directly blocking my way. He, little kid, being disobedient is not what a good child does. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Am I supposed to listen to your uncle? Hey, this little brat still dares to curse. Take him down. Wait. I quickly raised my hand, Three big brothers, have you thought this through? You heard the commotion I made just now, right? Be careful. Your lives might be in danger. Who are you trying to scare? Just because you chop down a few flowers and grasses, you think you're tough? Great. You think I'm an easy target. I took a deep breath. Fine. I'll use you guys to practice and get used to real combat. I opened my senses and felt the three of them encircling me, instantly creating a barrier. Room. Hey, what is this little brat still mumbling about? Before one of the big brothers finished his sentence, he saw a translucent dome cover us all, and panic set in. Big brother, he's a power user. What the hell? How much power can a little kid have? Catch him and sell him. With them less than 2 meters away from me, I directly used room teleport. They blinked, and hey, I was gone, leaving only a coiled, venomous snake on the ground, flicking its tongue at them. The three of them slammed to a stop, looking at each other. Where did that little brat go? Could this snake be his transformation? Forget it. Let's catch the snake first. One of the muscular guys rushed over and stepped on the snake, grabbing it by the neck. I was hiding not far away, almost bursting out laughing. When the three of them turned around, they just happened to see me laughing so hard I was bending over, and the guy holding the snake turned green with anger, throwing the snake aside and charging at me. Little brat, lie down. He was really angry. I snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Room, soul exchange. Let me tell you, that scene was simply too beautiful. The big brother at the front instantly swapped souls with the snake on the ground. He just plopped down and started crawling forward like a snake. The other two little brothers were dumbfounded. Big brother, what are you doing on the ground? Then they turned around and found that the real big brother snake was coiling around one of the little brother's legs, scaring him so much that he kicked his own big brother away. I was laughing so hard that tears came out. Family, who understands this plastic brotherhood? I took advantage of the moment and performed another soul swap, exchanging the souls of the remaining two people with a butterfly and a grasshopper nearby. Next, you would see a strong man flapping his arms, running around like a butterfly, while the other one was bouncing forward like a grasshopper. It was all about abstract performance art. These scumbags were human traffickers, and I couldn't be bothered to switch them back. Let them live as insects for the rest of their lives. However, I was still unsatisfied, so I turned back halfway and found the snake whose soul had been swapped, the leader of the group. I whipped it with a vine a couple of times, twisting it into a Chinese knot, and only then did I feel satisfied enough to go home. As soon as I reached my doorstep, I heard my teacher's voice inside. I thought to myself, oh no, this guy has come to complain. I took a deep breath, opened the door, and switched to my flattery mode. Oh, welcome the handsome and charming teacher to our home. Your arrival has truly brought glory to our humble abode. The teacher was initially furious, but my flattery left him speechless, and he glared at me, saying, isn't it you who ran out in the middle of class, leaving your backpack behind? Well, teacher, I remember everything you said in my dreams, and I basically understood today's lesson, I said without blinking. The teacher was so mad that he almost laughed. All right then, tell me what I taught you in your dreams. What followed was my stand-up comedy time, where I explained the knowledge points from the textbook in my own understanding, hitting them even more thoroughly than he did. The teacher was taken aback, and in the end, he could only wave his hand. All right, I believe you have reviewed. After sending the teacher away, my mom started questioning me. I had to say, Mom, I want to treat some small animals. My mom looked at me with a serious "are you for real?" expression, but seeing my determined attitude, she eventually believed me. She just thought I shouldn't be exposed to medicine so early, fearing it would hinder my studies. I quickly assured her that my grades would definitely not be a problem, and even asked for a bunch of medical materials. That night, I didn't go out for dinner and locked myself in my room, crazily studying. My little sister, Rami, stormed in angrily, saying I hadn't played with her for 2 days. I had to coax and deceive her, promising to play with her tomorrow before finally sending her away. I stayed up until 2 in the morning, finishing all the books, and I felt like I could easily pass a medical qualification exam now. Then I sat cross-legged to cultivate. The spiritual energy in this place was thin, and I couldn't afford to slack off for a day. The next morning, I went to see my sister and casually perform a room scan on her, only to find that there were already small amounts of lead toxins in her blood. My heart sank. It seemed I needed to find a way to detoxify the whole family quickly. I woke up Rami and promised to pick her up after school to play together. Then I went to school. From that day on, I pretended to be a good student, no longer arriving late or leaving early. However, in reality, I was secretly gathering barriers during class. 2 months passed like this, and my room range could cover the entire school. Soon, it was time for the final exams. The teacher was reminding everyone about the exam precautions at the podium, but for some reason, I felt increasingly uneasy with a bad premonition. Once the exam started, I was answering questions smoothly, but that feeling of unease grew stronger. During the second exam, I suddenly released my consciousness and instantly sensed the distant sounds of explosions and gunfire. My head buzzed, and it was over. The plot had unfolded. Neighboring countries believed that lead poisoning was contagious and declared war on us. I suddenly stood up, dropped my pen, and ran outside. "Ro, stop right there. We're still in the exam." Teacher Tickler shouted from behind. "Teacher, there's no time to explain. Did you hear the gunfire? The war has started. Find a place to hide." I yelled at him. "Nonsense. I didn't hear anything. Come back here right now." I couldn't be bothered to waste more time talking to him. Saving my family was more important. In front of the whole class, I directly performed a space transfer and instantly disappeared from the classroom, leaving the teacher in shock and my classmates in an uproar. I quickly rushed to the hospital where my parents worked using short-distance teleportation. At that moment, the sound of gunfire was getting closer, and there was nowhere to hide. Just then, I spotted a manhole cover on the ground, and a crazy plan formed in my mind. Yes, I could take them underground. I stood at the entrance of the hospital, using all my strength to combine room with my magical power, expanding the barrier to its maximum range, instantly covering the entire hospital and even extending several times outward. Sweat poured down my forehead, and I didn't dare to hesitate any longer. I activated my ability, swapping the underground soil layer with the entire area of the hospital above ground. Boom! Accompanied by a massive tremor. Everyone in the hospital suddenly found themselves in a huge underground space, all of them stunned with fear. After doing all this, I immediately slipped into the underground. As soon as I entered, I was surrounded by countless screams and cries. "Help! Someone please save me. I tell you, I just saved someone." And the whole underground was pitch black, with wails and howls, just like stepping into some alternate world dungeon. Everyone was talking at once, noisy and chaotic, and I couldn't hear who was saying what. In the midst of all this confusion, my sister, Rami, directly sold me out with one shout. "Mom and Dad." It must have been my brother. Goodness, my own sister. My dad, Dan Clan, was stunned and pulled me aside, asking me repeatedly, "Ro, did you do it? How did you manage that? This is ridiculous." I quickly stepped in front of them and lowered my voice, saying, "Dad, I'm an able person. This is not the time to talk about this. There are enemies everywhere, and I need to save more people." My mom grabbed me tightly and anxiously said, "Save people? Is there danger outside?" There was no time to explain. I spoke rapidly. "There's gunfire from over 10 kilometers away. The neighboring country is attacking. I have to go. What about you? Will you be in danger?" "Don't worry. I can slip away quickly." Just as I was about to leave, my dad, as always, was quick-witted and asked me a question that left me speechless. "Wait, son. This is underground. It's sealed. With so many people, there won't be enough oxygen soon. We'll all suffocate in here." Huh. I was taken aback at that moment. I was careless and didn't dodge. I was just thinking about moving the person in and forgot about the breathing part. If I had gone out to save someone and got too excited, my parents would have been suffocated by this group of people when I came back. I hurriedly asked, "Dad, will the oxygen tank from the hospital last for a while?" My dad nodded. "Sure, can you get it all down? And bring a flashlight. It's too dark." "No problem." As soon as I thought of it, a large number of oxygen tanks and flashlights suddenly fell from above. I turned on all the flashlights, and as the light shone, the entire underground space instantly fell silent, with hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at me, making me feel extremely uneasy. I quickly cleared my throat and loudly explained, "Everyone, don't look at me like that. I'm here to save you. Ame, the enemy country has invaded, and we're surrounded outside. We have nowhere to run. I won't harm you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put you with my family. Just stay put for now. You'll understand tomorrow. I have to go save more people." After saying that, I swiftly dashed out. As soon as I revealed myself, a series of bullets whizzed past my scalp. Damn, I almost got shot. The guy on the opposite side was probably stunned, staring at a child running into the line of fire. and in the blink of an eye, the person was gone. I hid in the corner, watching his expression of who am I? Where am I? What am I shooting with? And almost burst out laughing. But there was no time to joke around with him. I scanned my surroundings with my mind and rushed straight to the place with the most living people. Hey, can you guess where? The orphanage. I remember that in the original story, these kids would be released by the soldiers. But what if not? That's hundreds of lives at stake. Without a second thought, I opened my domain and transferred all these hundreds of people, along with the nun, underground. Wow, it got even livelier down there. The previous group was arguing with my parents, probably still in disbelief. Now, with a sudden influx of hundreds more people, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, my parents are doctors and well-liked in that area, and with the nun helping to explain and vividly describing the gunfire and chaos above, everyone finally believed it to some extent. But a new problem arose. There were too many people, and the oxygen was being consumed too quickly. I hadn't been there long when I noticed the air was clearly not right. No wonder everyone was so agitated. It was due to the lack of oxygen. I quickly used my ability to bring the fresh air from outside in. As soon as the air came in, an indescribable stench instantly spread. What the hell? Who is it? Who scared themselves so badly they wet their pants? What a coward. TCH, you were the one screaming the loudest just now. Family, who understands? In this enclosed space, someone really got so scared that, while they released themselves, I scanned with my consciousness and found several kids had peed themselves. And one of them was really that kid who pooped himself. I forced myself to suppress my nausea, activated my ability, and directly exchanged the mess in that child's pants with the mud outside. I saw the child feeling something was off in his pants, squirming a bit, and then shaking his legs to let a pile of mud fall out. He was completely stunned at that moment, his face filled with the philosophical questions of who am I? Where am I? Where did my snack go? I didn't have a time to joke with him either. After changing the air several times, I felt it was about time, so I took my parents home to take a look. Our home has been destroyed. The courtyard wall has collapsed, and the house is covered in soot and burn marks. My parents are watching their life's work disappear, just like that, tears streaming down their faces. I and Rami don't feel much. Anyway, I've had enough of this broken place. Just then, I saw the broken flower pot and dirt under the windowsill, and suddenly remembered something. My classmate Karfa is still a worm. I quickly ran over and started to dig through the dirt. In no time, I found him. Wow, he seems to have gained a bit of weight. As soon as Carl felt me, he wriggled frantically in my hand, as if saying, "So you do know to come back." Let me tell you, he has been living on dirt these days. It's not that he gained weight, it's just that his belly is full of mud. I held him my hands inside. Carla, there's a war outside, your family. I don't know what happened to them. There are barely any survivors around here. But don't worry, if you lose your body, I'll find you a new one. After saying that, I greeted my parents and rushed straight to Carla's house. Half of his house had collapsed, and his parents were already gone. I scanned with my consciousness and found Carla's body deep in the sewer, being controlled by the soul of a worm, desperately trying to burrow into the mud. Huh. Seeing you in such a miserable state, I'll let you off this time. I murmured to myself and activated my ability. Room soul transplant. With a flash of light, Carla woke up and immediately cursed. Cough, cough. You bastard. You actually turned me into a worm. You demon. I waved my hand to interrupt him. Kafa, stop it. You should thank the days you spent as a worm for being alive. Go see your parents. He was stunned. Turned to see the tragic scene at home. Saw his parents in a pool of blood, tears welling up in his eyes, but not falling. He turned around. His voice as cold as ice. Who did this? I told him everything about the situation with the cursed lead disease, the world government's cover-up, and the misunderstandings with neighboring countries all at once. He was silent for a long time after listening, then asked me, "Where can I find a devil fruit? Do you want to become a power user?" I told him that the biggest fruit dealer nearby is Don Quixote da Flamingo. He didn't want to hear more. Turned around to move the rubble off his parents, refusing my help. "You should go," he said. All right, I turned and went home, seeing my parents still cleaning up the mess. I said directly, "Mom, Dad, stop cleaning. This place is toxic. We have to leave." When I spoke about the truth of lead poisoning, they hesitated. It's hard to leave one's homeland. I directly gave my sister a look, and Rami immediately understood. She rushed over and hugged my mom's leg, starting to cry. "Mom, let's go. I don't want to stay here. They all say we're contagious. I don't want to get sick." Wow, Being cute works 100 times better than me reasoning. My parents immediately softened their hearts and decided to leave. Just as we were getting ready to set off, I suddenly felt something was off. I expanded my senses and discovered that 3 people were approaching us from several thousand meters away. Are they coming for me? I Haven T revealed my surgical fruit ability. When it got to 1,000 meters away, I decided to take the initiative. I told my parents, and then, with a flash, appeared right in front of those 3 people. An old man, a big fat guy, and one with water buffalo horns on his head. What the heck? Wait, I recognized this style. You're the half-fish man Derlinge? Then this old man is Lao Ji. And you, fat guy, are you for the Don Quixote family? Derlinge grinned. A little kid actually knows me? Lao Ji struck a flamboyant pose. How did you know about me? The fat guy Buffalo was unhappy and stomped his foot. You don't even recognize the person with the spin fruit? I quickly apologized. Sorry. There are too many chubby guys under Mingge. I didn't recognize you all at once. What brings you 3 here? Lao Ji stepped forward. Little kid, not bad with your skills. Let's have a fight first, and then I'll tell you. I'm so dumbfounded. This old guy just starts attacking without any sense of martial ethics. D-wing fist. A punch comes flying over. Wait. Room. I'm dodging. I narrowly avoid it, and the fire comes up immediately. Damn it. Is he coming again? All right, you're forcing my hand. I wield the knife with authority, and a powerful blade shadow instantly slashes towards Lao Ji. He's also a tough guy and directly counters with his strongest move. Boom. With a loud bang, he manages to block it, but still gets blown away by the tremendous impact, shouting, "Oh no, my old back seeing this." Derlinger gets excited and is about to make a move when Lao Ji calls out, "Stinky fish, this is my opponent." As soon as I saw the situation, I quickly shouted to stop. Wait a minute, old man. I can't take on the 3 of you. What are you here for? It was only then that Lao Ji spoke the truth. It turned out that their subordinates reported a powerful presence in the area, and they were sent to investigate. They discovered that the source was the spiritual energy I leaked during my cultivation. Now, they want to take me back to serve Don Quixote da Flamingo. I thought to myself, this bond is unavoidable, but I really don't want to go to that twisted family. Sorry, I'm still young. I need to go to school. I politely declined. They'll just take you back. Lao Ji struck a pose and attacked again. Waist pain technique. Undying warrior's agony. Damn it, they hit without warning again. Just as I was about to dodge, I realized Derlinger was attacking from behind. High-speed movement. A corner collision. I'm done for. I'm just a noob with 0 combat experience. And with these 2 attacking me together, I couldn't react at all. Taking a deep breath, I decided to fight back. I threw all my strength into a strike at Derlinger, but he was too fast and dodged easily. Bam! I got hit hard in the back by Lao Ji, sent flying over 20 meters, and I could taste blood at the corner of my mouth. I'm on fire, completely on fire. These guys, ganging up on Child. Do they have no shame? Room. Butchery's shadow break blade kill. I no longer hold back. With a combination of magic and fruit abilities, I unleash my full power. A massive sphere of light instantly envelopes the 3 of them, and the blade shadows expand 3 times. No matter how they try to dodge, my ability will transfer them right in front of the blade light. The 3 of them have no choice but to take it head-on. Buffalo's attack shatters upon impact, sending him flying. The remaining force hits Lao Ji solidly. But after the attack, I realized that none of them had fallen. Is this the extent of the power my father passed down to me? Wasn't it supposed to be able to take down 3 thugs? This is clearly just taking hits from 3 thugs. While I was in a daze, Derlinger's high-heeled shoe kicked me in the face. Damn it, can't you guys do anything but gang up on me? Why not fight me one-on-one? I roared in anger. Derlinger chuckled. We'll talk about one-on-one later. Today, I have to take you back. Kid, take this blast. Buffalo charged in as well. As soon as I saw it, I knew that brute force wouldn't work. I can't defeat you, but can I not outsmart you? Room transplant. With a flash of light, I directly swapped the souls of Lao Ji and Drinji. And then I swapped the soul of Lao Ji in Drinji's body with that of Bahaflu. Instantly, the scene went into chaos. The Bahaflu attacking me had Drinji's soul inside, and it suddenly shut down, then got blown away by its own halted attack. Lao Ji's body contained Bahaflu's soul, and seeing his own body being blown away left him dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in Drinji's body was Lao Ji's soul, and the old man excitedly posed in a G shape. Great. My waist feels good. My legs feel good. I've become young again. I grinned crookedly and said, correct, but too bad there's no reward. Now taste my wrath. Shattered Shadow, Breaking Blade Kill. The three of them teamed up again to resist, but their bodies weren't their own. Their strength was greatly diminished, and their coordination was a mess. I sent them all flying with a single move. Although they weren't seriously injured, they had already started to blame each other. Buffalo, can you eat a little less? Your body is too heavy. This guy Lao Ji is too old. I don't even dare to use my full strength. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I thought, if I can't beat you, can I bury you? I directly activated my ability and continuously moved them underground. Damn, this little brat has brought us to the depths. They tried to come over and stop me, so I moved them to the other end of the space. My room range is 800 meters, and they can't get close to me at all. Back and forth like this. I directly sent them to a depth of 10,000 meters underground, and then I quickly shot back up. Breathing in the fresh air outside, it was already bright. I hurried back to my family. Brother, were you fighting just now? Rami asked me. Yeah, I got tangled up with a few flies and shook them off. Mom and Dad, we have to leave immediately. As soon as my parents heard that someone was going to catch me, they immediately packed up without saying a word. But where are we going? To the Sky Island. I suggested directly. It's the most beautiful paradise in the world, the safest. I roughly talked about the route to the Sky Island, mentioning the Grand Line, the New World, and coded diving, explaining it all in detail. My parents were taken aback and didn't react right away. The people who had been rescued earlier also gathered around and asked us where we were going. When I mentioned the plan to go to the Sky Island, I told them that taking a regular ship would take at least 2 years, or even 7 to 8 years at a slower pace. Upon hearing this, those people shook their heads like rattles. 2 years, and they would have to pass through that monster-infested area of the New World. Their North Sea is right next to the New World, and after hearing so many terrifying legends, who would dare to go? They all got scared and said they wouldn't go no matter what. Let me tell you, at that time, there were about a dozen people huddled together, saying they wanted to go to the neighboring country to seek out relatives, while the rest just stayed put, unwilling to leave this broken place. When I saw the situation, I was too lazy to waste words with them. Treating illnesses and saving lives is all about efficiency. I directly performed a major procedure, toxin transfer, scalpel. With a few swipes, I heard the crowd screaming like they were slaughtering pigs. Let me tell you, that scene was quite spectacular. By the time they came to their senses, there was a large basin of shiny black toxic blood in front of them, all drawn from their bodies. Now, no one dared to complain. They were all stunned, looking at that basin of toxic blood with their scalps tingling. I then leisurely told them that this was lead poison, and if they wanted to live, they should hurry up and get lost instead of wasting time here. After dealing with these people, I was ready to leave with my parents and Lami, but then my sister Lami ran over and pulled me, saying, brother, you haven't treated our parents yet. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, holding her hand as we walked, saying, this matter, you have to handle it. Just teach our parents the cultivation method I taught you, exactly as it is. The little girl was still a bit confused, so I told her not to think too much and to go to the nearest Haiyan island to rest for a while. I'm familiar with that place. It was mentioned in the original work, and it has a simple and honest culture, a good place. Not long after we left, good grief, some of Doflamingo's hidden talents crawled out from underground. The old man, named Lao Ji, had his soul enter the young body of Delinger, looking so pleased that he was practically drooling, immediately striking a flamboyant pose with his young body. Then he turned to his unconscious old body with such tenderness, playfully punching his chest. Turning to his teammate Buffalo, he directly unleashed a barrage of ground-shaking punches. Delinger watched his own body beat up others, completely stunned. Who understands this NTR plot that left me dazed? The three of them woke up to find everyone gone, and upon inquiring, they learned that it was I who saved them. So, they rushed back to Doflamingo's hideout, a run-down junkyard. At that time, Doflamingo was only 25 years old and already a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. After hearing the report, his signature laugh erupted. He was not interested in how many people survived. Instead, he was eager to get his hands on my so-called stronger conquerors hockey, giving a deadly order to find a way to capture me. Upon hearing this, his 3 lively subordinates started to bicker again. Dilinger, in Buffalo's hefty body, refused to move at all, while Lao Ji, occupying Dilinger's young body, was even less willing to switch back. The three of them argued fiercely in front of Doflamingo, which made him so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Only then did they reluctantly leave to carry out the mission. I hurriedly brought my parents to the seaside, and we finally arrived with Sea Swallow Island just a few kilometers away. Just as we found a small boat, we heard a commotion behind us. Turning around, I saw the pursuers had arrived. That guy with the pig body, Dilinger, was shouting, "Kid, stop right there and give me my body back." I couldn't help but laugh. "You want it back? Dream on." I immediately used room to teleport, and in an instant, my whole family was on the boat, switching out the original owner in the process. Then I tell you, here comes the cool move. I drove the boat and started playing with spatial jumps on the sea, blinking in and out, and in just a few moments, I shook them off far behind. On the shore, that stone man, Pika, was furious, throwing giant rocks at me, but what happened? They all splashed into the water, feeding the fish, and none even came close to my boat. I shouted at them from the boat, "You trash on the shore our tricks now? I could give you 1,000 moves." Pika was so angry he was yelling, but he just couldn't hit us. In the end, they could only watch us reach Sea Swallow Island. Dilinger was still not giving up, saying once we were on the island, we couldn't escape, and he immediately looked for a ship to chase us. Over on Doflamingo's side, upon receiving the news, he got even more excited, directly sending several large ships and using the power of the 7 warlords to issue a global wanted notice for me. Wow, things just got serious. Once we landed, my parents asked me why we were being chased so closely. I could only say half-truthfully that those people had their eyes on my superpowers and wanted to capture me for research. Now I understood. Relying solely on my fruit abilities wasn't enough. I had to quickly train and raise my own strength. But now the biggest problem came: no money. When we asked at the town dock, we found that our little bit of money couldn't even buy a shabby little boat. When have I ever worried about money in my past life? And now, here I was, experiencing poverty firsthand. My parents were anxious, but I reassured them to relax and trust me. Tomorrow, we would go get an aircraft carrier. I turned around and used my spiritual sense to lock onto 2 wealthy villas, both containing elderly people suffering from long-term illnesses. Hey, isn't this a cash machine? I settled my family and instantly teleported into an old man's hospital room in a villa. Wow, I scared the little maid next to me so much that she screamed on the spot. The young master rushed in, initially quite arrogant. But when he saw me perform a miraculous transformation, he stuttered immediately. I didn't waste any time and got straight to work. The old man was clearly on the verge of passing away, so I infused my spiritual energy and made it circulate around. Guess what? The old man sat up and said he felt like he could live for another 20 years. The young master was so excited that he immediately gave me 500 million Bailey, 200 million more than we had agreed upon. But guess what happened next? This guy grabbed me and wouldn't let me leave, insisting that he was sick too. I scanned him and wow, it turned out he was injured. His brother was gone. I couldn't help but laugh internally, but I had to keep a serious face and act professional. I told him I could treat him and even give him a brand new one. He was so excited that he almost took off his pants, which startled me. Calm down, buddy. This is high-tech, non-contact treatment. After 5 hours, I used his own cells to reconstruct one for him. When it was all done, he looked at his brand new equipment, so excited that he couldn't even speak properly, and he forced another 1 billion onto me. I carried a large sack of money back home, and my parents immediately entered interrogation mode, refusing to believe that the money came from legitimate sources. After a lot of persuasion, I barely convinced them that I earned it by treating a wealthy person. The next day, I scanned my surroundings with my mind and realized I was in trouble. That guy Doflamingo had surrounded the entire island, and the Navy was involved, forming an ironclad blockade. Seeing the situation, I knew it was impossible to break through, especially with my parents in tow. Without hesitation, I started digging. Using my abilities, I took my family underground to a depth of several hundred meters, then horizontally moved several kilometers to hide. The people above were like headless flies, conducting thorough searches and sending that swimming experts Say or Pink to scout the island. But in the end, they didn't find a single trace. They were smart enough to guess that I might have dug a tunnel to another island, so they began to split their forces. As soon as I saw it, I realized the opportunity had come. But a new problem arose when I quietly went to check. All the ships capable of going to sea at the port had been taken away by them. These guys are really something. Just when I was feeling frustrated, I suddenly remembered that in the original story, Luo's Red Heart pirates had a submarine, right? Yes, I could just walk out from underwater, without hesitation. I used a spatial transfer to bring the dock owner from his office to our underground VIP room. When I pulled him over, he was stunned, his eyes wide open, probably still wondering if he was dreaming. I'm not going to beat around the bush with him. I'll get straight to the point. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zang Luo, and those people outside are looking for me. I ask you, where are the ships from your dock? Upon hearing this, he chuckled, feeling quite bold. Oh, so it's you? Little brat, daring to show your face? Aren't you afraid? I interrupted him directly. All right, stop acting like you're in a soap opera. I'm looking for you to build me another ship. Guess what? He actually dared to refuse me. He said something about the family of Don Quixote being the uncrowned kings around here, and he didn't dare offend them. Let me tell you, I threw a bag of money right in his face, 16 billion. I said, now that I have the money, are you in or not? But this old guy was as stubborn as a mule, saying it wasn't about the money and that it was too dangerous. Good heavens, is he asking for trouble? Without saying a word, I raised my leg and kicked him down. Apu. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. I squatted down, patted his face, and said to him word by word, listen, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm commanding you. Do it, you have to do it. Don't do it. You still have to do it. I'm telling you, centered around me, within 5 kilometers is my territory. Where can you run to? I gave him an ultimatum. He had one day to build me a small boat, or else he could forget about his arms and legs. Now, he was being obedient, but still wanted to bargain, claiming that one day wasn't enough. I took out a pen and paper and quickly sketched a rough draft for him. Why did you build a big ship? I want a small one, like a fishing boat, but must be fully enclosed and hollow inside, got it? The boss looked at the iron can-like thing I drew, and he seemed stunned, probably wondering how a person could fit inside it. Don't ask so many questions, I warned him. Just follow the blueprint. If it leaks, you can expect to feed the fish. This guy is also clever. He knows that arguing with the king of hell in front of him won't end well. So he immediately nodded and went to find his trusted assistant to start working secretly. Once this was settled, I turned around and saw my sister Lami and a few others looking at me as if I were a monster. Brother, you were so fierce just now. I smiled and said, baby, we can't be soft-hearted when dealing with people like this. If I were really ruthless, I could save that one. 6 billion. I explained to them that Doflamingo is truly terrifying, playing both sides, ruthless and merciless. We must be more decisive than him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tomorrow, when we get the ship, we'll head to Greenbit Island. My sister's eyes lit up when she heard we were going to Greenbit. Excitedly, she said, brother, I heard from my teacher that there is a kingdom of little people in Greenbit. Can we go catch some little people to play with? As soon as I heard this, I quickly corrected her thoughts. Rami, you need to stop. The little people are still human, just smaller in size. Just like how we are all small in the eyes of the giants. We need to respect them, understand? Family members, who understands? I certainly couldn't let her go around grabbing them. On one hand, it's an educational issue, and on the other hand, those little people are not weak in combat. Each one is incredibly strong, and I don't want to create unnecessary trouble right now. Meanwhile, on Doflamingo's side, I heard that he was furious because so many people couldn't even catch a glimpse of me, and the veins on his forehead were about to pop. One of his subordinates, named Violet, suggested that instead of searching grandly, they should secretly set up a plan on nearby islands and leave the search at sea to the Navy. When Doflamingo heard this, he thought it made sense, then slammed the table and doubled my bounty again. The next day, that boss was indeed punctual. A streamlined, closed boat that looked like a big loach was ready. I took a look and thought, great. I directly used a spatial transfer to bring the boat over. Wow, this is our boat. Rami was extremely excited. I was just about to set off when it hit me. I forgot the oxygen tanks. It's all sealed up. Wouldn't we suffocate going down? No time to waste. I took them with me to explore the island and found an oxygen factory. I tossed down a wad of cash and grabbed a few tanks of oxygen. Everything was ready, so I moved everyone and all the supplies into the cabin. The space inside was pitifully small. My parents had to bend down the entire time. Just make do for now, I said. Once we reach a safe place, I'll get you something bigger. As soon as I finished speaking, I instantly teleported, and we were in the water with the boat. The small boat started to sink because it was overloaded, so I quickly used my powers to stabilize it and then quietly submerged, heading toward Greenbit. Let me tell you, it's really thrilling to drive a submarine underwater. After going less than 10,000 meters, I felt a bit short on oxygen, so I quietly surfaced to a place a few hundred meters from the sea surface to catch my breath. As soon as I looked up, good heavens, the surface was full of naval patrol boats. What's even more frustrating is that I saw a wanted poster on one of the boats with my face on it. Although it didn't look much like me, the bounty amount was clear, 900 million. Damn, I couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Ming, you really think highly of me. Rami heard me and asked what 900 million. I waved my hand, telling them not to worry and to keep cultivating. In this sea, their little fluctuations of spiritual energy are nothing compared to the waves. We kept driving like this for a whole day, and I felt like I was about to collapse. Using the surgery fruit continuously is really exhausting. Phew, when we finally surged up from underwater to the land of Greenbit Island, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, brother, the air here is really nice, Rami exclaimed happily. I was just about to say that this was far from the Sky Island when, in the next second, a buzzing sound came from all directions. Immediately, a large group of little beings, resembling bamboo bees, surrounded us. The leader, a tiny figure in armor that looked like a horned beetle, pointed at us and shouted, "Listen, strangers below, you have illegally invaded the TripHijacked kingdom. Quickly put down your weapons and surrender." My parents were dumbfounded at the time, and my dad wanted to go up and explain. I quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Dad, don't pay attention to him. This little guy is the captain of their air force, named Kabu." When Kabu heard that I actually knew him, his little nose almost went up to the sky. He was so smug. Rami raised his hand and said, "We have no weapons." "Nonsense." Kabu pointed at the eel-shaped submarine next to us and said, "Isn't that long, sharp thing your weapon? It looks dangerous." I was at a loss for words at the time, dude. Can't you see properly? That was the wooden boat I just built to avoid misunderstandings. I directly moved the boat several dozen meters away. And guess what happened? Those little ones saw it and exclaimed, "Wow." The weapon flew away. Then, they all rushed over to intercept our boat. Kabu waved his hand and said, "Come here, bind them." A few little people flew over. Don't be fooled by their small size. They were incredibly strong, and my parents couldn't break free at all. Let me tell you, I was so exhausted that I didn't want to move a single finger, so I just let them carry me like a free flying taxi without resisting. They lifted all four of us and flew us deep into the forest. They brought us to the entrance of a mouse hole and stopped. Goodness, we couldn't fit in there with our size. After a while, an old man with a beard that dragged on the ground came out, leaning on a cane. He was the king of the TripHijacked kingdom, Ganxiao. He immediately asked us what our purpose was. I jumped in and said, "Your Majesty, we were being chased by Doflamingo and accidentally ended up here. We hope to receive your help." As soon as Ganxiao heard the name of the Don Quixote family, his attitude did a complete 180, saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I quickly said, "I don't want to trouble you. I just need your help to build a large ship. Once it's done, we'll leave. In exchange, I'll provide you with a lot of food." The little people were very simple-minded, and as soon as they heard about food, the king agreed on the spot. I immediately started drawing blueprints. This time I wanted to build a real big ship called the Maggot Ship. The reason I sought them out was that I was eyeing a kid from their tribe named Leo. He was a so-so fruit user, and with him around, building a ship would be a piece of cake. After the agreement was made, I explained to my family to practice first while I went out to gather materials. Where to gather? Of course, back to White Town to scavenge. That place is now a ruin, with engines, gasoline glass, anything you need, and no one is watching. I made several trips back and forth, bringing all the materials back. By the way, I promised the little people enough food. The food I brought piled up into a small mountain, which delighted their king Ganxiao, who said it was enough for them to eat for 3 years. When I returned, the main structure of the maggot-shaped ship was already completed, over 30 meters long and made entirely of towering giant trees. Goodness, there were thousands of little people busy on it. The scene looked like a group of little mice gnawing on wood, and their efficiency was really high. At this rate, it would still take half a month, so I simply sat down and practiced with my family. When our family of 4 cultivated together, the commotion caused the surrounding spiritual energy to surge, creating swirling smoke. This left the little people in awe. The little one named Leo, who was the boldest, came over to ask me what we were doing. I had a sudden thought and said, "Leo, do you want to learn? I can teach you." Leo was taken aback for a moment. Then he was overjoyed and asked me if he could really become as strong as me. I said that apprenticeship isn't that complicated. Just bow your head, take an oath, and promise not to share the techniques. Without saying a word, this guy immediately knelt down and swore an oath. I didn't hesitate either and directly passed him a technique called Purple Mist Gathering Spirit Technique. I specifically warned him that he must not let anyone from Don Quixote da Flamingo's crew know about this technique, as there would be a group called the Straw Hat Pirates that he could team up with later. 12 days passed like this, and I felt like I was about to break through, but then, damn, there were people on the shore. I scanned with my spiritual sense and found out it was a merchant delivering food, but there were 3 sneaky guys mixed in, clearly not good people. As a result, these little human beings who understands their family had no guard on their lips. Whatever they were asked, they answered, and in just a few sentences. They sold out our family of 4. As soon as I saw it, one of the guys tried to sneak away after hearing the news to report it. Without saying a word, I directly teleported him in front of me. This guy recognized me and shouted, "You are the criminal Zang Luo?" As soon as I heard this, I laughed. "You even know my name?" He said it was a classmate of mine named Carl Fa who sold him out. "All right, I'll remember this debt for now." I asked him what he was doing here. This guy was pretty tough, saying that if their people found out he hadn't returned, they would send more people. "Oh, is that so?" I laughed. I am most annoyed by those who are stubborn. Room slaughterhouse. As soon as the words fell, with a snap, one of his legs fell off. The cut was incredibly smooth. He let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. I ignored him and prepared to take off his other leg. At this point, he completely lost his nerve, crying out for mercy. I'll talk. We came to scout. Lord Violet has been using her powers to monitor all the nearby islands. The moment you show up, you'll be discovered." Dream on. I walked up from the seabed. "How could you monitor me?" After asking a question, I left him there, and he was still shouting, "Little ancestor, my leg." "My leg." I told him without looking back. "You can just connect it yourself." That fool really believed me, picked up his 2 legs, and tried to attach them, but soon realized it was completely useless, and suddenly he was screaming in panic. I have to tell you, I could hear it from a distance, and I just couldn't hold back anymore. So I shouted at him, saying, "You need to aim properly and get it back to the original position, or else your leg is just for show." That guy was skeptical. His hands were shaking like the latest electric toothbrush of 2025, trying to aim, but ended up crooked. Then straightened it again. After a lot of fuss, he finally managed to attach one leg. As for me, I couldn't be bothered to watch him fumble around, so I just strolled back to my maggot-shaped ship. To my surprise, the other 2 undercover agents hadn't run away. They looked at me like a rat seeing a cat, their eyes darting around. I ignored them and directly asked the person in charge when the ship would be ready. They said it would be done in another 2 days. I thought about it, and with a long night comes many dreams, so I decided to pack these 3 together, seal their meridians, and directly hand them over to Leo, asking him to keep a close eye on them. That silly boy Leo even came to ask me, "Master, isn't this for delivery? Why were they caught?" I patted his head and said, "You should be more cautious. These are undercover agents sent by Da Flamingo, specifically here to probe our secrets." Upon hearing this, Leo exploded, shouting that he wanted to teach them a lesson. I said, forget it. Once my ship is ready, I have to leave." The kid looked reluctant, so I could only tell him, "We'll meet again in the future. The more powerful you become, the more chances we'll have to meet." 2 days later, the ship was ready and could be launched. I didn't have the time to hold any trial sailing ceremony. After checking the structure and finding no major issues, I took my parents and sister, along with those 5 undercover agents, and set off in my incredibly cool worm-shaped ship, directly escaping from underground. I'm a person who values emotional stability, but I particularly enjoy stirring things up. I thought to myself, if I just leave like this, that son of a gun Da Flamingo will definitely vent his anger on the little people of the Dong Tata Kingdom. No way, I have to go do something about it. So I sailed back quietly to the underground of the White Town. Once I arrived, I didn't let the boat surface. I directly teleported with those 5 spies to the ground. When those 5 woke up, they were dumbfounded. Who could understand what their families are going through? 1 second they were in Greenbit, and The next second, they were teleported back thousands of miles away to the White Town, and they instantly started questioning their lives. I smiled at them and said, "Are you awake? If you're awake, hurry back and tell your boss that I'm here waiting for him." As a result, the 5 of them were so scared they looked like they'd seen a ghost, shaking their heads like a rattle drum, crying and shouting that they would never dare to say anything again, even if it meant getting killed. I laughed at that moment and said, "Are you guys stupid? I'm giving you an opportunity here. You've been missing for so many days, and when you go back, you're definitely going to be punished. But if you take such significant intelligence back, won't that make up for your mistakes?" Meanwhile, I was just picking up some trash here, and you don't have much time. After discussing it, those few people realized, hey, that makes sense. So the 5 of them hurriedly crawled toward the Spider Ingli port in Beihai. On the way, they really struck it lucky and ran into a Navy officer, borrowed their phone, and directly reported the news. I tell you, the efficiency is really high. As soon as Doflamingo heard the news, his iconic baboon-like laughter could probably be heard throughout the North Sea. Has he finally appeared? Mobilize everyone. This time, don't let him escape. Goodness, Doflamingo really thinks highly of me. In less than half a day, he directly summoned all 16 of his strongest fighters. The gladiators, the entire upper echelon of the Don Quixote family, everyone included, is mobilizing. This is quite the spectacle. I was squatting on the ground, picking up some useful scrap metal, when I looked up and saw, wow, 16 people surrounding me like a barrel. I wasn't even scared. I had already picked up most of the stuff, so I casually activated a huge barrier with a radius of over 800 meters. As a result, before the people over there could say anything, a pretty girl named Baby 5 came up without saying a word and directly transformed her leg into a cannon aimed at me. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Come on, sir, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss just to catch a little kid like me?" A sticky guy named Torbol came over, tapping the ground with a plum blossom cane, and leered at me, saying something about how the young master needed my kind of power. I was rolling my eyes almost to the heavens when I suddenly sensed an extremely concealed yet powerful aura. I completely ignored that sticky creature and shouted into the air, "Doflamingo, since you're here, stop hiding and come out to say hello." As soon as I finished speaking, a guy in a ridiculously flashy pink feather coat descended from the sky. It was none other than Doflamingo himself. His enchanting laughter echoed again. Such a sharp little brat. I interrupted him directly. All right, your laugh sounds like a baboon in heat. It's annoying to listen to. Just get to the point. Why am I being wanted? He's still pretending with me, saying something like, didn't Torpol make it very clear? I shot back at him directly. I'm not interested in playing with you twisted dragon people. It's disgusting. As soon as these words left my mouth, Doflamingo's face turned dark. Since it came to this, I had no choice but to take action. With a flick of his finger, several lines thinner than a hair shot out like bullets. This was his string attack, although I could see the trajectory clearly within my barrier. I didn't dodge. Instead, I countered with a knife hand strike. And guess what? With a clang, the line deflected, but damn it, it didn't get severed. My heart sank. Goodness. The strength of this line must be at the condensing dam level, right? Thankfully, I didn't take it head on, or my hand would have been ruined. Seeing me deflect his line, Doflamingo became even more excited, laughing maniacally, saying that I had indeed mastered a stronger use of hockey. I thought to myself, what are you so happy about? But I also knew that there was no way I could win in a head-on confrontation right now. So I flashed him a grin and said, Doflamingo, you're strong, but I won't be playing along. Let's play a game of chase goodbye Grand Line. After saying that, I activated Room and instantly dove underground. Doflamingo was left stunned, watching a cooked duck fly away. He was furious. Without saying a word, he unleashed a powerful move directly at the ground. String overheat. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Dozens of strings twisted together like a giant drill, crazily cutting into the earth below. I was piloting my maggot-shaped ship thousands of meters underground, narrowly dodging this attack, cold sweat dripping from my forehead. Is this guy really that strong already? Luckily, I run fast. Otherwise, my new ship would have become a one-time use. However, I also noticed that he hadn't used the birdcage move yet, so it seems his fruit hasn't awakened. Thankfully, there's a silver lining to this misfortune. On the surface, that madman vented for a while and then ordered his subordinates to block me on the surrounding islands. I chuckled and directly steered the ship towards Punk Hazard, the opposite direction of Greenbit, stealthily making my way there. After 5 days of traveling underwater, my sister Rami, who was excited at first, was now on the verge of throwing up, asking me every day when we could go out, just when she could barely hold on any longer. I told her we were almost there. However, before landing on the island, I had to give you all a makeover. Rami was quite excited and asked if I was going to make her pretty. I shook my head and said, no, it's to make you ugly, or rather, to make you unrecognizable. I directly used my ability to give my parents and sister a one-button fat face, widening their faces by a circle. When my sister peeked out the window, she immediately became emo, crying and shouting about how she could face anyone like this. My dad, on the other hand, looked at his chubby self and started laughing foolishly. After settling my family, I told them there was an illegal research center on this island, which was very dangerous, and instructed them to find a store on the street to stay put and not wander around. Then, I alone used a teleportation ability to drop right into the center of their laboratory. The researchers were so stunned that one of them, a lunatic named Caesar, came up wanting to grab me. I dodged while saying, dude, I'm here to do business, not to pick a fight. I know you're a gas fruit user, but right now, you're just a waste. Don't force me to take action. I directly blew up that gas monster, and it insisted on coming after me. I quickly dodged behind another person, named Vegapunk. I said, Doctor, take care of your mad dog. Don't let it destroy the lab. Vegapunk remained relatively calm and asked me what I was there for. I laid my cards on the table. I'm here to check out the life design blueprint and also to extract some powerful biological bloodline factors. As soon as I said this, Vegapunk and another guy named Gage were nearly having heart attacks. This was their core secret. Even Caesar only knew part of it. How did an outsider like me find out? Gage immediately blocked my way out and asked where I had heard the news. I told them not to be nervous, that I could see the future, and I needed their research results to help improve my family's health. Of course, they didn't believe me. That guy Caesar even directly used gas to create ropes and sealed off the entire laboratory, grinning as he said, I was just a test subject delivered to them. I was so angry that I almost couldn't hold back and yelled at him. I curse you, you poison gas freak. I'm a top-tier doctor, what do you know? To intimidate them, I recited a long passage from my parents' medical notes, using all sorts of professional terminology that left the three of them dumbfounded. Now, Vegapunk believed me and handed me a research document to look at. When I glanced at it, wow, isn't this just the blueprint of life, the bloodline factor? If this thing is combined with my cultivation knowledge, it could create an entirely new cultivation system in this world. At that moment, I was tempted to take these three genius scientists away. I told them that I could see the future and that their place would soon be taken over. Their research group would break up, so it would be better to come with me. I would take them to an empty island where they could research however they wanted. As a result, that fool Caesar didn't believe me at all and even mocked me. The other two didn't speak, but it was clear they had no intention of leaving either. Seeing this, I thought, fine, we don't share the same path. I then asked if I could take a copy of the data with me. Caesar exploded at that moment, saying I was dreaming. But surprisingly, Vegapunk actually agreed. At that time, I naively thought he was impressed by my talent, so I happily started copying the materials. After I finished, I felt the atmosphere becoming increasingly off. The way those three looked at me was like they were looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. Just as I was about to say thank you to the doctor and that I was leaving, Vegapunk spoke up. He said that while they had shown me the materials, I couldn't take them away or leave before their research results were made public. As soon as I heard it, I understood. These old foxes are fishing for evidence here. They never intended to let me leave alive. That guy Caesar was laughing like a villain, directly dragging in a pair of sea-stone handcuffs with gas from outside. I'm actually not nervous at all. Instead, I feel like laughing a bit. I've long suspected that sea-stone was ineffective against me, so I decided to take this opportunity to test it. I pretended to be very scared and obediently let Caesar put the handcuffs on me. As soon as the handcuffs were on, I immediately felt the suppression of my devil fruit powers and my body experienced a wave of weakness. But secretly, I channeled my energy and hey, my spiritual power was perfectly fine, operating freely. Haha, I bet right. I immediately put on an act, collapsing softly to the ground. That toxic gas freak, Caesar, seemed quite pleased, dragging me out by one leg while muttering about finding me a good place. I mentally cursed his ancestors, thinking that if it weren't for waiting for them to produce the first artificial devil fruit, I wouldn't be suffering this. He threw me into a prison where some little lackeys were also locked up. I completely ignored them and directly monitored the lab's every move with my spiritual awareness. Those 3 guys were still discussing my origins, and Caesar actually suggested torturing me. At that moment, I decided that once I got what I needed, I had to leave him a little souvenir. In the following days, I played the role of a god in the prison, secretly using my spiritual awareness to send them materials and adjust parameters, intentionally and unintentionally speeding up their research progress. During this time, my sister even brought my parents to look for me, and I quickly used my spiritual awareness to tell her to take them back, saying I'd be back in a while. Finally, with my enthusiastic help, a week later, the first artificial devil fruit, the one that could transform into a dragon, was born. Just when those 3 were holding the fruit and laughing like 3 200-pound children, I took action. I used my spiritual power to shatter the sea stone handcuffs, activated my powers, and instantly swept the fruit and all the research materials off the table. Without even showing myself, I left a single phrase echoing in the lab. "Thank you for your efforts. I'll be taking this. No need to be polite." The laughter of the 3 abruptly stopped, and their expressions froze instantly. Looking at the empty table, both Vegapunk and Caesar were glaring deathly glares at Caesar. Caesar trembled in fear and quickly led the way back to the prison. When they arrived at the prison, all they saw were a pair of shattered handcuffs and an empty cell. Just then, a female bodyguard rushed over, holding a wanted poster. Caesar snatched it and, upon seeing it, screamed, This isn't the little brat we captured, is it?" The other 2 also leaned in to take a look. Although the portrait didn't look much like me, it was pretty close. Vegapunk's face turned pale, and he immediately ordered the bodyguard to report to headquarters and issue a new bounty for me, insisting that they must capture this little brat. Goodness, they really think highly of me, but right now I have no time to deal with them. I just got the manuscript and returned to the hotel to prepare to escape with my parents. But as soon as I entered, I was stunned. "Dad? Mom? Where's my sister?" My parents were so excited to see me, saying, "You're back." Rami said she went out to buy something. Buy something? Let me tell you, my heart sank at that moment. How long has it been? There's only that little convenience store downstairs around here. Can it take that long to buy something? Something's not right, definitely not right. I closed my eyes directly, and my consciousness spread out with a buzz, scanning inch by inch like a radar. Goodness, I finished scanning 5,000 meters and didn't find a single hair. Where could this little girl run off to? "Mom and Dad, please don't move. I'll go look for her." As soon as I finished speaking, I dashed out. Let me tell you, when it comes to finding people, it's got to be me. I can teleport back and forth in a few corners within a 5-kilometer range, just like going to work. Before long, I discovered a group of sneaky pirates at the port in the west. I moved closer, and my blood pressure shot up. Lami was on their ship, tied up. There's also a bunch of dirty little kids locked up in the cabin. Oh, so they're human traffickers. Huh? They're coming after my sister? I suddenly appeared in front of Rami and quickly untied the rope. When my sister saw me, she was almost in tears. "Brother, I knew you would come to rescue me." I patted her head and, suppressing my anger, asked, "How did you run so far, you little girl?" And guess what? She didn't run out by herself at all. She was dragged onto the ship with her mouth covered. The kids on the ship were all deceived from Dressrosa, saying they were taking them to a scientist named Caesar for treatment. As soon as I heard that, I understood. Caesar clown. That scumbag scientist. This is definitely about capturing children for live experiments. Those bastards. Just then, a clueless lackey stumbled into the cabin and said, "Hey, who untied you two?" And there's an extra little ghost. I glanced back at him, and without saying a word, I rushed over and threw a punch. Bang! That guy was completely stunned. "You little brat dare to hit me? You're dead meat." "Oh, dead meat?" As soon as I heard that, my anger flared even more, and I started pummeling him. Bang! 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 I treated him like a punching bag, venting all my frustration from my sister being captured onto him. He was still there shouting, "Stop. If you don't stop, I'll call for help." I let out a cold laugh. "Calling for help? No use even if you scream your throat raw. It's what I say. Room, slaughterhouse ribs." In an instant, A blue hemisphere enveloped the entire cabin, countless invisible blades crisscrossing. The next second, that pirate was reduced to a pile of parts, scattered evenly. I kicked at his already unrecognizable mouth. Go ahead and call for help now. Your mouth has been turned into a QR code. Can't even scan it. What good is your shouting? I had just stopped, and 4 more rushed in. My sister was a bit nervous, so I patted her and said, "Don't be afraid. Just focus on clearing the small monsters. Watch me perform." When those 4 came in and saw the floor covered in mosaics, they were immediately dumbfounded. Then they looked at me and laughed. Huh, you think you're something just because you broke free from the ropes? Not that I'm anything extraordinary, I smirked. But performing a little surgery on you guys is definitely within my capabilities. Room scalpel transplant. As soon as those 4 rolled up their sleeves, the next second they realized their hands and feet were no longer under their control. Soon after, their hands fell off and attached to their ankles. Their feet dropped and connected to their shoulders. Thus, 4 monstrous beings were born. My sister took a look, and not only was she not scared, but she also clapped her hands and laughed. Brother, this is fun. Goodness, this girl has quite a taste for excitement. I went completely wild, fighting from the cabin to the deck, and then from the deck to the dock. Everywhere I went was a scene of performance art. Just as I was getting into the swing of things, a furious roar came. Impudent. Where did this little brat come from? I turned around and saw, wow, the T-bearded guy is here. I'm familiar with this guy. In the original plot, he fought Hawkins for territory and ended up losing both legs. Well, since I ran into him today, I'll perform the amputation surgery for you in advance. Room transfer. I instantly appeared in his path as he charged at me and punched him hard, looking for death. The T-bearded guy relied on his height and size and swung a slap at me. Bang! With a loud crash, we exchanged blows, and I was actually sent flying several meters away. I was shocked. ISNT this guy's bounty only 80 million? How could he have such strength? But makes sense. With his build and the inertia from his charge, I only used 80% of my strength, so it's normal to take a small hit. Little brat, your strength is decent, but you're still far from enough. Oh really? Then let's try this. I decided not to compete with him in brute force anymore. Since this guy doesn't have any domineering aura, he's just a living target. Sure, a 9 kills, rending shadow, broken blade kill. I raised my hand and slashed with a knife shadow. Hoozy didn't take it seriously at all and crossed his arms to resist. Poochie, his tragic scream, let me tell you, could be heard throughout the entire port. He looked at his hands, which were deep to the bone, in disbelief, blood gushing out. That unremarkable knife light was produced by my cultivation technique, slicing through you like cutting tofu. Little ghost, I will definitely tear you apart. I curled my lips and said harsh words. Who can't do that? Don't be quick to get angry. I'm just trying to save you some trouble. So you won't have to go find Hawkins to fight again. Room crack shadow broken blade kill. This time, I directly combined the fruit ability with the cultivation technique, flashing around him twice. By the time he reacted, his legs had already lost connection with his body, and he crashed to the ground. I walked up to him, looking down from a height. Stop guessing, I'm just passing by. As for why I'm causing you trouble, because your people captured my sister. After saying that, I couldn't resist adding a jab. If you want to heal your leg, I suggest you go find Caesar Caron. He's quite interested in cases like yours with lower body paralysis. Once everything was settled, I took Rami back to the inn, called my parents, and we made a quick escape from the underground maggot-shaped ship. The entire punk Sad was locked down. Why? Because I had exposed the secrets of those scientists. Could they not be furious? We were sneaking underwater, quickly slipping out of the encirclement. Along the way, I took out the artificial devil fruit to study it. Although it was a failed product, there would be plenty of time to improve it later. We were heading towards Marineford, but before we got close, I was startled. As I scanned the area with my consciousness, I was taken aback. The Navy headquarters was surrounded by several vice admirals, and it was possible that Admiral Sengoku was on the island having tea. I quickly told my parents and Lamy to stay in the cabin and not come out. What's wrong, Luo? My dad thought it was Doflamingo who had caught up with us. Worse than that, Dad. This is the Navy headquarters, and for some reason, my bounty has been updated to 120 million berries. Does anyone understand? I haven't done anything. How did I become a billion-level pirate? There was no choice. The supplies on the ship were running low, and I had to go ashore to resupply. I quietly sneaked ashore by myself, scurrying like a hamster, using my abilities to move the necessary items little by little into the ship below. But when I looked up, I saw a familiar figure. Pika, Doflamingo's stone monster. How could he be here? I instantly realized that Doflamingo had anticipated my route and sent someone to block me. This is bad. I suddenly felt the soil beneath me rapidly petrifying. I had been discovered. I hurriedly returned to the worm-shaped ship with the items. Let me tell you, the situation back then was quite funny. On the ground, Pika was reporting to a Navy major named Branu. This Branu was a user of the PPT fruit, always holding meetings and collecting bounties, purely a civilian role. Pika was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, urging him to report and call for reinforcements. As a result, Branu fell into bureaucratic habits, feeling embarrassed that a pirate officer was giving him orders, and started being difficult. Oh, I seem to have forgotten my snail. Pika was furious. I clearly saw you put it in your pocket. Oh, maybe I remembered wrong. I can't find it now. These two were acting out a workplace drama. Pika couldn't take it anymore and went straight to search his pockets. Only then did Branu reluctantly pull out the snail, deliberately calling over a giant vice admiral named John Giando. Pika's face turned green. That giant vice admiral was just a showpiece. They argued for a long time about who to call for reinforcements. I was almost laughing hysterically underground. The Navy headquarters was seriously plagued by internal strife. Once they finished arguing, the reinforcements arrived, and Pika directly used his stone, covered in armament hockey, to trap my maggot-shaped ship deep underground. This was a problem. I couldn't cut through it no matter how hard I tried. Just when I was getting a headache, divine assistance arrived. That giant Vice Admiral John Giando, wanting to show off his strength, slammed down with a punch from the ground. Boom! The ground cracked, and a massive shockwave hit Pika's stone prison perfectly. Opportunity. I immediately seized this moment, gathering all my strength into a single point, working in tandem with the force of his punch. Boom! The hockey-covered stone pillar exploded instantly. I rushed out with a maggot-shaped ship, diving straight into the sea. On the ground, Pika was furious, cursing at John Giando, and the two of them started fighting right there. A big thank you to both of you. We sailed in the sea for a long time and ended up, unknowingly, circling around the island of Peach, the kingdom of Kamabaka. I slapped my thigh and thought, oh no, this is the territory of the transgender king, Ivankov. I quickly informed my dad, you must be very careful with the women on this island. They might have been your uncle. My dad turned pale with fright. We found a secluded bay to rest. My mom and Rami went to the town to shop, while my dad and I practiced on the spot. The spiritual energy here is pretty good, so I took the opportunity to break through my bottleneck. By midnight, I felt a muffled sound within me, and finally broke through. I reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. My strength skyrocketed. The next day, my mom and the others returned, bringing an astonishing piece of news. There are many men on this island, and the king is not Ivankov. I thought to myself, oh, the timeline doesn't match up. Ivankov hasn't come here yet. Now, I was relieved and decided to stay a few more days. I went to the main city in the center of the island to replenish my oxygen tanks. Just as I finished packing my things at the entrance of an oxygen production factory and turned around, a huge face was right in front of me, with a purple afro and heavy makeup. What were you mumbling about? I was covered in goosebumps at that moment. It was Ivanov. How'd he get here? I awkwardly smiled and said, hello? Auntie, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. As I spoke, I was about to activate my ability and run away. Hee, death wink. He threw a flirtatious glance at me, and the resulting explosive wind directly destroyed my room. Transfer failed. This guy is too tricky. After exchanging a few moves with him, his new demonist martial arts were simply indefensible, always managing to interrupt me at the critical moment when I was about to activate my ability. It seems I can't escape without showing some real skills. Room slaughterhouse. I perfectly fused my cultivation technique and fruit ability. Ivankov also got serious, launching a death attraction punch at me. The two forces collided, and we both retreated several steps. Taking advantage of this moment, I infused my magic power into room, instantly creating a massive barrier and burrowing deep underground with my belongings. Making my escape. When I returned to the seaside, I found that the Navy's ship was chasing me again, and the leader was a rear admiral. Ivankov's people were also searching for me all over the world. Good grief, I become quite the hot commodity. Without saying a word, I directly moved my family, who were still shopping in town, over and dove back into the deep sea. This time, our goal was clear: Thunder God Island. Rami was a bit worried. Brother, doesn't that mean it's dangerous with thunder and rain all day? I smiled and said, it's okay, I'm here. Besides, there's something over there that should belong to me. A demon sword, the ghost cry. Although it's not famous yet, in my hands, it will eventually become a divine weapon that surpasses all renowned swords. Zoro's swords will just be like little brothers to me by then. So, in order to find a place to sharpen my future divine weapon, I headed straight for the legendary Thunder God Island. I tell you, that place is simply outrageous. From a distance, you can hear the sky sounding like it's having a party, with lightning and thunder that never stops. It feels like all the electric mice in the world have gathered here for a meeting. With a sweep of my spiritual sense, good grief, there's not a single hair on the island, let alone animals. Even a few plants are hard to find. It's completely barren. Seeing this, my parents and Rami immediately got scared and refused to go up. I thought the same. This place is definitely not a beginner's village. So I settled them on a small reef a few hundred meters away, while I went alone to face the challenge. As soon as I reached the edge of the island, I was dumbfounded. Who understands what my family feels? The rain here, isn't water. It's TM bolts of lightning falling down. This isn't a thunderstorm. It's clearly rain made of thunder. Wouldn't a normal person get electrocuted to ashes right away? To land on the island, you even have to use a specially made non-conductive umbrella. Me? I don't have that kind of thing. But who am I, my friend? I'm a cultivator. I took a glance at that thunderstorm and estimated its power. It's probably only about half the level of Rao Ji. This level of damage, my defense can still withstand it. Focusing on a hardcore experience, I directly activated my Chaos Golden technique and stubbornly walked in. After a few steps, the raindrops started to crackle and hit me on the head. Hey, I have to say, that feeling was like someone hitting me from behind with a blunt object. And my scalp tingled, but I didn't faint. I felt reassured. Not bad, I can handle it. Originally, I was thinking that I could use this thunderstorm to temper my body, but then came an unexpected joy. I discovered that I could actually absorb and refine the lightning. And it could even increase my magical power. Damn, this isn't Thunder God Island. It's clearly my exclusive supercharging station. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such a great resource, considering my identity as a time traveler. For the next 2 days, I rooted myself on this island. While enduring the lightning strikes, I crazily refined my power, moving step by step from the thin, outer thunderstorm area towards the center. My cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. Let me tell you, the days I spent laboriously cultivating before didn't compare to just 2 days of being struck here. My realm shot up like taking an elevator, and in just 2 days, I felt like I was about to kick open the threshold of the Dan condensation realm. This place is simply a treasure land. I decided right then and there that I wouldn't look for the sword yet. I would directly rush to the Dan condensation realm first. I sent a message to my parents, saying I would be in seclusion for a few days. And then I continued to brave the thunderstorm towards the center of the island. I could feel that the deeper I went, the greater the pressure from the lightning and the denser the spiritual energy became. Half a day later, I checked my body internally, and wow. My meridians had turned blue and white, sparkling with electric light all over. If someone didn't know better, they might think I was Pikachu from next door crossing over. Just then, there was a dull, buzzing sound in my body, and I felt an invisible shell inside me shatter with a crack. I broke through to the Dan condensation realm. In 2.5 days, I had advanced a small realm. I sensed the power within me. It was several times stronger than before. Now, if I faced someone like Lao Ji, I felt like I could split him in half with one slash. After stabilizing my realm, I remembered my main purpose for coming this time, to find that demon sword, Ghost Cry. After breaking through, my spiritual sense range skyrocketed from 5,000 meters to over 9,000 meters. Searching for things was simply exhilarating. However, it was a bit strange that the range of my surgical fruit ability remained the same at just over 800 meters. And I could only expand it to 2,000 meters by using magical power. It seems that the ability of this fruit and my cultivation strength are not the same thing. But 2,000 meters is enough. It will be more convenient to escape in the future. Doflamingo, just wait. Once I reach the nascent soul realm, I will chase you all over the world. I was happily sweeping the entire map with my spiritual sense when I stumbled and almost fell flat on my face. Oh my gosh. Just as I was about to curse, I looked down and saw that I had tripped over a giant humanoid skeleton frame, half of its body buried in the ground. I dug it out and my eyes instantly lit up. Does anyone understand? What's lying under that skeleton is my long-desired devil may cry. I was so excited that I carefully pulled out the knife. It must be 2 meters long, and it was a bit heavy for my 10-year-old body to hold. The sheath was black, with a cross pattern engraved on it, which was simply a perfect match for me. I don't know how long it had been buried in this eerie place, but the sheath was intact and the blade wasn't rusty. As soon as I got it in my hands, I felt the blade tremble slightly. It responded. It really is a demon knife, close to being a spiritual weapon. I exerted all my strength to pull out the knife, gripping the handle with both hands. Channeling my magical power, I launched an attack at a giant rock over a dozen feet high in the distance, executing the Shuren 9 kills. Shadow Splitter. Breaking Blade Kill. A flash of knife light streaked by, moving at least twice as fast as I could barehanded. Immediately after, there was a thunderous boom. That giant rock, let me tell you, is sliced in half like tofu. The cut so smooth, it could serve as a mirror. This power is outrageous. My own combat ability has at least multiplied several times. With this thing, I'll never fear those arrogant guys who are hard to cut down again. I cheerfully sheathed my knife, casually buried the giant skeleton, and even piled up a grave mound for it, bowing 3 times to thank my old buddy for the gear. After finding the devil may cry, I didn't rush to leave. Instead, I was even more curious about what exactly was at the center of this island. I continued to venture deeper, and the storm grew fiercer with each step. The lightning striking me made me shiver and wince in pain. When I got about 10 kilometers from the center, I really couldn't take it anymore. The speed of my healing couldn't keep up with the rate of my injuries. Just as I was about to withdraw, I saw a massive figure outlined in the core area where the lightning was most concentrated. Upon closer inspection, it was a spirit made entirely of lightning. I was stunned. Wasn't this the lightning spirit only found in cultivation novels? Dude, did you walk in the wrong set? When did the worldview of One Piece become so fantastical? At that moment, I judged that there must be treasures in the place guarded by this thunder spirit. So I gathered my courage and waved at it. Hey, Thunder Brother. But guess what? It completely ignored me, not even giving me a glance. I called out a few more times, and this time I annoyed it. A single word came from the center of the thunderstorm. Scram. Before I could react, a tremendous force slammed into me, and with a loud crash, I was sent flying like a rubber ball for dozens of meters, my internal organs nearly displaced. I looked up and saw that guy still staring at me, his eyes filled with contempt. I was so angry that my teeth were itching. This guy's strength was at least at the nascent soul stage. In this cursed place, it was invincible. I couldn't defeat it, but I couldn't lose face either. So I silently cursed with my lips. You bastard, just wait for me. The thunder spirit seemed to understand and was about to attack again, which scared me into using Earth Escape and diving hundreds of meters underground, desperately running towards the island's edge. This time, I really kicked a hardboard, and it confirmed for me that there were definitely other cultivators in this world. So strong, huh? Just wait, once I become stronger, I'll be the first to come back and settle the score with you. I made my way back to the shore, first using the thin rainstorm to heal my wounds. And only then did I return to the rock where my parents and Rami were waiting. I had been gone for 5 days, and as soon as Rami saw me, he rushed over. Brother, you're finally back. Hey, I feel like you've become stronger. I patted her head and said, Hee, I've also made a breakthrough. And Rami needs to work hard too. My dad, Dankra, looked at the 2-meter-long sword I was carrying with curiosity and asked Luo, what do you need such a long sword for? It won't be convenient for you to use even when you grow up. I chuckled and said, Dad, you don't know this? It's called Devil May Cry. It's a demon blade, and it's practically tailor-made for me. With it, my strength can multiply several times, and our journey ahead will be much safer. After hearing this, my dad stopped asking questions and turned to me, asking when we would set off. I thought for a moment and suddenly had a bold idea. Mom and Dad, how about we don't go back and instead head straight to the Grand Line? Huh? Aren't we supposed to go to Sky Island? Yes, but we'll take the reverse route, going through Reverse Mountain. My strength is now about on par with a vice admiral, and if I can't win, I can definitely escape. Along the way, we can also look for devil fruits. I can study them and create even stronger fruits for you. My parents exchanged a glance and smiled. Do as you wish, we don't understand these things. As long as you and Rami are happy, it's settled. Since the family agrees, what are we waiting for? We set off immediately towards the nearest mysterious island, which would later be known as Carnival Island. According to the timeline, the island's master, the captain of the Red Arrow pirate crew, should have just drifted here not long ago, and he was probably feeling very lonely and cold. After 4 days, we arrived, and when I scanned the island with my spiritual sense, sure enough, he was the only living person there. Just one person, so there's nothing to fear. I hid the boat well and let my parents stroll around the island first. I carried Devil May Cry by myself and went to find that future Baron of Revelry. There was still 2,000 meters to go when that guy spotted me. I didn't say a word. I slowly drew Devil May Cry while walking, my pace quickening until I dashed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages. The old man saw this and looked quite arrogant. Little brat, do you dare to draw your sword against me? Looking for death? I couldn't be bothered with him, so I directly imitated Luo's moves, pointing the tip of my knife at him. Old man, don't underestimate me. Take this first injection, shot. As it turned out, that guy was also an archer. Seeing me shoot at him, he instantly transformed himself into a bunch of arrows and shot back at me. Wow, is he playing a shooting match with me? I quickly swung my knife to block. Clanging sounds echoed as I blocked them all. My hands felt sore afterwards. Damn it, not having practiced knife techniques is a disadvantage. I silently cursed, but my hands didn't stop moving. Room. Command. The barrier instantly opened, enveloping the two of us. He was impressive in his territory, but in my domain, I was the god. The arrows aimed at me instantly turned around and shot back at him. Damn, you little brat, don't push me. He panicked. He push you? I haven't even used my full strength yet. I raised my Requiem and struck with the first move of the Azura 9 kills. That guy knew this move was powerful and didn't dare to take it head on. He instantly formed a huge shield in front of him using countless plant leaves. Although the leaves were fragile, the sheer number helped absorb quite a bit of force. Unfortunately, the remaining blade aura still solidly struck him. Pooh, that scream was louder than slaughtering a pig. I quickly covered my ears. When the sound stopped, I looked at him again and good grief. His hands and chest were so deep that bones were visible. The wound nearly split him in half. He looked at me in terror. Who are you? I am Zang Luo. I sheathed my knife and casually asked, You're the Baron of Revelry, right? Why haven't you started building your carnival park yet? He looked bewildered. I'm not the Baron of Revelry. I'm the captain of the Red Arrow Pirates. But the title of Baron of Revelry is nice. I'll adopt that from now on. Building a carnival park? Great idea. I must build the most luxurious amusement park. Well, it seems I arrived too early. Everything was ahead of schedule. I chatted with him for a while and found out he had only been on this island for half a year. Because it was too comfortable, he was almost going crazy from boredom. While chatting, he said he needed to go bandage his wounds. I directly stopped him. No need to be so troublesome. I'll help you heal. He looked at me in disbelief. You, a little kid, can heal wounds? You don't want to stab me again, do you? I'm a top-tier doctor. I didn't want to waste words, so I directly raised my weapon, Devil May Cry. Room Scalpel Spiritual Energy Heal. In his shocked gaze, the deep wound that was visible to the bone healed at an astonishing speed. He was stunned right there. You can actually use hockey to heal? I didn't explain, so let him misunderstand like this. This trick was something I came up with out of boredom while diving underwater. I even made a few cuts on myself to experiment. After healing him, I found a place to cultivate on my own and asked him to look after my family. During my cultivation, the fluctuation of spiritual energy directly stunned the newly minted Baron of Revelry. He thought I was practicing Conqueror's hockey and was so envious that his eyes turned red. A couple of days later, while I was cultivating, I detected a ship docking in my consciousness, and a familiar figure appeared on board. Corazon. He came to the island with a few lackeys. I greeted my family and instantly appeared in front of Corazon, who hadn't even disembarked yet. Hey kid, You actually came right to my door," one of his lackeys shouted. I completely ignored him, smiling at Corazon, and directly activated the silence fruit to block out the sound. "I noticed you slacking off from a distance, and I think you won't catch me." Corazon was also taken aback. "How do you know I won't catch you? You're worth 150 million berries now." 150 million? Did I just get a price increase? I looked at him and said word by word, "Should I call you Don Quixote Rosanani? Or should I call you Corazon? Or Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy, Little Rice Ball? Serial number 01746. Every time I mentioned an identity, Corazon's face turned paler. When I revealed the number, he completely lost his composure and grabbed me. "Who on earth are you?" I said seriously and nonsensically. "I am your master from a past life, and in this life, your destiny will be changed by me." He didn't believe a single punctuation mark. "Who are you fooling? Do I look like a fool to you?" I nodded. "I see a lot of resemblance in you." As I said this, the aura of my suddenly surged, directly sending him flying. He got up, looking at me in disbelief. Only then did I stop joking. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. You're different from your brother. I can help you." I directly took him to a deserted place and performed my techniques in front of him. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly stirred. His eyes widened. "What is this? How did you do it? How can you use such overwhelming power so flexibly?" I directly opened a fast-track cultivation class for him, starting from the basics, and then passed on the purple mist gathering spirit technique to him. This guy also has talent. With my guidance of spiritual energy, in just half a day, he broke through from an ordinary person to the great perfection of the Qi induction realm. He felt the surging power within him and was so excited that he couldn't speak. "All right, I have to go now." I instructed him that this technique is very dynamic. So when you practice, combine it with your silent fruit, and don't let anyone find out. If you want to improve quickly, go to the outskirts of Thunder God Island. "Master," now he truly believes it. "Where are you going?" "I am going to the Sky Island to travel in reverse through the Grand Line." After saying goodbye to Corazon and resolving this causal relationship, I felt much more at ease. After more than half a month, our ship was close to the kingdom of Magaro in Totland. After drilling underwater for 7 or 8 days, I was already restless. As soon as we landed, Rami cheered and wanted to go buy snacks. It was rare for our family of 4 to go shopping together, especially my mom and Rami, who bought everything they saw. In the end, I had so many things that I could only use my scythe as a carrying pole. Passing by a small accessory store, I suddenly remembered that my scythe still needed some decoration. I picked a red cord woven tassel, compared it to the hilt, and hey, it looked good, so I bought it. We were about to check into a hostel when we were stopped at the door. 2 people, one tall and one short. The tall one was over 4 meters, like a little giant with muscles all over. When I saw the lightning tattoo on his shoulder, I remembered that this was the professional assassin from the Magaro Kingdom, the Vanka brothers. The shorter brother, Kelly Vanku, spoke up. "Kid, come with us for a moment. I think you look a lot like someone on a wanted poster." I laughed when I heard it and nodded. "It's not like, it is me." He just admit it. "Let's go." I scoffed. "No, Dad has grown up to be quite rebellious and doesn't like to listen to those little bastards, especially the 2 of them." "Are you looking for death?" Kelly Vanku exploded on the spot, not caring whether we were on the street or not, reaching out to grab me. I watched as he reached out his hand and smiled. 150 million berries. "And you think you can look down on me like this? You really think I haven't watched One Piece?" With these 2 clowns, they barely managed to take down someone with a bounty of 100 million during their peak. And now they come in front of me acting like big shots? I directly had my parents take my sister to a safe zone, ready to teach these 2 a lesson. With a loud shout, the one named Kelly swung his hand at me. And let me tell you, his movement was as slow as playing at 0. 5 times speed. I executed a backspin kick, my toes precisely hitting the back of his hand, and with a crack, I heard the sound of bones dislocating, which made my teeth ache. That guy turned pale, clutching his hand and shouting, "Good kid, you've got some strength." I laughed. "Rumors can be harmful, brother. It's not too late to back off now. Don't force me to take action." As a result, his brother wasn't having it and started shouting, "Hey, little ghost, don't be so arrogant. Let me show you how powerful we brothers are." "Fine. You can't reason with a stubborn ghost." At that moment, I had one thought. Since you want to try, then prepare to meet your end. The next second, who would understand the family? That brother named Bobby suddenly turned into a jacket. Yes, you heard that right, a jacket. His brother immediately put it on him. I was really stunned at the scene. What kind of bizarre fruit ability is this? So your combat power relies on wearing clothes to enhance it? Huh? I kindly reminded him. Hey, after you put on your brother's gear, remember to activate your hockey, or else it won't hold up. Kelly seemed quite confident. You don't need to talk nonsense. Just watch me smash you with one punch. To be honest, I was feeling a bit cocky dealing with someone at this level, even waiting for him to strike a pose. I just wanted to see if my current strength could cut through his arm hockey. With a clang, my requiem was drawn. I casually held the sword, watching as his punch came towards me, just a few centimeters from my forehead. In that instant, I moved. Azura 9 killings, Shadow, split blade break kill. I tell you, I used 90% of my strength at that moment, channeling a blade aura to the extreme. It was just like a laser cannon, slicing through in an instant. First, it was his fist, then his entire arm, perfectly split down the middle, along with half of his shoulder. The blade aura didn't stop there. It passed through his body, and with a loud boom, it cut a deep and long crack into the wall more than 10 meters behind him. I was shocked myself. Wow, my destructive power seems a bit excessive. First, the bystanders started screaming, and then those two brothers finally reacted, rolling on the ground with their severed arm. Their cries were heart-wrenching. I shook my head and sheathed my sword. Is this it? And it's still claiming to have defenses comparable to domineering? How embarrassing. Hurry back to your hometown and farm. With my parents and sister, we changed to another hotel. My sister, Lami, was so excited, hugging my arm and shaking it vigorously. Brother, that move of yours was so cool. Teach me. Teach me. I pinched her little face and said, You've mastered those moves from the Void Harmony scripture. They're even better than mine, so don't aim too high. But little did we know, the scene from the street had already been broadcast live in full by Doflamingo's men using a snail phone. On the other end, after hearing the report, Doflamingo's signature laughter was probably loud enough to shatter the snail phone. He immediately put aside everything he was doing and rushed over with his entire family. Meanwhile, the Navy also received the news, and a net was quietly spread out. As for me, I was still foolishly discussing with my family, saying that the island's scenery was nice and suggesting we stay a few more days. For 2 consecutive days, we wandered around like ordinary tourists, until one day, we reached a place with fewer people, and I quickly sensed something was wrong. Several groups of people were pretending to casually follow us from behind. I intentionally led my family around several corners, but they clung on like a stubborn plaster. I fully unleashed my spiritual awareness, and wow, this really shocked me. On the distant sea surface, there were countless ships, naval warships and pirate ships flying the flamingo emblem, densely packed together, like dumplings being dropped. Is this a naval parade, just for me? Don Quixote da Flamingo, as one of the 7 warlords, truly wields immense power, able to join forces with the Navy to capture people. Moreover, I sensed that the stone man Pika had already landed on the island, quietly setting up his stone network underground, wanting to monitor my every move. Want to catch me? Last time I let you escape, and now you want to come again? I let out a cold laugh. I said to my parents and sister, You guys hide first, I'll go meet these guys. My sister still wanted to show off. Brother, I'll help you. You help me? Just don't distract me. I replied grumpily, then immediately led them down underground. This time I learned my lesson and took them straight to a place 2 kilometers deep, dug out a large space, and even prepared oxygen tanks, maximizing safety. What does that mean? Mount Everest would have to be turned upside down and inserted twice. After settling my family, as soon as I came out, the first one I looked for was that rock monster, Pika. This guy was lying on the ground, pressing his hands against the surface, working like a groundhog. I appeared silently in front of him, and just as he caught a glimpse of me from the corner of his eye, and hadn't he had the chance to look up, I swung the sheath of my Ghost Cry sword and struck him on that golden helmet. Bang! With a loud sound, a dent immediately appeared in the helmet. Pika covered his head, gritting his teeth in pain as he looked up and saw me, his eyes turning red. Little brat, how dare you show up? Why wouldn't I dare? This time, I had no intention of running away. Before I finished speaking, I kicked out. That guy was kicked several meters away. And when he got up, he was furious. His petrified massive fist, like a small house, came crashing down towards me. I lightly tapped my toes on the ground, performed a backflip, and easily dodged it. Seeing his attack miss, Pika calmed down, realizing I was not easy to deal with. He suddenly slammed both hands on the ground. Stone, stone, fruit dance on stone. Goodness, the entire ground instantly came alive, and countless huge, sharp stone spikes crazily erupted from the ground, trying to launch me into the air. But I didn't T-dodge at all. My feet were covered with magical power, and I stood firmly on the tip of a stone spike, allowing it to lift me into the air without moving an inch. Pika's eyes nearly popped out. He probably didn't expect this move to be completely ineffective against me. He roared again, stone bite. I saw the ground next to him bulge up, instantly shaping into a giant stone head, opening its huge mouth to bite me. I had seen this move before. It was the same thing from last time at sea. Again with this move, no originality. I squinted my eyes, and Ghost Cry was drawn again, just as that giant stone mouth was less than 2 meters away from me. I flicked my wrist. Crack shadow, broken blade kill. With a crisp sound, that stone head, harder than diamond, was split in half by me like tofu. I just finished chopping stones when a flippant yet dangerous voice sounded behind me. Foo-foo, foo-foo, little ghost, you've actually become stronger again. Very good, very good. As soon as I turned around, I saw Doflamingo stepping on his signature strings, floating down from the sky like a deity among the clouds. This guy is really showing off. I give him full marks. But let me tell you, Doflamingo is truly ruthless. He talks a good game, but his hand are quick. 5 shimmering threads shot toward me. Rainbow threads. Damn it. I cursed inwardly and swiftly drew my knife, slicing through all 5 threads. Doflamingo's brows furrowed instantly. He clearly didn't expect that I, who couldn't even cut a single thread last time, could do it so easily now. I swung my knife. Last time I didn't have a good weapon, but now it's different. Minggu flashed a wicked smile. Hee, then you should really experience my power. Bring it on. As a result, this guy started chatting with me again, asking what my knife was called and what its rank was. I felt speechless. You freak. We're fighting. Why are you doing a pre-battle interview? Demon Blade, no rank. I said irritably. Hee, just a little trick. Before he could finish his sentence, he launched a surprise attack. Parasite line. Damn, here it comes again. I really wanted to slap myself. Why can't I learn my lesson? This guy's treachery is practically ingrained in his bones. My reaction is also extremely quick. The Devil May Cry dance is so tight that it narrowly deflects all the threads. If this parasitic thread were to burrow into my body, I would become his puppet. Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. Doflamingo, as a dignified warlord of the sea, can't you fight a bit more fairly? Hee, catching you is the goal. He flicked his fingers, launching the threads. 7 or 8 threads shot toward me like bullets. Room command space distortion. I directly opened my domain, instantly disrupting the space around his threads, causing them all to lose their aim and fly past me. I seized the opportunity to charge forward and swung my knife straight at his head. Shattering shadow, breaking blade. Here it comes. Don Quixote Doflamingo remained calm, lifting his sharp-toed leather shoe, and his Busashoka haki instantly enveloped it, shining darkly as he kicked directly at my blade. Clang! A piercing metallic clash echoed. My strike felt like it had hit the hardest meteorite, sparks flying, yet I couldn't harm him in the slightest. Good guy. No wonder he has the Conqueror's haki. The hardness of his Busashoka haki is on a completely different level than those 2 Jacket brothers. You're quite strong. I sincerely praised. Hee, you're not bad either, but this isn't all of my strength. Coincidentally, the same goes for me. We both instinctively took a step back at the same time, then once again transformed into 2 afterimages crashing into each other. The blade light and threads intertwined crazily, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Suddenly, Doflamingo created some distance and sneered. Kid, let us have another strike. Spiderweb wall. Foot slice line. Super impact whip. I can't believe you. You said it would be a single hit, but you directly hit me with a 3-hit combo. You sly one. I'm also not one to back down. The power within me burned fiercely, directly activating the second form of the Shura 9 kills. Shura 9 kills. Horizontal frenzy blade kill. In an instant, countless violent blade energies intertwined to form a massive blade net, which collided fiercely with his 3 consecutive strikes. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded, and both of us were knocked back several meters. On the surface, it seemed like a tie. But Ming understood clearly that he had executed 3 moves while I had only used 1. In terms of true strength, he had already lost. I feel that the consumption of my internal magic is huge, and if I keep fighting, I will suffer losses. I'm not foolish. If I can't win, can't I run away? I wave my hand at him. That's enough for today. My energy consumption is too high. I need to find a place to recharge. Let's reschedule for next time. After saying that, without waiting for his reaction, I used Room Spiritual Energy Space Transfer, and I instantly disappeared from the spot. Just as Don Quixote da Flamingo hadn't finished speaking, I was already gone, making him so angry that he jumped up and down in place. I transferred over 5,000 meters underground in one breath, and only then did I feel relieved to be back with my family. Although I didn't win, I was already able to hold my own against da Flamingo. This progress seems ridiculous to me, but the problem is that there is no spiritual energy down here, so I can't recover my magical power. There's no other way. I can only sneak out again to the surface to absorb spiritual energy. Just as I started charging up, the massive energy fluctuations immediately alerted the high-ranking Navy officials on the island. This time, the lineup is impressive with 3 vice admirals. One of them is Carp. The other 2, Guion and Kaji, are also future candidates for admiral. As soon as I poked my head out, I was spotted by that beautiful woman named Guion. Her observation hockey was like a radar. So it's you little brat. I just wanted to say hello, but wow, without saying a word, she slashed at me with a sword. The sword energy was so fast that I couldn't see it clearly. Oh my, miss, could you please not be so violent? I complained verbally, but I didn't dare to be slow with my hands and quickly raised my knife to block. I clearly managed to block it, yet I still felt 2 sharp cuts on my chest. I looked down and saw that my clothes were torn, but my skin was unharmed. I immediately got fired up. Is this the Jiyuan Zhongjiang? The sword is pretty fast, but it lacks a bit of power. Sister, are you giving me a guasha treatment? You're so slick with your words. Take this. Provoked by me, she became even angrier, unleashing her armed color domineeringly, and a stronger slash came howling towards me. I also didn't dare to be careless and directly opened Room Slaughterhouse, clashing hard with her in my domain. Ding! With another loud bang, I was directly blown away. I was completely shocked. This violent girl's strength is actually on par with Mingo. It seems I was a bit too optimistic about my own abilities. All right. Let us stop fighting. We can call it a draw, but if we keep going, it'll be dark soon. Miss, I'll take my leave now. I'm not interested in being beaten up. If I can't win, I'll run. As soon as she heard I was going to run, she instantly unleashed a dozen sword lights to try to block me, but I activated my ability and dodged her attacks, leaving her stomping in frustration. After avoiding the violent girl, I had a sudden impulse and went to find Carp. I thought to myself, now that I'm here, I might as well take a swing at Luffy's grandfather. But I was naive. Carp was busy eating rice crackers, and upon seeing me, enthusiastically offered me a piece. I blocked with a knife. Stop eating. We'll fight after you're done. Carp was taken aback for a moment, then stuffed all the sunbae in his mouth and said indistinctly, Kid, I can tell you definitely lack love. Come on, enjoy the iron fist of my love. I tell you, his fist looks slow, but I just can't dodge it. With a thud, a punch landed on my forehead, although it didn't cause any substantial harm. A bump the size of half a fist instantly appeared on my head. I touched my forehead, feeling dumbfounded. I have the body of a cultivator, yet I was actually able to be wrapped up by him. I was furious at that moment. Damn, old man, you're done for. I directly entered the field and even used a new research technique called heart pulse shock, applying electric current to him. What was the result? He was so powerful that my little voltage felt like just a therapy session, at most making his body tingle a bit. Then, I got chased and beaten for several rounds, ending up with 3 big bumps on my head, looking like a longevity god. In the end, I managed to escape while his leg was numb. Before leaving, I even made a strong statement. I'm not fighting you anymore. I'll just beat up your grandson in the future. I burrowed underground with a head full of bumps, and just after I finished healing, I was pulled out of the ground by Pika. As soon as I came out, those guys from Doflamingo caught me red-handed, seeing my head full of bumps. Their laughter could be heard from 800 meters away. After they had their fill of laughter, Doflamingo finally became serious and said he wanted to talk to me, offering a reward in exchange for my method of utilizing energy. I originally wanted to refuse directly, But then I thought about it and realized that collecting devil fruits and various bloodlines myself would be too exhausting. This guy has connections everywhere, so I might as well make him work for me for free. So I cleared my throat, looked at his eager expression, and boldly said, "All right, you go get me 500 devil fruits. The more varieties, the better, and also the blood of various powerful creatures. Once I have the items, I'll give you the cultivation method." I watched as Ming Ji's face changed from pink to blue and then back to pink again, before he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. With Minggu, this free labor force, sorted out, I felt great and decided to find another weaker opponent to practice on and gain some practical experience. So I set my sights on that beautiful female Major General, Tina. As soon as I appeared, she sensed it and put on a very surprised expression. "Wow, little friend, you actually know me." Tina is so happy. I roll my eyes. "Are you happy? Do you want to capture me just because you're happy? What kind of logic is that?" As expected, she spoke with a smile, and countless iron bars extended from her arms, trying to lock me up. I easily escaped with a spatial transfer and even gave her some advice. "Beauty, the gaps in your cage are too big. You need to cover them with hockey for it to be effective." Tina got angry right away. "I don't need you to teach me. Black gun formation." Countless javelins came flying at me, but I used room to redirect all of them back. Fortunately, her strength was quite good. With her hockey-covered high heels, she kicked all those javelins away. "Wow, Beauty, you're pretty strong. How about you take another move from me?" Rift Shadow, broken blade kill. I swung my knife, and her iron bars were as flimsy as paper, instantly sliced through. The blade's energy didn't stop, continuing to strike at her directly. She was tough, fully armored with hockey, and took my attack head-on with her body. After that strike, wow, it left her dazed, sliding several meters away, her hands numb from the impact. I guess she had never encountered such a fierce kid in her life, and there she was, questioning her existence. I had long stopped playing with her. After testing her out, a Major General level, firmly suppressed. All right, no need to linger. I took my parents, hopped on my big ship, and made my escape. I tell you, as soon as I left, the place with Doflamingo exploded. He went back to hold a meeting and said he had reconciled with me and would even sell everything he had to help me collect some Sea King blood and devil fruits. His bizarre subordinates panicked on the spot, saying, "Young master, are you going bankrupt?" But who is Doflamingo? He knows very well. He couldn't explain it to those people, but he knew that what I gave him was not some conqueror's hockey training method. It was a dimensional strike. It was a completely new power system. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, probably complaining in his mind about what kind of incompetent teammates I had. 10 years of hard work couldn't compare to a kid messing around on his own. Family, who understands this kind of frustration of not being able to lead a team? He still had to patiently coax that candy-loving little brat Sugar, saying, "Don't worry, there's plenty of candy. You can sell any pirate you catch, and it'll be enough for you to eat." As for him, I'm out here on the ship, and 2 days later, I arrived at a legendary place, Raftel, the final destination of One Piece. But when I stepped onto the island, I was dumbfounded. This was not a treasure site. It was practically a demolition site. And it would be polite to say that people had dug 3 feet into the ground. But then I thought, something's not right. How could Roger, a non-ability user, become the Pirate King? Just because of his godly dodge? The thing looked like a magical slash that could curve. Could Hockey do that? And his ability to listen to the voices of all things. Damn, that's just my spiritual scanning. I immediately concluded that this old brother definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. He must also be a cultivator. As soon as I opened my spiritual awareness, I scanned the entire island over and over again, not even sparing the depths of hundreds of meters underground, but found nothing. I was sitting by the sea, questioning my life, wondering if that old man Roger had pulled off the biggest live streaming sales scam in the world. Not willing to give up, I extended my spiritual awareness into the sea, and in a hidden corner at a depth of 800 meters, I detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. I found it. I teleported in, and to my surprise, it was a small cave. It was glittering with golden light, and roughly estimated there were about 3 billion berries. But money was a minor issue. I immediately spotted a book, Brise for Cuisine Technique. Wow, I guessed it right. Roger is indeed a cultivator. But this technique, TSK, it's so trashy It's like the Pinduoduo version of the cultivation world. And there's a fatal flaw in it that guarantees self-detonation of the nascent soul if practiced to the later stages, ruining all cultivation. I instantly understood why Roger had an incurable disease. He must have gone crazy practicing and ruined himself. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he have been captured so easily? No way. I casually modified the erroneous meridian routes. And with this change, hey, it could barely be considered a medium-grade mysterious technique. At least it could be cultivated to the tribulation stage, allowing one to live for several thousand years without a problem. Perfect. Next time, I can trade this improved version with Minggu. Perfect. I flipped through the notes again and found that Roger had saved a mysterious reincarnator when he was young. And it was that person who passed on the techniques to him. It seems that either that guy was holding back, or what he got was just a defective product. I gathered all the valuable items, gold and jewels, and then made a call to bring my parents and Rami over to let them see for themselves. I'll tell you, when they came in, the expressions on their faces were priceless. Rami's mouth was wide open, and he was almost drooling on the floor. My parents were also wide-eyed. My mom exclaimed, "Oh my God, so much money. When will we ever spend it all?" I jokingly suggested, "How about we buy a celestial dragon to play with?" This scared my parents quite a bit. It seems their ingrained mindset won't change overnight. My dad, however, was not polite at all. He directly dragged a lounge chair out from the clutter and sat down, saying the chair was nice. I told him that it was Roger's throne. Our family has been cultivating here for 3 days. This place is quiet. My parents and my sister have been improving their cultivation like rockets, rapidly rising in power. But the good times didn't last long. I sensed a pirate ship approaching, followed by the Navy. I took a closer look and saw that the captain was Capone Beach, the one with the castle fruit. I really craved that ability, a living storage ring. Behind him was a Navy colonel named Shalinkel, who has the wheel fruit. I was thinking that I needed to figure out the principle behind Becky's storage ability. So I had a sudden idea and unleashed my ultimate move, expanding my room to the maximum. In a flash, I teleported him and the ship from 2,000 meters away to the shore. Becky was stunned, and the helmsman looked like his eyes were about to pop out. I appeared in front of him with a grin, and surprisingly, the first thing he did was abandon the ship and run away. I was speechless. "Hey, I just saved you. Can't you at least say thank you?" Only then did he notice me and ask if it was my doing. I said yes. "Why is a supernova like you running away from Colonel?" He said his crew was all sick, and he was the only one who could fight. But he couldn't hold on. When I heard this, I was amused. What a coincidence. I'm a doctor. He looked at me with an expression that said, "You little brat, don't joke with me." Not wanting to waste time arguing with him, I instantly transported all of them, along with the ship, to a place 1,000 meters underground. It was pitch black underground, so Becky turned on a light and showed me a sickly crew member. I immediately performed a room scan, and hey, holding the Devil May Cry sword made the ability even stronger. I told him that his crew member was fine, just suffering from typical malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. In simple terms, it was because he wasn't eating vegetables and was starving. Becky didn't believe me at first, saying they ate big fish and meat every day and were raised like pigs. I had to insist, "You need to eat more vegetables." He suddenly realized that they hadn't gone ashore to replenish their vegetables for over half a year. I borrowed some vegetables from the Navy ship using my ability, and the hungry crew members immediately started eating them raw, completely dashing Becky's hopes of having them cook. The scene was unbelievable. After 2 days of eating, their spirits noticeably improved. Taking the opportunity, I chatted with Becky about his fruit ability. He mentioned that he was just experimenting and fantasizing every day, and by trying things out, he managed to develop the storage function. This really opened my eyes. I realized that devil fruits could be used like this. Once the Navy left, and I sent Becky off, I immediately started experimenting on myself, using the powers of the surgical fruit. I created a miniature spatial seed on my pinky finger, and then I poured my magical energy into it, forcefully expanding it into an internal space with a diameter of 300 meters. Although it's not very big, it's enough for my needs. This left me drenched in sweat. My sister Rami ran over and asked me what I was doing. I proudly told her, "Brother, I'm developing a new skill, so I can store things like Becky in the future." Her eyes lit up when she heard this. "Then I want you to store a lot of snacks for me. I immediately agreed and said, I'll store you a snack factory. To showcase my new masterpiece, I walked over to the pile of gold, ready to store it away. But then, it got awkward. I forgot that my storage space is in my finger. So I had to open the outside room first and cover the items to transfer them inside. Amidst my family's puzzled gazes, I quickly remedied the situation, opened the room, and in a flash, all the gold and jewelry was stored in my finger space. The cabin instantly became spacious. Once everything was sorted out, our ship arrived at the next stop, Nut Island. I thought it was essential to restock supplies on the island and also meet that managing swordswoman, Charlotte Armand. On the ship, I studied Becky's blood sample again, and combined with my own spatial attributes, my understanding of the ability deepened even further. I discovered that the fruit ability combined with my magic power is like a perpetual motion machine with unlimited stamina capable of exhausting my opponents. Our family of 4 went ashore, and Lamela took my mom shopping. My dad, being a big man, had no interest in shopping, so I took him to the weapons store. My dad used to be a doctor, and whenever he saw knives and swords, he always thought of them as weapons, which made him a bit conflicted. I told him, Dad, just choose one. It'd be nice to take it home for display. Once you get familiar with them, you'll come to love them. My dad is still there hesitating, so I waved my hand and said, Boss, I'll take all 3. Just kidding. Rich people never hesitate. Choice paralysis? Not a thing. When we finally found my mom and Rami, wow, those 2 were like unstoppable, sweeping through 5 streets. I saw all those big and small bags and quickly stored them in my storage space, or I would really be exhausted. After settling them in a hostel, I told my family I was going out to take care of something, and then I turned around and slipped away. My goal, Peanut Town, Charlotte Armand. I told you. I just transferred a few spaces and whoosh, I landed on her rooftop. The moment I saw her, I couldn't hold back and said, Sister, have you turned into a giraffe? And what about your lips? Did you get lip fillers and they haven't healed yet? Did you practice wall pushing every day? Who understands this, right? This girl just exploded on the spot. Without saying a word, she pulled out a knife and attacked. Seeking death. She was shouting, but her movements were so slow, like some slow waltz. The knife was drawn in slow motion, like in a movie. But then, whoosh, a wave of sword energy flew over. What is this? Are we playing the contrast cuteness game here? As soon as I saw it, I thought, wow, this swordsmanship really has something to it. Just right. I can practice on you. I quickly used a reverse motion to unleash a room space compression sphere, and with a poof, it canceled out her slash. But I knew very well that my compression sphere didn't have enough power. Its defensive capability was lacking. She noticed I was an ability user and didn't dare to underestimate me, launching another slow-paced narrative move. It was that elegant yet deadly slow-motion sword draw. But the sword energy was incredibly fast. I fired off 3 compression spheres in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. She sidestepped and spun around, managing to dodge in a rather awkward manner. I couldn't help but taunt, Hey, your dancing is really ugly. Your body coordination is off. How about I give you a surgery to cut a bit off? This completely ignited the powder keg. Armand went crazy, charging at me with his knife, wildly slashing. Each move aimed at vital points. As I dodged, I thought to myself, thank goodness I don't have any vital points, otherwise I would definitely be done for today. After dodging 8 strikes, on the 9th one, I heard a slash as a corner of my shirt got torn. I immediately exclaimed, wow, you hit my clothes. You're so amazing. Armand's nose was almost crooked from anger, probably wondering where this little brat came from. She gritted her teeth and said, Little brat, if you want to die, I'll make it happen. Just what I wanted. I was just afraid she wouldn't give it her all. We fought clanging for a full 6 hours, and the situation had completely turned around. My speed had already surpassed hers, and the compressed air bubbles were as fast as a machine gun, almost hitting her face several times. She also realized that I was treating her like a sparring partner. This girl was single too, and seeing that she couldn't win, she simply stopped fighting and started running around the venue like an eel, evading instead of attacking. Fine, this is boring. I'm not playing with you anymore. I turned to leave, but her minions wanted to block me. I turned back to look at her. What's up? Don't you want these employees anymore? Need me to help you with year-end layoffs? Armand was so frustrated, her dignity as a swordsman probably shattered all over the floor. She stared at me for a few seconds and finally waved her hand helplessly, and her minions cleared a path for me. With a spatial shift, I disappeared. Only then did she realize that I hadn't used my full strength from the beginning. When I returned to the inn, as soon as I walked in, I saw my dad arguing with the landlady. When I heard it, I laughed. It turned out the water heater was broken and there was no hot water. My dad, being an educated man, was arguing with the landlady, and his verbal skills were clearly lagging behind, getting pushed back step by step. I walked straight up to the male boss, took out a wad of cash, and waved it in front of him. Brother, if you want to make big money, you first need to learn to be humble. Got it? The boss turned pale, but looking at the money, his anger subsided. He snatched it away and immediately started to nod and bow, calling someone to come fix it, acting very submissively. Sure enough, money can make the devil push the millstone, and it can also make people act humble. After taking care of this little matter, I went back to my room to cultivate. As soon as I started cultivating, the spiritual energy condensed in a mist above the small town. After taking a breath, my waist didn't ache, my legs didn't hurt, and I had the energy to go upstairs. How loud was this commotion? It directly alarmed the naval headquarters. That old man from the Warring States era roared on the phone, saying, "What are you guys doing? You can't even catch a kid." As a result, when Karp and his team heard they were coming to catch me, they shook their heads like a rattle drum, saying they wouldn't go, that I was too slippery and they couldn't catch me. It would be a wasted trip. By the time they finally sent a poor general to lead the team, I had already finished my cultivation and snuck away with my parents. Our family stocked up on a bunch of supplies and went straight back to the ship, heading for Zhou. Since I was idle on the ship, I started researching new skills. I practiced with gold bars, stuffing them into a compressed air bubble, then flicking them out like marbles. As a result, Rami saw it and immediately gave me a big lecture, rushing over and shouting, "Bro, you're throwing away our money." I'm going to tell Mom. I could only fool her. Bro, this is using golden navigation, ensuring we won't go off track. Guess what? She actually believed it. 10 days later, we finally saw the legendary giant elephant. Let me tell you, its legs look like Optimus Prime. My parents' jaws nearly dropped to the ground. This thing is just too big. How to get up? Simple. I directly used my ability to implant a spiraling staircase on the elephant's leg. At first, Rami was quite excited, but after a while, she got bored and started to act spoiled. What could I do? I could only indulge her. I used my ability to turn the staircase into various cartoon patterns. Peppa Pig, Ultraman, I arranged everything for her. Only then did she bounce her way up. It took us a full 16 hours to climb onto the elephant's back. As soon as we got up, we encountered a talking polar bear named Babwa. He looked bewildered and asked us, "What are you? Why do you look different from us?" I thought to myself, "Big brother, we are human, you are a bear. How can we look the same?" Just as we were chatting, a rabbit spirit, no, a bunny girl named Gallet, spotted us and immediately turned to run off to report. Could I let her escape? With a quick movement, I pulled her right in front of me, and she bumped into my arms. She thought we were Kaido's people. Here, to conscript. I was really taken aback. After a long explanation, she finally believed me. Then she told me a shocking news. Drought Jack has already brought people up here. As soon as I heard that name, my heart skipped a beat. Goodness. One of the 3 disasters. This is a tough opponent. I can only outsmart him, not confront him head-on. Speak of the devil. Jack and his crew hadn't even reached me yet when I suddenly broke through my bottleneck with a snap and directly advanced to the second layer of the condensation stage. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I quickly shoved my parents and Rami down to hide them securely. That giant Jack walked over like a towering iron tower, shaking the ground with each step. He approached with an expression that said he was giving me a chance. "Kid, I see you have some decent strength. Join us." I rolled my eyes and said, "Not interested." Next, one of his lackeys, unwilling to back down, charged at me. I swiftly unleashed 3 air bubbles, whoosh, 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 sending him flying over 100 meters away, letting him experience what it feels like to fly. Then, the Spider-Woman named Black Maria charged at me as well. After exchanging a few moves, I unleashed a blade of energy that shattered her spiderweb. At this point, Jack himself stepped in. He walked over, and the pressure he exuded was immense. "So, you want to do it yourself?" I asked him. "That's right, kid, come on." He reached out with one massive hand towards me. I quickly called out to him, "Wait, hold on a second." He thought I had come to my senses. But I said, "I'm just asking, how much is your bounty now?" He proudly made an 8 with his fingers. 800 million. I felt reassured. I wasn't at my peak yet, but I could fight. I smiled at him and said, "All right, Ivory Monster, we can start now. You're looking for death." He was completely enraged by me and threw a punch. That guy was like a small mountain. I couldn't even block 5 air bubbles, and with a loud bang, I was like a kite with a broken string, flying over 300 meters away. I got up from the ground, feeling like my bones were about to fall apart, with a face full of disbelief. Damn, are you sure this isn't peak combat power? This strength is just too outrageous. Jack's subordinates were already shouting, "Hurry up. Take advantage of his weakness to finish him off." As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. Taking my life while I'm sick? Who understands my family? Do these few rotten fish and shrimp even qualify? I directly threw down a harsh remark to him from a distance. "Ivory Monster, just you wait for me." 3 days later, on the west side of the island, whoever doesn't T show up is a grandson. After saying that, I swiftly used Earth Escape and disappeared without leaving a trace. To be honest, the strength of that mammoth is really impressive. No wonder it's the top fighter under Kaido. That punch really hit me hard, and my chest still aches faintly. I found a spot close to the ground to make some small moves. First bringing some fresh air to my parents, then focusing on recovering my health. After a day and a half, I finally filled up my health bar. Once I was fully revived, I casually strolled to the duel location and found that Jack and his gang were still on the island running around like headless chickens, looking for some samurai. I couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. Anyway, when the time comes, he'll come over by himself. I tell you, a gentleman takes revenge. 3 days is not too late, but for me, I have to add some heavy firepower to my revenge. I decided to go all out. I started stacking buffs like crazy in this border zone, opening room after room as if it were free, and I opened more than 20 in one go. The largest domain expanded, directly covering over 2,000 meters. I also hid more than 20 compressed air bubbles as bombs around, just waiting for this muscle-bound mammoth to step in, so he knows what home field advantage means and what technology and ruthlessness are. When the agreed time arrived, that guy Jack really showed up right on time. Wow, this time he brought quite the entourage, holding a few fur tribe members as hostages, completely lacking the demeanor of a master. As soon as he stepped into my territory, he immediately felt something was off, but probably due to the confidence from punching me away last time, he didn't take it seriously at all and started yelling, "Little brat, come out." My voice echoed from all directions. "Stop yelling, Jack. You're too scared to come over, right? Afraid of danger? Fine, let me help you." As soon as I finished speaking, I executed a spatial swap and pulled him right in front of me. When he saw me appear, he actually felt relieved, thinking he could handle me now. He came up and threatened me. "Little brat, I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming with me to meet Kaido?" I just laughed. "Head, don't ask. I'm someone who responds better to kindness than to threats." He grinned. "Oh, really? But I prefer to use force." "Then let us see what you can do," I said. And with that, I activated my ultimate trap, Room Super Air Bubble. A massive barrier instantly enveloped him. He was stunned to find himself trapped in a blind box, one that was getting tighter and tighter. Feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis, he wanted to struggle, wanted to attack, but it was already too late. He panicked and charged at me like a madman, but when he was less than 3 meters away, I performed a grand spatial displacement and threw him out along with the bubble. Only then did he realize he was soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, heading straight for the endless sea. His face turned green, and he roared in the bubble, "You little brat, are you seeking death?" I stood at the edge of the cliff, dug in my ears, and disdainfully replied, "Stop yelling. Don't you know what happens to a devil fruit user who falls into the sea? Think about how to survive first, buddy." My friends, can you imagine? When his little subordinates arrived, they happened to see their illustrious Jack Lord floating towards the sea like a balloon. The scene was simply too beautiful. They were all dumbfounded. That guy named Black Maria immediately transformed into a giant spider and jumped off the elephant's back to rescue him. With the 2 main forces gone, I easily dealt with the remaining scrubs, either sending them flying into the forest to feed wild beasts or kicking them off the elephant's back to feed the sea creatures, cleaning them up thoroughly. Only a few captured furry tribesmen were left, and one of the lion brothers, named Sicilian, was quite polite, insisting on inviting me to their furry kingdom. I said it was fine, just a casual thing, and even gave them some free advice to guard the 4 legs of the divine elephant, so no one could touch them again. After sending them off, I finally brought my parents out and could finally stroll around the island leisurely. On the other side, Black Maria spent a full 2 hours in the sea before finding their boss, who was floating in the water like a dead pig. Goodness, a big shot almost met his end. When Jack was pulled onto the ship, he coughed up water for quite some time, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to grit his teeth and threaten to skin me alive. But what happened? He shouted fiercely, but his body was honest. He fled the ship, saying he would bring someone who could fly next time. 7 days later, these guys actually came back again, bringing 5 fleets and surrounding the entire divine elephant tightly. Unfortunately, your humble servant, was no longer playing with them. I was strolling on the island when a news bird suddenly dropped a letter on my face. I took a look at the signature, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hey, this flamingo has some good information. The letter said he had gathered a bunch of devil fruits for me and wanted me to trade in Mary Geos. I thought for a moment, Mary Geos? ISNT, that the lair of the celestial dragons? But then I thought, crossing the red line from there would actually be closer to the Sky Island. All right, fortune favors the bold. Let us do it. Without hesitation, I took my family and prepared to dive from the elephant's trunk. However, just as we arrived, I sensed Jack's presence. This guy was really desperate, trying to set up an ambush. Unfortunately for him, he was fast, but I was faster. My worm-shaped ship dove into the deep sea, and by the time he reacted and chased to the elephant's trunk, I was already popping open champagne at several hundred meters deep. That made him so mad he stomped his feet on the deck, nearly breaking through it. Hilarious. The following days were filled with monotonous travel, and after about a month, we finally reached the red line. I found the biggest restaurant and prepared to feast. Just as I sat down, someone handed me a note. Doflamingo's people were truly efficient. They had arranged for someone to wait for me in every nearby town. This financial power is impressive. The trading location was in a place called Gold City, which obviously belonged to the Celestial Dragons. Following his people to the trading spot, halfway there, I scanned with my mind, and, good heavens, I saw a celestial dragon with a pig head forcibly stuffing a devil fruit into the mouth of a little girl. I focused and realized, holy crap, that iconic long black hair. Was that the future Empress Boa Hancock? And there were her 2 sisters, too. Friends, how could I tolerate this? She was my goddess in my previous life. If she got branded with that celestial dragon's slave mark, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I told my parents to start eating first while I went to the bathroom, and the next second, I appeared right in front of that dragon man. Without saying a word, I kicked his bubble helmet away, then followed up with a flying kick that knocked out several of his big yellow teeth. His guards were so shocked that they froze for a moment. But when they reacted and charged at me, I unleashed a room slaughterhouse infinite cutting, making their health bars disappear on the spot, leaving a mosaic all over the ground. I smiled slightly at the stunned Hancock and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you away." Tears streamed down her face as she asked if I could bring her sister along. I replied, "Of course, it's buy one, get 2. Let's take them all." With the 3 Hancock sisters, we found my parents, who were all surprised. Then, we went to see Brother Ming and discovered that he was even more flamboyant. He actually used the line fruit to control a celestial dragon as his puppet, helping him loot treasures. What a talent. The transaction went smoothly. With over 300 devil fruits and blood samples from 8 executives of the Beast Pirates. With a wave of my hand, I stored everything in my storage space, making Brother Ming's eyes twitch. I tossed the cultivation technique to him. This guy is also tough. As soon as he got it, he started practicing right on the spot. I tell you, the scene was simply outrageous. The energy within him burst forth like a floodgate opening, booming as it broke through. In just a few hours, he went from an ordinary person to the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage. This talent is simply that of a chosen one. It left me dumbfounded. After the transaction, I quickly took my people and ran away, heading towards Fishman Island. On the way, Hancock, that little girl, clung to me, insisting that I teach her cultivation. I teased her, saying I would only teach her if she called me Big Brother. To my surprise, she actually did. I checked on her. Luckily, she hadn't been branded yet, so I was completely at ease. Just as I was about to set sail, I found that the Navy had blocked the way ahead. It turned out the incident with the celestial dragon I had beaten up had blown up, and the bounty skyrocketed to 500 million berries. But that was no problem. Submarine activate. We easily bypassed them. Once at sea, I officially began teaching Hancock cultivation. Goodness. Another prodigy. With her conqueror's hockey talent, she reached the 8th layer of the bone strengthening stage in just 3 days. I also explained the abilities of her sweet fruit to her, telling her not to be rigid and to develop it herself, which got the little girl all excited. As a result, I was so busy teaching my new disciple that I neglected my biological sister, Lami. This little jealous pot was so angry she stomped her feet and ran to tell my mom, saying that her brother had been seduced by a vixen outside. It was hilarious. My parents comforted and encouraged her until she calmed down. A few days later, as the ship was sailing, I scanned ahead with my spiritual sense and discovered a huge island ahead, completely filled with the Navy. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this was the future main battlefield of the Marineford War, Marineford. It was still called the Navy G-1 branch back then. When I looked again, I was shocked to find that the person in charge here was actually the future Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki. I was pumped at that moment. I've already dealt with someone like Jack, so why would I be afraid of a magma person like you? Just right. Let me see how much your absolute justice is worth. I settled my parents at an inn in town, and then I quickly made my way towards Akainu's office. I'm telling you, as soon as I walked in, I saw that old guy kind of buried in paperwork, focused like he was preparing for a graduate exam. I directly spoke up. Hey, Admiral Akainu, are you busy? Guess what he said? Without even lifting his head, he just said, get out, knock before you come in. Goodness, what authority. I got so angry at that moment that I kicked his desk away. The desk spun in the air with a perfect 360-degree Thomas spin. And only then did he get scared and jump up to catch it. Who's the audacious one? Just as he was about to curse, he looked up and saw me, paused for a moment, and then suddenly realized, oh, I remember now, the little brat that the celestial dragons just put a bounty on. What, coming to surrender? I couldn't be bothered with him, so I turned around and left, casually kicking the big door of his office to pieces. I beckoned him with my finger. Come out, let's have a spar. TCH, still want to spar? His face turned dark with anger, and he smashed the table he had just caught with a slap before chasing after me. You little brat, you're too arrogant. I just steadied myself in the open space outside when that guy charged at me like an angry bull, launching a move called Demon Dog. For those who understand, it's the big move that knocks off half of Whitebeard's face with a single punch, the one that opens Ace's chest. This thing is no joke. If you take a hit, the continuous burning damage from the magma is something even gods can't withstand. With my small stature, going hand-to-hand with him, that's like an egg hitting a rock. I quickly dodged and got behind him, lifting my leg to kick him. He was already charging forward, and with my kick, he stumbled and nearly ended up flat on the ground. You little rascal. If you want to fight, fight openly and honestly. What kind of skill is dodging and weaving? He shouted angrily. I innocently shrugged my shoulders and said, well, can we not play melee? Can we discuss it? He exploded at that moment, probably thinking, am I spoiling you? Without saying a word, he unleashed a massive fire attack. That lava fist was bigger than me. I won't hold back either. I directly created a huge air bubble that engulfed his entire fist and then shouted, Room commands spatial turbulence. In this domain of mine, I am the god. The fierce lava fist was instantly thrown into disarray by the chaotic space, leaving only high temperatures swirling inside. Then I waved my hand and transferred all the lava to Java. Dog Grandpa, your move has some power, I shouted at him. But our combat strength is about equal now. If I just defend with this move, you won't even touch a hair on me today. Always hiding. Trash. Akainu also realized that my combat experience is not much, but I was as slippery as an eel. Come again. Try my move. He suddenly shouted loudly, Meteor Volcano. Damn. The sky is filled with magma fists raining down like crazy, completely covering the entire base. Are you in a hurry? Have you been eating too much magma hot pot lately and getting fired up? As I complained, I watched him actually give up his abilities and charge at me directly with physical skills. Hey, now I'm not sleepy at all. If it's a physical contest, who is afraid of whom? Navy 6 style, shave. His speed is fast, but I'm not slow either. Sleeve punch. I unleashed a flurry of punches to meet him. Akainu probably laughed to himself, thinking what kind of low-tier move is this, with a name that sounds impressive. But once he took the hit, his expression changed. The force of my punch is no joke. You use a moon step to dodge, and I follow up with a spinning kick. He comes at me with a storm kick, and I directly counter with my leg. With a loud bang, both of us are knocked back several steps, and surprisingly, it's a tie. Kid, where did you get such strong power? He was shocked. If you're weak, just say so. You don't have a right to stop others from being stronger than you. You're asking for trouble. I nodded seriously. I've been looking for it all along, but unfortunately, I'm too strong to die. It's really lonely. Oof. You don't even dare to take my fruit ability head on. What are you being so arrogant for? Little dog, don't be anxious. I'm a cultivator. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. If you want to fight, hurry up. I'm in a rush. Let me tell you, Akainu's expression at that time was really infuriating. After that, he just randomly flailed his physical skills and fruit abilities around, causing chaos. We fought hard from day to night, for a full 6 hours. In the end, he stopped, probably fearing he'd have a heart attack if we continued. Kid, you have some decent strength. I'll ask the higher-ups to make you a warlord of the sea. I roll my eyes directly. Not interested. Those few useless things that aren't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the 4 emperors in the New World. Do you think I'm stupid? After saying that, I didn't waste any more words with him, and with a flash, I disappeared from the spot. Only Akainu was left there, raging and smashing the ground furiously with his magma arm. I returned to the inn and was just about to take a break when Hancock came knocking again. Miss, you keep running to my room. Do you have some thoughts about me? I teased her. To my surprise, she nodded seriously. I want you to teach me how to use my fruit abilities. Hey, I thought you wanted to get something from me. I joked, but she became even more serious, saying, well, when I grow up, I'll come find you. Wow, this little girl is way too easy to fool. But I really am moved. I quickly regain my composure and clear my throat. Ahem, actually your sweet fruit is very easy to develop. Just look in the mirror more and believe that you are the world's #1 beauty, and this ability will come naturally. Just as I was saying this, I suddenly imagined a scene. What if Whitebeard ate the sweet fruit and faced the other Yonko? I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hancock looked at me with a suspicious expression as I laughed mischievously. I quickly explained that I was thinking about the consequences of a man eating this fruit, and then offered her a few tips, telling her that the fruit could also be awakened. The girl listened very seriously and actually stayed in my room to start her training. Who understand my family? This old guy can't afford to play around. Just as Hancock and I entered the training state, a powerful aura directly attracted Akainu. He sensed the general direction, immediately gathered his troops, and surrounded the small town we were in, with cannons pointed everywhere. The situation was comparable to a small-scale demon-slaying order. I swept my consciousness, and everyone was stunned. That guy Akainu has really gone mad. If he can't beat me, he wants to flip the table? But am I afraid of you? The moment he ordered to open fire, I activated my ability and instantly transported my parents and Hancock, along with everyone else down to 1,000 meters underground, primarily to let him blow up in vain. When we came out again, we were already at Sabadi Archipelago. The scenery here is indeed dreamy, with bubbles everywhere. I took Lamy and Hancock to the amusement park and had a blast for the whole day, completely forgetting the earlier tense atmosphere. However, trouble found us again that night, as soon as we returned to the hotel. I swept my consciousness and thought, oh, ISNT that X-Drake, from the Beast Pirates. He actually managed to track me all the way here using the blood I had previously taken from him. I opened the door and looked at him. What is the matter? He sized me up, probably recognizing that I was the wanted criminal who had thrown Jack into the sea. I was here on Mr. Kaido's orders to find out where our blood was. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and directly pointed it out to him. As far as I know, you're just an undercover agent for Kaido, right? So obedient? Drake's pupils shook at that moment, probably wondering which part he had exposed. How did you know? I can see the future. I started to nonsense seriously. Let me take a look. You awaken your devil fruit in the future, defeat Kaido, and become the new emperor of the sea. Later, you switch jobs and become the admiral of the navy. After hearing this, he was so angry he laughed. Shut up, kid. I was just checking the situation. But since you know my identity, you can't be left alive. Saying that, he immediately unleashed his ultimate move, X-Hunting Ground. A powerful slash came slicing through the air. I easily dodged, and with a reverse motion, I used room space compression to directly trap him in an air bubble and send him flying out. Here you go. I rushed over and launched an attack on him inside the bubble. Using Room Slaughterhouse, countless invisible blades flew around him, and he could only brace himself with full body hockey. But when I saw that my ability couldn't cut through him, I got angry. Shadow Split, breaking blade kill. I combined my sword technique with my devil fruit ability, and a massive blade shadow instantly swept across. Sizzle. With a sound, I sliced Drake in half at the waist. Thanks to my devil fruit ability, he didn't bleed and was still alive, but I could clearly see the half-digested contents in his intestines. I covered my nose and took 2 steps back. Bro, could you please clear out the stuff in your intestines when you have the time? It's too disgusting. Drake was so shocked that he looked dumbfounded, probably questioning his life choices. I couldn't be bothered with him. Just left his upper and lower halves there and turned around to go back inside and continue my training. The spirit chi in the Shambody archipelago is really abundant. The next day, Hancock broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. As a result, our noisy training attracted a celestial dragon. That guy thought there was some treasure here and rushed over with a group of bodyguards. I was too lazy to even open the door, so I just activated the room in the hallway. As soon as his guards rushed in, they instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. The Dragon Man, noticing that his subordinates hadn't moved for a long time, cursed and came up himself. He kicked aside a few chunks of meat and stepped forward on the ground covered in meat sauce. Then, as he walked, he realized his foot had fallen off, followed by his arm, and then his body. In the end, he completely disintegrated into a pile of parts, just like the minced meat beneath his feet. The funniest part was that after a while, the innkeeper's wife walked by, cursing someone for their lack of manners and throwing around pork, and called a waiter over. It took him over 30 trips back and forth to clean it all up. I have successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of the condensation Dan realm. Feeling about right, I decided to take everyone out for a stroll, but we encountered a celestial dragon flaunting himself in a slave palanquin, who pointed at us and shouted, "You lowly commoners, why aren't you kneeling? Someone break their legs. I'm really fed up with these social parasites." With a thought, the surgical space opened again, and that street instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. The celestial dragon, who was just showing off moments ago, and his guards became a pile of unwanted rotten meat in the next second. This place is no longer livable. We went straight out to sea, with our next target being the Devil's Triangle. On the ship, Hancock clung to me every day. Since I had nothing to do, I casually taught her how to develop her devil fruit abilities. Kiss of the gun, fragrant feet, captivating arrow. The little girl learned quickly, but she just couldn't use the last move, sweet, sweet wind. No matter what, after all, she's still just a little girl and lacks that mature charm. I was joking with her when suddenly I felt our ship being grabbed by something huge. A quick scan with my mind revealed a gigantic mouth. No, it was the terrifying 3-masted ship of Moonlight Moria. This guy's zombie army is too disgusting. I definitely don't want my parents to see it. I instructed them to dive the ship and teleport it alone onto Moria's ship. That guy was drooling over a huge zombie, and as soon as he saw me, he immediately let out his signature eerie laugh. "Little brat, your shadow is nice. It's mine now. Experience points? Huh. Dream on." I couldn't be bothered to waste words and went straight for a room scalpel attack. However, Moria was slippery. He used his own shadow as a substitute and took my attack instead. Missing my strike, I pulled out Devil May Cry and slashed again. He used the same trick again, activating Shadow Warrior, and his body and shadow instantaneously swapped places, completely unharmed. I think I understand now. This guy is just a complete deadbeat. When you hit his main body, he blocks it with his shadow, like he's got invincibility turn on. As a result, this old guy got even more excited, flashed a grin at me, and said, "Hey kid, why aren't you moving? It's my turn now. I tell you." His shadow suddenly transformed into a long spear, directly thrusting towards my face. This move is called the Shadow Spear, and it's said to pierce even giants. How could I dare to take it head-on with my flesh? I quickly countered with a room air bomb to push it back. With a loud bang, it did explode, but it didn't completely destroy it. The tip of the spear was still half intact and flying towards me. I had no choice but to throw another punch to finish it off. Goodness, the old man was laughing even harder, saying, "Hee kid, you've got some real strength, but I'd rather give you a stronger body." I was speechless at the time. Family, who understands? I'm cultivating a chaotic level technique. capable of annihilating an entire universe with just a wave of my hand at my peak. What can you, the 7 warlords, find for me in terms of good body? With your limited knowledge, you probably think a giant zombie is top tier. While I was lost in thought, he actually made his move. He directly tore at the shadow on the ground, pulling out a giant pair of scissors to cut it. What the hell? You think this is a game? Chaos Golden Body technique. I instantly unleashed all my power, and a blinding golden light erupted from my body. As soon as that light appeared, the shadow in his hand was instantly gone, purified by my righteous light. That guy was left dumbfounded, huh? Why is your domineering aura golden? And it can emit light? I can't be bothered with him. When dealing with this old trickster, I can't let my guard down for even a second. Room slaughterhouse. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped by my domain. And now it's my turn to take control. But he didn't back down at all. He summoned a shadow mage and sent a shadow clone charging at me. This shadow can't be hit or cut. Fighting it feels like playing with a ghost, and physical attacks are basically ineffective. However, I'm quick-witted. I pretended to strike with my sword again, and sure enough, he followed his old routine, instantly swapping places with the shadow. I couldn't help but laugh. Is that all you can do? Transplant. In my room, I'm the god. Just a second before his shadow swapped back, I activated my ability and in a flash, swapped the back again. His real body didn't even react in time, and my blade struck him solidly. Ah, it hurts like hell. I rubbed my ears. His wailing sounded just like a happy laugh, making my ears almost feel pregnant. Looking at him rolling on the ground, there was no trace of a strong person's demeanor left. I squatted down and teased him. Xiao Yiya, is it your first time feeling this much pain? You're screaming so loudly. When he saw the deep gash I had made on him, a third of his body, his face turned pale. Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his ultimate move. All the shadows he controlled gathered together. I watched as he sucked all the shadows into his body, and his aura exploded instantly. I felt like a single punch from him could sink this island. Does anyone understand? What kind of fight is this? He's like someone using a health cheat now. That wound I just inflicted probably vanished in an instant. I immediately used a rune and slipped away, focusing on a strategic retreat. It wasn't until I had run far that I remembered I had a skill called Heart Pulse Shock that could counter his kind of bizarre technique. It's like a high-voltage shock. Forget it, that guy is just a madman. When pushed to the limit, a corner dog will jump over the wall. There's no need to fight him to the death. I was piloting my worm-shaped ship, wandering around the Bermuda Triangle again. Nothing special, just a bit of magnetic disturbance. Not friendly to ordinary sailors, but for me, a sweep of my consciousness made the direction clear. After exploring, I headed straight for the city of 7 waters, ready to go ashore and rest a bit. Mainly because that little fairy Hancock has been getting better at acting cute lately, and I can barely handle it. It's better to go ashore early and let her go shopping. Just as I was sailing, guess what I saw? 4 big legs thrashing around underwater, like they were doing a diving competition. I scanned with my consciousness, and wow. ISNT that the big frog called Haiku? It was recklessly crashing into the sea train like a rookie, covered in injuries. I directly flashed out, stood on its forehead, and used my technique to heal its wounds. It initially wanted to whip me with its tongue, but as soon as it felt its wounds healing rapidly, it became quite comfortable and immediately settled down, staring at me with its big eyes. What are you looking at, you fool? I'm an immortal. Do you understand? After I said that, seeing it had no reaction, I realized it could fly and escape on its own. Once its wounds were healed, I took out a small test tube and said, all right, the wounds are healed. Now I'll draw some of your blood as medical fees. Just as I squatted down, its tongue whipped towards me again. I dodged to the side, and I was furious, thinking, are you asking for it? You're not happy with just a little? It even spat at me. Fine, since you're not cooperating. I want to be polite. I directly used my ability to extract a large amount of blood from its body. Not giving it, then I'll take more. The brute saw that something was missing inside and became frantic, charging towards me. I didn't even want to play with it, so I went straight back to the ship and set sail to the shore. Upon arriving at the city of 7 waters, I took Hancock directly to Dock No. 1 and found the mayor named Iceberg directly stating my need to build a metal submarine that could travel to the sky and the sea. He looked at me and Hancock, 2 kids, with suspicion in his eyes. I didn't want to waste time. So I slammed down 500 million berries from my storage space onto the ground and asked, "Is this enough for a deposit? If not, I can add more." His eyes widened, and he immediately agreed, saying, "That's enough. Come back in 5 days." After securing the ship, we started shopping. However, I scanned with my divine sense and discovered that my sister and the others had actually gone to the city of the Spring Queen on the other side. This place has CP9 members, so I was worried and needed to hurry over. When Hancock heard we were going, she insisted on flying there with me. "Big brother, just take me with you, my family. Who can resist that?" I had no choice but to take out my devil's cry and enlarge it horizontally. As soon as I stood on it, Hancock jumped up and tightly wrapped her arms around my waist. My whole back stiffened at that moment, thinking, well, there goes my innocence. I jokingly said, "How about you stand in front, and I'll hug you?" She surprisingly agreed without any hesitation. "Sure." Wow, this little fairy knows how to handle me. I trembled as I wrapped my arms around her, and with a thought, my ghost cry shot out like a rocket, accelerating infinitely. In the end, if I hadn't activated my magical shield, our faces would have been blown into dumplings by the wind. Hancock shouted excitedly ahead, "Miss, can you keep it down a bit? Everyone on the ground can hear you," making me feel like I'm doing something wrong. A few minutes later, we arrived at our destination, and my sister Lami also wanted to ride. "Great, I guess I'm driving for Didi today, taking her for a spin." 5 days later, we returned to the dock to pick up the ship. Wow, that new ship is incredibly cool. It has a full metal structure, can dive, can drive on land, and can unfold wings to fly like a plane. My sister complained, "Bro, this ship doesn't look like a maggot anymore. Can we stop calling a maggot-shaped ship?" I thought about it. Since it can fly and dive, let's call it the Zhu Xian ship. Does it have anything to do with Zhu Xian? Don't worry about that. As long as it looks cool, that's all that matters. After settling the final payment, in front of all the shipbuilders, I directly lifted the giant ship with my mind and placed it steadily into the sea, leaving them in shock with their jaws dropped. The new ship is more than 5 times faster than before. After sailing for 3 days, we arrived at Judicial Island at the Annie's Hall. This place is not a fun one, so I told everyone to stay on the ship while I went up to stretch my legs. My hands were itching to move. I'm here to cause trouble this time, with a clear goal. CP9, I want to get your Navy 6 style. I went directly to that beautiful agent, Khalifa. Guess what? When I found her, she was taking a shower in her room. The whole room was filled with bubbles, and she was having quite a fun time. She even seduced me, saying, "Hey there, kid, want to come over and play together? I can't believe you. That bubble is so slippery if I go over there." When I just split my legs apart, I tentatively dipped my finger into it, and it was slippery and had a bit of a weak feeling, like it had some sea stone properties. But as I shifted my magic, that negative effect instantly disappeared. Oh wow, so magic can break your moves? Then I won't hold back. I dove straight in her bathtub, and girl, you really are bubbling with beauty. She was stunned by my actions, and after reacting, she kicked her long leg towards me. I unleashed my magic with full force, and with a loud bang, I sent all the foam and her flying. She quickly stabilized her form in the air with a moon step and landed, putting on her clothes. "Who exactly are you?" she asked warily. I laughed. "You're supposed to be intelligence, and you don't even recognize me? Listen up, I'm Trafalgar Zorro." She was taken aback for a moment before starting to recite my information. I couldn't be bothered to listen and said directly, "Stop guessing. Just assume I've eaten countless fruits." Of course, she didn't believe me and immediately attacked with Golden Bubble. Instantly, the entire room was sealed by her bubbles. But after I activated room, those bubbles were completely ineffective against me. "Miss, your bubbles are not that great. I'd rather see your 6 powers." Her eyes narrowed. 6 powers? Shave? As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from my sight, and in the next second, she appeared right in front of me, kicking towards me. The speed was indeed fast, but I didn't T-dodge and took the kick head-on. I had to use my divine sense to push my super brain CPU to the limit, scanning every detail of her movements. Seeing me standing still, she was stunned. "How can you be so strong?" "Because I'm a genius. Genius my foot. 6 powers, storm leg." Angered, she kicked again, unleashing a vacuum slash. I continued to be the target and took it. "Hey, learn it again." Seeing that physical attacks were ineffective, Khalifa got anxious and started to get creative, combining her fruit abilities with the 6 powers. 6 powers enhanced. Moonwalk, thorny path. She moved rapidly in the air, releasing thorny bubbles everywhere. This move was interesting. I didn't T-dodge and got kicked away, bubbles and all, crashing into the wall. Wow, this girl is really going all out. With her fruit abilities combined with the 6 powers, she unleashed a combo that hit me over 20 times, leaving me a bit dazed with no chance to fight back. Let me tell you, I endured 21 of her hits before finally finding a gap to dodge. She was still there mocking me, saying something like, "Now you think of dodging?" I couldn't help but laugh and replied directly, "I enjoy letting you hit me. That's what I call an attack. If I didn't want to, you think you could just dance around here?" My words broke her defense, and she unleashed both Stormleg and Soapgoat, bubbles flying everywhere like snow. I didn't want to waste any more time with her and directly unleashed my cultivation power, evaporating all the bubbles in an instant. Just as she was charging at me, her foot slipped and she almost performed a fall right in front of me. I swiftly moved over, gentlemanly supporting her, and whispered in her ear, "Beautiful lady, it's cuter to be gentle. Being fierce won't get you married." Her face flushed red, and just as she was about to scold me, I didn't give her a chance. In that moment of supporting her, I tell you, a surge of power flowed from my hand and directly sealed her meridians. She was frozen on the spot. Her eyes widened in shock, probably wondering how this kid could have such acupoint skills. I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I simply picked her up in a princess carry and tossed her into the nearby large bathtub. Job done. Just lie there for a few hours. I have things to do, so I'm off. With that, I vanished, leaving her staring wide-eyed in the bathtub. The next target was a chubby little guy who looked like a ball, sporting a zipper on his mouth. Goodness, a soundless owl. This guy had even more power than the previous woman, and the key was that he was tough as nails and could take a beating. As soon as I appeared, his hefty body turned around in a flash, which amused me. Wow, that was quick. But this guy was just a total chatterbox, and we went back and forth, with me asking questions and him responding, which nearly burned out my CPU. I got annoyed and directly started cursing. "Aren't you annoying? I'm here to beat you up." With that, I kicked out. With a clang, he activated a block of iron, numbing my foot. I then remembered that I had initially wanted to secretly learn how he channeled his iron block's power, but I got too angry and forgot. I circled behind him and kicked a few more times, but with all that fat, I couldn't see anything clearly. After several attempts, and still not figuring it out, I got so mad that I flashed away, saying, "I'm not playing with you anymore, goodbye." Next, it was the lion's embrace. This guy was even stronger and could perform life restoration, a divine skill that could heal injuries, and I had to learn it. As soon as I landed, this guy started bombarding me with questions about why my bounty had skyrocketed to over 1 billion. I realized, wow, my previous actions had fermented. He said I had sliced up one of the celestial dragon subordinates, and that celestial dragon had become addicted to piecing things together, offering a bounty of 700 million for me to return and be his toy. Another one I had sliced and then pieced back together from the trash was also offering 300 million for my capture. Plus, the Navy had added a bounty because I stole Vegapunk's research results. Who understands? My KPI is skyrocketing. This lion's embrace was quite self-aware, knowing he couldn't beat me, and directly let me go. Could I leave? I came for equipment. "Oh no, I meant skills." I declared, "We have to fight. I won't use my fruit powers against you, just pure sparring." He hesitantly agreed. Right off the bat, he used an enhanced version of the finger gun, and I dodged it with the shave I had just learned. He was surprised. "How do you know the 6 styles too?" I replied honestly. "Just learned, not familiar. Just practice with you." I told you from now on it's my study time. With just a regular finger gun, I almost pierced through his reinforced iron block, scaring him so much that his face turned pale and he didn't dare to make a move. I had to say, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll hold back half my strength." It went back and forth like this for 2 hours, and only after I had stripped down all the operational routes of his skills did it come to an end. Just as I was about to leave, oh no, all the remaining CP9 members, except for the one in the bathtub, had gathered. That long-nosed idiot Spandam was waving his broken elephant sword and shouting, "Get him! Capture that little brat worth over 1 billion. And what happened? No one moved. They saw me and the lion fighting back and forth, thinking I was just a leading rookie, and thought a one-on-one would be enough. I can't wait any longer. Let's call out that Minotaur Bruno. It's you come out. As soon as he showed up, He played tricks on me, using the door fruit to twist my head into three pieces, one part here and another part there. Goodness, isn't this just a low-tier version of the surgery fruit? They're all spatial abilities. I instantly restored myself using magic, and with a swift kick, I countered, but he opened a door with air and ran away. After fighting for a while, it felt meaningless, so I charged at that werewolf Gabra. I casually taunted, "Bruno is too weak. Let you come?" This made Bruno furious, and he rushed over to gang up on me. I saw this and laughed, directly taunting. "Aren't you ganging up? Perfect. I love to take you all on one by one." As soon as I finished speaking, I pulled everyone into the battle. Even that useless spandam got kicked away by me. In an instant, the scene turned into me single-handedly facing all of CP9. For a full 3 hours, folks. I was being used as a punching bag by these guys. Although I relied on my strong physique and learned iron block, I couldn't withstand a sheer number of them. My main focus was on that Rob Lucci with a power level of 4,000. He was like an admiral, incredibly fierce. The others took advantage of the situation to output damage crazily, especially those few bad seeds, who kept pounding me in one spot, making it a true accompaniment-style beating. After 3 hours, I was bruised and battered, floating in mid-air, while they were all lying on the ground, each sporting a pig's head, with only Lucci being the least hurt. Although this was the worst I had ever fared since my reincarnation, the gains were the greatest. I thoroughly understood the enhanced versions of their 6 powers and the principles of their devil fruit abilities, and my experience in group battles was maxed out. As for me, I shifted my magic, and in a few seconds, I fully revived. Waving to them, I said, "I'm off now." As soon as I left, that bunch of CP9 couldn't beat me, so they vented all their anger on Spandam, giving him a brutal beating. It was quite a sight. After that, I reunited with my family and took the opportunity to teach Hancock the 6 styles. I also went into seclusion to study and completely upgraded all the 6 styles I had stolen. Techniques like Moonwalk, Sky Tread, and Gale Foot, Shadow Judgment were just minor enhancements. The best part was the Life Return technique. They burned their life force to heal. But I modified it to burn stamina for healing, replenishing it with my Dantian spiritual energy, maximizing endurance. I also developed new moves for the surgery fruit based on Khalifa and Bruno's abilities. When we arrived at Amazon Lily, I said goodbye to Hancock. After all, it was a country of women, and as a big man, it was inappropriate for me to go there. Then, we set sail straight for Long Ring Island. On the way, we actually ran into that long-faced Foxy who wanted to drag me into that ridiculous Davy back fight. I couldn't be bothered to talk to him. I flew up and used a pressure technique that nearly sank his entire ship. He still wasn't convinced and tried to shoot me with slow light. What a joke. My speed is faster than his light. I instantly teleported behind him and performed a room implant, pulling out a large mass of blood from his body as a research sample, which scared him into wanting to become my sworn brother on the spot. Everything on Long Ring Island was long and thin. My sister Lami, good grief, saw a long-haired creature and thought it was a snake, but it turned out to be a dog that looked like a sausage. She didn't believe it and insisted on climbing to the top of a tree thousands of meters high to see it, but then got acrophobic, clinging to a branch and crying for me to save her, which made me laugh so hard. I teleported her down. We wandered around the island, but it was boring. The gravity here was strange, making cultivation difficult. We bought a bunch of bizarre ingredients and headed straight for the next stop, Kaya Town, the last stop before Sky Island. On the way, we encountered some foul-mouthed pirates, and I directly used an implant technique to swap their tongues, letting them taste each other's words. We arrived at Kaya Town in less than 2 days, and with my spiritual sense, I could clearly see the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. We didn't stay long. We waited for 2 days until that massive upward current appeared. I had a sudden idea. Our ship can dive. We plunged straight into the towering water column, and wow, that feeling of weightlessness was exhilarating. Riding the current in less than 10 minutes. We broke through the clouds and entered the White Sea. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incredible. My parents felt they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Lami saw the residents of Angel Island flying above in their powerful ships and insisted on getting one too. We sailed past the gate of heaven, and that Amazonian old lady wanted to charge us a toll of 100,000 berries each. I shouted from the ship, "There's no one on board. It's on autopilot." This made her so angry that her little wings flapped furiously behind her. She took a picture of us, probably thinking of reporting us for smuggling. I calculated in my mind that at this point, Enel had probably already come here to claim the territory. And guess what? That old lady really wasn't a simple character. She took our picture to report, but it wasn't to accuse us of smuggling. No one in my family understood. She wanted to use us as guns to fight against Enel and his so-called godly soldiers, so she could reap the benefits. Her scheming was more intricate than a honeycomb. As soon as my dad heard this, he asked me what was going on. I waved my hand and said, "It's nothing. Dad, just a bunch of clowns." Later, I plan to go and beat up their self-proclaimed god. From now on, this floating island will be our backyard, nice and peaceful. When my sister Lami heard this, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Brother, is there really a god here? Is it one of those super powerful immortals?" I couldn't help but laugh. A god? Come on, just a frog at the bottom of a well, trying to embellish themselves. Let me tell you, with the highest combat power of this floating island, I can easily pin them to the ground with a single finger. That said, I felt a bit nervous inside. After all, I knew there were quite a few other traversers from my time, and I couldn't afford to take a fall. Why think so much? Just go for it. I stepped on the gas, driving my immortal-slaying ship straight towards the tallest temple, zooming up in an instant. Those so-called divine soldiers and officials on the way didn't even get a whiff of my exhaust and were left far behind. I hadn't noticed that Enel guy before. Turns out he was hiding away, training, elementalizing himself, looking like an invisible man. But now I've locked onto you. I want to see just how much weight this so-called god really carries. I let my parents wait outside and strolled into the temple by myself. As soon as I entered, I saw that guy sitting on his broken throne, his ears drooping like those of a donkey, pretending to be profound. His observation hockey, which they call the heart network here, had already noticed me. "Enel, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Zang Luo." I greeted him confidently. He didn't even lift his eyelids, showing such arrogance. "Kid, mind your words, refer to me as God." I let out a snort, almost laughing out loud. "God? Do you deserve that title? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? A piece of trash dressed like a monkey dares to call itself a god? Little ghost, you're provoking the majesty of the gods, so be prepared to face punishment." He finally started to lose his composure a bit. I shook my head. This guy's been a boss for so long that he seems to have forgotten his own surname. It looks like I have to give him a lesson today to remind him of the fear of being beaten up. Without saying a word, I directly pulled out my demon blade, Ghost Cry, from my storage space. Enel sensed the killing intent radiating from me, and his eyes instantly narrowed. He probably thought I was here to seize his territory. "Hey, little AI, take a taste of my 40-meter big blade." I shouted, Azura 9 kills. A massive blade shadow tore through the air and slashed toward him. With a whoosh, Enel completely vanished from his spot, transforming into countless electric sparks. "Not bad," I nodded. He is quite adept at elementalization. However, if I had really intended to cut him, he would have been done for. My blade is enchanted, you know? If I want to chop you, even if you turn into pixels, you'll still lose health. Enel's figure reformed on the throne, still pretending. Haven't I been here all along? Goodness, he's still putting up a front. It seems he 1T realized why the flowers are so red without a good dose of reality. All right, enough pretending. Your level of power is really just garbage in my eyes. I started to unleash a barrage of attacks, knowing everything about him, including all his moves. That Thunder Fruit of yours, an SSR level divine card, you've somehow turned into an R card. Do you know that in the future, there will be a rubber man with a straw hat whose bounty is under 100 million, and he LL beat you until you can't find your way? Lightning can generate high temperatures and cause destruction. Have you developed it? No. You just increase voltage. What good is that? It's pure electronic pet nonsense. Your character is completely wasted. Seeing his increasingly darkening face, I decided to stoke the fire further. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a large pile of devil fruits, spilling them all over the ground like beans. "See this? Your fruits. I wholesale them here. I can create hundreds of similar ones at any time." Enel's pupils trembled at the sight of the colorful fruits scattered everywhere, but he was still holding on. To put it bluntly, your current combat power could be beaten out of you with the 6 styles I just learned. Now he was completely anxious. He was panicking. "Enough, little brat. Since you're so confident, then accept my judgment. Divine punishment." With a thunderous boom, A lightning pillar the size of a water barrel crashed down from the sky onto my head. And the result? I stood there unmoving, even considering taking a bath. Does anyone understand? This lightning feels like a therapeutic electric treatment to me. So comfortable. My chaos golden technique focuses on dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. With explosive defense, this little bit of lightning is just perfect for tempering my body. It's like a power bank delivered right to my door. Enel's eyes were about to pop out. What kind of monster are you, little brat? Me? I am the true god. I smiled at him. Bullshit. I am. He was infuriated and began to unleash his moves again. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Waves of lightning rained down on me like they were free. I braced myself while silently calculating in my mind. 30 million volts? Scraping therapy. 60 million volts? Massage. It seems my body's threshold is around 100 million volts. Anything above that would injure me. Damn little brat. Enel, seeing that he couldn't harm me, completely lost it and struck the loudest drum on his shoulder, shouting, 100 million volts, Raijin. He transformed into a giant Raijin, swinging a golden staff down at me. You useless fool, not properly developing your fruit, just attaching a few broken drums to your body like a patchwork monster. It's no wonder you can't wear clothes. As I mocked him, I directly activated Iron Block, Chaos Golden Body, to take the hit head-on. Boom! With a loud crash, I was unharmed, while his golden staff bent into a U shape upon hitting my head. Enel, furious, immediately threw the staff away. This is what you forced me to do. Prepare for the world's destruction. Raijin's arrival. As soon as I heard that, I thought, damn, this guy's about to unleash something big. If that move goes off, the whole island will be gone, and my parents are still here. Can I just stand by and watch? This ends here. I immediately unleashed a reinforced version of Gale Foot, Shadow Judgment, combined with my surgical fruit, and teleported right in front of him, delivering a solid kick to his chest. With a loud thud, Enel flew out like a broken sack, screaming in pain. He tasted the feeling of being hit in a long time. I won't give him a chance to catch his breath. This isn't a turn-based fight. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. 6 styles enhanced finger gun heaven-piercing finger. My fingers are like a Gatling gun, rapidly puncturing holes in him with a puff, puff, puff. After a brutal beating, Enel lies on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath and asking WY. Can every one of your attacks hit me? I slowly walked in front of him, looking down at him from height, and then with a loud bang, I unleashed my full power pressure from the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm. That terrifying aura directly forced his head, which he had just lifted, back down to the ground. Can you feel it? This is what power truly is. That little thing of yours can even be called divine. It's enough to make anyone blush for you. He was still unconvinced and tried to sneak attack me, releasing a lightning dragon. I raised my hand and said, Rune transfer. The lightning dragon vanished without a trace. Did you see that? I wanted you to hit me. Only then would you have the right to hit me. Rune slaughterhouse. With a few swift moves, I directly cut him into 7 or 8 pieces, scattering him like Lego pieces all over the ground, leaving him unable to even elementalize. Surprised? Try moving again and see what happens. I walked over to his still flapping mouth on the ground, squatted down, and said, actually, your talent is quite good, but you are too arrogant and have too little experience. Now, I am ready to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? That kid turned his head away, still quite defiant. What a joke, a grown man becoming the disciple of a little brat like me. I know what he's thinking. So, I started to paint a grand vision for him, talking about cultivating immortality, the universe, and eternal life. Just talking without practicing is a fake show. I quickly conjured a fireball, crafted an ice spear, and unleashed a wind blade, giving him a live demonstration of the periodic table of elements, directly frying his little brain. How could Enel have ever seen such a scene? His physical attacks were nothing but child-esque play in front of my magic, coupled with the temptation of immortality. His pitiful self-esteem crumbled in an instant. All right, I am willing to be your disciple. I snapped my fingers and pieced him back together. This guy is quite adaptable. He got up and bowed to me 3 times, saying, Master above, please accept my 3 bows to I and Lu. I used magic to lift him up and conveniently healed his wounds. Enel felt his body recover instantly, much faster than his own electric therapy, and was completely convinced. I introduced him to my parents and Raimi, and this guy awkwardly greeted them. Then, I directly passed him a set of celestial level cultivation, method Tai, Sui Dao Jing. I have to say, his talent is indeed exceptional. With the foundation of observation hockey, he is particularly sensitive to spiritual energy, and within a few hours, he made a breakthrough, directly reaching the first layer of foundation establishment. However, his body is too fragile, like a glass cannon, which lowered the overall rating. After taking on a disciple, Luo also got on board and directly let our family live in his divine palace. I went into seclusion for 3 days, and the spiritual energy in this was simply incredible. My cultivation progressed to the 4th layer of Dan condensation. After exiting seclusion, I found Luo, who was busy creating lightning swords and unleashing thunderfire, having a great time. I approached him and slapped the back of his head. "Stop with the flashy stuff. Your lightning is just a mundane kind, almost like flatulence. It's still far from the real deal." "Master, don't you have a whole bunch of devil fruits? What are you researching?" he asked. "You don't understand anything." I scolded. "I'm researching devil fruits without side effects, so I can eat several at the same time. Once I've eaten 3,000, I'll go to the celestial realm and trample over the top talents. How awesome would that be?" Luo was left speechless by my retort and obediently called over his 4 divine officers, as well as the Shandians and Gonfal he had previously defeated. The leader of the Shandians, or Demon Wapple, was still unconvinced, so I unleashed my aura with a bang, and aside from the divine officers, everyone else was knocked down. Behave yourselves, live a good life, and stop thinking about fighting and killing. If you annoy me while I'm cultivating, I'll wipe you all out. Now, go back and divide the land. Having dealt with these troublemakers, the remaining divine officers were much easier to handle. I handed them the blueprints for the laboratory, and they worked overtime. In half a month, a huge laboratory was built for me. Next, it was my own time. I walked into the empty laboratory with a clear goal: to uncover the secrets of the devil fruits, creating a version that allows me to eat several without turning into a dry duck, and first modifying the talents of my parents and sister. I first took the worst flying fish fruit and operated on it, making a nanoscale slice with a surgical fruit. Then I analyzed, recorded, and extracted day and night. I extracted core gene fragments from hundreds of fruits and a bunch of strong people's blood, which I called lost seeds. After countless experiments, I finally discovered that all fruits contained a common mysterious substance that could perfectly combine with the human bloodline factor, which I named gene fusion liquid. Hey, isn't this the key catalyst? Now, I hold over 500 different lost seeds in my hand, and the next step is to mix them all together. I want to see what happens when the 3,000 paths converge in one body. The result was, it exploded. Let me tell you, that test tube popped and performed a spontaneous ascension right in front of me. Good heavens, it stunned me. Different lost seeds poured into a tube of blood created chaos, fighting each other, and they ended up destroying each other. I finally understood why a person can't eat 2 devil fruits. This thing fights inside the body. Who can withstand it? But then I thought, wait a minute, isn't Blackbeard a freak? How could he swallow several? Also, my cheap old man said that law fusion is about mutual generation and restraint. I was not discouraged and started tinkering again. The second time it exploded. The third time, it exploded. I felt like a bomb disposal expert, but on the 12th attempt, hey, a miracle happened. This time the blood didn't boil. It was calm like a sage mode. Just as I was puzzled, I suddenly realized, oh my, it fused successfully. I quickly reviewed what operation was different this time. Looking back, I realized that I had mistakenly picked not those miscellaneous fruit, but the blood extract of Capone Beach. That was the castle fruit. Suddenly, it clicked in my mind. The castle fruit has spatial attributes. Isn't this a high-level law? The higher level can downplay the lower level. Doesn't this logic make sense? My dad's theory of mutual generation and restraint aligns perfectly with this. I also tried Bruno's dwarf fruit, and indeed it worked. Now I had a clearer understanding. The spatial system is the universal solution, able to work with all laws. The higher level fruit can also suppress the fusion with lower level ones. Although I figured out, I wasn't brave enough to use myself as a guinea pig. What if it exploded? Where'd I go to reason it out? I had to find an ordinary person to try it, The data had to be the most real. After all, this thing is going to be used for my family in the future. But then a problem arose. With over 500 types of law seeds, I hadn't marked them for convenience before. Now they were all mixed together. Who knows which is which? At first, I thought about using my divine sense to compare them to the illustrations one by one, but let me tell you, I only got 4 or 5 right and almost flipped the table. Wasn't tea that pure self-torment? How could I be so foolish to do that? In the end, I had no choice but to extract all over 500 types of fruit again. This time I learned my lesson and labeled them while extracting. Can you believe it? I spent a whole 6 months playing a matching game. I arranged the hierarchical relationships of these over 500 laws, who can swallow whom and who pairs with whom, all clearly laid out. Time flew by. With the research completed, I just needed a volunteer for clinical trials. I directly went to Sky Island and grabbed a gambling addict. That guy initially thought I was a priest and looked skeptical. I told him straight away, I'm the master of God. His eyes almost popped out. I got straight to the point, saying there was a chance to change his fate and asked if he wanted in. This guy was quite calculating. He asked about the benefits first, then the risks. I pointed to a row of test tubes and told him this was the secret to becoming stronger. And the benefit was that if he survived, he would profit. Gamblers inherently love to take risks. When he heard the success rate was 80%, he immediately agreed. All right, you're the one. I first took the worst black charcoal fruit law potion and, using the surgical fruit S ability, swiftly transferred it into his body, even saving the syringe. The effect was quick. I let him try his abilities, and this guy held it in for a while. And his fingers just turned a little black, not fully carbonized. Family, who understands? With such little achievement, his control was as weak as trash. He even asked me how to turn back. I was truly exasperated, just told him to relax. After playing a bit, he started to become dissatisfied. Master, what is the use of turning black charcoal? It doesn't feel that strong. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself, what are you dreaming about? You're just a tool, and you want to reach the top in one step? I said to him impatiently, don't rush, the big stuff is still to come. Then, I took a vial of gray fruit potion and injected it into him. This gray fruit is a lower tier version of the black fruit, used to solidify the foundation. Sure enough, he felt a bit stronger after that. I realized I was on the right track. Next, it was time to try awakening him to a higher tier fruit, right? Wait, I felt his foundation was still a bit weak. After all, he was just an ordinary person without any strength. If I could add a sand fruit as a base, wouldn't that be perfect? Thinking of this, I immediately decided to find crocodile. Experiments should strive for perfection. I told that gambler to wait, then transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the Qinghai Sea. Let me tell you, flying alone feels really great, unrestrained, and I could pose in midair. It was exhilarating. Alabasta was far, and I arrived in just 2 hours at full speed. Based on my memory at this time, Old Sand was just in his early 30s, and his strength hadn't degraded to the point where he was easily defeated by Luffy later on. I scanned the desert with my spiritual sense and didn't find him, but I did encounter his most loyal subordinate, Das Bones. I zipped in front of him and got straight to the point. Cut the nonsense. I know where the ancient weapon Pluton is. Tell your boss Crocodile to come see me. Das Bones was stunned. Less than half an hour later, Old Sand rushed back in a hurry. He was startled by my sudden appearance and almost swallowed his cigar. With a suspicious look, he asked if I knew the whereabouts of Pluton. I nodded. That's right. It's me. I'll trade it for your blood. Upon hearing that I wanted his blood, he immediately hesitated, his face showing a mix of desire and reluctance. I could tell what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. He wanted to fight for it, didn't he? I made it clear. I'm not negotiating. I want her blood. Not satisfied? Want to fight? Old Sand, upon hearing this, got excited. Fight? Are you sure? I huffed lightly, and without saying a word. He came at me with a sandstorm attack. I directly mocked him. This move is only fit for scraping my back. Use your full strength, or else I'll beat you until your mother won't recognize you. Saying that, I easily dodged with a reinforced version of paper drawing. Old Sand was shocked. You can use the 6 styles of the Navy? I scoffed. Kid, this reinforced version is way stronger than CP9's. He still held his ground. Don't be arrogant. That was just a warm-up. With that, he unleashed the Desert Sword, which had decent power, barely at the level of a vice admiral. I countered with a reinforced version of Gale Foot, Shadow Judgment, delivering a light-speed QA that not only shattered his sword, but also sent him spitting blood on the spot. Holding his chest, he looked in disbelief. How do you have hockey? I rolled my eyes, ignorant what I have is much more advanced than hockey. He wasn't willing to back down, pressed his right hand to the ground, and activated the erosion reincarnation, causing the surrounding ground and buildings to instantly turn to sand. Seeing that he was about to destroy his own place, I was instantly displeased. Clearly so weak, yet still using these unremarkable tricks, this ends here. I stepped up to the sky in just a month, looking down from a great height, and with my terrifying magical power, I pressed down hard. With a loud bang, his Sansan fruit ability was instantly shattered, and he was pinned down to the ground, his face squashed flat. He struggled to speak, still bragging about having seen Roger's execution. I directly retorted, everyone has their glorious moments. Don't confuse a moment for eternity. Not wanting to waste time with him, I extracted a large bottle of plasma from his body. Seeing his weak state, I casually mentioned that the information about the king of the underworld is actually in the historical texts, suggesting he go to O'Hara and find a few historians, so that when the Navy issues the demon-slaying order, only Robin would be left alive. After saying that, I vanished, leaving Crocodile questioning his life choices. Back in Sky Island, that gambling addict was almost turned into a stone waiting for me. I told him to wait a bit longer and spent half an hour extracting the rules of the Sansan fruit, cultivating a pile of rule fragments. I first injected him with the sand rules, then took out the coal fruit potion to guide him towards awakening. I told him, this is the coal fruits potion, stronger than your black coal, so bear with it. As soon as the potion entered, he screamed in pain. However, the pain only lasted for a while. 10 minutes later, he completed his awakening and couldn't stop smiling, claiming he felt 3 to 4 times stronger. Based on his description, I understood that downward compatibility was just stacking, while upward awakening was the true fusion and rebirth. I extracted some of his blood and researched for 2 days, finally awakening him to the level of the shale fruit. A person who awakened step by step like this was on a completely different level from someone who directly consumed the shale fruit. Later, I tested the rules of mutual restraint, and wow, that guy almost exploded on the spot, scared out of his wits, and never daring to mention becoming stronger again. Fine, at least I found a way to upward awakening. For safety, I decided to try it myself. My cultivator physique was the perfect experimental vessel. The result? I was ecstatic. My own superhuman fruit could actually downwardly accommodate over 90% of the rules. After fusion, my realm didn't change, but my physical strength increased several times. It felt amazing. I realized that in the cultivation world, the idea that natural types are the strongest is nonsense. The more rules, the more complete the world created in the future, and the higher the realm one can achieve. With the experiment a success, I immediately went to find my parents and sister for a family upgrade. At first, my parents were reluctant, saying they were busy running the clinic. I painted a big picture. Once your talents improve, cultivating will be as easy as drinking water. In half a year, you can reach my level, with a lifespan of over 1,000 years, and you'll be able to save more people. Plus, with higher cultivation, you'll develop spiritual awareness, like a human CT scan. Any problems will be clear at a glance. As soon as my dad heard that, his eyes lit up. I chose the castle fruit as the foundation for my sister Rami. After all, it's the strongest in defense. In the future, when I'm not around, she'll be the shield of the family. Once this little girl finished her transformation, she immediately got inflated with confidence, thinking she could beat me and even take down Enel. Who understands? The confidence of a brat comes from this. I directly released a bit of my aura, which made her bow down, letting her know why the flowers are so red. The commotion caused by our family's training attracted Enel. When he saw that we had all leveled up, he looked on eagerly, wanting to join in. However, his rumble fruit is a Logia type and one of the 12 fundamental laws, which is too pure to mix carelessly. After pondering for a while, I laid out a wild leveling route for him. First, go find Eustace Kid in the South Sea to get some blood from the magnet fruit as a foundation. Since thunder and lightning generate magnetism, make it the easiest to fuse. Then, he should look for the heat fruit, and finally get the burn fruit. With this set, His potential could multiply several times. However, Enel scratched his head and asked me blankly, "Master, I've never been to the Qinghai. Where can I find these people?" I was a bit troubled too, and could only tell him, "This person is also in the South Sea. You could consider him a fellow countryman. He should still be a kid now. I don't know if he has gotten the fruit and formed a pirate crew yet. Anyway, there is no rush on this matter." After explaining everything to Enel, I went into seclusion. Let him take his time to find them. If he can't find them, we'll talk about it when I come out. I tell you, as soon as I close my door to meditate, good heavens, Qinghai exploded. The Navy headquarters is going crazy because there's a heavyweight traitor, ex-Drake. This guy was previously a rear admiral in the Navy, working as an undercover agent in the Beast Pirates, and suddenly he turned against us, even changed his name to Murong Hai, with a bounty skyrocketing to 1 billion. What's even more outrageous is that his first act after defecting was to confront Kaido, and it was said that they fought evenly. He then announced the establishment of the Murong family and went to Wano to seize territory. Sengoku was so furious in the Navy headquarters meeting room that he slammed the table, nearly breaking it, and the Sunbei in Carp's hand fell due to the shock. Who understands? Carp was heartbroken. He just picked it up and stuffed it in his mouth without even blowing it. The biggest headache for the Navy is that this Murong Hai specifically named and said he would eliminate Momonosuke in the womb. The Navy was dumbfounded. Who is Momonosuke? After checking the list of pregnant women in Wano for a long time, they couldn't find him. Now, the Navy High Command unanimously decided to strike back hard. They directly dispatched the newly promoted admiral, the Hawk among Hawks, Sakazuki, also known as Akainu, along with Drake's teacher Zephyr, to go to Wano to capture him. Cut to Wano, let me tell you, it was chaotic. Murong Hai, this guy, is extremely proactive. He has already captured Kazuki Oden's wife, Toki, and was about to make a move when Kazuki Oden arrived. Oden has been quite troubled lately. He had just chased Kaido away, and now faced someone as fierce as Kaido. Upon closer inspection, hey, ISNT that Drake, one of Kaido's subordinates? Why is he with Murong Hai? When Kazuki Oden saw his wife being captured, he couldn't take it anymore and rushed up with 2 swords. "Kid, I see you're tired of living." His father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, also arrived, and the father and son stood side by side, imposing as ever. Guess what happened next? Murong Hai covered his head and awkwardly said, sorry, I might have grabbed the wrong person. Good heavens, this operation was so abstract it nearly burned my CPU. Kazuki Oden exploded on the spot. Grab the wrong person? Is that it? Look at this bunch of misfits you brought. In fact, Murong Hai is also a traveler. Just like me, sent by the Soul Group. The reason he chose Drake's body was that he was interested in that dinosaur fruit. Moreover, he was richer than me. Before crossing over, he directly spent money to obtain a local cultivation method called the Magic Dragon Haotian Sutra, which combined perfectly with his fruit ability, allowing him to hold his own against Kaido after just half a month of training. His reason for wanting to kill Momonosuke was purely because he was a toxic fan of Nami and couldn't accept that Momonosuke would one day lay hands on her. It's ridiculous. Just for this reason, he ran to Wano to flip tables. Seeing that the situation couldn't be resolved peacefully, Kazuki Sukiyaki drew his sword and counted his 3 major crimes. Then the father and son charged together. Oden's 2-sword style, Peach Blossom, White Flow. Murong Hai was also ruthless, countering with a move called X, Hunting Ground, clashing with sparks flying everywhere. At first, Kazuki Oden had the upper hand due to his superior weapons and even mocked him. Murong Hai was directly angered, activated his technique, and with 1 magic dragon fist, he sent Oden flying several meters back. Now Kazuki Sukiyaki couldn't sit still either. The father and son combined their strength and attacked perfectly. Murong Hai didn't hold back either, activating the Heavenly Dragon Armor. Go. An energy armor instantly covered his entire body, hardening against the attacks. Then he countered with a Dragon Overlord strike, sending the Kazuki father and son tumbling several times. Blood at the corners of their mouths. After the fight, Murong Hai saw that although the 2 were injured, if they kept fighting, he wouldn't come out unscathed, especially since they had an entire country behind them. So, he cleared his throat and started mocking wildly. Is this it? Is this it? 2 useless people think they can stop me? Then he looked at Toki with a malicious glint in his eyes. Kazuki Oden hurriedly shielded his wife behind him. asking what grudge Muronghai had. Muronghai stammered for a while and finally blurted out, "How about this? You two are not allowed to have children for 15 years. Especially not one named Momonosuk. That way we can call it even." The people around were dumbfounded, thinking this guy was crazy. But what they didn't know was that Toki had already used the time fruit to send Momonosuk 20 years into the future. In the end, neither side could do anything to the other, so they had to withdraw. Muronghai set up camp by the island with his more than 20 loyal subordinates. He felt a bit sorry for his brothers, making them fight for his petty issues. So that night, he passed on the first 2 levels of the magic dragon Haoyan Sutra to them. This matter quickly reached Doflamingo's ears. Doflamingo had been practicing the technique I gave him for the past 6 months and had reached the first level of core formation, feeling very confident. However, when he saw Muronghai's achievements, he was dumbfounded. After practicing hard for half a year, Muronghai had nearly caught up in less than a month. Where could he find reason in that? Just as he was thinking about it, Muronghai's people came to his door. It turned out that Muronghai discovered that not everyone under him could cultivate. Some simply didn't have the talent. To enhance the team's strength, he thought of the devil fruits and sent someone to find Doflamingo for a trade. Doflamingo was delighted to hear this. Fufufu, another cultivator? Why are all these cultivators coming to me for fruits lately? I'm not short on money. Let us see what good stuff you can offer. Not long ago, someone had traded him over 300 fruits for a complete cultivation method. Muronghai's subordinate, Takeda Shinichi, quickly contacted Muronghai via a snail phone. Muronghai was also shocked. What? Is there really a fool who exchanged a complete method for something? After saying that, he realized he was also planning to do the same. He thought for a moment and had his subordinate transcribe the first layer of the magic dragon Haoyan Sutra for Doflamingo to see. Doflamingo was initially dismissive, thinking he could fool him with a fragment, but then he reconsidered. This guy's rapid strength increase must mean his method was extraordinary. Once Takeda Shinichi finished transcribing, Doflamingo tried to operate it, and his eyes instantly turned red. Compared to what he had been practicing, it was like the difference between garbage and a divine artifact. A trade. It must be traded. Doflamingo made a snap decision. After some haggling, he finally traded the first 4 layers of the magic dragon Haoyan Sutra for 400 devil fruits. The trading location was set under the giant elephant zoo. To gather these 400 fruits, Doflamingo went to Mariewa, manipulating the celestial dragons to gather resources for him. Just as Muronghai was preparing for the trade, he was also busy raiding near Wano, regardless of whether they were merchant ships, pirate ships, or Navy warships. He took them all. Akainu and Zephyr arrived on a warship to capture him, only to be beaten up by him in return. After the beating, he let them go, claiming he didn't want to escalate the situation. However, the remaining Navy soldiers were all captured and sent to Wano as laborers. Admiral Sengoku received the news and was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. He immediately mobilized more forces. Carp, Akiji, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all dispatched, and a large army was closing in. Muronghai got the news, but was not worried at all. He didn't even bring his group of misfits and went to the port leisurely by himself. As soon as Akainu saw him, his eyes turned red, the humiliation from the last defeat still fresh in his memory. "You evil man." Vice Admiral Tsuru still wanted to persuade him to turn back. Upon hearing this, Muronghai burst into laughter. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, you've got it wrong. I'm not Drake. That kid has long since changed. Now, standing in front of you is Nyohulu Muronghai. Do you understand what I mean?" Then, in front of the entire Navy, he revealed the dark history of the world government and the celestial dragons, finally pointing at Akainu's nose and shouting, "Especially you, Sakazuki. Your so-called justice is just a joke in my eyes. You are the best trained dog of the celestial dragons." Akainu couldn't take it and went berserk, charging at him with a move called Dog Bite Red Lotus. Muronghai remained calm and activated his celestial dragon armor, easily blocking the attack. Then, he countered with a move called Thousand Dragon Surround, creating a domain that trapped Akainu inside, preparing to give him a taste of his own medicine. Inside the domain, Akainu was relentlessly attacked by his new move, Unusual Dragon, and was pushed back, losing a large chunk of his arm. Just as Muronghai was dominating Akainu outside, Carp couldn't stand it any longer. He shouted, "Little Crane, I'm only doing this for your sake. and then threw a punch. Just one punch. It shattered Murong-Hai's 1,000 dragons surround domain. Murong-Hai's heart sank, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. Good grief, the Navy was not playing fair. Karp, along with 2 admirals and 5 vice-admirals, charged at Murong-Hai, launching a saturated attack against him, even though he activated the celestial dragon armor. The combined force of these 7 people's attacks cracked the armor, causing his chest to surge with blood, and he had to force down a mouthful of blood. Seeing the effectiveness of their combined effort, the Navy became excited and prepared to strike again. I tell you, the 7 old men are about to use their old tricks again, and they want to do a joint consultation. Murong-Hai was immediately anxious. Who can withstand this? Damn it, if I can't beat them, can I run away? In an instant, he transformed into a golden light and disappeared, leaving behind a confused Akainu cursing. Wondering how this guy could be as slippery as that little ghost named Zang Luo. Goodness, even running away gives off a sense of CP. Huh? Murong-Hai didn't care about them. He swiftly returned to the base and immediately called for a full meeting. Let me tell you, his tactics were simply the top template for a boss painting a bright future. Brothers, the Navy is powerful. Let us break into smaller groups. Each find a place to hide and develop, and gather at Zhou Island in a month. I'll go first and draw their fire. You all better practice hard. Otherwise, I want to be able to carry you later. After saying that, he was gone, leaving a group of younger brothers looking at each other, feeling like mere fillers. Who understands this feeling of being looked down upon? On the sea, the crane staff was discussing whether to land and capture people, but when they looked up, hey, Murong-Hai came out again, directly flying out of the encirclement in front of them. This left the Navy baffled. If they chased, they couldn't catch up. And if they didn't chase, they'd lose face. In the end, it was still the crane who spoke up. Stand down. Don't chase. It's a waste of time. Leave the ghost spider behind. Catch as many as we can. The rest, return to headquarters. Meanwhile, Murong-Hai directly landed on Zhou Island. When the fur tribe saw him, they thought, oh, an outsider, and just as they were about to surround him, Murong-Hai had just been surrounded and beaten up, and his mood was at its lowest. The aura of dominance erupted, and with a glare, he said, either roll away or get beaten. I'll count to 3. I tell you, before he finished his words, the fur tribe ran away faster than rabbits. That momentum was just like when Kaido arrived back in the day. Who would dare to provoke him? After things calmed down, Murong-Hai began to ponder. Having few capable left and right arms just wouldn't do. He needed to recruit people. And he needed to recruit tough ones like those supernovas, quickly luring them over while they were still young and nurturing them well. Just as he was thinking, 4 days later, the trading partner arrived. Don Quixote da Flamingo, stepping down with his characteristic swagger, descended from the sky, his iconic fufufu laughter arriving first. Murong-Hai sized him up and suddenly blurted out, "Hey, our realms are pretty similar. How long have you been training?" "I told you." This sentence directly left Ming-Ge speechless. His expression froze on the spot. It was a blatant slap in the face. Does he not care about his face? So Ming-Ge glared and gritted his teeth, saying, 1.5 months. Murong-Hai gasped in his heart, thinking this is not right. Could his cultivation technique be on the same level as mine? Why should he exchange half of his cultivation technique for so many resources from me? There's definitely something fishy going on, but he couldn't figure it out. So he decided to trade first. Where's the stuff? Without saying a word, Doflamingo took off a massive sack from his back. Good heavens, 400 devil fruits. Most of them were Zoan types. Nearly 100 were Paramecia types. And there were even 5 natural types. Murong-Hai's eyes went wide. He didn't know that Ming-Ge felt he had been tricked by the first cultivation technique, and, in a fit of anger, revealed everything he had. The two exchanged money for goods hand in hand, and Murong-Hai carefully took the sack, afraid it would get damaged, while inwardly complaining about Ming-Ge, who could just toss away something worth over $1 trillion, truly worthy of being in the black market. Once his subordinates gradually gathered, Murong-Hai decided to head to the East Sea first. Why? Because it was quiet there, and most importantly, he wanted to wait for Nami to grow up. Who understands family? This guy definitely has some side business going on, and as he thought about it, he drooled. He didn't rest on the way, burning, killing, and looting. Oh no, he was seizing resources while recruiting crew members, driving the Navy crazy. In the end, even Karp personally went to block him at Reverse Mountain. If it weren't for Karp's face, he would have dismantled those warships. After more than half a year of tossing and turning, he finally arrived near Alabasta. Originally, the plan was to go to the East Sea, but he thought about it and realized it wasn't far from Amazon Lily. Since he was already here, how could he not go and meet the Empress? Would that be worthy of my identity as a transmigrator? So, he changed course and headed straight for the Island of Women. At this time, the Empress Hancock had just come out of year-long closed-door training when her two injured sisters came crying to her. Upon hearing it was done by Kaido's former subordinates and that it was a man, she exploded on the spot. As she left the palace, she saw Murong-hai with a group of men, his eyes wandering around inappropriately. The Empress was furious. "You have a lot of nerve to dare invade my kingdom." The moment Murong-hai saw the real person, his eyes almost turned into heart shapes. Beautiful. So beautiful. Even more charming than in the manga. "Be my woman." Hancock, hearing this, arrogantly lifted her head. "Humph. With my beauty, everyone likes me. But I already have a man." As soon as this was said, everyone was petrified. Not only Murong-hai, but even the guards of Amazon Lily and Granny had their jaws nearly drop. Murong-hai couldn't believe it. Impossible. How old is Luffy? You're only 14 or 15. Do you even know how men work? Are you interested in Fisher Tiger? Hancock was annoyed by his noise and directly interrupted. "The man I like is called TrafalgarD. Water Law." Boom. Murong-hai's brain bust. Law. The one who traded cultivation techniques with Mingo? The guy with an 800 million bounty? The one who cut his own body in half? Good heavens. Turns out he's also a transmigrator. This is getting interesting, but he's just a kid. This Empress is definitely mine. Without hesitation, they immediately started fighting. But as soon as they engaged, Murong-hai was dumbfounded. How was Hancock's cultivation even higher than his? She was at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm. And she also knew techniques from cultivators. Techniques like Void Blade and Binding Domain made Murong-hai flustered. Hancock coldly said, "Humph, ignorant man. These are all taught to me by my man." Although Hancock had a higher cultivation and strange techniques, Murong-hai's cultivation matched, and his stamina was enduring, like a perpetual motion machine. They fought for 2 full hours, and Hancock gradually ran out of energy, having to retreat while fighting. Murong-hai couldn't let her escape. How could a duck that was at hand fly away? He directly entered a furious pursuit mode, chasing her for a whole day and night, right from Amazon Lily to Kaya Island. Hancock was chased to the point of having nowhere to go. Her magic was almost exhausted, and just as she was about to be caught, she could only grit her teeth and use her ultimate move, the Void Soul Piercer. This was a soul attack, invisible and intangible. Murong-hai was completely unprepared and instantly felt like his brain was being drilled, excruciatingly painful, almost burning out his CPU. By the time he recovered, Hancock had already run far away. He finally woke up, realizing that if he continued chasing, she might hit him again and turn him into an idiot. Forget it. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. He should go to the East Sea to develop first. Having escaped, Hancock felt incredibly wronged and decided she must go tell her brother Law. She remembered Law had said that Sky Island was directly above Kaya Island. So, when she encountered the ascending current, she directly sailed the ship up to 10,000 meters high. Upon reaching Sky Island, she first encountered the charging Amazon Elder. By acting cute, managed to get a godmother and some startup funds. Then she ran into Enel. Enel, seeing a person from the blue sea, thought, "You dare invade my territory? Accept the judgment of God." However, his move, God's judgment, was directly frozen in midair by Hancock's binding domain. Enel was stunned on the spot, tilting his head and staring for a long time. "How do you know the moves from the Taishu? He Dao Jing." Hancock raised her chin. "Of course. My man taught me." "Who is your man?" "It's TrafalgarD Water Law." Upon hearing this, Enel's brain short-circuited. "What? My master is your man? Then you are the master's wife?" Hancock blushed furiously, but felt secretly delighted, shyly nodding. Enel, as if discovering a new continent, transformed into a bolt of lightning and raced off to report, shouting, "Master, Master, come out quickly. Your wife is looking for you." Law, who was in close training, was almost driven to madness by Enel's shout. When he came out, he scolded Enel severely. Enel, looking pitiful, said, "Master, your wife is here." "Long legs, master." Law scanned with his spiritual sense and saw it was indeed Hancock, and he couldn't help but smile. Was this a gift delivered to his door? In a flash, Law appeared in front of Hancock. Hancock immediately dashed into his arms, crying about her grievances. Can you imagine? A 1.8 meter tall empress, bending over in the arms of a 1.6 meter tall Law. That scene was simply unbelievable. After listening to Hancock's complaints, Law's protagonist pride surged. While showcasing his peak cultivation at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, he casually said, "A mere moron high, just an ant, is not worth my personal effort. From now on, you will cultivate with me on Sky Island. Our goal is the stars and the sea." Then, Law took Hancock to his laboratory. Let me tell you, it was filled with all kinds of potions in various bottles. All were rule potions extracted from the blood of devil fruit users. This thing was simply the technology and hard work of the cultivation world. One bottle could save hundreds of years of hard work. To prepare the perfect enhancement plan for his future wife, Law found he was missing several key fruit abilities. So he shared some tender moments with Hancock, saying he would be back soon, just half a day. In fact, he was thinking, taking you along would slow me down and affect my speed. His first stop was the underwater prison, Impel Down. He directly teleported to the 6th level and drew blood from the sleeping Katarina Devon. Then, thinking he was already there, he simply went for wholesale. From the 6th level to the 1st level, every single ability user prisoner, one by one, had their blood drawn. It was like a thief had broken in. When he swaggered to the exit, he ran into the Warden Magellan. Just as Magellan was about to say something harsh, everything before him blurred, and he and his subordinates felt dizzy. By the time they regained their senses, the person had long vanished. Magellan was dumbfounded, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Where's my blood? Leaving Impel Down, Law's second stop was directly headed to Okama Island. The goal is Ivankov's hormone fruit. When Ivankov saw him, he just opened his big mouth to laugh, but Zang Luo found him annoying and kicked him away with a gust of wind, causing him to spit out blood. Ivankov was completely caught off guard, wondering how he got taken out so quickly. Meanwhile, Zang Luo had already finished draining blood and walked away without looking back. As a result, I tell you, I had just flown a short distance when I heard a heart-stopping, soul-crushing scream from behind. Hiya, that boy. Could it be that he has fallen in love with me? I couldn't hold it in at that moment. My internal magic got all messed up, and I directly fell from the sky like an upside-down onion. Family, who understands? I'm really so angry. I almost turned around and sent him away with a move, making him know why the flowers are so red. Forget it, forget it. I won't stoop to his level. I got up, brushed off the dirt, and quickly flew towards the 3rd station to deal with the blood of the last lucky fruit. This business trip was finally coming to an end, but then I thought, no, I still need to check on Doflamingo. I asked him to collect the fruits last time, and I don't know if this guy's efficient or not. Goodness, as soon as I arrived in Dressrosa, I scanned with my spirit sense, and this guy, Doflamingo, was already the boss in the palace. Is the plot on double speed? I directly teleported in front of him, and guess what happened? This guy saw me, and without saying a word, came straight at me with a dragon fist. I was completely taken aback at that moment. I said, Doff, have you gotten too full of yourself? Has your training messed with your brain? Or are you trying to test my strength? I raised my hand and neutralized his move, feeling a bit surprised inside. He's already at the 4th level of chi condensation. His training speed is impressive. What kind of cheat did he activate? I said, Doff, is this how you greet someone? He was still chuckling to himself, gritting his teeth and saying, you little brat, you've tricked me so badly. I can't wait to kill you right now. I'm really confused. What did I lie to you about? Seeing him wanting to make a move again, I won't hold back this time. I directly used a confinement technique, freezing him and all the guards in the palace in place, unable to move. Can we talk properly? We've only traded once, and the cultivation method is fine. Otherwise, how did you reach your current level? When exactly did I deceive you? Later, guess what? After all that guy somehow got his hands on another cultivation method, thought it was better than the one I gave him, and that he could cultivate faster, so he felt I was cheating him. Let me tell you, this move is all about the information gap. He was fooled by someone else. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, and I said, let me take a look at your precious technique. He wasn't pleased, so I directly retorted, "What do you think you're holding? The technique I've cultivated is over 20 levels higher than yours. Do you really think I would look at your junk? What I gave you was the best of the trash I picked up, and you're still hiding it from me. Do you really think so highly of yourself?" When he heard this, he seemed to be intimidated by my strength. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a few pages of paper. I waved my finger, and the paper flew into my hand. After reading it, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ah, this is hilarious. You say this defective product is better than what I gave you? Better in what way?" Just as he was about to say it cultivates faster, I interrupted him. "This broken thing can at most reach the spirit division realm, which is 2 major realms lower than what I gave you. And do you really think it cultivates fast? Haha, this is a demonic technique. Every time you break through, it burns away your lifespan. You could have lived for 2,000 years, but to level up faster, you'd have to sacrifice 1,000 years. Although it can extend your life. Compared to what I gave you, it's like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Not only is the technique incomplete, but your life will also be significantly shorter." After hearing this, Da felt completely dumbfounded. He, a newcomer, had no idea about these twists and turns. It was then he realized he had been played for a fool. As soon as I saw his expression, I was too lazy to scold him anymore and directly asked about the main issue. "All right, stop looking like you've been struck by lightning. Let me ask you, where are the devil fruits I asked you to collect?" Now he was even more awkward, stammering for a long time before saying, "Well, I thought you were tricking me, so I traded all the fruits with that Morong-hai." What? My blood pressure shot up at that moment. "You traded all of them? How many did you have?" 400. "Oh my God, over 400. My heart was bleeding. I checked the information and found out that this Morong-hai was also a time traveler, using the fruits to build his own power. Such a small vision, it was simply a waste. There was no way around it. I had to change the trading rules. I told Doflamingo, the rules have changed. I not only want the fruits, but I also want the blood plasma of the abilities users. You work for me, and next time I'll give you a top-tier cultivation technique that can lead to the immortal realm, one that perfectly matches your string fruit. If you practice it well, you might even create a new world. But this technique is worth a fortune, so I need all the fruits and abilities in this world. I'll give you 5 years, and after that, it will be too late." After saying that, I walked away. I didn't hear what Doflamingo was trying to shout behind me. He was probably thinking that 3 years would be enough. That kid must think that only by increasing his strength can he survive in this increasingly competitive world. I returned to the Sky Island and saw Hancock still smiling foolishly, like a lovesick girl. It's been several hours. She can't be daydreaming the whole time, can she? I used to tease her. "Xiaoya, why are you so happy?" As soon as she saw me, her face turned bright red, and she couldn't speak smoothly. I understood. It was just some youthful matters. I told her, all right, wait a moment. Let me extract the laws first. This time the harvest was huge. With over 1,600 abilities, plus the previous ones, more than 2,000. I quickly picked out more than 200 that were suitable for Hancock and prepared a super big fusion for her. Half a day later, I had the potion ready and called her over. "Xiaoya, sit down." She obediently sat like a little kitten, and I couldn't help but pat her head. Oh, the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. No, I quickly steadied my mind. Everyone is still young, and unripe fruits aren't tasty. Even Boss Chow wouldn't like that. Ahem, let's get down to business. I hurriedly had her fuse the potions one by one. The first was the 9-tailed fox form of the Phantom Beast, which greatly enhances physical quality. After fusing this, Hancock's combat power would at least multiply by dozens. In the following days, I extracted all the remaining plasma and fruits, and fused several hundred for myself. I felt that the golden core in my body, which was already absurdly large like a wash basin, was now almost the size of a wheel, and it felt like it could continue to grow. Is it okay for me to cultivate like this? I always felt something was off, but my body had no issues. Forget it. The stronger the foundation I build, the more impressive I'll be in the future. My current goal is to gather all the laws and then break through. I flipped through the remaining potions and found the ability of the healing fruit, which I fused directly. Then I set my sights on the potion with spatial abilities at the highest point. Although it was a bit risky with my current physique, I felt as tough as a moving natural disaster. and I believed I could handle it. Fortune favors the bold, so I went for it. I cautiously injected a little bit at first, only to find that the spatial potion was as docile as a little lamb inside me. Hey, it turns out that the laws of the pirate world were inherently incomplete, posing no threat to someone like me who is a chaotic entity prototype. Feeling bold, I directly injected the entire tube. It was successful. I awakened. Ha ha ha. With the spatial law as a foundation, I could merge all the remaining laws. A few days later, I successfully stuffed over 2,000 types of laws into my body. I clenched my fist, feeling the immense power within me. And I estimated that I could easily punch down 100 kindness now. Hancock saw that I had grown stronger and insisted on continuing the fusion. I could only deceive her. Xiaoya, you're cultivating too quickly. Your foundation isn't solid. If you merge again, your body won't be able to handle it. You wouldn't want me to worry about you, right? The little girl was indeed easy to trick. As soon as she heard my concern, she obediently listened. While I was crazily leveling up, those fellow transmigrators were not idle either. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over in Windmill Village, that guy named Murong-hai had been in closed-door training ever since Hancock beat him up. As a result, his subordinates told him that the ace he had his eye on, that little 8-year-old brat, had actually run off to become a pirate and even formed a crew called the Flame Spirit Pirates, with a bounty of 90 million. Goodness, almost 100 million at just 8 years old, trading blows with a Navy Vice Admiral. Murong-hai immediately realized that Ace must also be a transmigrator, and scared. He quickly stopped teaching Luffy and Sabo any techniques, fearing he would raise another fellow countryman to backstab him. Let me tell you, this Ace is indeed a time traveler named Su Qingli. His background is quite tragic. Later, he was adopted by a kind-hearted wealthy foster father. That wealthy foster father is quite ruthless, directly spending money to buy him a celestial-level cultivation method, the Flame Spirit Classic, sending him to fulfill his dreams in the world of One Piece. That's why his cultivation progressed like a rocket, reaching the late Foundation establishment stage in just half a month. Over at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was overwhelmed. First it was me, and now an 8-year-old ace has popped up. They held a meeting to discuss it, but ended up with nothing, unable to catch anyone. Just then, even more explosive news came in. Doflamingo, the guy who doesn't want to be a king properly, went to Onigashima and beat Kaido. Kaido, that 100-beast Kaido, the one who can't even die by suicide. He was beaten by Doflamingo like a broken sack, almost bisected. The Sunbei and Old Man Carp's hand fell in shock. Everyone was stunned, and suddenly, Kizaru in the meeting room just collapsed. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could an admiral faint? The first reaction was that he was definitely faking it, afraid of being sent to catch Doflamingo, and started slacking off again. But after the meeting ended, Kizaru still hadn't woken up. The medical staff came and couldn't find any issues, only awkwardly saying it was high blood pressure. After finally waking Kizaru up, his first words were, "Where am I?" Everyone was even more speechless. He doesn't even recognize the meeting room? Kizaru then asked, "What year is it now?" That's right, this Kizaru has also changed. Another time traveler who spent all his savings and borrowed money to buy a heavenly level cultivation method, Holy Light Technique, which is all about freeloading. Once you time travel, you don't have to pay it back. He hurriedly slipped back to his residence under the pretext of going to the bathroom to try out the technique. This Holy Light Technique is simply a perfect match with his Pika Pika no Mi, and as he sat by the window, he tried it in the sunlight. Hey, this feeling, absorbing solar energy, is much easier than absorbing spiritual energy. So what are we waiting for? I directly started practicing on the spot. Let me tell you, this feeling is simply incredible, like plugging a phone into a 120W fast charger. The sunlight was drilling in my body. This efficiency is amazing. Goodness, time travelers are even starting to do group purchases now. I'm not the only one. On the same day, over in Orangetown, Nami has also changed. This time, it's a young lady who was originally a tech-savvy thief on Earth, and this character suits her perfectly. The book she created, Thief's Scripture, with things like nimble fingers and remote retrieval, is simply tailor-made for her. I heard that she even borrowed money to time travel because the authorities were cracking down. So she hurried to the world of One Piece to avoid trouble, preparing to gain enough experience to ascend. And then guess what? With a blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In these 10 years, the sea was calm, except for Doflamingo occasionally showing up to make his presence felt. There weren't any major events. Over in Fushia village, Luffy and his brother Sabo were discussing going to sea. Luffy asked, Sabo, should we look for Ace? Sabo was quite disdainful. What for? After being pirates for 10 years, with a bounty still at 1 billion, not moving an inch, that's too pathetic. Luffy was defending his brother. But that's 1 billion. Sabo rolled his eyes. So what if it's 1 billion? It hasn't even increased in 10 years. How embarrassing. These two were originally noticed by a big shot named Murong Hai. But because of Ace's situation, the big shot lost interest and let them fend for themselves. However, they laid a good foundation, and both reached the foundation establishment stage, with Luffy even being a top contender at the third layer of foundation establishment. Today, the two decided to go their separate ways. Luffy set sail on a small boat, just like that. Let me tell you, the current Luffy is not the same clumsy one from the original story. His foundation establishment cultivation paired with the Nika fruit allows him to bounce back up even if he falls into the sea, with combat power that rivals a captain. On the other side, the real big shot, Ace, has come out of seclusion. After 10 years of seclusion, for him, it was just like taking a nap. Upon opening his eyes, he was at the mid-stage of the spirit separation realm. This flame spirit classic is like a cheat, leveling up like a rocket, impossible to suppress. As soon as he came out, he saw his subordinates. Good heavens, each one looking like a wild man with unkempt beards, and the longest hair almost 2 meters. Ace was shocked. Are you all cosplaying as a bearded man? Why haven't you tidied yourselves up? Those little brothers were stunned for a long time before realizing this was their captain. After 10 years, how come he still looks like a youth, not even needing food? Hasn't T starved to death? These guys had long been scared stiff by the Navy, hesitating for 10 years whether to run or not, and, as a result, hesitating became a habit. Ace looked at these scruffy guys, whose beards were almost dragging on the ground, and with a disgusted face, probably thought, I'm only 19 years old, bringing these old geezers out. Am I planning to form a senior pirate crew? So he casually asked a couple of questions and found out they just wanted to be islanders and farm. And Ace was happy for some peace, using his powers to conjure some farming tools for them, gave a few instructions, and then transformed into a flash of fire, whoosh, and disappeared. A few days later, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was so angry he slammed the newspaper on the table, pointing at Carp's nose and scolding. Look at the good grandson you raised. Carp could only awkwardly laugh it off. In the newspaper, one bounty was for Luffy, and the other was for Ace. After 10 years, as soon as he appeared, he exploded a pirate ship with over 500 people in one punch, the destructive power almost rivaling a Kainu. Carp didn't dare to speak anymore. He couldn't really chase his own grandson to beat him up, could he? Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly mediated, changing the topic to Doflamingo. Let me tell you how powerful Doflamingo is now. He is collecting the blood of ability users everywhere and manipulating the celestial dragons to deceive devil fruits. Recently, at Mariehua, even 2 admirals working together were beaten by him. If it weren't for me, Kazura would have seen him as a fellow cultivator, got interested, and personally went to fight him, ending up in a stalemate. The Navy's face was almost lost. Why is Doflamingo acting so recklessly? Because his cultivation method has reached a bottleneck. He has stuck everyone. He can't advance, and he is anxious. He made a deal with a big shot named Zang Luo years ago, and after waiting for 10 years without a trace, he finally came out to cause trouble and gather information. And our true protagonist, Zang Luo, he is currently living a blissful life with Hancock on Sky Island. The two of them practicing together and spending the day playing together. One day, Zang Luo's divine sense swept over, Doflamingo, that little ant, is actually flying straight towards Sky Island. Then he remembered, he still owes the guy a deal. As soon as Doflamingo arrived on the island and saw Zang Luo, it felt like a mouse meeting a cat, but his naturally arrogant nature made him want to show off and test the difference. As a result, Zang Luo didn't even raise an eyebrow and simply said, confinement. Good heavens, Doflamingo was directly sealed in a spatial cube, unable to move at all like a figurine. Zang Luo even specially left him half a meter of space to play around, saying, take your time, you might get out after a day of playing. I'll be leaving now, and then strolled away with Hancock. Doflamingo was so furious his veins were popping, frantically outputting power inside, which attracted a crowd of Sky Island residents to watch, like a monkey show. Even Zang Luo's disciple, Enel, showed up. Enel is now also a major player in the nascent soul stage, and seeing Doflamingo trapped, the two began to argue across the barrier. One calling himself this god, and the other this young master, comparing who had the longer title. In the end, Doflamingo was exhausted like a dead dog, his power spent, lying on the ground, still wanting to sneak attack Enel, but was directly electrocuted by Enel, foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over. Enel dragged him off to find his master. Zang Luo was also not idle. His divine sense swept over. Good heavens, a divine battle is happening in the EC. Ace, Luffy, Nami, and a stranger named X, Drake, all four are actually cultivators, and they collided together. The most outrageous part is that Ace and Drake are both at the Spirit Division level, while Nami is at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, and then there's Luffy, our original main character, at the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. Isn't this purely a measurement of combat power? Does anyone understand this? Enel threw Doflamingo to the ground, and only then did Zang Luo regain his focus. He used a bit of spiritual power to wake Doflamingo up, and then it all began. Just as Doflamingo was about to call out to Zang Luo, he was interrupted. Zang Luo started a live teaching session. Doflamingo, once you enter the cultivation circle, you have to follow the rules. When you see someone much stronger than you, calling them senior won't hurt you. Otherwise, one day you might end up crushed like an ant without even knowing why. This was obviously directed at Doflamingo, but in reality, it was a warning for the nearby middle school syndrome disciple Enel. Although Doflamingo was unhappy, he understood the reasoning. He quickly reported his findings: over 4,000 samples of blood and more than 1,500 devil fruits. Upon hearing this, Zang Luo shook his head. Is this all? This isn't enough. He directly stated his price, demanding that Doflamingo collect another 50,000 samples of different abilities in exchange for the celestial level technique Heavenly Gang Silkworm Strength. Then came the more outrageous move. Zang Luo gave the technique to Doflamingo first, implying, I'm not afraid of you running away because in the face of absolute power, you can't escape my grasp. Doflamingo was ecstatic to receive the technique and immediately promised to bring back his stock. The next day, he rushed to deliver everything and even requested to stay on Sky Island to cultivate. Zang Luo agreed, thinking to himself that he wanted to fatten him up for future work. Once Doflamingo entered the training room, he was completely intimidated by the strength present on Sky Island. The 4 priests were no weaker than him, and even the guards were on par with his family's executives. He had seriously poked the nest of cultivators. In just half a year, Doflamingo skyrocketed from the peak of the Dan condensation stage to the peak of the Spirit Division level. He perfectly fused the fruit abilities with the new technique. The first thing he did after exiting closed-door training was to come find me. To find Kizaru, he wanted revenge. A guiding thread teleportation directly appeared above Marine headquarters, and he was incredibly arrogant. Kizaru, last time you relied on your speed to fight me to a standstill. Now I'm at the 9th layer of Spirit Division, and you're only at the 1st layer. Let's see you try again. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart and thought, damn, is this guy cheating? Last time, it was a 2-level difference to tie. And this time, it was an 8-level difference. What the hell? Suddenly, I had a clever idea. Holding my stomach, I said, wait. Fellow villager, my stomach doesn't feel well. I need to take a shit. When Dwafu heard that, his expression was priceless. He probably imagined something unpleasant and immediately started gagging, cursing as he flew away. It wasn't until he was almost home that he remembered he forgot to draw my blood. I just breathed a sigh of relief when the Warring States sent me a task to catch the little thief Nami. I was about to curse, thinking it was a waste of my cultivation time, but when I snatched the wanted notice and took a look, oh, isn't this Nami? Upon closer inspection of her information. Hey, this little beauty is also a cultivator? Foundation Establishment stage? Interesting. I tell you, I disappeared in a flash. That speed even impressed myself. Just kidding. A little beauty in the Foundation building stage even stole money from the Celestial Dragons, ISNT, that just are delivering results to me. When I finally found Nami, good heavens, this girl was huffing and puffing while carrying a sack bigger than herself. I stood there, striking what I thought was my coolest pose. And when she looked up and saw my handsome face, she was completely stunned. "Oh, Admiral Kazuru, nice to meet you." I laughed. "The little beauty still remembers me? How happy are you?" She smiled awkwardly. Anyway, I'm very happy. Are you stopping me for something?" I pointed to her large bag and said, "With so much money you're carrying, can you even spend it all? Your little frame is almost crushed under it. How about you stick with me? I can take care of you." I tell you, as soon as I said that, Nami's little face instantly fell, looking like she had just eaten a fly, shaking her head like a rattle. I was quite displeased and said, Hey, don't be so quick to refuse. I'm at the Navy headquarters, and I do get a salary. I can easily support you. What are you not satisfied with?" But she completely ignored me, and with a burst of speed, using something called the Xian Kong step, she vanished in an instant. Hey, I have a bad temper. Playing speed in front of me? With a flicker of light, I blocked her path again, and we almost collided head-on. Now Nami was truly shocked. "Are you also practicing immortality? Are you from Earth?" I smiled mischievously. "Oh, you noticed? Of course, otherwise why would I come flirt with you?" "Oh no, I mean to find you." As soon as she heard this, she exploded. "What? You also want to have ideas about me?" I was amused when I heard that key point. "What this? From what you're saying, does someone else have their eye on you too?" "Of course. With my looks, is it surprising that someone likes me?" I looked her up and down, and she was still a bit too young. Otherwise, I would have just taken her back right away. No need to keep her around. Get lost. Nami was so angry her face turned red, and she turned around and ran. I followed her like a stubborn, adhesive plaster. Not too fast or too slow. She ran, I followed. She stopped, I stopped. I made her almost cry. And finally, she spun around suddenly, her eyes filled with malice. The next second, I suddenly felt a chill on my lower body. I looked down and thought, what the hell? Where are my shorts? When I looked up again, I saw Nami holding my yellow boxer shorts, looking disgusted as she threw them into the sea. Does anyone understand this? I'm a dignified admiral of the Navy, and my shorts were stolen. At that moment, I didn't care about chasing her anymore. I yelled and rushed into the water to retrieve my shorts. But by the time I finally caught them, that little girl had long disappeared. I was so angry that my teeth were grinding. I quickly put on my pants while no one was around, focused my mind, and continued the chase. As I flew, I saw a little figure moving at an incredible speed. I wondered what it was and decided to intercept it. To my surprise, just as I reached out to grab it, a massive force hit me, sending me flying hundreds of meters. Once I steadied myself and saw what I caught, I completely lost my composure. What the hell? Lao, you, how did you become so powerful? Have you cultivated immortality or crossed over? This little figure was Leo from the Donatata tribe, who jumped out of my grasp and was quite polite, saying, "Hello, General. I am cultivating immortality. And my master is the one who crossed over." It's his master again. That Zang Luo. I felt like this guy's influence was about to seep into the Navy's cafeteria. "Where's your master?" "In the Sky Island." As soon as I heard it, I laughed. "You've deviated from the route by at least 30 degrees. You're the pure champion of getting lost." I originally wanted to trick him into coming back to the Navy headquarters with me. But this little guy is quite clever now and wouldn't fall for it all. He said he wanted to investigate on his own and ran off in a flash. I didn't dare to stop him. Joking aside, he's already at the 5th level of Divine Spirit Realm, and if it really came to a fight, I might not be able to beat him. Guess what happened? This Leo really has good luck. Within a day, he ran into Luffy and his crew. His master had told him before that following Luffy could save his people, and since both sides had the same destination, they teamed up directly. Speaking of Luffy, that kid is also quite something. When he encountered Ace before, his good big brother directly gave him a more powerful technique called Flame Spirit Sutra. With Luffy's Sun God Fruit paired with his Fire-type technique, he was like a fish in water. In just over half a year, his cultivation jumped from the 1st to the 6th level of Divine Spirit Realm. Their group rode the ascending current and rushed up to Sky Island. But as soon as they reached the Gate of Heaven, they were hinted at being able to illegally enter because they didn't have money to pay the toll. Hey, these foolish youngsters really went in without thinking. What happened next? As soon as they got on the island, they were surrounded by a large group of divine soldiers. The guards of Sky Island were fierce, most of them at the Condensed Dan realm, and there were plenty at the Divine Spirit realm. With their level of strength, they could bully people in the East Blue, but here, they were directly suppressed and taken away as labors. At that time, only Leo was overlooked because he was too small. He took advantage of the chaos to slip away, inquiring along the way, and finally found out where his master Zang Luo lived. When Zang Luo heard that his disciple had come, he was quite happy. After Leo came in, he found that this little guy had improved quite a bit, already at the 5th level of divine spirit realm, and even had his own disciple. Zang Luo was so pleased that he decided to give his first disciple a big boost. He first told Leo that Luffy and the others would be held for a while to let them suffer a bit, so they wouldn't be so unaware of the heavens and earth. Then he pulled out over 1,000 of his self-developed rule potions and, like giving injections, infused them into Leo's body one by one. What with Doflamingo's string ability, the thorn fruit, and the scissors fruit, after a round of fusion, Leo's physical strength reached a level comparable to the transcendence realm. Then he also taught Leo a top-tier technique, Great Void Unity Sutra, so he could cultivate well on Sky Island. After handling his disciples' matters, Zang Luo himself was troubled. He had recently encountered some issues in his cultivation. He was primarily focusing on reverse growth. While others' cultivation level rises with their strength, he, on the other hand, had his strength increase with more fused rules. But his level dropped back to the condensed Dan realm. If he didn't feel like he could punch through a 4 Emperor's level opponent, he would have doubted whether he was practicing incorrectly. One day, while looking at Enel, he suddenly remembered that impressive thunder spirit from God Island. He thought that with his current strength, he should be able to go there and reap some benefits. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into Hancock, who could withstand the Empress's charm. There was no choice but to take her along. As soon as they arrived at God Island, the thunder spirit immediately became timid. Last time, he was so arrogant, but this time, feeling the deadly threat from Zang Luo, he didn't dare to speak loudly. Zang Luo didn't want to waste time either. He got straight to the point and said, "Last time you scared me, you need to pay." The thunder spirit, named Lei Yu, was an old monster that had survived since the primordial era, with his true spirit residing in a broken innate spiritual treasure thunder disk. He cried poor, saying he had nothing. Zang Luo didn't believe this at all and immediately seized the thunder disk. I tell you, that thing is truly a fragment of a congenital spiritual treasure. It shocked Zang Luo so much that his whole body convulsed, like he was dancing at a club. But he just wouldn't let go, and he found out that this thing is simply the ultimate fast charger. After holding it for a while, his cultivation, which had fallen to the 1st level of the condensing pill realm, was quickly filled up again, shooting straight to the 9th level of the condensing pill realm. Now Zang Luo was even less likely to let go. However, this thunderplate couldn't be refined. Lei Yu said they had to wait until they found the fragment to repair it. Zang Luo thought he needed to find a body for this old guy to settle down in. He needed a body that could manipulate magnetism to control the thunderplate. So he thought of someone, Eustace Kid. Zang Luo told Hancock to train on the island by herself, while he teleported out to find someone. Kid was also unlucky. He had just set sail from the South Sea not long ago, and was caught by Zang Luo near the Little Garden. As soon as Zang Luo boarded the ship, he intimidated Kid and his crew. He first mocked everyone's dream of finding One Piece, then casually stated, "I got that thing 10 years ago. It's just a cultivation technique." As soon as he said that, everyone on Kid's ship turned green with envy. Who wouldn't want immortality? Zang Luo then revealed his true intention, saying, "I have my eyes on your body. Give it to me, and One Piece is yours. I'll even trade you for a new body." Of course, Kid and the others didn't believe him. Did he think it was like changing clothes? Zang Luo was too lazy to explain, and with one room, he randomly swapped the souls of everyone on the ship. Instantly, the ship was in chaos. Kid ended up in a lackey's body, and the lackey ended up in Kid's body, with everyone staring at their unfamiliar selves, completely dumbfounded. After Zang Luo took a long time to switch them back, Kid finally understood. He agreed, but put forth a condition. "I want a celestial dragon's body." Zang Luo was taken aback, then laughed. "Wow, this guy's thinking is really ahead of the game." Kid made it very clear that with a cultivation technique, the most important thing is resources. Who has more resources than the celestial dragons? When the time comes, if he swaps for a celestial dragon's identity, he can use the world's resources to cultivate. treating his crew to a life of luxury. Isn't that much better than being a struggling pirate king? Upon hearing this, Zang Luo thought, hey, this kid is talented. He immediately made a decision. All right, it's settled. I'll take you there right now. Where's there? Let me tell you, it's straight to Mariehua. The pirate ship flew up as if it were on a cheat, zooming through the air, flashing a few times, and then thud it landed right in someone's yard. Goodness. The landing was so dusty that it irritated a young celestial dragon kid in the yard. The kid was only about 10 years old, in that age of extreme, youthful arrogance, and he started shouting with his hands on his hips. Our crew was extremely nervous, but guess what? Eustace kid was staring at that kid with shining eyes, as if he were looking at a treasure. I could guess he was thinking, this kid has good potential. If I take him back and train him, he would definitely be a great asset. I don't have the time to listen to their arguments. So I snapped my fingers and swapped their souls. In the next second, just watch, the soul of the celestial dragon is in kid's body, feeling his muscular physique and being incredibly narcissistic. Meanwhile, in the body of that celestial dragon kid's soul is there, initially making a fuss, but once he realizes something is off with the body, hey, he's having a blast. Like a goofy dog, he inadvertently uses the power of the magnet fruit and starts experimenting on the person next to him. Watching his excitement, I can't help but roll my eyes. Enjoy while it lasts. But do you really think this body is yours now? I couldn't be bothered with him and just grabbed kid's modified body to make my escape. On the way, I took out several vials of rule potions and poured them into this body as if they were free. I didn't go all out. I just needed to enhance it enough to withstand the soul of that crossing tribulation expert, Lei Yu. After all, he's an ancient monster from the primordial era, and he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Who knows if he would stab me in the back over a magic treasure. I had to keep a hand in reserve. When I returned to Thunder God Island, I explained everything to Lei Yu and then stuffed his soul into kid's body. As for the celestial dragon's soul, I casually tossed it into a sea king's body, and with a snap, both the person and the soul were directly struck to bits by the thunderstorm above, clean and efficient. Lei Yu was extremely satisfied with his new body. He felt that the attributes of this body perfectly matched him, and once the soul fully merged, it would be like he had come back to life right there. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, incredible. I've never seen soul exchange skills like yours in the primordial era. Even the Tao ancestor could only enlighten a stone to become a spirit. Nothing is as direct as what you do. What surprised him even more was that the body came with a few rules of its own. Although they were a bit weak, they were enough to deal with ordinary cultivators. At that moment, Hancock had also completed her training. She was now at the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm. Don't think that her progress was slow just because it took her 10 years to advance 4 levels. I can tell you, I was completely training her as my wife. The cultivation technique I gave her was my own chaotic golden technique. Just like me, she was refining a super golden Dan, and her combat power could easily crush several large realms of opponents. She was impressively strong. We returned to Sky Island, and wow, the noise. The Thunder Plate was fully activated, like the Thunder God descending, which scared all the residents out of their homes. Enel relaxed only when he saw I was back. For everyone's safety, I moved the Thunder Plate to the barren land where the Scipians used to live. Anyway, there's no one there now. Back at the temple, I saw Raijin curiously observing the winged residents of the Sky Island, mumbling, these bird people. Could they be related to those mixed-breed birds of Emperor Jun? Are they some mutated descendants of theirs? I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Come on, you're overthinking it. But he probably viewed these people as monsters in his mind. So he was quite friendly when talking to them. On my side, my realm has recovered, and for the time being, I don't need to enter seclusion. With some free time, I got a bit restless and decided to try something new. Artificial devil fruits. A man must not say it can't be done. It must be done. So I locked myself in the lab and tinkered away for 3 months, producing a pile of results like a small mountain. To test the effects, I directly notified all the island residents about free body modifications. First come, first served. As soon as the news broke, the entire Sky Island erupted. Everyone went crazy, rushing to line up, and the queue was incredibly long. The first one was a young man. I gave him an injection and asked him, "How does it feel? Try out your new ability." He pondered for a moment, and with a snap, he transformed into a huge duck. Then he started crying, and it was heartbreakingly sad. Who understands the feelings of family? He cried out, "My ability is a duck. What use is there besides being stubborn?" Boo, I was so angry at that moment. Don't look down on ducks. With this ability, who can stop you on the sea? Not even the seawater can hold you back. When you become stronger in the future and can influence the surrounding matter, you'll be able to walk through walls or burrow underground whenever you want. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Seeing him still crying, I had no choice but to take out another potion. All right, let me optimize you a bit. I injected him with an animal-type white crane potion again. All right, now you're a duck-type mythical beast in the form of a flying crane. Give it another try. Upon hearing this, he wiped his tears and instantly transformed into an ethereal white crane. With a flap of his wings, he flew into the sky, much better than his original small wings. Half a month later, the residents of the Sky Island had an average of one ability user each. I came out of the laboratory and took a walk with Hancock by the edge of the sea of clouds. Suddenly, I saw two figures standing in midair in the distance, which startled me. My eyes could see them, but when I scanned with my spiritual sense, it was completely blank. This was definitely not a mirage. I stared hard at the two of them and suddenly sensed a familiar aura that was connected to me. My mind buzzed. Chaotic golden technique. There was a mark left by the other party in the cultivation method I practiced. My heart skipped a beat. How impressive must these big shots be? I told Hancock to stay put, and, mustering my courage, flew over. From a distance, I bowed and said, "I greet the two seniors." A gentle male voice responded, "No need to be so formal, young friend." I looked up and thought, wow, this man and woman looked like celestial beings descended to Earth. They were simply stunning. Although they appeared to be in their 20s, I wouldn't dare to consider them young people, even if you killed me. I mustered the courage to ask, "May I ask if both of you are from other worlds?" The man smiled slightly. "Aren't you as well?" I was taken aback and quickly shifted to the main topic. "Well, I feel that the cultivation technique I practice is connected to yours, senior." He interrupted me directly. "You mean the chaotic golden technique, right? I created it on a whim." "What?" I was stunned on the spot. My mind short-circuited, and I stammered, "Why you? Are you the Grandmaster Shenhun? Wow, this is a being that surpasses even my own father. One of the top figures in this universe, the mastermind behind the Soul Group. If he weren't suppressing his aura, I probably wouldn't even qualify to approach him." "Oh, this little kid actually knows me?" The Grandmaster seemed a bit surprised. I quickly introduced myself. "I heard about your deeds from my father, Zang Luo. So it's that little guy, huh? We indeed have a few connections." Hearing that my father, such a figure, was referred to as a little guy felt strange. But with his power, who would dare to object? I seized the opportunity to seek help urgently. "My dad said it was you who guided him to Earth, which is why I exist. When I crossed over, my dad told me my identity, but a data package about Earth civilization was locked in my mind. According to my dad, the Soul Group is your influence. Could you please help me?" The great master Shenhun became intrigued upon hearing this. "Earth? Soul-crossing machine? Those kids have already created it?" He muttered that he was also a traveler from Earth and mentioned that there are a dozen or so travelers in this small world. I was shocked. A dozen? I only discovered 4. The great master nodded and looked me over, suddenly even more surprised. "What kind of cultivation is this? You've already integrated over 6,000 laws? Isn't this something you can only touch after reaching the immortal realm?" I honestly replied, Senior, isn't this devil fruit just the law? I've been collecting and merging them. Is that okay?" The great Shenhun shook his head. "No problem. The technique I created is meant to enhance physical strength and magical power, and the lost seed of this small world can't harm you. Your cultivation approach is quite novel. If you keep going this way and can merge the laws of the heavens, you might have a chance to catch up to my realm." As soon as he finished speaking, I felt the Great One blink without even moving, and suddenly the information package in my mind exploded open. The vast amount of knowledge made me feel dizzy. By the time I regained my senses, the two Great Ones had already vanished. Later, I found out they were on a trip in their own universe with their wife, passing by the world of One Piece to take a look, worried that if they accidentally sneezed, they might destroy this world. I wobbled back to Hancock and said to her, "Xiaoya, my mind is a bit messy. I need to go back and organize the information. I'm not playing today." After returning, I started to seclude myself to digest all the knowledge of Earth civilization. Hancock, feeling bored, went to the lab to help me work on those potion formulas. I am currently deep in learning. Hancock's two sisters, Sonia and Mary, came to me covered in injuries. As soon as they met, they dropped a bombshell. Sister, it's bad. The people on the island, they're all pregnant. Hancock was stunned. Sonia cried and explained, it's that Morong-hai. He brought his men and took over our Nine-Snake Island. Now all our people on the island, they're all pregnant. Hancock's anger surged instantly. How dare they touch her? Did they really think she had no temper? She immediately rummaged through my mountain of potions, grabbed more than a dozen, and without caring about any hierarchy, directly fused them into her two sisters, drastically increasing their strength. Then the three of them flew towards Qinghai with murderous intent. On the way, they happened to run into the Straw Hat crew, who had just been released from Sky Island. The moment Sanji saw Hancock, his eyes turned into hearts. Hancock, already filled with rage, didn't think twice and slapped him, sending him flying and smashing the Going Merry into pieces. Usopp immediately collapsed onto the wooden debris, crying out, "My Mary!" Zoro gritted his teeth in anger, "You curly brow. Why provoke her for no reason?" Meanwhile, Hancock and her two sisters had already reached the sky above Nine-Snake Island. Morong-hai arrogantly sat on his throne, excited to see them return and try to greet them. However, Hancock couldn't be bothered and slapped him from a distance. With a loud bang, Morong-hai was slapped from the sky into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, completely stunned. How is this possible? I'm at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, while you're only at the 9th level of the core formation realm. How could I lose to you? He was nearly going crazy. This was unscientific. His subordinates were also shocked, and just as they were about to bravely charge in, they were suppressed by Hancock's imposing aura, all falling to the ground. The entire Morong family was silent, but even more absurd things were about to happen. When the women of Nine-Snake Island realized the Empress had returned, they initially cheered, but as they discussed, their voices grew quieter. "Sho, why should we be saved? It's not easy to have men on the island now. Yeah, if they drive us away, how will we endure the long nights ahead?" Wow, the status has reversed? Hancock held her forehead, speechless, feeling that this group of citizens didn't need her redemption at all. Morong-hai was also dumbfounded. Wait, are we being treated as shared resources? Taking advantage of Hancock's headache, he quickly led his core subordinates to escape. The women of Nine-Snake Island went mad trying to stop them, but their strength was insufficient, leaving only a few small fry behind. Then, a female official stood up and suggested, "Let's lock these men up, open a shop, and set clear prices for everyone to consume by ticket." After Hancock dealt with this mess, she decided to popularize cultivation techniques and then stayed on the island to maintain order. Meanwhile, the fleeing Morong-hai felt bitter in his heart. However, he quickly encouraged himself, deciding to take over Reverse Mountain and build his harem, wanting all the beauties like Wei Wei, Kaya, and Dazuki. As he drooled and fantasized when he arrived at Reverse Mountain, he ordered the local officials to build him a palace. One official stubbornly said that this territory belonged to St. Nicholas and could not be betrayed. Upon hearing this, Morong-hai scoffed. What nonsense! I've never even heard of it in the original story. He immediately ordered his subordinates to knock out 3 of that official's front teeth. After returning, that official immediately reported to the Celestial Dragons. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku received a furious call from the Celestial Dragons and was so angry that he fainted the phone bug. Damn Morong-hai, causing trouble again. He immediately summoned all the vice admirals and generals for a meeting. The next day, instead of laborers, Morong-hai was met with a Navy fleet. Leading the team was Kizaru. Kizaru, also a traveler, greeted him in his lazy tone. "Fellow countrymen, give me some face and build your nation somewhere else, okay? If you provoke the Celestial Dragons, it's us in the Navy who will end up suffering." Morong-hai looked disdainful. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Kizaru continued to mediate. "We're all from the same place, why bother?" Morong-hai laid his cards on the table. "I will rule the whole world from the highest point." Kizaru thought to himself, "You fool, you probably don't even know that Lorda might also be a cultivator." But he didn't want to say more, since he was already there. "How about, we have a fight?" Morong-hai was taken aback, then sneered, "Come on, let us see how long your Navy's only cultivator can hold out." As soon as the fight started, Kizaru, using his speed, darted around Murong-hai like a ghost, refusing to engage directly. Murong-hai exploded with rage. "Is this what you call a fight?" Kizaru innocently replied, "You're at a higher realm. I just want to sense your strength first. If there is no danger, I'll engage directly. You are such a dog." Murong-hai was so furious that he unleashed his ultimate move, Dragon overwhelming the wilderness. He turned to his subordinates who were watching the spectacle and roared. Everyone charged together. They had been watching with great interest, but upon hearing this, their faces turned green. "Aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths?" But they had no choice but to charge ahead. Kizaru, seeing this situation, pretended to be scared while secretly delighted. As Murong-hai's subordinates rushed in, he unleashed his ultimate move, Holy Light. 10,000 swords returned to the sect, instantly clearing a large part of the battlefield. Akainu trembled beside him. When Kizaru asked for help, he tentatively suggested, "How about I order the cannons to fire?" Upon hearing this, Murong-hai, in a fit of rage, slapped Akainu away, making him disappear. He glared at Kizaru. "Are you really going to oppose me?" Kizaru was also irritated. "Aren't you the one who started this trouble?" Murong-hai shouted angrily. "You damn monkey, are you stupid? Do you really need to listen to those idiots?" Kizaru shrugged, thinking the strongest Lord Im is on our side. You just don't know it. He decided it wasn't worth the trouble to continue fighting, so he waved his hand. "All right, fellow countrymen, let's leave it at that this time." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Murong-hai still wanted to recruit him, but Kizaru left without looking back, instructing his subordinates, "When we return, don't say anything random. Just report that we couldn't win and that we were beaten badly." Murong-hai watched Kizaru ignore him, feeling furious, and ultimately vented all his anger on the common people who were building his palace, making their lives miserable. Just when he thought he had finished venting, unexpectedly, the main character showed up at his door. I'll tell you, celestial dragon with a big fish tank on his head, named Saint Nicholas, came over with a big group of bodyguards. Don't underestimate these celestial dragoness guards. They really have good stuff. This guy brought along a general-level combatant and a CP9 agent, who is said to be an old hand from the last generation, also at the general level. Not at all comparable to someone like Lucci, who is just a fresh graduate intern. When the two sides met, my brother Murong-hai hadn't even had the chance to comment on the celestial dragoness bizarre appearance when that CP9 in a white suit, without a word, stomped in the air and instantly teleported in front of Murong-hai, launching a Six Kings gun attack, with a punch carrying shockwaves aimed right at his chest. The speed was fast, but that was about it. Murong-hai didn't dodge at all. He just shouted, "Celestial Dragon Armor Defense." And what happened? Crack. The one screaming was the guy in the white suit himself. Family, you have to understand, his two fists were directly broken off 2 inches from his wrists, hanging down like 2 chicken claws. This guy was stunned at that moment, and after realizing it, quickly stepped back using the moonwalk, trying to escape. Ridiculous. In front of cultivators, even running to the moon is within attack range. That CP9 had just retreated back to the celestial dragoness side when he was met with a cold, hard waste. Then that fish tank-headed guy waved his hand, and all the guards rushed up with a howl. On Murong-hai's side, he just glanced back at his subordinates, who were already boiling with anger. And it was just right to vent it on this group. 3 seconds. I'm telling you, just 3 seconds. The battle was over. Except for Murong-hai's side. Everyone present didn't even realize what had happened. Those guards, one by one, were all beaten into a pulp on the spot. Not a single one left alive. Now, Murong-hai was also fired up, directly dashing in front of that St. Nicholas. Not wasting any time talking, he slapped and shattered the glass cover, grabbing the celestial dragon, Pig, by the neck. That guy was still flailing around, and with a bit of force from Murong-hai's hand, crack. The world was quiet. The CP9 with a broken arm was so scared his soul almost left his body, stuttering and pointing at Murong-hai, saying, You actually killed a celestial dragon." Murong-hai glanced back at him, too lazy to speak, and with a backhand, he unleashed a demon dragon fist. With a bang, he exploded into a red mist on the spot, leaving not a single shred behind. I have to tell you, this time we poked the hornet's nest of the celestial dragons. The news got back, and another celestial dragon, supposedly the wild brother of the deceased, was so furious that he shot the civilian who reported it on the spot. But he himself didn't dare to come here. He heard that even the generals couldn't handle it. So he ran to Mary Geo's to complain to the elders. Once the complaint was made, the Navy headquarters faced a big mess. The elders issued a strict order for all Navy personnel to mobilize. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had to go. And they said they would send former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong for support. Sengoku was stunned. He thought, what good is it to have more people? I can't even take 2 moves from Kazuru. Going would just be sending heads. But he couldn't disobey the order. So what could he do? He could only go through the motions and play it cool. On the way, Rear Admiral Crane suggested asking Kazuru if he knew any other cultivators. And we could hire one. When Kazuru heard this, he almost laughed. What could the Navy offer that a cultivator would find appealing? But then he thought, with so many crossovers, there might really be someone willing to cooperate. He immediately thought of Ace. The next moment, Kazuru flashed and appeared in the new world, directly landing on Ace's ship. The young crew members on Ace's ship saw a Navy admiral arrive and all got excited, wanting to give it a try. Ace quickly stopped them, joking that Kazuru was suppressing his aura like an ordinary person. If they went up, it wouldn't be a test, it would be death. Seeing it was Kazuru, Ace directly asked, Admiral Kazuru, you came specifically to find me. Is there something you need? Kazuru looked Ace up and down, and with a smile said, fellow townsman, your strength has improved quickly. He then proposed, can I ask you to lend a hand? Ace understood right away that if the Navy couldn't handle it, it must be a cultivator. He asked, who are we dealing with? We aren't that familiar. I can't help for free, right? Kazuru got straight to the point. The opponent is called Murong Hai at the 8th layer of the nascent soul. One small realm above you. I have the speed advantage. If we team up, we'll definitely win. After we succeed, the territory of Murong Hai will be directly granted to you, officially certified, allowing you to build a nation and become the leader. When Ace heard build a nation, he thought, what nation can I build as a cultivator? Wait, building a nation sounds great. I can issue a recruitment order. And wouldn't all the good talents in the world come to join me? Then I won't have to worry about finding good companions. This deal was definitely worth it. All right, I'll take this job. Ace decided on the spot, but insisted on having official approval from the Navy headquarters. He didn't trust Kazuru's word alone. Kazuru immediately pulled out a den mushi and called Sengoku. Once Sengoku heard the terms, he agreed without hesitation. Of course, just giving a piece of land without any cost was like a pie falling from the sky. After securing the guarantee, Ace had the crew head to Water 7 Island to wait while he transformed into a flame and, alongside Kazuru, almost simultaneously landed on the roof of Murong Hai's palace. When Murong Hai saw the two, he immediately understood, sneering, "Oh, Ace, you little brat, how did you mix with the Navy's dead monkey? Are you here to go against me?" Ace responded directly, "Mr. Murong, sorry, but I have my eyes on your territory." Murong Hai was furious and laughed, thinking, "You're using my territory as a bargaining chip. The Navy's ability to pull off such tricks is truly a commercial genius." The conversation turned sour, and Ace asked Kazuru, "How do we fight?" Kazuru smirked and replied, "Just beat him up, gang up on him." "Good," Ace said, and he charged in first, launching an attack with Flame Ring. Fire Pillar, Pillar of Burning Heaven. The fire pillar was as thick as something, shooting towards Murong Hai with world-destroying temperatures. Murong Hai quickly opened his shield to withstand it. As the flames subsided, Kizaru's holy light sword followed closely, shattering Murong Hai's spiritual armor with a snap. "Dead monkey, all you know is sneak attacks." Murong Hai cursed. Kizaru just chuckled and ignored him. The ensuing battle was intense. Murong Hai's subordinates were like paper in front of Ace, getting wiped out with one big move. Murong Hai himself was burned to a crisp by Ace's spiritual fire, while also having to constantly guard against Kizaru's cold arrows shooting from who knows where, getting beaten down throughout. After dozens of rounds, Murong Hai realized that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose, so he gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move. "You forced me to do this." Demon transformation, divine dragon body. His skin began to reveal dragon-scale illusions, his body cracking and popping, his hands transforming into dragon claws. And he grew into a massive eastern dragon several dozen feet long. This was not a transformation from a devil fruit. It was powered by technique, burning 100 years of lifespan for a brief moment of invincibility. Transformed into a dragon, Hai went berserk, attacking anyone in sight. Ace panicked and unleashed his killer move, Celestial Flame of Burning Heaven. As the celestial flames touched the dragon body, Hai rolled in agony in the sky. But it also completely enraged him. He retaliated with a claw, sending Ace crashing from the sky into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Kizaru, relying on his speed, narrowly dodged and was hesitating whether to run when he sensed the Navy's main force arriving. As for Hai, the transformation time was up, and his aura rapidly declined. Seeing the situation, he took the last bit of strength and vanished with a dragon leap. When Steel Bone Kong and Sengoku arrived at the scene, the fight had just ended. They looked at the battered battlefield, which resembled having been plowed by 10 white beards, and were speechless. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. While the Navy and Kizaru were discussing the situation, Blackbeard, that crafty fellow, unexpectedly emerged from a corner and dove into the pit where Ace had been smashed out, soon dragging out the unconscious Ace with a collar around his neck. Just as Sengoku was about to explode with anger, Blackbeard said he wanted to trade Ace for a warlord position and reveal a shocking secret. When Carp heard this, his heart sank and he wanted to punch Blackbeard unconscious, but Blackbeard dodged. Blackbeard moved aside and, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, revealed that Ace was the son of Pirate King Roger. This shocked everyone. Sengoku and Steel Bone Kong calculated that this matter was too significant and immediately reported it to the elders. Upon hearing it was Roger's bloodline, the elders ordered public execution to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Thus, the Navy betrayed Ace, who had just helped them, throwing him into Impel Down. Blackbeard got what he wanted, becoming a warlord, with the system's prompt ringing continuously in his mind, completing the newbie task and rewarding him with a pile of perfect-level hockey and enhanced 6 powers. Just as he was complaining about the rewards being too little, the system suddenly detected the presence of a cultivator and urgently patched him up, issuing a yellow-level technique, sitting for getting scripture, and releasing a new task: fuse 3 devil fruits. On the other side, Ace woke up in prison, realizing he had been used as a pawn by the Navy and stabbed in the back, infuriating him to curse in the cell. Soon, news of the Navy's public execution of Ace in Marineford spread throughout the world. Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks teamed up directly, and the old crew members of the Roger Pirates, including Rayleigh and Crocus, were also preparing to come out to save him. Among the forcibly summoned warlords, a heavyweight had infiltrated Don Quixote Doflamingo. This guy was now also an unfathomable cultivator, purely there to watch the show. When he sat in the meeting room, his aura suppressed Mihawk, making him uneasy. An oblivious Navy soldier tried to restrict his actions, only to be controlled by Doflamingo-esque strings, committing suicide on the spot. Once Sengoku learned of this, he could only helplessly notify everyone not to provoke this gentleman. Finally, the day of execution arrived. Ace was led to the execution platform, facing Sengoku's righteous speech. He directly retorted, "I'll execute your grandpa. You wanted to help you fight, and after I'm severely injured, you stab me in the back? You dare call that justice?" Akainu immediately exploded with anger and rushed onto the stage to take matters into his own hands. However, Ace looked utterly disdainful and wasn't afraid at all. Although the collar around his neck suppressed his magical and fruit abilities, his primordial infant was still intact, and he didn't believe these mortals could hurt him in the slightest. Just as the tension escalated, a voice suddenly echoed in Ace's mind. Little brat, weren't you helping them? How did you end up in this situation?" Ace was taken aback. "Hai, don't look for me. I'm 10 miles away." Hai's voice came again. "So, do you need help?" Ace fell silent, surprised that Hai didn't actually hate him. After a while, he replied, "I don't need your help. I want to see how they execute me. Since they treat me this way, I don't need to show mercy. This time when I get out, I'll stick with you." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Hai in the distance almost laughed himself crazy. How could he not laugh? I tell you, his plan was so loud that even Doflamingo, far away in Dressrosa, could hear it. He had long wanted to team up with Ace. Why? Because he realized that the waters of this world are deeper than the Mariana Trench. That Doflamingo good guy turned out to be a cultivator too, with a territory much larger than in the original story and a bunch of skilled subordinates, even colluding with the Navy. Hai thought to himself, sooner or later, he would have to fight this guy, and if it's a one-on-one, he wouldn't stand a chance. So he had to pull in Ace as a powerful ally. While he was pondering, he looked up and thought, oh no, the situation here is not right. The white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates actually emerged from the sea at the same time, and the scene was like hundreds of giant ships popping up like dumplings. A wave came crashing in, and the Navy's warships shattered like paper, falling apart all over the place. Akiji quickly took action, freezing everything in sight. But the result was that he inadvertently paved a highway of ice for the pirates, with tens of thousands of people rushing up, shouting loudly. Even more outrageous was still to come. A warship from Impel Down also arrived, filled with fierce criminals who had escaped. Ace's crew also made it there. But guess who was the most bizarre? On the tower next to the execution platform, 6 guys popped up, holding something, and started a live broadcast. Brothers, I'm Abwa. Without a country. Exclusive perspective of the Marineford War. Not enough sense of security. Let us send a wave of gifts. I was stunned at the time. Who understands what my family is going through? This has turned into a world war, and yet people are still doing live stream shopping, right? As a result, these 6 are all from the same industry. After some discussion, they decided to just create a combined live streaming room with 6 cameras covering every angle, focusing on an immersive experience. Fans went crazy, sending rockets and yachts flying. In the blink of an eye, they made over 400,000 with money in hand. They felt at ease, and the streamers immediately bought a small teleportation talisman each from the system mall, priced at 30,000 each, which supposedly could randomly teleport them up to 3 kilometers away. Wow, they were already prepared with a backup for their lives. At that moment, Ace on the execution platform spoke up. He called out to the tens of thousands of brothers below, saying, Dad, Shanks, brothers, thank you for coming to save me. But really, there's no need. They can't kill me because I am a cultivator. Sengoku's face darkened upon hearing this, thinking, what are you pretending for? You can't be killed? Today, I will scatter your ashes. Beside him, Akainu was even more explosive. Without saying a word, he lunged forward with a hellhound, his volcanic fist smashing down with a thud, giving Ace a chilling blow. Akainu was eager to see the despair on Ace's face, but guess what? Ace wore a look of disdain. Akainu panicked, thinking, what? Can he really not be killed? He shouted frantically at the executioner beside him. Chop. Cut off his head. The pirates below were all dumbfounded. Didn't they say he couldn't be killed? What's going on? Only Ace's crew seemed to remember something, saying their captain had mentioned something about a golden core and reincarnation. The executioner's legs trembled as he closed his eyes and swung down. With a crack, Ace's head rolled to the ground. It was over. This time it was really over. The tens of thousands of pirates felt their hearts sink. It was all in vain. Doflamingo, lurking in the distance, smirked, quietly collecting the blood on the ground. Just at that moment, Luffy finally arrived, letting out a furious roar. The Conqueror's haki erupted instantly, knocking out thousands of Navy soldiers nearby. Sengoku, furious, pointed at Carp, but Carp was too heartbroken to care. But no one expected the most critical turning point to come. Ace's head was cut off, and his body knelt upright. The collar around his neck that suppressed his powers loosened due to the lack of head support. Ace concentrated his thoughts, leaned forward, and with a clank, the collar fell off. His powers were instantly unleashed. In the next second, to everyone's astonishment, Ace's headless body reached out for his head on the ground, shouting thunderously, "Head, come!" That head flew back and perfectly reattached. Ace revived on the spot. The executioner was so scared he wet himself. The livestream chat exploded with comments urging the streamer to stay calm. This was truly a physical resurrection. In the distance, Blackbeard was terrified by the scene, quickly asking his system what was going on. The system informed him that without the collar, Ace was immortal. Blackbeard was stunned and thought, what the hell, why fight? While no one is paying attention, I'll just slip away into the crowd. With Ace revived, he was filled with rage. He didn't even look at anyone else, his gaze fixed on the still-dazed Akainu. Immortal Flame Wall. A towering wall of fire erupted, enveloping the entire execution platform. No one could come in or go out. Ace pointed at Akainu's nose and spat. Aren't you all about justice? How come you don't go kill the celestial dragons who have harmed so many people, acting like a big shot in front of me? Today, I will send you off with the high temperatures your magma fears the most. Mirror fire flame, flame domain. The overwhelming spiritual fire instantly engulfed Akainu. Akainu wanted to resist with his magma dog head, but what happened? His magma met Ace's flames and evaporated instantly, like ice cream dropped into a steel furnace. Ah! A scream echoed through the sky. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. As the flames dissipated, there was nothing left of Akainu. He was burned to nothing. Outside, Kizaru finally managed to open a small gap in the firewall with his sword of 1,000 swords, just in time to witness this scene. His eyes nearly popping out in shock. Ace removed the firewall and turned his gaze to him without saying a word. He raised his hand and unleashed a great flame ring, Flame Emperor, Annihilation Flame. A massive fireball erupted around him, its brightness more blinding than the sun. This was no longer a fight. It was like AI expanding the image, directly regenerating the entire marine fort in hell mode. Kizaru, relying on his speed, turned into a beam of light and fled. But the surrounding navy was doomed. Wherever the light circle passed, people, buildings, and ground were all turned to ash. Luffy was fine, rushing into the fire to hug Ace, laughing and jumping. Ace initially wanted to obliterate the navy, but after being persuaded by Luffy and Carp, he reluctantly held back. However, he still flew into the sky and issued a final ultimatum to Sengoku and the others. You have half a minute to escape. After half a minute, I'll kill one if I see one. As soon as these words were spoken, the navy completely collapsed. The warlords like Mihawk and Moria, who were clever, turned and ran, not caring about the navy's fate. When the half minute was up, Ace unleashed 2 annihilation flames. And Marineford was forcibly burned down by more than 3 meters. A hell on earth. The streamers were also scared and quickly smashed their teleportation talismans to flee. When everything calmed down, Ace realized that Murong Hai and Blackbeard had already disappeared. The next day, the whole world went crazy. The headlines of a Newsbird's newspaper read, "The Navy has become history." It turned out that Murong Hai, taking advantage of the chaos of the war, went around personally calling out the Navy high-ranking officials that Kizaru had rescued, including Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, Akiji, and over 50 others, all assassinated. The Navy was wiped out overnight, completely crippled. Kizaru was so frightened that he hid on an island to cultivate. Meanwhile, Doflamingo found Kizaru. His current strength was unfathomable, making Kizaru look like a little chick in front of him. Doflamingo had one goal: give me a vial of blood. Kizaru hesitated and squeezed out half a vial. But Doflamingo found it too little. With a single move, he cut off one of Kizaru's fingers and was finally satisfied to take the blood away. It turned out that he had been secretly following Murong Hai, collecting the blood of the ability users that Murong Hai had taken down. This guy had grand ambitions. With the Navy gone, surely the world government had to react, right? The 5 old stars, these 5 old men, hurried to meet their highest leader, Sama. Let me tell you, this is the peak of the mastermind. This him is not even from this world. He is a celestial being who fell from the celestial realm 800 years ago. Due to severe injuries, his realm plummeted, and now he is only slightly stronger than Doflamingo and the others. To recover in peace, he casually supported 5 little brothers and established a world government. Now, after hearing the report, Im couldn't care less, waving his hand and saying, "You all handle it yourselves." Thus, the 5 old stars, having cultivated for 800 years but rarely having fought, decided to team up to confront Ace and Murong Hai. I'm telling you, these old otaku become incredibly arrogant as soon as they step into Murong Hai's territory. Without saying a word, they directly crushed several palaces, like a demolition team entering a village, making sure everyone knew they were here to pick a fight. One of the guards, tough as nails, rushed up and shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Before he could finish speaking, an old man slapped him into a puddle of flesh. Just then, Murong Hai arrived with his men and happened to witness this scene, his face darkening. He saw that the 5 old men were in the initial stage of the tribulation realm, slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Suppressing his anger, he asked, "What does this mean, seniors?" One of the old men sneered and began listing grievances. "You brat killed celestial dragons, killed high-ranking Navy officials. What is there that you dare not do? Today is your death day. Upon hearing this, Hai understood that these were the behind-the-scenes manipulators from the world government. He tentatively asked, "Are you all time travelers?" The 5 men looked at him as if he were speaking nonsense. All right then. It seems he was just a local being used as a pawn. The old man on the opposite side, tired of the small talk, said, "No need to beat around the bush. Will you end it yourself? Or do we help you?" As soon as he said this, Hai's subordinates exploded with fury, roaring that they would fight back. Hai calculated in his mind. He had 3 in the nascent soul stage, so holding off 2 old men shouldn't be a problem. After he transformed, taking on 3 should also be manageable. Everyone charge. You hold off 2, and leave the remaining 3 to me. With a single command, hundreds of his men rushed forward, completely catching the 5 elders off guard. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a duel of experts? Why did it turn into a group fight right from start? Hai was also worried about heavy losses for his men, so he quickly flew over and pulled 3 of the old men aside for a one-on-one. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, he heard strange cheers from the other side of the battlefield. "Ha ha, I hit him in the crotch. I kicked him too, it hurt my foot. I poke his eyes." Hai was dumbfounded. He turned around to see that the 2 elders were being surrounded and beaten by his subordinates using the most primitive street fighting methods. These 5 old men were pure theoretical masters. Their realms were high, but their practical experience was nearly 0. Does anyone understand? They had the blue bar of the tribulation realm, but couldn't even execute a basic attack. Being chased and beaten up was simply ridiculous. Seeing this situation, Hai realized the opportunity had come. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move. 1,000 Dragons Surround. Demon Dragon Fist. In just a few moves, he made the 3 old men in front of him spit blood. One of the old men took a punch head on, but Hai felt nothing and taunted. "Is that all? Is that all? I haven't even activated my defense, old man. You're not doing so well." The old man's face turned green. They had cultivated the 7-star great method, capable of piercing a mountain with a single finger, but hitting this kid felt like a tickle. The 3 old men exchanged glances and decided to abandon their martial ethics and attack together. What happened next? Hai directly activated his dragon armor, mimicking his subordinates, and charged in with a flurry of punches, creating quite the commotion. Brother Ming in the distance couldn't help but laugh, thinking, "Is this it? Is this the highest combat power of the world government?" After a few minutes, the 5 elders realized they couldn't win and, in a very straightforward manner, reached a consensus to turn around and flee. They left in utter embarrassment. As soon as they left, Hai called out to the fleeing Doflamingo, "What are you doing here lurking around me?" Doflamingo's signature laugh rang out. "Nothing much, just collecting some blood plasma for someone. You know, it saves me trouble when others do the dirty work." Blood plasma again. Hai suddenly remembered. It was Zang Luo? That's right, it was him. Doflamingo didn't hide it either. Once Ming left, Hai became completely inflated. If even the 5 elders were scared off by me, who else is there in this world? He waved his hand and ordered his men to expand aggressively. For a time, the entire world was on the brink of being divided among him, the celestial dragons, and Doflamingo. However, a new subordinate, not understanding the situation, took a group to attack Amazon Lily. They shouted at the warriors of Amazon Lily, "Call your empress out, surrender or die." The women of Amazon Lily had never been insulted like this and immediately started fighting. When Empress Hancock arrived, both sides were already bruised and battered. With just one glare, the fighters were scared off. But Hai was equally stubborn. Unable to defeat them, he decided to blockade them, cutting off all contact between Amazon Lily and the outside world. Who was Hancock? She wouldn't accept this humiliation. Right now, her heart and mind were filled with her husband Zang Luo. She had no intention of being an empress. So she directly announced, "I'm done. Anyone willing to follow me to the Sky Island, leave now." In an instant, over 20,000 of the 30,000 people from Amazon Lily followed her. The scene resembling a cloud passing through, heading straight for the Sky Island. It was all about rushing for love, absolutely incredible. Once they arrived at the Sky Island, Zang Luo was overjoyed. Seeing Hancock bring the entire nation along with a bunch of pregnant women, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. But it was fine. There were plenty of single people on the Sky Island, so it would be easy to integrate. Enel, who was nearby, felt an inexplicable chill when Hancock told Zang Luo about the situation in the Blue Sea. Mentioning Murong-hai at the 9th level of nascent soul and the 5 elders in the initial stage of tribulation, Zang Luo's expression was utterly indifferent. Is that all the strength they have? Let me tell you, his disciple Enel is now at the 5th level of tribulation, and the 4 priests under him are all in the tribulation realm. Any one of them could easily crush Murong-hai into the ground. Zang Luo was currently focused on his Guardian Soldier project. He had gotten thousands of devil fruit abilities from Doflamingo, and after sorting them out, he had nearly 40,000 types of rule seeds in his hands. He planned to use these things to create an invincible army. Once the recruitment order was issued, over 100,000 people signed up. Zang Luo was generous and accepted them all. After all, he had plenty of resources, and the rule potions were practically free. At that moment, Doflamingo came again, delivering the final batch of goods, totaling over 50,000 abilities. Nearly all the devil fruits in the world were gathered. As soon as he arrived at the Sky Island and saw the scene of over 100,000 cultivators ready for action, his legs went weak. When Zang Luo asked if he wanted to work with him, he hesitated. Just then, a golden light flashed, and Kizuru arrived. This guy was also a fellow villager. He immediately became familiar with Zang Luo, putting his arm around him and saying, "Hey, fellow villager. Finally met you in person. What level are you at now?" Zang Luo smiled and replied, "Not strong, just at the 9th level of the core formation stage." Kizara looked skeptical. "Are you kidding? You give me the feeling of being unfathomable. How could you only be at core formation?" Zang Luo didn't waste any more words and directly summoned his golden core. Let me tell you, once that thing appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. A golden sun, the size of several stories, hung in the sky, radiating brilliant light. Kizara's eyes nearly popped out. "What the hell? Is this a golden core? You call this a golden core?" All the cultivators were stunned, and Doflamingo was so frightened he was swallowing saliva. Kizara grabbed Zang Luo and asked, "Big shot, what kind of cultivation method are you practicing?" "Chaos level." "What the hell? Their SA level like that? Passed down by my father." Zang Luo said this indifferently, starting to brag about his dad, Zang Tian, a cultivator from another universe. As soon as these words were spoken, Kizuru became emo. Comparing people makes one die of anger. But the more critical issue was that Zang Luo's adoptive parents were also present, and now they heard firsthand that their son, whom they had raised for over a decade, was a reincarnator. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Zang Luo hurried over to comfort them, coaxing his parents until they were finally appeased. Then he turned around and slapped Huang Yuan into the ground, making it impossible for him to get out. "It's all your fault, you jinx." Huang Yuan crawled out of the pit, clinging to Zang Luo's thigh and refusing to let go. "Boss, I was wrong. I want to rely on you. I want to be your leg pendant." Zang Luo found him annoying, so he assigned him a task to go to Qinghai to quell the chaos. Upon arriving at the East Sea, Huang Yuan discovered that things had already turned into a complete mess. He immediately unleashed his power to suppress the chaos, shouting at everyone, "Stop it! The Sky Island God Guards are taking over the world. Stop fighting." Some people were still defiant, shouting back. Huang Yuan didn't tolerate it. With one move, Holy Light, 10,000 swords returned to their roots. Hundreds of troublemakers evaporated on the spot. The world was instantly peaceful. Zang Luo watched from the Sky Island, feeling that Huang Yuan was too slow on his own, so he kicked Enel down as well. Then he himself, along with Hancock and Leo, dived into the laboratory and began to crazily produce rule potions. 3 days later, the first batch of 20,000 God Guards was completed. Zang Luo directly used the potions to elevate their momentum to the spirit separation realm. When these 20,000 descended from the sky and appeared on Gaia Island, Huang Yuan completely went crazy. He grabbed Enel and stammered, asking, What kind of feed did they eat?" 3 days. They went from condensation to spirit separation? Enel looked at him with disdain. "You're surprised by that? Do you understand the value of rule potions? My master is not playing with realms, but with rules." Huang Yuan looked at this army and thought of Zang Luo's terrifying Golden Dan that was far ahead, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. This combat power is growing faster than my KPIs. At that moment, Zang Luo's voice transmission came again. In 3 days, come to receive another 20,000. Yuan gasped. The speed of cultivating experts is faster than his light speed escape. It's unbelievable. I'm telling you. Enel and Yuan were still bickering about who would first conquer a sea area, and I was in the Sky Island laboratory listening, feeling overwhelmed. Directly sending them a voice transmission. Stop arguing. Don't pick fights. Just divide it evenly. Lives are at stake here. Every second you argue means fewer people down there. I'm currently working like crazy, preparing potions for my 20,000 divine guards. As I turn around, I see my Hancock sweating profusely from her forehead, and I can't help but feel sorry for her. I quickly say, "Wife, if you're tired, take a break." But then my chief disciple Leo next to me, ISNT having it, staring at me with wide eyes and saying, "Master, what about me?" I played dumb and said, "Leo, what's wrong? I want to rest too." At that moment, I was furious. You're a grown man comparing your treatment to the teacher's wife? Are you still a man? The world is in chaos right now. Every second you can work could save more lives, and you actually want to rest? Do you hate the teacher's wife? I gave him a lecture, not just a PUA session, and it left Leo speechless, making him go back to work with a pitiful look. But I knew in my heart that having just over 100,000 divine guards scattered across the world was simply not enough. I thought to myself, without at least 1,000,000 troops, this game couldn't be stabilized. Just then, I scanned my surroundings with my divine sense and found that the strongest gambler under my command, Naden, was lounging in his office, sipping tea with his legs crossed, looking quite relaxed, almost like he was getting too comfortable. Without a second thought, I used a spatial transfer to yank him and his teacup into the laboratory. This guy was so startled that he dropped his teacup, and upon realizing what happened, immediately knelt down and said, "Great master, please spare me. I won't dare again. I don't want to waste time talking to him." So I directly give him a task. "Naden, right? Here, essay job for you. Take these potions, gather 1,000 people, and go find Cap and his son Long. Bring the Revolutionary Army and the remaining Navy under my command. If they're unwilling, fight them. If they still refuse after being defeated, send them on their way. By the way, contact the News King Morgans and have him issue a recruitment order to the whole world. I want 1,000,000. Do you understand?" Naden stood at attention immediately, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "I guarantee I will complete the mission." I drew a big pie for him, saying how the soldiers would be in the future. This guy is a master at fooling people, so I'm confident leaving this matter to him. Just when I was busy ramping up military preparations, another traveler, Hai, was almost driven crazy by me. Let me tell you, a few days ago he was leading his troops on a smooth path, when suddenly he ran into my divine guards. His subordinates were beaten so badly by my guards that they suffered heavy losses. He was slamming the table in his palace, shouting, "Where did these divine guards come from? Is it another traveler? How dare they compete with me for territory? They're asking for death." He had just dispatched his generals to reclaim the territory when urgent news arrived. Reporting to the emperor, Doflamingo's territory has been completely taken over by the divine army. Bam! Hai slammed his hand down and shattered the armrest of his chair, his eyes turning red. He had worked hard for over half a year, but in just a few days, others had taken more. Who understands the feelings of his family? His mentality completely broke. Just as he was shouting to investigate who was behind the divine army, news came that the entire West Sea and North Sea had also fallen. That guy Enelu, with his heart network plus my divine sense, was practically using a full map hack, and his command efficiency was off the charts compared to Kizaru. Hai was completely dumbfounded, feeling like a clown. I just finished arranging things here, when suddenly my senses picked up on a strange object flying towards the Sky Island. Taking a closer look, I was shocked to see it was a helicopter. Is there really someone flying a plane through here in this day and age? I focused my mind and directly transferred the people from the plane to the lab. The guy's name was Mo Yong, and he looked completely confused. The first thing he did when he woke up was to stare at my Hancock with wide eyes, almost drooling. I was not pleased and slapped him hard. "Wake up. Who are you looking at?" That slap brought him back to his senses, and he realized I was also a time traveler. His first question was, "Where's my plane?" No sooner had he spoken than the helicopter buzzed and surprisingly flew over by itself. I thought about how to turn it off and decided to forcefully press down on the rotor blades to stop them. The next second, the plane started to smoke. Mo Yong yelled and rushed over. My plane? I kindly brought a bucket of water to help him put out the fire. But he was even more devastated. You're pouring it like that. The circuits are all burned out. This thing could sell for tens of thousands of scrap. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Selling money? Do you have a system mall? Then this guy told me that time travel has evolved now. They have a regular version that comes with a mall where you can spend money to buy resources. Wow, even a Shenhun Group has started a paid service. I asked him how long he'd been here, and he said almost a year, spending nearly 200 million, and he's just about to reach foundation establishment. 200 million for this? My expression of disdain probably hurt him. He also explained to me that he has a peer who was close to foundation establishment during the war and is probably at the core formation stage now. That's when I remembered that there seemed to be other time travelers in this world besides me. I suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked him, "Can you buy fully automatic production lines in your mall?" Guess what? They actually have them. AI fully automatic processing equipment that's 50 years ahead of Earth. I immediately decided, great. Help me buy 100 units. Mo Yong's eyes nearly popped out. Brother, 1 unit costs 4 billion. 100 units is 400 billion. Do you have that much money? I laughed, looking at his naive expression. What kind of place is the empty island? It's the land of gold. I directly had him follow my men to move the gold. As a result, this kid took apart the gold pillars and the gold bases, and after exchanging it for money, he still fell short by a large margin. He came back to me crying about being broke, saying he didn't have enough money. I suspect he is embezzling. So I directly warned him, stop spending money on those useless techniques at the mall. In the future, I'll teach you celestial level techniques, and you'll experience what it's like to ride a rocket. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, I decided to take action myself. As I opened my divine sense, all the gold on the floating island, including what was in the belly of that giant snake, was gathered together with a whoosh, forming a mountain of gold in the sky. Mo Yong was dumbfounded at that moment, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Finally, this was enough, totaling over 500 billion. With a wave of my hand, I said, buy 100 units, and the remaining over 1 billion is a gift for you. Go ahead and spend it. WH. What? Mo Yong rolled his eyes and fainted from happiness. I really can't believe it. This little money was enough to take down a cultivator. I used a strand of spiritual energy to wake him up, and the first thing this guy did was go on a shopping spree. He stuffed his cart with everything, like spirit fruits that improve one's aptitude and 9-realm pills, as if they were free. At that moment, I thought, it's over, I shouldn't have said that. Sure enough, by evening, this guy spent over 100 billion, forcefully leveling himself up from a novice to the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm with pills. Then he got carried away, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. Ha! I, Mo Yong, am now the boss of the live streaming world, right? With my strength. Who else is there? My family S. Hancock was annoyed by him and coldly snorted. Where did this little lackey come from? Have you got delusions? Mo Yong was even more audacious and dared to retort, for the sake of my brother, just apologize and let it go. Well, this really angered Hancock, who without a second thought, slapped him from a distance. Mo Yong tried to dodge, but with a loud bang, he was sent flying. He got up looking bewildered. Wait a minute. You are clearly at the chi condensation stage. How can you be stronger than me? I asked him slowly, have you run out of money? Has your strength only improved this much? Then, I directly took out my golden core. Let me tell you, that scene is something Mo Yong will never forget in his life. My golden core hung in the sky like a little sun, many times larger than his small Yuan, which was still not as high as Leo's knees. If my golden elixir transforms into a nascent soul, it would probably be higher than Ultraman. The strength you've piled up with your pills is just an empty shell. Mo Yong immediately fell to the ground, his worldview completely shattered. I couldn't be bothered with him and hurried to debug my new device. Just as I finished, one of them suddenly disappeared. I was furious at that moment. Who the hell dares to steal my stuff? I used my spatial ability to check. And hey, guess who I saw? Nami. This girl was looking at the big guy she had stolen with an incredulous expression. I directly moved her back along with the machine. Nami reacted quickly and was about to use her spatial ability to escape, but after running for tens of thousands of miles, I pulled her back again. After going back and forth a few times, she finally gave up and awkwardly greeted me. Senpai, are we having a banquet? Are we also keeping guests? I ignored her and warned her not to touch my things, then let her stay aside. Then Nami saw the disheartened Mo and went over to pat him on the shoulder. Hey, have you lost your virginity? These two actually started chatting like that. And while talking, they even started a live stream to sightsee on Sky Island. The live stream was bustling with activity, and the bullet comments were going wild. To prove he wasn't bragging, Mo showed off my house-sized golden elixir. As a result, no one believed him and said his bragging skills had improved faster than his cultivation. Mo was anxious, scratching his head, and in the end, he had no choice but to take Nami to see the golden bell of Sandora. When Nami heard the word gold, her eyes lit up. But then Mo told her that apart from that bell, all the gold on Sky Island had been exchanged by me for equipment, and he had even shared over 100 billion with him. As soon as this was said, not only Nami, but the entire livestream room fell silent. The other live streaming travelers immediately sent private messages to Mo, all with similar content. Bro, please let us cling to your big thigh. Tell Master Shenhun to take us as ornaments. Mo then realized he hadn't expressed his stance yet. Such an ultimate big thigh must be hugged tightly first. He was about to rush down to pay respects at the mountaintop. However, Nami refused, grabbing him. Where are you going, you little brat? Didn't we agree to see the golden bell? Sister Nami, paying respects at the mountaintop is important. I won't be the first lackey. No way. I climbed up here with great difficulty, and you want me to go back down? No way. Nami stubbornly disagreed and insisted on seeing the golden bell first. With no other choice, Mo could only be dragged up by Nami absent-mindedly, explaining along the way how much the base and pillars of that golden bell had cost. Nami listened while fondly touching the enormous golden bell, her eyes full of stars, almost drooling, her mind racing with thoughts on how to sneak that thing away. I tell you, when Mo saw Nami's greedy look, he felt like her soul was about to be pulled away by that big golden bell. So he quickly yanked her away, mumbling, forget it, don't think about it. Let's hurry and go pay our respects at the mountain. The important stuff comes first. The two found Zang Luo and explained their intentions. I tell you, Zang Luo's commanding presence is something else. He just smiled and said, what mountain are you paying respects to? You make it sound like you're bandits. If you want to stay, then stay. The Sky Island is short on hands. You can help out. Upon hearing this, the two immediately burst into joy. And Mo, seizing the opportunity, quickly said, Boss, I have 5 more brothers from Earth who are also streamers. They want to follow you too. Can you let them come up? Goodness, this kid knows how to recruit. Zang Luo didn't mind at all and nodded. We're all fellow townsmen. Come on, we'll be one family from now on. The 5 of them, seeing the scene in the live stream, were so excited they nearly smashed their equipment. 3 days later, they huffed and puffed, learning from Mo, and flew up in a helicopter. Once everyone was gathered, I originally thought of sending them to Qinghai to work, but then I realized they were all streamers, which fit perfectly. So without further ado, I gave each of them 10 tubes of a law potion, giving them a super boost right then and there, and their strength shot up. Mo was immediately thrown off. Who understands his family? He had worked so hard to cultivate for so long, but he was still outdone by a tube of potion casually made by the boss. Where's the justice in that? How can cultivating and immortality compete with cheating? The task I gave them is simple. Go live streaming around the world, so that the folks on Earth can see how I've messed up the world of One Piece. All the money from the live stream donations will be converted into supplies for me. And as for their own cultivation, there's no need to worry. I've got that covered. After arranging these tools clearly, I finally get some peace and quiet. But just as I was getting comfortable, I received urgent news from Kizaru and Enel, saying they ran into trouble on the red line. As soon as I heard it, I was like, oh, what's going on? It turns out that Murong Hai and Ace, those 2 traitors who couldn't defeat me, actually went to ally with the 5 elders. The 2 groups teamed up, and a mysterious big shot named Im appeared behind them. Let me tell you, Im is incredibly powerful, taking down Kizaru and Enel in no time. If it weren't for the fact that one is light and the other is electricity, running faster than anyone else, they would probably have been done for right there. I thought to myself, if even my 2 disciples at the tribulation stage can't defeat him, then he must have some skills. All right, I must go meet him in person. I directly called Hancock, and the 4 of us rushed fiercely to the Holy Land Mariewa. The 4 of us flew directly over that flower area. Goodness, The lineup on the opposite side. It was in the center position, flanked by the 5 elders and a few traitors like Ace. As soon as opened his mouth, I couldn't help but laugh. It turns out he was also a traveler, but a poor guy who fell from some western fairy realm and lost all his power. Now just here to recover. He immediately gave me 2 choices. Either work for him as a lackey, specifically extracting law potions for him, or we could fight, and he would take me down. I was wondering if there was still a choice. He was still bragging about how great he was in the celestial realm. I interrupted him directly. Stop, stop, stop. Don't linger in the past, reminiscing about your glorious days. That so-called Western celestial realm of yours sounds unimpressive. Your combat power is all broken. In a word, it left him speechless. In the next second, he was furious and thrust a spear imbued with the power of laws at me, looking quite intimidating. I countered with a strike, Azura 9 kills, ruthless blade kill. With a loud bang, our attacks collided, and we were both knocked back several steps. He was shocked at that moment. Your strike can actually match my law attack? I threw a knife flower and pretentiously replied to him. You're easily surprised. You should take a look at what level of martial arts I possess. This really piqued his greedy little thoughts. Seeing that he couldn't win, he shouted some kind of cringy move. Song of Life. I almost laughed so hard I couldn't breathe. You charge at people with a long spear and still call it a song? What kind of song is that? The main point is the contrast cuteness, right? I directly used a spatial confinement to pin him in place. Then with the paper drawing from the Navy's 6 style, I gave him a Pro Max Plus version. Butterfly dance. I was dodging in front of him in all sorts of snake-like movements, and he couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes with his gun. He was so angry that his face turned green. Seeing that he had no tricks left, it was my turn to perform. 6 style enhancement. Finger gun. Kill the heaven's finger. Let me tell you, a huge middle finger phantom formed in the sky, and it shot straight towards his face. That scene was so beautiful I couldn't bear to look. Scaredly grabbed his spear to block it, but with a sizzling sound, his so-called low-grade immortal treasure spear was directly damaged with a notch. He was completely stunned, looking at me as if I were a monster. He was beaten all over with injuries, his armor was about to shatter, and finally, he caved in, shouting at the top of his lungs, Stop. Little brother, let's have a truce. I smiled and said, Sure, let's talk about your celestial realm. But in my heart, I was thinking I'll eradicate you completely in this lifetime. Just at the moment when his expression relaxed, I activated the ability of my surgery fruit, Room Command. In the next second, I suddenly had a beating heart and a small nascent soul in my hands. He was still trying to fool me, nervously pointing at the heart and saying, Why you? That's my heart. Do you really think I'm a novice in cultivation? I couldn't be bothered to respond to him and suddenly exerted force with both hands. Hey, just feel it for yourself. Boom, boom. With 2 muffled sounds, the heart and nascent soul were crushed on the spot. Spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and he fell down with a look of unwillingness. Done. The biggest boss in the pirate world is gone just like that. I turned around to see the 5 elders trembling in fear. At that moment, Hancock pointed at the person beside Ace and said, Husband, that's the Morong Hai who chased after me back then. That kid was so scared he knelt down right away, banging his head like garlic, begging for mercy. Hancock couldn't be bothered to argue with him and waved her hand to dismiss him. Then it was time to deal with the aftermath. With someone like Kaido and Big Mom, keeping them around would be a hassle, so I had Kizaru physically exorcise them. As for the celestial dragons, killing them would be wasteful. I had a sudden idea to capture them all and use Sengoku's Buddha fruit ability to forcibly make them have a connection with Buddhism, then package and sell them to the Buddhist sect in the Earth Immortal realm, letting them atone for 800 years. Recycling waste, I was truly a business genius. Red-haired and white-beard were fine. I called them over to have a heart-to-heart and got straight to the point. Do you want to cultivate immortality? Do you want to live forever? Do you want to regain your youth and cure all your ailments? What suspense could there be? The 2 of them immediately bowed their heads and called me master. I casually tossed them 2 cultivation manuals and told them to practice on their own. With the world situation settled here, it was time for me to return and close myself off to level up. Back in the Sky Island Laboratory, I directly activated the violent exhaustive mode, dividing one type of law potion into tens of thousands of portions. then pairing it with tens of thousands of other types of laws one by one. If successful, I kept it. If failed, I discarded it. 3 months later, with dark circles under my eyes, I successfully created 490,000 new laws. After spending half a month to merge them all, good heavens, my realm dropped back to the chi drawing realm, but I felt like I could punch through this world, feeling my body hollowed out. I hurried to find a thunder plate to recharge, but as soon as I touched it, I absorbed all the lightning and the spirit of the device. The old man Lei jumped out, pointing at my nose and scolding. "Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Why did you absorb all the thunder?" I chuckled and said, "Senior, don't mind me. Once we get stronger and go to the immortal realm, you'll be able to recover quickly. Why worry about a broken spiritual treasure?" "What broken spiritual treasure?" "This is my brother." I continued, "Senior, just wait for a while, and I'll help you merge the 3,000 laws." As soon as the old man heard this, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He leaned in with flattery and said, "Deal. Little brother, you truly are someone worth befriending. I thought you were great the first time I saw you. Let me tell you, this guy changes his attitude faster than flipping a book. It's ridiculous. One moment he's putting on airs with me, and the next moment he's almost patting my leg." As soon as I turned around, that old man was hugging his nearly extinguished broken plate, looking as if it was the end of the world, and he had to force himself to comfort his own heart, saying that I promised to give him 3,000 rules, so it was worth it. You think it's worth it, but let me tell you, I'm the one who really hit the jackpot. The moment I stepped out, I couldn't stop grinning. My mouth was stretched so wide that I felt like my facial muscles were about to cramp. Just like that, out of sheer joy, my cultivation soared from the previously degraded chi gathering stage straight to the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. Originally, if it weren't for the fact that my golden core hasn't yet recorded the data packets of Earth civilization in my brain, I could have directly drained that broken plate and performed a nascent soul ascension right there, but I can't do that if I had a nascent soul without memories. What if one day I died and was reborn, only to forget everything? Who would I complain to then? So, I have to endure it for now. And I even let that old man off easy by leaving him with one of the power. I happily upgraded my storage space while wandering around the laboratory. When I returned, I felt it was unsafe to leave my precious research results outside, so with a wave of my hand, I moved the entire laboratory along with the production line into the storage realm. Now, after this upgrade, my storage realm is vastly superior, with space increased by thousands of times, more than enough to fit 100 factories. Once I tidied everything up, I returned to the flower area. To my surprise, there was a crowd outside, including Doflamingo, Ace, Nami, and even that lazy Kizuru, all meditating and training, each one very self-disciplined, and no one dared to come inside. Of course, my wife Hancock is inside. Who would dare to take this prime spot without my permission? That's the rule. I was just about to go in and find my wife when I suddenly slapped my forehead. Oh no! My grand blueprint for the 3,000 laws is still missing a few key pieces. The time-based and gravity-based ones, the two most important ones, are actually not complete. I haven't found that one from Wayno who can travel through time, Bonnie who can grow and shrink, or An who can make people regress by 12 years. And then there's Fujitora and the Golden Lion who play with gravity. These are the direct descendants of the law of strength. Going to the primordial era in the future would definitely be VIP treatment. I must get them. My head hurts. These people are better at hiding than I thought. But there's no way around it. It's for my great path, so I have to grind. I opened my divine sense completely, like activating a full map hack, and did a carpet search across the world. You wouldn't believe it, but it actually worked quickly. I quietly drew some blood from her while she was in Wayno, and her husband, Kazuki Odin, thought she had fainted from low blood sugar. Then I spent another 5 days pulling out Bonnie and Ein, the two masters of disguise, from the crowd. On the last day, I managed to get Fujitora and the Golden Lion. All set. I ran back excitedly, thinking I could finally have some quality time with Hancock, but instead I plunged into the laboratory and was completely dumbfounded. Who understands this time-related law? It's a social terrorist. It can combine with most laws to create new ones, and the newly created ones can continue to nest, creating an infinite loop. I felt like my CPU was about to burn out. This went on for over 10 days. When I finally stopped and looked at the numbers I had calculated, I was stunned. What the heck? 1,080,000. After all that, the stuff I had fused before was not even half of that. I was filled with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. There was no choice but to grit my teeth and continue fusing. As I fused, my cultivation kept dropping, and when it fell to the first layer of the divided spirit realm, I really couldn't move anymore. If I dropped any lower, I wouldn't even qualify to copy memories. Wouldn't that make me an idiot? I quickly backed off and rushed back to Hancock like a deserter. Xiaoya, are you done with your cultivation? Husband, you finally came. I couldn't focus on my cultivation without you here. We just got all lovey-dovey, while Enel and the others nearby were almost driven mad. Enel shouted angrily, Master, we've been right here, you know. I just noticed them. Well, just in time to have something to do. I directly started calling names. Dover, bring over those potential recruits of yours. Kitsaru, Xiaoai. You guys go find a few people too, bring them all to me. I'm starting a class to take on apprentices. As soon as Kizaru heard this, that husky-like expression came back, and he leaned over to say, Boss, count me in, okay? I shot him a glance and said, You lazy bum. Just focus on working hard, and I'll help you rise. The few people I was looking for are all good prospects. They just went down the wrong path. I need to personally guide them back and train them to become my top fighters. Ace also came over. Hey, can I be your apprentice? I glanced at him and said, Sure, you're in. Soon, we gathered a total of 12 people. I didn't waste any time and directly passed down my skills. Techniques like sealing heaven and protecting void, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, divine-level skills were handed out as if they were free. After distributing the techniques, I suddenly slapped my thigh and exclaimed, Damn, I forgot. I still have a book called Langming ZangLuo's Sutra, meant for training underworld beings. This pirate world. Wait, Perona, that little girl who plays with ghosts. And Brooke, that skeleton. These two are of the Yin attribute. Without them, my yin-yang path wouldn't be complete. This is a huge deal. Without further ado, I immediately teleported to Moonlight Moria's broken ship. As soon as he saw me, he got so scared that he almost wet himself. His pants were soaked, and he kept waving his hand saying he didn't know Perona. Perona's ghost nearby looked dumbfounded, as the boss was willing to sacrifice his dignity for his life. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I directly asked Perona, Little girl, want to hang out with me? I'll teach you how to get stronger, and then you can easily deal with him. When Perona heard she could get revenge on her boss, her eyes lit up, and she agreed decisively. After securing Perona, I searched everywhere for Brooke. Finally, I found him on the elephant at Zoo, hanging out with the Straw Hat crew. I extracted some of his bone marrow and asked if he wanted to be my disciple. He declined for the sake of friendship. That's fine, I won't force him. After all, with the bone marrow, how many skeletons can I create? Back in the Flower Kingdom, Perona became my little apprentice. I spent several days personally guiding this group of apprentices on how to develop their fruit abilities. I taught them how to develop techniques with the stare fruit, how to research magical weapons with the weapon fruit, how to learn to deflect all attacks with the spring fruit, and how to study causal laws with the target fruit. After a whirlwind of creative guidance, my apprentices were left in awe, calling me an amazing master. I focused on a companion-style teaching method. After sending the apprentices off to train, I started a new round of law fusion experiments with Hancock. With the addition of the yin-yang attribute, it resulted in another data explosion. In the end, the number of laws was fixed at 2,560,000. How many people in the celestial realm can comprehend so many laws? I don't know, but I do know I'm incredibly powerful. Xiaoya, come here, don't be afraid. Your realm is low, so it's perfect for you to fuse all these over 2 million laws. Get stronger, and no one will dare to bully us anymore. Hancock's eyes were filled with tears as she nodded seriously. Yes, I never want to experience something like the celestial dragons again. Time flew by, and 10 years passed. During these 10 years, my apprentices each reached the mortal-immortal realm, except for that Enel kid who was stuck at the tribulation realm and couldn't progress. As for Hancock and me, due to the excessive fusion of laws and our strong physiques, the spiritual energy in this world felt like plain water to us, making it impossible to increase our cultivation. Hancock's realm was even directly pulled back to the Qi gathering realm, and our lifespan was down to just a few hundred years. One day, that old man Lei Yu came knocking on my door, looking like a resentful wife. and slammed the completely useless thunder plate in front of me. Look at what you've done. My treasure is completely ruined. I innocently said, didn't I leave you a bit of power back then? How can you still say that? That little bit of power is not even enough to maintain spirituality. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I directly told him, all right, stop howling. Get ready. Within 6 months, we will return to the primordial world. The old man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. To be honest, I had no choice. If I stayed any longer, I might grow old and die here with Hancock. Moreover, a year ago, I discovered the ultimate secret of this world. I became familiar with the newly born heavenly Tao of this world, and it took me to the earth's core, where I saw the source of the devil fruits, a divine tree from the primordial world, polluted by the origin of laws, known as the Hongmeng. That thing is practically the source code of the universe. I immediately packed that tree and all the origins of the laws into a storage realm. Now, this world will no longer have new devil fruits, but it has also become peaceful. Therefore, we must leave. I counted the people willing to follow me, and there were over 1 million, plus the tens of thousands of celestial dragons who were preparing to sell themselves to the Buddha as pigs. When we reach the primordial world, we will have quite a force. Unfortunately, my parents and my sister Lami were unwilling to leave. They wanted to wait for Luo to return. I didn't force them and left them enough law potions for self-protection. On April 7th, 1533, in the C-round calendar, more than 1 million people stood in a huge teleportation array among the flowers, all dressed in black. This formation was something I reluctantly sold some law potions for, allowing a few live-streaming brothers from Earth to exchange it from the marketplace, and it cost me a fortune. Those lively characters were live-streaming, showcasing this scene to netizens all over the Earth. The comments section was in chaos, with some crying and begging the Empress not to leave, while others were saying they had just bought a crossing quota and wouldn't wait for him, all sorts of things. I looked at my reluctant parents and Rami outside the formation, feeling quite uneasy. Dad, Mom, Rami, I'm leaving. Rami asked with teary eyes, brother, will you come back to see us? I remained silent for a moment and solemnly promised, if I am still in the fairy realm, I will definitely come back to see you within 1,000 years. You all need to cultivate well. Luo, be careful. Dad reminded me. I nodded, no longer hesitating, and turned to my disciples to give the order. Activate the spirit stone and start the formation. In an instant, the enormous formation shone brightly, its dazzling light consuming everything. The space beneath our feet began to twist and fold. After a few seconds of positioning, a beam of light pierced through the heavens, shooting up into the sky. As the light dissipated, the more than 100,000 people, along with myself, had vanished without a trace. When I opened my eyes again, let me tell you, it felt like I had just spent an entire night on a roller coaster and then had 2 kilograms of ergo-2 forced down my throat. The whole world was spinning in front of me. While I was still dizzy, the 6 lively streamers were already shouting excitedly as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. Family. Family is here. Could this be the legendary Earth Immortal Realm? Holy crap. Look over there. Isn't that Guanyin Bodhisattva? The bullet comments exploded instantly, urging them to go interview. These 6 flashy streamers couldn't handle it, relying on the flashy fruit plugin that Zang Luo had given them. They transformed into 6 beams of golden light and swiftly surrounded Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was just about to make a quick escape. I tell you, that scene was something else. Mo Young, that guy, took out some random thing he pulled from who knows where and used it as a microphone, shoving it right in front of Guanyin's face. Bodhisattva? Bodhisattva, I heard you were once the compassionate master of the Chan School, a real man. I just wanted to ask on behalf of all the fans, what kind of underwear are you wearing now? Boxers or thong? Who understands this question, right? It's all about living on the edge and pushing boundaries. Guanyin's face turned green in an instant, probably thinking 1,000 grass-mud horses galloping through her mind. Another guy named Ma Bao was even more intense, quickly adding, Bodhisattva, since you were once ordinary, do you feel a lot of pressure on your chest now? My goodness, these people really aren't afraid of death. Guanin got really angry, and the willow branch in her hand. No, it's the belt, swung around like a whip, chasing these 6 lively treasures all over the place. I watched as Zang Luo didn't bother with them, instead whispering to Lei Yu, didn't you say you've been in the pirate world for 300 million years? This journey to the west, at most, only spans 1,000 years, right? The time doesn't match up. Lei Yu rolled his eyes almost to the sky and disdainfully replied, "Has your brain short-circuited? That broken world orbits a tiny sun. Can it be compared to Panga's eyeball? The flow of time can't be the same." His words left Zang Luo in silence. It made sense. The perspective was too narrow. Just then, Guanyin, chasing after the 6 lively treasures, had caught up with us. She looked at our imposing crowd of over 100,000 people, her eyes filled with caution, especially when she looked at Zang Luo, whose cultivation was clearly not high. Yet he made her feel a fatal threat. Unable to hold back any longer, she finally spoke. "Who are you? Why are you disturbing the great momentum of the journey to the west?" Zang Luo was quick-witted. Noticing that the 6 lively treasures had run off to disturb Tang Sung and his disciples again, he immediately understood Guanyin's concerns. He smiled slightly and directly began to talk business with her. "Don't get me wrong, we are just passing by." He shifted the topic. "But I think we can make a big deal with your Buddhist sect." Saying this, he pointed at the over 100,000 bloated celestial dragons and issued an order. In the next second, golden lights surged. Over 100,000 Buddha phantoms soared into the sky. And that scene was even more spectacular than the Thunder Sound Temple of Ling Mountain. I tell you, Guanyin was dumbfounded on the spot. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Zang Luo laughed like a fox. "Did you see that? These people are destined to be with your Buddhist sect. I brought them up from the lower realm for you. The price is right. I'll sell them all to you." Guanyin's expression was like she had just won a 500 million lottery, trembling with excitement. If she could bring so many people back to the Buddhist sect, what great merit that would be. Forget about the little things and journey to the west. She could directly ascend on the spot and become the 4th Buddha. While she was still in ecstasy, those 6 little troublemakers who hadn't had enough of a beating ran off to provoke Sun Wukong again. "Monkey brother, you carry that golden staff every day. Aren't you afraid of getting tendinitis? Monkey brother, have you worn leggings under that tiger skin skirt? Monkey brother, do you still have lice on you?" Sun Wukong's monkey face turned red with anger, scratching his ears and itching to give them a whack. Tang Sung was beside them, continually chanting Amitabha, try to persuade them not to provoke this mischievous monkey. In the distance, Guanyin watched these troublesome beings with a frown and asked Zang Luo, "Are these disgusting things your people?" Zang Luo awkwardly nodded, probably cursing in his heart. He quickly redirected the topic and reported the terms of the deal. A fixed price. 1 drop of your 3 light divine water, 10 vats of merit pool water. 10 golden lotuses of each grade from 1 to 6. 10 Bodhi seeds, plus 1,000 pieces of postnatal spiritual treasures. Good heavens. This was simply asking for a lion's share. But after listening, Guanyin surprisingly felt it was a blood profit. Using these items that could be found in the Buddhist sect's warehouse to exchange for over 100,000 enlightened believers and their immense fortune behind them. Only a fool wouldn't do this deal. However, she couldn't make the decision herself. So she immediately got on her lotus platform and hurriedly flew back to the west to consult her superiors. Once Guanyin left, Zang Luo didn't idle either. He began to strategize. He ordered the 4 divine officials to take the main force to the Rakshasa kingdom 26,000 miles to the west and directly conquer it, naming the new nation the Divine Luo dynasty. That kid, Ainalu, wasn't having it. He said he felt the call and was about to transcend to ascend and break through his realm. Just as his words fell, the skies suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and thunder and lightning roared, the commotion directly reaching the heavenly court. The 1,000-mile eye at the southern heavenly gate was dozing off when it suddenly jolted awake, thinking it was Lei Gong and Jian Mu down below engaging in a mixed doubles match. Upon closer inspection, it was wrong. It was a newcomer, trying to steal the Thunder Department's meal. This wouldn't do. It hurriedly rolled and crawled to the Lingxiao treasure hall to report. The Jade Emperor was watching the celestial maidens dance when he was interrupted by this shout, impatiently asking, "What is all the noise?" "Your Majesty, a deity who can control the thunder tribulation has appeared in the lower realm." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor straightened up and summoned the Thunder Department's righteous god. Wenzhong, that old man, trained by had a foul temper and was as stubborn as could be. He came up grumbling, saying his subordinates would never descend to the mortal realm without permission. However, when he looked down with his heavenly eye, his attitude made a 180-degree turn. Saliva almost dripping. What a good seed. Born to command thunder. Your Majesty, this person is not my subordinate, but we can recruit him, give him an external position, and when there's a vacancy in the future, we can make him a regular. The Jade Emperor was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this old man changes faces faster than flipping a book. Just as the heavenly court was still discussing how to arrange a position for Ainalu on the ground had already finished his business. Not only did he fuse with the laws of heaven and earth's thunder and lightning, but his realm also skyrocketed, directly soaring to the third level of the mortal-immortal realm, like he was riding a rocket. Just then, a sudden burst of golden light appeared on the western horizon, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura came flooding in. My heart sank. This is not good. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, guess what? Guanyin returned. But behind her followed a throng of over 1,000 people. 3 Buddhas, 9 Arhats, and the rest were all Buddhist soldiers. With such a show, this is not a trade. This is a blatant robbery. The leading Mithra Buddha smiled like a Mithra Buddha, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and said, Ba, thank you, benefactor, for bringing so many predestined individuals to our Buddha's gate. We will forever remember your great kindness. After saying that, he directly signaled his Buddhist soldiers to come forward and take the people. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. I said to these people in the Buddhist sect, you guys are playing the game of I don't care what you think, I care about what I think, right? Where's the promised deal? Where's the face? Zang Luo was so angry that he laughed, and with a wave of his hand, he set up a spatial barrier to protect all the celestial dragon people. The Buddha of the PL corpse squinted his eyes and said ominously, benefactor, are you trying to become an enemy of our Buddhist sect? Is it worth it to upset the 2 holy lords for your sake? Goodness, if you can't win, you call for backup, right? That's really disgusting. The tiger-subduing Arhat had a bad temper and rushed forward with a roar, launching a tiger-subduing Arhat fist at Zang Luo's face. Shaya, step back. Zang Luo protected Hancock behind him, and his momentum changed. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His movements were as fast as a ghost. And with a reinforced version of the Gale Foot, Shadow Judgment, he delivered a spatial slash that opened a large wound on the Arhat's chest. Before the Arhat could react, Zang Luo used a finger gun. Heaven-piercing finger, quick, accurate, and ruthless, directly poking one of his eyes out. On my eye. This stirred up a hornet's nest. When the Tuatha Arhat and the Chongmei Arhat saw their brother getting hurt, they immediately surrounded him. A pagoda descended from the sky, and Chong Mei's eyebrows whipped like a whip. He a siege? Zang Luo sneered and unleashed a big move, room, command, spatial chaos. The next second, those Arhats were swaying as if they were drunk, either bumping into their own people or tripping and falling flat on their faces. So, should I slice them or cut them into pieces? Zang Luo's voice was like a devil's whisper. Room, command, spatial great cutting. ZZZ. ZZZ. I watched helplessly as those 9 imposing Arhats were instantly turned into irregular chunks of meat, like they had been fed into a meat grinder, with pieces scattered all over the ground, not even a drop of blood to be seen. The most outrageous part was that Zang Luo got playful and performed a live version of cyberpunk body modification, attaching the eyebrows of the long eyebrow Arhat into the nostrils of the Totoro Arhat, and transplanting the private parts of the tiger-subduing Arhat onto the forehead of the cloth-bag Arhat. The scene was so beautiful I couldn't bear to look. The 3 Buddhas turned purple with rage and shouted as they attacked simultaneously. Zang Luo withstood 2 blows. Although he felt his energy surging, he was unharmed. He was shocked himself. Wow, I can take this much? In that pirate den, I actually cultivated a peak body of the immortal realm. What reason do I have not to show off? Who else? Bring them all to me. Mithra Buddha was indeed obedient and immediately summoned the Tathagata of the Great Thunderclap Monastery. That old cunning Tathagata, hiding in the clouds, ambushed without any martial ethics. A huge golden palm print descended from the sky, smashing Zang Luo's spatial barrier to pieces and causing him to spit out blood. This completely drove him mad, as dozens of quasi-saints surrounded Zang Luo to attack him. Just when Zang Luo was in a fluster, two Buddhas seized the opportunity to attack the barrier protecting the dragon people. Seeking death, Zang Luo was furious and forcibly activated his ability, Room Transfer. He redirected those two attacks away. Guess where those two attacks flew? They hit right on the heads of Tang Sung and his disciples, who were not far away watching the commotion. With a loud bang, Tang Sanzang, the male protagonist of the Journey to the West plan, was instantly blasted to pieces, leaving not even ashes. Zhu Beiji was also blown open, his intestines spilling out all over the ground, but fortunately, he didn't die completely. The live stream exploded at that moment, with comments flooding and saying, "Holy crap." Tang Sung turned to gas. And streamer, hurry and cut 2 pounds of Tang Sing meat. I'll pay $1 billion. The two Buddhas who attacked were directly dumbfounded. The karma was too great. One hurried off to the underworld to retrieve Tang Sing's soul, while the other rushed to the heavenly court to find the supreme old lord for the 9 turns golden elixir. Those guys, they wouldn't let any business opportunity slip by. Taking advantage of the Buddha going to save someone, and with Tang Sing's body just restored by magic without his soul returning, they directly started cutting. That Ouyang brat went even further, immediately putting a severed hand up on the trading platform, loudly advertising, "Family members. Golden Cicada's hand, 99,000 apiece. Eat it for immortality, first come, first served." Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji initially tried to stop it, but as they watched, they couldn't help but slice off a couple of pieces to taste. Just as that Buddha returned with the golden elixir, he saw Sun Wukong holding a knife, gesturing over his master, and was so angry that he immediately took the monkey to meet the Tathagata. The Tathagata calculated with his fingers and turned dark. But with the immediate need to rescue someone, he could only set this mess aside for now. The battle on this side also reached a fever pitch. Although Zang Luo could withstand blows, he was gradually at a disadvantage against so many opponents. Seeing that he couldn't just brute force his way through, he thought a plan. He feigned a move to push everyone back, then directly used a room, personal space, to swiftly collect the over 100,000 dragon people into his own space, ready to take Hancock and run. Now it was the Buddhist's turn to be dumbfounded. The hostages were gone. "Amiba, please stay." The Tathagata finally couldn't hold back and spoke up voluntarily. With a wave of his hand, all the treasures promised by Guanyin flew out. Zang Luo stopped in his tracks, looking at those treasures, revealing an extremely arrogant smile on his face. He dusted off his clothes and disdainfully said, "Sorry, but now the price has gone up. These 10 pieces of pure bamboo, plus a cultivation method created by the Saint of Guidance, are barely acceptable." I tell you, that Tathagata's face turned green, but there was nothing he could do. He still had a hand over the goods. He was afraid I would raise the stakes again, urging his subordinates to hurry and deliver the items. I actually understood. It's better to take what you can get. If I really pushed them to the edge, I could just jump away in space. But what about my brothers? I can't be arrogant for my own sake and make everyone else suffer. It's not necessary. What is the point of being a protagonist who is like a stubborn fool, always fighting or being chased? Isn't enjoying life better? After getting the goods, I tossed that celestial dragon to the ground, grabbed Hancock, and whoosh, we vanished. I could already imagine that after I left, Mithriya and the others would be gasping in shock, asking why Tathagata didn't stop me. Haha, could he stop me? Let me tell you, in terms of spatial laws, his Buddha kingdom in his palm is just a younger brother in front of me. If we were at the same level of power, I could break it with a single move. We directly teleported to a remote mountain forest, preparing to go into seclusion for cultivation. There was no choice. After this fight with the Buddhist faction, I realized that my cultivation was still a weak point. Fighting a Vajra Arhut felt like a mere massage, not to mention a quasi-saint. If they stood there for me to hit, I probably wouldn't even break through their defenses. While Hancock and I were honestly in seclusion, my crew was not idle. They were all acting as if they had cheat codes. First, let's talk about my greedy navigator Nami, who directly soloed the Heavenly Court dungeon, relying on her void concealment technique. She wandered under the nose of the 1,000-mile eye at the South Heavenly Gate, and no one noticed her. Then, just like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, she aimlessly roamed around the Heavenly Court, wanting to learn from the Monkey King and steal some elixirs or peaches. What happened next? While wandering, She actually stumbled into the office of the horsewhipping officer. Who understands, right? A thief doesn't leave empty-handed. She rummaged inside, and after a long search, the best thing she found was a broken fairy stone. The most ridiculous part was that she also pulled out a manure fork. Nami was immediately disgusted, complaining loudly as she left, saying the place was too poor and the smell was overwhelming. On the other side, Marco's situation was even more ridiculous. He directly staged "I am a prince" in another world. He flew south following his instincts and ended up at a massive volcanic crater. As soon as he entered, he heard a very gentle female voice call him, "Child, you're back?" Marco was stunned, his wings practically sprung out in shock, thinking, "Isn't my mom in the East Sea?" Before he could explain, a dignified woman rushed up and embraced him tightly. "I'm telling you, that old woman is the legendary Yuan phone." She caught Marco and shouted, "My dear son," wondering why he didn't look like her at all. Marco's lips were almost worn out from saying, "Auntie, you've got the wrong person," but she didn't listen at all, directly launching into a combo attack, saying, "Your cultivation is too low. Let mommy pass on some skills to you," forcefully trying to bestow enlightenment upon him. This overwhelming fortune. It seems he had to accept it. Simply unbelievable. If we're talking about the most unfortunate, it has to be Doflamingo. That guy has the worst luck ever. He randomly teleported and landed right in a fairy bathhouse, just in time to stumble upon the flower fairy, taking a bath. Well, now her boyfriend, Kue Mu Wolf from the 28 Constellations, showed up on the spot. Upon seeing the situation, his eyes turned red, convinced they were a couple caught in the act. Doflamingo was almost worn out from explaining that it was a huge misunderstanding, but Kue Mu Wolf wouldn't listen. He grabbed his wolf fawn club and chased after him, insisting on gouging out his eyes first before anything else. Let me tell you, that Kumu Wolf is incredibly strong. Doflamingo's string fruit is like a tickle in front of him, getting beaten like a grandson, spitting blood and running around in chaos. He used a web wall for defense, but it was smashed to pieces with one hit. He attacked with the white line of the wild waves, but it couldn't even break the skin. Kumu Wolf even mocked him, saying if he had the guts, "You should fight fairly." Doflamingo must have been cursing inside. "Am I crazy to face you head on?" Just when he looked like he was about to get beaten to death. Doflamingo, in a moment of desperation, ran towards us with all his might, scanning with his spiritual sense as he ran. Hey, guess what? He actually found me. It was like he saw his long-lost father, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Senior, save me. I've been chased for so long." I was in the midst of a critical moment in my cultivation when his shout nearly threw me into chaos. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Doflamingo being chased around by a wolf demon. I was extremely annoyed, and with a casual wave, that Kue Mu Wolf was instantly sent flying to who knows where. After running for a while, Doflamingo noticed it was quiet behind him, turned around, and found no one there. He was still questioning his life, and I scolded him irritably. "You idiot. Didn't you realize it was me who took action? Instead of cultivating properly, you're causing trouble everywhere." He hurried over, crying and explaining that he was more wrong than Do. He just accidentally glanced at a teleportation and didn't see anything clearly before being beaten into a male mistress. I couldn't help but laugh. "You even swore? Who would believe that?" However, I was too lazy to deal with this nonsense. Just as I broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul, I sent him off to find a place to cultivate, then took Hancock with me to check on my newly established divine Luo empire. I told Hancock that we could just take a walk and go slowly, and I would wait for her to catch up in terms of cultivation. Surprisingly, as soon as she heard I would wait for her, she immediately had no objections and was as obedient as could be. As a result, after walking for just a few hours, guess who we ran into? The Tang Sung Pilgrimage Group. They even had a live streaming squad with them. As soon as those streamers saw me, they screamed like they had seen an idol, asking if I was there to fight monsters with them. I told them to shut up, saying it was just on the way, and the destination was the Shinra Empire. The streamers were stunned, mumbling that there wasn't such a country and journey to the west. I was speechless and directly told them that I had just built it, right on the territory of the Rakshasa Kingdom, and I was planning to take down the Bull Demon King and his family. Mixing with them, I realized how joyful this pilgrimage team was. Zhu Beiji, that fool, still had his thieving heart, constantly sneaking glances at Hancock, and ended up getting caught by her with a Gale Kick Foxclaw, leaving his face all bruised and swollen, and his belly burst out, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Sung came over to mediate, but Hancock completely ignored him and directly launched a mental attack on Beiji, ensuring that he would see Hancock as if he were seeing a ghost from then on. Seeing the awkward situation, guess what Tang Sung did? He actually had those streamers go live and immediately started dancing to Boom. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at that moment. I asked those streamers if they taught them that, and they whispered to me, saying that tricking Tang Sung into dancing would make him stronger. As a result, that monk actually believed it, and now he dances the old Gaga in Panama better than they do. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. Shouldn't I add some more ingredients? I just happened to have the integrated dance fruit ability in my storage space, so I pulled out 10 potions. I called Tang Sung over and seriously persuaded him. Just jumping basic moves isn't enough. If you want to open your run and do meridians, you need to use my exclusive secret formula. When Tang Sung heard he could become stronger, his eyes lit up, and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I directly injected all 10 potions into him. Goodness, the next second, the power within Tang Sung exploded, and with his eyes closed, he started freestyle dancing. He performed The Little Merchant selling his heart with such vigor that the ground shook, and the stones and plants around him were blown away by the gusts of wind he created as if an excavator had passed through 3 times. The streamers and disciples were all dumbfounded, filled with envy and jealousy, saying that they initially intended to just trick him, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be real. After Tang Sung finished 2 sets of calisthenics, he looked around at the mess and foolishly asked, "Did I do this?" Sha Sung, standing beside him, looked at him with admiration and said, "Master, you are amazing. I think I can't even defeat you now." Tang Sung immediately puffed up with pride, grinning foolishly, nearly shouting out who would dare to mess with him. Watching this transformed Tang Sung, I found it quite amusing, so I decided to teach him the Navy 6 styles along the way. You wouldn't believe it, but this monk has quite a good aptitude. Within a few days, he could already perform over 20 kicks. However, as he learned, he began to think about flying and asked me if mastering the moon step would allow him to fly over the Sand River. I almost slapped him. You're a mere mortal wanting to fly 800 miles? I could only tell him that his endurance wasn't enough, and he needed to cultivate his magical power for sustainability. In the end, he was quite practical and said his endurance was only half an hour, and after that, he would be all worn out. He even ended with, "Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely help you reach paradise soon." You'll reach paradise soon. Just joking and laughing, 3 days later, we arrived at Wuzhuang Temple. Throughout the journey, Tang Sung had completely let loose. Upon reaching the entrance, he shouted at his disciples, rebellious disciples, "Go open the door for your master." The 3 disciples looked gloomy, probably thinking that this bald monk had truly inflated his ego. Especially after he practiced the 6 styles, his appetite skyrocketed. He needed to eat 20 meals a day, and he didn't gain any weight. Who could stand that? So none of the 3 disciples moved, and they started slacking off. Tang Sung saw this and got anxious, starting to call them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go up the mountain to catch tigers. Ha, Zhu Beiji, that's you. Hurry up. Zhu Beiji was so frustrated, but he had no choice and still went to knock on the door with a bitter face. After we were invited in, the 3 disciples huddled together to discuss how to deal with Tang Sung's appetite. In the end, Sun Wukong came up with a bad idea. They made some meat shaped like radishes and tricked Tang Sung into thinking it was a new variety called meat radish, claiming that the bones inside were normal. You wouldn't believe it, but when Tang Sung smelled that fragrant aroma, he started drooling and ate it with great relish, really believing it. On the other hand, those young streamers rushed into the temple looking for the ginseng fruit tree. After searching for a long time without success, they came to ask me. I chuckled. The restrictions set by Zhang Yuanzi made it impossible for anyone below the mid-stage of quasi-saint to see it. With their level of cultivation, it would be strange if they could find it. They begged me to lead the way, saying 1 fruit each would be fine. I thought for a moment and said, "Don't rush. Sun Wukong will definitely go and steal it later. Let's grab all the fruits before he makes a move and let him take the blame." Just as I was saying that, I saw 2 Taoist boys carrying 2 ginseng fruits heading towards Tang Sung's room. That guy Mo Yong's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly urged me, "Senior, we can make our move now." I thought about it and agreed, immediately activating my ability. Room transfer. The next second, all 31 fruit that looked like little dolls appeared before us without a single one missing. I divided 6 of them among the streamers and then took Hancock back to my room, casually setting up a barrier. Here, Xiaoya, try this world's delicacies. I held the fruit up to her mouth. Let me tell you, the effect of this primal spiritual root is simply explosive. Once the fruit goes down, the immense magical power starts swirling in my dantian. I quickly circulate my cultivation technique, and after 3 cycles, all the energy is refined, and my cultivation level skyrockets to the 4th layer of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Hancock's realm also surged to the 6th layer of the Spirit Separation realm. She opened her eyes, sparkling as she looked at me, and her first words were, "Husband, the effect of this enhancement is so quick. I want to do it again." "Hiss, do it again?" I glanced at the remaining 23 ginseng fruits. "All right, who am I to deny her? Xiaoya, you handle this. Enhance it to the 9th layer of the Spirit Separation realm, and then stop. You must hold back. Otherwise, if the golden pill isn't infused with spirit, the resulting primordial infant will just be a fool. You get what I mean? Let me tell you, Xiaoya is really fierce." She grabbed the ginseng fruit and started munching on it like potato chips, crunching away. However, this thing is like leveling up in a game. The first one has explosive effects, but the second one leads to a total crash, with effects dropping by nearly 100 times. Fortunately, there was plenty to eat, and she managed to consume 5 more, finally reaching the peak of the divine transformation realm. Xiaoya was so happy, feeling like she was about to break through again. Her spirit infusion was much faster than old Zang's. After all, old Zang's mind is like a 5G compressed file of an entire Earth civilization, while Xiaoya is at most a 1 megabyte emoji pack, not even in the same league. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside. Old Zang and I exchanged glances, and wow, the plot was starting. We hurriedly put away the remaining ginseng fruits and went out to see son Wukong arguing with 2 Taoist boys. This monkey really had bad luck. He did stroll over intending to steal some fruit, but found none left on the tree, so he slinked back. Who would have thought that as soon as he returned, he was blocked by the 2 Taoist boys, who immediately asked, "What are you sneaking around for? You didn't steal the ginseng fruit, did you?" Son Wukong was completely speechless at that moment, thinking, what have I stolen? I didn't even see a single one. But the 2 Taoist boys wouldn't listen. They ran in, saw the fruit was gone, and came out pointing at the monkey, unleashing a torrent of insults. Let me tell you, the insults were so harsh, it was worse than his master chanting scriptures. That monkey's explosive temper couldn't take it and immediately blew up, uprooting the entire ginseng fruit tree. Now, that was a complete disaster, poking a hornet's nest. A few of us had just finished eating fruits when we saw Tang Song and his disciples being kicked out. The 2 Taoist boys looked at us, as if to say, "You bunch of troublemakers are in this together. What should we do, senior?" A few streamers asked quietly. Old Zang glanced at them, filled with disappointment. "What are you panicking about? Just act like nothing's happening. Worst case, we all get kicked out together." Just as he finished speaking, one of the little Taoist boys rushed over like a firecracker. "And you lot, hurry up and get out of Wuzhuang Temple. You clearly aren't good people." I didn't hear the rest, pulling Xiaoya along as we left, fearing our ears would be polluted. Once outside, we saw Tang Sung and his disciples looking worried as they packed their bags. Zhu Beiji looked particularly aggrieved. He hadn't even gotten to eat the fruits he was longing for and was wrongfully accused. Who wouldn't feel upset? Just as we hadn't walked far, the main character returned. Zhen Yuanzi descended from the sky, furious. "You little brat, stealing my fruits and destroying my precious tree. This matter isn't over today." I was thinking at the time, this script doesn't add up. Zhen Yuanzi knew very well that there must be a trap behind this. This group of old monks from the Buddhist sect agreed to just trap Tang Song for a show, but they ended up stealing my home. And then, considering that Yuan Shi Tianzuan happened to call him to listen to the Tao at this time, isn't this a classic example of drawing the tiger away from its mountain? There must be some shady dealings between the saints, and he is the only honest one left in the dark. In fact, behind this, the Hao Ian from the heavenly court was fanning the flames. He had long been displeased with Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, and this time he just happened to use the Buddhist sect to take down that ginseng fruit tree. Sun Wukong was still being stubborn. Hey, you old Taoist, why didn't He steal anything? Zhen Yuanzi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, snorted coldly. And with a wave of his sleeve, wow, the universe in his sleeve, he was ready to take us all in one go. But the next second, he exclaimed, although Tang Sung and his disciples were taken in, we few remained completely unmoved. Zhen Yuanzi didn't believe in evil and tried again, but it was still useless. At this moment, old Zong slowly spoke. Stop trying, Senior Zhen Yuanzi. Your spatial laws aren't as smooth as mine. If you take them back, Sun Wukong will naturally go to ask Guanyin to save your tree. Zhen Yuanzi stared at old Zong for a long time. His expression was quite complex. He could sense the dangerous aura from old Zong, and since he wasn't good at fighting and didn't have the Earth Book with him, after thinking for a while, he decided to go along with what he said. After all, Sun Wukong is the main character. Capturing him is enough. Once Zhen Yuanzi left, the streamer named Xiao Wu quickly approached. Senior, why did you leave us behind? We are still waiting a live stream for the scriptures. Old Zong rolled his eyes. You guys got caught. Why would the Buddhist sect save you? Without the ginseng fruit, this matter can't be explained clearly. Tang Sung and the others have the protection of the Buddhist sect, but what good will it do for you? Besides, your cultivation has skyrocketed so much. Do you really think Zhen Yuanzi is blind? What if they investigate and expose my matter? I finally understood that when Zhen Yuanzi acted earlier, it was old Zong who used spatial power to protect us. This operation was just incredible. On the other side, our last disciple, Perona, is truly a chosen one. She ran alone to the entrance of the underworld blood sea, a place that was eerie and sinister. Yet the cultivation method she practiced seemed to have a built-in navigation system, giving her a fatal attraction to it. Entering the underworld was easy for her, unlike Sun Wukong, who had to transform. As soon as she entered, however, she was stopped by a little ghost guarding the entrance. The little ghost was quite arrogant. Halt. Who are you? How'd you get in from the outside? Perona remembered what old Zong taught her. When dealing with such minor characters, one must assert their presence. She puffed her waist and glared. Get back to your post. Guess what? The little ghost actually obeyed and went back to stand guard. Perona swaggered in like that and eventually arrived at the Naiha Bridge. When Mengpa saw her, she asked, little girl, would you like a bowl of soup? Perona thought it was a roadside stall. Do I have to pay? No charge, it's free. Upon hearing it's free, Perona, feeling thirsty, took the bowl and gulped it down. After drinking, she felt something was off. Huh? Why does this soup erase my memory? Goodness. She almost forgot even the time she wet the bed as a child. Mengpa smiled and said, life is full of troubles, forgetting is good. Perona shook her head. My master said all experiences are the foundation of growth. Only someone foolish would want to delete their progress. Upon hearing this, Mengpa perked up. Oh, you have a master? Who is it? Perona proudly declared. My master is Zang Luo. Don't look at his low level. He's amazing. His spatial laws are incredibly strong. This foolish disciple, who would understand her family, nearly revealed all of old Zhang's secrets with just a few words. Mengpo's heart sank. Could it be that person has returned? She initially saw Perona's talent and wanted to cultivate her as the CEO of the underworld. The underworld is now in chaos, with the Buddhist sect constantly undermining it, causing the reincarnation order to collapse, and she, a mere avatar, was powerless. However, the more she talked to Perona, the more her thoughts became active. When she heard that old Zong could enable people to grasp the laws infinitely, she was shocked and directly asked Perona, little girl, would you like to be the ruler of this underworld? Perona was stunned. How did such immense fortune fall upon her? But she wasn't foolish and asked what she would have to give up. Mengpa began to play the victim, explaining how chaotic the world was and how unfair the Buddhist sect was, making Perona feel an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Without thinking, she agreed, don't worry, Granny. I'll take care of this world. If I can't manage it, I'll ask my master for help. My master has plenty of ways. Then she started boasting about how her master could produce law potions in bulk, leaving Mengpa wide-eyed. Meanwhile, old Zong had no idea that he had been completely sold out by his disciple. They finally waited for Tang Sung and his disciples. However, this group of disciples had been lectured by Zhen Yuanzi and looked like wilted eggplants. The streamer called Biao Gu approached Tang Sung. Tang Sin Zong. Not happy? How about I give you a performance, a dance? Tang Sung weakly glanced at him. I haven't eaten, don't want to move, don't want to walk. Do you want to eat? Yes. Tang Sung's eyes lit up. The streamers understood that he was hungry. Soon, a golden brown roasted deer was prepared. When the meat was cooked, Xiao Wu suddenly slapped his forehead. Everyone, the elder, is a vegetarian. Why didn't you say so earlier? Biaoge slapped him. Everyone turned around to find Tang Sung drooling over the roasted deer. And Mo Yong, bold as he was, tore off a deer leg and handed it over. Tang Sung instinctively took it and bit into it, then realized, wait, I'm a monk. But the taste, why does it taste like meat-flavored radish? He looked back at his disciples, and Sha Sung sincerely muttered, Master, this is meat radish. Tang Sung nearly spit it out and quickly began to chant, Umeba my sins. The live stream chat exploded, saying this monk chanting was boring and wanted him to eat meat. The streamers saw the KPIs rising and immediately began to stir things up. Mo Yong directly interrupted him. Elder, you chanted the wrong sutra. Tang Sung was stunned. How could I chant wrong when I've been chanting since childhood? Mo Yong started his PvP debate. If you were right, why would you still need to obtain the true scriptures? If you eat the deer and chant a few sutras, it's as if you have no sin, then the deer died for nothing. This is hypocrisy. True compassion is to bear the consequences. You should continue to eat, then strive to become stronger, retrieve the true scriptures, and repay the deer when it reincarnates. This twisted reasoning completely confused Tang Sung, making him feel as if it made some sense, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Old Zong could no longer bear to watch. This was too drawn out. He whispered a few words to Xiaoya, who understood and directly conjured a phantom of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Tang Sanzong. Upon hearing this authoritative voice, Tang Sung immediately perked up and knelt down. Bodhisattva, I have sinned. You are innocent. The false Guanyin had a sacred expression and congratulated him on grasping the truth of reincarnation, wishing for him to redeem the ignorant beings and achieve enlightenment. After saying this, she flew away with a whoosh. Tang Sung was stunned. Could it be that what they said was true? He trembled as he picked up the deer leg, eating while murmuring, so eating meat isn't sin. If I had known, I could have grown 10 more centimeters. From that day on, Tang Sung completely let himself go. He ate meat and drank wine while dancing and singing for his fans in the live stream, having the time of his life. They traveled all the way to Baihu Ridge. Tang Sung was contemplating roasting a wild rabbit for lunch when he saw a beautiful girl coming with a basket. Sun Wukong's keen vision swept over her, and goodness, the demonic aura was overwhelming. But Tang Sung was different now. Upon seeing the beauty, he greeted warmly, Hello, Bodhisattva. The village girl, transformed from the white bone spirit, was also a drama queen. Elder, I got lost delivering food to my parents. The meal is getting cold, so I brought it for you. Sun Wukong didn't waste time talking with her. This flimsy excuse was meant to fool ghosts, right? He swung his staff at her. The white bone spirit screamed and used smoke to escape, leaving behind a fake corpse. Zhu Beiji was upset. You monkey, how could you lay hands on such a beautiful girl? Tang Sung was also furious, trembling. You reckless monkey, you killed an innocent person. She kindly brought food, and you struck her dead. Sun Wukong couldn't be bothered to explain. Soon after, an old lady came crying, looking for her daughter. Sun Wukong saw it was the same demoness and struck again. Then an old man appeared. Great, the whole family was here. Sun Wukong was furious, struck a third time, and the white bone spirit fled again. At this point, Tang Sung was utterly disappointed, pointing at Sun Wukong and trembling with anger. You can leave. He even wrote a letter of severance on the spot. Sun Wukong saw that his master was serious, and tears fell. But he knew that no matter what he said now, it was useless. He could only leave dejectedly. Old Zong saw him flying away and quietly transmitted a message, telling him to keep an eye on his disciple Leo at Flower Fruit Mountain, and directly sent him 100 potions through space, reminding him to use them when encountering unbeatable false monkeys in the future. Sun Wukong was stunned in midair. This person was too strong, being able to silently deliver things into his hands. Once the monkey left, the atmosphere in the group became heavy. They soon arrived at the Black Pine Forest. And without Sun Wukong, Tang Sung began to scare himself, feeling like there were demons everywhere. Then, naturally, they took the wrong path and headed straight for the cave of the Yellow Robe Monster. Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung couldn't sense any demonic energy and thought it was really a temple, which made Tang Sung even happier as he led the group inside. A few streamers asked Lao Zong, "Senior, should we go in?" Lao Zong laughed. "That's a monster's den. Do you want to go in and deliver your heads?" "But this is the Yellow Robe Monster, the Star Lord from heaven coming down to earth, so it doesn't count as a real monster, right? How can we live stream a show if we don't go in?" The viewers in the live stream began to send gifts and cheer. A few streamers, excited, rushed and shouting. The result was that Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung fought the Yellow Robe Monster to a standstill, while the streamers were quickly captured by a group of little demons. Seeing their teammates being so useless, Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung were scared and hurriedly fought while retreating. In fact, Lao Zong and Xiao Yu were watching from the mountain peak, but they were not in the same dimension and couldn't be seen. Not long after, Tang Sung and a few streamers surprisingly came out on their own, bringing along a beautiful woman. It turned out to be the Yellow Robe Monster's wife, the princess of Baoxiang Kingdom, who secretly let them go and asked them to deliver a message to the king. Only then did Lao Zong and Xiao Yu reveal themselves. The group continued on their journey and soon arrived at Baoxiang Kingdom. Just as they reached the city gate, they were stopped by the guards. "What are you monks here for?" Xiao Wu fanned the flames beside him. "Old Tang, he is insulting you." Tang Sung was confused. "I'm a monk. How is that an insult?" Brother Biao couldn't stand it anymore and went up to negotiate with the guard. "Brother, don't get excited. We are here to deliver a message to your king. We have found your missing princess." The guard's eyes lit up at this, and his attitude made a 180-degree turn as he immediately respectfully invited them into the post station. Tang Sung was eager to exchange for travel documents when Brother Biao pulled him back. "Old Tang, why are you in such a hurry? We hold the information they want most. They should be the ones who are anxious. Just wait. The king will come to invite us very soon." Sure enough, before we had even settled down, Brother Biao began to lecture Old Tang, saying that the Bodhisattva sent him to seek scriptures, not to participate in a race walk competition. The focus is on the process and the experience. Do you understand? I tell you, us old hand from the 21st century could easily confuse Old Tang with a few twisted arguments, and he was almost convinced. But just at that moment, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and to my surprise, Lao Zong and Hancock were completely ignoring our brainstorming session, each holding a large handful of snacks they bought from who knows where, munching away, and it smelled so good. Tang Seng's mouth started watering, and he shouted that he was hungry and wanted to eat too. Yet Ma Bao, with foresight, pulled him back. "Old Tang, don't rush. Save some space for the royal banquet later. Isn't that better than street food?" As soon as Zhu Beiji heard the words royal banquet, his pig leg that was about to step out immediately retracted, and his eyes lit up. I tell you, Old Tang, as a monk, has an idol burden heavier than anyone else. As soon as he heard he was going to meet the king, he immediately took out his precious cassock and Zen staff and started tidying himself up, afraid of dressing too shabbily and embarrassing the Tang dynasty. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before a group of palace guards came and politely invited us all inside. The palace was winding and guarded heavily. Soon, we met the king. After Tang Sung handed over the princess by Hua Xiu's handwritten letter, the king read it and immediately broke down, crying so hard that his snot and tears smeared all over his dragon robe. Once his emotions stabilized a bit, he looked at the officials and asked who dared to subdue the demon and rescue the princess. I tell you, the great hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The ministers stood like wooden posts, their heads bowed lower than anyone else's, fearing the king would call on them. The king asked several times, but no one spoke up, and in his frustration, he started to wipe away tears. At that moment, an old fox, seemingly the prime minister, stepped forward. He first claimed that we mere mortals were no match for monsters, then shifted the focus to Tang Sung, saying that throughout history, those who create problems should also solve them. What a smooth way to shift the blame. The king listened and found it reasonable, immediately casting "it's all up to you" look at Tang Sung. Tang Sung wanted to step up, but remembering his previous defeats at the hands of monsters, he quickly backed down, saying he only knew how to chant scriptures, but his two disciples were capable. Upon hearing there was work to do, Zhu Beiji immediately got excited, patting his chest and shouting, "It's just a yellow-robed monster. My fellow disciple Sha, and I beat him up before." To prove he wasn't bragging, he performed the 36 transformations of Tiangang right there. The king and the ministers were astonished. This pig-headed fellow, though ugly, was truly something. The king was so excited that he immediately asked him to set off. Wait. Zhu Beiji waved his hand. "You can't send me in a battle on an empty stomach." The king suddenly understood and quickly ordered the royal kitchen to prepare a feast. Oh my, the scene was something else. Tang Sung and Zhu Beiji were truly like gods of pigs, devouring food like a whirlwind, leaving the entire court in shock, probably thinking, these are not two people, but their appetite is worth 10 pigs. After feasting, Zhu Beiji took up his rake and set off boldly. Sha Sung, worried he couldn't handle it alone, also grabbed his treasure staff and followed. RMO Yong quickly put down his chopsticks and called his brothers to follow and livestream. By the time they reached the bowl-shaped mountain wave moon cave, a fight had already broken out. Zhu Beiji, emboldened by the alcohol, rushed in and started wildly attacking the yellow-robed monster. The monster, infuriated, shouted back, "You pighead, mind your own business. My love with Princess by Hua is true love." And guess what? After only a few hits, the alcohol kicked in and Zhu Beiji shouted, "Oh no, my stomach hurts, I need to take a dump." And he ran away in a cloud of excrement. Who understands, leaving Sha Sung all alone. Sha Sung was outnumbered and was captured by the yellow-robed monster in just a few exchanges. The yellow-robed monster, after capturing Sha Sung, grew suspicious and thought Princess by Hua had betrayed him. He took up his knife and went back to settle the score with her. Sha Sung, being a straightforward person, saw the situation and, to protect the princess, told a lie, saying it was Tang Sung who saw the princess's portrait in the palace and informed the king. The yellow-robed monster believed it, and all his anger suddenly shifted to Tang Sung. Let me tell you, this monster is quite ruthless and quick-witted. He transformed into a handsome young man and stormed back to the palace. As soon as he entered the main hall, he began spinning a tale, claiming that he was the true love of the princess, the prince consort, and that Tang Sung was actually the tiger demon who had kidnapped the princess. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung turned pale and rushed to explain to the king, but the monster story was so well constructed, combined with that handsome face, who would believe a monk? The yellow-robed monster even cast a spell on the spot, turning Tang Sung into a real tiger with a snap. This terrified all the officials, and the king slumped on his dragon throne, shouting for help. A few brave generals rushed up and struck a few blows, but they couldn't even break the tiger's skin, leaving no one with doubts. They locked Tang Sung the tiger in a large iron cage. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed monster was treated like the prince consort, enjoying fine wine and meat. However, after drinking too much, he accidentally revealed his true form in the middle of the night, scaring the palace maid attending him out of her wits. Once this news spread, the white dragon horse at the inn couldn't sit still. Taking advantage of his brothers being away, he transformed into a palace maid, intending to assassinate the yellow-robed monster. But unfortunately, the power gap was too great, and he was severely injured after a few exchanges and had to retreat. When Zhu Beiji returned from his escape, he discovered that Sha Sung hadn't come back and that the white dragon horse was badly injured. Upon hearing this, his first reaction was to suggest splitting up and going their separate ways. Fortunately, the little white dragon held him back, begging him to go to Flower Fruit Mountain to fetch the senior brother. Unable to resist, Zhu Beiji reluctantly went to Flower Fruit Mountain to rally support. Upon arriving, he tried to provoke Sun Wukong by saying that their master missed him. However, the current Monkey King was actually the six-eared macaque, clever as a fox, and saw through his trick immediately. But Monkey King was also looking for a way to return to the pilgrimage team, so he went along with Zhu Beiji and returned with him. Just as they were hurrying back, the big boss Zang Luo in the tea house sensed something and his face changed. It turned out that Monkey King was preparing to deal a lethal blow to the two innocent children of the yellow-robed monster. The boss couldn't bear to watch, so he quietly used the power of the surgery fruit to transfer the souls of the two children before Monkey King could strike. Once Monkey King left, he revived them and conveniently gave them a set of skills. By the time the boss finished all this, Monkey King had already returned to the palace and was fighting the yellow robe monster. The yellow robe monster was no match for Monkey King. With a single blow, he was knocked out of sight. Monkey King guessed that it was a celestial being descending from the heavens, and without hesitation, he charged at the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor checked and found out that it was Kuei Mu Lang who had come down without permission, and he was lightly punished to go and tend the fire for the Supreme Lord Lao Jun Monkey King, say Princess Baiwa, and Sha Sung. And upon returning to the palace, he looked at the tiger in the iron cage and began to tease Tang Sung. Master, didn't you say I was a senseless killer? How come you turned into a monster yourself? Eventually, it was Sha Sung who knelt down to plead for mercy, causing Monkey King to soften his heart and agree to return to the team, reciting a spell to turn Tang Sung back. Just when the master and disciples had reconciled, a complication arose on our side. Boss Zang Luo suddenly asked us to check the time in the world of One Piece. I swear, we were shocked when we checked. We had only been here for less than a year, but over 500 years had passed in the One Piece world. The boss immediately became emo, as he had promised his family he would return within 1,000 years, and now he had broken that promise. Fortunately, that kid Ouyang was like a doryman, saying that there was no need to go back in person, as there was something called a void projection talisman that could project one's consciousness over. However, this thing was incredibly expensive, costing 10 billion for one. The boss was also quite ruthless, without a second thought. He took out 10 of his own law potions and decided to auction them live. Family, here comes the opportunity. The boss says potions, 1 billion each, limited to 10. Link in the description. That scene was explosive. The live stream went wild, and the 10 potions sold out in seconds. After exchanging for money to buy the talisman, the boss took a photo given by his sister as a token, and with a whoosh, his consciousness traveled over. Although we couldn't see it, we could feel his emotional fluctuations were intense. After a few minutes, he returned, completely relaxed, saying he had seen his family and resolved a long-standing concern. To thank Ouyang, he threw him 10 potions to share with the brothers. When we caught up with the pilgrimage team again, we found that Tang Sung was a completely different person. He was practicing his skills while walking, muttering to himself, I want to become stronger, I want to step by step reach the highest. Wow, what on earth stimulated him? We were puzzled, and Biaogu pointed at the sky and asked, Seniors, what are you looking at? We looked up and saw a large group of heavenly soldiers flying across the sky, as if they were chasing someone. I focused my gaze, and good heavens, the two figures being chased were none other than Kizaru and Nami. What trouble have these two caused in the heavenly palace again? I'm telling you, these two have really gotten themselves into a mess. Nami, that girl, is really bold. These days, she's gotten addicted to 0 yuan shopping in the heavenly realm and even dared to steal from the Supreme Lord Laozi's Doshui Palace. Now look what happened. She ended up stealing from the home of the Secretary of the Heavenly Court's Discipline Inspection Commission, Wenzhong, the Thunder Lord of the 9 Heavens. Who understands this? Wenzhong is a big shot with 3 eyes. Going to steal from his home is like walking into the line of fire. Sure enough, Wenzhong took her down in 2 moves. First, he struck with a lightning bolt, and Nami froze for a second, just long enough for him to slap her and send her flying. Wenzhong was about to have her dragged away and locked up, but guess what? There was an accomplice. Huang Yuan, that guy, burst in like a flash of light, scooped Nami up, and ran off. Let me tell you, this guy is also a weirdo. While holding the injured beauty, he actually leaned down and gave her a kiss. Nami was so stunned, she forgot her injuries and shouted in a tearful voice, You bastard. My dignity. And guess what? Huang Yuan, seeing her cry for a moment, stopped and asked straightforwardly, Xiaomei, why aren't you crying anymore? As if he thought she wanted to see her keep crying. Nami rolled her eyes and replied, What's the point of crying? It's already dirty. Good heavens. When Huang Yuan heard the word dirty, he launched into a speech about how that can't be called dirty. It's a testament to love, it's sacred, it's noble. And he wondered what value she saw in it. Nami shot back, Aren't all you men the same? You only care about looks. Why haven't you ever liked an ugly person? Huang Yuan started talking about first impressions, opening the door to the heart, how everyone has their own preferences, and ended with a grin. Anyway, you're my type. Nami spat and called him a perverted uncle. Huang Yuan nearly fell from the sky when he heard that. Anxious. We're mine uncle. I'm cultivating immortality. I'll only get more handsome. To which Nami calmly replied, "You'll still get old and turn into this perverted look." Huang Yuan, angered, kissed her several times, but when he saw Nami showing no reaction, he gave up and said, "Dirty? Whatever." At this point, Huang Yuan was truly at a loss. He realized this girl had no interest in him at all. He asked humbly, "Xiao Mei, what do I need to do for you to accept me?" Nami thought for a moment. In this life, aside from loving money, she really had no interest in romance. So, she turned her eyes and proposed a condition. "Okay, you accompany me to steal things, and I'll try to date you." Huang Yuan gasped, thinking, "Sister, how much do you love stealing? You just got seriously injured and have no memory?" But Nami confidently declared, "I chose the path of theft, and I have no intention of turning back. Born a thief, dead a ghost, unwavering till death." Goodness, what determination! Huang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "For love, I'll do it, but I have to go find my boss to get my body modified to enhance my speed." He thought to himself, his speed is fast, but what if he encounters a big shot who can freeze people with just a thought? Wouldn't that be pointless? When Nami heard, he agreed. She got so excited that her injury acted up, and she coughed a couple of times. Huang Yuan hurriedly asked if it was serious, but Nami was lost in thought. "My theft skills are amazing. Your speed is amazing. With this combination, where can't we steal from?" Huang Yuan was completely speechless. This girl really had theft ingrained in her DNA. As they talked, they flew into the territory of the Rakshasa kingdom, but after searching around, they didn't see our boss Zang Luo. They had promised to establish the divine Luo dynasty, yet they hadn't even fully taken the Rakshasa kingdom. Half of the territory was still in the hands of the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. Huang Yuan held Nami and casually landed in front of a priest named Gaidaz, asking what was going on. Gaidaz looked dejected and said, "We can't beat them. The four of us teamed up, but we can't defeat the Bull Demon King with just our skills. We can suppress him with our abilities. But that Princess Iron Fan has a broken fan that can blow our little brothers away. Who can withstand that?" So, for now, both sides are in a temporary ceasefire, each occupying half. Huang Yuan asked where our boss Zang Luo had gone, and Gaidaz shook his head, saying he didn't know, and complained that their boss hadn't paid them in months. If it weren't for the brothers believing in him, the team would have disbanded long ago. Huang Yuan was stunned and quickly took Nami to find a medical team. When they arrived at the medical station, the doctor, about to get angry for cutting in line, looked up to see it was Huang Yuan and said unhappily, "Line up. Even among acquaintances, rules must be followed." Huang Yuan was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "It's serious. You need to take a look at my Nami." The doctor looked down and saw Nami drawing circles on Huang Yuan's chest, looking in better spirits than the doctor himself. The doctor's expression was priceless, as if to say, "This is what you call serious?" Huang Yuan looked down and realized Nami seemed perfectly fine. So he asked her, "Are you okay?" Nami smiled and said, "I told you it was a small matter. A few days of cultivating will fix it." Just then, Huang Yuan wanted to put her down, but she refused and pouted. "No, I want to be held like this. It feels nice when a man holds me. I want to stay like this for a few more days." The expression on Huang Yuan's face at that moment was something else. Meanwhile, over on Tang Seng's side, something also happened. I'm telling you, he was riding on the white dragon horse, yawning and looking lifeless, when Wukong asked him what was wrong. He glared at Zhu Beiji and said, "Isn't it because of this fool? The meat he roasted yesterday wasn't cooked, and I had a stomach ache all night. Who would believe that? This is a distraction. The real situation is that a few days ago, he had just saved a female benefactor. How'd he save her? By marrying her and consummating the marriage." This story starts with our live-streaming brothers. To prevent Tang Sung from thinking about our Queen Hancock, they set a trap for him. Our boss Zang Luo also got involved, finding a courtesan to cooperate. The plot was that a group of villagers wanted to drown a woman, claiming she was bad luck and cursed. Tang Sung wanted to save her, but the villagers said that unless he married her and got her pregnant to prove she wasn't an ill omen, they wouldn't let her go. Tang Sung was taken aback, looking around at his disciples. The monkey said he was a demon and couldn't marry a mortal. Beiji was interested but was pulled away by the monkey. Sha Sung was a quiet one, looking at the live streamers. They also claimed they were immortals and couldn't develop feelings for mortals. Just as Tang Sung was in a dilemma, our boss had Hancock transform into the appearance of Guanyin Bodhisattva and appear not far away. Tang Sung hurried over to seek advice, and the Bodhisattva spouted some nonsense about how the Buddha sacrificed his flesh to feed an eagle, promoting selflessness to achieve great love, completely bewildering Tang Sung. Upon realizing his selfishness, Tang Sung rushed back, agreeing to marry and save the woman. Then came the wedding, entering the bridal chamber. As a monk, Tang Sung didn't know what to do, but the bride was experienced and, following our boss's orders, took full advantage of him. The next day, Tang Sung came out, holding his waist and looking a bit smaller, yet he solemnly declared, "Amitabha, the poor monk has successfully saved someone." What was he really thinking? So smooth, what a workout. Even more absurdly, the next day, a villager pretended to check her pulse and claimed the woman was pregnant. Tang Sung, that fool, actually believed it and happily bid farewell to his new love, continuing on his journey to seek scriptures. Family, isn't this operation a bit scummy? So, he wasn't in good spirits today. Partly it was due to energy loss, and partly because he had an upset stomach. As the master and disciples were walking, they encountered an injured old Taoist. Wukong, with his fiery eyes and keen insight, instantly recognized the creature as a monster, yet he still carried it on his back. Our two streamers, Xiao Wu and Ming, were so excited that they whispered, "It's coming, it's coming." What a classic scene. 3 mountains pressing down on Wukong. The old Taoist, who was actually Silverhorn King, was confused. When they reached the valley, just as Wukong was about to throw the monster to its death, Silverhorn King chanted a spell, and with a bang, a Mount Shumi pressed down on Wukong. Silverhorn King was about to laugh when he realized Wukong was actually holding it up. He was taken aback and summoned Mount Ame and Mount Tai, stacking 3 mountains like a game of Jenga. This time, Wukong truly couldn't bear it. His face turned green, and he probably had 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. Only then did Silverhorn King realize something was off and turn to look at the two streamers, his expression changing. Xiao Wu and Ming, desperate to survive, quickly waved their hands, were not with him, and then they dashed away without a trace. Wukong shouted from below, "Come back. I'm still being crushed." Silverhorn King couldn't be bothered anymore and went straight to find Tang Sung. He laughed heartily as he approached, ready to grab Tang Sung and Sha Sung. Unexpectedly, Tang Sung was no longer the weakling he used to be. He shouted 6 styles, Gale Kick, and with a kick, he sent Silverhorn King's front teeth flying. Silverhorn King covered his mouth, stunned. "Are you really Tang Sung? You know martial arts?" Tang Sung felt exhilarated after landing a hit, and, with his hands on his hips, said, "Humph, I plan to learn the Great Might Heavenly Dragon next." Seeing that brute force wouldn't work, Silverhorn King pulled out the jade bottle of sheep fat, ready to capture him. However, Xiao Wu shouted from a distance, "Old Tang, be careful. If he calls your name, don't respond. If you do, you'll be trapped." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung immediately shut his mouth and remained silent, no matter how much Silverhorn King cursed at him. Silverhorn King was cursing until he was parched, and Tang Sung seized the opportunity, sliding forward and using a technique called 6 styles, finger gun, extending his middle finger and puncturing Silverhorn King's body with a blood hole. Now Silverhorn King was truly scared and quickly pulled out the 7-star sword. However, as soon as he brandished the sword, Tang Sung lost all his momentum and immediately surrendered, raising his hands. "Spare my life, great king." This monk was wrong. The speed of his face changing was astonishing. Just like that, Tang Sung and Sha Sung were obediently captured and taken into the Lotus Flower Cave. Our streamers followed them inside, explaining to the Golden Horn and Silverhorn Kings, "We're just here to watch the show. You can eat Tang Sung's flesh. Just treat us as heir." The two monsters had never seen such a scene, and though they were skeptical, they still sent a little monster to invite their foster mother, the 9-tailed fox, for backup. Meanwhile, with the help of the Earth God, Wukong finally escaped from the bottom of the mountain. On the way, he happened to encounter 2 silly little monsters and easily tricked them out of their purple gold red gourd. By the time Golden Horn and Silverhorn realized they had been duped, Wukong had already arrived at their door. According to the script of Journey to the West, Wukong was supposed to be captured several times and have to struggle for a while. However, our group of onlookers, not want to miss the fun, urged Tang Sung and the others to engage in a team battle. Goodness, Golden Horn and Silver Horn had never seen such a scene. With Tang Sung and his disciples plus us, they were quickly overwhelmed and ultimately captured by Wukong and sealed in the gourd. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun watched from above, dumbfounded, thinking, how did I go through the 81 trials like it was a game? He had no choice but to descend to the mortal realm, reclaiming his 2 boys and several magical treasures, and casually slapped the unfortunate 9-tailed fox to death. This trial was incredibly smooth, and Tang Sung especially enjoyed it, feeling that the violent factor within him had been activated, wanting to throw punches at everyone he saw, making the white dragon horse feel tense every day. But a few days later, the viewers in the live stream began to feel bored again and started to stir things up. The bullet comments flooded the screen, demanding our boss to give Tang Sung some more abilities. Guess what they wanted to add? Hormone fruit. When our boss heard this, he sprayed out the spiritual liquid he had just drunk and said these internet users really know how to have fun. However, he thought this ability was quite compatible with Tang Sang's current 6 styles, so he agreed, with the condition that the netizens would pay 1 billion for each potion. With millions of people in the live stream, if each person contributed a few dozen bucks, the tens of billions would be raised in no time. The boss was not hesitant. He took out the potion and injected it into Tang Sung. He explained to Tang Sung the abilities of this fruit. It could control body temperature, emotions, growth, and even change gender, becoming a new human. At a critical moment, transforming into a woman would make it hard for anyone to recognize him. Tang Sung thought that while he might not need it, he couldn't be without it. So he agreed. Seconds later, the effect took place, and Tang Sang's entire demeanor changed, and his speech became a bit effeminate. Zhu Beiji looked at him with a strange gaze. Wukong, on the side, started to tease, insisting that Master should try transforming into a woman. Tang Sung scolded his rebellious disciple, but his body was very honest and quickly mastered the technique. Guess who he transformed into? A stunningly beautiful woman. Beiji's mouth was almost watering. Wukong asked who this was, and Tang Sung actually said it was a female devotee who used to come to the temple to offer incense. We all understood. This monk was quite clear in his heart. Even more impressive, Tang Sung developed something called Buddhist hormone, claiming it could accelerate the understanding of Buddhist teachings, and a frenzy hormone, which could induce a frenzied state. This fruit was simply tailor-made for him. By night, the number of people in the live stream reached its peak, all drawn by the news of Tang Sang's new abilities, coming to see the excitement. I have to tell you, these online viewers who love to watch the excitement are simply insane. The number of people in a live stream shot up to 1 billion, and the servers are almost smoking. They're all here to see the new tricks of the monk. These folks are really getting into it. They even organized a crowdfunding campaign, saying they want to give Tang Sung another wave of power gifts, focusing on going all out. Goodness, they quickly raised over 8 billion. These people really don't treat money like money. Then the abilities they voted for, let me tell you, are something else. I can understand things like the poison fruit and sticky fruit, but the later ones are just ridiculous. Body odor fruit, athlete's foot fruit, and then there's the kidney fruit. Does anyone understand? Is this to cultivate a biochemical weapon? The great Zang Luo is also a player. Seeing the enthusiasm of the viewers, without saying a word, he closed his eyes and started crafting the fruits. In just a few minutes, he finished 8 potions bubbling with strange gases. He took the potions to find Tang Sung. Xuanzong, I have good stuff for you. The viewers have given you new strength. Do you want it? As soon as Tang Sung heard this, his eyes lit up, and he dashed over. Yes, yes, yes. Benefactor, I can't wait to get stronger. Zang Luo was just waiting for him to say that, afraid he would back out, and he immediately pushed all 8 potions into him. Tang Sang's face turned pale instantly. Hiss, why does this hurt a bit? Zang Luo calmly explained. Oh, 2 of the potions are mutually restraining, but it's not a big problem. Your physique has strengthened. You should be able to handle it. As soon as I heard the word should, my heart sank. The feeling of unreliability was spilling out of the screen. Fortunately, Tang Sung only trembled for a while, and then his whole demeanor changed, feeling like he was capable again. Even looking at Sun Wukong with a hint of disdain. Sun Wukong was confused. Master, what? What did I do wrong again? Tang Sung waved his hand, meaning he would let him off today and would show off his skills when there were monsters. The viewers in the live stream couldn't wait any longer. The bullet comments were flying, all wanting to see the new abilities in action. Tang Sung was also excited and immediately started experimenting. That poison fruit. He even upgraded it himself, creating something called Buddha Light Goo Poison, which sounds pretty toxic. Then there was the sticky fruit. Let me tell you, he immediately shot out a huge blob of slime from his nose, and Zhu Beiji almost vomited on the spot, his expression saying, "Master, you used to transform into a beautiful woman to charm me. Is this disgusting transformation a punishment for me?" But that was just the beginning. He combined the abilities of the body odor fruit and the lick fruit, creating a body odor slime. If that stuff hits a monster in the face, I feel like they wouldn't just be knocked out, they'd be suffocated. And that long hair fruit, good heavens, the bald monk instantly transformed into long flowing hair. And with a whip, the little monsters spun around like tops. As for the athlete's foot fruit, he actually said this thing could enhance the power of the Navy's 6 styles, especially the leg techniques, because when your feet itch, you want to rub them. And once you rub them, your speed goes up. This logic, I can only say, is way ahead of its time. The last kidney fruit after using it. He did nothing and just sat there dazed all night, supposedly thinking about the girl from the Kingdom of Women. The next day, they set off, and by evening, they found a rundown temple to stay in called Baolin Temple. The abbot was also someone who judged people by their appearance and immediately wanted to drive them away. As a result, Sun Wukong went up and grabbed him by the collar, and the abbot instantly wilted, his attitude doing a complete 180. Guess what happened next? In the middle of the night, the ghost of the king of the Crow Chicken Kingdom directly gave Tang Sung a dream, saying he was drowned by a monster after being pushed into a well, and that the current king is a fake. Now, this is getting interesting. Tang Sung is no longer the soft persimmon he used to be. As soon as he heard there was a monster, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he rubbed his fists, ready to subdue the monster. However, this matter requires evidence, and Sun Wukong said they should first retrieve the real king's body from the well. Zhu Beiji was thinking of slacking off, but our streamer Ma Bao, that little rascal, knew there were treasures in the well, so he volunteered to go down. He didn't go down to retrieve a corpse. He was after that beauty pearl and water-repelling pearl. Sure enough, this little guy sweet-talked the Dragon King of the Well in just a few words and brought up both the body and the treasures. Sun Wukong ran to heaven and got a reviving pill from Taishang Laojun, reviving the real king. The next day, the group entered the palace under the pretense of being envoys from Shangbong to exchange documents. Let me tell you, Tang Sung was really impatient. When he saw the fake king, he immediately started yelling. The fake king initially wanted to argue a bit, but when the real king appeared, he immediately gave up the act. Sun Wukong didn't care about that. With a glare, he raised his staff and charged forward. The monster turned out to be the Blue Lion, the mount of Manjushri Bodhisattva, and the two fought from the main hall to the back garden. The Blue Lion couldn't win, so it actually ran back to the main hall, transformed into Tang Sung's appearance. Try to pull a trick with the real and fake Monkey Kings. And what happened? As soon as it finished transforming, the real Tang Sung kicked it, while cursing, just turned into this Buddha's appearance. Monster die. 6 styles, Gale Kick. With one kick, he knocked the Blue Lion dizzy. The Blue Lion was stunned. Why, you're not immortal? Tang Sung coldly sneered. All forced by you monsters. Is it easy for this Buddha to fetch scriptures? Saying that, he gave another kick, athlete's foot. 6 styles, Gale Kick. The smell, I could feel it from far away. The Blue Lion, feeling cornered, opened its mouth to unleash a lion's roar. Tang Sung was faster. Taking advantage of its mouth being open, he directly flung a huge blob of body odor slime into its mouth. Ugh! The Blue Lion instantly vomited its bile, its face turning purple. Tang Sung didn't give it a chance, throwing several large blobs of slime over, directly wrapping the Blue Lion into a dumpling, and it looked like it was about to suffocate. Sun Wukong was laughing like crazy on the side, saying, "Master, this move is dirty, but really works." Just as Tang Sung was about to deal the final blow, Manjushri Bodhisattva descended from the heavens, shouting for him to stop. Tang Sung was just about to curse whoever it was, but upon seeing it was the Bodhisattva, he swallowed his words, though the disdain on his face couldn't be hidden. Manjushri Bodhisattva also looked at the blue lion with disgust, saving it, and before leaving, he gave Tang Sung a deep look, probably pondering how this guy became so fierce. Tang Sung, being cheeky, asked Bodhisattva, "You don't like me, do you?" This startled Manjushri Bodhisattva, who hurriedly rode off on the lion. After resolving the matter of the Crow Chicken Kingdom, they continued on their journey, and not long after, they arrived at the Demon Mountain. This place was filled with demonic energy, and Tang Sung was no longer afraid. Instead, he was extremely excited, shouting that there were more monsters to subdue, feeling a strong sense of achievement. Sure enough, they hadn't walked far when they heard a child crying for help. Our streamer ImmortalDad was fanning the flames. "Old Tang, the monster is putting on a show for you. Hurry up." Tang Sung flew over in a month's step, seeing a tied-up child, who was none other than the Red Boy. Sun Wukong shouted from behind that this was a monster, and Tang Sung, now much smarter, quickly exposed the Red Boy's flaw with just a few words. The Red Boy, realizing he could no longer continue the act, directly spat a mouthful of true fire at Sun Wukong and the others, then reached out to grab Tang Sung. What happened next? He couldn't grab him. After several attempts, Tang Sung stood firm like a mountain, not budging an inch. The Red Boy got angry, grabbed his fire spear, and lunged at him. Tang Sung gritted his teeth, first buffing himself with a frenzied hormone, then using the same trick, flinging a blob of body odor slime over, and then with the 6 styles finger gun, he clashed with the tip of the Red Boy's spear. The Red Boy praised him for being powerful, and while he was talking, Tang Sung seized the opportunity to stuff another blob of slime directly into his throat. This completely infuriated the Red Boy. He no longer wanted to eat Tang Sung's flesh, only wanted to kill him. He opened his mouth and unleashed a mouthful of true fire. As for Tang Sung, I don't know what he was thinking, but he actually shouted 6 styles, iron block, intending to withstand it with his body. I was stunned at that moment. The next second, there was a scream, and Tang Sung was directly roasted into a human-shaped charcoal, rolling on the ground. The Red Boy took the opportunity to roll him away. Later, Sun Wukong went to rescue his master, but ended up being blinded by the smoke from the Red Boy and lost the fight. Zhu Beiji went to invite Guanyin, but halfway there he was tricked by the fake Guanyin transformed by the Red Boy and was captured as well. With no other choice, Sun Wukong went to the South Sea, only to find out that Guanyin had been promoted to Buddha and said this matter was no longer under her jurisdiction, directing him to find Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Goodness, even the Buddhist sect started passing the buck. When Sun Wukong brought Samantabhadra Bodhisattva to the Fire Cloud Cave, they were dumbfounded. Inside the cave, Tang Sung was chasing after the Red Boy and beating him up. It turned out that the little demons had tied Tang Sung up earlier and were actually peeling off his burnt skin bit by bit with a knife, causing him excruciating pain, and they even wanted to peel off his private parts. How could he endure that? Any man would lose it. Tang Sung exploded with rage on the spot, broke free from the ropes, and started a counterattack. He had learned to be smart now, relying on his speed. Every time the Red Boy was about to breathe fire, he would quickly dash in, launching a flurry of slaps that left the Red Boy's mouth full of oil, unable to speak clearly. In the end, he stuffed a lump of stinky goo into his mouth, knocking him out cold. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva saw that this child had good potential, so he took him in as a disciple. After the fight, Tang Sung felt like he was falling apart. His whole body was on fire with pain, and he hurried to find the big boss Zang Luo for help. The big boss was straightforward, using the abilities of the slippery fruit and surgical fruit to peel off Tang Sung's layer of burnt skin, revealing soft, tender new skin underneath. Zhu Beiji watched with drool flowing down, mumbling that such good skin was wasted on a man. After this incident, we streamers felt a lot of pressure. If Tang Sung was this fierce, and we only knew how to run away, how could we continue to stream up close in the future? So, we all discussed and spent $1 billion from the big boss to buy a book on biming divine skill from them all, hoping the big boss could modify it. However, the big boss said this skill was originally orthodox Taoism and could be directly practiced in this world, and it was a top-tier skill. When we heard this, wasn't it a huge profit? We then insisted on the big boss recommending several more books, buying everything from Realized Divine Palm to Nining Manual. A few of us sealed the primordial spirit and started to practice the biming divine skill again. Hey, guess what? The results were outstanding. The viewers in the live stream were envious and even crowdfunded to buy Tang Sung, the Real Eye Palm, and Great Might Heavenly Dragon. This guy is also a freak. He learned it in just a few hours and performed on the spot, leaving everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. As we walked and practiced, we unknowingly arrived at the edge of a black water river. The water was as black as ink, and it was clear something was wrong. In the past, Tang Sung would have taken a boat, but now it was different. He was a holy monk who could perform spells. He looked at the small boat coming from afar and completely ignored it, turning back to wave at his disciples with great confidence. Disciples, this thunder, I will take it on. Remember to remind me when you see the monsters. I told you. As soon as I finished speaking, Monkey King immediately shouted, Master, the one rowing in the middle of the river. It's a monster. Wow. This shout scared my master so much that he was drifting on the river using his moonwalking technique, and with a stumble, he fell right into the river. Right after that, a series of cries for help followed. Help me, disciples. I can't swim. I thought to myself, isn't this simple? But guess what happened? These few lively disciples started performing a kick-the-ball routine on the spot. Sun Wukong turned to Pigsy. Pigsy, you're good at swimming, you go. Pigsy immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, pointing at Sandy. Brother Shah, this job is still for you. Sandy looked troubled. Big brother, I'm afraid I can't handle it. You should go. Family, who understands? The master was already starting to sink in the river, and the three of them on the shore were saying, You go first, no, you go first. It was my little buddy next to me who couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Monkey King, stop pushing. Tang Sung isn't even bubbling anymore. Only then did Sun Wukong take a good look with his fiery eyes and exclaimed, Oh no, the master is really at the bottom. The monsters on the boat saw it too and were getting ready to dive in to fish for him. The Monkey King got anxious and yelled at Pigsy, You idiot! The master is about to be captured by the monsters. Hurry up. Pigsy stubbornly refused to move. Brother Shah should go. In the end, the honest Sandy couldn't hold back anymore, sighed, chanted a water-avoiding spell, and jumped in. After a while, the sound of hammering came from underwater, and the two of them were fighting all the way to the surface. It was quite intense. Sun Wukong saw Pigsy still standing on the shore, and began to PUA him. If you don't go now, the master will really be done for. If he finds out you stood by and did nothing, how will you face him later? This hit Pigsy right in the gut. He was most afraid that the master wouldn't want him, so he steeled himself and dove in. And not long after, he pulled the waterlogged Tang Sing up, tossing him onto the shore. Monkey King, I've got him up. Whether he lives or dies is up to you. Sun Wukong was so anxious he was scratching his ears and cheeks, and in the end, with no other choice, he had to go himself. Let me tell you, I will never forget the next scene for the rest of my life. He grabbed Tang Sung by the ankle and swung him around like a big windmill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. We all stared in disbelief, and Ming couldn't help but ask, Monkey King, what are you doing? While swinging, the Monkey King explained, Hey, this is called promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and shaking the water out at the same time. At that moment, I had a thought. This operation is simply outrageous. If it were a regular person, their brains would be scrambled. After just a few spins, Tang Sung suddenly vomited all the river water out. Only then did Sun Wukong let him down. Tang Sung covered his head and dizzily asked, Why is my head so dizzy? The few of us streamers nearby were trying to hold back our laughter, almost injuring ourselves. Just then, the little monster, the toad dragon, saw it couldn't defeat Sha Sung and slipped back to its water palace. Sha Sung came ashore, wiped his sweat, and was quite excited. That was thrilling. This monster was about my level. I haven't fought so exhilaratingly in a long time. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji rolled his eyes and immediately said, Since you like it, Sha Shitty, then this monster is yours. Sha Sung immediately wilted, but he's gone home, so should we just forget it? But my master, he's not the kind monk he used to be anymore. Upon hearing that the monster would come back, he jumped up, fist cracking loudly. That's perfect. We'll set up camp here tonight and wait for him to deliver himself to us. We were looking for a place when suddenly an old Taoist priest appeared by the river, claiming to be the river god of the Blackwater River. Without saying a word, Sun Wukong grabbed his staff and was ready to attack. But Tang Sung quickly stopped him. Wait. Let me handle this. Seeing the river god's posture as he walked over, rolling up his sleeves, I knew the river god was in for trouble. The river god was quite clever. Seeing that Tang Sung was not to be trifled with, he knelt down from a distance and cried out, "Holy monk, spare my life. I'm not a bad person." Tang Sung didn't believe him and pointed at his nose, saying, "The monster that wanted to capture me before was in cahoots with you, right? You think you can escape? Tell me, are you here to capture me again?" The river god cried, snot and tears streaming down his face, and quickly explained. To sum it up, that little toad dragon was the nephew of the West Sea Dragon King. A year ago, he had taken over his territory and killed his aquatic people. When he complained, the West Sea Dragon King protected his own, and when he went to the heavenly court, he couldn't see the Jade Emperor. With no other choice, he had to come to us for help. After hearing this, Tang Sung stroked his chin and thought it was a bit troublesome. But then he realized that they all wanted to eat him, so why not eat them back? This is called self-defense. He then ordered the river god to challenge the little toad dragon. The river god trembled in fear and dared not go. Tang Sung looked at him disdainfully, decided not to wait, and took matters into his own hands. By midnight, the little toad dragon indeed snuck ashore. To my surprise, he looked quite hideous, startling my master. However, Tang Sung reacted quickly. Coming to his senses, he dashed forward, shouting, "Monster! I can tell at a glance that you're not human. TripHijacked." The monster was shocked. "What? You, Tang Sung, are actually a skilled fighter?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Sung had already circled to his side and launched an attack. First move, Buddha's light emerges. A huge golden swastika directly sent the little toad dragon flying, and he lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, unable to utter a coherent word. How can you be so strong?" Tang Sung dusted off his monk robe, looking disdainful. "With such little ability, you dare to come out as a monster? How embarrassing." Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Seeing the monster in pain, Tang Sung pretended to be compassionate, saying, "I, the poor monk, am filled with mercy. I will send you into reincarnation." Just as the little toad dragon was about to call out, "My father is," Tang Sung interrupted him directly. "Even if your father is Tathagata, he has to reason with me today. Go." As he spoke, a giant palm descended from the sky. Seventh move, the Buddha descends to earth. It came crashing down. Halfway through, Tang Sung suddenly realized, "My monster meat." He shouted, "Oh no, it's too late." With a loud bang, all that remained on the ground was a puddle of meat paste. Tang Sung looked at the pile of mush, feeling heartbroken. Just then, a furious roar came from the horizon. "Bald donkey, you dare kill my nephew? You can't escape." I looked up and saw the West Sea Dragon King, leading a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, charging over. Guess how my master reacted? His eyes lit up, and he turned to his disciples, shouting, "Let's have a midnight snack tonight. Roast seafood like crazy." Saying that, he ignored the Dragon King and directly jabbed a spear to kill a big crab, kicking it in front of Sun Wukong. Then, finding it too slow, he simply unleashed his ultimate move, Buddha's light illuminates, unleashing a torrent of power against the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The West Sea Dragon King was so furious he trembled all over. "Stop, you bald donkey. How can you be so unreasonable?" Tang Sung shot back. "Shut up, you big loach." With that, he charged directly at the Dragon King. This old Dragon King was also a Tai golden immortal, having lived who knows how many years, and was quite experienced. The two fought with a loud clamor. During the fight, the old Dragon King pulled out a pearl from his mouth, which was obviously a treasure, and Tang Sung felt a death threat. Just as the old Dragon King was about to smash the pearl, Tang Sung unexpectedly spat a sticky phlegm, a stinky slime. It directly stuck the Dragon King's hand, and the smell almost fainted him on the spot. Seeing that Tang Sung was about to deal the final blow, the little white dragon Ao couldn't bear to watch anymore, transformed into human form, and rushed out to kneel and plead, "Master, spare my father's life." Tang Sung's palm was halfway down when he abruptly stopped, almost pulling a muscle. He turned to look at Ao. "Is this your father?" Ao nodded vigorously. Tang Sung's face fell, disappointed, and walked back to the pile of ingredients. Noticing that Sha Sung hadn't tea started yet, he became annoyed. Why aren't you roasting yet? Wu Jing, you're the most honest. You come and roast. Old Sha had no choice but to start processing the seafood with a bitter smile. Tang Sung sat there waiting to eat, his demeanor growing more and more imposing. Zhu Beiji leaned over and said, Master, what about mine? Tang Sung, munching on a crab leg, mumbled angrily, Get over there. Useless at everything, but number one at eating. Go get your own. Zhu Beiji, frustrated, grabbed his rake and killed the remaining octopus spirits by the shore. Ao Lai, having just finished persuading his father, came back and was alarmed. Second brother, what are you doing? Beiji chuckled. Just a few octopuses, it's no big deal. Ao Lai panicked. Those are my beloved friends, my kin. Beiji countered with his trump card. I'll pay you. Ao Lai wanted to reason, but Beiji cut him off. Forget it. You still want to go back to the West Sea? Once you enter the Buddhist sect, you'll never get out. Ao Lai was instantly left speechless, only able to let his father take the remaining kin and flee quickly. The next day, after we crossed the river, my master flew for over 10 miles on his own strength, so happy he couldn't close his mouth. But Zhu Beiji came to ruin the mood again. Master, what is there to be happy about? We can still ascend to heaven. We walked and soon reached the border of the carriage delay kingdom. Suddenly, 2 people and a dog fell from the sky. It was Kizuru, Nami, and a hellhound. As soon as Kizuru saw Captain Zang Luo, he looked like he had found a long-lost relative. Captain, I've finally found you. Quick, give me some anti-beating potions. We all laughed, and Zang Luo asked him what he needed that for. Kizuru, holding Nami's hand with a shy expression, said, We're together now. But Nami has a hobby of stealing things, and I'm afraid of getting beaten. I was really impressed by this excuse. Zang Luo, though amused, was generous and pulled out a bunch of potions. The potion for Kizuru was for enhancing defense. For Nami, it was a spatial type, and for the hellhound, even better, it was a mythical beast-type potion that transformed it into a silver moonwolf. After taking the potion, the hellhound underwent a bloodline evolution, transforming from a mutt into a stunning silver-haired wolf king, which left Nami mesmerized. Kizuru even tried to persuade the hellhound to join him, but it was very loyal and immediately went back to report to Erling Shun. After sending them off, we entered the carriage delay kingdom. As soon as we entered the city, we saw a group of monks being used as labor by Taoists, even whipped. Tang Seng's temper flared up instantly, and Sun Wukong blew the overseers away in one breath. After asking, we learned that the king here believed in 3 Taoist masters. And because the monks failed to pray for rain, all the monks in the country were punished to do hard labor. When Tang Sung heard this, he said, Praying for rain? I'm an expert at that. He immediately took us into the palace, insisting on competing with the 3 Taoist masters. In the first round, they competed to pray for rain. The tiger power immortal took the stage, chanting incantations, and indeed summoned wind and rain. This time, Sun Wukong didn't cause trouble, as it was all based on real skill. When it was Tang Seng's turn, he sneered, jumped onto the high platform, and began to dance wildly, shaking his hips. His dance was so enchanting that even the king was mesmerized. I tell you, his hip movements were no joke. He physically shook the water out of the clouds. And soon there was a heavy downpour. The tiger power immortal was dumbfounded. Having practiced Taoism for a lifetime, he had never seen anyone dance to summon rain. In the second round, they competed in guessing items behind screen. Tang Sung passed the responsibility to his disciples. And Monkey and Pigsy started pushing each other until it landed on the honest Sand Monk. The deer power immortal first said there was a celestial peach in the cabinet. And Sand Monk thought for a moment and said, It's fruit. Just listen to that logic. Though broad, you can't say he was wrong. The deer power immortal was furious and switched to another item, claiming it was a national coat. Sand Monk replied it was what he was wearing. For the last round, Sand Monk guessed first, but Monkey couldn't stand it and secretly transmitted the answer to him. This round ended in a draw, seeing that Tang Seng's side had real skills. The king thought to let it go, but the Taoist masters weren't satisfied and insisted on competing in more severe tests: beheading, disemboweling, and boiling in oil. Tang Seng got excited and agreed to all of them. In the first round of beheading, Tang Sung went up himself. He laid down on the guillotine, activating his armed color hockey, and his neck was as hard as steel. The executioner swung his axe with all his might, and with a clang, sparks flew. The blade bent. He switched to another knife and struck again, but the knife broke with a loud clang. The tiger power immortal, not believing in evil, switched to a magic blade and tried himself, but still couldn't cut through. He got anxious. You're cheating. We agreed you'd cut it off and then reattach it, but you can't even cut it. Tang Sung casually replied. That's because your skills are lacking. If you can cut it, go ahead. With no other choice, the tiger power immortal had to do it himself. He lay down, and the executioner struck down, and his head rolled off. Just as his head was about to fly back, Tang Sung was quick, and with a mouthful of foul-smelling slime, he hit it perfectly, preventing it from returning. Not long after, the tiger power immortal's body stiffened, and he was dead. Seeing his elder brother dead, the deer power immortal's eyes turned red, and he howled for revenge. In the second round, they competed in disemboweling. Tang Sung took the knife, made a cut in his belly, pulled out his intestines, waved them at the deer power immortal, then stuffed them back in. Using the ability of the sticky fruit, his belly healed instantly without a scar. When it was the deer power immortal's turn, he also cut open his belly, but Tang Sung secretly activated the foot odor fruit's ability, sending an invisible bad odor inside. The deer power immortal instantly felt an unbearable itch in his organs, 1,000 times worse than skin itch. He went crazy, rolling on the ground, digging into his belly with his hands. I tell you, that scene was something else. His intestines turned to mush, and soon he gasped his last breath in frustration. Pigsy, watching beside him, turned pale and quietly whispered to Monkey, Master's methods are too sinister now. He won't do this to us in the future, right? Monkey, still tough, said, You coward, I'm not afraid. Next was the third round, boiling in oil. The sheep power immortal was also a tough guy. Seeing his two brothers had perished, he still stubbornly wanted to go up. This time, Tang Sung was clever and waved his hand, saying, You go first. The sheep power immortal, thinking he had the upper hand, jumped in. He secretly summoned a cold dragon from under the pot to cool it down, thinking he had a flawless plan. I tell you, this was like a primary school student cheating. The teacher sitting in the back row could see it clearly. Tang Sung directly used a sticky fruit to separate the oil pot into upper and lower layers. The top was cool, while the bottom heated to 1,000 degrees, while also sticking his legs firmly to the pot bottom. The sheep power immortal experienced a chilling and burning sensation, with his lower half being grilled while the upper half was cooled. He couldn't escape and was cooked half done. In the end, Tang Sung found it insufficient and added some poison fruit as a seasoning, sending him off directly. With that, the three giants of the carriage delay kingdom were wiped out on the spot, all sent to the reincarnation highway. The king, seeing his backers all down, was scared out of his wits and quickly treated us to good food and drink, respectfully sending us out of the city the next day. After walking for a few more days, we came across an endless river blocking our path. As night fell, we found a family to stay with in a place called Chun Family Village. As soon as we entered, we saw the family looking worried, and upon asking, we learned that there was a monster named the Spirit King in the river, which demanded child sacrifices every year, and this year, it was their family's turn. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung's compassion surged, and he patted his chest, promising that he would take care of it. Wukong and Pigsy were too lazy to move, so only Sandy accompanied him to the sacrificial altar, preparing to wait for the monster. At midnight, the monster wind rose, and the Spirit King appeared. As soon as this monster opened its mouth, it recognized Tang Sung, saying that eating children was just an appetizer, and Tang Sung's flesh was the main course for today. Tang Sung struck a provocative pose, saying, Come on. The monster first sent a flying sword to test him, and Tang Sung responded with a 6-style move, Foot Odor, Gale Kick. With a bang, the flying sword was kicked off course, and the monster, smelling that odor, almost fainted, confusedly asking, Why does Tang Sung's meat smell bad? Seriously, who would have thought the monster would complain? Tang Sung was furious and charged up for a big move, Great Power Heavenly Dragon. But the incantation was too long, and the wind-up was too much. The monster, seeing the situation, quickly dove back into the river and fled. Not only that, it even froze the entire river surface. Tang Sung saw this and thought, Perfect. Now I have an ice rink to practice on, and began to practice his shaving technique on the ice. Meanwhile, the monster, lurking underwater, listened to a little demonist's bad advice. Taking advantage of Tang Seng's inattention, it suddenly shattered the ice and dragged him down. Sandy on the shore was stunned and quickly dove in to save him. I tell you, the monster thought this was its home turf. But Tang Seng's physique had changed. Holding his breath underwater for 1 or 2 hours was no problem. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, he kicked back and used his shaving technique to appear. Sandy arrived just in time, and Tang Seng ordered, "Wu Jing, block the exit. Today, I'm personally going to exorcise him." The monster was pushed to its limit and unleashed a move that churned the rivers and stirred the seas, turning the entire riverbed into something like a washing machine. Tang Seng was not intimidated at all and directly unleashed his ultimate move. Ninth style, 10,000 Buddhas worshipping the ancestor. A massive phantom of the Buddha descended from the sky, and with a loud splash, the monster was instantly turned into a puddle of fish paste. We just returned to the village to celebrate when Guanyin Bodhisattva descended from the heavens, frowning and asking, "Tang Seng, did you kill my fish?" "Well," Tang Seng slammed his chopsticks down, stood up, and retorted, "How dare you ask me? How many children has your pet harmed outside? Don't you have any sense of that? Don't you know you should be punished?" Lao Sha, standing nearby, was so scared he nearly wet himself and quickly knelt down to plead for mercy. In the end, Guanyin acted quite proud, saying she was no longer a bodhisattva, but now a Guanyin Buddha. Tang Seng didn't take care if she was a Buddha or a bodhisattva. He demanded she give the villagers an explanation. Seeing Tang Seng so firm and glancing at our group, who were not to be trifled with, Guanyin could only find an excuse, saying the fish had run away on its own, and then flew away in embarrassment. After this incident, we, the streamers, revealed everything to Tang Seng. We told him that the journey to the west was actually a prearranged reality show, and all the monsters along the way were scripted. Even in his previous 9 lifetimes, he had been eaten by Lao Sha. I tell you, we even pulled out a copy of the original Journey to the West novel and tossed it at him. Tang Seng was dumbfounded and spent the whole night reading the book. The next morning, his eyes were red, but his demeanor was completely different. He said he had realized that all the Buddhist teachings were empty, and he wanted to follow his own path. He wanted to be the strongest. Then, with a loud bang, golden light erupted from him, and his realm shot up like a rocket, soaring directly from a celestial being to a great Luo golden immortal. Folks, in one night, after finishing a novel, he ascended right there on the spot. Can you believe it? Sun Wukong was dumbfounded beside him. After hundreds of years of hard cultivation, he was outdone by his master reading a book for one night. Beiji tentatively asked if they were still going to the west, and Tang Seng firmly said, "Yes, we must go. I want to personally ask Tathagata whether strength is the truth or if reasoning is the truth." This perspective opened up completely. We continued on our journey and arrived at Jindo Mountain. We reminded him that the Qingyo Jing here has a powerful Vajra circle. Just as Tang Seng was about to get involved, he suddenly froze, and then the atmosphere changed completely. He started spouting nonsense at the Qingyo Jing, and his fighting moves became reckless and clumsy. Then, he surprisingly turned to us and shouted, "Streamers, zoom in, capture my handsome moment for the Earthlings to see." I was taken aback. Wow, Tang Seng has been possessed. The account we had painstakingly built up was stolen by a big spender. This guy seemed quite proud, claiming he spent 500 billion. Folks, 500 billion. He directly took our fruits. Who could tolerate this? The netizens immediately exploded by analyzing his lip movements. They figured out he was the young master of the Weitua Shen Shui pharmaceutical factory, Wei Xinyuan. This new Tang Seng was exchanging blows with the Qingyo Jing in a back-and-forth manner, both sides clumsily pecking at each other. We were too lazy to watch. At that moment, the big boss Zang Luo suddenly said that someone from the Mingyi old ancestor had gone to steal from his place, and he needed to go check it out. After saying that, he grabbed the Empress and disappeared in a flash with a space jump. When they reappeared, they were already hovering above the capital of his divine Luo dynasty. That city, let me tell you, looked just like the ancient architectural style of our Earth. The Empress looked at it from the sky, her eyes sparkling, praising it as even more beautiful than the floating islands. Zang Luo smiled and said he would take her to Earth for a visit when he had the chance. Let me tell you, Zang Luo's subordinates are truly capable, and their efficiency is top-notch. He just casually mentioned it, and these people actually build a capital city for him in the style of Earth. A grand version of the Tang Dynasty's Nevernight City. And the best part is, there's no need to pay for electricity. The lighting is all provided by luminescent plants. Focusing on a cyber cultivation theme. When Zang and his crew saw us coming, they quickly flew over. Zang, that kid, upon meeting us, immediately started calling him master. So affectionate. The four divine officials were also very respectful, greeting the divine master. Zang Luo waved his hand and got straight to the point. All right, no need for pleasantries. Thanks for your hard work. I came back this time because old Neo brought his wife's family over, the Azura clan. They've already brought people to attack. Upon hearing this, Zang had this little expression, showing clear disdain. He was probably thinking that if they could chase away someone like Kizaru, if I were there, he wouldn't even have a chance to show off. Zang Luo saw his aloof demeanor and directly poured a bucket of cold water on him. There are 4 quasi-saints coming over and 100,000 Azure soldiers. You. Oh, last time you were struck by lightning, you made quite a bit of progress, huh? You're at the law level now. Zang was just about to show off, but Zang Luo's second sentence silenced him. However, at your level, you're just a Xianxian, slightly stronger than their ordinary little soldiers. For quasi-saints, if you go up, you're just delivering food to them. Are you going to use your head to hit them? Good heavens! Zang immediately wilted. What would he say? Say that he can't win, but can run away? That would be too embarrassing. But honestly speaking, with his few hundred laws and incredible speed, he might have a chance to take on one quasi-saint alone, but with 4 coming at him together, he could only perform a light-speed death scene on the spot. This kid is also a character. After holding back for a while, he finally said, So, Master, when are they arriving? I'd better prepare to run. Zang Luo was so angry that he gave him a smack on the head, although he knew it was a joke. Saying it in front of so many people was too demoralizing. Then, he instructed the 4 divine officials to assemble the divine guards, saying to put the fighting on hold for now, and the top priority is to pay the overdue wages first. Upon hearing this, the 4 divine officials' eyes lit up, and they hurried to notify everyone. Let me tell you, the news spread incredibly fast. In no time, the entire Shenzhou dynasty, from the divine guards to the common people who came from the Sky Island, all knew that the big boss was back and was going to distribute a huge cash-red envelope. We entered the royal palace, and Zang Luo directly pulled out thousands of vials of potions, shoving them at Zang, as if they were free. Little AI, these are the laws you've integrated. 100 of each. Take them and max out all the laws for me. When the time comes, beat those 4 quasi-saints to death, and if possible, lure out their master, that old ancestor of the underworld river. Zang looked at the pile of potions, feeling a bit anxious. Master, can these really help me defeat the 4 quasi-saints? Zang Luo looked at him disdainfully. Why are you getting more timid? Zang argued reasonably. Having a big heart is just ignorance. The more you understand, the more you know the gap is huge. All right, look at you being so timid. Don't worry, you can do it. Zang took a few tattered burlap sacks and packed away the thousands of precious potions. Who understands our family? Our strength stands out. But we are really poor, with no prestige at all. Zang Luo couldn't help but complain, saying he needed to go to the heavenly court to exchange for some stored treasures. The Empress was excitedly touring the palace, while Zang Luo slipped away to the laboratory. This laboratory was built underground in the palace with a vast space. He took out some less important equipment from the storage space, but he didn't dare to bring out the most crucial, fully automated AI production line for the reverse heavenly potions. If this got out, not to mention others, even Hongjun would be envious. Just as he came out, there were already tens of thousands of divine guards outside the palace, the ones who arrived first from nearby. Zang Luo didn't waste any words, directly pulling out a large batch of potions and letting the 4 divine officials distribute them on the spot. This time, he really went all out, giving each person over 100 vials. After this injection, I estimate these divine guard will be able to chase down the Azura tribe. Just as they were distributing, a scout rushed down from the sky, saw Zang Luo, and quickly saluted, reporting to the divine master. A large number of alien races have been discovered outside the border. It's the reinforcements of Princess Iron Fan, and they are heading towards our royal city. Zang Luo nodded calmly. How long until they arrive? They will reach our border in less than half a day. Zang Luo waved his hand to let him go. There were still 2 or 3 hours left, enough for these divine guards to take their potions and upgrade. Not long after, Enelu also emerged from his retreat, and Zang Luo let him head to the border first. The 4 divine officials split into 4 routes, taking the first batch of troops that received the potions to the border, allowing them to absorb while on the way. After arranging all this, Zang Luo needed to upgrade himself as well. After hanging out with Tang Sung and the others for almost 2 years, he had reached the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm. This time, he had to break through to the immortal realm, especially since the Empress had already broken through thanks to the ginseng fruit. He couldn't fall behind. Let me tell you, out of more than 20 ginseng fruits, he only ate 1 himself, giving the rest to the Empress, focusing on being a devoted husband. He found a secret room, sat down, and began to fully operate his cultivation technique. What scene it was! The spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 miles rushed towards him like a black hole, transforming from a trickle into a raging wave. The spiritual energy was so dense, it was almost turning into water. This commotion directly startled the heavens and the earth. All kinds of deities were guessing which superboss was causing a stir in the earth immortal realm. The heavenly court's 1,000-mile I wanted to see, but ended up seeing nothing clear. The center of the spiritual energy vortex looked pixelated. In the western heaven, the Buddha saw clearly, and upon realizing it was Zang Luo, he gasped, "Amitabha, this one is no small fry, this cultivation technique. It's probably even more impressive than a saint's." To be honest, the Buddha was tempted, but remembering that he had gained no advantage the last time he fought Zang Luo, and that Zang Luo's physical body was harder than the golden body of the Buddha, he held back. Over at the Blood Sea, that old ancestor of the underworld river, who had been holed up for billions of years, was also startled. He had sensed that his 4 Azura kings had gone to Princess Iron Fan and knew something was wrong, and was waiting for news. Speaking of this underworld river, it's quite a peculiar being. Back in the day, when he learned from Yuan to create humanity, he ended up with loneliness, not only failing to gain any merit, but also getting struck by heavenly lightning for several days, leaving him with a psychological shadow, becoming the most cowardly king of the wilds. He originally thought that in an era without saints, he could finally go out and have fun, but his subordinates returned covered in dirt, reporting, "Ancestor, the 4 Azura kings were defeated." The underworld river was furious, jumping up and down. "Useless. After tens of thousands of years without fighting, you can't even hold a knife properly?" The little soldier felt bitter. "We were crushed, all right. Their side has a medical team rushing in to save even a lost finger, while here, if a head falls, no one cares." Not long after, the 4 Azura kings returned, injured, looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. The underworld river scolded them without mercy. The 4 kings, with mournful faces, began to complain, "Ancestor, it's not that we were weak, it's that the opponents were too abnormal. That one called Enelu is as fast as a ghost and can take a beating." What infuriated them the most was their little soldiers, who didn't follow martial ethics, clearly having similar strength but insisted on surrounding and beating one of them. The underworld river was even angrier. "They surrounded you, and you didn't surround them back? We tried, but without training, we ended up blocking our own paths and lost even faster." The underworld river was so furious he couldn't speak, and turned to find Princess Iron Fan. Princess Iron Fan, with tears like pear blossoms, twisted the truth, insisting, "We are the victims. They attacked us first." Upon hearing this, the underworld river thought, "Hey, aren't you bullying me, the honest one?" He instantly got riled up and pointed out some elite troops, heading out in a grand manner to demand an explanation. The next day, Enelu received a report saying the opponents were coming again, this time led by a figure with a powerful aura and red hair, like a super scion. Enelu wondered to himself, could it be that the true form of the underworld river ancestor has come? He immediately sent someone to inform Zang Luo and declared, "Tell Master, if I can't hold him off and he doesn't come to save me, I'm running away myself." Zang Luo had actually discovered this long ago. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that the old guy from the underworld river had already reached the border. Noticing that Enelu's morale was a bit unstable, he flashed directly to the front lines without saying a word. The underworld river was initially quite confident, but suddenly seeing Zang Luo, whom he couldn't see through it all, his heart sank. Zang Luo didn't play the game of patience and confrontation. He directly asked, "Are you the underworld river ancestor?" Upon hearing this, the underworld river's eyes lit up. "Oh, you've heard of my great name?" Zang Luo shook his head with a sincere expression. "No, I just guessed by looking at your ghostly appearance." The underworld river's face darkened instantly, trembling with anger. "You little brat, I'm not here to banter with you. Your people are invading my territory and hurting my subordinates. You must give me an explanation today." Zang Luo laughed. "An explanation? Underworld river. Isn't this wild world about the survival of the fittest? Why are you bringing up reason? You little brat, where did your twisted logic come from?" "Twisted logic? Let me ask you, doesn't T the Tao ancestor harvest sentient beings for luck? Doesn't T-Yuan enjoy the luck of humanity while disregarding their lives? Which of those saints didn't step on others to rise to power? Folks, it's 2025. Who doesn't know the unspoken rule of the wilderness is the strong are king? Why are you pretending to be innocent with me?" Zang Luo's outburst left the underworld river dumbfounded, especially when he mentioned the Tao ancestor, making him hurriedly wave his hands. "Don't say that. Be careful of heavenly calamities." "Ha ha ha." Zang Luo laughed heartily. "Look at you, so timid. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry up, the underworld river won't die. With such a powerful passive skill, you've turned it into the blood sea won't dry. The underworld river won't emerge. A diamond-level account. Yet you still play it like a bronze. If you had been a bit more gutsy back then, there wouldn't be any issues with Hongju now." The underworld river was left speechless, his old face flushed red. Zang Luo saw that the timing was right and directly revealed his intentions. "I'm interested in your subordinates. As for you, you can be collateral." "What? I'm just collateral." Ming He completely exploded, his fists cracking with rage, but he held back from attacking. Truly the king of survival. Zang Luo was too lazy to waste words with him and mocked directly. "Still pretending? If it weren't for you, the king of survival leading the team, could you have brought out such a bunch of cowardly Shura? Let me show you what true Shura momentum is." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Zang Luo, like a tsunami. The Shura tribe, brought by Ming, he was instantly pressed to the ground. And even Ming He himself felt it was difficult to stand. Then, Zang Luo drew his weapon, Ghost Cry, and slashed at the sky. Shura 9 kills, howling, slash of death. Crack! With a crisp sound, the space was split open like glass, and the blade energy transformed into a stream of light, flying straight towards the heavenly court. "Did you see that, Ming He? This is what true Shura looks like." Zang Luo stood with his sword. Ming He could no longer hold back and attacked immediately. However, as soon as he cast a skill, Zang Luo used a room ability to transfer his attack onto his subordinate Bo Sun, instantly knocking him nearly dead. Ming He was dumbfounded, pointing at Zang Luo. "Did you do that? Focus when fighting," Zang Luo said as he charged forward again. Ming He was furious, thinking that since his subordinates wouldn't die, he didn't care anymore. He just switched to a big move, and Zang Luo directly used the law of dullness on him, causing Ming He's movements to instantly slow to half speed. Zang Luo circled around him, delivering punch after punch, like hitting a sandbag. After more than 10 seconds, the effect faded, and as soon as Ming He recovered, he couldn't react before being blasted with a mouthful of old blood from the accumulated force of punches. What kind of sorcery is this? Ming He completely went crazy, throwing out various big moves as if they were free, but they were all transferred to several other Shura kings by Zang Luo's spatial abilities. The scene was simply a large-scale friendly fire situation. Finally, Ming He drew out the dual swords of a page, and Zang Luo met him with his own sword. Although his weapon was inferior, his technique crushed all. With one move, Shura 9 kills Celestial Prison Kill, he formed a cage of killing intent, trapping Ming He inside. Ming He frantically unleashed his attacks inside, even using the fiery lotus of karma, but the cage remained unmoved. He was completely broken. "This is impossible. What kind of sword technique is this?" Zang Luo laughed. "This is just the 5th move. There are still 4 moves left." Seeing that Ming He was beaten into submission, He stopped tormenting him and directly injected Ming He and the 4 Shura Kings with a dose of the Law of Slaughter potion. The few of them initially thought it was poison, but the next second, they felt their understanding of the Law of Slaughter surge dramatically. Ming He's attitude did an immediate 180-degree turn, respectfully asking, Daoist friend, what is this? Zang Luo laid his cards on the table, unleashing millions of laws of power, dazzling and colorful, like RGB lights, blinding Ming He's eyes. 3,000 great ways? That's just a pie in the sky, painted by Hongmeng. The outside world is vast, just as Zang Luo was explaining the universe to Ming He. At the heavenly court, the southern heavenly gate, Shenhun Air was slacking off with Qian Liyan when they suddenly heard a piercing sound of breaking air. Qian Liyan, quickly check, it seems something is coming. Qian Liyan's eyes lit up as he looked down, scared to death. Not good. Someone is attacking the heavenly court. Run. What are we running for? We are heavenly soldiers. Qian Liyan was too lazy to explain and pulled him to run. The two had just reached the bullfighting palace when they heard a loud boom behind them. Turning around, they saw the southern heavenly gate was gone. Shenhun Air was so scared his legs went soft. The two scrambled into the Lingxiao treasure hall. At that moment, the Jade Emperor was already irritated by the loud noise outside. What sound? So noisy? Qian Liyan and Shenhun Air rushed in and knelt. Your Majesty. Not good. A powerful attack has destroyed the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor slammed the table, instantly filled with rage. Is this never-ending? The monkey is causing trouble. Yang Jian is causing trouble. Lu Qinxiang is causing trouble. Which prominent troublemaker is it this time? Qian Liyan was instantly dumbfounded, stammering in response. Your Majesty, it seems our surveillance system has been hacked by the other side. We can't see anything. But I just glanced at the lower realm, and it seems the ancestor of the Rakshasa kingdom, Ming He, is fighting with a stranger. Good heavens. When the Jade Emperor heard the name Ming He sat straight up as if he had springs under him. That was the first person below the sage. An old-school top-tier boss. And guess what? The towering King Li Jing, that workplace veteran, actually took the initiative to volunteer, saying he would lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to capture the troublemaker. I was dumbfounded at the time. Who understands? Does this guy really think he's capable again? This fits my imagination of a workplace veteran perfectly, not very capable, but with a top-notch attitude. The Jade Emperor looked at him as if he were a brand-new AI. The system still hadn't updated properly. Even his own son Neza couldn't help but want to pretend not to know this father. The Jade Emperor was also a fun person, and it turned out to be true. Li Jing led 100,000 heavenly soldiers to the scene, but when they looked down, their legs went soft. The ground was densely packed, with forces at least twice his own. This father was also a peculiar one. He immediately turned around and shouted, Neza, my son, you go down and scout the way first. Neza gave him a backhand. No way. Go die yourself. Li Jing's old face turned red, raising the Linglong pagoda in his hand. Unfilial son. Look at this pagoda. Is it shiny? Neza didn't even turn his head. Threatening me? I'm not going. On the other side, on the battlefield of the Rakshasa kingdom, I tell you it was thunderous. Our protagonist, Zang Luo, with a carefree demeanor, looked at the ancestor Ming He and said, Old Ming, stop fighting. Join me, and I'll ensure you become a saint at lightning speed, leaving that old Hongmeng far behind. The ancestor Ming He was shocked, thinking who this guy was speaking so boldly. Was he trying to pull me onto his pirate ship or send me my doom? But when he looked back, good heavens, his subordinates were all starry-eyed, drooling like they had seen an idol. He instantly understood. The hearts of the people were scattered, and the team was hard to lead. All right, let's take a gamble. Fine. You let me become a saint first, and I'll immediately bring my entire clan to follow you. Zang Luo was extremely straightforward. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, like giving out candy, he threw out hundreds of doses of the Law of Slaughter potion. Those Shura tribe members were as excited as if it were New Year. Each receiving several doses, it was like a large fan meeting scene. After Zang Luo was done, he looked up and saw the lively father-son duo in the sky. Feeling playful, he shouted at Neza, Little Neza, here's a task for you. Beat up your dad, and I'll give you a super big treasure. Dare you? Neza's eyes lit up, turning to look at his father's cowardly expression. all the old grudges flared up. Li Jing was so scared he trembled. Unfilial son, are you crazy? He wants us to harm each other, so he can reap the benefits. Neza sneered. I don't care what benefits you want. How many times has this old man used that broken pagoda to suppress me over the years? Today, son won't serve anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Neza charged forward with the fire-tipped spear. Li Jing still wanted to call the heavenly soldiers for help, but those heavenly soldiers collectively seemed to have lost connection. Not moving at all. Are you kidding? Your father is betraying you. And we go up to be cannon fodder? Neza was also a clever little devil and had long used the 600M-Yuan silk to seize his father's broken pagoda. After a round of punches and kicks, although he didn't go all out, it was extremely humiliating. After the fight, Neza boldly confronted Zang Luo for benefits. Zang Luo kept his word and casually tossed over a potion of the flower fruit. As soon as Neza used it, 3 lotus flowers instantly bloomed on his head. A physical version of the 3 flowers gathering at the top. Unbelievable. Once Zang Luo explained the usage of this ability, Neza opened the door to a new world. With techniques like the 36 wheel flowers and the great flower of 6 paths reincarnation, he played better than anyone else, even shocking Zang Luo, who praised him as a rare talent. Li Jing, beaten to a pulp, didn't dare to stay in heaven anymore and ran to the west to complain to his master, the ancient Buddha of light. What happened next? As soon as he left, the heavenly treasury was stolen again. 2 people, a girl named Nami and a shiny yellow ape, acted as if they were in their own backyard, not only stealing the peaches of immortality, but also snatching away the new treasure Li Jing had just cried for from the ancient Buddha, a broken bamboo staff. When Li Jing returned and discovered the treasure was gone, he exploded with anger and wanted Neza's help, only to be shut down with "I can't deal with you," making him feel like a total failure as a father. The story isn't over yet. On another front, Zang Luo's other prized disciple, the Lord of the Underworld, Perona, had just emerged from the underworld when she was targeted by the heavenly Tao. The enormous eye in the sky coldly spat out 2 words, "Go back." Perona, with her fiery temper, couldn't take it. Why should I? No way. The heavenly Tao immediately got furious, unleashing divine thunder from the 9 heavens like it was nothing. Zang Luo initially thought it was the ancestor of the river Styx undergoing tribulation, but his other disciple, Enel, rushed back in a panic, saying, "Master, it's bad. The junior sister is about to be blasted to bits by lightning." Upon hearing that his disciple was being bullied, Zang Luo couldn't stand it. He flashed to the scene and opened a spatial barrier to protect Perona. The lightning felt like a mere tickle and couldn't break through. The heavenly Tao, also known as Hongjun, got even angrier and unleashed his ultimate move, the Annihilation Thunder. Its power was such that Zang Luo would have to consume thousands of potions to endure it. But he was that freakish, enduring the blows while consuming potions, growing stronger with each hit. In the end, Hongjun's lightning techniques were completely ineffective against him. Hongjun was dumbfounded. What's up with this ant? Is he the son of the Tao? Finally, Hongjun personally entered the fray. And what happened? He was met with a flurry of combination punches from Zang Luo, sending him flying into the wilderness, who knows where. Perona watched in awe. "Master, you're so strong," even sending the heavenly Tao flying. Zang Luo simply waved his hand calmly, hiding his accomplishments and fame. He pulled Perona aside and asked, "By the way, how did you provoke Hongjun?" Perona pouted. "I integrated the authority of the Earth Tao, so I naturally don't get along with him. Why would it be surprising that he's targeting me?" Zang Luo was taken aback. "When did you gain the authority of the Earth Tao? Isn't that from Hutu?" Perona proudly puffed out her little chest. "Yes, the Earth Mother has entrusted it to me, and Meng personally helped me ascend. What do you think, Master? My power should be able to help you in the future, right?" Zang Luo saw through her little scheme at a glance. "Help me? You're not planning to rob me, are you?" The 1,000-mile I shook its head. "Your Majesty, the opponent is too strong. My strength is low, and I don't know where to attack from. However, on my way here to report, I caught a glimpse of someone fighting in the Rakshasa kingdom. It seems that the ancestor of the river Styx is fighting with a stranger." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor straightened up, realizing he had to be cautious. The ancestor of the river Styx was a well-known figure from the primordial era, the first beneath the saints, known for his fearsome reputation. Wind, listening ear. Can you hear why they are fighting? Wind, listening ear, shook his head. Your Majesty, I was listening to the commotion of the Tang monks group and didn't pay attention to the situation in the Rakshasa kingdom. The Jade Emperor felt helpless. The river Styx was an existence he didn't want to provoke. Anyone who could force the river Styx to fight must have considerable strength. Reflecting on how he had neglected his own cultivation over the years, only achieving mid-stage saint status, he couldn't help but resent himself for not working harder. At this moment, Li Jing stood up. Your Majesty, regardless of the reason, the destruction of the southern heavenly gate is a fact. I am willing to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to capture the troublemakers. The Jade Emperor looked at this fool and wondered if he was out of his mind to think he could intervene in the battle of the ancestor of the river Styx. The civil and military officials regarded Li Jing as if he were an idiot. Even Neza stood aside, wanting to shout, I don't know him. Is Li Jing stupid? If he were, he wouldn't have become the commander of the Chontang Pass during the Shang dynasty. He was a mortal cultivating the Tao, and the Master of Trials only accepted him as a named disciple. Although he only intervened in these matters because he calculated that Neza would end up in their family. The teachings he received were merely to show off in front of mortals. Later, the Lantern Master also wanted to take him as a disciple, which sounded impressive. But he knew well that he was just a pawn for these powerful figures, only appearing of value when needed. But he hadn't learned any great abilities. Beyond climbing step by step, what else could he do? When it came time for the investiture of the gods, he was merely made the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, feeling unstable even in that role. Apart from being a bit more proactive and giving the Jade Emperor a little more face, and putting on a positive performance in front of the ministers, he was genuinely useless. Of course, his proactive behavior wasn't just mindlessly throwing himself into danger. His son Neza was quite powerful. During fights, he would call his son in, which was almost a guaranteed win. The Jade Emperor looked at Li Jing, pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Are you really willing to lead your troops? Li Jing replied, I am waiting. Good, I approve. When Li Jing gathered the heavenly soldiers and approached Zang Luo, he found himself suspended in midair. The forces on the ground were more than double theirs. What to do? Neza, my son, you go ask them first. Neza turned away, thinking it was obviously a death sentence. Was he treating his son like this? I won't go. Unfilial son. You dare not listen to your father's words? Look at this tower in my hand. Isn't it beautiful? If you threaten me, I still want to go. Oomph. On the ground. After hearing the conversation between Li Jing and his son, the river Styx and Zang Luo understood what they were there for. However, there was no time to deal with them. Zang Luo looked at the river Styx and finally asked, Have you made up your mind? Are you willing to follow me to work? I guarantee you will surpass Hongjun Daozu soon. Hearing Zang Luo throw around Hongjun and Saint casually made the river Styx feel like standing on the edge of a cliff. Following you to work? It sounded more like following you to my doom. However, the temptation of becoming a saint was right in front of him. It had always been his eternal knot. Turning to look at his subordinates, seeing their expectant faces, he realized they had been bought off. Even if he disagreed this time, many from the Shura clan would probably leave the Blood Sea. All right, I can agree, but I want to become a saint first, then lead the whole clan to submit. Deal. Zang Luo did not refuse, then directly tossed out 100 potions of the rule of slaughter. Seeing the river Styx agree, Zang Luo was very pleased. With so many new henchmen, the Shura clan would be the vanguard in future power struggles. After cultivating their bloodthirstiness, the direction their blades pointed would be the direction of their slaughter. Zang Luo also didn't shortchange the others. Each of the 4 great Shura kings received 50 potions, each general 30, each princess of the Azura clan 30, each leader 20, and each soldier 10. After distributing the welcome gifts, Zang Luo looked at Neza. Wanted to tease these people a bit. Little Neza, if you beat your father once, I'll reward you with something good. Are you brave enough? Neza looked at the excited Azura clan holding their items and asked, Is it something that can enhance cultivation? Zang Luo nodded. Are you interested? Neza felt a surge of excitement and turned to look at Li Jing. Li Jing immediately took a few steps back. Unfilial son, are you crazy? He is tricking you into turning against me, so he can reap the benefits. Neza snorted coldly. I don't care about that. You old men have oppressed me with the Linglong Tower for years. This time, I will resist to the end. With a roar, Neza charged towards Li Jing with his fire-point spear. Li Jing felt a chill as he watched Neza attack. Crazy. This unfilial son has gone mad. Celestial soldiers, come to my aid. The celestial soldiers were frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. You two are the Pagoda King and the great god of the three altars. We can't afford to offend either of you. Over the years, Li Jing had also oppressed the celestial soldiers using his identity, and now, retribution had come. If these celestial soldiers were his personally trained subordinates, they would follow orders resolutely. But these were soldiers who had been promoted after falling in the Battle of the Gods. They came from all over the place, so who knows each other? Li Jing intended to use a spell to control the Linglong Tower, but unexpectedly, the Hunyuan silk that appeared behind him disrupted it, sending the Linglong Tower flying. Neza was not acting on impulse. He had already sent the Hunyuan silk towards Li Jing's back before making his move. Due to the suddenness of the situation, Li Jing was completely unprepared. Neza's action this time was less about Zang Luo's instigation and more about the peak of his frustration after years of oppression by Li Jing. Even without this provocation, he would have likely rebelled soon. As a reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, Neza didn't care about these ethical norms. In the wild, the weak are like ants. Civilization only arose among humans. Neza's fire-point spear reached Li Jing in the blink of an eye. But just as he was about to pierce through Li Jing, he didn't strike with full force, instead sweeping it to hit Li Jing's chest. Bang! Son! Li Jing exclaimed. Old man, the drama of calamity has long ended. Who is your son? My lotus root body is none of your business. Unfilial son? Your name, Pa. The name was given by Tai Zhenren when he came, but I grew up calling it that. Get out. You've called me son for so many years, and it's cheapened for you. Enough of the nonsense. Prepare to take a beating. After saying that, Neza continued to punch and kick. Although the last of the strikes weren't very forceful, they were extremely insulting. After a while, Neza glanced at Zang Luo and the River of Underworld, both of whom were watching with great interest. Senior, what about the benefits you mentioned? Neza asked directly when he saw that the senior hadn't made any indication yet. Zang Luo smiled. He truly didn't care about such things and casually tossed a potion made from a flower fruit to Neza. Neza caught it, observed it for a moment, then refined it, increasing his petal law by 10%. Then, under the catalysis of Neza's lotus root body, a lotus flower bloomed on top of his head. Then came the second, the third. Everyone laughed at the sight. If Neza hadn't looked so handsome, they might have joked about flowers growing in cow dung. After retracting his powers, Neza asked, Senior, is this blooming to attract girls? What is the use? Zang Luo, knowing that the wild world is mostly filled with simple-minded beings, explained a few things. When Neza heard about Nicole Robbins' techniques, he felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Neza's thinking was already quite unconventional, and if it weren't for the influence of wild culture, he might have come up with many innovations. Neza demonstrated all the techniques he had learned, from a single-wheel flower to the 36-wheel flower, but he felt limited with the latter. Soon after, Neza innovated a massive flower of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Wow! Zang Luo was amazed. This kid has good talent. He could draw inferences from one instance, and if he perfects this move in the future, he will possess the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After rewarding Neza with a few potions, Zang Luo instructed the River of Underworld to go back and prepare, and come back with the clan in a while. At the same time, Zang Luo also asked the River of Underworld for his 3 treasures and some blood from the Sea of Blood. Zang Luo was going back to study new laws. The laws of Buddhism and those of the Azura clan should be able to double the current laws. After Neza became familiar with many techniques, he ordered the team to regroup. Many people saw Li Jing still sitting on the ground, but didn't bother with him and followed Neza back to the heavenly realm. Li Jing spat angrily and headed towards the western heaven. In the underworld, the ruler of the underworld, Perona, received news from her ghost servant and immediately emerged from seclusion. Recently, she had been busy with the management system of the underworld and had relaxed quite a bit. Under Meng Po's persuasion, she had become the ruler of the underworld. She had promised to fully cultivate her own practice, but instead, she had to provide spiritual fruits and materials to increase her cultivation, which was less practical than her master's law potions. After becoming the ruler of the underworld, Perona sent someone to the Rakshasa kingdom to inquire. She had only heard her master say that he wanted to establish the divine Luo dynasty there, but she didn't know when he would go. Now, Perona was preparing to go out to find her master. At this moment, Mengpo walked in. "Nana, are you going out of the underworld?" "Yes, Grandma, what about you?" "Nana, you now control the Earth Tao of the underworld. If you go out, you will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and may even face heavenly punishment. What's there to fear? My master is so strong. I shouldn't worry about the heavenly Tao targeting me. I've always heard you talk about how strong your master is. I'm afraid you might be deceived. What if he is not that strong? You should know that the heavenly Tao and Hongmeng have merged into one. The current Earth Tao and human Tao together are no match. Don't worry, Grandma. I want to find my master for potions. I need to enhance the combat power of the underworld first." Mengpo couldn't persuade Perona, so she had to let her go, but secretly arrange for a few death warriors to replace her in case of calamity. After Perona exited the sea of blood, she felt as if she was being watched by some eyes. Looking up at the gigantic eye in the sky, the coldness was quite unsettling. "Return." The simple two words fell from the sky, causing Perona to feel a sharp pain in her eardrum, which instead ignited her rebellious spirit. "Why should I return?" The heavenly Tao's indifferent voice echoed again. "If I won't. If you disobey, then be destroyed." After the heavenly Tao spoke, 9 heavenly thunders began to fall. Boom, boom, boom. In the divine Luo dynasty, Zang Luo had just arrived in the capital and looked at Enelu beside him before turning to the direction of the sea of blood. "Little AI, those thunders over there should be your nourishment, right? Aren't you going to take a look?" Enelu felt it out. "Master, the threat of this thunder tribulation is quite significant. I'm afraid I can't handle it." "If you can't handle it, just take a little. I'm not telling you to absorb it all indiscriminately." "All right." Enelu reluctantly flew towards that direction. Zang Luo had just arrived at the laboratory and hadn't made a move yet when Enelu rushed back in a hurry, even collapsing the entrance of the Earth Tao. "Unfilial disciple, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Don't vent your anger on your master." Looking at Zang Luo's bad expression, he quickly explained, "Master, what are you thinking? It's bad. It's the little junior sister who was injured by that eyeball in the sky and is bleeding. I don't even dare to get close." "What? It's Perona?" Zang Luo initially thought it was Ming, he returning to transcend the saint's tribulation. Upon hearing it was his disciple's matter, he quickly rushed over. Zang Luo appeared above the sea of blood in a few flashes. Just as Ming, he returned to the blood sea. At this moment, Perona was already covered in blood, but was still gritting her teeth and persisting. With the support of the Earth Tao, she could at least withstand most of the thunder tribulation. Disciple Perona heard the voice and looked over. "Master, you are here. I knew you would come to help me." Zang Luo flashed to Perona's side to support her, while simultaneously activating the spatial barrier. Boom! Boom! The 9 heavens divine thunder struck the barrier, but surprisingly did not break through. Hongmeng was angry. He had initially refrained from using lethal force out of respect for the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, thinking the Earth Tao would retreat. But he didn't expect such a powerful helper to arrive. "What are you trying to do, defy me?" Annihilation divine thunder. Feeling the thunder tribulation had grown 10-fold stronger, Perona anxiously looked at her master. "Can we handle it?" Zang Luo frowned. This power had already surpassed the spatial laws he had awakened multiple times. Feeling was unsafe. He quickly took out a large amount of law potions from his storage ring to refine. In just half a breath, he had refined thousands of potions, and the annihilation divine thunder also descended. Although the barrier did not shatter, the powerful force directly struck Zang Luo, and even his small completion chaos body could not withstand it. "Master, you can't do this." Seeing Perona lose confidence in him, he couldn't let that happen. He was the strongest. Taking advantage of the gap in the thunder's descent, Zang Luo continued to refine the potions. Again and again, he endured it, and by the end, the concentration of laws surpassed the primal chaos world. The thunder tribulation controlled by Hongmeng could no longer pose any threat. The eye of heaven, Tao, could no longer remain indifferent. How is this possible? This ant-like cultivator can manipulate and refine countless laws. Is he the son of the great Tao? Hongmeng, as a former owner of the creation jade butterfly, had encountered 3,000 laws. But the laws of this ant were unheard of. Hongmeng also lost the creation jade butterfly too early. Otherwise, he could have found the other half to deduce countless new laws. As for the current owner of the creation jade butterfly, it was of course the big shot Shenhun. When Shenhun had not yet left the divine realm, he found Hongmeng, directly suppressed him with overwhelming power, and took away the fragments of the creation jade butterfly. Otherwise, even if Hongmeng had self-destructed his foundation in this primal chaos way, he would not have stopped at the heavenly Tao realm. At this moment, Hongmeng had completely fused with the heavenly Tao, and the two were indistinguishable, making it hard to clarify who was who. The eye of the heavenly Tao fell silent. Both the slaughter divine thunder and the annihilation divine thunder had been used and could not harm the opponent, so how could he stop them? Did he have to engage in hand-to-hand combat? It had been many years since he had fought like that, and besides, that wasn't his forte. His specialty was controlling the laws of the primal chaos for battle, and now that the most destructive thunder laws had no effect, he couldn't think of any good solutions. Zang Luo continued to refine the law potions in his storage space while absorbing some ink-like law essence, perfecting all the laws he had just absorbed. Feeling his strength had increased countless times, he looked up at the heavenly Tao. "Are you leaving, or are you going to fight me?" The heavenly Tao was silent for a moment. "What do you want to do?" Zang Luo exploded in an instant. "Break through this universe and find my mommy and daddy." "Master, be serious." "Ha. I can't take it anymore." Perona bent over laughing. Zang Luo was speechless. "Am I not serious? I'm telling the truth." The heavenly Tao continued. "Are you an outsider? My father is from the reincarnation universe. I was born in this universe, a hybrid. Do you have any more questions?" The heavenly Tao's killing intent began to rise. The last person who came from outside the realm had stolen his creation jade butterfly and destroyed the status of his Tao ancestor, allowing several saints to obtain subsequent cultivation methods and break free from his control. Now another little ghost had come to lead the Earth Tao. Not knowing what kind of trouble would be stirred up, seeing the heavenly Tao gathering power, Zang Luo didn't wait for him and directly launched an attack. 6 styles. Moon Step, Ladder Cloud Ascending. 6 styles enhanced. Finger Gun, Heaven Slaying Finger. Zang Luo pointed a finger towards the eye of the heavenly Tao, which was deflected by a ripple, then transformed into Hongmeng's figure. Hongmeng waved his whisk, and the 3,000 great Tao laws struck towards Zang Luo. Zang Luo saw that all of Hongmeng's laws were perfected, but had not yet broken through to the great Tao level, but his own were not inferior. Although his laws were not as advanced as the 3,000 great Tao laws, their sheer number was vast, and the quantity of perfected laws exceeded Hongmeng's by more than 10 times. He immediately manipulated all his laws to collide with Hongmeng. Boom, a tremendous force collided, forming a black hole space, which could basically create an external world, but since no one was there to stabilize this world, the force of the collision was expanding and collapsing. Oh no, room, air bubble, transfer. The aftershock from the collision was too strong and would likely damage the Earth immortal realm. So Zang Luo quickly transferred the power in his direction to the sky. Hongmeng had already been pushed back by the aftershock to 33 heavens, and suddenly being hit by the transferred aftershock made him disappear directly from the primal chaos. Perona opened her mouth wide. "Master, you are really strong. You sent the heavenly Tao flying. Master, will he come back? What do you think? He's not a dead object. Doesn't he know how to return the way he came? Then when will he come back?" "He'll be back in about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." After hearing this, Perona was not very happy. She thought he would be sent flying forever. What are you thinking? His strength is so high. Traveling through the chaotic space outside the primal chaos is a normal trip. And it's not dangerous, but he probably won't come back here. By the way, how did you provoke Hongmeng? Perona pouted. "I fused with the authority of the Earth Tao, naturally opposing the heavenly Tao. It's not strange for him to target me. When did this little girl obtain the authority of the Earth Tao? Isn't the Earth Tao controlled by Hutu?" "Yes, originally it was Lady Hutu, But now it's been handed over to me. Meng personally helped me become the lord of the underworld. How about it, master? My power should be able to help you in the future, right? Zang Luo seemed to see through her. Help me? You're probably here to rob me, right? Seeing Perona stick out her tongue, he knew there was no escape. I estimate it will take about 10 days. I just used up my stock of potions during this time. It's okay, master. I also want to come out for some fresh air. The environment in the underworld is too dark. Although I don't mind, I lose interest after a long time. After understanding Perona's recent situation, Zang Luo took her back to the Shenhun Luo dynasty. In the Western Buddhist sect, Li Jing was looking for his teacher, Randang, but ended up waiting several hours before being summoned in. Randang had also forgotten about this disciple. After so many years, he had overlooked the Fengshen chess piece. And only after remembering these things did he have his disciple summoned. Li Jing saw his master and immediately began to complain, saying that he couldn't discipline his son, that his son had beaten him, and that the Linglong Pagoda couldn't suppress Neza anymore. Randang listened for a long time and still didn't understand what Li Jing wanted to say. So he personally asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" "Master, I want you to pass me a better magic weapon. If you don't believe me, you can increase my strength." Randang's forehead wrinkled so much that it could hide a coin. Magic weapons are also scarce in our Buddhist sect. And as for increasing strength, you aren't going to be physically deified. Your realm has long been limited by the god list. How can you increase it? Li Jing said, "I've seen that person who fought against the river of oblivion, and he was able to enhance Neza's strength. Your son didn't truly die during the deification battle. Although he became a lotus root incarnation, he still counts as being physically deified, which is different. Then master, please help your disciple." "Oh dear," Randang said, feeling a chill down his spine at the sight of this old man acting spoiled in front of him. "Can you even use such a spoiled tactic? Your appearance is an insult to this tactic." "Wait a moment. I remember I have a bamboo staff. It's made from 6 pure bamboos cultivated as acquired spiritual roots. I can give it to you." After saying that, he tossed out a bamboo staff, which was entirely dark green and quite eye-catching. "Thank you, master." Li Jing quickly expressed his gratitude as he received the bamboo staff. "All right, you can go back now. It won't be long before the Buddhist sect fully enters the East, and you must remember to provide intelligence to the heavenly court at any time." "Huh? What?" "Oh, master, I will do my best to help the Buddhist sect." "Oomph. I hope you keep your word. I'll let you in on a secret so you can assist fully. I will break through to the saint level within 6 months." "What, master? You're going to become a saint?" Seeing Randang nod, Li Jing couldn't control his expression anymore. He was about to strike it rich, a disciple of a saint. After saying goodbye to Randang, Li Jing happily returned to the heavenly court. As soon as he entered, he was bumped into by 2 people rushing out, who simultaneously snatched something from Li Jing's hand and prepared to throw it behind them. "Hey, is it a magic weapon?" Nami retracted her action of throwing it. "Brother Monkey, hurry and take me away." Huang Yuan launched a few attacks, and taking advantage of the brief moment of blocking the pursuers behind, he picked up Nami and fled towards the Earth immortal realm. "Don't run, hurry, and catch them, stop." "Hey, Li Jing, what are you doing? Why aren't you chasing?" Li Jing, confused, asked, "Why chase? Are they fugitives?" "They're not fugitives, just catch up first," said Mo-Li-Hai, one of the 4 heavenly kings, as he prepared to chase again. Li Jing hurriedly grabbed Mo-Li-Hai and pointed in the direction the 2 had left. "Where are you going to chase?" They seemed to be quite fast. Mo-Li-Hai still wanted to chase, shaking off Li Jing's hand and rushing out, saying without looking back, whether to chase or not is a matter of attitude. Whether you can catch them is a matter of strength. If I chase, I can provide an explanation. Li Jing silently nodded after hearing this. He didn't expect Mo-Li-Hai to understand the work ethic so well. He was just about to go back and teach that ungrateful Neza a lesson when he realized the bamboo staff in his hand was gone. "Hey, where's my magic weapon? Didn't I always have it?" Li Jing stood there blinking rapidly, letting his brain's CPU calculate fully. But unfortunately, it was an old system, and it took a long time to remember. "Oh no, it's that little girl. She's such a beautiful girl. How dare she steal from an old man? I won't let you off easily. Someone, bring me someone." Li Jing shouted towards his barracks. After a while, 2 junior generals came over. "Greetings, Heavenly King." The 2 clasped their hands and stood to the side. Li Jing anxiously said, hurry and gather all the troops. Follow me to capture the fugitives." One of the junior generals asked in confusion, "Heavenly King, are you referring to the two thieves from earlier?" "Yes, hurry and gather the troops. What are you dawdling for?" "But, Heavenly King, didn't the four gatekeeping Heavenly Kings go after them? Why are we still chasing? Damn it, I told you to gather the troops. Do you have any objections?" "Not at all. My subordinate will go at once." After the two left, Li Jing returned to his residence to find Neza, preparing to give him a chance to atone for his mistakes. After a while, he finally saw Neza by the lotus pond. "Neza, my son, what are you doing?" "Neza, my son, hurry and follow your father to catch the fugitives. This time is for me to collect." Li Jing secretly approached and suddenly struck. "Try to cover Neza with the Linglong Pagoda." Neza sneered, "Humph, this trick was useful before, but now it seems like a clown's performance." Neza vanished in a flash. After gaining the flower law, he could turn the surrounding plants into his eyes and ears, no longer needing to use spells to observe the surroundings as he did before. Moreover, with Li Jing's character, he often attacked him from behind. After beating him up before, how could Neza not retaliate? "Haha, my son, I was just joking with you. I wanted to see if this tower still works." "Li Jing, do you think I believe you?" "Haha, to be honest, your father wanted to take you to catch the fugitives, intending to let you atone for your mistakes. You know your father's strength. I'm not very good at fighting. Apart from arranging troops, nothing else is decent. I'm not interested." "You ungrateful son. What sins have I committed seeing Li Jing crying and whining?" Neza felt a bit annoyed. "Even if you bring the judicial god Erlang Shun, it won't help. I've seen the laws of both of them. They don't seem to be like the laws of the primordial chaos. They belong to the same faction as the one who gave me the laws. I can't provoke them anyway." Li Jing's crying expression instantly stopped. "Is it him? Then will I still get my magic weapon back?" he said with a face full of disappointment. At this moment, the two junior generals who had gathered the soldiers returned. "Report, Heavenly King. The troops have been assembled. Please come over." "Go where?" "Get lost, get lost." Li Jing waved his hand casually without looking up. The two junior generals were dumbfounded. This was the downside of the Heavenly King's old age, easily changing orders. Seeing that Li Jing was in a bad mood, they hurriedly took their leave. On the other side, ImmortalDad had been chasing for a while and started to recruit scattered celestial soldiers along the way. These soldiers had been with ImmortalDad for many years and had basically learned to slack off. While they were in the Heavenly Court, they worked hard to hunt down enemies, but once they were out, they took a break as soon as they were tired. They hadn't seen a shadow during this trip. If someone didn't know, they would think they were just training in their robes. ImmortalDad had already covered more than half the distance back and found that there were only a few thousand celestial soldiers. These guys didn't even know how to act like it. They de-rest after running just a little distance. At this moment, most of the celestial soldiers were chatting not far outside the construction site of the southern heavenly gate. "Old Chow, why do you think these two thieves are so bold as to dare to steal from the heavenly court? They're so fast. If I had that ability, I'd go steal from the treasury too." "Show Old Chow, are you not afraid of death?" said one celestial soldier, pointing at the nearby Shenhun Group. The celestial soldier called Old Chow disdainfully replied, "My maternal uncle is Chow Guojiao, one of the 8 immortals. That little beggar Shenhun wouldn't dare target me." After saying that, he provocatively glanced at Shenhun Group. Another celestial soldier was somewhat skeptical. "If your uncle is one of the 8 immortals, why are you still a celestial soldier?" It's not like I was reported by some loser last time for my good deeds with the fairy, and now I'm punished to be an ordinary celestial soldier for 1,000 years. Wow, what was your position before?" "I was a 4 values officer." "Wow, such a high rank?" "Just a manager." Hearing the last few words added by Old Chow, he immediately showed disdain. "TCH. Hey, don't look down on my manager position. I still have over 200 subordinates. Over 200 ordinary fairies and celestial servants. Are the fairies beautiful? How do they compare to that female thief?" Old Chow thought about the appearance of that female thief and couldn't help but salivate. "Slurp, that thieving girl is truly a gem, unlike my subordinates who are all ugly. I probably won't be interested in those fairies next time I go back." At this moment, ImmortalDad returned with thousands of celestial soldiers and was immediately displeased to see so many celestial soldiers gathered outside the southern heavenly gate. "What are you all doing?" Why aren't you chasing the thief? If you had been here earlier, we would have caught them long ago. This is all your responsibility." Hearing this, old Chow questioned, "You think you can catch them? If you can even touch their shadow, that'd be impressive. Did you see any shadows?" TripHijacked was instantly furious. It had been years since any celestial soldier had contradicted him, and today was a first. "Which general are you under?" Before old Chow could answer, a young general stepped out from the crowd and replied, "Report to the Heavenly King. He just cut in line recently and is my subordinate." ImmortalDad stepped forward and slapped the young general a few times. "Take care of your soldiers. Why didn't you lead everyone to chase them?" The young general looked aggrieved, covering his face and pointing at old Chow. He said he couldn't see the person's shadow, so chasing them would be pointless. It's better to sit down and boast. ImmortalDad was so angry that he kicked the young general again, punishing him with 3 years' salary, then ordered someone to imprison old Chow for 3 months. Before ImmortalDad's bodyguards could step forward, the young general continued, "But his uncle is one of the 8 immortals." The few celestial soldiers who were about to step forward froze. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" ImmortalDad also opened his mouth, not knowing how to handle the situation. Seeing tens of thousands of celestial soldiers looking at him, his anger flared up again. "What are you looking at? Get back to the barracks." The celestial soldiers scattered and left, and ImmortalDad went to report to the Lingxiao Palace. As he approached the Lingxiao Palace, Lihai used all his strength to hurry, arriving at the main hall just in time to catch his breath. "I report to the Jade Emperor. I am ashamed to say we lost the chase." The Jade Emperor remained expressionless, continuing to look at the Haotian mirror in his hand, which was currently showing Huang Yuan and Nami dividing the spoils. "Nami, how did you get so many magical treasures?" "What do you know? Magical treasures can be exchanged for things. Isn't your boss's apprentice a weapon fruit? I took it to her to devour and exchanged it for some potions." "Oh, right. My Nami is the smartest. I never thought of that." Your compliment is split 3 to 7. I get 7 and you get 3. You can take these peaches." Huang Yuan took a small bag and looked inside. Most of it was magical treasures, so he knew the peaches were with Nami. "Nami, do I only get 3 peaches?" "What? Do you think that's too many?" "Yes, I'm thinking that's too few." "Oh, you think it's too few? Then flatter me. Maybe I'll be happy and reward you a few." Huang Yuan glanced at Nami and said, "Nami, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Oh no, I mean girl. Your orange-yellow hair is like clouds at sunset, intoxicating. Your big eyes are like precious gems. And your cherry-like lips make me." Nami trembled with laughter. He, but Nami quickly regained her composure. "Is that all you can say when you see a beautiful woman?" Huang Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. "I've only had feelings for you, Nami. How can I practice my rhetoric on this?" "I'll believe you this once. Come on, 10 peaches." Huang Yuan smiled and accepted them, thinking these were the most valuable words he had ever said. "Hey, Nami, can you give me 2 more?" Nami got angry. "Huang Monkey, don't push your luck." Huang Yuan helplessly thought, when he needed me, I was Brother Ape. When he didn't, I was Old Huang. And when he was angry, I was Huang Monkey. "Nami, don't be mad. I was just trying to please the boss." "What? You're taking our hard-earned fruits to please someone else?" Huang Yuan facepalmed. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Nami, don't you want the boss to be happy and give us more potions?" Nami nodded. "That's true. We don't have direct wages." Huang Yuan thought, "We don't have direct wages, but we get paid for years each time." "All right then, I'll give you another 100. Huang Yuan took the bag Nami handed over, feeling emotional. "You're so generous to outsiders, but you're just shearing your own people?" In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor observed Huang Yuan and Nami heading towards the divine Luo dynasty and guessed their origins. "Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Where's Li Jing? Didn't he go to capture them last time? Why have all the celestial soldiers returned, and he hasn't come to report?" At this moment, the Tai Bai Jin Xing stepped forward and said, "Reporting to your majesty. It is said that Li Jing was beaten by Neza and went to the Western sect. He is now returned." The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, slammed the table and angrily said, "Since he is back, why hasn't He come to pay his respects? Summon Li Jing." The guards at the door immediately ran to Li Jing's residence. Before long, they brought Li Jing over. "Minister Li Jing, pay your respects to the emperor." "Akimavat, Li Jing. Why did you only come to pay your respects now? What about the previous battle?" Li Jing suddenly had a flash of inspiration, reporting to your majesty. I was beaten before and was afraid of being laughed at by the ministers, so I didn't dare to show my face. The Jade Emperor was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this excuse. Forget it, step back. Tai Bai, go summon the judicial heavenly god, the manifestation true lord, to take action. As the Jade Emperor's most trusted confidant, Tai Bai Jinxing knew this was the Jade Emperor's last gamble. Li Jing's celestial soldiers had suffered setbacks, and with the thieves breaking into the treasury, the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor's prestige had dropped to zero. If they didn't take some measures to intimidate, the three realms might change hands. Tai Bai Jinxing quickly arrived at Guanjin Port. Yang Jian had a poor relationship with the Jade Emperor, so he had never lived in the heavenly court's residence. This was because the Jade Emperor had hunted down Yang Tianyou's family back then, and later suppressed Yao Ji under Tao San. It was only because his master, Yu Dingjinren, saved him and brought him back to learn the arts that he split open Tao San to rescue his mother. However, the deaths of his father Yang Tianyu and brother Yang Zhao remained a lifelong knot in his heart. Even though he later learned that this was due to the great calamity, he never forgave the Jade Emperor. At this moment, when Yang Jian saw Tai Bai Jinxing arrive, he knew that his ruthless uncle was encountering some trouble again. After all these years, he only came to look for him when he needed his help. He hadn't come otherwise. He, the divine monarch of manifestation, still has his usual majestic demeanor. Stop flattering. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. He, divine monarch, don't be so angry. Look at my age. It's not easy to run errands. I'm just a messenger. Yang Jian was speechless. How many years older are you than me? It's just the time gap of the Fengshan War. How much older can you be? You're just a sentient, stubborn stone in the heavenly court, shaped when Hao Ian ascended to the Jade Emperor position. Yang Jian waved his hand. Just say it directly. Hear us the thing. Didn't the Shinto dynasty make Li Jing and his son drop their armor? Later, their people stole from the heavenly court treasury, and the Jade Emperor was furious, wanting to ask the divine monarch to take action. Yang Jian summoned his three-edged, two-bladed halberd and waved it a few times. Go back and tell the Jade Emperor. I'm just itching for a fight. I don't want to deal with other trivial matters. The Bright Star nodded. Got it. After all, with Yang Jian taking action, they just need to send heavenly soldiers to clean up the mess. No need to trouble Yang Jian with these things. When Yang Jian called for his dog, the howling celestial dog flatly refused. What is wrong with you, you mutt? Master, I'm not a dog right now. I'm a wolf. A wolf is still a dog. Stop being stubborn. Hurry up and come with me to bite people in the Shinto dynasty. Master, you must be crazy. Have you forgotten how I got this power? I discovered that all those divine guards in the Shinto dynasty were boosted by laws, and the person we later found was called Zang Luo. He was the one who provided it. In other words, that place is for the strong who give me potions. Do you dare to go looking for trouble, not afraid of being beaten into my shape? Yang Jian, seeing the howling celestial dog belittling him, felt a bit defiant. As the judicial deity of the heavenly court, I can manage the three realms. I need to investigate first. Don't, master. Let go, you dead dog. Fine. Since you insist on going, then defeat me first. Ah, you rebellious mutt. Let us see what you've got. Yang Jian kicked at the howling celestial dog with one foot. The howling celestial dog transformed into the dog fruit phantom bee species silver moon wolf form, extending a silver claw to block the incoming kick. Bang. Ah, you mutt. Are you made of iron? Your claws are so hard. Come again. 36 transformations, size as desired. Yang Jian transformed into a giant and stomped toward the howling celestial dog. Master, you become too clumsy. Watch my 72 paths of Mad Dog Fist. Boom, boom, boom. The howling celestial dog unleashed 36 punches in one breath, knocking Yang Jian over in a big tumble. You dead dog. How dare you bite your master? Do you want to become dog meat? Yang Jian sat up in anger. Master, the shouts of the weak are useless. Continue. Moon-swallowing wolf head. Seeing that the howling celestial dog wasn't holding back, Yang Jian didn't dare to be careless. Picking up his three-edged, two-bladed halberd and striking down at the flying wolf head. Then, taking advantage of the howling celestial dog's moment of attack, Yang Jian used the golden light of the earth to appear beside him. Left hook, right hook, side kick. Slap, slap. Bang, the howling celestial dog was kicked away. And seeing this, Yang Jian finally felt happy. Master, you don't follow the rules of martial arts, relying on 36 transformations in your high realm. Playing sneak attacks is a trash game. If Dog Lord were the same realm, he'd beat you into my shape. Yang Jian's smile gradually faded. This dead dog indeed had grown stronger. If it were a fair fight, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. Mutt, is that person really that powerful? Humph. Has Dog Lord ever lied to you? Then let us go meet him together. Master, you wouldn't still be thinking about seeking death, would you? Yang Jian got angry and walked over, giving the howling celestial dog a few big slaps. Wow, why do you have so much saliva in your dog mouth? Yang Jian didn't expect to hit the howling celestial dog, getting his palm all wet with saliva, and directly patted the howling celestial dog's head again. The bright star couldn't watch any longer. Judicial deity, stop playing around. How do you really decide? You change your mind too quickly. Yang Jian directly used a move to blow sand and stones, sending the bright star back to the heavenly court. Does he really think he is just a musclehead without brains? Can't you see what the howling celestial dog was like before and what power he has now? Mutt, get up and lead the way. We're going to meet that person. Humph. Master, it's not that I look down on you, but can you really meet someone just because you want to? Yang Jian pointed his three-edged, two-bladed halberd at the howling celestial dog. Are you coming or not? All right. I'm coming. The howling celestial dog reluctantly got up and flew in a direction. Yang Jian followed closely behind. Back in the heavenly court, after the bright star returned, he recounted the events. He wasn't one of those sycophants who liked to stir up trouble behind the scenes. He just spoke the truth. After hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt very desperate. The Lord had tasked him with managing the chaos of the primordial world. Such a huge mess that hadn't been sorted out for thousands of years, and he still had to support the journey to the west. This clearly aiding the enemy. The Jade Emperor thought for a while, and couldn't help but think of the Lord, who hadn't been to the Zhixiao Palace in a long time. To seek help, he could only make a trip to the 33 heavens. When the Jade Emperor arrived at the Zhixiao Palace, he found the main gate tightly closed, and the surroundings were very messy, looking like a house that no one lived in. Hao Ian seeks an audience with the Lord. Please open the door. Hao Ian seeks the Lord's help. After shouting for a long time, he found there was still no response. Could it be that the Lord is not in the Zhixiao Palace? Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Oh Lord, where have you been? Why do you still have wounds on you? Hong Jun waved his hand, not wanting to say much. The last time he fought with Zang Luo, he was careless and got knocked out of the primordial world. If it weren't for his alignment with the heavenly Tao, the primordial world having a pull on him, he wouldn't have known how to return. Moreover, this time in the chaotic void, he encountered cultivators from other worlds, and they fought for more than 10 days, ending in mutual injury and retreat. Right now, Hong Jun was essentially the indifferent heart of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is ruthless, but has its selfishness. Indeed, the primordial heavenly Tao has its selfishness, which tempted Hong Jun to merge with the heavenly Tao. If Hong Jun had known that merging with the heavenly Tao would lead to assimilation, making it impossible to escape, he probably wouldn't have merged with it. After all, once merged with the heavenly Tao, the upper limit of his realm was restricted, unable to leave the primordial world. Otherwise, dying would truly mean death. Hao Ian opened the Zhixiao Palace and helped Hong Jun to sit down on the former Tao platform. Lord, is your injury serious? Hong Jun turned his head to look at Hao Ian. What matter do you seek me for? Lord, my heavenly court has no one to use, and powerful forces are intertwined everywhere. Let us not even mention the Western teachings. The journey to the West hasn't concluded yet, and the Buddhist sect's fortune has surpassed that of the heavenly court. And there are also quite a few strong ones from the Shinto dynasty. Hong Jun sighed. He regretted supporting the calamity of the journey to the West. Originally, it was to share the fortune of the heavenly court and prevent Hao Ian from becoming a saint. But unexpectedly, this disciple of his turned out to be useless. Having stayed by his side with Yao Qi for so many years, he and T learned any useful skills. Even if he hadn't come up with a follow-up plan for the journey to the West, it was likely that these two disciples wouldn't have figured out how to attain the Tao through fortune either. Moreover, The authentic underworld is now causing trouble. Hongjun recalled the previous encounter with Zang Luo and felt troubled. Such a powerful being fighting to the death would likely destroy the Hongluo. Meanwhile, the journey to the west is at a critical moment. Thinking of this, Hongjun looked in a certain direction and began to probe the situation in the west. Is the Buddhist Tao complete? They even added 3 more saints, successfully breaking through the mixed origin of the Great Luo. How is this possible? Wasn't the 3,000 Tao suppressed by my heavenly Tao to half? Hao Ian, listening to Hongjun's words, was quite surprised. Master, what do you mean by adding 3 saints? What's going on? At this moment, Hongjun's brows were tightly furrowed. Hao Ian had never seen this expression on his master before. Hongjun glanced at the useless boy. The Honghuang is about to be chaotic. The subsequent arranged plans have encountered changes, and in the end, the Buddhist and demonic calamities might evolve into something unimaginable. Hao Ian, you should go back. Master, you can't do anything. The Western sect has now produced 3 saints, making a total of 5. Even if you unite with your 3 Qing brothers in Nuwa, you still won't be able to compete. The 3 Qing have already become estranged due to the Fengshan incident. This time, the old Tao, have miscalculated. Hao Ian was stunned by the news given by Hongjun. The Western sect has saints, so what do they need the journey to the west for to thrive? Right now, the weakest is probably our heavenly court. When the Jade Emperor returned to the heavenly court in despair, he heard Qianlian and Xuanfeng reporting that the Western sect was mobilizing troops on a large scale across the 4 great continents. The Jade Emperor self-deprecatingly laughed a few times. Let them be. If they want the heavenly court, take it. I don't care anymore. Go. Call the dancers and all the great gods to have some fun. This time I will personally play the music. Qianlian and Xuanfeng felt that the Jade Emperor seemed to have gone mad, but they didn't dare to say so and could only follow orders to inform the other immortals. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, at this time, the Buddha had just sent out the 18 arhats to preach in various places. Now that the Western sect had strength, they certainly had the confidence to preach directly. In the past, even the 2 saints, Zhuanti and Jin, did not dare to preach directly in the East because at that time, the 2 saints could not compete with the 4 saints of the East. Now on our side, there are 5. Tong Tian is confined, Nuwa doesn't like to manage things, and Laozi is also doing nothing. How much of a stir can the remaining Yuan sure create? The Buddha suddenly thought of the journey to the west and cast a mysterious light to check on Tang Sung and his group. This rebellious disciple. How dare he break the precepts? He actually slept with a demoness in the Peepa Cave? Doesn't he know that she's a scorpion demon? And isn't he afraid of being stung to death? The Buddha didn't know that Tang Seng's current thoughts were actually those of Wei Xinyuan. Wei Xinyuan was thrilled to have come to the daughter country for the scriptures, initially thinking about how to accept the king, only to find that someone had gotten there first. The other 5 broadcasters were also caught off guard. When the 6 of them had previously discussed letting Tang Sung break the precepts and fall in love with someone else, they wanted to win over the king of the daughter country, not expecting that Ouyang was the most cunning. No wonder he had taken time off alone. It turned out he had gone to the daughter country to flirt with the king. What infuriated the 5 even more was that their children were already conceived, and the king was also cultivating immortality. Thus, Wei Xinyuan and the other 5 broadcasters went out to drink. However, Wei Xinyuan was captured by the scorpion demon, and when he was caught, he was drooling, knowing the plot. How could he refuse such an opportunity that came knocking? Moreover, the scorpion demon's beauty was impeccable, and Wei Xinyuan unconditionally accepted her affections. Initially, Wei Xinyuan said he wasn't the real Tang Sung, thinking that after revealing the truth, the scorpion demon would change her mind. Unexpectedly, what she valued was this body of a 10-lifetime good person, not who he was. It turns out that the scorpion demon, like the 6-winged golden cicada, had listened to teachings in the Buddhist sect but had not entered the Buddhist door. Her demonic aura clashed with the Buddhist aura, and the Buddhist aura was rather weak. Upon hearing about Tang Seng's journey for scriptures, she had long since devised a plan. After knowing the situation, Wei Xinyuan let the scorpion demon change her cultivation method, passing on the Buddha's palm and the great dragon of might to her. From then on, their relationship became even closer, and now Tang Sung had been intoxicated in this tender land for more than 10 days. Suddenly, Tang Sung opened his eyes and sat up abruptly from the scorpion demon's bed. "My lady, it seems someone is peeping." The scorpion demon quickly covered herself with a quilt. "Brother Wei, you say someone is peeping? Didn't you break through to the quasi-saint level? Who would dare to be so bold?" "No, this time the peeper should be at the saint level. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sense their aura." The scorpion demon became a bit worried. "Brother Wei, do you think it could be the two saints from the west urging you to take the scriptures?" Wei Xingyuan shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. I feel that divine sense is very familiar." "Then will Brother Wei still take the scriptures?" "Who wants that broken scripture? But I have to go explain to the west and understand the cause and effect." "My lady, why not follow us along the way?" "Can I?" "Drink. Taking the scriptures is my business. I have the final say." "Who dares to disagree?" "Not even the Buddha." After confirming their itinerary, the two returned to the capital of the daughter country again. When they found the others, the broadcasters were unwilling to leave. Ouyang didn't need to mention. He was the male lord of the daughter country. The other few, with Ouyang's assistance, held a nationwide beauty selection, and then the five began to choose. It was truly a selection among thousands. The quality was even better than that of emperors choosing their harem. Zhu Beiji also didn't want to leave, but under Wei Xingyuan's threat, he had no choice but to go. Sha Wujing was still the same, his thoughts unreadable, a silent person, while Sun Wukong had no interest in humans. This time, it became the four masters and disciples setting off again. At the Yushu Palace, within the dojo of the primordial heavenly venerable, Yuan Shi received a report from Hongmeng, saying that the Western sect's entire personnel had mobilized to invade the Eastern world. Hongmeng was originally of the Dragon Clan, and after the Four Seas were attacked and occupied, some fleeing individuals sought his help. What could he do? As a Four Wu Jinren, he had nothing to offer. After hearing about the serious situation in the Four Seas, he decided to see if his master would pity him after so many years of following. After all, after the Fengshan War, those who died, those who defected, and among the remaining 5 or 6, he was the only one still residing in Yushu Palace. After so many years of companionship, even if he was disliked, it was impossible to ignore him. After listening to Hongmeng Jinren's words, the primordial heavenly venerable was very surprised. What tricks were those two shameless beings, Zhuanti and Jin, playing again? He used divine sense to probe the situation in the Earth Immortal realm and found that the situation was far more serious than Hongmeng had said. This was not just an invasion of the East. They aimed to occupy the East. What a rogue. I want to see what you were up to. The primordial heavenly venerable was so angry that he immediately went to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the saint's pressure instantly suppressed the area. The Buddha waved his hand to block this pressure. Then the lotus platform flew out of the great hall. "Master Yuan Shi, why did you come to my Western sect to show off your power? What do you want to do? You dare to speak to me like this, a saint?" "No, a mixed origin great Luo golden immortal? How is this possible? Didn't the master say that the laws of the Honghuang world are incomplete and that one cannot attain the Tao of the laws? How could there be someone who has attained the Tao of the laws? No wonder you dare to create such a big commotion in the 4 great continents. It turns out you are relying on the cultivation of a saint. Don't you know the master's rules? Saints cannot interfere with the development of Honghuang. Tao, ancestor. So what? No one can stop their own progress in becoming stronger." After the Buddha broke through to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, he discovered that the fortunes of the Buddhist sect could only support the first level of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. To continue breaking through, it would require that the other few people did not break through initially, but how could that be possible? Now that Randall and Methria have both broken through, who can stop them? Moreover, for the sake of growth, it cannot be stopped. One can only think of ways from other aspects. The best way is to take control of the entire primordial chaos, gather the fortunes of all beings in the chaos, and that should be able to support oneself to reach the mid-stage of Hunyuan Daluo. The Tao ancestor has not cared for the primordial chaos for many years. I estimate that the primordial chaos is no longer that important to the Tao ancestor. Shirbua, why not merge your Chan teaching into my Western teaching? The primordial heavenly venerable widened his eyes in disbelief. Duo Bao, I think you've lost your mind. Your ambition is truly great. Thinking that breaking through Hunyuan can match strength with Shirbua? Let me tell you, be careful with big steps, or you'll lose everything. When the Buddha saw that the primordial heavenly venerable refused, he didn't mind. It was an unstoppable trend. When you see the true depth of the Buddhist sect, you will regret it too late. Since Shenhun is unwilling, just wait and see. You will regret not agreeing earlier. The primordial heavenly venerable coldly snorted. I want to see where your confidence comes from. The primordial heavenly venerable felt that this duobao must have just broken through and failed to recognize the situation, deciding to teach him a lesson. The primordial heavenly venerable summoned the Panga banner and sent a powerful attack towards the Buddha. Seeing this probing attack, the Buddha didn't even want to resist. But out of respect for Shenhun, he still revealed the golden body of the Buddhist sect to deal with it. After all, the Buddha had fought against Zang Luo and was not concerned about such small-scale fights. After the last encounter with Zang Luo, the Buddha had contemplated many things, especially about fighting. When it comes to fighting, it should be a fierce storm, which aligns well with their Western teaching standards. In the past, the numerous cultivators in the primordial chaos relied on magical treasures to clash. The most intense fights were due to the sheer number of people, which was not enough to be passionate. Shenhun, don't probe anymore. Didn't the Tao ancestor tell you that the law of proving the Tao is stronger than cutting 3 corpses to prove the Tao? Furthermore, Shenhun is using a chaotic combination of half fortune and half cutting 3 corpses to prove the Tao. The primordial heavenly venerable, being scolded by a junior, was already someone who valued face, and his expression suddenly turned unfriendly. You want me to show my true abilities? All right, since you have such confidence, let us see what you're made of. Yuqing Divine Thunder. The Buddha immediately perked up. This attack was quite formidable. The Yuqing Divine Thunder and Taching Divine Thunder were evolved from the 2 instruments Divine Thunder by the Primordial and Laozi. These 2 instruments, Divine Thunders, are also among the 10 great Divine Thunders of the primordial chaos. After evolution, their power was significantly enhanced, and the Buddha did not dare to be careless, using the precious banner to block the descending Divine Thunder. Crack the precious banner's spirit waned greatly and could not bear the burden. If hit again, it would likely be destroyed. This is the difference between wild paths and Tao ancestors' disciples. They all have top-grade innate spiritual treasures, while he doesn't even have a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Most of the Buddha's wealth consists of postnatal treasures. Don't be fooled by what he was once called duobao Taoist. Those are just junk, not worth much. Since you want to test Shenhun's abilities, you don't even know to bring a better treasure. Just don't let Shenhun take the loss. The Buddha, seeing the primordial mock his treasure's inadequacy, was not angry and continued to summon back his purple gold bowl. Tang Sung had already given up. He didn't know how to use a good treasure and put it in his luggage, so it was just right to take it back. This purple gold bowl carries the fortune of establishing his small vehicle Buddhism, and, now connected to the Buddha's fortune, is the strongest defensive treasure. Oh, so the disciple knows he is not the opponent and wants to set a table for himself? The Buddha, hearing the primordial heavenly venerable repeated mockery, felt some anger. Shenhun, be careful. I really am preparing to set a table, but it's for you. Insolence. Panga banner cut. Seeing the primordial fully activate the Panga banner, the Buddha also brought out his trump card. World in hand. This is the spatial law that the Buddha comprehended, which can condense space into his palm. When he strikes, it releases a vast amount of spatial power. Boom, the Buddha's power was slightly suppressed. But don't underestimate the Buddha like this. The damage dealt without relying on treasures is comparable to that caused by top-grade innate spiritual treasures, which proves that his attack power has already surpassed the primordial's barehanded magic. The primordial also thought, good disciple, you really have impressed me. Heavenly Tao's blessing, Panga banner, go. Seeing this, the Buddha frowned tightly, but could only use all his strength to resist. At this moment, Randall and Methria appeared, both revealing their Hunyuan Daluo cultivation. The attack launched by the primordial hurriedly withdrew most of it, causing him to feel a surge of blood and energy. You, how are you all at the saint level? Amiba, master, are you doing well? Randall spoke. The primordial coldly snorted, traitor. The primordial at this moment felt that if Randall had not betrayed, perhaps his Chan teaching would have had 2 saints by now. Now the other side has 3 saints. And there are two from the 33 heavens who are likely observing secretly. The primordial originally wanted to intimidate the Buddhist sect to make them more restrained. But now it seemed that he was the one being intimidated. Without his brother around, he couldn't join forces to fight. I was only here to see if my disciple has made progress over the years. Well, I'll take my leave now. Maitreya came to the Buddha's side. World-honored one. Should we keep him? The Buddha shook his head. Under the blessing of the heavenly Tao, he is immortal. Our goal is not the saints, but the fortunes of all beings, so we should focus on the 4 great continents. On the way to obtain the scriptures, Wei Xingyuan stared blankly at the flying purple gold bowl for quite a while. Wukong, do you think my purple gold bowl is a treasure? Son Wukong nodded. I heard the commotion from the west. This is the Buddha's famous treasure, more powerful than my weapon. Alas, if I had known, I would ever find it earlier. Now that it has been taken back, I feel heartbroken. The scorpion spirit shook Wei Xingyuan's arm. Brother Wei, don't be sad. I'll help you sting the Buddha next time. Wei Xingyuan immediately turned to look at the scorpion spirit. Madam, tell me, why did you sting the Buddha last time? The scorpion spirit said shyly. He wanted to touch me last time. Yes, sting him well. My woman dares to be touched. Next time I'll use deadly force, so he knows the price of disrespecting my wife. When Wei Xingyuan suddenly looked up, he saw 2 figures flying in the sky. Oh, isn't that a Xiao dog from before? And the other one is Erlang Shen? So he shouted loudly, Xiao dog, Yang Jian, come down, I'll treat you. Zhu Beiji unhappily said, Master, you're going to waste beer again. Wei Xingyuan looked at Zhu Beiji. You fool, don't just think about eating. You need to make more friends, and beer is the best bridge. The flying Yang Jian and Xiao dog heard the shout and looked down. Isn't that Tang Sung and his 3 disciples? Xiao dog turned to Yang Jian and said, the strong person who gave me the potion was with them, and before Tang Sung was immortal. Look at him now. He is already a quasi-saint. So fast. Yang Jian nodded and descended with Xiao dog in front of several people. Yang Jian looked at Sun Wukong and said, Monkey, your master's cultivation is already higher than yours. How are you going to fight demons? Sun Wukong replied, I serve food for my master. Wei Xingyuan nodded after hearing this. Sun Wukong's role during this time has just been to order takeout for himself, and he was incredibly fast at it. Hey, Yang Jian, your heavenly eye is really cool. I'm Wei Xingyuan. Have you eaten? Let me treat you. Pig Beiji, hurry up and bring out the food. Yang Jian looked at Zhu Beiji, not knowing what was going on. He saw Zhu Beiji pulling out several boxes of beer from his ears and setting up 2 folding tables. At this moment, Sun Wukong also flashed to the table, holding a large plate of grilled skewers. Hey, Sun Wukong, when did you leave? Yang Jian hadn't seen Sun Wukong move just now. Could it be that his strength had increased to the point where he couldn't even notice it himself? Sun Wukong scratched his ear. You have 3 eyes, yet you didn't even notice when I left. Looks like you're done for. You should go see an ophthalmologist. Yang Jian asked, what is an ophthalmologist? Zhu Beiji quickly answered, it's a kind of divine doctor from the supreme world who can help your eyes see things beyond this world. Their skills are amazing. Yang Jian was skeptical. How do you know about that? Before they could answer, Howling Celestial Dog spoke to Yang Jian, Master. They must have heard it from the previous few streamers. Those people are not from our world, just like the people from the Divine Luo dynasty. At this time, Wei Xingyuan called out, come on, Yang Jian, sit down. Everyone, take a seat and let us eat and chat. With a pop. Pop. After opening more than 10 bottles of beer, the master and disciples had already started eating. Even the white dragon horse had transformed into human form and began skewering meat. Yang Jian and Howling Celestial Dog were holding unfamiliar beer and didn't know what to do with it. What is this? It smells almost like ordinary people's urine. Haha, Wei Xingyuan laughed. Old Yang, you really don't understand. This is a drink, and urine isn't worth this much. Hurry up and try it. But you should eat the meat skewers first before drinking the beer. It tastes better that way. Yang Jian hadn't touched mortal life for many years. So he relaxed and picked up a grilled lamb skewer, trying to bite into it like the others. Then he pulled, and the meatball went straight into his mouth. Following that, he downed the beer in one go. The beer combined with the spiciness of the grilled meat indeed tasted quite good. Good stuff. This beer is truly unique. I've never seen this kind of beer in heaven. May I ask who brewed it? Wei Yuan proudly said, this ISNT brewed in the primordial world. It's made from the distant blue planet. This is the best-selling drink. Of course, it's delicious. By the way, old Yang, where are you going? Yang Jian swallowed what was in his mouth and said, I'm going with Howling Celestial Dog to find Zang Luo. I want to meet this amazing person. Sun Wukong glanced at Yang Jian, thinking he was being dishonest. I know, you want him to help you increase your strength, right? Yang Jian indeed had this thought, but he didn't know the person, so why would he help him? He just wanted to experience it. If he could get something in return, that would be best. Last time, didn't Howling Celestial Dog get a potion just by helping his disciple find someone? It wasn't certain. He didn't even know that person, so he didn't know what the outcome would be. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Don't worry, I don't think that senior seems like a stingy person. He doesn't seem to care much about that kind of potion. It's much easier than seeking the Buddha. Yang Jian laughed. You monkey. You must feel that the journey to the West is full of hardships, but with your master and disciple-s current strength, not many demons are a match. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, sounds of battle came from a distance. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong both flew into the air, one using the heavenly eye, the other using the fire-eyed golden eye. They saw a little monk from the Buddhist sect fighting a group of demons. Wukong, what do you see? Wei Yuan asked. Looking up, Sun Wukong laughed. It's the bald donkeys fighting with the demons. This ungrateful disciple. My master hasn't even grown hair yet, and he is already calling bald donkeys. The group rode their clouds towards the battlefield and quickly arrived at the scene. By this time, many corpses of Buddhists and demons had already appeared on the ground. Wei Yuan and his disciples didn't plan to help. Yang Jian wasn't from either side, so they just watched. But a certain Arhut recognized Tang Xuanzong, come help us eliminate these obstinate demons. Wei Yuan felt a wave of disdain. He was no longer Tang Song. Wei Yuan questioned, why do you want to eliminate them? The cloth-bag Arhut replied, while fighting. The world-honored one has sent many Buddhas to prepare to take down the 4 great continents. I've been assigned to this area. And this water buffalo demon is stubborn and won't listen to the Buddha's advice. So we have no choice but to make him reincarnate. Wei Yuan couldn't accept this reason. When did the Buddhist sect in the primordial world become so ruthless? Greed, hatred, ignorance, love, and evil desires have all infected them. Compared to the Buddhist sect on earth, they were far behind. Tang Xuanzong, what are you still dawdling for? Hearing the cloth bag, Arhut urging him. Wei Yuan took a few steps back to show his stance. He didn't intervene, since the entire Buddhist sect was mobilized. It meant that the 4 great continents were already in flames of war, and his strength wasn't enough to settle this matter. Zhu Beiji took the opportunity to say, Master, shall we break up? Wei Yuan looked at Zhu Beiji in disbelief. What is this about again? Master, I want to go back and see Cui Lan. I'm worried she might be in danger, Zhu Beiji said anxiously. Wei Yuan said impatiently, do as you wish. I don't feel like going to the West anymore. Why don't we go find a big boss, Zang Luo? Howling Celestial Dog wagged his tail happily and said, sure, we can go that way. But don't want to watch the show? Sun Wukong patted Howling Celestial Dog on the head. You see them fighting like it's a play. It's not exciting at all. I could resolve a large group with 1 stick. The others also lost interest to avoid trouble. So Wei Yuan, Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, Yang Jian, and Howling Celestial Dog just left directly, leaving Zhu Beiji standing in place, hesitating. He was confused. This time, Master agreed too easily. He didn't even know if he genuinely wanted to go back or if it was just lustful thoughts. Half an hour later, more than a dozen people landed in front of Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji took a closer look. Many girls were there, and upon further inspection, he realized they were all the streamer's sisters. Ouyang saw Zhu Beiji standing there alone and asked, second senior brother, why are you dazed alone? Where are Tang, Wei Yuan, and the others? Zhu Beiji pointed at the battlefield that was about to end. I heard there as chaos everywhere. Master and the others want to find the big boss Zang Luo. Ma Bao said, just in time, we're also looking for the big boss. Let us go. Zhu Beiji replied, I'm thinking about Cui Lan. Biao Ge looked at this pig with some disdain. If you want her, just go take her away. Your speed, isn't slow. But his father disagreed back then. Now if I go back. Sigh. You've turned into a pig and become foolish. This is a different time. People's thoughts change with time and experiences. For example, is your journey to the West still about seeking scriptures? Mo Yong said impatiently. After hearing this, Zhu Beiji suddenly realized, right, now that chaos is happening because of the war, they're not safe, and it's exactly when I, the strong one, need to protect them. They will definitely change their minds. After saying this, Zhu Beiji rode his cloud away. The streamers scratched their heads in confusion. Xiao Wu, we originally planned to come together, but unexpectedly one of us left. Ouyang, let's find our way there ourselves. The approximate location is within the territory of the Bull Demon King anyway. After discussing, the few of them flew off with their wives. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine Luo dynasty, war also broke out at the border. The Buddhist faction demanded the construction of numerous temples within the Divine Luo dynasty to worship the Buddhas of the West. The Divine Guard army looked at these bald monks with a foolish expression, which was quite ironic for Buddhists, and immediately angered the group of monks. After a month of slaughter, they were already filled with killing intent, and they drew their weapons to confront the Divine Guard army. This border territory happened to be under the jurisdiction of Shadeli, one of the 4 divine officials. Shadeli was originally a trial official under Enelu, who enjoyed playing with balls. After undergoing the baptism of Zang Luo's law potion, he was taught to play with compressed balls, and he was infused with the bomb fruit potion. Now he had awakened the powers of the quake fruit. Although it still had explosive attributes, its power could already rival that of a quasi-saint. Shadeli looked at the Buddhist soldiers opposite him, picked his nose, shaped it into a ball, and flicked it towards the crowd. Boom! After a loud explosion. The probing Arhat looked at his subordinates, who had suffered over 3,000 casualties, and immediately swung a long arm toward Shadeli. Your arm is just like Luffy from my original world, but foolish. Shot bomb. Shadeli used a hand motion like a traffic cop signaling to stop, unleashing a series of air bombs, each possessing the power of a mysterious immortal, stacking up to match the strength of the probing Arhat. The two exchanged a move, gaining a rough understanding of each other's strength. The probing Arhat commanded all his subordinates to attack and sent someone to contact allied reinforcements. Before coming, he had learned about the 4 divine officials and Enelu of the Divine Luo dynasty. Since this one official was so difficult to deal with, he and 18 Arhat couldn't take down this dynasty. Seeing both armies fully engaged in battle, Shadeli realized his side lacked high-level personnel, and not all of the opposing Buddhist soldiers were mere soldiers. The ones leading were deacons, stronger than ordinary divine guards. The scouts immediately reported the battle situation to their kingdom. Zang Luo was wholeheartedly researching in a laboratory and hadn't team-managed external affairs for a long time. Hancock also knew that her husband was very busy during this time. Upon hearing about the war at the border, she proactively took people to the scene. When Hancock arrived at Shadeli's location, he already had multiple injuries on his body. Our divine teacher, Empress has arrived. Bald monks, prepare to die. The probing Arhat noticed that the reinforcements from the other side arrived faster than his own, realizing that his situation was going to be very bad. To prevent excessive losses for the Divine Guard army, Hancock activated her abilities to deal with a large number of weaklings. The sweet fruit had awakened 15 times and, combined with the 9-tailed fox's charm technique, quickly stirred the desires of all Buddhist soldiers, turning them to stone on the spot. The probing Arhat suddenly felt something was wrong with his body and quickly suppressed it with his great Luo mana. Fortunately, years of Buddhist scripture cultivation allowed him to quickly control his thoughts. He turned to see all his subordinates had turned into stone statues, breaking out in a cold sweat. He almost became one too. What have you done? Hancock was astonished that this person was unaffected by her influence. Although she rarely acted since being with her husband, she had not been careless in her training. How could he be fine? Hancock instantly thought of the types of desires, wondering what the probing Arhat's desire was. Seeing that the woman did not respond, the probing Arhat immediately attacked. He was a monk who wielded his arms as weapons, having cultivated them to the level of a magical treasure. Long fist, void binding. The probing Arhat's arms were directly restrained in front of Hancock, who then kicked out. 6 styles enhancement Gale, foot, fox claw. Crack hiss, the probing Arhat covered his severed arm and quickly retreated, checking the extent of the fracture, stunned. His arm was comparable to a postnatal spiritual treasure, yet it was broken by one kick from the opponent. At this moment, Hancock also realized the probing Arhut's desire. He was brave and aggressive. If he didn't have that, what was he doing here? Activating the sweet fruits ability again. The probing Arhut once again showed signs of petrification, but this time it was more severe, yet he still resisted. Hancock was somewhat angry. How dare you resist when I'm punishing you? She swiftly appeared beside the probing Arhut and kicked toward his head. 6 Styles Enhancement Shave, Red Lotus Foot. After a series of 7 or 8 kicks, the probing Arhut felt dizzy and finally succumbed to petrification on the spot. Feeling unsatisfied after putting in so much effort, Hancock directly shattered the probing Arhut's stone statue with a kick. Turning around, she saw the Divine Guard army looking at her in astonishment. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? The crowd quickly shook their heads. They wouldn't dare say anything against the Empress. Moments later, another large group of bald monks arrived, this time led by the elephant-riding Arhut and the banana fan Arhut, with over 20,000 other Buddhist soldiers. Hancock flew into the air. I'm so beautiful. Don't you want to take a look? When all the Buddhist soldiers turned to stone, the elephant-riding Arhut and the banana fan Arhut finally realized why there were so many stone statues of monks nearby. It turned out these statues were not due to reverence for Buddhism, but were once living beings. Stop, which? Their shouts were different, but meant the same thing. Just 2 disobedient big monks. Resisting like this makes me so tired. Which, quickly restore our people, or you won't get away with it. I've already notified the world-honored one. If you don't comply, beware of blood flowing like rivers in this country. No one has ever dared to threaten me. I will definitely not let you 2 go. Quickly tell me, why did you mobilize such a large force? Hancock decided to clarify the Buddhist faction's objectives first. That was their greatest belief. The banana fan Arhut proudly waved his fan and said, "We of the Buddhist faction are crossing eastward, aiming to take over the entire Earth immortal realm. In the future, the heavenly court and the underworld will also attack. We aim to unify the primordial chaos. So don't resist, quickly restore our people, and you'll still have a good way out." Hancock nodded. So it was for the entire primordial world, just like those who attacked territories in her original world. Then she smiled sweetly. I'll help you achieve this goal. After saying that, she activated her ability, placing the 2 into an illusion where they realized their ambition of becoming rulers of the primordial world, and they also turned to stone on the spot in excitement. After dealing with the 2, Hancock happily ordered for these stone statues to be used to build city walls and fill ditches for road construction. The Divine Guard army looked at so many stone statues, wondering if ordinary people would dare to step on them. At this time, the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple received a report from the banana fan Arhut and had been observing the situation. Upon seeing Hancock turning his people into stone statues, he could no longer sit still and immediately rode his lotus platform towards the Divine Luo dynasty. Hancock was already preparing to go home and rest when suddenly a gigantic palm print fell from the sky. It was the Buddha's divine palm, Lao Tang. Hurry and save the Empress. I've already said not to call me Lao Tang. Just call me Brother Wei. The group that had just arrived was the scripture receiving team and the streaming team. Before Hancock could make a move, Wei Xinyuan arrived under the giant palm and unleashed the Rulai palm. The 9th move, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sect. Boom, the Rulai's palm shattered its own Dharma form. The Rulai, appearing with this palm imprint, was momentarily stunned. Xuanzang, what are you doing, you ungrateful disciple? Condensing my Dharma body is disrespectful, and you dare to stand with the enemy. Wei Xinyuan spat. I'm not Tang Xuanzang. Remember, my name is Wei Xinyuan, a traveler from another world. What are you? A native? No. This is called the Rulai palm. Your Rulai is just a reference for me. I don't actually consider you as such. The Rulai palm manifests differently depending on the practitioner. Some condense their own forms, while others condense other Buddhas. Wei Xinyuan particularly liked the Rulai's gigantic form, so he directly took on Rulai's shape. Therefore, don't think the Rulai palm is solely Rulai Buddha's skill. Rulai is just a title. The original name of Rulai Buddha is actually Duo Bao Daoren, so don't get confused. Hearing Wei Xinyuan claim to be an outsider, the Rulai recalled the previous Zang Luo, but now that he had become a saint, the opponent was no longer his match. Regardless of whether you are Tang Sung or a traveler, since you stand against me. Don't blame me for disregarding our teacher-disciple bond. Wei Xingyuan took action directly to show his stance. Great Luo Dharma spell, Great Luo Dharma spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Buddhas. Pajna Bamaung, Pajna Bamaung. The Rulai scoffed at this. Humph, mere tricks, daring to show off in front of me. Thousand swastika divine palm. Rotating swastika. Wei Xingyuan's palm technique collapsed upon contact, and he quickly made another move to defend. 8th move, Boundless Buddha Dharma. 9th move, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sect. 10th move, delivering all beings. Poof, still defeated, he didn't expect the gap to be so large, and Wei Xingyuan got injured. Even more unexpectedly, the Rulai's palm made it so that he couldn't withstand all 3 of his full-strength moves. At this moment, Wei Xingyuan's chest was struck, and his ribs were fractured. Ouyang took the opportunity to quickly use light beams to escape with Wei Xingyuan. The Rulai didn't continue to pay attention to Wei Xingyuan and turned to Hancock. Restore the members of the Buddhist sect, and I will spare you this once. Am I not beautiful? Why are you speaking to me so coldly? Hancock laughed charmingly. The Rulai remained expressionless. I have no interest in women. Then are you a eunuch? Hearing Hancock say this, the Rulai immediately retorted loudly. Don't talk nonsense. I have my. Hancock laughed. Understand? You couldn't find a wife with a body like yours, so you became a monk, right? Ha ha ma bao, and the others laughed madly. The Rulai felt embarrassed and continued. I ask you one last time, restore the members of the Buddhist sect, or you'll accompany them to the grave. Hancock was very angry. Threatening me? Then you go to the grave first. Voidblade, facing the formless and invisible Voidblade, the Rulai simply revealed his golden body. Apart from his clothes being cut, his body suffered no damage at all. Is this your confidence? The Rulai questioned. Hancock, you're not worthy to see my confidence. Void spell. The Rulai also played with spatial laws and was not very worried about this spatial ability. Buddha country and palm break. The Rulai expanded the space condensed in his palm, instantly restoring the surroundings to their original state. You can use spatial laws. Then let me change tactics. Red Lotus Karma Fire, Kuin Domain Burning. This was the latest Red Lotus Karma Fire law, which Zang Luo had borrowed from the river of the underworld for research. However, the Rulai was now a saint, and the endless karma had long been cleansed, so this flame did not harm him significantly. Seeing that the spell aspect was making no progress, and their strengths were about equal, Hancock switched to physical techniques. 6 style enhancement, Moonstep, Fox Walk. The Rulai didn't even see Hancock's movement and was already closed in on. His spatial laws did not stop her for an instant. Just as the Rulai raised his hand to strike at Hancock, she was even faster with an attack. 6 style enhancement, Finger Spear, Flower Plucking Finger. The Rulai had no time to dodge and could only use the Great Dream Returning to Heaven technique to respond. Hancock didn't expect that the opponent would also use soul attacks. Her thoughts were momentarily stunned, and the flower-plucking finger's attack lingered in the air. Regaining her senses, she found the Rulai's 1,000 swastika divine palm coming at her, and she similarly unleashed a soul attack, the void soul piercing. In this exchange, neither side gained an upper hand, and Hancock fled again. 6 style enhancement, Shave, Silk Shadow. Taking advantage of being behind the Rulai, she launched another attack. 6 style enhancement, Gale Foot, Void Energy Control. Golden Body Dharma Form, Block. Hancock's left-footed slash was blocked by the golden body. Bang after a loud noise. A small dent appeared on the Rulai's body, indicating he had barely blocked it. Hee, I thought you were strong. Turns out your body is so weak. My little brother has a much better physique. The Rulai was also very surprised. This woman wasn't a saint, yet her physique was actually stronger than his saintly body. Good skills, female benefactor, but this isn't the confidence for you to oppose the Buddhist sect. After saying this, the Rulai contacted Randeng and Mi Lu to come. After 3 more rounds of combat, the two arrived. Randeng and Mi Lu were also stunned. The Rulai was being chased and beaten? You provoked such a powerful opponent, then called us to take the damage? Seeing the two had made a move, the Rulai quickly flashed to their side and stood together. This demoness has turned my 3 arhats and 30,000 Buddhist soldiers into stone. Let us capture her and take her back first. Ran Deng and Mi Lun nodded, and then began to cooperate with the Rulai in their attack. Hancock was not as adept as before and was constantly on the defensive. However, the Empress's pride would not allow her to simply concede. She fully utilized everything she had learned to counter, which instead rapidly improved her battle experience. Three of you aren't that impressive. I can handle it. There are too many fools here. If people from my original world had your strength, I wouldn't dare face three of you. Ran Deng, seeing Hancock underestimate them, immediately became furious. I can't tolerate this anymore. This Anne is relying on her strong physique to act recklessly. Let us use the coffin to capture her. Ran Deng was originally a spirit lamp transformed from the early Pangu era, and there was still a coffin that hadn't transformed. He had taken it as a treasure, but rarely used it. The reason was that the spirit lamp was a decorative item, while the coffin was the main body. Using it required enormous magical power, which was why Ran Deng had never used it before he became a saint. Under the control of the three, a strong sucking force suddenly appeared from the giant coffin, and Hancock felt her body uncontrollably being drawn into the coffin, quickly using spatial laws to resist. Binding domain, void binding, void spell. The four of them immediately entered into a war of attrition, and the Divine Guard army saw that the battle between the four was at a stalemate and quickly sent someone to inform the Divine Master. When Zang Luo heard the news, he released his divine sense and found 5 saints on the opposite side, just in time to see Kun-Yi sweeping toward Hancock with 6 pure bamboo. Hancock was stunned for a moment and was then drawn into the spirit coffin. Zang Luo swiftly appeared before Ran Deng and struck the spirit coffin with a punch. Snap what? My coffin. Ran Deng never expected that the coffin used by Pangu to bury the 3,000 demons would be shattered by someone's punch. Before Ran Deng could retrieve the treasure, Zang Luo's second punch had already struck and the coffin shattered, dropping countless corpses. Zang Luo immediately went to Hancock's side, holding her and stepping aside. Xiaoya, are you all right? I was scared to death. Husband, you arrived just in time. When I was taken in, I found so many corpses it frightened me. Zang Luo comforted Hancock for a while, then turned to see that the others were seriously staring at the corpses on the ground. There were 2,993 corpses on the ground, clearly the bodies of the 3,000 demons, still very fresh. Ran Deng didn't know what was inside, and now regretted not opening it sooner. If he had opened it earlier, he could have obtained countless demon essence, absorbing their essence, and perhaps already become a saint. And these corpses numbered less than 3,000, indicating that it wasn't just Yinyang Laozu, Qinquan Laozu, Wuxing Laozu, and Hongjun and Yangmei who escaped. 2 others also escaped and didn't die under Hongjun's schemes. Seeing that the others were preparing to take the corpses away, Zang Luo could not agree, and directly waved his hand to quickly gather all the corpses into the storage realm. Stop! Quickly hand over the demon bodies, or the Buddhist sect will never let you go. Ran Deng shouted. Zang Luo glanced at the 5 and pulled out the Ghost Cry sword, slashing toward Junti. The blade's light flashed once on the Ghost Cry's body and then appeared on Juni's arm, the space-crossing attack giving Juni no chance to react. On my hand. The other 4 pointed their weapons at Zang Luo, fearing they would end up like Junti and lose their arms. Jane spoke up. Friend, you are too domineering. It's your fault for turning so many of us into stone, yet you are still so reckless. Don't you know the Buddha also has a temper? Zang Luo ignored Jane and looked at Ran Deng. Ran Deng, you dare to speak to me like that just because you rely on the highest realms of the 2 saints? Let me show you that even your strongest are just ants. Hongjun is not my opponent, and neither are you. The others were left speechless in disbelief, their prepared insults caught in their throats. But you say Daozu is not your opponent. How can we not feel your bragging? However, recalling the previous attack, it seemed quite possible. Seeing such a scene, the Tathagata didn't know what to do. His plan had been agreed upon by the 2 saints, and now there was an obstacle, making him look toward the 2 saints. Jean approached Junti to report the situation, and after Junti restored his arm, he shook his head, signaling everyone to discuss it later. After Ran Deng collected the fragments of the coffin, he also left with the 4 saints. Zang Luo, with Hancock, prepared to return to the palace, and the journey to the West group hurriedly followed. Upon returning to the palace, Zang Luo learned the details of the incident. After hearing, Zang Luo guessed the Buddhist sect's intentions. He never expected the value of the celestial dragons to be so great that the Buddhist sect's luck could support 5 saints. If he had known, he would have asked for more. Hancock, recalling the corpses taken earlier, felt a chill. Husband, what were you planning to do with so many corpses before? Zang Luo smiled. If there is anything the Hongmeng world has that is the best, it would be these corpses. Their value is hard to imagine. Then, Zang Luo recounted the tales of the 3,000 demons and Pangu to Hancock. After listening, she understood the value of these corpses. Xiaoya, before, everyone said you could take on 3 saints alone? Hancock shyly nodded. I can barely manage. Once they took out that coffin, we got stuck. Zang Luo nodded, having seen the final events with his divine sense. All right, this time I'll help you integrate new laws. Once you reach my physical level, you can also smash that kind of coffin. Hancock asked, can I smash the 5 saints? Zang Luo replied, are the 5 saints really that powerful? I want to slay them. Even the heavenly Tao can't save them. Good. I need to integrate quickly. By the way, how much has been added now? Zang Luo scanned the storage realm with his divine sense. About 700,000 more. However, in less than half a month, through studying the bodies of the 3,000 demons, we should be able to add several 100 million more. Several 100 million? Wouldn't that soon exceed the number of major laws? Does that mean we can go to other universes soon? Zang Luo shook his head. It's still early to go to other universes. These demon corpses should be able to extract the main laws. By then, the 3,000 main laws will be complete, and any others we can collect will be gathered. Those we can't will be fused to create new laws. Also, my current strength can only run rampant in the immortal realm. In the divine realm, I'm also just an ant. Moreover, with so many subordinates being too weak, we need to wait. Zang Luo took out the newly added laws and handed them to Hancock before exiting the main hall. Upon exiting, he saw Xiaotian Dog and Yang Jian waiting outside the hall. What are you all waiting for? Is there something? Yang Jian didn't know how to speak. He originally just wanted to witness this extraordinary person, but didn't expect him to be in existence beyond the saints, making it difficult for him to find words. Xiaotian Dog didn't think so much and directly said, Senior, my master wants to follow you. Can you help him improve his strength? Yang Jian trembled upon hearing this. This damn Xiaotian Dog. I haven't even decided yet, and you're speaking recklessly. In fact, Yang Jian was less smooth than Xiaotian Dog. The latter had dealt with many people and understood expression better than Yang Jian. Additionally, he had heard from several streamers that they had also improved by following this senior. So, it was better to express it directly, as there would be a chance to see further places. The current Hongmeng was only this big. If he hadn't shattered it, he might not have been able to run through all areas himself. But now, in the 3 realms, Xiaotian Dog had been to all places except the underworld and had no lingering attachments. Hearing this, Zang Luo thought for a moment and asked, Yang Jian, do you wish to become my disciple? Huh? Seeing Yang Jian not reacting, Xiaotian Dog quickly pushed him. Yang Jian thought for a moment and asked, can I become a saint? Zang Luo smiled. Becoming a saint is also an ant. There are many higher realms. That kind of Hong Jun Daozu is just a clown trapped. Don't treat him and the saints as your goals. Yang Jian didn't know what the higher realms were. But after witnessing Zang Luo's previous methods, he understood that the other party surpassed the saints by a lot. Just from the fact that he shattered top-grade innate treasures with bare hands showed that it wasn't something a saint could achieve. Disciple Yang Jian greets master. Zang Luo helped Yang Jian up and also taught him the sealing heaven and controlling void record, while also granting him the abilities of his disciple Violet's staring fruit. After using 100 doses of staring fruit, Yang Jian's heavenly eye lit up. The heavenly eye automatically awakened, and Zang Luo saw that this heavenly eye was quite good, with double the effect for ordinary people using this potion. Others used it on both eyes, but Yang Jian only needed to use it on the heavenly eye, resulting in a higher growth coefficient. Disciple, what level is your heavenly eye awakened to now? Yang Jian opened his heavenly eye and looked at the world. Master, I can see beyond the 33 heavens and gaze down into the 9 underworlds. Zang Luo praised. Not bad. It's almost comparable to the eye of the heavenly Tao. Keep up the good work. You can look for your senior sister Violet. She also has this ability and you two can discuss it later. At this moment, Violet, who is being discussed, is on her way to the sea of blood in the underworld. After hearing her master tell the story of the dual pupils, she has been focusing on cultivating her eye techniques. After arriving in the primordial world and parting ways, she began monitoring the world and inadvertently discovered the 1,000-mile eye, which led her to secretly approach the heavenly court. That time, she happened to encounter Nami causing trouble in the heavenly court, and the 1,000-mile eye was injured, giving Violet the opportunity to assimilate its abilities. However, the 1,000-mile eye's abilities were relatively low level and didn't help her much. Later, she wandered to the Flower and Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. After training there for a while with Leo, she met the returning Sun Wukong. However, shortly after Sun Wukong returned, he was knocked out, and then another identical monkey appeared. Violet had originally planned to find an opportunity to assimilate Sun Wukong's fiery eyes. And this was a perfect chance. Taking advantage of the situation, she obtained the fiery eyes, which greatly enhanced her eye techniques. Soon after, Violet left Flower and Fruit Mountain and arrived in the mortal realm. She unexpectedly acquired the divine eyes of several children. But these individuals lacked the ability to cultivate their destinies, making the divine eyes a waste. They were the Ghost Eye, the Colorful Multi-Flower Eye, and the Demon Eye. After absorbing the abilities of these eyes, Violet felt a significant increase in strength and inadvertently discovered Shiva, a subordinate of the River of the Underworld. Last time she observed, the River of the Underworld was defeated by her master and later brought under his command. This was convenient for her to assimilate abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to approach now. Meanwhile, Zang Luo continued to have several streamers sell some potions for him and purchased a lot of fully automated AI processing equipment. He also bought 2 spiritual brains, one for himself and Xiaoya to share, and the other to send to his parents in the pirate world. Otherwise, it was very inconvenient to buy a few minutes of spiritual talismans for communication each time. However, after filling out the delivery address and name, the Xian merchant house indicated that the other party had a spiritual brain and asked if they should still deliver it. Zang Luo was stunned to hear this news. I can barely afford a spiritual brain. How could my step-parents and cheap little sister afford one? Therefore, Zang Luo asked the person from the Xian merchant house to check the other party's number. However, the Xian merchant house does not provide others' numbers to strangers. Feeling helpless, Zang Luo had to purchase a void projection talisman again and went personally to inquire. After obtaining the void projection talisman, Zang Luo immediately contacted that side. Soon, Zang Luo's figure was projected into Rami's room again. Brother, you're here? This time, Rami sensed the fluctuation and prepared her expression. Zang Luo looked at his smiling, squinting sister and was speechless. Are you that happy? Wow, you really have a spiritual brain. When did you buy it? Rami shook the spiritual brain in her hand and said proudly, the Xian merchant house's branch is selling it, but it's too expensive. My parents and I are paying in installments. What? Paying in installments? Yeah, this thing is so fun. I've been playing with it for several years. I feel like I can't live without it. Zang Luo pouted. It's just a phone. People on Earth have several each. Where are Mom and Dad? Call them over and tell me the number for the spiritual brain. After Zang Luo finished speaking, he also shook the spiritual brain in his hand. Rami casually sent a message to her parents and continued to ask, Brother, are you also paying in installments? Zang Luo proudly replied, You underestimate me. Who am I? A genius. I bought outright. I was going to buy one for you and send it by express, but since they said you have one, I came to ask. Soon, Dankra and Nixika came in as well. Our son is back. Mom, Dad, how have you been lately? We're good. Luo, our son, has a spiritual brain too. Quickly tell us the number. I heard this can connect with family across countless worlds. It should be able to make calls, right? Zang Luo gave them his number and noted the contacts. Then they practiced it face-to-face and found that the sound had a 1-minute delay compared to the void projection talisman. It was easy to understand. The void projection talisman locates the plane to the destination, while the spiritual brain transmits voice anew, so a delay over long distances is normal. Not bad. Then we'll use this to keep in touch in the future. Mom, Dad, and little sister. Rami suddenly asked, Brother, can this transfer money? You paid in full, right? Can you help us pay off the installments? Zang Luo nodded in pain and agreed. When the effect of the void projection talisman was over, Zang Luo's consciousness returned. Then, after familiarizing himself with the spiritual brain for a while, he began selling potions, choosing to sell in mid to low-end worlds to avoid attracting the attention of powerful beings. The strongest worlds are about the same as the heavenly court, so there is no need to worry about causing trouble. Soon, Zang Luo's goods were sold out. The purchasing power across the myriad worlds is still strong. Zang Luo didn't know how crazy his introduction made people. Zang Luo wasn't bragging. This was an actual situation introduction, and he didn't lie. At this time, Zang Luo's spiritual brain received countless friend requests, with accompanying messages asking for potions of law, with prices that could double. Zang Luo ignored them. These things were for his own people to use, and he would only sell them when he needed money. He transferred enough money to buy 5 spiritual brains to Nixika. Soon, a message came back. Son, why did you send so much money? Mom, I earn money easily. Spend it freely. Let me know when you run out. Son, focus more on your cultivation. Look at us. We're all in the immortal punishment realm, and you're still wandering in the celestial realm. You used to be stronger than us. With your great talent, how do we leave you behind by 7 major realms? You're wasting your talent. Zang Luo smiled. This is what parental nagging is like. Mothers in the world are all the same. But the gap in realms doesn't matter on him. This realm is not absolute strength. Why rush? They probably don't know that I've already beaten the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Ouyang and the others felt that they had lost their value since Zang Luo no longer needed to trade things through live streaming. Boss, what is this? Do you no longer need us? Zang Luo looked at them and realized he indeed no longer needed to trade things through the live streaming backend. He could buy things from the myriad worlds directly on his spiritual brain, but he couldn't burn bridges, so he thought a good place for them. How about this? You all go join the scout team. In the future, you'll be responsible for emergency reinforcements, rescuing people, and delivering information. Your salary will be the same as that of the scout team. Ouyang and the other sighed in relief after hearing this. At least they would have a fixed salary. The rewards from the live stream were really too little and didn't help their current advancement much. When they were with the boss accompanying Tang Sung, the reward from the live stream were still substantial, but now everyone was working hard to earn money to buy crossing quotas. Very few people spend money on useless socializing. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Wei Xingyuan were also a bit anxious. They also wanted to cling to someone powerful. Senior, what about us? Zang Luo looked at the fake Tang Sung and still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. He was definitely unhappy that the Tang Sung he created was taken by someone else, but he couldn't say it outright. Otherwise, it would make him seem petty and lacking in grace. Otherwise, people would say, you're already that strong, yet you still hold grudges and lack generosity. How about this? Wei Xingyuan, your strength is acceptable, so you can join one of the Divine Guard armies. Your salary will be the same as everyone else's. As for the 6-eared macaque, as soon as he mentioned the 6-eared macaque, Sun Wukong took a big step back, feeling very tense. Why are you so nervous, you monkey? You've just been fooled by the Western teachings and used to transform Sun Wukong's fate. Do you really think they have good intentions? You should go find Sun Wukong first. The 6-eared macaque was truly afraid that, as planned, one of the monkeys would be executed. However, thinking of how the senior disregarded the likes of Tathagata and other saints, he figured they wouldn't care about the Buddhist script. After coming to this realization, the 6-eared macaque flew towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Originally, he had been waiting at Flower Fruit Mountain and took the opportunity to replace Sun Wukong when he returned. When Sun Wukong was there, he was not, and when Sun Wukong was absent, he was there. This was the advantage of having keen ears. Soon, the 6-eared macaque brought Sun Wukong to Zang Luo. Zang Luo noticed that the 6-eared macaque was injured, indicating that he had been in a fight. Sun Wukong remembered Zang Luo's reminder about encountering a monkey that looked exactly like him. If he couldn't win, he should refine those potions to evade the death tribulation. The outcome was that he had beaten the 6-eared macaque into begging for mercy. Had it not been for him mentioning he was there to invite Sun Wukong to meet Zang Luo, Sun Wukong might have even killed him. Zang Luo chuckled after hearing the reason for their confrontation. Although the journey to the west had failed, the true and false Monkey Kings had still fought. Then, Zang Luo explained the specific reasons arranged by the Buddhist sect to son Wukong, who then understood that his role had been plotted even before he was born. All right, Six-Eared and Wukong, I called you here because your talents are quite good. You are both transformed from the Chaos Demon Apes. Moreover, you two are the best qualified among the 4 monkeys. I have decided to take you as my disciples. Are you willing? The Six-Eared Macaque was more than willing. To become stronger and no longer be manipulated by others, he had to seek a powerful master. As for son Wukong, he was somewhat resistant. He had heard about Patriarch Bodhi and Tang Sanzang, both of whom were unreliable masters. However, thinking of the terrifying potion that Zang Luo had given him, he hesitated for a moment and then bowed to become a disciple. Zang Luo helped the two up and gave them a few drops of Chaos Demon Ape blood to refine, enhancing their qualifications. The essence of the Chaos Demon Ape was far superior to their levels, and refining it would likely take some time, so he didn't pay them any more mind. Zang Luo prepared to go to the laboratory to study the essence of the Chaos Demon God when he noticed Marco had returned. Soon, Marco landed in a burst of flames not far from Zang Luo, the flames slowly dissipating into human form. Master, Zang Luo nodded. You've made considerable progress. Where did you get this opportunity during this time? Marco smiled shyly. Master, I found a godmother at the Immortal Fire Mountain, and she passed on most of her power to me. Is the benefit of having a godmother this great? Marco replied, Actually, I later confessed that I was from a small world, but my godmother said she didn't care. When I asked for the detailed reason, I understood that she wanted 2 sons, and I was just there to help her find them. Zang Luo chuckled. No need to run around aimlessly. Her 2 sons have already been converted by the Buddhist sect and are in the Buddhist realm. Dapeng and Kongxian are both there. Marco nodded. Then I will notify them first and come back. Zang Luo quickly stopped Marco. What's the rush? Your current cultivation level isn't enough. Last time, the transaction with the Buddhist sect accidentally strengthened them. There are 5 saints over there. Do you think your immortal punishment realm, quasi-saint, cultivation can stand up to them? Marco asked. Then what should we do now, master? What a fool. Come, I will awaken you to the saintly law level. Zang Luo said, taking out 1,000 doses of immortal bird fruit potion. Using the law potion directly is different from a cultivator practicing the law. A cultivator can easily reach the 100 mark in the law and break through to a new level. However, while using 100 doses of potion can achieve perfection, one cannot break through on their own. They would need 10 times that amount to do so. The cost is significant, but the effect is better. And the battle power after the breakthrough is several times that of a cultivator's awakening. After Marco took the potion, Zang Luo handed him a few drops of Yin Huang Demon God essence. The Yin Huang Demon God is the ancestor of all bird genes. Even the Yuan Feng is transformed from the fire energy of the Yin Huang Demon God. This essence would greatly enhance Marco's physical body, giving him confidence when fighting saints. All right, that's all for now. Find a place to enhance your strength, and then get busy. Okay, then I will leave, master. Zang Luo waved his hand and directly entered the laboratory. Marco left his master's palace, found a divine guard, and casually arranged a place to start enhancing his cultivation. He was different from son Wukong and the 6-eared macaque, as their power was too low to refine the essence. While Marco's immortal punishment realm strength could refine the essence in no time. Marco first took out the few drops of essence and, without hesitation, swallowed them. He then felt his stomach filled with fire, and soon, he felt it all over his body. Even though he was currently a manifestation of fire, he was still in danger of death. So, he quickly controlled his magical power to refine it. As a bit of the essence was absorbed, his body gradually adapted to the burning of the flames. A few days later, Marco felt that not only had his physical strength increased several times, but even his flames had upgraded. Although he still couldn't reach the level of the Yin Huang Demon God's flames, he was very close. Now that my flames have improved, is this potion still useful? Marco thought, looking at a pile of immortal bird law potions. He picked up one potion to refine and was surprised to find that there was indeed an enhancement. However, he couldn't figure out where the enhancement was. He just knew there was an improvement. He continued to refine one potion after another, and soon he refined the immortal bird fruit to awaken again. Marco still couldn't discern what had improved. The immortal bird fruit. Oh, right, it's for healing and recovering injuries, I understand. To test his hypothesis, Marco created a few wounds on himself. Before he could use fire to heal, the wounds automatically healed completely, and not a single scar was visible. My heavens! What kind of heaven-defying potion did my master create? Such a miraculous spirit medicine can't even be found in the primordial world. Marco sensed his own strength. I should have the combat power of a saint, as my godmother described. My laws should be able to contend with saints. Then, he exited his seclusion and headed towards the Western Church. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple. At this time, the 5 saints sat at the top, still discussing how to deal with the Shenhun Luo dynasty. TripHijacked knew the most about the situation. Back when he was a quasi-saint and Zang Luo was only at the Tribulation Crossing realm, they were almost evenly matched. Now, the other side had reached the Celestial realm and had advanced 3 major levels. 2 saints, I think we should not bother with the Shenhun Luo dynasty. They seem to have no intention of continuing to compete for dominance in the primordial world. It seems they are looking for a place to recuperate. Zhuani shook his head. They are too strong and remain a threat to our Buddhist sect, making people feel uneasy. He is still worried about losing an arm previously. Jane looked at Zhuani. Brother, why don't we ask the Tao ancestor? Zhuani shook his head. We haven't followed the rules set by the Tao ancestor. Do we want to get scolded? Forget it. Now that most of the territories in the 4 great continents have been taken and the number of temples is gradually increasing, let's focus on strengthening our power first. Recently, Jane and Zhuani finally tasted the sweetness. Their fortune greatly increased, and the laws of the Buddha became stronger. Their cultivation improved rapidly, already catching up with the Taching Saint. They used to envy the talents and spiritual resources of the East, admiring how quickly several Eastern saints progressed. It truly was like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead, while the previous waves die on the beach. Isn't this the curtain call for the previous waves? The TripHijacked agreed to ignore the Shinto dynasty for now. What are those 2 saints planning next? He asked, targeting the heavenly court and the underworld. After pondering, Zhuani said, let's start with the heavenly court. The one from the underworld has basically never revealed his strength. He might be another Tao ancestor level. So let's take the heavenly court first. Who is that? Everyone looked towards the firelight that had come. They saw Marco smiling and greeting everyone. Hello, fellow Taoists. It's quite lively here. I come bearing greetings. Jane looked at Marco. This benefactor carries the aura of the Yuan phone. What is your relationship with her? She is my adopted mother, helping me improve my strength. I'm here to help her find her son, the Great Peng and Kong Xian. You're not unfamiliar with them, right? Zhuani narrowed his eyes. So you're here to stir up trouble? Marco waved his hand. How can this be called stirring up trouble? I'm helping a mother who misses her son find him. Isn't that a natural human sentiment? Randall interjected. Benefactor, they are not human. Why care about human sentiments? Marco looked at Randall. This fellow Taoist's words are incorrect. All living beings must have love, especially the greatest maternal love. You would understand since you have no mother. Damn it, seeking death. Eliminate him. First, take him down. He clearly came looking for trouble. Marco was met with a barrage of insults from thousands, quickly covering his ears to avoid dirtying them. Seeing that everyone was barking like dogs but not taking action, Marco stopped caring about them and began searching for the Great Peng and Kong Xian in the crowd, but didn't find them. Marco was unaware that the Great Peng had been taken as a mount by Randall, and that this journey to the west had a tribulation involving the Great Peng. However, Tang Sung did not continue on the road, as the Great Peng was enjoying himself as a monster during his tribulation. As for Kong Xian, he was swallowed by Kong Xian while TripHijacked was comprehending at the top of the snow mountain and later broke free after TripHijacked achieved enlightenment. After subduing Kong Xian, he was sealed at Ling Mountain as the Bodhisattva of the Peacock Great Bright King. Relying on the identity of the Bodhisattva, Kong Xian lived freely, rarely appearing to listen to teachings or discuss matters, thus not showing up in such situations. Marco decided to directly ask the 5 on the high platform, fellow Taoists. I know 2 are in your Buddhist sect. I'm just taking them back for a visit. It shouldn't be a loss for you, right? Why the hostility towards me? Although he said this, the methods used by those who had converted the Great Peng and Kong Xian were not honorable. If their mother found out, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, if their Buddhist light was broken and they regained their memories, who could guarantee they would return? Seeing the Buddha silent and ignoring him, Marco became angry. I was a pirate back in the day. How dare you ignore me? Suddenly, a flame spread from Marco's body, directly covering the great hall of the Grand Buddha. Ah, Saint, save me, this is bad. Quickly leave. This flame is too powerful, damn it. Don't stop. Seeking death. With Marco's action, aside from many low-level cultivators forced to defend, others began a counterattack. Zang Luo, golden body. Buddha light illuminates. Indestructible Vajra. Swastika Marco was dazzled by countless attacks and could only defend against the strongest ones. Gradually, he found that the so-called strongest attacks were merely tickling him. Without the saint stepping in, all the trash was just annoying. Hoini Sel. Those bald monks that Marco found displeasing were sent flying with one palm each. And some of the slightly weaker ones were directly killed. TripHijacked could no longer watch. Stop. As he spoke, he also struck a palm down at Marco. Come on. This is the battle suitable for me. Feeling the power of TripHijacked's palm, Marco sensed a strength comparable to his own. 6 styles enhancement. Gale foot. Heavenly phoenix leg. As the attacks collided, TripHijacked's seated body stumbled and nearly fell off the lotus platform. What a powerful force. What is your relationship with Zang Luo? Marco snorted coldly. He is my master. What? X10 at this moment, the Buddhas finally began to take Marco seriously. They initially thought a wild kid had come, but it turned out he had significant background. Zhuani was even considering whether to capture Marco to restrain Zang Luo. Turning to Jean, he found that the latter also had this intention, so the 5 saints acted simultaneously. Palm of the Buddha Nation. 24 heavenly realms. 6 roots pure bamboo capture. 7 treasures wonderful tree. Brush. Empowering divine pestle. Marco was bewildered by their sudden change of face. How did you all change so quickly? What has my master done to you? Just a moment ago, he was astonished, and with a mere exchange of glances, everyone turned against him. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Nirvana. Blue flame wild goose. Marco activated the fruit ability of the Yenhua demon god and sent flames towards the 5 attacks. 3 were melted by the flames. But the attacks from Jean and Zhuanti continued to come at him. 6 styles enhancement. Iron block. Yenhua demon god body. Bang. Bang. Marco was knocked back several steps. However, fortunately, he managed to defend against the attacks of Jean and Zhuanti, so he counted himself lucky. Originally, the 6 roots pure bamboo was meant to capture one's mind and seal perception, while the 7 treasures wonderful tree was for brushing things. Similar to Kong Xian's 5-color divine light, but under the transformation of the Yenhua demon god's blood. The fully defensive demon god body found it hard to be invaded by these attacks. Marco patted his slightly pained chest, feeling it was nothing serious. So he boldly began to fight back. Both of your strengths are decent, but now it's my turn. Beast form. Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. The 5 saints were surprised to see the Tao essence of this phoenix phantom surpassing Yuan Feng. They were taken aback by the boy's qualifications. Flower-picking finger. Boundless Buddha law. Seeing everyone teaming up again, Marco used his body technique to respond. 6 styles enhancement. Shave. Phoenix fire escape. 6 styles enhancement. Gale foot. Heavenly phoenix leg. Marco appeared directly behind Zhuanti and kicked him in the groin. Then he used his footwork to arrive behind TripHijacked and aimed for his head. Anyone standing got a kick to the groin, and those seated got kicked in the head. After several rounds, everyone distanced themselves. Zhuanti and Jean were clutching their legs, while the other 3 covered their heads, all looking at Marco with unfriendly expressions. Marco snorted coldly. So your speed is quite poor. Your strength is barely acceptable. So I'm not worried. Damn it. You 1T leave here alive today. All Buddhas form the formation. Randall gritted his teeth. Stop. Jane quickly intervened. He truly did not want to continue fighting. This disciple was so powerful, and he had a master. It was said that Zang Luo had many direct disciples, so it would be better to let it go. For the sake of 2 beasts, it's not good to offend so many strong enemies. It's more important to quickly lay out the Buddhist forces, strengthen our luck, and enhance our strength. Benefactor. The person you're looking for is in the palace of the Great Peacock King, while the rock is at Lion Camel Ridge. That's all for now. Upon hearing this, Marco transformed into human form. After all, it was difficult to resolve the situation immediately, so it was just as well to stop. After clarifying the location, Marco found the palace of the great Peacock King. The first impression of seeing Kong Xian was that this guy was an expert at slacking off, lazily napping on a branch like a domesticated hen. Marco woke Kong Xian up, who sleepily looked at the stranger in front of him. "Who are you?" I'm your brother. Your mother misses you. Come back with me." Kong Xian was taken aback. "What mother? Where did I get a mother?" Marco was speechless. "If you have no mother, how did you come into the world?" Kong Xian blinked, looking at Marco as if he were an idiot. "Both saints were born from the earth. Why can't I?" Marco pointed at Kong Xian. "You were born from an egg. You need to be laid first before you can hatch, so you have a mother." Kong Xian fell silent, but couldn't understand. "It seems you have amnesia. I'll take you back. Maybe you can remember." After Marco finished speaking, he grabbed Kong Xian's wings and prepared to leave. "You insolent! Let go of me." 5-color divine light. Whoosh, whoosh. Am I whooshing? What's wrong with you? Why can't I whoosh you? Marco smiled. "I heard from my godmother that your body has 5-color divine light, which can affect any attribute within the 5 elements. But my laws do not belong to the primordial era, and you're much stronger than me. So it's normal that you can't affect me. All right, let us go." Kong Xian immediately struggled. Let go of me, inappropriate, help. Someone come save me. TripHijacked, my son, hurry to save me. Someone wants to take Mom away. In the great hall, the TripHijacked's face turned green. Kong Xian had become more foolish over the years, truly thinking he was a mother. Did he hit his head back then? Marco, carrying Kong Xian, soon arrived at Lion Camel Ridge. The 3 monsters at Lion Camel Ridge looked at the suddenly appearing Marco as if facing a great enemy, especially since he was carrying Kong Xian. Were they going to roast him? One wasn't enough? The rock quickly retreated behind the green lion spirit and the white elephant spirit. The green lion spirit and the white elephant spirit thought the same and quickly pointed at the rock, saying, "Senior, one isn't enough to eat. There's another one here." I saw nothing. Marco smiled. "I'm looking for the rock. Come back with me to see your mother." After that, the rock was stunned. He had no memory in this regard. Marco was too lazy to explain and directly knocked him out and took him away. The green lion spirit and the white elephant spirit breathed a sigh of relief once this person left. "Big brother, this guy is really strong. He took down the 3rd brother with 1 move. How many moves do you think it would take for us to be taken down?" The white elephant spirit looked at the green lion spirit as if he were an idiot, truly thinking the 3rd brother was weak. Had the boasting of the big brother and the 2nd brother made them believe it themselves? On Marco's side, carrying the 2 birds back to the southern immortal volcano. Upon seeing Yuan Feng, the 2 silly birds didn't recognize her, but Yuan Feng immediately burst into tears upon seeing her son's miserable state. "Why, it's because mother is useless, unable to protect you, letting you go through such experiences that godmother. Don't worry, I'll take them back to let my master treat them. My master is beyond a saint. He should be able to solve this," Marco said, seeing Yuan Feng crying nonstop, trying to comfort her. "What? 3rd son, you say your master is beyond a saint. Is he the Tao ancestor?" No. You said you came from small world. So how does your master compare to the Tao ancestor?" Marco proudly said, "Of course my master is more powerful. When I went back last time, I heard many divine guard soldiers say that my master sent the Tao ancestor flying and instantly disarmed him. Isn't that more powerful than them?" Yuan Feng wiped her tears. "Is there any chance to recover my sons?" Marco nodded. "Yes, my master is originally a doctor. His basic ability is also that of a doctor, no problem." "Then, godmother, please wait a moment. I'll take my 2 brothers to see my master." Yuan Feng nodded, looking reluctantly at Marco as he carried her 2 sons away. Soon, Marco arrived outside Zang Luo's laboratory. Hearing that his master was using the blood of the demon god combined with laws and had made a new discovery, he needed some time to come out. Marco had to sit on the ground and wait directly outside the laboratory. Some divine guard soldiers passing by, who were familiar with Marco, greeted him. "Hey, little Marco, are you selling birds?" "Come on, brothers, little Marco must be having a hard time too. Let's pitch in and buy these 2. Stop. Marco quickly stopped the enthusiasm of the crowd, feeling speechless. "These are my 2 younger brothers." The divine guard soldiers were stunned. Marco had younger brothers? How come I didn't know? Could it be that their father was not proper outside back then? Fortunately, Marco didn't know what these people were thinking, or he would have hammered them. 3 days later, Zang Luo finally came out. Marco quickly carried the 2 birds and approached his master. Before Marco could speak, Zang Luo said, "It's still Marco who has filial piety, knowing to respect his master. Just in time, I've been tired these days. This is perfect for a feast." "No, master, wait. These are my brothers, both of them," Marco quickly explained. Zang Luo's hand, prepared to receive the gift, paused in midair. "Your brothers?" Zang Luo scrutinized them closely and realized it was a peacock and a rock. "So it's Kong Xian and the rock. What are you bringing them here for?" Marco hurriedly explained the situation of the 2 birds. Zang Luo nodded. "This is easy. Let me take a look first." Zang Luo used his divine sense to scan the 2 birds, discovering their sea of consciousness was sealed, meaning that all their memories were from later experiences. Their original experiences were forgotten. No wonder they hadn't gone back to find their mother. Zang Luo activated his surgical field and opened all the seals on their memory fragments. And the 2 birds instantly fainted. "Master, what is happening to them? The sealed memories are too many, and they have been negligent in cultivation over the years, leading to their souls not being strong enough, thus fainting from the huge influx of memories. They'll be fine after a while." Not long after, both transformed into human form and stood up. After Kong Xian and the rock regained their memories, they recognized each other and turned to look at Marco. Based on what they heard at the immortal volcano earlier, this guy referred to their mother as godmother, so he was actually an adopted wild child. He even wanted to be an older brother. Go to hell. However, they didn't dare to lose their composure towards their savior. After thanking Zang Luo, they prepared to return to see their mother, casting a glance at Marco as they left. Marco waved his hand. "I've been with godmother for several years. You can go back by yourselves. I'll stay here with my master." Then he turned to Zang Luo. "Master, what good things have you researched this time?" Zang Luo smiled and took out several types of potions. "Look, it's this kind of Great Tao potion." "Master, what is a Great Tao potion?" Zang Luo explained. "You know the laws, and the upper layer of those laws is the Great Way." "What do you say the Great Way potion is?" Marco was stunned. Was it that easy? He had been in the primordial era for so many years and knew how difficult it was to cultivate, but here with his master, it felt like a child's play. "Master, how many types of this potion are there?" Zang Luo sighed. "There are only over 2,900 types, cultivated from the essence within the chaos demon god's body. Moreover, this Great Way potion is cultivated too slowly and does not have the same output as the law potions." Zang Luo had previously calculated in the laboratory that the time taken by the AI fully automated processing equipment to produce 1 Great Way potion was equivalent to producing 7 million law potions. One can imagine how troublesome the production of this Great Way potion is. However, although the output is low, the effects are remarkable. 1 is equivalent to over 1,000. "Come on, Marco, let's try the effect. You are the second person to experiment with this Great Way potion." Marco smiled and took it. "Thank you, master." Marco immediately refined the handed potion, but soon found that the effect wasn't that great. "Master, this potion is at most equivalent to the effect of several hundred law potions. Is it necessary to study so hard?" Zang Luo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Are you giving my personally tested data a discount of 70? Zang Luo, not believing in evil, immediately took out another potion and handed it over, this time observing with his full consciousness. Marco refined it again and found that the effect was several times better than the first one. "Master, this potion is effective. It's 3 to 4 times better than the first one." "Master, you didn't adulterate the first one, did you?" Zang Luo directly gave him a slap on the head. "Do I need to fake it for money? By the way, tell me, what was the first potion?" "It was the Flame Bird Demon God's Flame Bird Great Way. Master, what's wrong?" Marco explained. Upon hearing this, Zang Luo thought it through. Marco had previously taken the essence blood of the Flame Bird Demon God, which already contained part of the Great Way, but it was just not as complete as the formulated potion. "All right, play by yourself. I need to go find your master wife." After Zang Luo finished speaking, he hurried to the place where Hancock was in seclusion. Upon entering, he found that Hancock had already refined it and was working hard to improve her magical power level. Seeing Zang Luo arrive, Hancock slowly withdrew her power. Husband, I've improved a lot this time, but my level has dropped back to the Ascension realm. Hee. It's just one big realm difference. No worries. This time I brought an even better potion. What is it? I named it the Great Way Potion. This one is more complete than before and 1T lower the cultivation level. Now, this Great Way Potion is directly a perfect Great Way and 1T effect, the magical power for assimilation. And let me take a look. Zang Luo directly threw out a pile of potions. Try it first, Xiaoya. I've already completely fused all of the top 3,000 Great Ways. Hancock picked up one potion and observed it, finding that the color was more beautiful, showing a deep purple. Trying to refine one. It indeed didn't T affect the magical power. Great, this way, I won't have to worry about magical power issues anymore. Yes, for us ordinary people, improving magical power is very hard, while other cultivators improve as easily as drinking water. But husband didn't say that even if they improve quickly, their strength can't compare to our cultivation method. That's true. Once you finish refining these potions, we will go out and explore the 3 realms of the primordial era and collect various resources. All right, husband, wait for me for 2 days. No need for 2 days. I will help you refine together. Thus, with Zang Luo's magical power assistance, the refining speed increased significantly. Gradually, Hancock began to feel hot all over. Just as she was about to finish refining, she was so hot that she directly took off her outer clothing. Zang Luo's heart skipped a beat, unconsciously stopping his actions. He embraced Hancock. Xiaoya, should we have a child first? Hancock, hearing this, also blushed and stopped refining the potion. It's good that husband decided. Since I followed you, I've made up my mind, but you haven't taken action. Hearing this, Zang Luo felt he was a bit late. However, he thought about it and explained, the current situation is just right. Before, the cultivation level was too low and wasting some essence would affect the body. Now it has already reached a level exceeding 1,000 times. But Xiaoya, I think, while the chances of conception are higher now, let us seal the child in the body and go to the reincarnation universe to give birth later. Hancock nodded. That works. Thus, the two began to engage in intimate actions. Outside the secret chamber, Marco waited left and right, but couldn't wait for his master to come out. So he went out to travel the primordial era. Marco arrived at the western Bulhazhou and, while passing a mortal kingdom, met his senior brothers and immediately went down to greet them. Junior brother Feng, what are you doing here? Feng Klai turned around and saw Marco, smiling and greeting him. I'm here to comprehend the Tao's essence. This river is quite magical. Marco looked at the river for a while, but didn't find anything unusual. Seeing the puzzled expression on the other's face, Feng Klai knew he hadn't discovered it yet. So he immediately deepened the Tao's essence in the river water several times. At this moment, Marco finally sensed it. Isn't this the law of life, second only to the supreme law of fate? How could this be here? Feng Klai shook his head. I don't know either. I just arrived here not long ago. Let us go together to explore the river source later. In the Purple Sky Palace, several saints returned again. These were the 5 from the Western sect. They decided to come and test the Tao ancestors' attitude. Hong Jun looked at the few of them with a blank expression. These ants had exceeded his control and were starting to have ideas. However, he didn't plan to manage them for now because there was an even more terrifying existence. Hong Jun wanted them to turn against each other. In response to their probing, Hong Jun stated he would not interfere in the progress of the primordial era. After receiving a satisfactory answer, they returned to the Western sect to begin preparations. Although most of the 4 great continents have been conquered, there are still a few corners not under control. These places were generally small countries with sparse populations. Although these small countries had a small population, the number of countries was large, and taking them all would still amount to a significant population base. That day, the Western sect people encountered setbacks in a small place. Originally, this small tribe had been subdued, and the site for the temple had been chosen. Just as they were about to demolish some houses, unexpectedly, an inconspicuous shop caused them obstacles. The 1,000-mile eye of the Southern Heaven Gate also saw this situation, so he had Shunfeng Air quickly listen to their conversations. After quickly understanding the general situation, the two hurried to report to the Jade Emperor. Before they even ran into the Lingxiao treasure hall, they began shouting loudly, "Your Majesty! Good news, good news!" Hao Qian glanced over impatiently. This was the most troublesome time for him. What good news could there be? Did a few saints from the Buddhist sect die? What a mess! No, Your Majesty, it's truly a great joy. The 1,000-mile I quickly reminded him. Oh, 1,000-mile I. Quickly tell me, let me hear it. In the northwest corner of the northern Jiuzhou, there is a small tribe of human beings, where there is a remarkable little shop that has treasures for improving cultivation. Hearing what Qianlian said, Hao Qian lost interest. What value could treasures mentioned by a nobody like Qianlian have? Would they help his cultivation at the late stage of quasi-saint? Seeing the Jade Emperor's lack of enthusiasm, Qianlian hurriedly reminded him, "Your Majesty, there are treasures that can elevate one to the saint level, and even beyond. As long as you have money, it's possible." Upon hearing this, Hao Qian suddenly stood up and walked a few steps down to the hall. "Qianlian, if you dare to deceive me, I will destroy you." It was impossible for Hao Qian not to be excited. To confirm the truth of the matter, he needed to hear Qianlian's assurance. Shenhun quickly confirmed, "Your Majesty, I heard this with my own ears. It cannot be false." At that time, Shenhun heard the people from the Buddhist sect demanding the shop's relocation. But the shop owner said they couldn't afford the compensation. The Buddhists didn't believe it, thinking how could such a small shop have anything worth that much, and that the Buddhist sect couldn't afford it. The shop owner spoke boldly, claiming that various cultivation resources could be bought in his shop, and indeed, not many could afford them. When the Buddhists asked if there were items for breaking through to the saint level, the shop owner arrogantly stated that not only were there items for breaking through to the saint level, but also for transcending the heavenly and great paths. Upon hearing this, Shenhun quickly discussed with Qianlian and hurried back to report. After hearing the details, Hao Qian quickly took out the Hao Qian mirror to observe the situation. Before long, Hao Qian confirmed that, unexpectedly, there was such a powerful being in a remote place like northern Jiuzhou. Not daring to delay, he gathered some trusted subordinates and emptied the treasures from the heavenly treasury, even clearing out the Pan Tao garden. This caused a quarrel between Yao Qi and him when they found out, but Hao Qian didn't explain and directly left for the shop. When Hao Qian and his people arrived at the shop, the Buddhists were still in confrontation. Since the Buddhists couldn't harm the shop in any way, and even the shop owner was unharmed, they realized they had encountered a powerful being. Hao Qian looked at the shop's Sanxian Shang Fu branch HH 114. He had seen this senior before and cautiously asked, "Dare I ask if you are an outsider?" Hao Qian didn't dare to be reckless. Such a powerful being must have a significant background, so he kept a low profile. The shop owner opened his eyes and looked at Hao Qian, nodding. "Are you here to help this bald donkey?" Hao Qian quickly waved his hands. No, senior, I am here by things. Do you really have items to break through to the saint level?" The shop owner nodded and scrutinized Hao Qian. "Can you afford them?" Hao Qian felt awkward. Although he knew the cost of breaking through to the saint level was high, it was his lifelong dream. "Senior, I have brought all the treasures from the heavenly treasury. Please take a look and give me some advice," Hao Qian said gratefully. After saying this, he temporarily handed all his items to the shop owner. The shop owner glanced around and quickly understood their value. With these items, you could buy the lowest standard of chaos spirit fruit for breaking through to the saint level. However, you're the first customer I have had in this wilderness in 30,000 years, so I will give you a 50 discount. The people from the heavenly side were secretly mocking, thinking it was unbelievable that there could be customers in such a desolate place. They saw that the surroundings were filled with mortals, and even the monsters were small ones. The shop's DCOR was too shabby. Even mortals felt it looked like a closed-down store, let alone the cultivators who looked down upon it. The people from the heavenly side then understood why the Jade Emperor had called them. It turned out there were such treasures. No wonder the other gods in heaven were not informed. Meanwhile, the people from the Buddhist sect also realized that this shop seemed to have a significant background, so they hurriedly reported it to their higher-ups. Upon hearing about the discount, Hao Qian quickly inquired about the specific situation. The shop owner displayed items on a screen, pointing out various products and searching for items that Hao Qian could afford. Hao Qian skipped over the magical artifacts and techniques. focusing instead on the pills and spirit fruits for improving cultivation. However, the shop owner recommended several items suitable for Hao Yian's breakthrough. The best one was a technique called Chaos Spirit Devouring Scripture, which could cultivate to the level of the divine path, far superior to the heavenly path of the wilderness. But even with a discount, this technique would only be enough for Hao Yian alone to improve, and it would take countless years to cultivate slowly. But Hao Yian couldn't wait. The current situation in the three realms was dire, and he was unwilling to wait. The second item the shop owner introduced was a pill with side effects, which could directly break through to the realm of the transformation level, that is, the peak of the saint level, but would be stuck there for life. After hearing this, Hao Yian hesitated. Being stuck at the peak of the saint level, with an old master above, was somewhat unsatisfactory, and the price was also quite high. As for the third item introduced by the shop owner, it was the Chaos Spirit Fruit, called Purple Sweet Potato, a product of the Chaos realm. Eating it raw could break through to the early stage of the transformation level, while cooking it could break through to the mid-stage of the transformation level. However, the shop owner said that people from the wilderness couldn't cook it, but he could help. Hao Yian found that the resources he brought could only exchange for about 6, and the remaining money was used to buy some pills for lower-level cultivators. Since several of Hao Yian's trusted subordinates were not strong enough to be quasi-saints, they could not break through to the saint level by consuming the sweet potatoes. Tai Bai Jinxing was at the late stage of DaLuo. Wang Lingguan was at the mid-stage of DaLuo, and Sha Wujing, after enduring a painful trial, was only at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Therefore, Hao Yian needed to first elevate his subordinate strength to quasi-saint before anything else, even if it was just enough for a few to reach the early stage of quasi-saint. Hao Yian took the fist-sized sweet potato from the shop owner and asked, "Senior, I saw the product image. Isn't it supposed to be bigger?" The shop owner rolled his eyes at Hao Yian in exasperation. "Be content, kid. I gave you a discount and a favor. Otherwise, your money would only be enough to buy 2 big ones." Hao Yian wanted to say he preferred bigger ones, but thinking of his subordinates, he compromised. He gave the pills for improving cultivation to Tai Bai and Wang Lingguan first, allowing them to elevate to quasi-saint, while Hao Yian directly swallowed the sweet potato in one bite. The shop owner was stunned. "Don't you chew slowly?" Hao Yian was choked and quickly grabbed his throat. The shop owner, unable to bear it, handed him a cup of tea. Hao Yian took it and gulped it down. At that moment, he realized this tea was extraordinary, directly raising his cultivation by a level. Even without eating the sweet potato, he could reach the level of the quasi-saint. "Thank you, senior. This tea is excellent." Hao Yian expressed his gratitude profusely. The shop owner waved his hand, not taking it seriously, saying he was tired of drinking it, and it was just something he had drunk before. At this time, the sweet potato in Hao Yian's stomach was quickly refined under the dissolution of the tea water, and he soon broke through his cultivation level again. Saint level 1. Saint level 2. Finally stopping at the peak of Saint level 4. Hao Yian puzzledly asked, "Senior, didn't you say it could break through to the mid-saint level? This isn't completely in the middle." The shop owner was shocked by Hao Yian's shameless request. "What are you thinking? 1, 2, 3 is the early stage. 4, 5, 6 is the mid-stage. Do you want the middle of the middle? I tell you, this is a small sweet potato. Just enough to elevate to the peak of the early stage. If it weren't for my tea, you wouldn't have improved this much." After hearing this, Hao Yian realized that the shop owner was also a shrewd businessman who hadn't made things clear. Turning to look at his 2 subordinates, seeing they had also stabilized at the quasi-saint level, he asked the shop owner, "Can I have a few more cups of tea?" The shop owner impatiently replied, "There's no more tea. I'm too lazy to brew it. Just pick up the tea leaves that were spilled on the ground earlier. It's fine. Hurry up and leave. Don't affect my business." Hao Yian felt awkward standing there. As a master of the 3 realms, was he really going to pick up trash? And besides, with only the 3 of you here, where are the customers? Are the monks outside, just watching a show? However, the monks outside had already gone mad. They really witnessed someone breaking through to the saint level, and even someone advancing from the Luo to quasi-saint. For the cultivators of the Hongmeng, breakthroughs were usually measured in tens of thousands of years, but today they had seen what true cultivation resources looked like. So they hurriedly reported this to the Western Church. Originally, When the Tathagata heard that there was an obstacle in Beiju Luzhou, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just another powerful demon. But after seeing the follow-up information, he became uneasy. Hao Ian actually broke through to the saint level, and it was because he ate sweet potatoes bought from a shop. So several saints quickly gathered to come up with a strategy. On Hao Ian's side, unable to resist the temptation of the tea, he still went to pick it up, leaving no scraps behind, even collecting the unfamiliar leaf debris on the shop floor. The shop owner nodded in satisfaction as he saw Hao Ian cleaning up for him. Soon, Hao Ian returned to the heavenly court with 2 trusted aides and went directly to the residence of Yaoqi. Junior sister, come out quickly. Get lost. You took all my peaches and still dare to come back. Junior sister, I've broken through to the saint level this time to help you. With a whoosh, Yaoqi appeared beside Hao Ian, looking at him in disbelief. She felt she really couldn't see through Hao Ian's realm, so she gave him a friendly expression. Brother Hao Ian, you really broke through to the saint level? Hao Ian laughed heartily. Yaoqi, how many tens of thousands of years has it been since you called me Brother Hao Ian? Yaoqi felt a bit embarrassed. When they were children, they were indeed very close while staying beside the old master. But as the affairs of the heavenly court increased, they could no longer return to their childhood ways. Especially after seeing Hao Ian ascend to the position of the heavenly court's ruler, she often had inappropriate thoughts about some fairies. How could she not become resentful? However, Hao Ian, having good things, still thought of her, indicating that Brother Hao Ian hadn't changed. Brother Hao Ian, all right, Sister Yaoqi, let me brew you some tea first. After saying this, Hao Ian took out the tea leaves, then gathered a stream of spiritual water into the teapot to heat it. Soon, the fragrance of tea spread out, just like before. Seeing Hao Ian so serious, Yaoqi couldn't help but think that perhaps she had been too cold towards her brother over the years. Then, Hao Ian took out a sweet potato and handed it to Yaoqi. Brother Hao Ian, what is this? This is a chaotic sweet potato. One can help a late quasi-saint breakthrough to mid-saint level. Hurry up and eat it, and have it with this tea. Tai Bai Jinxing saw the tea and wanted to say something, but he held back, knowing that if he spoke, it would probably lead to another argument and even waste it. As Yaoqi ate the sweet potato bit by bit with the tea, she indeed felt her cultivation continuously rising, and soon reached the same realm as Hao Ian, making her smile particularly radiant. Hao Ian couldn't help but be mesmerized. Wasn't his smiling sister even more beautiful than the fairies? Yaoqi suddenly noticed that it was the first time Hao Ian looked at her so foolishly and felt embarrassed, so she went straight back to her residence. When Hao Ian came to his senses, he realized he had drooled and quickly wiped it away, turning around to give a warning look to his 2 aides. The 2 had already lowered their heads when Hao Ian turned around, not letting him know they had been sizing him up. All right, you 2, take the sweet potatoes as well. As for the remaining leaves, I don't know if they're tea leaves. Take some back and figure out. After saying that, he handed the items to the 2 and then began to inspect the lower realm. Soon, Hao Ian sensed the position of Sha Wujing and directly flashed to stand in front of him. Subordinate, Zulian, pays respects to your majesty. Oh, Zulian, you've actually advanced to the Luo so quickly? Your majesty, I obtained this potion in the Shenhun dynasty. I used some, and it can enhance the laws. As Sha Wujing spoke, he took out the law potion and handed it to Hao Ian. Hao Ian took the potion, examined it, and found that it was indeed a condensed liquid of laws. After trying to refine one, he found that he had added 1% of the water law to his body. Oh, this potion is truly amazing. What kind of potion is it? Your majesty, this is called a law potion. The types of law potions in the Shenhun dynasty are varied and numerous. The subordinate reported the water law because it was the most compatible. Hao Ian nodded after hearing this. Zulian, I originally planned to take you back, but since this potion is so useful, you should stay here for now and find a way to produce more. Yes, your majesty. Just as Sha Wujing agreed, Zang Luo's voice came. Take your Zulian and get back to the heavenly court. Hao Ian was furious upon hearing this. He had endured many years of grievances, and now that he was a saint, they still looked down on him. Suddenly, the pressure of a saint was released, and then he found himself unable to move. I'll say it one more time, take your people and get lost, or leave your life behind. Hao Ian was frightened and sweating profusely. This person was incredibly powerful. He had originally guessed that the territory the Western Church couldn't conquer might have a late saint-level expert, but he didn't expect it to be even more than that. The old master probably didn't have such strength. He felt that he had really encountered a terrifying existence and quickly fled with Xuelian. Zang Luo had been busy these days having children with Hancock, and they had already made 7, all sealed in Hancock's belly, just waiting for a future day to be born. Zang Luo was urging Hancock to have 9, but unexpectedly, Hao Ian came to his territory to stir up trouble. Originally, he thought Sha Wujing looked honest, but it turned out he was a person of the Jade Emperor, hiding so deeply. He also wanted the law potion. Was that for outsiders? As a rebellious brat, not killing the two on the spot would be considered merciful. Hao Ian returned to the heavenly court, drenched in sweat, and finally calmed down a bit. Then began to inquire about the opponent's situation from Xuelian. However, Xuelian didn't know much, only the stories that circulated in the Divine Guard army. However, when Hao Ian heard that they could mass-produce this potion to supply an army of hundreds of thousands, he became uneasy. Moreover, these armies could later achieve sainthood through laws and reach the level of HongMeng. Just thinking about such a scene felt terrifying. No one in Hongmeng could resist such a force, which made Hao Ian's recently ignited passion cool down again. But then Hao Ian thought that the Buddhist sect had already invaded their territory, and they had only been repelled without further consideration. The other party was also from another realm, indicating that their target was not Hongmeng. If it were Hongmeng, with their strength, they could completely control the entire Hongmeng, yet they did not do so, meaning their target was not his position. Now, only the minions of the Buddhist sect were reaching out towards him, and it seemed it was time to teach them a lesson. That day, after summoning everyone in the heavenly court, Hao Ian directly displayed the pressure of mid-saint level. This time, it directly stunned everyone, making the worship even more powerful. Hao Ian didn't care whether they were sincere or yielding to his strength, as long as they could obey orders. That was enough. All right, Tai Bai, Wang Lingguan, and Xuelian, show your cultivation to everyone. After Hao Ian finished speaking, the 3 stepped forward to display the pressure of the saint level. At that time, they had only just advanced to the early quasi-saint level and used purple sweet potatoes, which led to their breakthrough to saint level. Realizing the first layer of the saint realm, although they were the weakest saints, they were still saints. At this moment, the celestial officials in the hall were filled with regret. They knew that these people were all trusted aides of the Jade Emperor. If they had known that being a trusted aide had such great benefits, they would have genuinely pledged their loyalty long ago. Hao Ian saw through everyone's thoughts. You can help me wholeheartedly now and become stronger. Let me tell you the truth. I exchanged the Heavenly Palace's treasury and all the peaches combined to obtain resources for only 5 saints. Now, the Heavenly Palace is also broke. You can go down to the mortal realm to seize resources, compete with the Buddhist sect, and reclaim territory. Just look at how far the Heavenly Palace's fortune has declined. The group of immortal officials rolled their eyes. Wasn't it because you hadn't taken care of things for years and didn't allow anyone to go down to the mortal realm? However, could they really go to war with the Buddhist sect? Seeing that everyone lacked the momentum for battle, Hao Ian said again, there is a shop opened by an outsider in the North Julu continent, where you can buy cultivation resources from all realms. If you don't seize them, just watch the Buddhist sect slowly take them. Moreover, the Buddhists are aware of this matter. If you don't compete, the gap will only get wider. I now allow you to go down to the mortal realm to subdue local mountain spirits and wild monsters. You can recruit various demon clans under your command, develop on your own, and only need to submit 1/10 of the resources you seize, keeping the rest for your own cultivation. All right, court dismissed. After Hao Ian left, the others were left looking at each other. After being stable immortals for so many years, they were now going to the front lines, which was somewhat unsettling. Especially those from the Jiejiao sect, who used to be monsters. Now, they had to go back to being demon kings. The Star of Venus stepped forward and said, fellow immortals, I no longer have the patience to subdue monsters. I was exhausted from pretending to be humble in front of Sun Wukong and other great demons. My goal is to recruit loose cultivators. If you are willing to follow me, I will support you. I only want 20% of the resources, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. After the Star of Venus finished speaking, Wang Lingguan was also unwilling to fall behind, followed by the curtain-rolling general. Soon, most of the people were divided among the three saints and taken down to the mortal realm. The remaining people were mostly those somewhat related to the Western teachings, especially Li Jing, who stood out the most. Neza also did not take a side, but he didn't want to be with Li Jing. He was considering siding with the divine Luo dynasty. Thus, the three realms fell into chaos, entering an intense competition phase. The losses for the Buddhist sect were the most severe, but fortunately, those lost were all from the lower ranks. This time, the Tathagata did not anticipate that Hao Yin would suddenly take action. The originally planned offensive could only be put on hold. Back then, it was because the opponent had no saints. Now the opponent had 5 saints, which made things difficult. Moreover, many of the temples built in the 4 great continents were demolished, causing the previously thriving fortune to drop again. Now, with saints leading the heavenly palace, if they didn't send out their own saints, they would have no advantage. He looked at the 2 beside him, Randin and Mithriya, and hesitated to directly command them. 2 respected ones. With 3 saints from the heavenly palace leading, we cannot remain idle. Seeing the 2 remain silent, the Tathagata continued. We can't rely on those 2, can we? Randin was indeed somewhat worried. Having experienced battles between saints a few times, he didn't want to go through it again. He originally thought that breaking through to become a saint would ensure safety, but unexpectedly, it was even more dangerous. Now, they were relying on the combat power of the saints. Could they really defeat them? In the end, under the personal leadership of the Tathagata, Randin and Mithriya had no choice but to follow. The Jade Emperor smiled upon learning of the situation. The Tathagata personally going, wouldn't that lower his status? However, the Tathagata did not directly confront the saints of the heavenly palace. He went to the Xuanshang Mansion branch in the North Julu continent to check the situation. These days, due to Hao Yin's breakthrough to saint level being spread, this shop had bid farewell to 3,000 years of coldness, making the shopkeeper unaccustomed. He was originally quite lazy by nature, and under the pressure of his father, he had to work, but the time in all realms was very different. He found an opportunity and chose this desolate place. Anyway, there was still a long time before performance assessments, so he was not in a hurry. So he spent his days browsing spiritual brains, drinking tea, and so on. Until after Hao Yin left, he had never had a moment of peace, with all sorts of little ants coming in. However, he didn't dare to offer installment payments to those with such low cultivation, for fear of not being able to recover his costs. Therefore, the shop had the most people looking at products, and many inquiries left him dry-mouthed. When the Tathagata entered with the 2, he also started asking questions. "This shopkeeper, I greet you." The shopkeeper glanced sideways. This self-proclaimed, I was a giant with a head full of lumps, followed by another giant and a small, hunchbacked old man. 3 Buddhist figures. Your physiques directly occupy half of my shop. Are you truly here to buy something, or are you just looking? The Tathagata saw that the shopkeeper's attitude was not very good, but did not take offense and immediately inquired about some prices. This time, the Tathagata finally experienced what it meant to just look and not buy. He couldn't afford it. However, the Buddhist sect's savings over the years could buy some low-priced resources, which, although not very useful for those of the saint level, would greatly help improve the combat power of mid-level and high-level cultivators. Thus, the Tathagata exchanged all the seldom used magical artifacts on him for resources. Randin also took out some useless items to exchange for things suitable for great Luo golden immortals. He had his eye on the spiritual brain, but the price was too terrifying. As for installment payments, forget it. Among the 3, only Mithra didn't buy anything. He had 3 treasures, a golden symbol, a human breeding bag, and a short, soft wolf tooth stick. Selling these wouldn't yield any good items. And as for his mount and disciples of the Buddhist sect, who cares about them? After the Tathagata came out, he also understood why the Jade Emperor was so eager to seize resources after returning. This was not just about seizing resources, it was a chance to become stronger. World-honored one. Should we act together or separately? Mithriya asked. Before the Tathagata could respond, Randin suggested, let's not separate, acting together. We can take down one before looking for another, which increases our chances of winning. The Tathagata nodded. What the past Buddha said makes sense. Let us first find the near Sha Wujing. This rebellious guy has actually returned to the heavenly palace. The few quickly arrived in the central continent, where Sha Wujing was directing the people of the Heavenly Palace to seize resources from wild monsters. Amitabha, Master Sha, is quite prominent. The curtain-rolling general squinted his eyes at the approaching three. He knew that although they were smiling, they definitely meant no good. Do you have business, or, if not, please leave, don't disturb us. Look at how nervous everyone is watching you. This image is not good. Amitabha, Sha Wujing. You used to be so honest on the journey for scriptures, but now you're acting differently. Random mocked. The curtain-rolling general corrected him. Just call me curtain-rolling general, or my real name, Dao Gui. The name Sha Wujing is used in the Buddhist sect. Now that the scripture-seeking mission has failed, it's better not to mention it. The Tathagata threatened, so you are determined to follow the Jade Emperor, curtain-rolling. You must know that we have two saints behind us whose strength exceeds the Jade Emperor's. If a fight breaks out, you will be at a disadvantage. The curtain-rolling general drew a large knife and pointed it directly at the three. Do you know why I am called the curtain-rolling general? Because I am a close guard of the Jade Emperor. My skills were forged in the Heavenly River. I do not take your threats seriously. Ran Deng couldn't listen any longer. This kid was going wild right after his breakthrough. Buddha's compassion. Wan Lian, you are too arrogant. Today, we will subdue you. After saying this, Ran Deng controlled the flames of the coffin lamp to burn towards Wan Lian. Wan Lian waved his hand, and a water-based law doused the flames, while a massive water curtain continued to cover the three, simultaneously charging towards them with his knife. Flowing sand, crazy blade slash. Rulai took out a purple gold bowl to collect most of the water, while Methria also used a human seed bag to collect some. Seeing Wan Lian's blade light strike over, they also took out their attacking treasures to counter. Shenhun ruler block. Hunjin golden chime strike. Watching as the two managed to fend off the blade light, Rulai, who hadn't yet had the chance to unleash the Buddha kingdom in his palm, seized the opportunity to strike down towards Wan Lian. Facing Rulai's massive palm, Wan Lian gathered his power into his long knife and struck directly downwards. The long knife penetrated about 3 inches into the palm before a stalemate occurred. This giant palm was conjured by Rulai's power, so it suffered no damage at all. The other two took the chance to fly over to help. Shenhun ruler hit Hunjin golden chime clamp, while Wan Lian was dealing with Rulai's giant palm. He saw 2 attacks coming and used his other hand to control a complete water-based law to gather a massive water fist. The Hunjin golden chime was sent flying by Wan Lian's punch, but at that moment, the Shenhun ruler struck in front of Wan Lian. Fortunately, the water curtain he had just controlled was still there, absorbing most of the magical power. The remaining force only caused Wan Lian's blood to surge. It didn't inflict any substantial harm. Ran Deng was astonished. You have achieved the perfect law to become a saint? Methria and Rulai also stared seriously at Wan Lian. Wan Lian chuckled. Thanks to this journey to collect scriptures, I obtained 20 potions in the Divine Luo dynasty. Originally, my water-based law was already at 90%. After using 10 potions, it became perfect. This was something even the Jade Emperor didn't know, and Wan Lian's breakthrough to sainthood was mostly through a power breakthrough, not a law breakthrough. Otherwise, his combat strength as a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal would be even higher. However, Wan Lian chose not to take that route. He didn't want to stand out too much. If he broke through using the law, his strength would be comparable to the Jade Emperor's, leading to a heap of trouble. This current situation was just fine. If he encountered danger, he could temporarily break through to Hunyuan de Luo, which would also help him hide his true self. In fact, Wan Lian felt somewhat fortunate that when the Jade Emperor came, he had acted very low-key and didn't show any bad behaviors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity. But he didn't know that betraying the Jade Emperor and wholeheartedly following the Divine Luo dynasty would take him further. Upon hearing that Wan Lian had received potions from the Divine Luo dynasty, Rulai understood that the opponent's strength was not as simple as it appeared. He had dealt with people from the Divine Luo dynasty multiple times and had never gained the upper hand, so today, Ran Deng signaled Rulai to summon Junti and Jean to eliminate one person from the Heavenly Court first. That would make things easier. Rulai thought for a moment and secretly contacted the 2 saints. Soon, Wan Lian saw Jean and Junti arriving and knew he was in trouble. As soon as Junti arrived, He used the 7 treasure mysterious tree to brush towards him, while Jin also produced 6 pure bamboo to strike. Wan Lian quickly used the complete water-based law to defend. But the other 3 old 6s didn't idle. They directly launched full-force attacks towards him. There was no need to mention Ran Deng's Qingquan ruler. Realized Palm sent Wan Lian flying far away. This battle between saints was noticed by people in other places. The divine Luo dynasty treated it as a show, and the underworld had no interest in intervening. But the people from the heavenly court were different. Seeing 5 saints attacking Wan Lian, they realized that the Western Church was preparing to defeat him one by one, so they all came to support. The Jade Emperor and Yao Qi arrived first, followed closely by Tai Bai Jingxing and Wang Lingwan. Upon seeing the support arrive, Wan Lian secretly abandoned the idea of breaking through to Hunyuan de Luo. What are my 2 senior brothers doing? Why are they so ruthless against a general from my heavenly court? Jin and Junyi, hearing the Jade Emperor's reprimand, laughed. Hao Yin, this time it's your heavenly court's fault. If you hadn't destroyed our Buddha's temples, would this have happened? Hao Yin was furious. Nonsense. Your ability to turn black and white is still intact. Wasn't it your Buddhist sect that first invaded the 4 great continents? How can you blame my heavenly court? My heavenly court is the institution that controls the 3 realms, and you Buddhist sect is also under our jurisdiction. This is treason, you traitors. Jenny frowned. Hao Yin, you've grown some courage. How dare you speak to my senior brother like that? Hao Yin sneered. You 2 shameless beings, if you want to fight, I'm more than willing to accompany you. After saying this, Hao Yin took out the Hao Yin 3-piece set, the Hao Yin Tower, Hao Yin Mirror, and Hao Yin Seal, Sealing Heaven Seal. Among them, the most powerful was the Sealing Heaven Seal, which could seal heaven and earth, overturn the universe, unless the 3 realms were broken and the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire were reenacted. But that depended on whether Hong Jun was willing. The reason Hao Yin, at the time with the quasi-saint level, dared to boldly accept other saint sects into the Phoenix Divine Tribulation was precisely because of this treasure. In other words, while a saint could kill Hao Yin, it would indeed involve using the Hong Huang as a burial ground, but that would involve the Tao ancestor, so even if he was weak, he could still live well. The Western Church's treasures couldn't compare. Although Jin and Junyi's 7-treasure mysterious tree and 6 pure bamboo were the same level, they were manifestations of their own essence, and damaging them would affect themselves. Generally speaking, when 2 saints fought, they would avoid letting these 2 treasures face treasures of the same level. After a stalemate of several hours among 10 people, Rulai suggested that those below the saint level engage in battle, relying on their own abilities. Hao Yin thought about the strengths of both sides' higher-ups and finally nodded in agreement. All right, that works. After reaching an agreement, both sides withdrew, and Hao Yin began to tally the gains during this period. He found that it was not even 1/10 of the value of what he had traded previously, and he immediately lost interest. All right, since the resources are so scarce this time, I won't take them. You can use them to exchange for resources to elevate the quasi-saint and the Luo realms. I have an agreement with Rulai. Saints won't take action, so from now on, we will rely on the combat strength of the Luo and quasi-saints to develop and grow. Once these people become stronger, they will be the ones to shield you from the storm in the future. The lower-tier cultivators will have to endure for a while. After Hao Yin finished speaking, many of the immortal officials still had opinions, but now, facing the saints, they were not as daring to show their displeasure as before. However, many of the Luo and quasi-saint individuals were happy, while only Taishang Laojun remained indifferent. He was originally one of the 3 corpses of a saint, and this time he followed out just to witness the changes in the Hong Huang, having been focused on alchemy for many years with little attention to the outside world. He also didn't know whether his true self was aware of the current situation in the Hong Huang. Upon returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Rulai distributed the resources obtained from the Xianshang Mansion branch to several qualified artists. Ran Deng, on the other hand, gave all the resources to his mount. Seeing Rulai and Methriel looking at him, he felt no embarrassment on his face. As long as he had thick skin, even if he didn't contribute to the Buddhist sect, they would have no way to deal with him. However, feeling the atmosphere was somewhat cold, Ran Deng suggested, "World-honored one, how about we first take down the underworld? After all, with Xitigarbha laying out plans there for so many years, it should be relatively easy, right? Rilai did not directly agree. Let's contact Xitigarbha first. The next day, the Buddhist sect launched another large-scale mobilization, giving Haotian a headache, discovering that it was not targeting the Earth Immortal realm, but the underworld. He didn't know how to stop it, saying that the three realms were under his control, but the underworld had always developed independently, with only a few rebellious kids from the King Yan's Hall interacting with the heavenly court. Moreover, these were arranged by the saints back then, and the true power of the underworld still remained with the witch clan. It was precisely because the witch clan was small in number that many vacant positions were targeted by other forces. Furthermore, not everyone could work in the underworld. Without a sealed position, staying there for a long time would consume a lot of yang energy. Therefore, the heavenly court's control over the underworld was less than 1,000th, even inferior to the Buddhist sect. Back then, the king of hell vowed not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. And after gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao, the underworld had just been defeated by the heavenly Tao and did not dare to voice any objections. Now, Hao Ian also didn't know whether he should intervene in this dispute. On the side of the divine Luo dynasty, Perona, who was breaking through to the immortal punishment realm, received a report from a ghost servant about a large-scale invasion by the Buddhist sect. Perona sneered and gritted her teeth. I haven't even taken action against the Earth Store yet, and the Buddhist sect has already struck first. Very well. She originally planned to break through to the saint level of the primeval chaos before returning, but it seemed that wouldn't work now. However, those few saints, although they were at a much higher realm, practiced the laws poorly, and their techniques were not as good as what her master taught her. How could they compete with her? Ghost servant, your highness at your service. Go back and inform the 3,000 ghost servants to assemble. I'll go find master for resources to upgrade you. Yes, subordinate obeys. The ghost servant excitedly replied, and then disappeared with a whoosh. How could he not be excited? He had been here for so long and had long been envious of the potions here. But since he wasn't a subordinate here, it was difficult to directly ask the princess for things. Perona's voice, like a ghost in the night, slipped through the ground and came to Zang Luo's room. Perona looked at Zang Luo holding Hancock with a happy expression and innocently blinked. Shauna, what did you come in? Is this a place you can come and go as you please? Is this something a child should see? Master, it's just sleeping in an embrace. You carried me back once, and besides, I'm not that small anymore. Zang Luo was stunned. Did these words really pass through her brain? Zang Luo glanced at Hancock and found that the other party was just squinting and smiling, seemingly not minding. Zang Luo, feeling uneasy, quickly explained, Shauna, don't talk nonsense. It was just to save time. Carrying you back was to make you my disciple, not for any other reason. Perona mumbled, I'm happy to be carried as a disciple too. What did you say? Nothing. By the way, master, help. The underworld is being invaded on a large scale by the Buddhist sect, and we've already lost over a dozen cities. The Western teachings are so high profile, huh? It seems that luck is absolutely a matter of life for them. So how do you want me to help you? Perona took out a list and read, Master, just give me 500 billion dance fruit potions, 3,000 grand path potions, and 100 billion magical treasures. Lastly, just upgrade my laws to the grand path level. Zang Luo rubbed his ears after hearing this. Shauna, do you want to understand what you're asking for first? Perona looked at Zang Luo with wide eyes. Her innocent little expression. Master, can't you help with this little task? Zang Luo was speechless. He was directly at a loss for words by this disciple. This little? I can't even produce half of what you asked for. Perona didn't believe it. Master, didn't you increase a lot of automatic devices last time? How could you not produce them? Zang Luo glanced to the storage realm. I meant that I can't produce half of the magical treasures. I can barely manage to scrape together the others. Also, what do you need so many dance fruit potions for? Perona explained, did I not see that little Wu teaching the Tang Sung Square dance last time? I feel that the dance combined with the dance fruit is really powerful. So imposing. If I can make all the ghost soldiers in the underworld use this ability and dance. Zang Luo closed his eyes, unable to imagine that scene. Chaos of demons dancing. Seeing that Master didn't respond, Perona moved closer and grabbed Zang Luo's hand, starting to act cute. Stop, stop, stop. Your master is here. How can you be so unruly? Master, does that mean I can stop? Rebellious disciple, hurry and shut your mouth. Is that what I meant to say? After Zang Luo finished speaking, he quickly took out the potions. This is all I have. There are no magical treasures. Perona cheerfully put away the resources and waved goodbye. After Perona left, Zang Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoya, is this disciple worth it? I might not even see a penny back. He after leaving, Perona quickly began to refine a large number of potions suitable for herself, and soon, a dozen complete laws awakened to the Grand Path level. A few Grand Path potions also suited her and were refined into her body simultaneously. With the support of the Underworld's authority, Perona was the fastest among all disciples in improving her cultivation. Others only relied on potions to enhance their laws, while their magical cultivation lagged behind. Even if Marco received the infusion from Yuan Feng, he was only at mid-stage quasi-saint, whereas she reached the grand completion of quasi-saint through her cultivation. If it weren't for being called out by the ghost servant this time, she was prepared to break through to the transcendence realm before exiting. This realm is creation itself, with advantages similar to the heavenly Tao saints, immortal and indestructible. And it is a world evolved by oneself. Compared to the heavenly Tao saints, there are not so many restrictions, allowing for wandering in chaos. The heavenly Tao saints are not so fortunate. It's as if they're confined in a cage, and their realms are also restricted. Perona felt her own strength. With dozens of Grand Path laws and the support of the Underworld's authority, she should be on par with the strength of the heavenly Tao. So she boldly headed back towards the Sea of Blood. When Perona emerged, she found that the heavenly Tao did not continue to target her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the heavenly Tao last time was indeed too great. Upon arriving at the Sea of Blood, she discovered that the Azura tribe was engaged in battle with the Buddhist sect. 2 Azura kings were stationed at the entrance of the Sea of Blood, preventing the Buddhist sect from breaking in. When Bo Sun saw Perona return, he stepped forward to greet her. Your Highness, are you going back? Perona waved her hand. How can you help us in the underworld resist the Buddhist sect? Bo Sun explained, we heard that your Highness is a direct disciple of the senior and has become the ruler of the underworld. We are all in the same camp. So helping is only natural. Moreover, the senior said our Azura tribe should kill heaven, kill earth, and kill air. It just so happens that we are itching to practice. We also have 2 Azura kings heading to Fengdu City to resist. Perona thanked him and quickly returned. Now, that 2 entrances were guarded by the Azura tribe. There were still 3 entrances left. As for the 18 layers of hell, it was obvious that they had long been occupied by the Buddhist sect. At the very bottom of the 18 layers of hell, one could access the underground of Mount Ling. That was once the lair of Rahu, when the demon clan was also very powerful, and the underground was connected in all directions, also known as the Fire Torch Path. The other 2 locations were under the Een Peach Tree and Mount Yidu. When Perona passed by Mount Yidu, she found ghost soldiers led by the Witch clan were holding the line. With a few slaps, Perona killed a large number of Buddhist soldiers. Ah, the princess is back. A lot of souls, quick, catch them. Soon, those souls were immediately captured and refined by the ghost soldiers to enhance their cultivation. This method of fighting to sustain fighting is exactly what these ghost soldiers love. On the Western teaching side, the crossing River Arhat stood up and shouted, Who are you? Don't you know that the heavenly court and our Western teaching have already negotiated, and that those at the sage level cannot interfere? Perona laughed and said, The discussions between your Western teaching and the heavenly court have nothing to do with my underworld. The crossing River Arhat was shocked. You are from the underworld. Isn't it only Hutu who is at the sage level here? He, before it was only Lady Hutu. But starting today, I can have as many as I want, Perona said domineeringly. The crossing River Arhat thought this woman was crazy, thinking that just because she was a sage, she could help others become sages. It wasn't that simple. Otherwise, their Western teaching wouldn't be out there snatching resources to exchange for cultivation materials. What? Are you just going to stand there waiting for me to provide food? Take your people and get lost. The crossing River Arhat, humiliated, led the surviving Buddhist soldiers out of Yuta Mountain. My lady, why not just kill them all? A Witch clan member asked in confusion. He was very dissatisfied with the way they let the Western teaching go. and their tragic fate had also been incited by the two of them, Zhuan and Jin. I want the Western teaching to know my strength. Do you have any objections? The witch clan member quickly lowered his head. I dare not. Not daring, but still talking back. The witch clan member was frustrated. I was just making a comment. What's there to talk back about? Still talking back? Seeing that Perona was about to get angry, he quickly shut his mouth. Only then was Perona satisfied and left. Once again, she arrived under the peach tree, which had not yet been breached. Due to the many mazes here, it was easy to get lost, and the Western teaching people had wandered through many places. Meanwhile, the underworld people were familiar with the terrain and had been engaging with them. Perona directly ordered her people to retreat, then, with a few slaps, sent the Western teaching people back to Ling Mountain. Sakyamuni sat on a lotus platform, transforming a light curtain to check the battle situation in various places, when suddenly hundreds of thousands of Buddhist soldiers descended from the sky. It started raining bald donkey outside the Great Thunder Sound Temple. These people fell from the sky as if they were asleep, but upon closer inspection, it was found that they all had no souls. Sakyamuni calculated with his fingers and realized that the new master of the underground had acted, and with sage-level combat power. He quickly contacted Zhuan and Jin to return. After Perona drove away those flies, she then used the ghostly path to seal off the peach tree, blocking all the paths here. The underworld only needs 1 or 2 exits. Why create so many? Returning to the underworld palace. The 3,000 ghost servants had already been waiting here. These people were selected by Perona to be trained as personal guards, learning the same as her master Divine Guard army. However, they did not have as large a foundation as her master, having fewer numbers and resources. Now, it was different. She directly let them reach the sage level. Perona took out the Great Path Potion and gave each person one, instructing them to refine it before going to support the various wars. Now, the underworld was ablaze with war. If it weren't for blocking the 4 exits, even more people would likely keep coming in. In no time, the 3,000 ghost servants each possessed a complete Great Path. Now, they were similar to the 12 ancestral witches, able to use the Great Path to fight. All right, you all go and send part of your people to support various places, and bring back the ghost soldiers who can quell unrest to enhance their strength. Understood. The 3,000 replied and dispersed. At this time, Perona finally had time to meet Meng Pa. When Meng Pa saw Perona, she was also so surprised that she didn't know how to speak. This is sage-level strength? Meng Pa said in disbelief. Granny, my master is amazing, right? Huh. Very good, very good. There is no pressure in the underworld this time. These days, Meng Pa had been worried. And until not long ago, when half of the underworld had been lost, she had given up hope, not expecting Perona to have sage-level combat power. She had been distributing porridge on the Yellow Springs Road, still unaware that there were a total of 10 sages from the Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court combined. 3 days later, many ghost servants returned with a significant number of ghost soldiers. Seeing that there were over 1 million, Perona decided to let them enhance their strength first before going out to support various places again. She took out the Fruit Rule Potion and distributed 5 to each person. After teaching them how to refine it, Perona recalled the dances taught to Tang sung by several streamers. Next came the time for Perona to lead the ghost soldiers in a square dance. The movements were simple and easy to learn, and soon these ghost soldiers got the hang of it. But Perona realized something was missing. That's right, music. You all wait a moment. I'll go out and get something before we practice. Over 1 million ghost soldiers watched as the Lord of the Underworld hurriedly went out, feeling quite strange. However, they were even more curious about what the dance was for. So, over 1 million people began to discuss. The noise was loud enough to be heard several kilometers away. On Zang Luo's side, seeing Perona coming again, he prepared to run away. Master, don't go, I just want a speaker. You want a speaker? That's easy to say. Zang Luo retracted his leg. He was about to step out and responded. Zang Luo found a solar-powered speaker from the Xianshan Mansion shopping mall, and quickly, the spiritual brain lit up with a mysterious light, and a solar speaker was delivered. When Perona saw it was just one, she said, Master, let us buy 10,000 more. Shauna, are you crazy? Why would I buy so many? Master, I need that many. I have billions of ghost soldiers. Isn't it fair for 1 million to share one speaker? Zang Luo nodded. It was indeed not unfair for 1 million to share one speaker. So he readily placed the order. Oh no, wait, damn. It's too late to refund now. Zang Luo was confused by her math. What do you mean 1 million shares one speaker? Should I give them one? Watching the excited Perona pick up the speaker on the ground, it felt like this girl was destined to counter him. It seemed he needed to hurry and take Hancock out to explore this primal world, or else he wouldn't have the chance later. Master, I'll go back to get busy. Perona said goodbye after getting the speaker. Zang Luo waved his hand, thinking to himself that he hoped she wouldn't come back. When Perona returned to the underworld palace and looked at the over 1 million ghost soldiers below, she directly took out the speaker and distributed a few down. She taught them how to use the built-in music and, when the speaker was out of battery, instructed the light-type rule ghost soldiers to recharge it. After playing a song by the Phoenix legend, Perona began to lead the dance. Those ghost soldiers quickly found the rhythm, and the ones with the dance fruit abilities performed the best, feeling as if they were soaring through space. Once these dance fruit users had mastered their abilities, Perona left some of the better dancers to continue teaching the next batch. She gave the remaining supplies to Meng Pe to continue distributing, as she wanted to lead these people to confront the enemy in the direction of the 18th layer of hell. Soon, Perona and her people arrived at the Yonghun Pass, which had just been occupied by the Western teaching. After receiving some remnants on the way, they arrived at the foot of the city again. I leave it to you. Within a quarter of an hour, eliminate all the people from the Western teaching, Perona said coldly. The leaders of the ghost soldiers quickly took out their weapons and commanded the battle, with the dance fruit users being the first to step forward and form a square team. They turned on the speaker and danced step by step, as the dance of power surged and oscillated. The defensive formation of the soul chanting pass gradually exceeded its limits and was soon shattered by the shock waves generated by the dance of these people, causing even half of the city wall to collapse. Seeing this, the others quickly rushed into the city, led by the laughing Lion Arhut of the Western Church to resist. Although they had already broken through to the quasi-saint realm, the underworld had ghost servants following them, and the combat power of a saint could easily take down the leader. The others had little resistance in their assault. The combat power of the Western Church was not particularly strong, relying mainly on their numbers and recent reputation. Once they lost their advantage, they became even more chaotic. A sudden war quickly subsided, and all the Buddhist soldiers were dealt with within the time set by Perona. Then, they advanced step by step toward the entrance of the 18 layers of hell, reaching it in 2 days. By this time, it had been fortified by the Western Church like a copper wall and iron bastion. However, this was only the case for combat power below the saint level. Perona had brought over 100 ghost servants this time. They immediately sent them to break the guarding formation. The Western Church, seeing over 100 people daring to attack the formation, had some celestial dragons wanting to laugh. But when they saw those individuals striking the formation barrier with their fists, they could no longer laugh. Crack, not good. The formation is about to break. Everyone quickly reinforce it with their powers. Soon, the people of the Western Church continuously injected their powers into the formation, but doing so meant that the external attacks would directly affect them. Poo, as a large number of Buddhist soldiers fell, the formation was directly breached. A few ghost servants, feeling unsatisfied, charged in, followed by others. The remaining millions of ghost soldiers looked somewhat dazed. Did over 100 of them finish off our millions? As the vanguard, the ghost servants carried out a one-sided slaughter, with no significant resistance. It was until they reached the 17th layer of stone grinding hell that the Tathagata personally came to intercept them, halting their advance. The ghost servants saw that the Tathagata's realm was higher than theirs, and they could only fight using the laws, having no saint-level powers, which made even dealing with a saint a struggle for them. Brothers, let us gang up on him. All right, charge. The ghost servants reached an agreement and all rushed towards the Tathagata. The Tathagata initially thought it was some new tunnel lord leading the charge and had come out proactively. However, these were over 100 individuals capable of wielding saint-level combat power. My goodness! The Tathagata was also frightened and called for help, but before he could escape, he was surrounded. You bunch of evildoers, I took a wrong turn. Step aside. A ghost servant asked, do I look like a fool? With that big head of yours. You still say you took a wrong turn? Brothers, give him some more hits. Bang, 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 the Tathagata was overwhelmed. The attacks came too quickly. Several times he tried to use the Buddha realm, but failed and had to reveal his 600M golden body. However, this level of physical defense was acceptable against quasi-saints, but was still too weak against the laws of the great Tao. Stop! As the guiding bodhisattva of the Buddha Gate, who was searching for the burning lamp in Maitreya, heard that the Tathagata had arrived in the underworld, he rushed over again. Upon arrival, he found that the Tathagata was nearly beaten to death. This was unacceptable. The guiding bodhisattva used the 7 treasures mysterious tree to sweep the Tathagata away. The ghost servants looked at the 2 saints and felt less confident. After all, the other party was a mid-level saint, and their side could only deal with a few at a time. No wonder you beat the Tathagata to this extent. It turns out you all have sub-saint combat power. After the guiding bodhisattva spoke, he was also astonished. What kind of resources could cultivate so many strong individuals? The bodhisattva looked at these people, feeling tempted. Senior brother, should we convert them all to the Buddha Gate? They must be more valuable than the celestial dragons. The guiding bodhisattva nodded, but as he prepared to step forward, he was restrained. Who is it to have such abilities? Perona flew forward, looking at the 2. What do you want? The guiding bodhisattva quickly transmitted a message to the bodhisattva, and the 2 exerted their strength simultaneously, barely breaking free from a suppression. Your 2 strengths are not bad. You actually managed to break free from the tunnel suppression, Perona said with surprise. The 2 cautiously looked at Perona. You are the new tunnel lord? Perona nodded. Yes. How about it? Is the strength acceptable? The guiding bodhisattva threatened. If you act so brazenly, are you not afraid that a great war will destroy the primordial chaos? At that time, your tunnel will likely pay a considerable price. Perona scoffed. Destroy the primordial chaos? Just you few? Why not give it a try and see if your Western church disappears or if the primordial chaos is destroyed? The guiding bodhisattva felt that this woman was somewhat extreme. Unlike other saints, she was even more ruthless than the heavenly Tao, not willing to negotiate slowly. Tao friend, you seem to disregard our Buddha Gate. Perhaps you rely on the authority of the tunnel to act recklessly here, but are you not worried about the Tao ancestor? Perona rolled her eyes. Your Tao ancestor has already been dealt with by my master. Why worry about him? With a wave of her hand, she directed over 100 ghost servants to surround them again. The guiding bodhisattva and the bodhisattva originally felt disdain as they saw these people surround them, but soon they were restrained by Perona and could only passively take hits. Then the 2 worked together to break free from the restraints and prepare to fight back, only to be restrained again. It was so frustrating. After breaking free again, the 2 directly ran towards the outside. Just 10 meters later, they were restrained again and received another round of beating. Perona enjoyed this, happily jumping up every time she saw a group of people beating the 2. Hit hard. Hit fiercely. If you can kill them today, I will reward you when I get back. The ghost servants, unaware of the situation with the heavenly Tao saints, thought they truly had a chance to kill them, and each one went all out. By the time the bodhisattva and the guiding bodhisattva managed to escape the underworld after nearly a day, their faces were unrecognizable, swollen like balloons. Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. I want to destroy the primordial chaos. Junior brother, calm down. If you destroy the primordial chaos, our Western church will be finished too. So we just take hits for nothing? Junior brother, how about we team up with the heavenly court? Hao Yin, will he agree? Let's go try it. After saying that, the 2 flew towards the heavenly court while healing their injuries. Hao Yin was still unaware of what had happened in the underworld and thought the 2 were up to something again upon seeing their arrival. After listening to their suggestions, he realized that the Buddha Gate could not conquer the underworld alone. You 2 saints, the strength of your Western church is not small, especially those newly promoted celestial dragons, whose combat power exceeds that of my heavenly soldiers. If you can't conquer it, can we join in? The bodhisattva, fearing that Hao Yin would not agree, quickly said, the low-level combat power of the other side is not a concern. The saint-level combat power is somewhat tricky. Only our 10 saints can deal with that tunnel master. Junior brother, I'm not being alarmist. With the current strength of the tunnel, if it emerges, the primordial chaos won't have a place for us 2 sides. Think carefully. Hao Ian took out the Hao Ian mirror and began to observe the situation in the underworld. However, the underworld had become much stronger, and the Hao Ian mirror refined by the heavenly Tao was no longer as easy to use as before. Nevertheless, he could still see intermittent signals. After observing for a while, Hao Ian indeed found quite a few powerful beings. "Hey, who are these people?" Hao Ian asked the two saints, pointing at the 3,000 people with strange realms. Weren't there just over 100? Why are there 3,000? Jane was also taken aback. Seeing this, Zhuani started to have second thoughts. 3,000 quasi-saints were not something they could handle. Previously, just over 100 had almost crushed them. Why provoke 3,000? At that moment, Jane thought of a good idea. "Senior brother, let's self-destruct and take out all their quasi-saints. Then we can team up with the other saints to deal with the underworld." Zhuandi quickly shook his head. "Forget it, junior brother. Let's retreat from the underworld." Just then, the images transmitted by the Hao Ian mirror made Zhuani hesitate to retreat. How could they all come out of the netherworld? Why wasn't the Tao ancestor intervening? Jane turned to look at Hao Ian. "Hao Ian, did you see that? The netherworld is really moving. If we don't work together to force them back, our situation will be dire." After thinking for a moment, Hao Ian nodded and quickly contacted the other saints. Soon, the 7 saints rushed towards the direction of Lingshan. When they saw that the people from a western sect were being slaughtered by the ghost soldiers, the few saints from the heavenly court felt an immense excitement. Zhuanti and Jane ignored these ants and hurried forward to support Randin and Methreya. At that moment, the two were also being beaten by a group of ghost servants, unable to fight back. Seeing that Hao Ian and the other saints had not yet acted, Jane urged, "Hao Ian, what are you waiting for? Do you think you're watching a joke? If we don't push them back, your today will be our tomorrow." Hearing this, Hao Ian realized and ordered everyone to join the fight. However, after the 5 saints entered the battlefield, they felt they were not relieving pressure on the western sect, but rather poking a hornet's nest. There were 3,000 ghost servants. A few hundred ghost servants could deal with an established saint, not to mention that most of these were newly promoted saints. Soon, the saints from the heavenly court realized how wrong their decision was. Yaoqi suddenly had her nose smashed in, struggling like a madwoman to escape the encirclement, then crying as she returned to the heavenly court. Hao Ian was also beaten to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, struggling to escape. The other 3 were weaker and were chased and beaten until they fled west of the Niue continent. These guys run really fast. If we meet again, we'll fight again. Brothers, let's go back and deal with Jane and Zhuani. Ha, great. Who would have thought that saints are so easy to beat? We really have to thank the lady for this potion. I see the potions the ordinary ghost soldiers get are way inferior to ours. I heard this potion was developed by the lady's master. And I also heard from someone who returned from the Shinto dynasty that the lady's master once sent the Tao ancestor flying. Is that true? Then can we dominate the Hongmeng? You don't know, do you? Our ultimate goal is other worlds. We don't care about this little corner of the Shinto dynasty. Zhuanti had had enough and angrily said, "I'll fight you all." After saying that, he prepared to self-destruct. After all, he wouldn't really die. Just lose some magical power. What was there to fear? He could recover after cultivating for tens of thousands of years. Noticing this situation, Perona directly unleashed her full power in a palm strike, intending to send Jane and Zhuani out of the Hongmeng. If you want to explode, do it outside. Senior brother, be careful. Junior brother, be careful. The two looked in horror at the giant hand coming down. Was this the true power of the underworld? Puff puff, the two were instantly sent out of the Hongmeng atmosphere, drifting chaotically in the chaotic winds. But they didn't care where they were flying. They continued to chat while going with the flow. Senior brother, this is the underworld. How is it possible? She is on par with the Tao ancestor, right? How would I know? Hurry and control your body to stop. Otherwise, we'll fly too far and lose our way. I can't control it. Why not just go with it? So, are we just going to wander like this? On the side of the Western sect, seeing that their 2 strongest forces have been dealt with, the others also lost the desire to resist. The flames of war on Lingshan quickly subsided. Randin and Methreya were directly killed, and not a single one of the fiercely resisting ones was left, while the timid and most of the Tianlong people surrendered. Seeing that the Western sect was resolved so easily, Perona looked at her subordinates below and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Then you can go on your own. I can't be bothered with it anymore. Go and bring good news to my master." The expressions of the people in the netherworld suddenly froze. Did the lady really have no interest in Hongmeng? She seemed very casual about it. So, do we still need to continue killing in Hongmeng? On Zang Luo's side, upon hearing that Perona was coming, he quickly took Hancock and left the Shinto dynasty. Recently, Zang Luo had extracted the laws from all the items he had obtained and once again hybridized and fused them with the original 2 million laws. In the end, he obtained 800 million laws. Although he didn't fully fuse them into his own body, his 3,000 laws were already complete, and such strength posed no challenge in Hongmeng. However, he still wanted to travel and explore the mountains and rivers of Hongmeng. When Perona arrived at the Shinto dynasty, she didn't find her master, and her cheeks puffed up in anger. After asking many people and getting no answers, she could only retreat to cultivate. On that day, Bellamy went to the edge of the Hongmeng Sea to practice his fish slap technique again, continuing to hone his slapping ability. Following his master's advice, he believed that under the laws of the spring fruit, everything could bounce. After arriving in Hongmeng, he had traveled to many places and seen many powerful monsters. Once, he almost died, so he had become low-key afterward. Recently, he had been practicing here. At that moment, Zang Luo and Hancock landed nearby. Zang Luo looked at Bellamy's practice method with some disdain and couldn't help but remind him, "If you practice like this aimlessly, when will you awaken?" "Who?" "Ah, master and mistress. Why are you here?" Bellamy was startled by the sudden voice and turned to find his master had arrived. "Master, am I practicing incorrectly?" What could Zang Luo say? It was his loose teaching method that hadn't worked well, and he didn't know Bellamy's comprehension was so poor. "Your fellow disciples are almost at the realm of immortal spirits, Tai Jinxian, and Ch De Luo Jinxian, and you are still lingering at the realm of laws." "Master, all right, I'll teach you how to bounce things." Zang Luo first made a wound on Bellamy's hand, then used the ability of the spring fruit to start bouncing away the damage. "See, this is bouncing out damage." The superhuman type is a chaotic fusion, containing too many law attributes, so you need to use your imagination to excavate. He then gestured for Hancock to launch an attack, and Zang Luo once again bounced the attack away. This is bouncing away all of your opponent's attacks, as long as their ability doesn't exceed yours by too much. You can bounce it away. Zang Luo then looked around nearby and found a large centipede. Looking at it, he said, "This is the essence of life." After saying that, he used his ability, and the centipede lost its life force. Bellamy watched as his master used the spring fruit ability to bounce everything he thought of, instantly understanding why his master said everything could be bounced. "Master, I understand." "Really understand?" "I understand, master. Through your demonstration, I grasped the true essence of the spring fruit, not just practicing hitting things." Seeing that Bellamy seemed to genuinely understand, Zang Luo stopped the demonstration. "All right, these are all spring fruit potions. Hurry and take them to awaken the complete Tao. Otherwise, your realm can easily be killed by others. Also, focus on your training. It won't be long before we go to the fairy realm." Bellamy asked in confusion, "Is it the heavenly court?" "Huh. What is the heavenly court compared to the fairy realm? That's just a high-rise building propped up by 4 turtle legs on the surface of the primitive world. It's not even a world. The place we are going has even fiercer battles. Adapt to the survival rules of the cultivation world quickly." After Zang Luo finished speaking, he bid farewell to Bellamy and left with Hancock again. They arrived at the Fire Cloud Cave and met the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race, helping them break the seal outside the Fire Cloud Cave. However, the few seemed to be stunned, unsure whether to go out. Zang Luo didn't have the patience to slowly enlighten them. He assumed they would figure it out on their own. They then went to Mount Buzhou in Zhongzhou, which is now only a few thousand meters high, once the Pangu spine that supported heaven and earth. Here, Zang Luo sensed the incomplete laws of strength. He tried to extract Panga's DNA from the internal materials of the mountain to see if he could create Panga's essence blood. After all, it is the Tao of strength that can suppress the 3,000 Taos. The so-called universal gravitation means that all Taos have attraction, but the Tao of strength transcends them. making it of great research value. Husband, don't you have the gravity fruit? Can't you merge it into the Tao? Hancock asked when she saw Zang Luo still wanting to do research. Zang Luo explained, my gravity is just pure gravity. To awaken all attractions would probably take too much time. Everything in this world has gravity, and these forces are different, while Pangu's Tao of strength is the most comprehensive. Otherwise, why do you think he could inherit a Tao with a single axe? They are both Taos in the same realm, but there's a qualitative difference. Then husband, we have already merged 3,000 complete Taos. How do we compare to Pangu? Zang Luo thought for a moment and calculated based on Pangu's achievements and great feats of opening the heavens. I should be able to last 5 moves against him. No way, husband. Is that one Tao really that strong? Then, Zang Luo shared with Hancock the astronomical knowledge of Earth and the singularity of the universe's birth, which is a creation triggered by an explosive force. After this explosion expanded, the universe continuously transformed, giving rise to things like yin and yang, the 5 elements, time, space, life, and so on. So, what my biological father told me about fate being supreme, causality being like a knife, time as the master, and space as the mother might not be entirely correct. I believe the power that merges these laws is the highest. Hancock nodded and watched without continuing to disturb him. Zang Luo continuously extracted mud and stone from the mountain's interior, quickly hollowing it out. The reason for needing the innermost mud and stone is that the loss of power inside is relatively less. Half an hour later, Zang Luo held a bit of the incomplete Tao strength and felt somewhat dissatisfied. What's wrong, husband? Is this not enough? Zang Luo nodded. This power is not comprehensive. I feel it only has the power of dozens of Taos. Hancock suddenly remembered the story Zang Luo told him and reminded. Did you not say that a section of Pangu's spine was taken by Yuan Shi? At that time, it was during the battle between the shamans and the liches, relatively closer to the time Pangu transformed into the Tao. That section of the spine should have more complete power. Hearing Hancock's reminder, Zang Luo also reacted. Right. How could I forget this? That little Yuan Shi refined that section of the spine into the Fan Tianyin, which is a gravity-type treasure. The power should be preserved more completely. Haha, Xiaoyu is truly my lucky star. Zang Luo couldn't help but hug Hancock and kiss her a few times. Oh dear, husband, you got so much saliva on my face. Haha, wasn't I just moisturizing your skin? Hancock couldn't stand being hugged and quickly changed the subject. So husband, are you going to get the Fan Tianyin now? Zang Luo nodded. We could go get the Fan Tianyin first. But later we also need to visit the underworld to see if there is Pangu's essence blood among the witch clan of Hutu. The two quickly arrived at the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. This was originally the Taoist temple of the 3 purities. But due to insufficient fortune to support the teachings of the 3 saints, the 3 sects often quarreled and eventually separated, with the other 2 sects moving out, leaving only the Chan sect behind. When Zang Luo landed at the top of Kunlun Mountain, he remembered that this mountain was transformed from Pangu's skull. He wondered if there was still Pangu's brain marrow. The 3 purities were birthed from this skull, and it should be more valuable than the incomplete Buzhou Mountain. Who are you? At this moment, a young boy discovered that outsiders dared to wander around the top of Kunlun Mountain, thinking that the Saint sect was a tourist destination. Zang Luo turned his head, his gaze ignoring the boy, and looked at Yuan Shi, who was rushing over in a hurry, with his clothes not even properly worn. Yuan Shi felt that this person was inscrutable. How could he be immortal if he couldn't see through him? How could a mortal pass through the layers of formations of Kunlun Mountain? Even if a saint came to break the formation, he would have a sense of it. But the appearance of the other party was too strange. I am Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Who are you, Tao friend? And why have you appeared on my Kunlun Mountain? Zang Luo smiled and said, I'm here to ask you for something. Can I exchange it for law potions? Yuan Shi suddenly thought of the god Luo dynasty, which was using a lot of these potions, dazzling with laws, many of which he had never even heard of. Although he had thought about getting some to study, that place had scared off both Jean and Juani, so he had not dared to go. Are you from the god Luo dynasty? Zang Luo nodded. That's a temporary residence I had my subordinates set up. Yours? Then you are the one researching those laws. How could you have developed so many laws? Even though Yuan Shi Tianzuan was proud, he did not dare to underestimate the God Luo dynasty. Although rumors were unreliable, the Divine Guard army often boasted that even the ancestor had been blown away by their divine masters. But the master had never responded directly, making Yuan Shi very cautious about the people from the God Luo dynasty. You should know that in other places, discussing the saints would lead to eradication, let alone discussing the Tao ancestor. That is a figure who has merged with the heavenly Tao and is omnipresent. Could he not have heard it? Seeing that Zang Luo did not explain, Yuan Shi changed his tone. Tao friend, what do you want to exchange for? The Fan Tian Yin. Yuan Shi was somewhat reluctant to hear this. That was a section of my father's spine, my beloved and dear friend. Even during the Fengshan calamity, it was the treasure bestowed to Guang Changzi to give to his disciples to face the calamity. Unexpectedly, after the third-generation disciple Yin Jiao went down the mountain, he retaliated against the sect and chased Guang Changzi like a dog. At that time, Yuan Shi also took the opportunity to reclaim the treasure. Yuan Shi looked unwilling, clearly aware of the situation with the Shenhun dynasty. A saint can inspect the world with a thought, so it's not surprising that he knows the value of the potion. But Zang Luo wanted to indulge you. A complete potion of the great Tao in exchange for the Fan Tian Yin. I'm not negotiating with you. If you keep stalling, I'll just take it. Hearing Zang Luo say this, Yuan Shi didn't dare to be greedy. After all, the other party's disciple was capable of destroying the Western Church. If he didn't know his place, he would end up like the ones who fell to the same fate as the Qi and Jia. Moreover, the other party mentioned a complete great Tao, and he was more than willing to take such a good deal. Deal, fellow Taoist. After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he took out the Fan Tian Yin from his sleeve. Zang Luo flicked his fingers, and the Fan Tian Yin appeared in his hand. After a careful sensing, it was almost very close to the great Tao of power of Pangu, and the various branches of power inside were not lacking much. Zang Luo was very satisfied with this and handed over a great Tao of the weasel-badgered demon god to Yuan Shi. Zang Luo played a small trick. Since you dislike creatures with scales and armor, I'll give you the ancestor of the Flathead brother. I wonder if Yuan Shi, having gained the abilities of the weasel-badger demon god, would use them boldly. After Zang Luo concealed the smile at the corner of his mouth, he began to observe the interior of Kunlun Mountain and decisively transferred all the white mud inside to the storage world. He also took away the high-quality soil in the center, and Yuan Shi didn't notice this. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, this was the head of someone else's father god, and it wasn't good to dig out the brain in front of him. Then Zang Luo and Yuan Shi arrived in the Netherworld. When they appeared in the Netherworld Palace, they startled Ho Tuesday. The powerful oppressive force made her think that Hong Jun Daozu had arrived. Now that Ho Tu had given up her authority over the earth, her strength was only at the peak of quasi-saint, and she couldn't do much. Who is this senior? Zang Luo glanced around and didn't find Perona. You are Ho Tu. Why hasn't my disciple Perona returned? Ho Tu said, so you are the master, Xiaona. I heard she went out to find her master after leaving Ling Mountain, and she hasn't returned since. The other subordinates have been fighting in the Three Realms, and Haven cared about it. Zang Luo felt awkward. He had only wanted to escape from this annoying creature. But unexpectedly, she had been waiting for him all this time. He didn't know what she wanted from him this time. Well, since my disciple is not here, it's fine to look for you. What does the senior want from me? I want to ask if you can find a drop of Pangu's essence blood. After Hotu heard this, she shook her head. The 12 remaining drops of essence blood turned into the 12 ancestral witches. The other blood gave birth to ordinary witch clans from the blood pool, and after the witch and demon war, there is no essence blood left. What does the senior want it for? Zang Luo didn't hide it. I want to study the laws of Pangu's great Tao of power, and I need his essence blood. Hotu thought of the potions that Perona brought back to the netherworld and understood what he meant. Senior, I don't have the essence blood, but Pangu's heart is still here. If it helps your research, you can use it. After Hotu finished speaking, she took out the Pangahal. This Pangahal is the transformation of Pangu's heart, which originally protected the normal birth of the 12 ancestral witches, equivalent to their house. Zang Luo took the Pangahal. Indeed, I can refine a drop of essence blood from this, but this way, the Pangahal will be gone. Ho-Tu self-deprecatingly said, "My brothers and sisters are all gone. Having an empty house to look at only adds to the sadness." Seeing Ho-Tu's dejected mood, Zang Luo gave him a belief. In fact, the perfect combination of the great Tao of time and the great Tao of space can reverse time and space to bring them out. My great Tao of space is very close, but I still lack a lot in terms of time. As for the time demon god, I don't know where he is. It would be best to find these two demon gods so I can instantly acquire the great Tao of time and space. After Ho-Tu heard this, she instantly became energetic. "Senior, this time-space reversal can really bring them away." Zang Luo nodded. "It can indeed be done, but to avoid changing the time-space process, we need to create a clone to replace the main body when taking them away, which can perfectly avoid the catastrophe." Ho-Tu was moved. She wanted to bring back her 11 brothers and sisters. "Then, Senior, how long will it take to achieve this?" Zang Luo didn't know when he could obtain the essence blood of the two demon gods, so he wasn't very sure. Although he had branches of the great Tao of time and space, awakening them to the complete level wasn't easy. This is still uncertain. In any case, there's hope. "Well then, I will take the Panga Hall. When I create the two types of great Tao potions, I will give you a share." Ho-Tu nodded. "Xiaoya, we're going back." As long as my husband decides, that's good." Ho-Tu looked at the two departing figures with some envy. They were such a perfect match, but she had never found love. She didn't understand before, but after interacting with mortal souls more, she gradually understood. When Zang Luo and the others returned to their palace, Perona immediately noticed and happily approached. "Why aren't you managing your netherworld properly? What are you doing here?" Zang Luo asked disdainfully. Perona's playful expression froze. "Master, do you think I'm unhappy? Am I that unlikable to you?" Zang Luo nodded. "You're the cutest when you're asking for something from me." But Hancock was amused. Perona also felt speechless. "Master, you are really too stingy. Those things are worthless to you. How can you say they are worthless? At this rate, they're almost at cabbage prices." This is not in line with Zang Luo's merchant character from his previous life. "But Master, these people are also your subordinates. Just consider it as paying wages." "Paying wages? Not everyone can receive them. You should see how your subordinates are fighting in the wilderness." "How are they fighting?" "Master, they performed very well." Perona unleashed a mysterious light to showcase the performance of her subordinates. The scene was of a team attacking the demon tribe incorporated by the Heavenly Court. Some users of the dance fruit ability were quite eye-catching, and Zang Luo didn't want such subordinates. If he brought them to another world, he feared being laughed at, especially by Earthlings. "Master and Mistress, look, the users of the dance fruit ability can create a path with their space steps. And even if the monsters use thorns to block the way, they can crush through. And look at how they shake their hips like they're vibrating. Look, look, look. The mountains are shaking, and those with too weak strength are directly killed." Zang Luo covered his face. He was unwilling to accept such a fighting style. His subordinates must be serious people. All right. What are you looking for me about?" "It's nothing, Master. I just came to bring good news. I destroyed the Buddhist sect. Isn't that impressive?" Impressive, right? Master, you're being perfunctory." "Ha, this news isn't shocking to me. You took so many resources. Destroying 10 Buddhist sects is to be expected. How can you expect me to be happy about that?" "All right, I'm going to study that guy Pangu." Zang Luo hurriedly left. Getting too involved with women wasn't good. One Hancock was enough. He could barely handle that. Perona watched her master leave and hoped to gain recognition from Hancock again. Solar Star. A riot broke out on Solar Star, and beneath the dilapidated palace where Dong Huang and Tai Yi were born, a beam of intense light shot out. The entire Hongmeng has discovered that the sunlight has become about 10 times stronger. Zang Luo is conducting an experiment and feels dazzled. So he looks up to survey the situation on the Sun Star. It turns out that this kid, Ace, has gone to the Sun Star. Quite an improvement. Ace has just emerged from his shell. Indeed, he followed the guidance of his heart to the Sun Star, found this broken palace, and unexpectedly discovered an underground entrance. However, after entering, he was remade, with only his consciousness remaining as it was. This means he is now the embodiment of the sun, the new sun, and also the new innate golden crow. After the deaths of Dijuan and Tai, their essence returned to the Sun Star, and they could have been reborn after countless epochs. But after Ace integrated into that underground space, the essence of the Golden Crow seemed to find a gathering center, thus directly transforming Ace. Under the natural formation, Ace could not resist and could only let it change him. He originally thought he would die, but unexpectedly, it was a new birth. A Golden Crow phantom appeared on the Sun Star, letting out a long cry. This quickly attracted the attention of many powerful beings, especially Hongjun, who actually took action. The heavenly Tao opened its eyes, and a destructive divine thunder descended upon Ace. Hongjun felt that Hongmeng was already chaotic enough, and now the ancient Golden Crow is being revived, and upon revival, it is a quasi-saint at great perfection. Was this going against the heavens? So he directly descended the destructive divine thunder to destroy it. Zang Luo, in a laboratory, was originally very angry to see Hongjun take action and wanted to teach him a lesson again, but thinking of his disciples' tribulation, he decided it was better for him to personally help him through it. He just transferred a vial of the great Tao potion from the Yanling demon god to him. Ace, sensing a crisis of falling, saw his master send him a vial of potion and did not understand why his master was so confident in him, just giving him a potion and leaving it at that. But there was no time to think more, so he swallowed it directly. Before he could refine it, the destructive divine thunder struck him. Crackle Ace's Golden Crow body was torn apart, but fortunately, it had not been blasted to pieces yet. Taking advantage of the gap before the second destructive divine thunder fell, Ace hurriedly refined the potion, and soon, a battle formation of the Yanling Great Tao surrounded him. Boom! This time, the thunder tribulation did not break through the defense of the Great Tao. Ace provocatively said, "Old Hongjun, you wait for me. Once I break through, I'll come and smash you." Hongjun was also enraged. If he couldn't kill him, that was fine, but now he was being threatened. What kind of broken Hong Huang is this? Had he known this trash, heavenly Tao wouldn't integrate, he wouldn't have bothered. The strength of Hongjun under the heavenly Tao is just SOSO. The thunder tribulation he controlled is merely the thunder great Tao, but Ace's current Yanling great Tao is also one of the 3,000 great Taos. Hongjun realized that this troublesome being could not be defeated in a short time. If he really wanted to drag it out, it could take hundreds of years. But did he have that much time? The opponent had just been born and was still at its weakest. If he couldn't kill him now, he shouldn't think about it later. At this moment, Ace realized that his physical body was undergoing transformation, and the strength of that body was an unknown realm to him. Discovering that Hongjun could not do anything to him, he broke through to a new realm. He didn't care about the solidity of his foundation with his master's potion. He just charged through. When the fifth thunder tribulation fell, Ace successfully broke through to the Yinjia realm, Hunyuan Daoyuo. This world was created within his body. But now, there was no time to slowly build the inner world. He had to deal with Hongjun, this mortal first. Ha! Little Hongjun, you struck me 5 times. Is it too much for me to want to beat you for 5 days? After saying that, a stream of light appeared below the eye of the heavenly Tao, and he directly struck out. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor World-Destroying Yanling Flame. The immense heat made it impossible for Hongjun to continue opening the heavenly eye. This was originally a weak point, and even though he was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, he wouldn't be foolish enough to use his eyes to resist. Where his eye disappeared, a mass of black clouds gathered, killing divine thunder. Ace did not dodge and was struck directly in the face, feeling like his face turned black. Little Hongjun, are you seeking death? Mirror Fire Flame, Flame Domain. Ace directly ignited the entire sky, turning the space into nothingness, and Hongjun also revealed himself. Seeing Ace strike again with a flame, Hongjun also began to cast spells. Great tidal technique. Ace's flames were sent back by Hongjun using the tidal counterwave. Oomph. You think you're the only one who can make waves? Mirror Fire Flame, Flame Domain. Ace added even greater flames to the counterwave. Great collapse technique. Great sealing technique. Seeing that this returning fire was more powerful than the limits of the technique, Hongjun did not try to clash head-on. First, he collapsed the space, letting the flames flow into a black hole, and then sealed the space again. Ace felt that this guy was the most adept at techniques he had ever seen, all of which were great Tao techniques. I admit my Dao techniques are not as good as yours, but my physical techniques are not bad either. 6 Styles Enhancement Gale, Kick Golden Crow Scratch. Great 5 Elements Technique. After Hong Jun casually launched an attack, he quickly dodged. This movement technique was too familiar. Which sect was it from Zang Luo? He didn't want to be beaten again. Seeing that Hong Jun did not dare to fight him head-on, Ace knew this guy was a mage, so he was not afraid. 6 Styles Enhancement Shave Golden Crow Transformation Technique. Ace directly chased after him. But after Hong Jun realized that this kid was from Zang Luo, he did not want to engage further and kept fleeing towards the chaos. Ace chased for a while, but lost the target due to the chaotic wind. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Next time I see you, I'll beat you. I'll go see what good things my master has. This time, just the potion was so strong. Could it be that he has researched new results again? Back then, my master said he wanted to establish the Shenhun Luo dynasty in the Rakshasa kingdom. It should be in the western Bolnyo Huzhou. After Ace said that, he flew towards that direction using the Golden Crow transformation technique. Suddenly, while passing through a void, he felt something strange. Why is there a small space here? Junior brother. Is that you, Bruno? Come out. Who called me Ace? Ace saw Bruno popping his head out from a door in the void and finally confirmed he hadn't mistaken him. However, Bruno's cultivation seemed a bit lacking. What happened to you? Only at the Law Realm. Comparable to a Xianxian? Have you been slacking off? Bruno shook his head. I haven't been slacking off. I've been hiding in the void to cultivate. Ace was puzzled. Why do you want to hide away to cultivate? Am I supposed to be afraid of dying? I almost got killed right after I left Master. Bruno said irritably. Then you could go find Master. He could probably elevate you to the saint level in no time. The last time I encountered life-threatening danger, it was Master S potion that helped me through, and I'm planning to go find him this time too. Are you coming? Bruno nodded. Yes, but I need to tidy up some things in this space first. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Ace nodded and followed Bruno into the space he developed. My God, have you built a backyard here? As soon as Ace entered, he saw pavilions and towers. Flowers and spiritual herbs and various decorations were not lacking. You still say you've been diligently cultivating. You've probably been busy building instead. Bruno shook his head. These are all my original abilities. I can lay them out casually without wasting time. Moreover, I've nailed this space down. It won't drift away in this void. I'll go pull out the nails first. Ace followed Bruno to the edge of the space and discovered a nail several hundred meters away, made with his abilities and reinforced with talismans. No wonder you have to pull out slowly. Is it necessary to make it so secure? Bruno explained, last time there was a battle somewhere. The entire void of heaven and earth was unstable, and my space was shaking and drifting away, so I hurriedly reinforced it. Otherwise, who knows where it would have floated to? Oh, by the way, have you seen any other fellow disciples recently? Bruno shook his head. I've been alone in this space for these years, too weak to dare go out. Ha. It's a shame you were once a member of CP9 in the pirate world. Now you're so timid. There's nothing I can do. I'm too weak to feel confident. Ace nodded in agreement, recalling how he felt the arrival of death facing Hongjuan's thunder. Lacking the strength to protect oneself indeed felt very unsafe. Soon, Bruno finished pulling out the nails, and Ace hurriedly urged him to go out and find their master. We're heading towards our master's direction. Why go out? Ace asked confusedly. Yes, this space is moving. I'm planning to stay here permanently, but you can create this kind of space anytime. Why bring it along? Ace, haven't you been paying attention to what Master said? Master mentioned that the more stable the space we create during the future creation of the world, the higher the limit of the powerful beings that will appear in our inner worlds. So you're preparing for the transcendence realm, even though you're only at the law realm? Ace said incredulously. Bruno nodded. I have an advantage with this ability, so I can't waste it. I really admire you. But I'm also at the transcendence realm and haven't created a world yet. How about you create a prototype for me first? Sure, but how about waiting until we find Master to increase our strength before helping you create it? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed outside. What's that sound? Ace asked hurriedly. Bruno quickly checked. Oh no, we've bumped into the heavenly court. A lot of powerful beings are coming. Ace scoffed. What are you afraid of? I've chased after Hongjun. Would I be afraid of that little boy, Hao Ian? Junior brother, open the door. I'll go deal with them. That's unnecessary. They can't get in. Let's hurry, Boom. Before he could finish, countless attacks struck the walls of their space. Hey, junior brother, you need to face issues head-on. Running away won't solve anything. Quickly open the door. I'll go out and beat them up. Seeing cracks forming in the space, Bruno dared not hide any longer. As soon as he opened the door, Ace charged out. Flame ring, fire pillar, burning heaven. I'll help, it's so hot, run. Oh no, it's a saint. Quickly invite the saint out. Crack. The fire pillar swept through the crowd and finally landed on the southern heavenly gate, shattering it. Stop it, you brat. TripHijacked yelled from a distance. Upon getting closer and seeing Ace for the first time, he felt a tremor in his body, unable to see through the opponent's true strength, but sensed great danger. He hastily softened his tone to alleviate the situation. Why are you attacking our heavenly court? We haven't provoked you, have we? Ace pointed to Bruno, who had followed him out. His space accidentally bumped into you first, and you attacked us. Moly High was displeased. You clearly bumped into our southern heavenly gate first, and we acted afterward. Ace waved his hand. No, you attacked first. We can argue using Earth's logic, so your attack is your fault. TripHijacked was also surprised. Then how do you account for bumping into the southern heavenly gate? Ace explained, when you hadn't attacked, it could be considered our fault, and we'd compensate for the losses, but since you attacked, then you deserve it. What an arrogant kid. The voice of the Jade Emperor echoed from afar. Behind him were Yao Qi, Wang Lingguan, and Zhuan Lian. Upon seeing several saints arrive, TripHijacked straightened his back. Ace was also amused by TripHijacked's contrasting behavior. Just 5 saints. Do you think I care about you? Beast form, golden crow body. Oh no, the ancient golden crow. How Ian quickly reminded everyone. 6 styles, enhanced gale, leg, golden crow scratch. How is that possible? Zhuan Lian shouted. He had already broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo level. Yet he was still not a match for the opponent's single attack. With Zhuan Lian eliminated, next was Wang Lingguan, and Yao Qi quickly covered her face and fled. Last time she got her face swollen from being hit. Encountering a strong opponent now, she just ran away. How Ian also wanted to run, but didn't he have the chance? Who exactly are you, and why are you targeting our heavenly court? How Ian shouted angrily. Ace shrugged. I didn't. You didn't show enough humility earlier, so I wanted you to feel the gap before talking to me. How Ian did not raise his head. There's nothing to talk about. Kill or cut as you please. Ace stepped forward and threw another armed fist. Bang. Let's talk nicely. The other heavenly soldiers were dumbfounded. Seeing the Jade Emperor being hit, would they be silenced? Senior, please stop. How Ian knows his mistake. May I ask what brings you to the heavenly court? Ace waved his hand. I don't want you to do anything. I want your attitude. After saying that, he took Bruno back into the space. Senior brother, you were so amazing just now. You could take down any saint with one punch. What is this? When we see Master, you can do it too. How long until we reach Shenhun? Probably still half a day, right? Your speed is too slow. I could go back in a blink of an eye. I'm only at the lower realm, of course. I can't compare to you, senior brother. They soon arrived at Shenhun, and Ace suggested flying past the barrier. Bruno nodded. It wouldn't be good if they accidentally bumped into something again. After coming out, they weren't sure which direction their master was in since neither had been there before. But fortunately, they spotted the Divine Guard army. After inquiring, they headed towards the imperial capital. When they arrived outside the Zang Luo palace, they were stopped by Perona. Seeing that the two were rushing inside without slowing down, she quickly stood at the entrance. You two stop. If you're not afraid of being scolded, then go in. Ace was taken aback. Is Master busy? Perona said with a bitter expression. I just got kicked out. I'm responsible for stopping anyone. What is Master researching? Ace asked. Perona replied. There are many things being researched. I can't understand any of it. Bruno, eager to increase his strength, quickly asked, Junior sister, stop. Upon hearing this address, Perona hurriedly told Bruno to shut up. Master said that those with strong strength are older brothers and sisters, while those with weak strength are younger brothers and sisters. Have you forgotten? Bruno said incredulously. You are also stronger than me. What realm are you in? After Perona released the pressure of her cultivation, Ace was incredulous. How is it possible? You're one minor realm higher than me. Did Master give you special treatment? How could that be? Master is so stingy. How could he give special treatment? Then how did you improve so much? Perona replied, "Senior sister, I'm talented, smart, and cute. Even the earth loves me." After finishing, Perona demonstrated the power of her authority over the earth. Ace exclaimed, "Earth? You're like Hongjun?" Perona pouted, "Master said I can crush Hongjun now." Ace laughed. "Although I can't crush him, I did chase him away like a dog last time." Hearing their conversation, Bruno was envious. "Senior sister, when will Master come out?" Perona shook her head. "I'm not sure, but given Master's usual situation, it should be around half a year at most." "I heard that last time. It only took a little over half a year to study the corpses of the 3,000 demon gods, so it won't take longer for one Panga demon god. Then I'll cultivate here for half a year," Bruno said as he went to the side to start meditating. Perona looked at this and felt disdain. How boring to cultivate every day. Why not take a shortcut instead of cultivating? After all, she didn't really want to cultivate in this lifetime. The progress was slow and wasted time. She could only rely on Master's potions to pass the time. Then, Perona suggested they play Do-Di-Ju, and Bruno was dragged in to fill the last spot. Before long, their noise reached the laboratory. Zang Luo sensed it and saw two disciples returning, playing Do-Di-Ju with that crazy woman Perona. You must be unable to reason with unreasonable animals. Disturbed by the noise, he directly blocked the room. At this point, Zang Luo had successfully refined the Panga Hall into liquid, although it was transformed from Panga's heart. The blood components were too few. After continuously removing cellular impurities, he managed to obtain a small half-drop of essence blood. What could such a small amount of essence blood do? It wasn't even enough for one person to use. Fortunately, the laws of power within were still quite comprehensive. Although all the powers were not complete, it was still more than the laws he currently possessed. However, many of the law's powers inside were somewhat strange. He asked Hancock beside him, "Xiaoya, do you think Pangu is from another universe?" Hancock smiled. "Husband, are you asking the wrong person? I can help you refine the Panga Hall, but how could I possibly understand matters involving other worlds?" "All right, I asked the wrong person. But Xiaoya, not only can you help me refine things, but you can also help me have children and warm my bed." "Oh, that's what I should do." "Then Xiaoya, shouldn't you help me store a few more children?" Hancock quickly shook her head and took a step back. "Husband, no. You already have 9 children in my belly. If it weren't for the seal, I'd be worried about them growing up together. My belly would look so ugly." Zang Luo casually said, "It's fine. When the time comes, we can release the seals one by one for them to grow, and it won't have too much of an impact." "But husband, why do you need so many children?" Zang Luo didn't know how to answer. As a person from Earth, the concept instilled from a young age was about inheritance, continuing the family line, and carrying on the future successors of civilization. I want to open a kindergarten, an ultimate son class." "Husband, aren't you afraid of having too many children and not being able to care for them all? Besides, you can treat them with your medical skills. Even if your cultivation level is higher in the future, you can still help me give birth to children." Listening to Hancock's long list of refusals, Zang Luo found it hard to explain. "Am I really concerned about the children? I'm just wanting to spend more time on your tempting body." "All right, Xiaoya, let's continue researching this Pangu essence blood. We need to cultivate this small half-drop further and prepare the essence blood of the other demon gods first." Hancock also used her surgical fruit ability to extract the blood from rows of demon god corpses. Although her speed wasn't as fast as Zang Luo's, it still saved a lot of time. Hancock's basic fruit was the sweet fruit. Although she had fused the laws of the surgical fruit, she could only use the ability and wasn't as proficient as Zang Luo. Zang Luo carefully compared the demon god's blood with Panga's blood and found that it was indeed possible that one of them wasn't from this universe. The similarity between the blood of the 3,000 demon gods and the blood of the Hongmeng beings was only 30, while the similarity with Panga's blood reached 80. And the similarity with the witch clan was even as high as 99. Of course, this didn't prove that the 3,000 demon gods were outsiders. It was well known that Pangu used the 3,000 great roads to open the heavens, chasing the 3,000 demon gods all the way. It was more likely that the 3,000 demon gods were the natives of this universe, and Pangu decided to use them to open the heavens after discovering the situation here. However, all of this wasn't important. Zang Luo shook his head to clear his chaotic thoughts. Hancock saw that Zang Luo had come back to his senses from his contemplation and suggested, Husband, how about we merge the excellent genes of the 3,000 demon gods into the Pangu essence blood? After hearing this, Zang Luo was somewhat tempted. If they did that, the achievement of this essence blood would surpass Pangu countless times. No, wait, that might not work, Xiaoya. Why not? How should I put it? Although I suspect Pangu is the outsider, the entire Hongmeng is a product of Pangu's transformation. The genes are more closely related, so merging wouldn't seem too strange. Xiaoya, look at these demon god corpses. They're all bizarre. Their individual abilities are too prominent, causing evolution and mutations in different parts of their bodies. Those with horns on their heads are not to mention, and those with wings, scales, feathers, etc., if we merge them, they are likely to become monsters. After hearing this, Hancock also felt goosebumps. Just thinking about such shapes made her want to vomit. No wonder husband only let her merge with the 3,000 great road potions before, without merging essence blood. By the way, husband, how did you use the demon god's essence blood on your disciples? Zang Luo smiled. That's due to their own choices, like Ace, who was transformed into an ancient golden crow by the origin of the Jin Wu. Since he has already taken on a beast form, merging with the demon god essence blood is inconsequential. So, in the future, if we merge, we should merge with demon gods whose bodies are closer to Panga's. So, Xiaoya, you can first separate the demon god bodies that are similar to our size, and then we can try to merge them into the Pangu essence blood. We can let the disciples try it first, and if the effect is good, we can use it ourselves. Hancock laughed. Who would do that to their disciples? Zang Luo shook his head. I don't consider that as taking advantage. Such opportunities are hard to refuse for cultivators. And the reason I refuse is that Xiaoya is too perfect. I can't modify any part of her anymore. So I don't want to merge any chaotic things that might affect us. Hearing this, Hancock's face turned red, but she was very happy. Then lowered her head to continue selecting demon gods. Suddenly, Zang Luo noticed something was off. Hey Xiaoya, why are you still picking a demon god with a big chest? Are you wanting to? I think the investment is enough. Although I really like that, it would affect the performance of physical techniques during a fight, causing you to lose your accuracy. Oh, husband, what are you talking about? I didn't see clearly. That's why I picked this one. Hancock said as she threw that demon god corpse away. You threw it away? The reaction is so strong that it seems they really want this gene when understood from the opposite meaning. However, this gene is too rigid, and I cannot agree to it. Zang Luo has already accepted that such a gene cannot be desired. Who likes something so rigid? This has to be considered for the children. It's truly for the children. Zang Luo continued to cultivate the blood, adding many substances that promote blood proliferation to the Pangu essence blood, and then began to integrate those law potions. Previously, the various powers of the laws seen in the Path of Strength were not comprehensive enough, and now he just happened to have countless law potions that could supplement it. At this moment, the Pangu essence blood was undergoing a mutation, but Zang Luo hadn't noticed it yet. Hancock, however, did see it. Husband, look, there's a shadow. What shadow? Zang Luo raised his head and asked. Hancock pointed to a spot 2 meters above the essence blood, and Zang Luo looked over to discover a huge shadow of Pangu. Could it be that Pangu has come to claim my life because I destroyed his heart? Xiaoya, when did he appear? He appeared just when you added the laws. If you add some more, you'll see him move more flexibly. He was quite stiff before, but I saw that after you added the potions twice, he became a bit more agile. Zang Luo was very surprised. Could it be that Pangu really wasn't dead and could still be alive? The so-called heart contains the spirit, the liver contains the soul, and the lungs contain the essence. Could it be that the Pangahal, transformed from Panga's heart, still hides his spirit? Wasn't he the primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones? Zang Luo was very eager to unravel the mystery, so he continued to add the laws. After several days of continuous effort, he had added 800 million law potions to the Pangu essence blood. But more than 200 million laws were not accepted by the essence blood. It seemed that the Path of Strength back then did not have these laws after all. These were laws that Zang Luo had innovated, so it was normal that Pangu didn't have them. At this point, the shadow of Pangu had come to life, but it was deep in thought and did not speak. Hongjun frowned upon discovering the shadow of Pangu. Isn't the witch clan crippled? How can they still summon the shadow of Pangu? If I want to see who it is. When Hongjun saw the area beneath Pangu's shadow, he quickly retracted his consciousness. Damn, it's Zang Luo again. Is he related to Pangu? I can't go personally, so I'll have to use the great divination technique to deduce it. The final result is extremely ominous. What on earth is going on? Half an hour later, Pangu spoke. Has the primordial chaos become this terrible? The Tao of Heaven's fruit position has also been stolen. Zang Luo tentatively asked, Senior, are you really still alive? Pangu looked down at the two people who were less than ankle-high to him and understood that it was they who had brought him back. Thank you, little friends. I'm not truly alive now. If you continue to cultivate my bloodline, I might be able to revive from it. Zang Luo nodded. It turned out that the heart blood had this effect, allowing the spirit to revive and thus come back to life. By the way, Senior, are you from another universe? Pangu nodded. I come from the reincarnation universe. What? You are from the reincarnation universe. Do you know the reincarnation venerable? Zang Luo, hearing the familiar universe, excitedly interrupted, not caring about respect. Oh, you know the venerable. He was my former superior. Little friend, you know about the reincarnation universe, which is very far from here. How do you know these things? Well, my father is from the reincarnation universe and is also a subordinate of the reincarnation venerable. What is your father's name? My father's name is Zhang Tian. Does Senior know him? Pangu thought for a moment and then nodded. I have some impression of him. But back then he was just a small cultivator who performed valiantly on the battlefield. The reincarnation venerable saw him as a good seed and took him into the elite camp for training. I remember when training those elite soldiers. That Zhang Tian stepped on my foot and didn't he apologize. He even dared to provoke me, saying he would challenge me in the future. I have a deep impression of that. After hearing this, Zang Luo almost broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether Pangu would transfer his hatred. Then, Pangu recounted many experiences. It turned out that when he first ventured out for training, he accidentally entered the heart of chaos, a place that any chaotic cultivator dreams of, where one can improve any shortcomings of chaotic bodies and refine a perfect chaotic body. In there, Pangu not only achieved a perfect transformation, but also found the techniques and resources left behind by previous cultivators. Those previous cultivators had died due to accidents during their transformation process, and the opponent had been quite affluent, but everything benefited Pangu. Relying on those resources and the excellent environment of the heart of chaos, Pangu broke through to a higher realm, reaching the realm of chaotic sage, path level 8. Reincarnation venerable, path level 9. After coming out, he traveled very far to another area, which was somewhat desolate with few living beings. Soon after, he discovered the chaotic fetal membrane, which was a new universe that had not yet fully formed. In this place, Pangu gained enlightenment. He decided to seize the opportunity to forcibly open the heavens and break through again, using his axe to strike a gap in the membrane, only to find that it was still unformed, making it impossible to create a perfect universe. However, he did not want to miss this opportunity. If he went too far away, he might not be able to return, and that would only benefit later cultivators. On the other side of the chaotic fetal membrane, he discovered magic gods that absorbed the nutrients from the membrane. It turned out that these beings had absorbed too much nourishment, which affected the birth of the internal world. There were 3,000 of these magic gods, all different beasts born from various paths. Heaven is helping me. Is this a pillow sent when I'm sleepy? Pangu began to hunt these magic gods, simultaneously using his coffin to collect their bodies, intending to refine them into the world to assist in its perfect birth. After countless years of pursuit, when there were not many magic gods left, they began to flee far away, which delayed a lot of time. Initially, when chasing these magic gods, they merely escaped from one side of the chaotic fetal membrane to the other, making it easier to chase them. However, as they fled too far, it became much harder to pursue, resulting in several magic gods going missing. Pangu, feeling helpless, had to rush back. By the time he returned to the chaotic fetal membrane, he was already somewhat exhausted, but unable to contain his excitement. He began to take action. Each person gathering all their strength could not act multiple times, let alone cultivators perfectly controlling all their power. Just as he struck down 3 times with his axe, the heavens and earth did not fully open and were gradually closing. Pangu, not thinking too much of the moment, supported it himself. He had originally planned to rest for a bit and then push it open again. Unexpectedly, the power of the heavens and earth was substantial. Pangu found it difficult to support, and he could not rest, which made him even more exhausted. He did not dare to let go with his hands. Otherwise, if the heavens and earth closed, he would be crushed, with no time to think of other methods. He had no choice but to transform and supplement the missing parts of the heavens and earth, gradually replenishing his essence, blood, and flesh into the void. He originally thought it was over, but unexpectedly, the pressure above was too great, shattering his primordial spirit into 3 parts. The events that followed were similar to the progress of the primordial chaos. After hearing the entire origin of the primordial chaos, Zang Luo couldn't help but feel some confusion towards Pangu's actions. They were all chaotic-level cultivators. How could they be so impatient? If he had restored his magical power first before opening the heavens, it might not have been so serious. Perhaps initially, by slowly refining the bodies of the 3,000 demons through the split cracks and injecting them in, it could gradually replenish the original source. In the end, it was still a matter of impatience. Senior, your essence blood is currently being cultivated. Do you think the essence blood of the other demons should be integrated? Zang Luo changed the subject and asked. Pangu shook his head, showing a look of disdain. There's no need for those dirty things. My original essence blood has already transformed to perfection. I'm worried that merging theirs might introduce impurities. Zang Luo thought to himself that he probably didn't know how pure his own refinement was. However, since he didn't like it, it was fine. Zang Luo felt that one piece of equipment wasn't enough, so he purchased more than a dozen fully automated processing devices from the spiritual brain. Pangu was very surprised to see this. What is this block? It can transport things here? Hey, Senior, you may not know, but the human civilization born in the world you created is truly extraordinary. They can research anything. This is one of the inventions from one of them, who also established the Xianshang Mansion and is currently the strongest in this universe, collaborating with the reincarnation Venerable. Pangu looked up at the direction of Hongjun. Isn't the strongest here that old guy? Zang Luo knew who he was referring to and shook his head. I don't know what transformation has happened in this universe, but it's very vast, capable of accommodating countless primordial worlds, and the primordial world you opened is just a starting point. After listening, Pangu was also puzzled. It sounded like the transformation of this universe had become too immense. Moreover, as the area of the universe increases, the mass density will decrease. If that's the case, it will be difficult to gather the entire universe. And even if you regain control over the primordial world, there wouldn't be much power enhancement. If a universe expands uncontrollably, surpassing too much control, then relying solely on the authority of the primordial world would not be able to guide the heavens. Pangu still didn't know that it was all the heavenly Tao and Hongjun working together to suppress the transformation of the primordial world, initiating countless tribulations, leading to energy leakage, causing other regions to swell and grow. Here, Zang Luo quickly assimilated all the commands of the devices, and at this moment, blood production was increasing rapidly. Pangu watched as more and more blood started to gather, guiding it into the primordial spirit, and soon a huge blood figure was formed. Due to the scarcity of blood, it merely appeared as a surface smeared with blood with a transparent red inside. Little friend, this blood production is still too slow. Can it be any faster? Zang Luo glanced at the storage realm, nodded, and took out the other 100 or so devices, stopping the production of the rule potions, using everything to produce blood. This time, the blood volume matched Pangu's consumption. Pangu guided the blood to slowly converge, then gave rise to flesh and bones. Although the speed was slow, there was hope. Senior, how long will it take to fully recover like this? About 3 to 5 years. Damn, 3 to 5 years. How many potions will I lose? Forget it. I'll sell some potions again in exchange for more devices. Zang Luo took out several thousand potions and put them back on the market. Pangu, seeing this, asked with confusion, Little friend, you added quite a bit of that thing after my blood, right? Is it a fragment of the law? Zang Luo nodded. I cultivated countless laws and previously found that too much law power had leaked from your blood's path of strength, so I supplemented it. I didn't expect that many couldn't be integrated, Pangu explained. When I fused the path of strength back then, I used 700 million paths to merge into a new one. Yet, you have many laws I have never seen before. Then, taking advantage of the free time, Panga taught Zang Luo the 9 turns Xin Yuan Gong and Panga 3 styles. The Wu clan had also obtained remnants of the techniques, which could only refine the body. Namely, the 9 turns Xian Gong, while the 3 pure ones receive remnants for the 9 turns Yuan Gong. One specializes in the physical body, while the other specializes in magical power. Zang Luo studied the 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong and found it second only to his own chaotic golden technique. When he goes to a higher world, he can use it to teach disciples. The Pangu 3 styles were quite practical for him at the moment. His most skill trump card was just 1 Shura 9 kills, which wasn't safe enough. Hancock felt that the techniques were not much different from her own chaotic golden technique after listening, so she lost interest. As for the Pangu 3 styles, she didn't like using axes. If it were Yamato, it would be fine, but she hadn't traveled through time with him back then. At this moment, outside the laboratory, a few more people arrived. Baby 5, Violet, and Corazon. Baby 5 and Violet had encountered each other 6 months ago, and since that Baby 5's magical power was too weak, so Violet helped Baby 5 find magical treasures while cultivating. Later, the two entered Yun Zhongzi's dojo, but Yun Zhongzi wasn't someone who liked trouble. Upon hearing they were looking for magical treasures, he pointed to a pile of treasures and told them to take whatever they wanted. At first, the two didn't believe Yun Zhongzi was that generous until they watched Yun Zhongzi get hit by treasures twice. Then, Yun Zhongzi disdainfully tossed the treasures into the garbage pile. According to Yun Zhongzi, he had received more than 10 treasures in one day at most. Most of these were unowned treasures, although their levels weren't very high and could be refined by a great Luo Jingxian. The fortune was undeniable. The primordial world was just destroyed too early. Otherwise, these treasures would have transformed to spirit treasure level. Baby 5 took advantage of these garbage treasures to rapidly evolve until she integrated over 10,000 treasures, reaching quasi-saint level before stopping. Her strength now exceeded Violet by a large boundary. Corazon encountered them only after entering the capital city. Perona, seeing the few people, quickly called out, "Junior brothers and sisters, come play do-di-ju." Corazon looked at the excitement of the others and felt puzzled. Is it really that fun? Isn't it childish? Bruno said impatiently. Do you think it's just for fun? We bet potions. I've already lost over 30,000. How about it, junior brother? You're only at the early stage of the law realm, which is a bit worse than me. Why don't you take my place? Hearing Bruno's invitation, Corazon quickly shook his head. You've lost over 30,000. How much would I lose? Seeing that Corazon was unwilling, Bruno had no choice but to look at Perona. Senior sister, please be merciful. You can't just rely on me. You see, there are still 3 others. Let them take over. Perona looked disdainfully. You've only lost this much and you're already out. You can't afford to lose. Well then, do the 2 junior sisters want to join? Baby 5 shook her head. I don't know how to play. It's okay. Senior sister will teach you. Don't worry. You'll learn quickly. No, let Violet come instead. It's fine. Everyone can play. For people can also play. Baby 5 and Violet couldn't resist the persistent persuasion and finally joined in. Soon, the 2 of them started to get competitive and became unable to extricate themselves. Ace was better off. With his boundary realm strength, he could predict most situations. But when facing Perona, he wasn't as accurate, so he only lost a few hundred potions. Watching the other 2 junior sisters become competitive, he could predict their fate would definitely be worse than Bruno's. Corazon was glad he didn't join, or those 2 would be the examples of red faces and thick necks. Turning his head to look at the giant figure in the sky, he asked Bruno, Senior brother, what is that giant? Is it something Master is studying? Bruno wasn't very clear at first, but after Perona mentioned some things about Pangu, he learned a bit. That's quite remarkable. It said that this entire universe was created by this giant named Pangu. Haven't you heard of him outside, junior brother? Corazon shook his head. I only came here after seeing that enormous figure in Zhongzhou. The 2 senior sisters I met outside the capital were also drawn here. After entering this territory nearby and discovering the Divine Guard Army, we remembered this was Master S' temporary residence. At this time, Marco and Von Clay also returned. The two had been together since studying the mother river in the daughter country. At that time, after Von Clay discovered the laws of life of the mother river, he found the source and only discovered 2 enormous eggs, each as big as a few buildings. They didn't know whose eggs were so big, so they began to replicate the laws of life there. After completing this replication, Von Clay broke through to the immortal punishment realm. He is one of the few who reached this level through his own efforts. The two were preparing to search for places containing the essence of laws again when they saw the gigantic figure in the northwest. Marco said this was within Master S territory, so they returned together. Upon entering, they observed closely, and Von Clay was immediately captivated by Panga's phantom. He didn't even notice the other senior sisters and brothers, heading straight to Panga's feet to start his observation. He discovered that this phantom contained countless laws and involuntarily used his fruit ability to begin mimicking them. Panga looked at Zang Luo. "Is this your person?" Zang Luo followed his gaze and saw Von Clay replicating the laws and couldn't help but nod. This disciple has talent, and this fruit is also quite good. If I didn't have the surgery fruit, I would like this mimic fruit. That's right, this is one of my disciples, and those nearby are all. Panga nodded. They're all good seedlings. A few of them are just a bit lost in their pursuits. Zang Luo felt a bit insulted. He also liked to take shortcuts, and most of his disciples had this character. They all have the law potions. How many are still willing to endure hardships? However, seeing Perona continuously squeezing other junior brothers and sisters, winning hundreds of thousands, and still urging them on, Zang Luo couldn't stand it any longer and directly went out to scold. "Xiaona, that's enough. Finding all sorts of ways to get resources from me. If you keep winning like this, it will still be me who pays for it later." Everyone saw Master come out and quickly step forward to bow. "We pay our respects to Master." Perona stuck out her tongue. "Master, just this last round." "Last round? Are you addicted? Hurry up and put it away. Take this back to Hutu. Let her restore her physical body," Zang Luo said as he handed over a bottle of blood and a ground potion. Perona took it with confusion. "What is this big bottle, Master?" Zang Luo pointed at the giant phantom. "Panga's blood. Take it back to Hutu. She will know the situation." "Oh, should I go back now?" Perona asked. "How about we leave after midnight snack?" Zang Luo suggested. Perona nodded. "That is fine." After saying that, she quickly left under Zang Luo's increasingly displeased gaze. "All right, you several who just returned recently and haven't had the chance to improve, take these." Zang Luo finished speaking and distributed some potions and demon blood to others. Violet received the blood of the insight demon, and the potion was the insight path. Baby 5 received the blood of the golden body demon, and the potion was the golden body path. Corazon got the oblivion demon, Von Clay got the mirror demon, and Bruno's space demon has yet to be found. So he was told to wait. He was only given 1,000 fruit potions to awaken the path by himself. As for Marco and Ace, they had received items before, so they didn't get anything again. "All right, you all should take the time to cultivate. Don't wander too far during this period. We will be leaving soon." After Zang Luo finished, he returned to the laboratory. In the underworld, Mengpo was just about to prepare to go out to the Sea of Blood when she happened to run into Perona. "What are you doing, Granny?" "Nana, you're back. I heard reports that the Phantom of Father God has appeared again. I want to go take a look." Granny, why don't we go back? You first restore your physical body, and then we can go together." After saying that, Perona took out Panga's blood and potion. Mengpa took the bottle and opened it to see. "This is Father God's blood. Has the senior succeeded in the research?" Perona nodded. "Pangu is also being revived, Granny. You will soon see the living Pangu." "What is this true?" Mengpa felt this news was too shocking. She originally thought it was just someone summoning a phantom, and speculated it might be from the same clan or being closely related to Father God, but didn't T expect it to be Father God's revival. This kind of thing she never thought possible. In the context of the primordial, it was deemed impossible. "So, Xiaona, is the senior reviving Father God?" "Yes. It was done by my master." Hearing this affirmative answer, Mengpa became even more convinced. She wanted to go confirm it immediately, but was firmly stopped by Perona. "Granny, you are now one of the few direct descendants of the great god Pangu. If you go like this, it'd embarrass the great god. You should restore your physical body and bring your realm back to the saint level before going. After hearing this, Mengpa also felt it wasn't very dignified for her quasi-saint avatar to meet Father God, so she took the 2 bottles and went into seclusion. Perona sighed in relief when she saw Mengpa no longer insisting. Master is in a bad mood, and when he sees the other disciples being mischievous, he will shift his anger, and then I will go back. Perona thought beautifully as she left the palace, when a ghost servant came to report. Your Highness, congratulations. Perona was stunned. Don't you know my mood isn't great? What brings this joy? The ghost servant replied. The 3 realms have been conquered by us, and now the entire 3 realms are under the control of the underworld. So fast. It's only been half a year. What is the loss? Perona quickly asked. Your Highness, there were no casualties among the ghost servants. The other ghost soldiers and generals lost 2.5 million. Hearing the indifferent answer from the ghost servant, Perona became unsettled. What? So many losses, 2.5 million. My master's subordinates have fought until now, and their losses haven't exceeded 50,000. Perona suddenly understood why Master chose the elite soldier route. It's not for the selection of elite soldiers, but to concentrate the potions in the hands of a few people, allowing them to enhance rapidly. For example, if the 3,000 ghost servants all used the Great Path potion refined from the demon god, there would be no significant losses. If she had given all her potions to a few million soldiers back then, they would probably all be at the quasi-saint level by now. This time, the losses didn't even count the subordinate numbers. Just the potions alone lost over 200 million. If she had known, it would have been better to give each person 1,000 potions, turning them all into quasi-saints. Perona asked, then, how many soldiers do we have left? Your Highness, there are still over 74 million left. There are actually so many left. No wonder this ghost servant wasn't concerned about the losses. However, she also realized she had been foolish to distribute potions to all soldiers back then. Then, Perona asked Hao Ian and the people of the Heavenly Court if they were dead. Your Highness, 6 people from the Heavenly Court escaped. Perona found it hard to believe. Aren't there only 5 saints in the Heavenly Court? How could 6 people escape? The ghost servant replied, Your Highness, we killed Wang Lingguan and Teibai Jinxing, while Hao Ian, Zhuan Lian, and Yao Qi escaped. Yao Qi fled as soon as we stormed into the Heavenly Court. Also, the Taishang Lao Jun from the Doshui Palace escaped, and Neza sought help from Yang Jian, who took him to the Shenluo dynasty. Perona waved her hand. Yang Jian is my junior now. Don't worry about him. You all didn't handle it properly, so be careful. They will definitely have hidden moves. So the losses you reported before are only temporary. The losses caused by the saints will be greater, so handle it yourselves. The ghost servant was dumbfounded. Handle it ourselves? I'm doing this for you, Your Highness. What can we do? After all, they're saints. They must have some trump cards. It's impossible that they're all foolish new saints who can be easily defeated. Your Highness, can you create another batch of real saints? We could then station ourselves in various places to prevent the saints from causing trouble. Perona rolled her eyes. Where am I going to get the potions? My master didn't give me any. Think of a way yourself. You 3,000 ghost servants, 10 in a team. What are you worried about? Really? Wanting to improve so badly. Everyone wants to take advantage. How can we progress in cultivation? In the Zixiao Palace, Yao Qi cried as she arrived, clutching Hongjuan's sleeve and wiping her tears, which made Hongjun very displeased. Soon after, Hao Ian arrived, followed closely by Taishang and Yuanshi. Their own Taoist temples had also been occupied. It wasn't that they didn't resist or that they were slandering the saints. The concept that all beings below the saints were ants no longer worked. They fought without following the rules, ganging up on them, and even with their innate spiritual treasures, they couldn't win. As soon as they saw you take out a spiritual treasure, those from the light path would chase after you asking, have you ever been kicked by light? Then came the overwhelming shadowless kicks, leaving their heads spinning and unable to think of resisting. They could only flee with their heads down. Hongjun looked at the miserable state of these people and felt that they were useless. Disciples who had been saints for so many years were beaten down like this. And it was still the sub-saints who did it. Just as he was about to scold them a few words, Jin and Junti entered with real eye. Jin and Junti were much thicker-skinned. As soon as they entered, they rushed to Hongjun and cried, their lamenting even more heartfelt than Yao Qi's. Real Eye, watching from the side, felt awkward. he didn't have the face to cry. He was also lucky. When he first entered the underworld, he was almost killed, but was saved by Juni's 7 treasures mysterious tree. Otherwise, he would have been hammered to death like Randing and Methria. At this moment, the previously silent Tong Tian turned to look at Rulai. Rulai had once been Tong Tian's direct senior disciple, but unfortunately, after the defeat of the Jie sect, he betrayed it under Taishang's guidance. Tong Tian looked at this traitor, who had actually become a saint, and felt quite surprised. At first, he felt like the other party was coming to admit his mistakes, but after all, the other party was a saint. Would they admit to being beaten? He probably would want to beat his own master if he became even more rebellious. Tong Tian took the fallen saint pill and was restricted in Zixiao Palace, causing his realm to decrease instead of increase. He was now on the verge of falling out of the saint position. The fallen saint pill was a chronic poison that would slowly destroy a saint's foundation until their realm fell to that of a mortal. After taking this pill for thousands of years, he had already dropped from a 3rd layer of the saint realm to the critical point of the 1st layer. Once he fell below the saint realm, his strength would decline even faster. Over the years, Tong Tian secretly observed and realized that Hongjun took in the 3 pure ones as disciples with ulterior motives. The 3 of them could merge to restore Pangu's primordial spirit, but the cost was the death of 2 of them. Normally, this would not be common knowledge, but there are always exceptions. Hongjun was guarding against this, making them into heavenly Tao saints, forever restricted beneath the heavenly Tao. In fact, if they hadn't become his disciples back then, with their own merits of opening the heavens and understanding the great Tao, they could have slowly broken through to the primordial Luo realm without needing any Hongmeng purple energy. It was just that back then, they were foolish enough to use this heavenly Tao poison. Rulai noticed that Tong Tian had been staring at him in a daze and felt uncomfortable. But after all, he was still his master, so he approached to pay his respects. Duo Bao pays respects to the master. Tong Tian was pulled back to reality, looking at his bowing disciple, feeling a tightness in his chest. You're already Rulai. How can you still be Duo Bao? Rulai stood up solemnly and said, everything in the past was given by the master. Duo Bao will not forget, only the Jie sect. Tong Tian also knew that everything was Hongjuan's scheme, so there was no need to dwell on it. He waved his hand to interrupt. Forget it. Let the past be the past. At this moment, Jane and Juandi's crying also stopped. No matter how they slandered the Shenluo dynasty in the underworld, Hongjun simply refused to take action. Moreover, he did not dare to act. Looking at the 2 and asking, have you seen the Phantom of Pangu? Jane and Juani nodded. After returning to Hongwang, we saw it, master. Is it the revival of the witch clan again? Hongjun felt heartbroken for this bunch of fools, still thinking it was the kind of phantom summoned by the witch clan. Not taking it seriously at all. Don't you want to investigate it seriously? After Hongjun finished speaking, the 3 saints of the West, Taiqing Yuan Shi, and Hao Ian, Yaoqi Zhuanlian all began to investigate the Pangu phantom. Oh no, it's bad. Pangu is reviving. Master, help me. As soon as the minds of several people touched the Pangu phantom, they were instantly strangled by the divine thought, causing a sharp pain in the minds of the several saints. Only the 4 old saints were slightly better off. The other new saints rolled on the ground in pain. Hongjun waved his sleeve robe, easing their pain, and was glad he hadn't personally investigated. Pangu was indeed reviving. Fortunately, he had only used Dao techniques to deduce and had not used divine thoughts to investigate. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be injured. If it could injure 8 saints simultaneously, then he wouldn't escape unscathed. Master, what is going on? How could Pangu revive? Jane asked in disbelief. The Hongwang has been destroyed several times. The heavenly pillar has been broken, and the Honghuang has been shattered and replayed. How could Pangu remain unaffected? Is this really something that a failed law and proof of the Tao can achieve? Jin and Juanti began to doubt Hongjuan's words. Meanwhile, Taishang and Yuan Shi were considering whether to return to the embrace of the Father God for comfort. Hongjun shook his head. I don't know how he revived, but it has a lot to do with that Shenluo dynasty, especially that Zang Luo. This person is truly too strange. The various deeds of this otherworldly person are hard to fathom. At this moment, Rulai thought of the Xianshang mansion he had seen before, which could rapidly enhance strength, and might help the Tao ancestor. Master, I once saw a miraculous shop in Beiju Luzhou, also from another world. As long as there are resources, they can be exchanged for various spiritual materials and pills to break through to the saint level. Hao Yin secretly resented himself for being a step too slow. He had originally improved through resources exchanged at that shop, but unexpectedly, Ruolai mentioned it first. After hearing this, Hongjun was also very surprised. He had previously seen the Buddhist sect's fortune rise significantly, and the Buddhist Tao was complete. So he wasn't too surprised by the breakthroughs of several saints in the Western teachings. As for Hao Yin and the others, he thought they were the same. He didn't expect there would be such a trading location. So I quickly asked, what does the shop sell? At this moment, Hao Yin answered eagerly. They use a kind of magical treasure to display products from all realms. There's a lot. Various magical treasures, elixirs, and cultivation techniques. Last time, the shop owner even suggested I choose a technique that could directly help me cultivate to the late stage of a sage. But that technique requires slow cultivation. And I couldn't wait, so I chose a chaotic ingredient called purple sweet potato instead. I bought 5 of them, and also asked the shopkeeper for some tea leaves. After hearing Hao Yin's description, Hongjun felt it necessary to take a look. The 2 saints, Jin and Junti, were also very interested. They wanted to see what other ways there were to break through to sage. Moreover, a small shop daring to help people break through to sage must either have a scheme or be backed by a big shot. Hongjun also thought it was necessary to visit, and although he was also from another world, after all, they were in the business of making money and should be easier to talk to than that Zang Luo. He had Hao Yin lead the way, and the 9 of them headed toward the branch store. Tong Tian shook his head as he watched them leave, feeling it was yet another path to doom. However, what made Tong Tian feel even more hopeless was that Taishang and Yuan Shi, as the 3 brothers of the same lineage, didn't even spare a glance at him, which was even worse than how they treated a disciple. As Hao Yin led everyone to the branch of Xianshang Fu again, they found that it was not particularly bustling. They didn't know that since the underworld had taken control of the entire 3 realms, they had learned that their wages were law pills, which were worth as much as the best talents training for hundreds of years. So everyone rushed to the underworld blood sea to seek to join, resulting in those with a bit of strength leaving. The shopkeeper was pleased with the tranquility. After all, those low-level cultivators mostly just looked and bought little, wasting time and earning less commission. At this time, seeing the strength of the 9 who entered, the shopkeeper knew business was coming and reluctantly stood up from his chair. Welcome. What would you gentlemen like to buy? Seeing the shopkeeper's lackluster demeanor, Hongjun thought he was unwelcome and began to probe for information. After a few casual remarks, he learned the shopkeeper's background. He was not from the same place as Zang Luo, and they did not know each other. This shopkeeper was named Yushani, from the Jing'an world, and belonged to the Xianshang Fu's influence. Through Yushani's explanation, it was much more comprehensive than what Hao Yin had said, and Hongjun finally understood how a terrifying force could be so vast. He felt that his own teachings back in the day were quite impressive. With 3,000 worldly guests and several sage disciples, each with numerous 2nd and 3rd generation disciples under them. But compared to this force, he felt like he was a rural teacher, while they were first-tier city school founders. He felt that Zang Luo's creative force was also like a small ant compared to theirs. Yushani, you said you could help customers fulfill any request. So how much would it cost to check a person's background? Hongjun had developed an intense hatred for Zang Luo after being thrown away by him for the first time. He had come to loathe him. He wanted to know if the other party had a significant background and whether he could seek revenge after improving his strength here. Yushani glanced at Hongjun and nodded. Yes, it depends on the information about that person to quote a price. Who do you want to check? His name is Zang Luo. This is his appearance. Hongjun used Tao techniques to conjure an image. Yushani took a look and felt somewhat familiar. Isn't this the person my father said to be cautious of in the Hongmeng world? Don't provoke him. His father was also considered a mid-level manager of Xianshang Fu and was quite familiar with the database of people they should not provoke. When he found out this person was in Hongmeng, he quickly contacted his son to warn him about this individual. Yushani looked at Hongjun again and then at the image. The person my cowardly father wouldn't dare provoke. How did this old man get entangled with him? So he said to Hongjun, This person is someone we at Shenhun Group wouldn't easily provoke, not because we can't afford to, but because there are too many connections between our higher-ups. So it's just our lower-level personnel who are unwilling to provoke him. Therefore, if you want to obtain this person's information, it will cost you 2 pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Hearing this, the other sages shook their heads. No wonder there was no business at such high prices. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the other 8 sages, Hongjun waved his hand and took out 2 pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures, both weapons. Teacher, this. Yuan was incredulous. He initially thought that after Daozu gave them several top-grade innate spiritual treasures transformed from the open heaven axe, there would be no more good items left. But he didn't expect there to be more in stock. Kong Zhao and Jin felt a bit resentful. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had desperately begged to get 2 broken items, thinking there were really none left, but it turned out they just didn't want to give them any. Seeing the looks from several disciples, Hongjun still said, "A few years ago, after leaving Hongmeng, I picked these up in the chaotic void." Yushani put away the 2 items and asked Hongjun again, "Do you want this for one person, or should I just say it directly?" Hongjun raised his hand to indicate to say it directly, not wanting to exacerbate the discomfort his disciples already felt. Well, this Zang Luo, according to the big data collected from low-end live streaming equipment, this person is from Earth, a mortal small world. Upon hearing this, Hongjun's expression brightened. At this moment, Yushani continued, "However, his father is a big shot. How should I put it? He is equivalent to the top hand under the leader of our Shenhun Group. Although he is not from our universe, his influence over there is not small either. We found out that his father originally had no offspring. But after meeting with our Shenhun Group leader, he went to that Earth and then had a partner and a son. However, this son is more of a free-range upbringing, and he was reborn through the method we provided. Moreover, the cultivation techniques he practices are also the high-level techniques of our influence, so he should have received help from his father. Currently, we estimate this person's strength to be at the divine body realm, which is 2 major realms higher than you, and 3 major realms higher than the other 8 of you. His partner, although not much in terms of combat achievements, is estimated to be at a similar level to him, plus there are about a dozen disciples, all around the divine source realm. That's about it. Is there anything else you want me to add? After Yushani finished speaking, he turned back to see everyone in a daze, unsure what to say. "Hey, wake up. Is there anything else you want to know?" After Yushani asked, Hongjun frowned. Was this yet another person who wanted to snatch his treasure of creation? The others who had previously clashed with Zang Luo felt a sense of panic. Their disciples were already at a similar level. Not to mention that he had an incredible father. Could they continue to be enemies? Seeing that everyone looked rather dejected, Hongjun pretended to be unconcerned and laughed. "How far is this other universe you mentioned from us?" Yushani glanced at Hongjun. "With your strength, it would take about 1 billion years to get there." Upon hearing this, Hongjun was immediately relieved. As long as his father didn't intervene, there was still hope. Moreover, 1 billion years might allow him to break through and escape the heavenly Tao. Yushani disdainfully glanced at this fool. It was truly terrifying how ignorant he was. Did he not know about using Shenhun Group's teleportation array? It could take just half a year to get there, and he still didn't take it seriously. It seemed like he was determined to be adversarial with the other party. "So if you have no more questions, do you still want to buy something?" Hongjun nodded at the shopkeeper's question. "Yes. What do you think is suitable for me to break through in my current situation?" Yushani thought for a moment, then searched through a pile of product introductions from his spiritual brain. "Daoist friend, this path has been completely exhausted. If you want to break through, you need to enhance the foundation of this world. You can reunite the scattered lands with the primordial chaos, allowing the world to become whole again. At that time, you can apply fertilizer, which is the powder made from divine stones, and it's fairly priced. The second method is to separate from the heavenly Tao using a clone, but then your power cannot be shared, and it will likely be difficult for you to reach a compromise. The last option is the Supreme Tao Pill, which can elevate you by a minor realm. You are currently stuck at the 8th layer of the divine source realm, Heavenly Tao Saint, and 3 pills would be enough for you to break through to the divine Dan realm. However, after taking 3 of these pills, they become ineffective due to high resistance." Hongjun felt a bit confused, not understanding the significance of the realm divisions in this other world. Yushani explained several realms. The transformation realm is where one can evolve their own world internally, equivalent to the saint realm, which is contrary to the cultivation method of the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos relies on external worlds for cultivation, and even becoming a saint means being a heavenly Tao saint, completely restricted under the heavenly Tao. In the cultivation world, the transformation realm allows one to evolve their internal world, making it more reliable since everything is under their control. The divine source realm adds divinity to the internal world, stabilizing it further, and this realm is equivalent to the heavenly Tao realm. However, Hongjun practiced the opposite way. He destroyed the primordial chaos in order to gain better control, not realizing that this would lead to a depletion of his strength. If someone were to destroy the primordial chaos again, even those who were united with the Tao would experience a decline in power, as would other heavenly Tao saints. Thus, Hongjun's lineage is following a path of destruction. Having originally aimed to seize the fruits of others' paths, it is normal for him not to understand these concepts. After listening, Hongjun realized how ridiculous his cultivation method seemed in the eyes of people from other great worlds. Hongjun asked the Taoist friend, "What do you suggest is most suitable for my current situation?" Yushani shook his head. "I made it very clear. If you don't mind the trouble, you can elevate the status of the primordial chaos. As a pseudo-heavenly Tao, you would benefit from it, though it would be a bit troublesome. That giant phantom outside is Pangu, right? I found out he is also from another universe, just like the origin of that Zang Luo. Now that he has been revived, he probably looks down on this world that you have played to ruin." Hongjun asked for confirmation. "You say he won't reclaim the position of the heavenly Tao?" Yushani sneered. "This world is divided into the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, but you have rendered the other two paths useless. It could have been a unity of the three paths. I don't know what you were thinking. You managed to create a method to sever the three corpses, but didn't think of merging heaven, earth, and humanity. If you had done so, you would have likely reached a higher realm by now and wouldn't worry about unknown dangers." Hongjun thought to himself, "It's easy for you to say that. If you had experienced years of being hunted by Pangu, you would also be constantly worried about his return. However, there isn't much time left to restore the primordial chaos now. Pangu is gradually reviving. If he insists on reclaiming the primordial chaos, that would be like making a wedding dress for someone else. Furthermore, he originally had no enmity with Pangu. If anything, it was Pangu who provoked him first. Finding Pangu's primordial chaos doesn't warrant much hatred, and if it comes to it, he could always submit and return it to him. The premise is that he must have a certain level of self-protection. Separating from the heavenly Tao is one thing, but both would lose power after separating, and neither would help the other. Taoist friend, then let S by the supreme Tao pills." After deciding, Hongjun said to Yushani. Yushani asked, "How many do you want?" "One for 5 pieces of supreme, innate spiritual treasures." Hongjun was surprised. "Why is it so expensive?" Yushani pointed to Hao Yin and Rulai. "They have traded here before. You can ask them if it's expensive." Hao Yin nodded, confirming that the prices were similar to those from his previous transactions, where he had practically emptied the heavenly court and other treasures. Moreover, this supreme Tao pill can break through the great boundaries of the Tao ancestor, making its value even harder to measure. The reason Hongjun found it expensive was that he was planning to buy one for several saints as well. If he wanted the horses to run, he had to feed them grass. It now seemed that 8 would not be enough. He himself needed 3, totaling 55 pieces of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, and he was still short by over 10. He waved his hand and took out 42 pieces of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, saying, "This is all I have," in exchange for 5 supreme Tao pills. As for the rest, Taoist friends can trade for some pills that enhance realms for others. The reason Hongjun wanted 5 was to be on the safe side, in case 3 were not enough for his breakthrough. Better to be prepared. He didn't care about any resistance issues. If it came to it, he could reward obedient disciples with them. Yushani took the spiritual treasures and began placing the order. The other 8 saints received replenishing divine pills, which would allow them to reach the pseudo-divine source realm after supplementing their divinity. If they recultivated their nascent souls and evolved the world in their dantians, they had a chance to reach the true divine source realm. Yushani was not misleading them. With their current knowledge and cultivation, starting to cultivate with a clone would quickly bring them back to their current realm. Everything depended on their choices. The 9 of them received their resources and bid farewell, leaving the place, sighing at how they couldn't afford so many items after seeing them multiple times. If they were not unable to see through Yushani, and if they had the ability to operate the spiritual brain, they would have considered robbing him. On their way back, they encountered 2 people casting strange spells. Judging by their battle style, they seemed to be from the divine Luo dynasty. The 9 observed for a while, and Jijin landed in front of the 2, greeting them amicably. "Dear benefactors, I see that your attacks are different from those of the primordial chaos. What is your relationship with Zang Luo?" Mona exclaimed excitedly. "Do you know my master?" Bellamy felt something was off. Having once mingled with Doflamingo, he sensed that this person might not have good intentions. Especially Mona, as a former cadre. Should he trust strangers so easily, right? Little did he know that Mona had been on the verge of going crazy all these years. When she first arrived at the North Sea, she found the bone-chilling cold of the seawater fascinating, being a user of the snow fruit ability and having awakened it. This ordinary seawater turned out to be even colder than her own ability. So she dove deep into the water and eventually found a palace named the Demon Master Palace. Seeing that the palace was old and in disrepair, with no one cleaning it, she assumed it was abandoned and boldly entered. Shortly after, she discovered a withered skeleton on a mat, still shimmering with light. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but touch it, and then a divine soul burst forth to seize her body. She was no novice in cultivation. Relying on her techniques and fruit abilities, she began to resist. The snow fruit not only brought her cold, but also a calm demeanor, allowing her to deal with it calmly. Additionally, the opponent had been dead for many years, and their remnant soul was on the verge of dissipating, so for a while, they couldn't do anything to Mona. However, after several years, Mona began to feel anger. This guy was unwilling to yield to survive, and she could only accompany him in this exhausting stalemate, which wasted too much of her time. In her frustration, she started gnawing on the opponent's bones. To her surprise, with each bite, she could enhance her strength, which thrilled Mona. So she suppressed her disgust and continued to gnaw until the remnant thought was extinguished, turning into countless memory fragments that scattered into Mona's sea of consciousness. Through digesting these memories, Mona learned that this was the demon master Kunpeng from the primordial chaos world. It turned out that Kunpeng had fled during the battle between the witch and the demon races, taking away Emperor Jun's river map and Luo book. During the time of the human race, when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors reigned, several sages allocated the number of disciples to divide the karma of the human race. Fuxi was assigned to the side of the primordial saint and sent Daoxing Tianzuan to teach, but ultimately lacked the treasure needed for proof of the Tao. Daoxing Tianzuan thought of Fuxi's past life, where he excelled in the way of divination, and went back to Kunlun Mountain to seek help from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan came to the Northern Sea and asked Kunpeng to teach the He Tu and Luo Shu, but Kunpeng was unwilling, thinking that a dignified saint wouldn't resort to violence against him. However, who was Yuanshi Tianzuan? He despised those who had scales and armor, and after seizing the treasure, he even resorted to underhanded tactics. At that time, Kunpeng was unaware, but after some time passed, he realized something was wrong with his body. However, by then it was too late. He could only rely on his powerful magical power to wear down the Tao injuries inflicted by Yuanshi. In the end, he failed to completely dissipate those injuries, and thus fell here. It wasn't until Monai arrived that he saw hope, but ultimately it turned to despair. After digesting the memories of the other party out of curiosity, Monai tried to operate their technique, and unexpectedly her body transformed into the shape of a pawn. She didn't expect that by devouring the other party, she could inherit their beast form. In this life, Monai did not oppose Zang Luo, so she was not transformed into a bird human with bird legs and wings like in the original story. However, karma still granted her a bird-like form, leaving her uncertain if it was fate's arrangement or mere luck. Having spent a few years in the Demon Master Palace, feeling stifled, she hurriedly came out. Later, she met Bellamy and began to cultivate together. Now, hearing someone say they knew their master, she suddenly missed her master very much, which is why she was so excited. After Jane confirmed that this was Zang Luo's disciple, he came up with a brilliant idea. He decided to capture both as hostages. In case Zang Luo came looking for trouble, he could threaten the other party. At least it could buy him some time. After coming to this conclusion, he used the Qinglian banner to capture both of them. Bellamy didn't expect this person, who had a smiling face and was speaking nicely, would suddenly attack them. He hadn't paid attention, otherwise he could have escaped. Jane returned to the air, and Cunny quickly asked, "Junior brother, since you've confirmed they are Zang Luo's people, why did you still capture them? Aren't you afraid their master will come looking for us?" Jane smiled and said, "There are no other people around here, and all of you have grievances with Zang Luo's side, so you wouldn't betray me, right? I'm doing this as a precaution to prevent Zang Luo from causing trouble. We have hostages." After hearing this, Hongju nodded, very satisfied with Jane's performance. He decided that after breaking through himself, he would definitely give him a top-grade Dao Dan if there were any left. Soon, they returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. Monai only reacted after a few breaths, looking at Bellamy beside her and asking, "Why did he capture us?" Bellamy wanted to say, "I regret it. I don't want to play with a fool anymore." "Sigh, isn't it obvious that he has a grudge against our master?" Monai was puzzled. "If he has a grudge, why not just kill us?" Bellamy replied, "Probably to use us to threaten our master. That won't do. We need to get out of here quickly." Monai anxiously began to look around. Bellamy helplessly said, "Don't bother. Our strength isn't enough to break this treasure." Monai felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, senior brother. I've caused you trouble." Bellamy shook his head. "I wasn't finished, but I can use my fruit ability to send you out. But you have to quickly find our master to help me." Monai was confused. "Senior brother, if you can send me out, why can't you send yourself out?" Bellamy smiled. "Although everything can be bounced, I'm the one casting the spell. How can I bounce myself? Using the reaction force won't work either. I'll just end up crashing against the surrounding treasure walls. Although theoretically forces act upon each other, I haven't practiced like that. To simultaneously bounce out in two directions is beyond my current ability. You can't expect me to cultivate here for a year and a half to get myself out." Monai nodded. "Then don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely find our master quickly to save you." Bellamy was somewhat skeptical, feeling that Monai was unreliable. However, there was no other choice. After repeatedly reminding her, he prepared to send her out. Bellamy sensed the direction. Although it was a bit far, the general direction should be towards the west Nehezu to get closer. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee Monai could quickly find their master. After determining the direction, he came to Monai's side, using his ability to cover the space within 3 feet of her to form a barrier, which was somewhat similar to Zang Luo's barrier. Then, he exerted all his strength and slapped forward. The barrier space disappeared into the Qinglian banner. Jing, who was using a spirit-replenishing pill to cultivate, felt a fluctuation in space and checked with his divine sense, not finding anything unusual. Could it be that someone came to rescue them? Jane kept his divine sense attentive while pretending to cultivate. After observing for a while without discovering any issues, he wondered if it was a false alarm, if he was just too nervous. Then, he checked the situation inside the Qinglian banner. "Huh, why is one missing?" Jane quickly brought Bellamy out and asked, "Where's that girl?" Bellamy, who was originally meditating, opened his eyes upon sensing the spatial fluctuation and saw Jane. "What? Oh, you mean her? She was rescued by her master." Jane was somewhat incredulous. "Then why weren't you rescued? Aren't you familiar with her? Don't you cultivate the same way as her?" Up to this point, Bellamy had not revealed that he was also a disciple of Zang Luo, so Jane couldn't confirm Bellamy's origins. Bellamy shook his head. "Well, I just got to know her recently, and I don't know her master at all." Actually what?" Jane quickly asked. "Actually, I'm not really one of them anymore." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, my current body used to belong to their side, but I'm a transmigrator. I borrowed this body to be reborn. I don't really count as one of them anymore." Bellamy knew a lot about transmigrators, especially since those streamers often bragged about them. He said this to shake off any suspicion of breaking the final law. Seeing that Jane still couldn't fully trust him, Bellamy imitated the way of the Hongmeng cultivators, raised 3 fingers to the sky, and swore by the heavenly Tao, "If I tell a single lie, let heaven and earth punish me." After saying that, he looked at Jane with a serious expression. After all, he wasn't swearing by his own name, nor by Bellamy's. What was there to be afraid of? On the other side, Hong Jun sensed the heavenly Tao oath and looked for the swearing Sai Kong Nan. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't locate him. Damn it. The old Tao is still busy with his breakthrough. Jin saw that his master was not targeting the person in front of him, indicating that the other party was not lying. He, little friend, I see your talent is quite good. Would you like to join my Western teachings? Bellamy asked. Can I learn that descending palm technique from Tathagata? Jin was momentarily stunned, thinking, isn't it better to learn my Tao technique? That's just an application of spatial laws. What's so special about it? Little friend, I see your talent is quite good. There's no need to learn that kind of flashy technique. It's not very useful. If you're willing to be my disciple, I will pass on my teachings. Bellamy showed some disdain. You're probably unaware that I have already transcended the laws into the great Tao, and I can protect myself in front of you. Do you still want to take me as a disciple? What a joke. However, now, my cultivation level is only at the domain realm, equivalent to a golden immortal in the Hongmeng world. It's not surprising that the other party dares to accept disciples. After all, those senior brothers and sisters are all at the level of quasi-saints, causing trouble. With my current cultivation, it's hard to be considered one of the same sect. Thinking of the story of my senior brother, Jin, transforming into a quasi-teacher to accept Sun Wukong as a disciple, I wanted to learn the 36 transformations of Tiangang. So I immediately kowtowed to pay my respects. Disciple Sikong Nan pays respects to master. Jin looked at the solemn Bellamy, and seeing the cause and effect of kowtowing to pay respects, he felt less worried. Haha, good disciple, I don't know what kind of greeting gift to give you. What do you need the most right now? Bellamy thought for a moment. Does master have any methods for rapid enhancement or miraculous techniques? Jin frowned. Rapid enhancement was impossible. The only method that was researched by his senior brother that allowed for quick cultivation was the great immortal technique, but that could only reach the level of Zang Luo. I indeed have a quick enhancement method, the great immortal technique, but it can only cultivate to Zang Luo at most. I also have the dreaming true path great method, which although slower, has a higher limit of the saint level. Disciple, don't worry about not having the ability to protect yourself. I also have the Tiangang 36 transformations and the Earth Fiend 72 transformations. These techniques can deal with many conflicts. Bellamy was waiting for the 36 transformations and asked, Can I learn them all? Jane nodded. You can learn them all. Then, Jane took out 3 scriptures and handed them over, explaining some cultivation precautions while also trying to inquire about the origins of the Shenhun dynasty. Upon hearing this, Bellamy was already sure that Jane's purpose was this. He didn't know if he would be silenced after he finished talking, but he wasn't worried and quickly checked the scriptures while recounting the matters of the Shenhun dynasty. Most of it was unknown to Jin. Some were heard by Jin in the Xuanshang mansion, and they were mostly consistent. At this time, Bellamy gained some inspiration from one of the 36 transformations, the 5 Elements Great Escape. This 5 Elements Great Escape could traverse through the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and could also escape using the attributes of the 5 elements. Thus, by utilizing spatial traversal, he wouldn't need to send someone out like others. Bellamy explained while practicing, occasionally raising questions for Jane to answer and verify. Soon, Bellamy understood the principles behind the 5 elements Great Escape and suggested testing the technique. Bellamy used the 5 elemental attributes present in Jane S. Hall to achieve traversal in the 4 cardinal directions and found it indeed worked quite well. Master, how's this move? Jane nodded. Good disciple, your comprehension is quite good. Now, let's put the practice aside for a moment. Tell me, who are the closest people to that Zang Luo, and who are the ones he cares about the most? Bellamy lowered his head and thought. This old guy was going to harm his master, so it seemed he had to leave. Jane saw Bellamy with his head down and thought he was contemplating, then suddenly saw him disappear from the hall. Not good. Spatial laws are complete. Although Jane wasn't specialized in other laws, as a saint, he had some understanding, just not as complete as Bellamy. Realizing he had been played, Jane rushed out of the great hall towards the direction of the spatial fluctuation, simultaneously using powerful magical power to break through the space and chase after him. Seeing the other party relentlessly pursuing him, Bellamy fled towards the western Nehezu. At least being close to master would let him know. Soon, Jane caught up and swept over with the Qinglian Bao spanner. Bellamy dodged to the side, while simultaneously striking back at Jane. Air cannon. Bellamy launched a spatial projectile towards Jane. Jane looked down on this spatial attack. He could shatter large spaces, so what use was this? He raised his hand and slapped it, shattering the air cannon. Good disciple, why are you running? Such an attack cannot help you escape. It's better to obediently come back with me. Bellamy chuckled. It's just a casual attack. Do you think you can control me? This time, I clearly tell you. My master Zang Luo will never go back with you. Jane was surprised. Based on his previous observations, his disciples were all formidable. And now this golden immortal was the weakest among them? Disciple, you have already become my disciple. The cause and effect between master and disciple has been established and cannot be changed. You have also learned my methods, so you have no choice. Ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed heartily. The aborigines of Hongmeng are truly ridiculous. As long as it does not violate the original intention of cause and effect, breaking it is just breaking it. The cultivation world goes against the heavens, and even the heavenly Tao cannot obstruct it. This is the belief of my master's lineage. You in the Western teachings emphasize cause and effect the most. Wanting to bind me in this way, you are thinking too much. Moreover, I'm the one who helped Sikong and become a disciple. What does it have to do with me? My name is Bellamy. I am a pirate. Ha ha ha. The more Jane listened, the angrier he became. He was thoroughly played by a little brat. Are there any honest people left in Hongmeng? You are so dishonest. Why refuse the Western teachings? Don't you know we are more like strangers? I will ask you one last time. Will you come back with me? Get lost. Speak with strength. Then you shall die. Jane angrily shouted. He used the merit golden lotus to envelop the other party. And the 8 treasure merit pool also appeared from under Bellamy, accompanied by a chanting sound. Jane was going to forcibly convert Bellamy. Hearing these sounds, Bellamy felt a bit dizzy and immediately used his ability to bounce the sound away. This is the benefit of what Master said about everything being bounceable. I may not win, but I can protect myself. Meanwhile, Monai spent a lot of time finally learning about Master's location from the Divine Guard Army, promptly transforming into a rock bird and flying towards the position of Pangu's phantom. Zang Luo sensed the approaching large bird was somewhat familiar, but didn't immediately recognize who it was, knowing Monai landed and transformed into human form. Why have I become a birdman again in this life? However, this time he could still transform into human form. In his previous life, being transformed into a birdman meant he could only be a birdman. From a distance, Monai shouted for help. Master, save me. Quickly save my junior brother. We have been captured. It was my junior brother who sent me out. Zang Luo didn't he know who that junior brother was. And neither Vander Deacon 9 with the target fruit nor Bellamy had ever returned. That junior brother? Where exactly is he? Monai was confused. I don't know who he is. Oh, it was Bellamy who was captured. We were taken away by a kind old man with a small flag. It was Bellamy who sent me out to report. Zang Luo was speechless after hearing this. Your description doesn't help me know who it is. Come over here. Zang Luo waved to signal Monai to come closer, then directly copied Monai's most recent memories. It turned out to be that old lamp Jane, accompanied by Saint from both the east and west, and Hongjun. All right, you wait here. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Zang Luo prepared to leave, and Pangu reminded him, young friend, the Jane you are looking for might be one of those battling in the sky above Zhongzhou. Although Zang Luo's current combat power could fight against people like Hongjun, his spiritual consciousness coverage was not as extensive as that of the heavenly Tao saints, and even less than Pangu, mainly due to the influence of his cultivation level. This is akin to having an electric vehicle. You can't move with a phone battery. Zang Luo didn't know if what Pangu said was true, so he pierced through the void and arrived in Zhongzhou. His divine sense immediately detected that Bellamy and Jane were in a stalemate, looking for death. Zang Luo took out the ghost cry and swung it down. Jane was originally trying to enlighten Bellamy, and seeing that the other party's magical power was about to be exhausted, victory was in sight, but someone interfered. With an angry expression, he looked over, but it was the last expression in the mortal world. Boom! Jane exploded, turning into blood powder. Master, you're here. I'm so tired. All right, I'll first send you to the palace. I'm going to slaughter these people. Zang Luo waved his hand and sent Bellamy back. then began to traverse towards the 33 heavens. From a distance, he saw the purple cloud palace and launched an attack. 6 Styles Enhancement Shave Storm. Boom, the purple cloud palace instantly collapsed, and the other saints hurriedly drilled out from their closed-off areas. 6 Styles Moonstep Cloud Ladder. 6 Styles Enhancement Finger Gun Heaven-Piercing Finger. Zang Luo saw these people and began to attack, flipping them off as he passed. Only Taishang, who released his power through the Taiji diagram, was uninjured. The others all had large holes poked in them. Zang Luo, what do you mean? Yuan asked irritably. What do you mean by capturing my disciple? That's exactly what I mean. After Zang Luo finished speaking, he unleashed the Shura and 9 kills, cutting down one after another. Qingtai, without a top-grade innate spirit treasure, directly reunited with Jin, while the other saints were shocked. 1 slash for 1 saint. What kind of power is this? Yuan also barely blocked the ghost cry with the Panga banner, and the other saints immediately dared not continue fighting, fleeing towards the place where Hongjun was in seclusion. Seeing the other saints escape, Zang Luo did not continue to attack Yuan. After all, this guy was transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit and might be useful for Pangu. So he turned and chased after the direction the others fled, leaving Yuan there in a daze. Was this considered saving his life? Zang Luo arrived at the place where Hongjun was in seclusion, just as he was awakened by the commotion. Upon coming out, he noticed Zang Luo, and his heart sank. The other party had come, so he hurriedly searched for Jane among the crowd, but did not see him. Zang Luo snorted coldly. Hongjun, I think keeping you around is always a ticking time bomb, so I've decided to enlighten you. Wait, my friend, what do you mean by this? Hongjun said while retreating. He want to escape? This time, you have no chance. Shura 9 kills Heavenly Dao cage kill. Just a few hundred meters out, Hongjun was directly trapped in an attack. This attack locked Hongjun in, trapping him inside, and countless blades kept slicing his body. Hongjun discovered that the power of the Heavenly Dao was locked the most severely and immediately removed the Heavenly Dao from his body, then forcibly broke open the cage and fled. Zang Luo originally wanted to chase after him, but upon seeing the will of the Heavenly Dao, he no longer cared about Hongjun. He retracted the mana controlling the cage to imprison the Heavenly Dao, while also collecting Hongjun's blood from the ground. Turning around, he saw Hao Yin, who had soiled himself, immediately showing a look of disgust. For the sake of my disciple Yang Jian, I'll spare you this time, but next time you provoke me, I'll slaughter all of you. After Zang Luo finished speaking, he disappeared, and the other saints finally breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the teacher never directly targeted this Zang Luo. It turns out the teacher really was his opponent. Taishang said in fear. The Buddha was also frightened. The Heavenly Dao has been taken away, and it seems the 2 saints cannot be revived. I'm preparing to leave the Hongmeng. What about you? Hao Yin hurriedly used his mana to clean himself up, then looked at the Buddha. Let us go together. We need to find other small worlds. Sister Yaoqi, you come with me too. This Hongmeng is too dangerous. Although Yaoqi felt that not causing trouble wouldn't lead to targeting, those people were simply too strong. Living here was terrifying. All right, but where are we going? The Buddha said, the direction in which Daozu escaped should lead to a good place. It's impossible that Daozu is also fleeing in chaos. Hearing this, the others felt it made sense and began to chase in the direction Daozu had fled. Yuan and Taishang exchanged glances and followed as well. However, they hadn't run far before they were caught back by Pangu, who also took Tongtian away. Pangu originally didn't know whether his primordial spirit had dissipated, but after Zang Luo returned and told him about the 3 who were transformed from his primordial spirit, he took them away. During the creation of heaven and earth, the primordial spirit was indeed shattered into 3 large pieces, because at that time, he was able to transform into the Tao relatively quickly. Otherwise, with the energy deficiency in heaven and earth, it would have been impossible to stabilize, and his primordial spirit would have likely turned to dust. After Pangu swallowed the 3, he began to refine them and quickly understood everything about them. His own divine consciousness also became deeper, and his shadow became more solid. Zang Luo felt regretful for the 3 saints who had disappeared. Senior, Those three were restricted by the heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao of Hongmeng. Pangu looked at the sent heavenly Tao consciousness, which had already lost its intelligence, equivalent to a newborn baby. Pangu took a look and returned the heavenly Tao consciousness. This Hongmeng world has been messed up, and this universe is expanding too much. It's already comparable to my original universe. Now, to take control of this universe, I don't know how long it will take to cultivate this heavenly Tao. Moreover, the Shenhun you mentioned is of the same realm as my original lord, so there is no need to provoke him, and I also want to return early. Zang Luo took the heavenly Tao will. How should this be handled? Panga thought for a moment. Didn't you say Shenhun is the strongest in this universe? If he has that spare time, he can cultivate it for a while. It would be convenient for checking the entire universe. Zang Luo nodded and put away the heavenly Tao will. By the way, senior, after you recover your physical body, how much strength can you restore? Pangu smiled and said, this is thanks to you restoring the lost laws within the great way of power. After my physical body recovers, I can at least reach 90% of my original battle power, and with some familiarization, I can fully restore it. However, if you give me the other 300 million laws merged in my blood, I should be able to break through to another realm. Oh my god, breaking through to another realm again. Wouldn't that mean catching up with your lord? But are you serious about throwing me 3 or 4 dozen major realms? So, in a few years, the mana of Pangu after recovery will directly surpass me by more than 30 major realms. It seems my journey is still very far. My current mana realm is only in the Shenpin realm. Among my numerous disciples, even the recently accepted Lu Er and Sun Wukong are inferior. However, I usually rely on strength and the laws of the Great Way to deal with battles, using mana relatively little. Generally, mana is only used to recover strength. While Zang Luo was feeling disdainful about his low mana, little did he know that his realm was not comparable to others. Didn't he count how big his primordial infant was? The primordial infant was comparable to Pangu's shadow, with such a Shenpin realm. He could probably still beat saints even using mana. While the two were chatting, Perona arrived with Hutu. Father God from a distance, Hutu began to shout. Pangu felt a bit awkward. The entire Hongmeng was somewhat related to him, but being called dad made him uncomfortable. Damn it, I haven't even married. Don't have a partner. Yet the whole Hongmeng is filled with descendants. However, for people closely related to him, like the Witch Clan and the Three Pure Ones, calling them the Father God is understandable. But strictly speaking, they're just his scattered avatars and cannot be considered descendants. Speaking of descendants, Panga couldn't help but look towards a separate courtyard inside the palace. That was where Feng Kli was cultivating, and Pangu felt a familiar aura from him, wondering if this person could be counted as his descendant. At this moment, Hudu had already run to Pangu's ankles, touching his huge legs and calling out Father God. Zang Luo couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw this, but he held it back upon seeing Hutu's tearful eyes. Then he left Pangu's shoulder, giving time to the family members. After leaving Pangu, Zang Luo found Bellamy. Upon seeing him, Bellamy exclaimed, Master, you're back. Zang Luo replied, Yes, little Bay. Although I gave you the potion to awaken to the great Tao last time, your basic physique and magical power are still insufficient. I have the blood of the flea demon god here. Do you want to merge with it? Bellamy nodded. The senior brothers and sisters have all merged. I want to merge too. Zang Luo smiled and said, Think carefully. The demon gods they merged with all look very imposing, while the flea demon god isn't that majestic. Bellamy shrugged it off. As long as it can enhance my strength, it doesn't matter if it's not imposing. I can pretend to be weak and eat the tiger. Zang Luo nodded. Yes, the flea demon god is good at jumping. After you use it, your jumping ability will increase by hundreds of times, and you'll be even stronger at kicking things. As he spoke, Zang Luo handed him the blood. After giving some advice, he went to find Monet and also gave him the blood of the frost demon god. Now only 2 disciples hadn't returned, and he didn't know where Vanderdecken 9 and Leo had gone. Meanwhile, Vanderdecken 9, who was being mentioned by his master, was at the deepest part of the ECI. Being a tiger shark merman, he felt a strong affinity for the ocean. After parting ways with his fellow disciples, he had entered the sea. Later, he accidentally stumbled into the East Sea Dragon Palace, where A.O. Guang discovered him and sent shrimp soldiers and crab generals to capture him. But those people couldn't catch up to him at all. At that time, his master had prepared two kinds of potions for him based on his situation: the potion of the target fruit and the potion of a shark fruit. Although his master didn't give him much, it raised his power to 30, allowing him to unleash some abilities of a Luo golden immortal. Guang, with his golden immortal strength, found himself being attacked in circles by Vanderdecken 9 and couldn't do anything about it. A.O. Guang was furious, spending half a month without being able to catch him, while Vanderdecken 9 was throwing weapons from a distance. Every so often, A.O. Guang would be hit by the thrown weapons, and if it weren't for the guards working together to block the incoming weapons, he would probably have been killed by so many attacks. After a while, A.O. Guang, unable to rest, ran towards the Dragon Clan's forbidden area. Subsequently, Vanderdecken 9 discovered that weapons thrown outside would lose their power at the entrance of the forbidden area. He felt that there must be some force inside, suppressing his abilities. Curious, he approached the entrance to investigate, but it was bottomless and he couldn't see anything, so he cautiously entered. Before long, he got lost inside and ended up in front of Zhu Long. There he was trapped, although Zhu Long was also half dead, fighting against karma. He wasn't someone Vanderdecken 9 could resist. Zhu Long saw him as a water creature and didn't kill him outright. If a land creature had come in, he would have killed it immediately. Zhu Long didn't kill Vanderdecken 9 because he was planning for rebirth. It had been tens of thousands of years since a living being had come here, and he couldn't let go of the one he had finally waited for. He didn't immediately seize his body because he wanted to see if there were other beings. Vanderdecken 9 seemed to be looking for someone when he arrived. With options available, Zhu Long hoped to choose a better physical body. Although Vanderdecken 9 was also a water creature, he was just a lowly shark, which didn't match Zhu Long's identity as the second-in-command of the ancestral dragon. "Old man, what do you want by trapping me here?" At this point, Vanderdecken 9 had tried many methods to escape and was now a loss. Just stay there honestly. If there's a better body, you can live. If not, you'll become my future body. Upon hearing this, Vanderdecken 9 realized he was trying to replace him, which meant he was doomed. He quickly retreated to a corner and noticed a small crack in the rock wall, transforming into a shark and shrinking his size to squeeze through. Zhu Long merely smiled at this. No matter if you burrow into a rock crevice or escape from the secret room, as long as I don't let you out, you won't get out. After hiding in the rock crevice and calming down for a while, Vanderdecken 9 began to cultivate with all his might. The spiritual energy here was more abundant than outside, allowing him to race against death. Time passed, and it had been 5 or 6 years since he parted from his masters. He had also broken through to the late stage of the domain realm, equivalent to the Tai Xianxian of the Hongmeng world, just a bit short of matching A.O. Guang's level. Hearing movement outside the crack, Vanderdecken 9 dared not continue cultivating and began to probe outside. It turned out Zhu Long was about to strike, using magic to chop at the rock wall. Intended to dig it out. Good, you waste your magic power. I'll continue to delve deeper. Vanderdecken 9 thought of an idea. He would continue to sink deeper, and when the opponent caught up, they would have exhausted too much magic power, making it a better opportunity for him to escape. Having figured out the escape plan, he began to gnaw at the rock with his shark mouth, burrowing deeper like a bug in wood. Soon, Zhu Long had reached the end of the rock and saw no sign of Vanderdecken 9, only a smaller oval hole. Seeing the fresh traces, he realized the opponent had discovered he was digging through the rock. This rock was not simple. Deep in the ECI, it was much harder than the stones on the Hongmeng land. Even if Zhu Long could exert the strength of a late-stage Luo, digging through this stone wouldn't be easy. So, in this chase and escape, another half a year passed. Vanderdecken 9 discovered he could actually maintain a steady escape from the opponent, and he felt relieved. After covering a distance, he noticed that the hole his opponent was digging was larger than his own. So even if the opponent was slightly stronger, their speeds were similar. Haha, you garbage. So slow. And you want to seize my body? Once I get out, I'll find a way to come back and kill you. Hearing the provocation from inside the small hole, Zhu Long stood up fiercely, not caring about being tired, and continued digging. Vanderdecken 9 had originally planned to retreat quickly, but he realized that this would only decrease the opponent's stamina and delay time. So he began to taunt again. Garbosh, de fuster. You big reptile, Why aren't you quicker? At this rate, you'll never catch up? Sigh, you're so weak, can't even dig a hole, and you want to survive? Dream on. Little beast, shut up. Once I catch you, I'll tear your mouth apart. TCH, catch me first. Seeing that the opponent had dug closer by a few hundred meters, Vanderdecken 9 quickly retreated and moved forward distance. Sigh, my master's potions really work. My old shark's teeth haven't worn down much at all. Vanderdecken 9 was picking his teeth while glancing back at the candle dragon. The candle dragon was utterly exhausted. Its broken body had already been severely overdrawn, and it finally collapsed on the ground. Seeing that there was no movement behind, Vanderdecken 9 turned back to take a look and found it down. This old fellow still wanted to play tricks. Do you think I would fall for it? I was a pirate long before you were. You're older than me. Watch my flying knives, they never miss. Crosshair knife. Vanderdecken 9 tentatively threw a flying knife, only to find that the other party did not move. The sound of the knife piercing flesh could be heard from a distance. He didn't expect that one knife would break through the opponent's body. Aren't you supposed to be the brother of the ancestral dragon? Is your physique this weak? 3 knives from a left hand, 3 knives from the right hand. Vanderdecken 9 threw out 6 knives, all of which stuck to the opponent's forehead, yet the opponent remained unmoved. Is this a desperate ploy? Well, it makes sense. With only one chance to survive, he would definitely use the most reliable means. The more it seemed like victory was within reach, the more cautious he had to be. So he quickly delved deeper into the cave. Then he threw all the flying knives he had on him. After all, with the targeting ability of his target fruit, as long as he locked onto a target, the flying knives would reach it. His master said that in the future, he would need to ignore objects, ignore space, and ignore the distance of the world. Only then would his flying knife technique be the strongest. After a while, having thrown all the flying knives, he cautiously approached the cave entrance to check the situation and found that aside from a pool of black blood on the ground, the candle dragon still hadn't moved. Vanderdecken 9 then cursed and kicked the candle dragon a few times. Whoosh! A streak of light suddenly shot out from the candle dragon's body and entered Vanderdecken IX's brain. Damn, I was too careless. You really can endure, you bastard. Hee, you little monster, truly ruthless. I almost died, but luckily you came along. At this moment, 2 souls were confronting each other in Vanderdecken IX's mind. However, seeing that the candle dragon's soul was somewhat weak, he quickly thought of a way to respond. This bastard is recovering his soul power. If I wait for him to recover, I will definitely be devoured. It seems I need to find my master quickly. Where is the territory of the Bull Demon King, Shenhun? Vanderdecken 9 hurriedly rushed out of the cave and found that the formation sealing the secret chamber had already dissipated, so he quickly rushed outside. After several attempts, he returned to the starting point, which made him even angrier as he charged forward. After several changes in direction, he finally successfully escaped from the CEI. Upon returning to A.O. Guang's Crystal Palace, he found that this guy was still happily holding his concubine. Vanderdecken 9 ran over and directly snatched his concubine away and threw her. How bold. You. What do you mean, you? I'm asking you now. Where's Shenhun? I have urgent business to attend to. A.O. Guang quickly pointed in a direction. Over there. Turn left after crossing the sea area and head straight towards the inland. That Shenhun. After hearing this, Vanderdecken 9 threatened, if you lie to me, I will come back. A.O. Guang hurriedly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. The great immortal is powerful. This king wouldn't dare to deceive you. A.O. Guang wished for this plague god to leave quickly. How could he lie and provoke him again? After hearing the other party's assurance, Vanderdecken 9 transformed into a giant shark and quickly dashed towards Shenhun. He dared not waste any time, racing against life itself. 3 days later, he finally reached land and, through asking some people, learned the location of the Rakshasa kingdom, then flew towards that direction again. On this day, Zang Luo was playing with Hancock in the courtyard when he heard a familiar voice shouting for help from a distance. Zang Luo immediately detected Vanderdecken 9 in his consciousness. This guy finally came back, but what else with the screaming? No one is chasing him. Using his ability, he directly transported him in front of him. Sigh. Here you are. Master, please save me. Zang Luo said irritably. You seem fine. Why would I save you? You're not even injured. Then he saw Vanderdecken 9 sweating coldly, and after a moment, he forced a smile. "Master, I'm fine, just joking, don't take it seriously." Zang Luo frowned. None of his disciples had ever joked with him. Helping them improve their strength was like a celestial being. He wouldn't even get enough respect. Besides, that smile of yours is too forced. Room scan. 2 souls? Possession? Zang Luo directly extracted the 2 souls, holding one in each hand. One soul was relatively strong and unfamiliar, while the other was weak and nearly extinguished, his own disciple. Zang Luo quickly used a soul ability to restore the other's soul. On the other side, the candle dragon suddenly felt that it had no body again and appeared in this person's hands, realizing it had encountered a strong opponent. "Forgive me, Senior. I was forced to attack the only living being I encountered because my life was at its end. I didn't know it was your disciple." Zang Luo temporarily ignored it, watching as his disciple gradually recovered, feeling relieved. "Master, you really came at the right time. If you had been even a few moments late, I wouldn't have been able to see you." Zang Luo tossed Vanderdecken IX's soul back into his collapsed body, and he woke up in an instant. Vanderdecken 9 got up, assessed the situation, and found nothing amiss, finally feeling at ease. Turning to look at the candle dragon's soul, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, this bastard has been blocking me in a cave for years. I've been dragging it out with him all this time, causing me to dig a hole and hide deep to stall him. Master, how can I kill him?" Zang Luo cast a disdainful glance at Vanderdecken 9. Among the disciples he valued, only a few performed well, while the others brought him shame. "You, at this rate, will probably need to train for several more years. However, take this." After speaking, Zang Luo handed over 3 bottles. One contained the blood of the Star Sea Demon God, while the other 2 were Great Tao potions, enhancing the abilities of the target fruit and shark fruit. Vanderdecken 9 took the 3 bottles. "Master, what are these 3 bottles? Why do you care so much? Just consume and refine them. Don't you want revenge? Refining these 3 will enable you to take revenge." Before Zang Luo could finish, Vanderdecken 9 had already poured them all into his mouth. Before long, Vanderdecken 9 broke through to a new level. At least his physique could now face the candle dragon, and the blood of the Star Sea Demon God granted him the ability to navigate through chaos. "Master, my physique and aptitude have improved so much. But what about my soul and magical power? I want to take revenge right away." Zang Luo bought a drop of divine liquid from the spiritual brain and handed it over. "Once you consume this, you will belong to the 2nd tier in this primal world." Vanderdecken 9 was not surprised by these novel items. After refining them, he indeed reached the immortal punishment realm. The fact that his magical power broke through several major realms felt surreal. Then Vanderdecken 9 looked up at the sky in confusion. "Master, where is the thunder tribulation for the immortal punishment realm? Why can't I sense it?" Zang Luo said irritably, "We cultivate using the techniques of the cultivation world. The primal heavenly path doesn't understand these things. It will only act when you pose a threat to the heavenly path. Unlike the heavenly paths of other worlds that restrict and eliminate those with extraordinary aptitudes from the very start. Moreover, the way of heaven is temporarily gone. It has been erased of its intelligence and turned into a fool, currently dazed in the storage realm." Zang Luo placed a restriction on the soul of the candle dragon and handed it to Vanderdecken 9, wanting to see how it would refine and erase itself. After Zang Luo finished speaking, he left to find Pangu again. "Senior, where can I fully cultivate and improve my magical power in the Hongmeng?" Pangu looked at Zang Luo in confusion. "You don't know?" Zang Luo replied, "What should I know?" Pangu was speechless. The best cultivation environment for a chaos body is in the chaotic void. Absorbing chaotic power is the best for both body, refining and transforming into magical power. Zang Luo was stunned upon hearing this. So it wasn't that he was dissatisfied with the cultivation environment, but rather that he hadn't found the right place? Pangu continued to explain, "The chaos body is the easiest physique to become stronger in the universe. Except for the time when one's strength is at its lowest and cannot fly into the chaos. There are no disadvantages. Once in the chaotic void, it is like a fish in water. The chaotic void in the universe has the largest area and the richest chaotic energy. So cultivators usually go to the chaos to cultivate. Don't you know anything? Zang Luo shook his head. I don't know. The technique my father passed to me only includes the steps for cultivation. It didn't mention the cultivation environment, and my father didn't say anything. If he had known, he would have gone to cultivate in the chaos once. Last time, when chasing the saint, he directly crossed the chaotic gale, and it turned out he missed the best environment. All right, senior, you take your time to recover. I'll also go try the chaos. Zang Luo hurried back to the ground, explained the situation to Hancock, and then took her to the chaos. Husband, how long do we plan to stay in seclusion this time? Not sure. Anyway, Senior Pangu still needs 2 or 3 years to fully recover his body, so we'll just go into a deep seclusion. Hancock seemed a bit reluctant, having played too much recently and feeling somewhat disinterested in cultivation. Xiaoya, be good. Only by becoming stronger won't we be bullied. We still have more than 30 major realms above us. With so many strong ones, we feel unsafe with our current strength. Hancock nodded. When you come out of seclusion this time, buy me a spiritual brain. Haven't you been playing with my spiritual brain when there's nothing to do? Do you still want to buy another one? Okay, after the seclusion ends, I'll buy you the best and latest Mate 60. Really? That one looks very expensive. For what my Xiaoya wants, I don't care about the price. Hancock felt like she was going to be spoiled by her husband and no longer rejected this seclusion. After all, there was nothing in the chaos. Everything was the same scenery, and aside from seclusion, it was just seclusion, which could easily lead to mental fatigue. However, Zang Luo didn't really plan to stay in the chaotic void for cultivation. He took Hancock to the outside of the Zixiao Palace. This edge area happened to be in the chaotic void, and the Zixiao Palace was also a palace treasure. Surprisingly, no one had taken it away. He remembered that after driving Hongjun away, weren't there still a few saints? The two landed on the steps outside the palace, and the interior was protected by the palace's protective array, which could shield against chaotic airflow. What they needed now was chaotic energy. How could it be specifically shielded? Finding the hub of the Zixiao Palace, Zang Luo removed Hongjun's mark, refined the palace himself, and then closed the protective shield. What's wrong, Xiaoya? It's really white. Hancock shot a glare at Zang Luo after hearing this. As soon as the protective shield was closed, their clothes were suddenly torn apart by the chaotic gale that rushed in, especially Hancock's clothes, which were torn even worse than Zang Luo's, as if the gale was being a rogue. Cough, cough. Xiaoya, there's no one here anyway, no need to mind. Just pay attention to your positioning when we cultivate. Hancock quickly shook her head. I don't want to cultivate like this. Husband, would you dare to be naked in the wild? Zang Luo really wanted to say he would dare, but it was impossible for everyone to be as indifferent to their appearance as he was. Hancock absolutely refused to cultivate like this, and in the end, she had to reopen the protective shield, slowly drawing in the external chaotic energy for cultivation. This feeling was not very satisfying. It was like a thirsty fish. One way was to give it a sip at a time, and the other way was to throw it into the water. The feelings were completely different. Although it wasn't satisfactory enough, the speed was much faster than in the Hongmeng world. This reminded Zang Luo of the feeling of charging magical power with lightning in the pirate world. In less than half a day, Zang Luo raised his magical power from the heavenly human realm to the Xianpin realm. The Shenluo dynasty, Sun Wukong and 6 Ears had also emerged from seclusion. After successfully refining the blood essence of the Chaos Demon Ape, both of their physiques approached that of a saint. And with the laws of the Tao, their combat power was not inferior to that of saints. After emerging from seclusion and not finding Zang Luo, their gazes turned toward each other again. The two monkeys were somewhat at odds, neither willing to submit to the other, which had accumulated quite a bit of conflict. When Enel emerged from seclusion, he saw the two glaring at each other like fire. He began to fan the flames. You two staring at each other like this is useless. There's no conflict that can't be resolved with a fight. After hearing this, their anger shifted, and both turned their eyes to Enel. Sai, you guys forget it. Let's talk about something else. By the way, that giant in the sky, did your master create it? Sun Wukong snorted. I don't know. We just came out of seclusion. 6 Ears moved his ears a few times and said, I heard some people nearby discussing that this is Pangu, the big guy who opened up this Hongmeng world. I heard that it was Master who saved him, and he is currently recovering his body. Enel was very surprised after hearing this. He was no longer a novice. He had a good concept of a world, and to be able to open up such a vast world, his strength must be very strong. The world he opened inside him was only as big as Sky Island. He really didn't know what kind of strength Panga had. So, are you two really not going to fight to liven things up? Seeing the two glaring at him again, Enel quickly said, "What I mean is, if you're not going to fight, let's go out for a stroll." 6 Ears the monkey, not interested. I want to go find the saint. 6 Ears the monkey felt that he now had the combat power of a saint, and he had to go beat up the one who tricked him into the calamity. Sun Wukong originally wanted to go back to Huagua Mountain for a look, but hearing 6 Ears the monkey say this, he also had someone he wanted to beat up. Then I'll go to the west. I want to beat up that old man to Thagada. Enel saw that both of them were going to the west. Then I'll go too. I'll keep an eye on you to prevent you from accidentally getting deceived. He originally wanted to say he was going to watch the show, but monkeys are a type of animal that is not easy to mess with and can easily get angry. The few of them decided and then rushed toward the west. Upon arriving, they found no bald donkeys and saw many celestial dragons had grown hair. Enel landed in front of a celestial dragon, scaring the other party to quickly retreat. These celestial dragons had not enjoyed many good days since coming to this world. Only when the Western Church was still around could they barely be considered human. Now that the Western Church had been destroyed, the low-level cultivators with heads were forced to return to secular life. Living like ordinary people wasn't too bad, but they were often bullied by ghost soldiers, who said that their Dharma body was in the form of a great Buddha, which they hated. But what could they do? They had been subjected to the ability of the illusion beast species, the human fruit, great Buddha form, and they couldn't change all of this themselves. Enel looked at these cowards with some disdain. What are you retreating for? Hurry up and say it. Why has the Western Church disappeared? I used to see the bright halls here when I passed by. The celestial dragon people were surprised. Aren't you here to fight us? Enel, why would I want to fight you? Then, the celestial dragon people explained the reasons and the situation regarding the disappearance of the Western Church. After hearing this, the three realized that many major events had occurred during their seclusion. Sun Wukong, unable to find his old enemy, turned and flew away on a nimbus cloud. The six-eared macaque also returned to the divine Luo dynasty. Upon hearing that the entire 3 realms belonged to his junior sister Perona, Enel decided to take a stroll in the underworld. When Enel arrived in the netherworld, countless ghost soldiers fled in panic. The commotion later attracted 3,000 ghost servants who came to check the situation. Upon seeing a stranger, they shouted, "Who are you? And why have you trespassed into our netherworld?" Enel was confused. "Why are you all acting as if you're facing a great enemy?" "I'm here to find my junior sister." The ghost servants replied, "There is no junior sister of yours here. If you want to find someone, look outside. This place is all about the netherworld, and there are no outsiders. Hurry up and leave." Enel, unhappy with this response, said, "I can go wherever I want. Who do you think you are to control me?" The leader of the ghost servants heard this and called for everyone to start beating him up. "Hey, you dare to lay hands on me? Have you ever been struck by lightning?" 9 heavens divine lightning. Enel unleashed a whirlwind kick, releasing countless bolts of lightning towards the ghost servants, instantly knocking down a large number of them. Oh no! Everyone worked together to resist. Transparent Avenue. Bubble Avenue. No, let those from the Lightning Avenue go against him. Behind the ghost servant team, those who had accepted the Lightning Avenue were still on the outskirts. Hearing this, they felt a bit fearful. Although they had absorbed the blood of the Thunder Beast Demon God, their own attributes were mutually restrained, so how much benefit could they really gain? Therefore, among the 3,000 ghost servants, those with attributes that were restrained by lightning, light, and fire ended up rendering their strongest attributes useless, making them the weakest of the 3,000 ghost servants. The power of thunder and light was the most damaging to the ghost race. If their damage when fighting against the ancient chaos cultivators was considered to be 80%, then the damage from lightning was 150% for them. Enel did not expect that lightning would be more damaging to them than to other cultivators, which excited him a bit. The lightning-type ghost servant was pushed forward and almost crashed into Enel. Enel was not polite and struck back with a lightning whip. "I'm coming to fight you." "And you actually give me face? How can I hold back?" "Slap." ZZZ. After being slapped, the ghost servant covered his face in disbelief, feeling that the damage was not as severe as others. Moreover, he felt that it could clear the way for his lightning avenue, helping to change his attributes. So, he personally presented his face forward. Enel had never seen an opponent so eager to please him, so he also did not hold back. The other ghost servants were confused by this behavior. Is it really okay to push him up like this? Look, he is getting dumbfounded. After Enel fought for a while, he felt something was off. The opponent seemed excited. What the hell? Why are you so excited? Enel began to doubt that if he kept fighting for too long, this person might become attached to him. Bro, don't stop. Keep going. I'm willing to be struck by you. Just hit me hard. Enel felt goosebumps after hearing this. When he saw the opponent rushing towards him again, he stopped using his hands and switched to kicking with his legs. However, the opponent seemed to be addicted to getting hit like a tough little guy. With that kind of fearless attitude, willing to die on the path of being beaten up, even Enel felt a bit intimidated. This time I'll let you go, and I'll let all of you go. After saying this, Enel used lightning to escape, but the ghost servant was unwilling and rushed up to grab onto Enel's thigh without letting go. At the same time, he called out, "Everyone, help me stop him." Seeing this, everyone thought of a possibility. This brother was using such a malicious tactic to make the opponent unable to act. Now that he had disgusted the opponent into wanting to escape, he was also trying to stop him. Was there still some hidden trick? Others thought of this and were not ambiguous, as thousands surrounded the way. They feared the lightning, so they kept their distance, hoping that if the friend died, the Taoist would not. Enel looked at the ghost servant clinging to his right leg and became furious. Let go of me. 1, 2, 3, damn it. 9 tribulations, divine, lightning, heavenly calamity. After releasing a massive electric field, the immense power made the 3,000 ghost servants a kilometer away have their hair stand on end, all frightened and retreating quickly. Is that brother really okay? We felt a threat from this far away. Who knows what that fool was thinking? He actually dared to confront Enel head-on and held onto him tightly, which made Enel angry. You hear that? That guy is groaning. He probably can't take it anymore. It's about to end. Please listen carefully. That's the sound of enjoyment, not pain. Sometimes, enjoyment and pain can be indistinguishable. Soon, the lightning dissipated, revealing the two figures. Enel was intact, but the ghost servant was in tatters, his body charred black. Yet surprisingly, he had a smile on his face. This brother can't really be stupid, right? His face is blackened, and he is still smiling? This brother is good. Let him take the lead in the future. Yeah, that makes sense. Enel was about to go crazy. Are you going to let go or not? No way. Zap me 99 more times, and I'll let you go. Enel, without thinking, casually asked, why 99 and not 100? I'm about to break through my physical body. I'm about to evolve into the body of the thunder beast demon god. Please help me, big brother. At this moment, Perona also arrived and immediately saw Enel being hugged by a blackened figure. She had heard from her subordinates that a strong person had invaded the netherworld, making it difficult for 3,000 ghost servants to cope, and she thought it was some enemy, which is why she rushed over with all her strength. After asking a nearby ghost servant, she learned that the blackened figure was also one of their own. Perona walked over to clarify the situation and looked at Enel. Junior brother, just fulfill his wish. He likes you so much. Likes? Are you sure this is liking? This sticky plaster wants me to zap him 99 times. How about you come instead, sister? Perona rolled her eyes. I'm going back to seclusion. You figure it out. Enel looked at Perona as departing back and did not say the words of help, looking at the person still tightly holding on to him. Fine, you want to be zapped. Then I'll zap you enough. 9 tribulations, divine, lightning, heavenly calamity. Fall. Fall. Enel released all his power in one breath and then fainted. The ghost servant also stood still, and the others saw this and gathered around. He actually settled this. I will never mock his strength again. I guess tomorrow I'll have to look up to him. Why? Are you deaf? He said he wants to break through to the body of the thunder beast demon god. Doesn't he that make his body the same as ours? Produce. With the lightning avenue, I estimate very few people can handle him. Should we beat him up now? Crazy. I'm at my weakest right now, and I'm trying to break through. Why are you causing trouble? All right, take him back. And what about the other one? What should we do, everyone? That's the princess's junior brother. What do you say? 3 days later, Enel woke up in a dark room and immediately got up to look around. Where's this? Upon exiting the room, he saw that there were ghost soldiers guarding the courtyard. You brought me back? Weren't you not allowing me to get close to you? Now you dare to be this close to me. Thinking back to when he first entered the underworld, he had scared these ghost clans into a frenzy. Hello, esteemed guest. I'm the head guard here. The ghost servant brought you back. You are the princess's junior brother. Feel free to play around here, and we will send someone to accompany you. Enlil waved his hand. What is there to stroll around? I thought the scenery in this world would be beautiful, but it's so dim. I'm not used to it. I'm leaving. Enlil transformed into lightning and vanished. Once he left the underworld, he realized how beautiful the world of light was. By the way, that kid Leo hasn't he come back for a long time. Could he still be at Flower Fruit Mountain? With that thought, Enlil headed towards Flower Fruit Mountain. At the top of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong was sitting at the peak, drinking wine and reminiscing about the past when a bolt of lightning struck beside him, causing his wine gourd to fall. Enlil waved his hand to pick it up. You're such a coward. Sun Wukong, annoyed, snatched the wine gourd back and said, you suddenly falling down without a sound. Who wouldn't he be startled? Enlil waved his hand. Junior brother, you're mistaken. Master said that on the path of cultivation, one must always remain vigilant. If you didn't pay attention to your surroundings, who can you blame? This is my own nest. Why should I pay attention to so much? Sun Wukong replied. By the way, where's the other junior brother, Leo? I don't know. I haven't seen him since he came back. However, there are still dozens of his clansmen in the Water Curtain Cave. You can go ask them. Seeing Sun Wukong's lethargic demeanor, Enlil lost interest in playing with him and went to the Water Curtain Cave to find those little human clansmen. After questioning them, Enlil was quite surprised by the answer. Leo had actually disappeared suddenly in this Water Curtain Cave, and there were no other abnormalities at that time. Over 20 clansmen had disappeared together with him. They led him to the place where Leo had disappeared, and he noticed it was a stele with 2 lines of text on it. Flower Fruit Mountain Blessed Land. Water Curtain Cave, Heavenly Cave. Your captain disappeared while standing on top of this? Yes, the captain was giving us a lecture and planning for future development. When he heard everyone arguing loudly, he stomped his foot in anger, and the people standing on top disappeared. After listening, Enlil approached the stele to examine it. After a while, he didn't see any mechanisms. He tapped it with his hand, but it didn't respond. He injected some magical power, but the stele was made of an unknown material and was surprisingly hard. Even his realm of boundary couldn't damage it at all. Not understanding, he decided to find his master. Enlil returned to the divine Luo dynasty and inquired among his fellow disciples, but no one knew where his master had gone. Senior brother, why don't you check near Pangu's head? I've seen master go up there often to discuss matters with him. Feng Kiliai reminded. He had been at Pangu's ankle copying Pangu's great path and was quite familiar with his master's recent activities. After hearing this, Enlil flew up into the sky and quickly approached the chaos void layer, where he finally saw Pangu's closed eyes. He wondered what he was thinking. With such a massive body, if he continued to cultivate like this, he wouldn't find a wife. After watching for a while and collecting his thoughts, he flew over to greet him. Senior, have you seen my master? Pangu opened his eyes. If you don't have anything important, it's better not to disturb your master. He is in closed-door cultivation in the chaos void, not far from my upper palace, the Purple Cloud Palace. Enlil thanked him and flew upwards, but after half an hour, he still hadn't seen a trace of him. Half a day later, still nothing. After a day, Enlil gave up. Could it be that Senior Pangu was lying to me? Or did I get lost? Then, Enlil turned around to head back. 2 days later, he returned to the primordial land, but it was in another area, the southern Zhang province. Hey, I really got lost. I returned the same way and still deviated billions of miles. If I wander randomly, wouldn't I not be able to come back? Back at the divine Luo dynasty, he discussed with the other disciples, but they also didn't know where the Purple Cloud Palace was. At this moment, Perona said, the river of the underworld should know. It has now merged into my 6 paths of reincarnation department and is comprehending its realm in the Azura path. Then, senior sister, take me to find the river of the underworld and let it take me to the Purple Cloud Palace, Enlil urged. Perona also wanted to see what the place where the heavenly path stayed was like, so she agreed to go with him. When they found the river of the underworld, it did not refuse and agreed to lead the way. It also explained that the Purple Cloud Palace was a test for the primordial cultivators. and only those with fortune could find the Purple Cloud Palace. When Hongmeng preached, he only mentioned the location of the sermon, and there were so many primordial cultivators. Yet only 3,000 found it. Although many intended to do so, it was clear that those who could find the Purple Cloud Palace were the cream of the crop. Like the river of the underworld who had been there once, it had some sense of direction, and the second time, it could easily sense the correct position. Therefore, the greatest test was only for those going for the first time. Before long, the three of them arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. Zang Luo noticed their arrival and slowly ended his meditation. Seeing the unwelcome expressions on their faces was obvious to everyone. Perona quickly pointed at Enelu. Master. It was he who insisted on coming. We are just leading the way. She immediately sold Enelu out. Enelu, seeing his master look over, hurriedly said, Master, I want to find Leo, and discovered that he suddenly disappeared. Seeing that his master was interested, he repeated what Leo's clansman had said. After listening, Zang Luo also felt that this matter was somewhat strange. All right, since I've reached the immortal spirit realm, it's good to go out and move around. He turned to look at Hancock, who had also woken up not far away. Before Zang Luo could ask anything, Hancock expressed her desire to go out and stroll, not wanting to cultivate alone. Thus, Zang Luo controlled the Purple Cloud Palace to shrink and stored it in the storage realm. At this time, Hancock held Zang Luo's hand and began to hint. Zang Luo was stunned for a few seconds before realizing he had almost forgotten about the spiritual brain. He immediately took out the spiritual brain and started placing an order, spending over 300 doses worth of money to order the best product. This model of the spiritual brain was a top-tier version, which most people's families couldn't afford. Zang Luo didn't underestimate the cultivation families of other great worlds. Even in the immortal realm and divine realm, few could afford it. This spiritual brain not only had the strongest signal transmission device built in, but was also crafted personally by the owner of the Xian Merchant House's artifact workshop. Currently, there are only 5,000 units available, and in 3 years, less than 900 have been sold. It wasn't that this product was bad, but the price was too high for most people to consider. After about 13 minutes, the spiritual brain was finally delivered. Enelu wondered why the delivery was so slow this time. The Yanlong star system? What kind of place is that? Hancock didn't care about the speed. Upon seeing the spirit brain, he quickly took it over and started examining it. The spirit brain had a glossy finish like jade, felt great to the touch, and was equipped with 3 cameras that automatically absorbed surrounding energy to replenish its power, unlike the one in Zang Luo's hands, which required periodic replacement of the fairy spirit stones. Hancock skillfully powered it on for a test, and the information opened up in an instant. Unlike the previous device that had delays, watching short videos from the myriad realms was now dozens of times smoother. With 8D surround sound, the music felt like the sound of the Tao. Listening to the pleasant sounds, Zang Luo instantly felt that the spirit brain in his hand was no longer appealing. He thought about throwing it away, but couldn't bring himself to do it just yet. While lost in thought, he flew and suddenly realized that the others hadn't caught up. The others were all gathered around Hancock, watching the short videos. Is it really that engaging? Zang Luo turned around and picked up Hancock by the waist. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and move. We can play after we finish our business. Hancock said while scrolling, Husband, carry me along. I'll play for a bit first. Zang Luo had no choice but to carry him as they flew, while the others, unable to resist their curiosity, quickly followed. Perona came up and pouted. Master, help me buy one too. Zang Luo replied irritably. Bring your own money. Perona shook her head. I don't have any, master. I promise to be very obedient in the future, and I'll help you with many things. I'll be your lackey. Please help me buy one. What do I need a lackey for? ISNT Kizaru, supposed to be my lackey? With Nami, who knows where. Having fun, I have a divine guard army to handle things. I don't need any lackeys. Perona simply held on to Zang Luo's sleeve and gestured for Enel to join in. Enel awkwardly approached, unsure whether to pull or not. Feeling awkward just standing there like a utility pole, Zang Luo realized that he had mistakenly taken on a few money-losing apprentices. All right, let go quickly. We'll talk about this later. Each disciple can have one, but only one like mine, which has signal buffering. To be fair, we'll buy them together later. I can't let the other disciples think I'm biased. If you want to upgrade to something better, you'll have to find online jobs, earn your own money, and buy it yourself. After Zang Luo finished speaking, he pried Perona's fingers open one by one and quickly headed towards Dongxing Shenzhou. When they landed at the entrance of the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong also noticed the commotion and came out. Master and senior brothers and sisters, are you all here for Leo? Zang Luo nodded, set Hancock down, and went directly to check the monument. Room scan. With the dual power of his spiritual sense and fruit ability, Zang Luo saw many runes. Nothing else seemed unusual. He then uploaded the rune images he observed to the spirit brain for inquiry. A task was released, and in a moment, someone accepted the order. The other party's username was the most attractive with magnetism, and he seemed like an unserious person. It was uncertain if his answers were reliable. After looking at the content of the other party's response, it was very comprehensive, with images illustrating runes of different levels. From the lowest level of vermilion yellow paper runes to the universe's top Tao runes, there were over 20 levels in total. The runes he uploaded were space-type runes, commonly used when creating secret bases. They could also be used when refining storage spirit treasures to increase capacity. After Zang Luo finished reading the explanation, he roughly guessed that Leo might be inside this monument. However, he didn't know if there were dangers inside, so he decided he needed to go in and take a look to feel at ease. According to the netizen's explanation, to crack it, one needed to find the fulcrum of the runes or be familiar with the method to unlock them. Upon reading this, Zang Luo felt dizzy. He had no idea what a fulcrum or unlocking method was, so he asked the other party again, "Fellow Taoist, what rune knowledge should I learn to unlock this kind of rune?" Soon, the netizen the most attractive with magnetism replied with just 2 words, "Pay more." Damn, even asking a question costs money. No wonder so many people make money online. Zang Luo glanced at the balance on his spirit brain and transferred 5,000 over. The information was replied to in an instant. Indeed, it was money that opened the way. Through the other party's description, to learn to unlock this kind of rune, one needed to reach the level of Rune Saint, and the book to study was Record of Tao Spirit Patterns. Generally, it would take a few hundred years for an average person to comprehend this book. The netizen also provided a link for quick cracking. Zang Luo clicked in and found various tools for cracking runes. For his level of space-type runes, he needed 2,000 cracking spikes. After reading the introduction, he realized this was a method of slowly corroding through the laws of space. With this, did I still need to buy it? Didn't I know the laws of space myself? I was already close to the level of the Tao. If I ground it out slowly with the laws of space. Zang Luo also felt bored, so he directly bought that rune book. The price was quite high, exceeding the price of 10 doses of law potions. When he opened the record of Tao spirit patterns that was sent over, Zang Luo began to doubt the netizen's explanation. Wasn't this on the same level of difficulty as high school physics? Were your reference points cultivators who hadn't gone through 9 years of compulsory education? Quickly flipping through the basic content, in less than 10 minutes, he comprehended it all, then began to look at the intermediate difficulty. A day later, he finally saw the content on the Tao runes. The content on the Tao runes was about the evolution of the universe. The Tao runes of different worlds would have some differences. However, the essence remains the same. Once the basics are understood, the related laws can be grasped. Gradually, Zang Luo felt that this rune lineage was helpful for both his research and combat. This unintentionally exposed him to the combat methods of the divine realm. After finishing the content in the book, Zang Luo compared it with the space runes on the monument in the water curtain cave and quickly figured out the arrangement principle. Then, step by step, he cracked it, allowing his spiritual sense to penetrate deep inside, and before long, he discovered a true blessed land. It looked much better than Hongjuan's Zixiao Palace, the scenery of pristine nature, with all the spiritual herbs and trees towering like giant trees, showed how many years had passed without anyone entering to destroy it. Oh, is that a celestial apricot tree? Why are there so many of them? No. The other 10 innate spiritual roots are also present. Hearing Zang Luo mumbling, the others gathered around. Master, did you crack it? Enel asked. Seeing Master nod, Enel immediately urged him to take him inside to take a look. Zang Luo shook his head. Wait a moment. It's only the spiritual sense probing that has been cracked. It will take a while longer for the body to enter. Zang Luo prepared to continue cracking when he suddenly thought about whether he could claim this cave for himself. Just thinking about it made his heart race. This was another windfall. Immediately, Zang Luo took out everything from the storage space in his thumb. Seeing this, Perona quickly went to pick up the law potions, mumbling to herself. Master is so stingy, with so many things. He doesn't even want to take them out for us. Zang Luo replied irritably. Are you going to distribute the salaries of the Divine Guard army with that many? Right now, I'm just breaking even. But Perona felt it was still too much. Master, if you cut down on some personnel, wouldn't there be a surplus of potions? After hearing the rebuttal, Ainalu replied, most of the Divine Guard are brought from other worlds. It's not good to cut them off. Why not cut off tens of millions from your senior sister's side? Every year, there will still be resources for a few hundred saints. Listening to this, Perona was surprisingly tempted and began to ponder absent-mindedly. Here, Zang Luo instructed everyone not to disturb him, then used his fruit ability to start transferring the cave paradise. Room transfer. As the cave within the spatial runes was being transferred, Zang Luo felt a painful swelling in his thumb. It was due to a lack of space. So he hurriedly began to expand the internal space. The diameter of the storage realm rapidly expanded. 100,000 meters 1,000,000 meters. 10,000,000 kilometers 1,000,000 kilometers. No more. I can't keep this up. Zang Luo felt drained. This was the maximum limit he could maintain. If he tried to increase it again, he would collapse from exhaustion. And how could he then fight? When the space was smaller, he only needed to maintain a part of his power. But now, such a vast space required all his strength to sustain. At this moment, he found himself stuck, unwilling to give up, but unable to continue merging due to a lack of power for permanent maintenance. Perhaps seeing Zang Luo's predicament, Panga's voice came through. Merge the spatial runes with your spatial barrier. You need to use your ability to maintain the stability of the space afterward. Hearing this hint, Zang Luo quickly asked, but Senior, my space is not large enough for this cave paradise. Don't worry, after merging the spatial runes, the space will automatically expand. You don't need to open it up yourself. Upon hearing this, Zang Luo immediately tried to merge. Fortunately, his awakened spatial foundation was quite solid. Although it wasn't truly a spatial attribute, the fusion of countless laws had already surpassed the spatial barrier. The merging with the spatial runes felt smooth without much resistance. Moreover, after merging part of the spatial runes, he indeed no longer needed to exert all his strength to maintain the size of the space. If this continued, once fully merged, he wouldn't have to worry about this space at all. Taking advantage of the free time, Zang Luo asked Pangu, Senior, you seem familiar with this. Do you know the origin of this steel? It doesn't seem like something that originated in the Hongmeng. Pangu fell into thought, and after a while replied, that steel is actually just a necklace I once had. This left Zang Luo in disbelief, realizing it was a personal item of Pangu. Then, Senior, you let me merge it. You don't want it anymore? Pangu chuckled. Oh, you alive. A necklace is nothing. This necklace was obtained during a battle where I killed other universe cultivators. I never figured out its use. I just thought of it as a storage for food. No wonder most of the spiritual materials inside were edible. They probably hadn't been used for a long time. And those spiritual fruits and food had grown into high-quality spiritual roots. Especially those peach trees. Zang Luo felt their quality far surpassed that of the heavenly court. Then, Senior, how did so many spiritual roots and spiritual would appear in Hongmeng? Panga sighed. I only spat out the fruit seeds when I opened the heavens. I didn't expect them to grow. Now, there's still a few surviving in Hongmeng, but their quality is too low. After opening the heavens, I found I had no strength left to support the heavens and earth, so I thought of those spiritual fruits. However, after eating some, I felt it was useless. The power consumption was unbalanced, so I stopped eating. Now, take a look. Are there any spiritual fruits left in the cave steel? After hearing this, Zang Luo exclaimed, so awesome. He quickly introduced the situation inside. There are many spiritual fruits hanging from the branches, and there are towering trees everywhere. All of them are spiritual roots, many of which I don't recognize. Panga nodded. It seems they have sprouted and grown. The inside of the cave steel is different from the Hongmeng. its state has not been destroyed, so the spiritual roots continue to grow, unlike the Hongmeng, where cultivators would dig them all up once discovered. Through Pangu's continuous explanations, Zang Luo understood many of the spiritual materials inside. Although most were food for chaos-level cultivators, they were rare treasures for saint-level and divine-level individuals. For example, the Huangzhong leaf from the Hongmeng world, one fruit could make a person become a Luo. If it were a first-generation spiritual fruit from the cave steel, becoming a saint would not be difficult. Counting, he found that there were over 7,000 new species different from the Hongmeng, and this was without fully exploring the entire area of the cave paradise. 3 days later, he finally succeeded in merging the spatial runes of the cave steel into the storage realm, and then pulled the cave steel into the storage realm. Now, it shouldn't be called the storage realm anymore. It should be called the cave realm. Moreover, when the cave steel was pulled into the storage realm, it filled the entire space, equivalent to putting on a layer of clothing. Now, after refining the spatial runes of the cave steel to store things, he could directly store them in the cave realm. This was much less labor-intensive than before, and also more secure. After Zang Luo stood up and stretched, he noticed Perona and Inalu squatting in front of the AI fully automated processing equipment, waiting to collect the potions. You two have had enough. Starting today, there will be no resources for you for a year. Oh no, master. I just started to enjoy the pleasure of picking up money. Perona protested unhappily. Oof. If you're happy, then I'm not. After saying that, he put all the equipment into the cave realm, while Hancock was live-streaming for the Underworld River. None of them were easy to manage, making Zang Luo feel that this cultivation world was not as he had imagined. Why was it so different from the plot he had read in novels? Xiaoya, stop. I'm leaving. Are you going to wait here? Hancock turned back. Aren't you looking for your disciple? Where is he? I was just about to mention this. I still need to enter the cave realm to search. Can Xiaoya enter? Hancock nodded. Let us go take a look at what this cave paradise is like. The others expressed their desire to enter as well. Zang Luo thought they were all his people, so there was no need to hide it. After taking everyone in, he also entered. Only a barely noticeable small spatial sphere remained in place. Oh my God, is this a peach? Perona exclaimed. It seems so. I used to eat a lot in the Heavenly Quartz Peach Garden. I want to see how this one is different. Sun Wukong said as he dashed out to pick peaches. Inalu was also unwilling to be outdone. He used to enjoy apples, but now he felt the peaches were the best. Perona and Hancock also went to pick. The Underworld River looked back at Zang Luo. After all, he had just joined and wasn't he that familiar yet, so he didn't dare to act casually for fear of upsetting Zang Luo. Hee. Seeing you so obedient makes me feel a bit strange. Feel free to eat. There are plenty of spiritual fruits in here. I guarantee you've never eaten anything like this in the Hongmeng. After hearing this, the Underworld River quickly flew forward and hugged a huge peach, munching on it as he picked. Zang Luo watched in speechlessness. This was the feeling of a hungry ghost reincarnating. Seeing everyone eating happily, he felt something was off and also went up to pick one and took a bite. The aftertaste is so strong. The spiritual power is too immense. What? Did I break through? Zang Luo had just reached the immortal spirit realm in the Purple Cloud Palace, but unexpectedly, with one bite of the peach, he broke through a small realm. Feeling the immense spiritual power that had not yet been fully absorbed, he quickly operated his technique to refine it, while reminding others. If you don't want to improve your cultivation while sleeping, hurry up and refine it actively. Be careful. One peach might make you sleep for half a month. Others only reacted after listening, thinking there would be after effects before. Just then, a lot of strange humans suddenly appeared. You have quite the nerve to come to my Yuanling sect to steal celestial fruits. Get them, capture all of them, and take them back to await punishment from the law enforcement hall. Zang Luo looked dumbfounded as these people surrounded and bound him. Seeing someone heading toward Hancock, could he endure it? If you touch my woman, I'll chop off your hands. If you kick her, I'll break your legs. As soon as he released his spiritual power, he sent these people flying. What? You actually have the strength of a divine body realm? The leader felt it was unbelievable. This realm was comparable to their sect master. At this moment, the others also stood up after refining the peaches. They didn't have time to be happy about their breakthroughs and quickly gathered around Zang Luo, looking at the leader. The leader was so scared that cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. As senior, how about I pretend I didn't see the fruits you picked? Would that be all right? Zang Luo smiled and asked somewhat speechlessly, "Are these your fruits?" The leader quickly nodded. This territory within 30 million miles is all the Yuanling sect's domain. Zang Luo scoffed. "This entire cave heaven is now mine. You say it's your territory?" The leader scoffed in response. "You can pretend I didn't see you pick the fruits. But if you say that, it sounds greedy. You want to take them all away." Zang Luo frowned, feeling that this guy didn't understand his meaning. The leader saw Zang Luo silent and continued, "Furthermore, our Yuanling sect has to offer 1,000,000 peaches to the Medicine King family every 1,000 years. Each one you eat is a declaration of war against the Medicine King family. You need to think carefully." From this person's words, Zang Luo gleaned a lot of information. This cave heaven was already considered a complete realm, with many intricate forces inside. However, there were many questions. Previously, he had not seen any figures while probing with his divine sense from outside. So how did he not see anyone? "Sir, what do you mean by not speaking all this time?" Hearing the inquiry, Zang Luo came back to his senses and asked, "What do you call yourself? And what kind of force is your Yuanling sect and the Medicine King family?" The leader thought that with Zang Luo's high strength, he shouldn't be unaware of the top forces in the burial heaven world. Even if he didn't know about his sect's second-tier individuals, he should know about one of the 4 largest forces in the burial heaven world. How could he not know about the Medicine King family? Ranked second among the 4 super forces? Have you never taken pills? My name is Lian Junjie, an elder of the inner sect of the Yuanling sect. You really don't know about the super forces of the burial heaven world. Don't tell me you cultivated to this realm in the wild. Zang Luo straightforwardly said, "We are not from this world, so don't be surprised. We truly do not understand this world." "What? You mean you come from the outside world? How you come and go?" Lian Junjie hurriedly asked. "What? Do you want to go out? Isn't this place good?" Lian Junjie shook his head. This world has no restrictions since the heavenly Tao was slaughtered by the first sect's founder of the 4 super forces. Various laws bloom freely, making it difficult for us cultivators to comprehend the laws. After all, the source of the entire heaven and earth is limited when other laws take some. Other laws do not have a source to be born from. This leads our world's cultivators to only cultivate to the divine Tao realm, and no one can break through the divine pattern realm. Zang Luo listened for a long time before understanding that the heavenly Tao of this world once suppressed the birth of other laws, which led to the brilliance of some laws. But the people here didn't think so. If heaven and earth were like a cage, limiting their way out, then it was their enemy. Tens of billions of years ago, Huangfu Bufan, at the peak of cultivation, reached the legendary divine extreme realm, successfully breaking the heavens with a sword, causing the heavenly Tao to bleed, and successfully broke out of the world, after which there was no news. But since then, the remaining highest realms, such as the divine pattern realm and the divine tribulation realm, have turned into bones over time, and later cultivators could not break through these legendary realms. Zang Luo suddenly asked, "Why is your realm division exactly the same as that of the divine spirit realm?" Lian Junjie self-deprecatingly said, "Historical records state that our ancestors were captured here. There was once a legend that a powerful force brought all the people from 3 cities in the divine spirit realm into this strange land. At that time, this world wasn't that big, perhaps about 10 times the area of our Yuanling sect now. After these people explored the entire space, they realized they were in a spatial cage, so they kept searching for a way out. But as time passed, the world gradually grew larger, and the ancestors eventually gave up and settled down in this world. However, I only read these things in the sect's scripture repository. I'm not sure if they are true. However, since you say you come from the outside world, then that proves this record is true." Following this, Lian Junjie invited everyone to the Yuanling sect as guests. Zang Luo thought that since he was unfamiliar with the place, it would be better to go with them to understand the situation better. When everyone landed at the mountain gate of the Yuanling sect, it alarmed many high-level members. Who is coming to the Yuanling sect? Following this loud shout, the sect master and several supreme elders quickly appeared at the sect's mountain gate. Generally, in such a large force, strong visitors would be informed in advance to avoid misunderstandings. Lien Junjie was so excited that he didn't think of this. After all, who would regard such a kind young man as someone on the same level as the sect master? Lien Junjie hurriedly ran forward to explain, "Sect master, there's a misunderstanding. These are my guests." The sect master, named Qiu-Yun, was named so by his father in hopes of bringing him good fortune. Qiu-Yun frowned. What was going on with Elder Lien? He was already an old member of the sect, and still didn't he understand the rules. Moreover, this person gave him a full sense of threat. Qiu-Yun had always been sensitive to his intuition, rarely misjudging. And suddenly bringing back someone of equal strength to himself wasn't he for the sect or to cause trouble. Qiu-Yun kept looking at Lien Junjie, waiting for an explanation. Lien Junjie briefly mentioned the situation of Zang Luo and the others. Upon hearing that this guy was speaking evasively, Qiu-Yun knew he wasn't telling the truth. So he had the disciples inside arrange resting rooms for them. Then Qiu-Yun brought a group of high-level members to the sect's main hall for a meeting. After taking the main seat, Qiu-Yun looked at Lien Junjie and said, "Go ahead, fourth elder. You don't need to hide it anymore." Lien Junjie glanced at the people in the hall and mysteriously said, "These people come from beyond this world." What? Sect Master Qiu-Yun and the Supreme Elder both stood up. They were the most concerned about the outside world. Their ancestors searched for a way out, but to no avail, and later died in frustration. After all, there were still people in the outside world whom they cared about. How could they not want to go out? The hundreds of people who were most eager to find a way out back then left behind words for their descendants, explaining the situation of their families outside and reminding the younger generation to take care of their relatives if they had the opportunity to go out. Moreover, the sect master Qiu-Yun's ancestor was only a branch captured back then. The direct family had a chaotic level cultivator who had always believed in matters of the outside world. Over the years, as more and more new generations questioned these histories, many old generations worried that these histories would be buried. At this moment, Qiu-Yun looked seriously at Lien Junjie. "Elder Lien, I hope this is not a joke." Lien Junjie quickly swore by his ancestors, assuring that everything he said was true. The Grand Elder also spoke up to ask, "What are your plans if you bring them back? But I advise you not to have any crooked ideas. My intuition tells me that this person has very strange abilities, and I'm not confident in defeating him." Qiu-Yun turned to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, do you also have this feeling?" The Grand Elder nodded. Lien Junjie gestured for everyone not to worry. "My plan is like this. We'll make a deal with that person to see if we can go out with him. Once the news is verified, we can sell this information and the way to leave to other smaller factions. When we have made enough profit, we will let the disciples within the sect break through with all their might. At that time, after reaching the strength of a superpower, we can announce it to the world and plunder other sects." The second elder, after hearing this, felt as if a pig was swaying in front of him and retorted unhappily, "The fourth elder's idea is good, but unrealistic. Although they have come in, they may not necessarily know how to get out." Lien Junjie stood up to refute. "I initially revealed that this is a closed world with no way out, and they weren't worried at all. Moreover, the other party indicated that this entire world belongs to him. At first, I thought he was just boasting to get more peaches. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was off. From the other party's demeanor during our conversation, he didn't seem like someone who would brag, so I am quite confident in my inference that they can leave." The second elder still scoffed. "What if it's all a lie from the start? You know, there are too many people doubting the existence of the outside world right now, and it's possible someone could fabricate a lie to torment everyone. Also, how can you guarantee that when you sell the way out to other sects, the information won't be leaked? You know, we have several spies within our sect, and that's just the surface. If our first-rate faction is like this, the situation in second and third-rate factions might be even less secure. So don't think too much about it. Just honestly make the news public." At this moment, the sect leader Qiu-Yun also found it hard to decide. Just then, Zang Luo walked in with his people from outside the hall. At this moment, the ninth elder, who was near the hall door, stood up angrily. "Oh, how did you come here? This is the discussion hall of our sect. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. Hurry up and leave." Sun Wukong bared his teeth, immediately pulling out his golden staff and pointing it at the other's head. "If you dare to disrespect my master again, I'll knock you dead with one swing." Ainalu was also crackling with electricity, ready to fight. The 8th elder, who was close to the 9th elder, also stood up, both of them standing together, clearly ready to fight back. Seeing this, Lu could no longer hold back. They had given you face. This world belongs to the master, yet you dared to disrespect us. Lu's magical energy surged, and he shot a bolt of lightning towards them. However, the expected lightning strike did not occur. After the lightning passed through the figure, the other party suffered no harm at all. The 8th elder and 9th elder, seeing the other party take action, each took out their ultimate moves to counterattack. But no need for pine needles flying. Walking on frost leads to ice. One was wood-based, the other ice-based. As their attacks came, Sun Wukong and Lu were ready to defend with all their strength, but ended up blocking nothing. Lu and Sun Wukong simultaneously turned to look at their master. Originally, Sun Wukong was about to swing his staff, but seeing this, he began to doubt. Could these people be fake? But why were the peaches we ate real? Zang Luo saw everyone's confusion and explained, "We are not in the same spatial dimension as them right now. I used spatial abilities when I brought you here. Otherwise, do you think the guards outside would not stop us? They can only see us if we want them to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to detect us at all." Upon hearing this, both sides fell silent. Sun Wukong and the others felt they couldn't fight, while the Yuanling sect members found this group very terrifying. The sect leader Qiu Yin hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. All right, esteemed guests from afar. Our two elders are just a bit impatient. Please don't take offense. Zang Luo waved his hand, uninterested in these trivial matters. Not wanting to be a foolish protagonist who has to be strong and assertive in everything. Such brainless actions, without the author's protection, would have led to countless deaths already. Don't think about discussing going out and plundering resources behind closed doors. This entire world is mine. Perhaps you haven't understood clearly. Let me put it this way. This world has been refined by me, and the entrance and exit are under my control. This world is my backyard. Is that clear enough? And if you want to leave, I can agree to it, and I can allow your entire sect to move out of this world. But the condition is that all of your current territory belongs to me. Do you agree? Upon hearing Zang Luo's words, the Yuanling sect members were stunned by the news. First, the way he spoke didn't seem like a joke. It really was possible to leave. Secondly, this world had already been controlled by him, and he could come and go freely. Lastly, they could all move out. Qiu Yin also suddenly found it difficult to decide. When there was no opportunity to leave before, he thought finding a way out was a lifelong dream. Now that the exit was right in front of him, he couldn't make up his mind to go. The other elders were also lost in thought, finding it hard to make a decision on such a big matter. After pondering for a moment, Qiu Yin said to Zang Luo, "Can you wait for me for 2 days? I will give you a reply in 2 days." Zang Luo nodded. "Okay, that works." After saying this, he waved his hand, and the space returned to its original position. Sun Wukong and the others felt strange when they saw they were still in the same place as before their departure. "Master, didn't I walk nearly 1,000 steps before? Why hasn't the position changed?" The other few were also puzzled. Only Hancock, who was familiar with spatial attributes, understood the principle. You guys aren't cultivating the laws of space, so it's normal you don't understand. The distance you walked before was real, but it only shifted the spatial coordinates with your steps. In fact, the fundamental reference point is still in the original position. If my husband doesn't use spatial abilities again to bring everyone back further, then the distance you walked out would be the real distance. If he brings you back further, then the previous walking is just a dream. After hearing the explanation, the few of them were amazed by the wonders of the laws of space. After Hancock finished explaining, she asked Zang Luo, "Husband, how do you plan to move them all out? Where will they go after they move out?" Zang Luo smiled and said, "I want to occupy this entire cave world. At that time, my subordinates need to battle the outside world. They can just cultivate inside, and when I need them to do something, I'll bring them out." Everyone understood Zang Luo's plan and realized why he wanted to move so many people out. Moreover, these individuals were not weak. With over 1,000 cultivators at the saint level just from this sect, once they went to the primordial chaos, they turned the world upside down. However, handling these large factions wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be possible to suppress them all by force, because once the other party united, their might wouldn't be small. They could either eliminate them to prevent future troubles, but Zang Luo couldn't commit such acts of slaughter. Therefore, he aimed to make them feel it was a fair trade, ensuring no animosity would arise after they left. As for other ordinary wandering cultivators and low-level cultivators, there was no need to worry about them. They were too weak to resist, and as long as they posed no threat to him, he wouldn't care too much. Zang Luo planned to bring a portion of the Divine Guard army into the sect after taking control, and then start laying out the world. He intended to use the Yuanling sect as a starting point to expand into the countless territories surrounding it. Previously, he had learned from their sect's disciples that the most powerful force in the vicinity was the Yao Wang family. Within the jurisdiction of the Yao Wang family, there were 6 first-rate forces: Lingxian Tower, Holy Flag Alliance, Tianfeng Hall, Fengqing Inn, Shima Valley, and Yuanling sect. Their location was right on the border of the Yao Wang family's territory, so they also needed to take control of several other first-rate forces' domains. These domains were rich in spirit roots and spirit trees, which should have been the area where pangas stored various ingredients back then. Zang Luo wanted to use these flat peaches, celestial apricots, and Huanghongli ginseng fruits to cultivate his own people. The territories of the other forces were not smaller than this one, and the Yao Wang family only occupied a quarter of the entire world. Therefore, this world was much larger than the current Honghuang territory. Although it did not reach the scale of the original Honghuang Great World, it was not far off. This showed that the world was originally on a good development trend, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by Huangfu Bufan of the Kaitian Sword sect. After hearing Zang Luo's plan, the others stood there, momentarily at a loss, unsure of how they could help. At this moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward and asked, "Master, can I go out and have some fun for a while?" Zang Luo replied, "Do you want to go steal some flat peaches?" "No, master. I just want to wander around. After all, this is the true flower fruit mountain blessed land, water curtain cave paradise. I used to stay on a wild hillside. And compared to this, I feel embarrassed to say I'm the stone monkey born from Flower Fruit Mountain." Zang Luo nodded. "Go ahead anyway. You can't help me much right now." "Master, what do you mean I can't help? I can help you fight." Zang Luo said helplessly, "Do you think I need you to fight? If you really want to go out, keep an eye on Leo's whereabouts and ask around." "Okay, master. I'll go." Watching Sun Wukong disappear, Enela glanced at Mingy beside him. He couldn't play with an old antique like Mingy and wanted to go out too. "Master, I'm going out as well." "Sure, anyone who wants to go can leave, but be careful and try to find out Leo's whereabouts." Perona also prepared to leave. She looked at Mingy. "Come with me. Now you're responsible for being my muscle and teaching those who don't know their place a lesson." Mingy wiped his cold sweat, worried that this crazy woman would want to cause trouble. The 3 realms of Honghuang had already been messed up by them, and he didn't want to attract more trouble here. Mingy felt that his strength was insufficient to navigate this world and looked very reluctant. Didn't he see that the inner disciples of their sect had the same strength as him? However, under Perona's icy gaze, he obediently followed her. Only Zang Luo and Hancock were left in place. At this moment, Zang Luo asked, "Xiaoya, does your spiritual brain still have a signal?" "My spiritual brain has no signal at all." Hancock took out her spiritual brain and opened it. "There is a signal, my husband is just not as good as outside. But I still have 3 bars. Let me try the internet speed." She clicked on a short video icon and found it very smooth. Opening the live broadcast screen was also smooth, and sending messages worked normally. "Husband, it hasn't been affected at all." Zang Luo sighed. "Having an expensive one has its benefits. It seems I need to switch to the best spiritual brain, otherwise sometimes I can't even get a signal. In such a closed world, perhaps the Xinshang mansion has never laid out here. They might not even know about this world." Zang Luo and Hancock returned to their resting room. He looked at Hancock and said, "Xiaoya, let's not go out wandering for now. The highest realm in this world is the Divine Path realm, and I don't know if my combat power can handle it. Even if I can manage, if we encounter them teaming up, it might be difficult to fight them off. So we need to improve our magical power for now. We might need your help later." Upon hearing that Zang Luo needed help, Hancock stopped fiddling with her spiritual brain. The two began to cultivate again. Zang Luo used the ability of the surgical fruit to transfer some of the giant flat peaches from a distance, placing a pile in front of each of them. Then they began to refine continuously, and Zang Luo's realm rapidly rose. Soon, He advanced from the immortal spirit realm to the void realm, which is equivalent to the great Luo golden immortal realm in Hongmeng. As he continued to absorb, the breakthrough of his realm never stopped, and he quickly reached the peak of the immortal punishment realm. Since this place, like Hongmeng, lacked the heavenly Tao, there was no lightning tribulation even at this realm. When he reached the evolution realm, Zang Luo found it difficult to adapt to the slow-paced cultivation. This realm involved evolving the world within his body. He was used to rapid cultivation, and he didn't know how to speed things up at this stage. If he were to create the world slowly, it would take a lot of time. Suddenly, he thought of this entire cave heaven realm. Wasn't it a ready-made world? Moreover, it was so comprehensive. Since it had already been refined into his body, it shouldn't make much difference to integrate it into his dantian. This cave heaven realm was now within his thumb, which could also be considered an internal world. However, in terms of true realm description, this was merely skimming the surface and did not count as a real cultivation realm, because such an internal world could not draw power from within for combat. Unable to think of a solution, he had to stop cultivating. He took Hancock's leadership and issued a help request. Soon, he received many answers from netizens, but these answers were all suitable for cultivation systems in other worlds. Some netizens didn't even know about such realms and provided nonsensical answers. Seeing that the responses from netizens couldn't solve his problem, he decided to go out and ask Panga for advice. After notifying Hancock, he went out and rushed to Panga's shoulder, eagerly asking, "Panga Sr., I've reached the evolution realm and need to evolve the world within my body. But I want to make it easier. How can I perfectly integrate that cave heaven realm into my internal world?" Panga nodded and explained, "Did you not obtain the essence of the heavenly Tao before? You have already erased its consciousness. You should turn that heavenly Tao into the heavenly Tao of the cave heaven world, and then it will be much easier. Once the heavenly Tao replaces the heavenly Tao within the cave heaven realm, and then merges with the primordial infant within your body, you will gradually be able to integrate it into your internal world. However, the premise is that there is no heavenly Tao in that world." Zang Luo responded, "The heavenly Tao in that world was killed, but I don't know if it is completely dead." Panga shook his head. "I suspect it is not dead. Generally, it is difficult for the heavenly Tao to completely die. If it did, the entire world would enter the end of the Dharma era, so it must still be hiding somewhere. You said that world is better than the current Hongmeng, which indicates it is still hiding somewhere. If you can find that heavenly Tao, you can directly refine it as well. If that heavenly Tao is very incomplete, you can use your Hongmeng's heavenly Tao to devour it, and then control the Hongmeng's heavenly Tao to refine it into the primordial infant. After the fusion, you will become the new heavenly Tao. This fusion of a nascent soul is different from that idiot Hongjun. He has no nascent soul and merges with his physical body. This kind of fusion is difficult to separate. With a nascent soul fusion, there won't be any significant impact, and the realms can synchronize. The external realm's elevation won't be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. If you want to enhance your inner world, you can do so, and if you don't want to, you can directly elevate your own body. The two can be completely unrelated, but generally, they will improve together, which makes the combat power more robust." After hearing this, Zang Luo immediately found his direction for cultivation. However, there was still a question. What are the differences between the two? "Senior, is there any difference between a self-evolved world and a refined world in terms of advantages and disadvantages?" Panga shook his head. "There's not much difference. In the later stages, the combat power is similar. The self-evolved world is just more familiar. The refined world requires time to get accustomed to it, so there's no need to worry." After hearing this, Zang Luo felt relieved, said goodbye to Pangu, and returned to his room in the cave world. He also informed Hancock about the precautions for cultivation, as she was nearing that realm too. However, he decided to refine the cave world himself first and would think of a way for Hancock later. As a man, he needed to maintain the highest combat power to have a sense of protectiveness. Zang Luo did not want to rely on women for protection. That would be too embarrassing. He was not one to live off a woman. Now he could only wait to find the hiding heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he could not have complete control over this world. Thinking of that hidden heavenly Tao, he needed manpower again, so he left the cave world and arrived at the Shenhun dynasty. Seeing the divine guards approaching to pay their respects, he quickly ordered. All right, notify the 4 divine officials to bring half of the divine guard army back. Yes, divine master. Zang Luo could no longer wait. He was eager to improve his cultivation. The agreement with the leader of the Yuanling sect was fine, but if they were unwilling, he would clear them out directly. He needed to minimize any disturbances. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many alliances. As long as they reached the Hongmeng, he wouldn't worry about them causing destruction, since he would eventually stabilize his base in the cave world, not in Hongmeng, where they could create chaos. Before long, the 4 divine officials returned ahead of the main force, which would take about half a day to arrive. Zang Luo noticed that the realm of the 4 divine officials was only at the immortal punishment realm, and they were barely competent, relying entirely on law potions for their combat power. He felt that with such strength, they would not be very secure going in, unable to suppress the powerful beings of the cave world, especially since many outer disciples were already at the domain realm. They were stronger than the divine guards. Would they just perform a suicidal attack like ants? Zang Luo took out the blood essence of the 3,000 demon gods and asked them, "You are currently pure human, so you have many choices. Inside are the great paths and blood essence represented by the 3,000 demon gods. Choose one to break through." The 4 divine officials became excited upon hearing this. Only the direct disciples of the divine master had this privilege before, and now they had a chance too. They glanced at the blood essence and directly went to choose their abilities. The trial of the swamp had selected the viscous demon god's blood essence, corresponding to the sticky great path, which was akin to a sticky plaster. Once stuck, it couldn't be shaken off. The trial of the sphere had previously merged with the bomb fruit, and now chose the pufferfish demon god and the corresponding expansion great path. The trial of the rope selected the cursed demon god's blood essence, corresponding to the cursed great path, allowing control of fine threads to execute ominous attacks. The trial of iron chose the sinister claw demon god's blood essence, corresponding to the rending great path, which could be applied to his knife techniques. After observing their choices, Zang Luo felt they were somewhat conservative, lacking imagination. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly chosen blood essence related to their abilities. If it were him, he would choose the strongest and then use his imagination to develop combat abilities. The 4 of them sat down on the spot, refining the blood essence. When they had refined it to a certain extent, the other divine guard army also returned. Zang Luo distributed law potions to them. Although the lack of blood essence transformation would lower the upper limit of improvement, there was no time to wait for them to refine it. The current strength of the divine guard army was only at the highest level of the law, the Tao Pattern's realm city, and refining the blood essence would take several days, so they would have to wait a while longer. Once everything was fused, Zang Luo opened a spatial passage and brought them into the cave world, then began to arrange tasks. The leader of the Yuanling sect, Qiuyun, was startled to see suddenly 6,000 or 7,000 people appear and hurriedly found Zang Luo to inquire about what was happening. Zang Luo explained, "These are my subordinates brought from the outside world. They are here to help me. You don't need to worry. It won't affect you. Have you discussed it?" Qiuyun thought to himself, "You should come up with a better story. Maybe I would believe it. From the beginning, you emphasized that this world is yours. And now you've brought your subordinates in. Yet you say it won't affect us. If we don't agree to move out, it seems we might have to start sect war." Fortunately, most people wanted to leave, so there wouldn't be any direct conflict. Qiuyun nodded. "We have discussed it roughly. Most people are willing to leave, but a very small number are not." Zang Luo waved his hand dismissively. "Those who don't want to leave can stay inside. Anyway, they can't break through to new realms inside. If they want to stay, once I finish transforming this world, I will establish a teleportation passage, and they can leave then. However, this territory will belong to me." Upon hearing this, Qiuyun realized that the other party was indeed eyeing the spiritual fruit trees within the territory, but they were not his. They were merely a force he had incorporated after defeating the Medicine King family. However, now that they were leaving, he had to take a few trees with him. Qiuyun said, "It belongs to you, but when we go out, you have to give us a territory. And we want to take some of these peach trees with us." Zang Luo was very satisfied with the sect's sense of timing. "The territory I had in the outside world will belong to you. You can take over directly when you leave. By the way, that territory is in the mundane world. If you don't like it, you can move to the 33 heavens, which was once the domain of the heavenly emperor. In any case, that is also a territory seized by my subordinates. When you want to go, just let me know. As for the peach trees, you can take up to 100. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yun was somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't 100 too few? Zang Luo narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to say 90, the other party spoke first. All right, Fine, Qiu Yun said helplessly. Seeing the unfriendly look from Zang Luo, he knew he couldn't take more, but 100 trees were enough to cultivate disciples in the sect. In the past, they could only leave 5,000 peaches every 1,000 years, and yet they had become a first-rate force. Moreover, the current peach trees were very large. A single tree could bear 9,999 peaches, enough for the entire sect to use. Perhaps the other party would be at a disadvantage at this time and would need their sect's help, so it was better to compromise. Qiu Yun was also quite seasoned. He did not want to be the first to confront the other party, lest he provide experience for other forces. He hurried back to the sect's discussion hall and relayed this matter to the other elders, who had no objections. Many of them were too old, and if they couldn't break through, their lives would be over, so going out to comprehend the laws and break through was their primary concern. After discussing for a while, they began to arrange for all the disciples in the sect to pack their belongings, including various scriptures, cultivation methods, and other cultivation materials, to take with them. Half a day later, the members of their sect gathered at the training ground, and Qiu Yun found Zang Luo again. Fellow Taoist, we are almost ready. The people within our territory who want to leave have gathered, but some ordinary residents are unwilling to leave. I can't do anything about those people. Do you think it's time to send us out? Zang Luo waved his hand to open a passage, bringing these people out of the cave world and letting the divine guards arrange temporary accommodations for them in the divine Luo dynasty. As Qiu Yun exited the cave world, he immediately felt a surge of breakthrough energy, which the other elders also sensed. Someone exclaimed excitedly, "I'm about to break through, haha." The Grand Elder stroked his beard and said, "I didn't expect that our realms were really suppressed by the little world. It seems we have several more 1,000 years of life ahead." The Ninth Elder chuckled, "Grand Elder, you're being modest. Given our suppressed foundation for so many years, breaking through 2 or 3 realms in the future will be no problem. So a lifespan of several million years is very promising. Who knows? There might even be new realms for us to explore later." The others nodded in agreement with the Ninth Elder's viewpoint. At this moment, the Eighth Elder pointed at the Divine Guards and said, "Are they also Divine Guards? Their realms are vastly different from what we saw before. However, despite that, their strength doesn't seem weaker than our outer disciples. How could they cultivate to such realms in this mundane world?" The Grand Elder spoke. "It seems that almost every one of them has a similar level of strength, which gives the impression that they were specially trained. That Zang Luo must have some big secrets." Qiu Yun, uninterested in idle chatter, immediately said, "I can't wait any longer. I need to break through to make myself happy. You all protect me." With that, he sat down on the spot to begin his cultivation. Seeing the sect leader directly preparing to break through, some who couldn't wait also started to cultivate on the spot. Eventually, a few elders could no longer hold back and thought, "To hell with protecting you. We want to break through too." Thus, under the incredulous gaze of the Divine Guards, these millions of people began breaking through their realms. Originally, there were still a few thousand who had just broken through. Although they felt they could break through now, it was not quite perfect. However, seeing everyone else sitting cross-legged made them stand out too much, so it became a scene of the entire sect cultivating together. Before long, the sounds of breakthroughs in the square rose and fell in succession, gathering together and spreading far away. The people around the divine Luo dynasty came to watch, with the former residents of the Sky Island and the residents of Nine Snake Island being the most numerous. They seemed to be the most leisurely race, with a very Buddhist vibe. After so many years, their realms had barely reached the celestial realm, and they couldn't even catch the eye when applying to the Divine Guards. Yet, with their strength, they were considered immortal-like existences in the mundane world. Therefore, life in the mundane world was very stable for them, with hardly any enemies. And ordinary monsters did not dare to run wild in the divine Luo dynasty. At this time, They looked at these millions of unfamiliar newcomers with curiosity about their appearance. They were quite different. These people's skin was a purplish red, seemingly a new race of humans. Most cultivators from the primordial times were yellow-skinned, while these were neither black nor red. Many people were discussing among themselves, some voices a bit loud, stirring up the breakthrough participants' blood and energy. This made them open their eyes and glare at the onlookers with some anger. However, since they had just arrived and were unfamiliar with the area, they couldn't say much and had to block out the noise and focus on their breakthroughs. Soon, the sect elders and the sect leader had all completed their breakthroughs, stood up, and checked on the situation of the disciples, finding that they were almost done as well. Qiu Yun then went to discuss with the leader of the Divine Guards, fellow Taoist, that Zang Luo said he would arrange a territory for us. The spiritual energy here is not abundant enough for cultivation. We should go to the 33rd heaven. The leader of the Divine Guards nodded. Sure. I will send someone to take you to the 33rd heaven shortly. That place is currently empty, and the area of the 33rd heaven is even larger than the area of your previous territory. So you don't have to worry about not having enough land. But the peaches in the peach garden of the heavenly court won't be of the same quality as those in your original world, equivalent to about 1/10 of the medicinal power. Qiu Yun waved his hand dismissively. The 100 peach trees I've transplanted are enough for our use. Half an hour later, all the disciples finally completed their breakthroughs, and the leader of the Divine Guards sent a small team of about 100 to take them towards the southern heavenly gate. Ever since the heavenly court was captured by the netherworld, the Ghost Clan discovered that it was too bright up there, and they didn't like such an environment. So they left, leaving the heavenly court vacant. Moreover, with the escape of the Haotian Yao pool, the entire heavenly court was now deserted. Upon entering the southern heavenly gate, they saw the dust that had not been cleaned for a long time and realized this was truly a masterless land. At this moment, a disciple noticed the enormous phantom and exclaimed, "Look, what is that? Oh my, what a huge figure. Whose is that? What kind of strength does this person have? I feel like an ant." Hearing so many discussions, everyone noticed that Qiu Yun and the elders were also startled by the phantom. They had been preoccupied with the feeling of being able to break through and hadn't had time to assess anything else until they arrived at the square of the southern heavenly gate and started looking around. Only then did they discover Pangu's phantom. This was clearly an absolute powerhouse. The excitement of their breakthroughs instantly faded away. They didn't expect there to be such a powerful being in the primordial world. Would they have to be dominated by a powerful force again? Just like in their original world? The Divine Guards, seeing that these people were frightened, began to recount some of Pangu's deeds, and everyone was astonished after listening. They never expected there to be such a strong being in the world. Could the outer world also be opened up? This indeed presented a new idea for cultivation. When the Divine Guards said that Pangu had already been dead for countless years and that their divine teacher had revived him, and that it would take several more years for him to fully recover his strength, everyone found it hard to imagine what kind of strength he had at his peak. Now, he gave them such a strong sense of pressure. What would happen when he recovered? At this moment, the Grand Elder asked the most concerning question. "Fellow Taoist of the Divine Guards, if we go to occupy the heavenly court now, will that senior Pangu be unhappy?" The Divine Guards shook their heads. "Don't worry. I've heard that Pangu doesn't even care about the entire primordial world anymore. Why would he care about the heavenly court?" Hearing this, they finally suppressed their worries. Soon, they understood the layout of the heavenly palace. The ninth elder looked at the magnificent heavenly court palaces and was instantly enamored. He had never seen such beautifully adorned palace complexes. The broken mountain gate they used to live in was almost like a rural mud house. "This is great, sect leader. This place is better than our previous sect." Qiu Yin was also very satisfied with this heavenly court ruin. He immediately arranged for the elders and inner disciples to start planning their respective areas. And soon, some of the most luxurious palaces were divided among the elders. The Divine Guards, seeing them busy, directly returned to report the news. At this time, Zang Luo was directing the Divine Guards who had entered to station themselves within the territory of the Yuanling sect, with people assigned to guard the peach garden, prohibiting others from picking the peaches in the future. Additionally, a large number of people were sent out to inquire about the locations of other forces, to find out about the station messages and report back to him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who was out traveling, also discovered the situation. He was originally flying around aimlessly when he accidentally arrived at the Valley of Gods and Demons. Now, he stood on a high mountain outside the valley, looking at a small object in the hands of a woman in the valley that looked very familiar. His eyesight was already excellent, and with a single glance, he was shocked. The little figure he saw was being played with by a young female demon cultivator. Wasn't that Leo? He immediately used the earthly fiend technique to transform into a small mosquito and flew over, quickly approaching their conversation area. "Oh, you little thing. Why you look so listless today? Hurry up and make this princess happy. Quickly dance for me, or I'll make you regret it." As she spoke, the demon cultivator tapped Leo with a small hairpin. Even though Leo was being hit, he didn't make a sound. After all, he had tough skin and flesh, and wasn't afraid of such impacts. Although she claimed to be hitting him, the force had no effect on Leo's current realm. However, Leo was not angry about being enslaved. He was furious because they had killed 6 of his kin. With anger, Leo said to the demon cultivator, "You evil alien, let go of my other kin, and I'll let you pick for 10 years. The demon cultivator laughed heartily. "You little thing have such beautiful thoughts. My sisters all love these little people like you, and the disciples have already driven the price up to the sky. Want to be released? I want to use you to cultivate more little people, so just stay here obediently." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong had almost understood. It turned out Leo and the others were enslaved by these people. Sensing that the demon's strength was about the same as his, Sun Wukong thought for a moment and then flew back, soon arriving at the Yuanling sect, where he began shouting from a distance. "Master, master, I found Leo. Hurry and come save him." "Leo?" Zang Luo quickly ran out of the main hall upon hearing this, looking at Sun Wukong. "Disciple, you found Leo? What happened to him?" Sun Wukong immediately recounted what he had seen and heard. When Zang Luo heard that his disciple was enslaved and treated as a toy, he was already very angry. "And they want you to dance? Master, why are you laughing?" Nothing. I just felt that Leo has to dance to get food, and it makes me want to laugh." After suppressing his laughter, he asked again, "Is he in danger?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "I don't know. I was flying in the sky when I discovered a mountaintop, and only then did I notice Leo. I didn't see any of Leo's other kin, and I felt that the demon's strength was about the same as mine, so I didn't dare to go rescue him alone, which is why I came back to find you." Zang Luo nodded. "You did well. I will go with you now." The two quickly returned to the Valley of Gods and Demons. Zang Luo used his spatial abilities to bring Sun Wukong closer to the valley's territory. Using his divine sense to scan the surroundings, he indeed found Leo's kin being played with by several female demon cultivators. When they were at Flower and Fruit Mountain, they heard their kin outside say that more than a dozen people had entered. Why were there only 9 now? Sun Wukong pondered a possibility and said, "Could it be that they were taken to another place?" Zang Luo shook his head. "There's none around here. There's nothing in the entire Valley of Gods and Demons." He used spatial force to transfer Leo into his barrier. Leo was suddenly bewildered by the change of scene, and when he saw the two of them, he immediately shouted in excitement, "Master and Monkey, are you here to save me? Have you suffered, little Leo?" Leo wrinkled his nose and said bravely, "It's fine, Master. Although they often beat me, the potion you gave me makes my body very strong and resistant to beatings." But what? Quickly say it. This time I'm here to rescue you, and you can take revenge whenever you want, so don't worry about anything." Upon hearing his master's words, Leo immediately cried, "Master, they killed 7 of our kin. It was that group of demon cultivators. One of our brothers was even dissected on the spot. Just thinking about it makes me feel bad. And a few others who didn't obey were also crushed by them." Woo woo woo. After hearing this, Zang Luo felt very displeased with these demon cultivators. He then transferred all the other little kin into the barrier. When these 8 were brought in, they were still somewhat dazed. Some had been tortured, while others were doing hard labor. Suddenly transferred into the barrier, they were momentarily stunned, and some even continued cursing until they realized something was off and fell silent. When they saw that it was Leo and Zang Luo, they all jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Divine Master! Divine Master! Divine Master, Captain! Was it the Divine Master who saved us out?" Leo nodded. "All right, everyone, my master says he will enhance everyone as strength now. We will go take revenge later. The 8 of them immediately cheered. Zang Luo was also generous, giving each person a drop of demon god's blood, specifically the blood of the star tortoise demon god, which had greater defensive power. He also gave each person a corresponding stellar Dao potion. But Leo's Dao potion was additionally given the stellar chain Dao, allowing him to stitch the fruit with his abilities, and even the demon god could be sewn back together. Seeing them refining slowly, Zang Luo also used his mana to assist them in refining at full strength. He had previously assessed the situation. The strongest power in this valley of gods and demons was only at the divine ability realm, while the other disciples generally hovered around the divine spirit realm, with the strongest direct disciples only at the divine body realm. With Leo and the others enhancing their bodies with the demon god's blood, they should be able to fight evenly with their physical techniques, so there was no need to worry. After all, it was just to let them vent their frustrations, which would help relieve their psychological pressure. If they really couldn't win, he could step in himself later. Watching these people continuously improve, they quickly finished refining. Leo and his kin felt a powerful force breaking through within them, and their hearts swelled as they shouted to kill back. Seeing that his kin were very enthusiastic, Leo greeted his master and led everyone toward the direction of the main hall of the Valley of Gods and Demons. Zang Luo looked speechless. They were still in the barrier. It would be a miracle if they could rush out. He then waved his hand to open a gap for them to exit. At this moment, the Valley of Gods and Demons was already in chaos because the little kin had disappeared. Moreover, the owners of these little kin were all core disciples, especially the demon clan Saintus, who had personally issued a bounty. The Discovered News reported a reward of the Night Dark Flow hairpin, and for bringing them back. The reward was the Dragon Head Demon King Spear. Following the Saintus, the other 8 core disciples also issued bounties one after another. This caused both outer and inner disciples to roam around asking for the latest situation to speculate on where these little kin had gone. At the Blood Valley Meadow, a few disciples suddenly noticed spatial fluctuations, and then several little people appeared. Found them. One person shouted, "Ha! I found them. This time the Dragon Head Demon King Spear is mine. Ha ha, you wish. I found them too. It's first come, first served. Not good, don't shout. Look, that kid ran away. He probably secretly went to report to the remaining girls. We should hurry to report too. Wait a minute, you idiot. Isn't it better for us to capture these people first? It makes sense. There are 9 of them, enough for us to share. The bounty from capturing them is the biggest reward. Right, it makes sense. Damn, what are we robbing for?" Then these demon cultivators rushed chaotically towards Leo and the others. Seeing the 5 or 6 demon cultivators quickly approaching, Leo felt a surge of anger. It's you evil bunch who killed our 6 people. Now we will kill you. Brothers, charge. After Leo finished speaking, a group of little people rushed towards the huge demon cultivators, shouting, "Hey, how shameless. He said he wants to kill us. Isn't that funny? Never mind, just capture them first. We can break their little legs later." The 2 sides quickly clashed, and the disparity between the opponents was apparent. However, the outcome of the battle was surprising. Although Leo and the others were small in stature, their strength was astonishing, and their physique was remarkable, enough to make up for most of the gap. In the battle against the demon cultivators, they were slightly at a disadvantage due to the obvious height difference, making their defense passive and leaving them feeling somewhat powerless when trying to attack the enemy. But every time they landed a hit on the opponent, the damage they inflicted would be significant. As the damage accumulated, the advantage of the demon cultivators was soon reversed, and one of the demon cultivators was knocked down. Seeing this good opportunity, one of the little people shouted and kicked towards the demon's throat with tremendous force, penetrating deep and damaging the demon cultivator's neck. When this demon cultivator stood up, it couldn't even hold its head up. However, the opponent still appeared lively, trying to turn its head in disdain, only to find that it couldn't control its neck due to the severed central nervous system. Such damage was indeed inconsequential for cultivators. Many cultivators could still escape, even when their blood was almost drained. Cultivators can mobilize the world power in their dantians to heal, so the impact wasn't significant. Seeing that the person was knocked down and healing, Leo dealt with his opponent with a quick move and then moved over to stitch up that person's dantian. He sealed all the meridians around the opponent's dantian, and his stitching fruit ability had already reached a grandmaster level, combined with the newly acquired star chain path. After stitching the opponent, it was difficult to break free. This was not a magical power sealing. It was a combination of the star chain path and the stitching fruit that created a virtual and real substance sealing. The demon cultivator felt that the meridians of the world inside his body were cut off and could no longer heal, which made him somewhat anxious. The little person who knocked him down saw the captain helping out and quickly attacked again, stabbing at the demon's vital points with a spear. Soon, this demon cultivator was completely dead. Seeing they had dealt with one, Leo and the others were excited and quickly went to help others, soon taking care of the remaining 4 or 5 demon cultivators. At this point, Leo and the others were also panting heavily. "How is it, brothers? Are you still okay?" "Captain, I feel their strength is still slightly stronger than ours. If we keep attacking like this, won't we be captured again? What are you afraid of? We have the Divine Master outside. If we can't win, we can ask the Divine Master for help." On the other side, the Saintess and other core disciples of the demon clan heard about their little puppets and hurried to the discovered location. Arriving at Blood Valley Meadow, they saw Leo and the others. However, seeing their fellow disciples lying on the ground, they were somewhat puzzled. These little puppets shouldn't have such great abilities. The Saintess, although somewhat suspicious, still looked at Leo and asked, "Little one, is this you? Did you do this?" Leo raised the spear in his hand towards the demon Saintess and said, "Yes, it was done by me. What are you going to do about it? Do you want me to dance for you? Do you want me to wash your underwear? Don't you know that your underwear is bigger than our houses? Go to hell. Bad woman. I threw your previous underwear into the doghouse, so you have nothing to wear." The more Leo spoke, the more excited he became, directly starting to act. He used the ability of the stitching fruit, preparing to stitch all 9 demon female cultivators together, restricting their movements, thus gaining an advantage in the battle. But at that moment, other demon disciples heard the commotion and quickly came to check, soon surrounding them with many people, seeing that they were fighting their own fellow disciples. Those demon cultivators stepped forward to help. Seeing so many enemies, Leo was unwilling to back down and charged at the nearest demon cultivator with determination. Soon he realized he was wrong. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. It's easy to imagine that a group of little humanoids with such a height difference would be overwhelmed by a bunch of giants. After 2 or 3 rounds, they were knocked around like ping-pong balls. The pain made these little humanoids scream. Zang Luo couldn't bear to watch and directly moved them into the barrier. Seeing their miserable state, Sun Wukong laughed. "Hey, you guys, this won't work? If I go, I could probably take one down with a single stick." Leo, with a swollen face, disdainfully said, "I can sense that your monkey power is about the same as mine. Do you really think you can take one down with a single stick? Each of them could probably slap you down. They would even break your stick in half before taking you down." Hearing this little brat look down on him, Sun Wukong was unhappy and immediately looked at Zang Luo. "Master, I want to go out and prove that I'm not bragging." Zang Luo shook his head, proving what? "The blood of the battle monkey is indeed suitable for combat, but you aren't much stronger than Leo right now. Going out alone is simply a waste of time." Zang Luo directly covered the entire space of the barrier over the Divine Demon Valley. The cultivators in the Divine Demon Valley were still puzzled about why those little people disappeared, when suddenly they saw them return and prepare to strike again. But at that moment, invisible handprints began to appear in the space, descending on the demon cultivators without warning. "Poofa, be careful, they're a super strong person. Sister, run." These demon cultivators had not expected that the void was hiding unknown powerful beings. They never suspected Zang Luo and Sun Wukong. Because the two had not moved, it was normal not to suspect. As countless handprints fell on various demon cultivators, those with slightly lower strength were instantly obliterated, while those with decent strength were left severely injured. At this time, the elders and the sect master of the Divine Demon Valley came out. Seeing that a large number of disciples had died, they were instantly filled with rage. The sect master looked at Zang Luo and questioned, "Who are you? Why do you attack my sect's people without any grievances or enmities?" Zang Luo was too lazy to waste words and used the ability of the surgical fruit against the opponent. Room switch. The internal world of the sect master was switched out, with the trade-off being a small stone that Zang Luo casually picked up from the ground. Zang Luo looked at the world in his palm and found the materials inside to be rather singular. In simple terms, the laws were scarce. With only a few laws present, no wonder these cultivators' combat power wasn't impressive. It was quite different from what he had imagined. He didn't expect their cultivation method to be this unreliable. Just a few laws, and they dared to create the world? Next, he transferred the internal worlds of the other elders and found the same problem. The laws of these worlds were incomplete, with at most only a few dozen, making them suitable only for living beings to survive temporarily. However, survival was all that was possible. Even comprehension and cultivation within them were unattainable. What use is such a world? The elders and the sect leader suddenly sensed the emptiness in their dantian and saw the dozens of light and shadow spheres in Zang Luo's hand. They immediately felt something was wrong and carefully probed with their divine sense. To their horror, what the other party was holding was indeed their own internal small world. How did it end up in their hands? Who are you, and what have you done to us? Zang Luo smiled and directly crushed these spheres. You demon, how ruthless! With the shattering of the small worlds, the connection to their magical power was instantly severed, and their strength was dwindling. Watching these people scream in agony, Leo was extremely excited, and Zang Luo also focused on these small worlds. Once these spheres shattered, they immediately merged into the cave heaven realm, causing the entire world to tremble. Zang Luo could sense that this world was expanding. Although he was not yet the heavenly Tao of this world, he could still perceive the situation within his fingertips. I didn't expect there to be this benefit. It seems that Xiaoya's internal world can also level up. If we're leveling up, we should do it together as a couple. In that case, the internal worlds of others cannot be spared either. He immediately used his ability to transfer the internal worlds of other living or recently deceased individuals as well. As more and more small worlds were transferred to his side, Zang Luo felt they were densely packed like countless stars. There was no more room to place them. This cave heaven realm was originally his space. Where else could he put them? Sun Wukong and Leo, among others, curiously observed these floating small worlds. Sun Wukong even imitated his master and crushed a few. Hey, I thought it would be easy to crush them. I didn't expect them to be so resilient. After much thought, Zang Luo decided to expand another storage realm on one of his other fingers for easier organization. Speaking of storage, many items he had collected outside Huagua Mountain were now lost. Due to his insufficient control over this world, it was difficult to explore the entire realm. Zang Luo snapped back to reality and stored some of the better small worlds into the storage realm, while crushing and merging the others into the cave heaven realm. Immediately, the cave heaven realm began to expand explosively, and he discovered that the upper limit of this world was also continuously increasing. So that's how it works. This is the method to enhance the foundation of the world. If I transfer the primordial chaos into it, will this world surpass the primordial chaos? Never mind. The primordial chaos holds significant meaning for Earth, so I won't swallow it all. The sect leader of the Demon God Valley and several elders felt a wave of powerlessness wash over them as they saw their small worlds being crushed. With their current state, their strength had diminished by 70 to 80%, leaving them to rely solely on their physical bodies and martial arts for combat. This made them feel somewhat uncomfortable, as they were primarily cultivators of the law and not very skilled in physical techniques. Exchanging glances, they prepared to jointly attack Zang Luo. But would Zang Luo wait for them to strike? Before they could act, he drew out the demon cry and effortlessly slashed a few times. Whoosh, whoosh, slash. Soon, the scene was in chaos. The blade aura not only severed these individuals into several pieces, but also nearly buried the entire Demon God Valley. The ravines on the ground were bottomless, and it was unclear where the strikes had landed. The sect leader of the Demon God Valley, clinging to his last breath, asked unwillingly, "What grievance do you have against us?" Zang Luo slowly sheathed his sword. "Because you walk on two legs." The sect leader of the Demon God Valley spat out his last bit of blood and died with grievances. Zang Luo turned to Wukong. "Hurry back and have a divine guard send someone to take over here. There are also chaos spiritual root 5-pin pines in this territory. This is not the second-generation variety from the primordial chaos. What should be called the innate spiritual root from the primordial chaos is vastly different from this. These things would greatly help the strength of his current subordinates, so they could not be left unattended. After hearing this, Sun Wukong flew towards the direction of the Yuanling sect. Leo and the others, seeing that all the enemies had been dealt with, suddenly felt somewhat empty inside and didn't know what to do. After being tormented for so many years, suddenly having free time was quite an adjustment after such a long habit. Noticing Leo's poor mood, Zang Luo brought up a topic. Leo, I saw your tribesmen waiting for you to return while I was outside. Do you want to bring them in? Leo then remembered that he still had many tribesmen outside. How are they doing, Master? They are fine. They've just been worried about you all this time. So, Master, do you think it's better for them to come in or stay outside? Zang Luo thought that Leo's tribesmen were not suited for combat. So he said, it's better to come in. After all, this world now belongs to me. You will develop more stably here in the future. And once I open the spatial passage, you can go out anytime. For now, you can settle in here. Where would you like your base to be? Leo had seen Sun Wukong hand over the peaches of immortality when his master was seizing the internal worlds of the enemies, and he knew about the peach garden area. Thinking of those delicious peaches made his mouth water. Master, let's go help you manage the peach garden. Zang Luo could tell from the drool that Leo had a certain plan, but it was better than letting Sun Wukong manage it, as the harvest would likely plummet under his care. All right, from now on, your tribesmen will be responsible for the territory of the peach garden. Okay, Master, don't worry. We won't eat too much. Leave it to us. We have great insight into garden cultivation. Not long after, Sun Wukong returned with some divine guards. These divine guards were skilled in speed, so they arrived quickly. Zang Luo issued orders, and they began to disperse throughout the Demon God Valley. Zang Luo looked at the still desolate area and felt that there were still not enough people. So he brought in all the remaining divine guards from the divine Luo dynasty. Only those stationed in the palace were left behind to oversee the automated devices, as they were essential for Panga's blood production and could not be neglected. Even if they didn't need to be managed by his people, Panga wouldn't allow anyone to destroy them, but everything needed to be done thoroughly to leave a good impression. After all, Zang Luo often had cultivation matters that required Panga's guidance, and maintaining a good relationship would ensure that he received unreserved advice. Zang Luo decided that leaving 1,000 elite personnel in the palace would be enough. At the same time, he issued a notice to the citizens within the territory, indicating that those who wished to join the divine Luo dynasty could start gathering, while those who did not wish to could remain in the primordial chaos. Zang Luo's intention was to prepare to abandon the territory of the divine Luo dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the citizens were in an uproar. Is the divine master leaving again? It's only been a few years of stability, and now we're on the move again. Why can't things just be peaceful? Exactly. Isn't it nice here? You don't understand, my cousin's older brother is the protector of the divine master, closest to the royal palace. I heard from him that the divine master. Is that true? Ma Lao-san, do you think I'm lying? I heard that the training environment there is much better than here, and it will be the divine master's private garden, which will be developed as a stronghold in the long term. So what are we waiting for? As long as the environment is stable, I'm willing to go, and if the training environment is better, who knows, I might improve my cultivation and join the divine guards. Stop dreaming. If you improve, others won't. You won't catch up with them. Zhang Taidan, stop looking down on people. I'm stating this clearly. If I can't join the divine guards in my lifetime, I'll be your father. You said it. Get lost. With the news spreading, many people learned the reasons behind the divine master's relocation. The residents of the divine Luo dynasty are mostly from the Sky Islands and Nine Serpent Island, and they trust the Zang Luo a lot, so they are generally willing to relocate. A large portion of the original inhabitants of the Rakshasa kingdom also chose to join, as they have adapted to this stable life under the rule of the divine Luo dynasty over the years. They are not used to living in a country without the management of the divine guards. Who knows what demons and monsters would come out to cause trouble then? Thus, the entire population of the divine Luo dynasty started to mobilize. 3 days later, Zang Luo gained a population of 15 million. Zang Luo brought them into the territory of the Divine Demons Valley and had the Divine Guard provide supplies to enhance everyone's abilities. The potions previously provided to the Divine Guard Supply Management Department could last for about 6 months, and they didn't know if they could find the hiding heavenly Tao within that time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find those fully automated devices and demon bodies that were previously collected. The newly arrived Divine Guards and civilians were excited to receive the potions, not expecting such good fortune. It seems that following the Divine Master for benefits was indeed the right choice. Ordinary civilians received 5 potions each, while the Divine Guards received 100. The civilians were merely getting occasional welfare without needing to worry about it later. They could rely on their newfound abilities to get by, ensuring they wouldn't starve. That would be too embarrassing for the cultivators. If they wanted to gain benefits, the only way was to work hard to cultivate and join the Divine Guards, allowing them to receive a fixed number of potions. After seeing that everyone had refined the potions, the overall strength of the Divine Guards rose to the immortal punishment realm, equivalent to quasi-saints, which should be enough to manage the territory within. Originally worried that the other residents in the Divine Demon's Valley would cause trouble. With these Divine Guard around, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Given the current combat power of the Divine Guards, they should have no problem dealing with ordinary sect disciples, especially with their physical prowess and the 6 styles of the Navy, making them formidable physical cultivators. As for their remaining magical realms, although most were still in the mysterious womb realm, once they finished their tasks and each received a chaos peach, their magical power would soar. Once the Divine Guards were gathered and ready, Zang Luo sent some of them out to begin occupying the surrounding territories. The remainder accompanied the 4 divine officials to challenge the Lingxian Tower, the Holy Flag Alliance, the Tianfeng Hall, and the Wind Clear Inn. As for the Medicine King family, Zang Luo planned to personally lead the team there. The Medicine King family, a prestigious large family, could surpass these first-rate forces, indicating they had some real strength. Soon, the Divine Guards of the Divine Luo dynasty launched a major offensive against the surrounding powers. The remaining 4 forces, caught off guard by the sudden attack, were at a loss, completely unaware of the reasons behind the assault. After engaging in battle, they discovered that although these people lacked magical power, their combat strength, based on physical skills and laws, was on par with them. This prompted them to urgently report the situation to the Medicine King family. Su, responsible for managing the 6 major forces, became serious upon hearing of the invasion by an unfamiliar force. As someone from the direct line who had been suppressed, he harbored resentment towards his family and had been merely perfunctory with his tasks. Just a couple of days ago, when he heard from the undercover of the Yuanling sect about someone knowing a way out of this world, he dismissed it as nonsense. How could anyone possibly know a way out of such a vast world? That was just a rumor circulating among the common folk. How could he, a member of a superpower's direct line, not know about these things? Thus, that confidential report was thrown away without a second thought. Today, however, he received 4 reports confirming that they were indeed facing a formidable enemy. Damn it, besides the Kaitian Sword sect, our Medicine King family is the strongest. Who else would dare target our forces? But such a major event, he couldn't afford to conceal. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Come in. Hearing the summons, a person rushed in quickly. Young Master Su, please command. Quickly verify what's going on with our affiliated forces. Yes, young master. The person exited swiftly, soon taking some people with him. The Medicine King family was relatively far from those first-rate forces. If the Medicine King family was considered the center of a basin, then these 6 forces were like mountain areas surrounding it. By evening, just as Su Xiao was growing impatient, his personal guard rushed back in a panic to report. Not good. A major incident has occurred, young master. Su Xiao looked at the guard with a serious expression. Speak. I want to hear what you consider a major incident. The guard hurriedly replied, Young master, something really major has happened. All 6 first-rate sects are under siege by a force. What? Who is targeting us? Su Xiao stood up, pulling the guard to ask. I don't know, young master. The enemy's movements are coordinated and differ from our combat style. I've never heard of them before. Elaborate. Su Xiao urged again. The situation was as follows. We went to the nearest Wind Clear Inn and found a fierce battle occurring. Their movements were synchronized, and when they encountered strong opponents, their attacks were also uniform. No strong opponents could withstand them. I personally saw the owner of the Wind Clear and being struck and spitting blood by over 100 people as coordinated strikes. And countless employees were killed on the spot. We didn't dare to approach, so we turned to investigate other forces. Aside from the Yuanling sect, everyone else was unfamiliar. The Divine Demon's Valley had been flattened, and other forces were also engaged in combat. When we passed by the Wind Clear on our way back, it had already been exterminated, with the remaining people begging for mercy and surrendering. Su Xiu inhaled deeply, sweat pouring down his face. Then, he turned to the guard and threatened. "The reports from a couple of days ago, better stay in your stomach." The guard nodded. "Rest assured, young master. I only saw the 4 reports that came in this afternoon." Su Xiu immediately took people back to the family himself. This time, he needed to deflect blame. He couldn't let other direct line members accuse him of negligence. On Zang Luo's side, according to reports from his subordinates, within 2 days, the flames of war had completely subsided. It seems these people are somewhat useful. Aside from travel time, not much time was spent on combat. According to the reported losses, only 1,000 or so had died, which was not a significant loss. Looking at the captured prisoners, Zang Luo did not plan to keep them in the Cave Heaven realm any longer. Most of these people had surrendered after the battle, and it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't stab him in the back later. With their strength, they could face the Divine Guard army alone without any problem. They just lost because they couldn't unite or cooperate. The Divine Guard army fought as a legion, and the commanders had been influenced by Zang Luo's knowledge base. Back when they were on the Sky Island, he had transmitted a lot of military information to some commanders, and it seemed they had learned it quite profoundly. Battles relied on collective strength, which was a greater advantage compared to individual bravery. This was also why Zang Luo needed his subordinates. Although he was invincible in his current environment, he couldn't rule out the possibility of provoking a powerful force. If the other side also engaged in team combat, it wouldn't be impossible to suppress opponents by transcending 3 or 4 great realms. Therefore, to be safe, Zang Luo would keep the Divine Guard army with him as he continued to cultivate. Returning to the main topic, Zang Luo noticed that the prisoners were very tense and had no time to give them a political lesson. To prevent them from harboring ill intentions in the future, he decided to transfer them to the primordial world immediately. If he had known earlier that he could integrate others' inner worlds to continuously grow, he estimated that the Yuanling sect would also have to conquer through war. On the other side, the group of prisoners suddenly appeared in the primordial world. Feeling already in a bad mood, they were immediately frightened and looked around. Any slight movement made them start checking their surroundings. They found themselves in a high terrain and quickly saw the enormous shadow of Pangdu, sensing the overwhelming pressure that made them tremble. They endured until midnight, and when they realized that the shadow was not targeting them, they began to discuss among themselves. "Brother Hua, do you think there's treasure under that shadow?" Hua Jinsheng replied irritably, "If there were good things, would that person have moved us here? Speaking of which, we have about 80 or 90,000 people together. Why don't we unite? Uniting is fine, but your Lingxian tower doesn't have enough influence to rally everyone, right?" Hua Jinsheng retorted angrily. "We're all remnants of a defeated army, relying on surrender for a chance at life. What good is it to talk about the former prestige of our sect? I'm not trying to be a leader. I'm just saying that in this unfamiliar place, we need someone to plan our future. Questioning like this clearly shows you're one of those who crave power. I would agree with anyone as the leader, but if you take the lead, you'll definitely impose your will with force." After hearing Hua Jinsheng's words, others felt it made sense. Someone merely proposed an idea, but he was quick to douse it with cold water, clearly showing authoritarian tendencies. Seeing the way everyone looked at him, Yuanshi felt paralyzed. He had indeed thought about vying for leadership after hearing Hua Jinsheng's words. But the other party's accusation left a bad impression on everyone. Yuanshi was originally a disciple of the Holy Banner Alliance and envied the former leader's might. But he was not good at speaking. At this moment, he had secretly developed a resentment towards Hua Jinsheng. The others, seeing that Yuanshi did not rebut, did not dwell on the matter further. They indeed needed to choose someone to lead them through this challenge. "How about you, Brother Hua? Become our strategist. I think you have a clear mind and won't make wrong decisions." "Yes, I heard Brother Hua was quite famous in Lingxian Tower before." "That makes sense. Brother Hua is clear-headed, so you should take the lead." Quickly tell us where we should go next. Yeah, Brother Hua, we need to huddle together for warmth now. Hua Jinsheng felt secretly pleased when he heard everyone choose him as their leader. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a cultivator descending from the sky. Everyone, quiet down. A cultivator is coming. Let's first assess their strength and gather some information before making a decision. Everyone looked up and indeed saw someone quickly approaching. Ah, I know this person. They're a cultivator from the Yuanling sect. We saw them when we offered spirit fruits at the Tianfeng Hall last time. After hearing this, several others also recognized the person. Hua Jinsheng immediately flew into the air to greet them. Are you a disciple of the Yuanling sect? The newcomer was surprised. You know me? Yes, some of us have encountered you in the previous world. In the previous world? Are you also a vassal force of the Medicine King family? Hua Jinsheng nodded and then recounted the recent events. The other party also shared what had been happening in their sect, and Hua Jinsheng felt extremely envious. However, when he heard that the other side had brought out 100 peach trees, he felt quite jealous. Their Lingxian tower was also responsible for ginseng fruits, but unfortunately, they had no opportunity to bring any out. So, Brother Hua, what are your plans? Upon hearing the other party's words, Hua Jinsheng was also uncertain about what to do. The other side had occupied the best heavenly court, while the remaining options like the Blood Sea of the Underworld River, the Spirit Mountain of the Western Church, and the Kunlun Mountain of Yuanshi were barely acceptable. After returning to the group and sharing what he had learned, opinions among the crowd began to diverge. Some supported going to Kunlun Mountain, others favored the Spirit Mountain, while some advocated joining the Yuanling sect. In the end, the crowd also split into several factions. Hua Jinsheng agreed to join the Yuanling sect because their sect was intact and resource-rich, which would aid in cultivation. Moreover, he sensed that the laws of this world were different from those of his previous world, and there were many issues he needed clarification on. While in the Cave Heaven realm, due to Zang Luo merging many small worlds into the Cave Heaven realm, many cultivators had resensed the barriers to breakthroughs. So, when they arrived in the primordial world, their sensing was similar, and they didn't take it seriously. If they felt the same as the Yuanling sect upon their arrival, they would probably jump for joy. Seeing the crowd arguing endlessly, Hua Jinsheng shook his head. Everyone, there's no need to stay together. Since opinions are so divided, let's split up. I plan to join the Yuanling sect. Their sect is intact, and they have sufficient cultivation resources. I believe it will save trouble. Some people, after hearing this reason, also thought that joining the Yuanling sect was better. However, many still insisted on their original choices, believing that a suitable cultivation environment was the most important. Quickly, the crowd divided into several groups, and Hua Jinsheng led those who wished to join the Yuanling sect towards the figure in the sky. The person was feeling anxious as so many people were flying towards him, and Hua Jinsheng, to avoid misunderstandings, loudly explained. Upon hearing this, the other party also felt pleased, as they were directly bringing a Cave Heaven realm. Many of Zang Luo's Divine Guard army and the 4 divine officers had arrived in the Medicine King family's territory, along with Inalu, Sun Wukong, Perona, and the Underworld River. They were waiting for someone. After a while, Zang Luo brought Hancock to hover above the crowd. All right, everyone, you can start the attack now. I'll support you. After Zang Luo finished speaking, the 4 divine officers led their respective subordinates towards the Medicine King family city. Before the 4 divine officers and their men reached the city walls, a massive pill flew out from within the city. The pill instantly cracked open, transforming into a powerful protective formation that completely safeguarded the entire city. The patriarch of the Medicine King family, Su Puyang, had heard from Su Xiu about the return and sent people out to verify the situation. Upon discovering that things were very bad, he had been preparing for this matter all along. Seeing the formation blocking the enemy, they quickly gathered all the clansmen and servants. They could not allow the battlefield to be chosen within the city, as the destruction would be too great. Upon seeing the protective formation, the momentum of the 4 divine officials and their followers suddenly halted. They began to test the formation's defenses, discovering that its power was quite strong. So they ordered everyone to assemble and attack. The people of the Medicine King family quickly gathered as well, but they did not rush out immediately. They first took out some elixirs to test the waters and see the strength of these people. Then numerous elixirs flew out from within the city. transforming into humanoid forms upon landing. Elixirs can actually turn into spirits? Sun Wukong was quite surprised to see this. He had once eaten elixirs like candy, and now it seemed similar to his own transformation from stone. This was elixirs turning into forms. Was it considered a demon elixir or a demon race? Moreover, the power of these elixirs in their transformed state was close to that of the immortal punishment realm, which was astonishing. Zang Luo was dumbfounded at the back. The creativity of the Medicine King family was impressive. He even contemplated bringing these people under his wing. With such creativity, their future achievements wouldn't be low. Although they didn't seem to have any remarkable actions at present, it was merely due to the limitations of this world, without environmental factors affecting them. This group would continue to shine. Zang Luo particularly favored individuals with great imagination, but now that war had broken out and misunderstandings had arisen, it was difficult to explain. If he went forward to say nice words, they might think his side was at a disadvantage. Negotiating at such a time would only invite insults. Everything could only wait until after the war ended. As the four great legions all took action, part of them engaged the demon elixirs. However, when a divine guard killed a demon elixir and it fell to the ground, it shattered into broken elixirs, revealing that there was still medicinal power to be used. Sensing that this elixir still had value for improving cultivation, the divine guards became excited. This elixir was originally refined from the chaotic spiritual root of the peach, so it was normal for it to take form. Another part of the forces was continuously attacking the people guarding the formation on the city wall and became displeased, as there was no benefit for them here, so they could only vent their anger on the formation. With the increase in attack power, the protective formation gradually approached destruction. Su Puyang, seeing this, formed a rough judgment on the strength of these people. Unexpectedly, even the elixir king of the divine path could not withstand it. The clan leader need not worry. Although the elixir king is powerful, he is merely defensive and can only passively take hits. If he could fight back, the other side would definitely suffer significant losses. Yes, if I had known earlier, I would have trained more elixir kings suitable for combat. Clan leader, we can't wait any longer. It's time to strike. Su Puyang nodded. However, I want to know the origins of these people first. Then, Su Puyang flew out of the formation with the city wall behind him. He looked down at the people and questioned, "Who are you? And why are you attacking my Medicine King family? Please state your reasons." Before anyone else could respond, Ainalu unleashed a bolt of lightning. He provocatively said, "This territory is ours now because we set our eyes on it. Attacking you is because you walk on two legs." Ainalu mimicked Zang Luo's way of speaking. After returning, he had heard the Valley Master ask his master why they attacked them, and his master had said it was because they walked on two legs, which had infuriated the other side. Zang Luo felt speechless upon hearing this. If one wanted to act pretentious, one should have their own abilities, or risk being beaten up outside. Ainalu's character was already somewhat arrogant, and if he continued to learn this way, given his inexperience in social matters, it would only be a matter of time before he got beaten up. Seeing the lightning strike, Su Puyang spread his palm to absorb it and crushed it. His fist clenched tightly. The other clansmen also flushed with anger upon hearing this. Who the hell among humans doesn't he walk on two legs? Are you insulting us or looking down on us? When did the foundation of their family become so disregarded by outsiders? For over 8,000 years. Who dared to provoke the Medicine King family? The group before them actually ignored their 8,000 years of might. It was simply courting death. However, clan leader Su Puyang felt that this person was deliberately provoking them, or perhaps it was a long-planned conspiracy against the Medicine King family. Thinking of this, he suspected that it was the work of the other three superpowers. The Open Sky Sword sect was ruled out first. This faction consisted of sword cultivators, who were relatively straightforward and rarely resorted to tricks, and the current sword master was also straightforward. As for the Yin-Yang Dao sect, they cultivated the Yin-Yang Great Dao, favoring the comprehension of the truths of heaven and earth, which was unlikely. Could it be the remaining divine temple? Some elders saw the clan leader in a daze and urged, "Clan leader, what are you waiting for? Kill them." Su Puyang came back to his senses and waved his hand, signaling all the clansmen to charge out. At this moment, Zang Luo's side realized that the population of the Medicine King family was also considerable. Their own family disciples had already exceeded 50,000, including the other servants. It totaled nearly 100,000. This number was only about 30,000 to 40,000 fewer than the people Zang Luo had brought, and the higher combat power of the Medicine King family was even greater. Looking at it this way, the strengths of both sides were evenly matched. Of course, this did not account for Zang Luo, who did not want his subordinates to suffer heavy losses. He did not need the so-called theories of training elite soldiers through slaughter. What he wanted were people loyal to him. As long as they executed his orders, he would protect and cultivate them with all his might, ensuring no one would sacrifice in vain. As the entire Medicine King family mobilized, the Divine Guard army also began to charge forward. Perona directly used the power of the ghostly Tao to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers. Those miscellaneous disciples who had just rushed out stood there in a daze. And the people of the Medicine King family were startled by this. Their forward momentum halted for a moment, and Su Puyang, seeing this, did not want his side to lose momentum, so he quickly rallied them. There is no need to worry. Upon hearing the clan leader's command again, all the elders, direct descendants, and other clan members surged forward with renewed fervor. The commander of the Divine Guard army, seeing that the opposing strength was generally not low, began to arrange their formations in response. Meanwhile, Ainalu and the 4 divine officials began selecting their opponents. Ainalu was the first to approach an elder, hearing others refer to him as the second elder, not knowing what his strength was like. From about 10 meters away, he unleashed a 9 heavens profound thunder. The second elder did not suffer any substantial harm, but his hair became a mess. "You audacious brat! You dare to strike my hairstyle with lightning? I must slay you today." Ainalu was somewhat dumbfounded, surprised that this person was more concerned about his hairstyle than the lightning strike. Didn't he expect him to be someone who valued personal appearance? Since you care so much about your image, then that is also your weakness. Following that, Ainalu began to unleash lightning continuously, bombarding the opponent as if he were undergoing tribulation, striking at the top of the second elder's head. The second elder had yet to make a move when he was already charred all over. Furious, he shouted, "Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you that." The second elder then took out the divine artifact he had nurtured within his internal world. The pressure from the divine artifact radiated out, catching many people's attention. The second elder was truly enraged. He had even brought out the soul-devouring blade. The divine artifact has been brought out. Wasn't he had said that it needed to be nurtured for 10,000 years? It's only been over 8,000 years, still 2,000 years short of truly becoming a top-grade divine artifact. Didn't you see the miserable state of the second elder? At this point, continuing to hide it might just tear his pants apart. You few, be careful. When Anairu saw the other party pull out this knife, he felt incredibly uneasy, as if he were wandering on the edge of death. The divine artifact that the second elder had originally nurtured was planned from the beginning to be a top-grade divine artifact. But now he had no choice but to bring it out to face the enemy. Anairu wanted to also pull out a weapon to boost his courage. But when he thought of his worthless golden staff, he felt embarrassed to take it out. Seeing the knife energy slashing over, he could only rely on his speed advantage to dodge. This turned into him being chased and beaten. But Anairu had to be cautious. It was a divine artifact. The power released was so great that if he got hit, he would probably lose 1/10 of his combat power, which wasn't worth it. After being chased for a while, realizing that this situation was unsustainable, he sought help from his master while hiding. "Master, I have no weapon. Can you give me one to defeat him?" Zang Luo pouted. "I don't have a divine artifact either. My ghost cry has only just reached the top-tier celestial weapon level, and I don't know how long it will take to transform into a divine artifact. However, since you think it's unfair, I'll help you take the opponent's divine artifact away." Then, Zang Luo used the ability of the surgery fruit to transfer the opponent's divine artifact into his hands, and then said to Anairu, "Now it's fair, go on." The second elder felt immense pain when he saw his divine artifact disappear. This was something he cherished more than his own son. He immediately cursed, "Which bastard is suffering from heavenly retribution? Return my divine artifact." While shouting, he looked around, and when he saw Zang Luo holding his divine artifact, he charged at him. Enairu seized this opportunity to deliver a lightning kick to the second elder's head, knocking him down and rolling over several times. Without the support of the divine artifact, Enairu gained a slight advantage. On Perona's side, she chose a nearly dying old man, who was said to be the Grand Elder. Since he was going to die anyway, she used the ghostly path to induce ghostly energy to erode him, helping him to quickly rest in peace. The Grand Elder found it difficult to resist this kind of negative emotion, even worse than the Second Elder, and was soon suppressed by Perona without the power to fight back. Meanwhile, the four divine officials teamed up to deal with the clan leader Su Puyang. Overall, both sides had similar combat power. Hancock saw this and said, "Husband, I'll go help." Go ahead, practice a bit." After Zang Luo finished speaking, he also prepared to help. He used his spatial abilities to constantly shuttle in front of powerful cultivators. The targets he was looking for were all cultivators around the Divine Realm, Magical Realm, and Divine Way Realm, because these high-end combat forces caused too much damage to his Divine Guard army. In less than half a tea time, over 2,000 people had already died. This loss was even greater than his attack on those four first-rate forces, which he couldn't tolerate. Zang Luo transferred all the small worlds within these bodies into his hands, then stored them in his storage realm. These small worlds looked of decent quality, and he didn't plan to merge them into the Cave Sky realm just yet. He intended to select some high-quality small worlds to fuse into a perfect world prototype for Hancock, which would save her a lot of cultivation time. Otherwise, if they kept delaying, the gap between them would only grow larger, and then how could they talk about being united as a couple? They needed to improve together in a neat manner. Wherever Zang Luo passed, those powerful beings felt extremely weak and could no longer sense the worlds within their bodies. Taking this opportunity, the Divine Guard army began to reap the heads of the enemy. On Hancock's side, relying on the basic ability of the Sweet Fruit and the Nine-Tailed Fox ability, she caused a large number of enemies to lose themselves in illusions. While they were in a daze, the Divine Guard army took the chance to launch sneak attacks. Soon, the high-ranking members of the Medicine King family saw their clansmen suffering heavy losses, far from what they had imagined. Su Puyang, who was being besieged by 4 people, looked at the constantly dying clansmen and immediately summoned the clan-protecting divine artifact. This was the chaotic-level treasure primordial yin-yang cauldron found by their ancestors. He summoned the primordial yin-yang cauldron, which directly floated above his head and then began to grow larger, pushing the 4 divine officials far away with its barrier. "What is this thing so powerful?" The trial official Shadley, with his round body, crawled up from the ground. The trial official Alm rushed over to use the rending path, striking at the barrier of the spiritual treasure, originally thinking that his rending path, which belonged to the demon god of the evil claw, could tear apart that barrier. He didn't expect the barrier's protective shield to be so resilient. It made no sound when struck. Su Puyang expanded the range of the primordial yin-yang cauldron, directly enveloping the entire Medicine King family's city, as well as most of the battlefield. He expelled all outsiders while ordering his clansmen to retreat into the city. At this moment, the people who had stopped looked at the remaining family members and felt immense heartache. If they had known, they wouldn't have fought. It would have been much better to just hide and watch the show. Just as Enairu was about to kill the second elder, he unexpectedly got pushed out of the formation. Watching his opponent being protected by the huge pill cauldron, he was so angry that he unleashed a series of attacks. But the primordial yin-yang cauldron showed no signs of being affected. Enairu's attacks couldn't even breach the defensive formation of the cauldron. Others also rushed forward with all their might. Whether it was Sun Wukong, Mingi, or Perona, none of them could do anything. Seeing this, Hancock also stepped forward, using her physical technique to blacken her feet and immediately kicked out. 6 styles enhanced wind, leg, 10,000 paths follow. Hancock, using her foot to unleash countless paths fused within her, executed a full-force kick against the pill cauldron. Boom! Although this attack was significantly stronger, the primordial yin-yang cauldron shook violently. Su Puyang was startled by this, seeing that the cauldron was unharmed and the defensive formation was still intact. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the opponent to have such a powerful expert, and he became even more curious about their origins. Among the four major superpowers, he hadn't heard of any person of this caliber, seeing that even Hancock couldn't break through this spiritual treasure. Zang Luo curiously stepped forward and threw a few punches at it. However, the primordial yin-yang cauldron only shook violently a few more times, although the vibrations were more intense. He realized that the gap to break this treasure was still very far. What level of spiritual treasure is this? Is it chaotic level? A divine level treasure shouldn't have such power. As Zang Luo circled around the primordial yin-yang cauldron, he started to like this cauldron. However, the city protected by the cauldron had very tight defenses. Even using spatial power wouldn't allow him to enter, which left Zang Luo feeling troubled. This cauldron is a defensive-type spiritual treasure. How can I fight it? The others could only stare in frustration, while the members of the Medicine King family began to mock them, calling them trash. This made the Divine Guard army unable to take it anymore, and they began to insult each other. Eniru, Perona, and the others all looked over, waiting for Zang Luo to make a decision. Mingyi heard the mocking voices from inside and secretly smiled coldly. He stepped forward and said to Zang Luo, "Senior, there's no need to confront them directly. The Yaowang family relies on the spiritual fruits and materials around them. If we take them to the Hongmeng, without these resources, they will gradually decline." Upon hearing this, Zang Luo nearly forgot his own specialty. "Hey, good idea. Let's do it. Later, I'll reward you with the blood of the Shura demon god." Hearing this reward, Mingyi smiled. Trading one sentence for the blood of the demon god was a huge profit. Zang Luo used the ability of the surgical fruit to cover the entire city, then opened a passage to the outside world and directly transferred all the people from this city to the Hongmeng. Su Puyang frowned as he noticed the sudden change in space. This was no longer the original place. He had heard that space cultivators were quite mysterious, but he didn't expect the other party to be a space cultivator. Fortunately, the Hunyuan Yin-Yang Ding could protect the family. Otherwise, the Su family would have been doomed this time. Looking at this unknown place, unsure of the dangers that lay ahead, everyone continuously observed their surroundings. Clan leader, this isn't our original world. It seems like we've entered another world. I can sense that the laws here are different. Yes, clan leader, I sense it too. And it's a law suitable for my cultivation. Great. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and Su Puyang had sensed it long ago. Indeed, the fundamental laws of the world were different. But what kind of world was this? Where had the group of enemies targeting them gone? Clan leader, should we send someone to scout the surroundings first? Su Puyang shook his head. No need. I just used my divine sense to probe. This world is quite ruined. I can scan all the land and oceans. From the cultivators here, he learned that this world was called the Hongmeng world. By the way, look at that figure in the distance. It's not a cloud, it's Pangu. It's that figure that once opened up this world. Right now, it's reviving, but it's just a remnant soul, yet its power seems to exceed that of divine-level cultivators. Let's not provoke it for now. Also, I detected the situation in the heavenly court. Unexpectedly, the people from the Yuanling sect have completely arrived here and occupied the best position in the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the second elder immediately became displeased. Their family has suffered such great losses while the other side hasn't lost a thing. This isn't fair. Clan leader, let's seize the heavenly court. The second elder is right. They were originally our vassal force and should return under our command. Clan leader, give the order. Wait a moment, everyone. What about our city? Su Puyang saw that everyone was eager to head to the heavenly court. He also felt that the best position should be reserved for their family. All right, since everyone is in agreement, let's pack up and set off. Take all the resources with us, even the valuable doors. We don't want this city anymore. We'll go seize the heavenly court, which will be better. Some people heard that everything would be dismantled and wondered if that meant demolition. Clan leader, if we take all the supplies, it will take half a day to pack everything. It'll take 10 days to pack everything. Haven't you seen this desolate place with not a single blade of grass? Who will provide us with resources in the future? We need to learn to save starting now. Seeing everyone obediently packing up, Su Puyang nodded in satisfaction. The second elder stood beside the clan leader, watching. Now, the complete high-level combat power consisted of just the two of them. The others had been taken to the small world and were already half crippled. If they wanted to recover, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, only 5 or 6 elders survived. By the time they recovered, along with the 2 of them, they would barely make up less than 1/10 of their peak period. The second elder worriedly said, "Clan leader, the Yuanling sect is intact. Will they still obey like before?" Super Yang replied, "I don't know. The reason I also agreed to go to the Heavenly Court is related to resources." Another reason for his determination to go to the Heavenly Court was that during the last probe, he discovered that there were still 100 peach trees in the Yuanling sect. Those were one of the main ingredients for their alchemy. Their family's rapid strength increase relied on those spiritual fruits. When they were brought to this world, they didn't have time to take those fruit trees out, only the unfinished spiritual fruits. To avoid eating up their resources, those 100 peach trees must be retrieved. Clan leader, what if they don't give them back when we go there? The second elder asked worriedly. Strength is the most important thing. Whether they obey or not doesn't matter. Those who don't obey will meet Yama, and what's left will be the obedient ones. Why bother with so much? Hurry up and pack your things. Hearing this, the second elder knew a battle was imminent. He had just arranged his hairstyle, and he was unsure if it would be messed up again. Heavenly Court. The master of the Yuanling sect, Qiu Yun, also heard the report from his subordinates. He was immediately shocked. After all, the Yaowang family still had a lingering influence after so many years. Qiu Yun, along with the elders of the sect, rushed out of the southern heavenly gate and used his divine sense to probe. Have all the people from the Yaowang family come? However, it seemed they had been through a battle, but there were still 30,000 to 40,000 left. Master, they were also defeated. Could it be that they were also defeated and surrendered and were brought out? What should we do, Master? Will they continue to target us? Qiu Yun coldly snorted. With their character, do we need to think? They will definitely come to bully us again upon knowing our existence. Master, it may not be the case. Our sex strength, combined with the more than 20,000 who joined later, and they all consumed peaches, basically increasing 2 or 3 major realms. That's right, with such strength. We shouldn't have to submit anymore. Yes, Master, look at their defeated soldiers. This is their weakest moment. If we don't take the opportunity to rise, we will be suppressed again. Hearing this, others couldn't help but recall the days under the control of superpowers, and voices of opposition began to rise. Clan leader, let's fight them together. Yes, we won't be enslaved like before. Look at the life we lived before, guarding such a large peach orchard and contributing almost everything to them, leaving only a few for ourselves. That's right, Master. Now we each have one. With this large increase, our realms will catch up quickly. Qiu Yin shook his head, still somewhat worried. Our top combat power is still inferior to theirs. What use is it for the lower disciples to improve? Master, I've observed. The other side's top combat power has also suffered heavy losses, and now only 2 remain. If we let the elite disciples of the sect work together, we will have the strength to fight. At this moment, Qiu Yun looked at the incoming enemies flying toward them. They come with ill intentions. This was clearly aimed at them. Without further consideration, he nodded and said, "All right, this time we'll take a gamble. Quickly notify all disciples of the sect to assemble." Then he assigned the combat methods to several elders. The core disciples and elite disciples would team up against the strongest ones, while the rest would deal with their remaining clansmen. As for the clan leader of the other side, it would be handled by 9 elders and the sect master together. Commands were issued one after another, and soon the people of the Yuanling sect were on high alert in front of the South Heaven Gate. When the members of the Medicine King family arrived and saw the scale of the preparations, they immediately understood what the other side was planning. He, Qiu Yun, what are you up to, old man? Gaining some courage. Are you planning to rebel and devour your master? Hearing this, the people of the Yuanling sect were quite displeased. The 9th elder of the Yuanling sect, known for his fiery temper, immediately retorted, "Shut your mouth. What do you mean devour your master? Do you really think of yourselves as masters? Is this rebellion? I'm standing up to reclaim my dignity. You have enslaved us for over 8,000 years and still want us to continue being your vassals? No way. We have recently been using the peaches ourselves, and the effects are great. Why do we need your leftovers? Don't you agree, disciples?" The disciples of the Yuanling sect echoed in agreement, including the newly joined ones. As they too had been oppressed and did not want to return to the past, they were all fervent in their support. Yes, we will resist. We will use these resources ourselves and won't contribute to them. Everyone, let's fight back, kill them, wipe out these vampires. The members of the Medicine King family were furious. These dog-like servants had gained some courage. When did their superpower fall to this level, where even these servants dared to resist them? They immediately drew their weapons to fight back. However, Su Puyang called for both sides to stop. He had just observed that the strengths of both sides were roughly equal and wanted to hear Qiu Yun's opinion. Qiu Zongzhu, do we really have to fight to the death? Qiu Yun replied, isn't it you who are forcing us? Do we want to be your enemies? At that moment, Su Puyang said, we can avoid fighting if you give me 90 peach trees, and I'll take my people away. The people of the Yuan Ling sect were taken aback. Wasn't this asking for too much? Have you gone mad, or has the world gone mad? Qiu Yun shook his head at this rude demand. 90 trees are out of the question. These resources were all fought for by our Yuan Ling sect. They have nothing to do with you. Why don't you go transplant the peach trees yourselves? We'll do our own transplanting. What does it have to do with you? Why should we give them to you? Su Puyang chuckled. Everything in the territory of the Medicine King family belongs to me, including the 100 peach trees you transplanted from the Medicine King family. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Do you really want to continue resisting to the end? Qiu Yun disdainfully said, it seems you still don't understand the real situation. Do you think I don't know the truth of the world? You are in such a miserable state now. It must be because you have resisted that person. Do you know the history of that world? You are just a family that developed late. Are you as ancient as our sex? You only grew rapidly by refining pills. Now that world already belongs to that person. You still say it's yours? You must be crazy. Su Puyang frowned upon hearing this. He had heard many rumors that the world was a small one, where people were transported by powerful beings, and many couldn't find a way out, so they became natives. He used to think these were just rumors and didn't really believe them. After all, that world was vast and boundless. They had not even explored its limits. The land and surrounding oceans were filled with endless void. It was much larger than this primitive world. If anything should be called a small world, it should be this one. His family had strong members who had gotten lost in the void and couldn't find a way out. How could such a large world be controlled by someone? Now he found it hard to believe. He himself had worlds within him. So how could he not imagine the general situation? Moreover, those he had fought before were not that strong. The strongest among them was that young man, who didn't seem capable of being a world controller. His world only had a little over 100 laws. How strong would one need to be to integrate such a natural world? The opposing strength wasn't much higher than his. How could they control this type of world? It might fool low-level cultivators, but he felt that the Yuan Ling sect's leader was making excuses to shirk responsibility. Thinking of this, Su Puyang shouted, stop making useless excuses. Today, I'm either taking the peach trees or I'll beat you into submission. Hearing the 9th elder's explosive temper ignite, the people of the Yuan Ling sect charged again. Qiu Yun felt a headache coming on. It wasn't certain that they would even fight, and now Yu incited them, making a fight inevitable. If they dragged this out, perhaps they could negotiate a win-win solution. But now it seemed they wouldn't stop until there was a battle, which would only lead to many deaths. The Yuan Ling sect was indeed incited, but more so by greed. The pills from the Medicine King family were truly excellent. They were hard to come by, since the Medicine King family didn't lack resources and rarely let them slip out. The 9th elder took the lead, selecting their opponents according to the previously planned strategy. Now that both sides had engaged, Qiu Yun had no choice but to join in, leading the 9 elders to surround Su Puyang, the strongest of the enemy. They could only gang up on him, not wanting this strongest person to cause trouble for the lower-level disciples. Even if they couldn't subdue him, it was better to keep him steady for now. Su Puyang saw the other side's stubbornness and deemed further negotiation unnecessary. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised that those he had suppressed for so many years had the courage to resist. This was unexpected for him. He didn't know that greed sometimes made people lose their rationality. The Medicine King family, living in superiority, had little understanding of the hardships of low-level cultivators. This time, Su Puyang relied on his family's prestige and didn't arrange for battle in advance, which caught his side off guard. Seeing that some of his kin had already died, he felt immense pain. There were only about 30,000 to 40,000 left, and they would continue to die. He didn't know how long it would take to recover their vitality. although his side had killed more of the enemy. Continuing like this would not be good for either side. Moreover, both sides were now locked in a stalemate, and it was difficult to call off the battle. Large-scale wars weren't so easily halted. In a confrontation between experts, one careless move could lead to a sneak attack. Su Puyang prepared to exert his full strength to gain the upper hand before negotiating with the other side. As for how to deal with them later, that was a future matter. Su Puyang unleashed his ultimate move towards the nearest elder. Crimson Flame C. The elder, sensing the fierce momentum, quickly defended with all his might, while the two nearby elders hurriedly assisted. Wooden surround, absolute fire barrier. The three joined forces and barely managed to block this attack. Su Puyang launched a few more moves, realizing that these people were all working together and not giving him a chance to fight individually. Continuing like this would only lead to a protracted battle, and in a fit of anger, he decided to use the primordial yin-yang cauldron to smash them. Thus, he summoned the primordial yin-yang cauldron, enlarged it, and controlled it to smash towards one of the elders. Boom, boom, boom. Even with help, the elder was instantly severely injured. Su Puyang didn't expect that using his family's treasure to smash people would be so effective. Immediately ordered his clansmen to retreat, while the Hunyuan yin-yang cauldron enveloped the entire battlefield, moving all the people of the Yuansheng sect out. On the Yuansheng sect side, after being gathered together, they were still a bit confused. Taking advantage of the enemy gathering, Su Puyang once again manipulated the Hunyuan yin-yang cauldron and smashed it toward the area with the most people. The disciples of the Yuansheng sect were instantly terrified. Not good. Run quickly. Get out of the way, don't block me. Kill. Before the Hunyuan yin-yang cauldron even landed, the people over there were already in chaos. The more chaotic it became, the fewer people could escape. They had no choice. After witnessing a Dan furnace take out 3 elders, were they supposed to just stand there and wait for death? Boom. In the chaotic scene, not many people actually escaped, and only Qiu Yun and 6 elders managed to flee. Turning to look at the ground, covered in flesh and blood, cold sweat poured down. Su Puyang continued to control the Hunyuan yin-yang cauldron and smashed it toward the crowd again. Seeing this, the sect master Qiu Yun quickly cried out for mercy. Stop smashing. Stop smashing. We surrender, we surrender. Su Clan Master, spare us. I beg you, we are willing to continue being your subordinates. Su Puyang did not choose to stop. He smashed a few more times into the crowd and finally ceased when he saw that the Yuansheng sect had lost tens of thousands more people. If you're going to hit, you must hit hard at once, and the fewer people there are, the easier it is to control them, because that way, they can showcase the advantages of their family. Otherwise, they would probably cause trouble for themselves in the future. These capricious people need powerful strength to suppress them. Seeing those who had narrowly escaped also begging for mercy, Su Puyang nodded in satisfaction. He secretly laughed in his heart. They still wanted to resist our Medicine King family. Thinking our clan's sacred artifact was obtained easily, as long as we have this clan-suppressing artifact, our family will remain invincible. Coming back to his senses, Su Puyang ordered his clansmen to capture all the high-ranking members of the Yuansheng sect. Then, they marched them to the Lingxiao Hall of the Heavenly Court. The disciples of the Medicine King family, already filled with anger, punched and kicked these people along the way, while also continuously verbally humiliating them. At this moment, Qiu Yun of the Yuansheng sect regretted it deeply. If he had known the opponent's foundation was so powerful, he would have surrendered directly. This wrong decision cost them 70 or 80,000 people. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. He followed behind Su Puyang with a mournful face. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao Hall, Su Puyang directly took the main seat, looking down with a face full of black air. The disciples of the clan kicked these people a few times, forcing them to kneel in the middle of the hall. Su Puyang looked at them coldly and said, "Speak. How can you make me spare you?" Qiu Yun of the Yuansheng sect felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Their sect had already suffered such great losses, and it wasn't over yet. How else could they settle this? Everyone was so miserable. Couldn't they just turn hostility into peace and recuperate? Thinking of how arrogant the disciples of the opposing family were, he had no idea what kind of tormenting methods they would use to humiliate their elders. Qiu Yun did not dare to think further. If he acted according to the opponent's wishes, who knows how many people would be tortured to death? His mind raced, and soon he thought of a way to divert the other party's hatred. The person they hated most now was definitely that young man named Zang Luo. Immediately, he knelt before Su Puyang and pleaded for mercy. Clan leader, we were wrong. We were really wrong. But these people are still of great use to you. You cannot lose your own people again. I have a big secret that can definitely help you. It's like this. When we were searching around the heavenly court, we found a trump card called the Zhoutian Star Do formation from an abandoned palace. Upon hearing this, Su Puyang finally became interested and started to listen seriously. That formation is very magical. The stronger the person who sets it up, the more powerful it is, and more people there are, the stronger it becomes. With a maximum of 360 people able to set it up, if we use elite disciples to set it up, we have hope for revenge. Su Puyang stood up excitedly after hearing this. Their family had suffered such severe losses, nearly losing 70 of their population. It was impossible to say they weren't angry. If it weren't for the clan-suppressing artifact this time, they would probably have been annihilated in the original world. And this battle with the Yuanxing sect would have resulted in even greater losses if they hadn't discovered that the clan-suppressing artifact could smash people. If there was a chance for revenge, he would be more than willing. However, thinking about how they didn't even know where the opponent was, he frowned and said, "What good is having a formation if we can't find them to take revenge?" Xiao Yun flattered him. "The clan leader can find them. I guarantee it. Since we came to this primordial world, we have been learning about this world, including that person. According to the news, it is said that he still has about 10 disciples, and only a few were taken in. Many of his direct disciples are still outside. There are even a few people related to them who seem to have entered the North Sea. Xiao Yun had also sent people to inquire about the other party's affairs, based on reports from sect disciples. When someone from their sect passed by the North Sea, they saw a cultivator gazing out at the sea. After clarifying the reason, they learned he was waiting for someone. In casual conversation, based on his description, 6 of the people he mentioned were Zang Luo's direct disciples, and a few were accompanying him. The person waiting by the sea had to attend to something temporarily and could not go down together. They had agreed to wait by the sea. However, they had not come out for more than a year. Su Puyang was somewhat excited after hearing this. Isn't it better that the Haven Tea come out? However, he still confirmed, "If you dare to lie to me and waste my time, I won't spare you." "Are you sure they still Haven Tea come out?" Xiao Yin quickly nodded. "No, Su clan leader." In fact, when he discovered the Zhoutian Star Do formation, he had revenge in mind. So, he sent people to intentionally contact the person by the sea, which was also a strategic move. If they mastered the formation and the other party still hadn't come out, when they had a chance to capture Zang Luo, they could lead the other party into the CEI. Xiao Yun secretly planned and prepared, but before he could select elite disciples to practice, the people from the Medicine King family arrived. If they had rehearsed earlier, even if they weren't familiar, they wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat. After receiving a positive answer, Su Puyang stared at Xiao Yun of the Yuanxing sect for a while. "That formation is not to be rehearsed. I hope you won't cause trouble in the future, or next time I will not hold back." Xiao Yun immediately stated, "Su clan leader, rest assured. We are not familiar with that formation at all, and Haven Tea practiced it. We pose no threat to your family, so you can be at ease. However, if the clan leader needs that formation now, let us go directly to the underground palace of that palace to check." Su Puyang nodded and let Xiao Yun lead the way, calling about 10 elite members of the clan to follow. He had no choice but to be cautious to prevent this old man from playing tricks. They arrived outside a damaged palace, the plaque still showing half a character that should be He. As for the remaining character, it was either palace or hall. From the layout inside, it seemed that this person called He once resided here. Sect Master Xiao Yun, who is this He? Have you heard of him? Su Puyang suddenly asked. Xiao Yun explained. According to rumors, she should be the former demon queen of the demon court, the wife of Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun and Tai-E were 2 ancient golden crows born from the solar star, and they later established this heavenly court. After experiencing the war of witch and demon, both major races perished, allowing Hao Yin to take advantage of the situation, but Hao Yin was also driven back by Zang Luo's people and has since hidden somewhere. This palace is the residence of He, the mother of the 10 golden crow princes. Our sect's disciples inadvertently reached the depths of the underground palace and discovered the Zhou-Tian star array, which is the core of the entire formation. It is inferred that if the location of the war of witch and demon had been chosen to take place in the heavenly court, the demon side would definitely have emerged victorious. However, the 10 golden crows were manipulated and became the fuse for the war of witch and demon. Unable to bear the deaths of his 9 sons, Emperor Jun, in a fit of rage, took the initiative to attack the witch race. After reviewing the details of the formation, Su Puyang nodded in satisfaction. This is an important formation that protects the entire heavenly court, and he has some research on formations. After all, part of his family's medicinal pills is refined according to formations, which allows them to directly become active array spirits after transformation. This method makes it convenient to set up formations for emergencies at any time. The current Zhou-Tian star array is even stronger than the best attacking formation of their family, giving him hope for revenge. This formation is entirely based on the strength of the arranger, and the effects vary depending on the strength of the person setting it up. Additionally, the number of people arranging the formation is also crucial, with a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 360. If the elites of their family set up the formation together, he cannot imagine how much the power would increase. With this formation, it is likely that even the greatest threat to the primordial world, the Phantom of Pangu, could be dealt with. Thinking of the Phantom of Pangu, he immediately recalled his most despised enemy, Zang Luo, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Just wait, kid. I will destroy you sooner or later. He immediately began ordering the disciples of his family nearby to quickly find the 360 strongest cultivators in the family. He wanted the family to learn this formation and practice it immediately. If the Hunyuan Yin Yangding provided protection for the family, then the Zhou-Tian star array would enhance their attacking power, which must not be overlooked. He planned to familiarize himself with the formation in 10 days and then go to the North Sea to practice while waiting. As for Zang Luo's disciples, he felt less pressure and could practice while waiting. Once he suppressed several of the other party's personal disciples, he did not believe that the other side would not fall into the trap. After Su Puyang finished his orders, the heavenly court became busy. Meanwhile, Zang Luo in the Dantian realm was still unaware that an enemy harboring resentment against him was plotting against him. At this moment, he was leading his disciples and a group of divine guards to eradicate the second and third-rate forces within the territory of the Medicine King family. These forces, although not as troublesome as dealing with first-rate forces, were still time-consuming and labor-intensive, and most importantly, they required their allegiance. Even if they were generally weak, they still had to submit. Otherwise, they would be directly removed from the primordial world. It took Zang Luo 3 days to sort out all the forces within the territory, totaling nearly 100 second and third-rate forces. These forces had been obedient under the suppression of first-rate businesses, but now, in the chaos, there was no telling if they would unite to cause trouble. Therefore, defeating them all at once was the right choice. In the end, after statistics, aside from those who wanted to leave, the remaining population totaled over 10 million. This made Zang Luo feel that the population was too large. The pressure caused by the large population mainly stemmed from his failure to find the previous AI automatic processing equipment, which made it impossible to distribute benefits and win people's hearts. However, having a strong force to make people submit was also part of the deterrence. So he temporarily did not worry about any issues. Once he arranged these population issues, he began organizing information to understand the situation in this world in detail. There was no point in thinking about the information of the Medicine King family. He had not anticipated that he would transfer the entire city of theirs away. Now, it was impractical to obtain the best and most complete information. He could only search for information and explore the truth among the 6 major forces. Through some documents, he learned that this Dantian world is also round. It is not a broken world that has been ruined by several saints like the primordial world. The 4 major regions of the primordial world were created by the saints, who also called it a reenactment of earth, water, wind, and fire. For cultivators below the saints, this ability is indeed impressive and has a strong deterrent effect. But was that really evolution? It was merely piecing together several land masses into a flat surface and arranging them into 4 positions to trample together. Is that considered rehearsing a world? Isn't that just playing with building blocks? To truly reenact earth, water, wind, and fire, one would need to recreate the world, which shows that these saints are fundamentally incapable of doing so. They merely picked up Pangu's remnants and reassembled the shattered primordial world, which cannot be considered a reenactment of a world. In contrast, the situation in the Dantian realm is a complete embryonic form of the universe. Currently, there's only one world, which is not as vast as the original primordial world, but at least it is much larger than the current primordial area. They are currently located in the east, while the other three forces are distributed in the other three directions. The strongest superpower is the Kaitian Sword Sect in the north, founded by Huang Fu Bufan, located in the northern hemisphere. There is no so-called polar cold alternation in the southern and northern hemispheres of this world. This world seems to be like an egg yolk, positioned right in the middle with a very mild climate throughout the entire world, and there are no extremely harsh environmental regions. Therefore, all forces develop peacefully and do not face significant turmoil due to resource shortages or similar issues. After all, the resources used by the four major superpowers are different, so their cultivation does not conflict. Moreover, the total population of the entire world is still less than that of Earth, yet occupies such a large world, resulting in many uninhabited areas without resource concerns. This also explains why there is little turmoil in this world. After mastering the layout of the entire world, Zang Luo sent people to inquire about his equipment towards the neighboring two forces. The scouts within the Divine Guard army are all fused with the light system's laws, so their speed is very fast. In less than 5 days, they had traversed the entire world. They then returned and used spells to evolve the entire world appearance for Zang Luo to view. After Zang Luo finished watching, he had a clearer understanding of this world. However, Zang Luo did not receive any news about the AI automatic processing equipment. This made him start to worry again about the resources of the Divine Guard army. Forget it. Why am I working so hard? I could just buy more equipment. Why am I being so stubborn? Then, Zang Luo went to the logistics department of the Divine Guard army to retrieve 10,000 potions. He then directly linked them to Hancock's spiritual brain. Zang Luo listed these potions in the marketplace. In the first few minutes, there was no movement, but in less than 10 seconds, they were all snatched up. Zang Luo was somewhat surprised. Are these potions really that popular? He thought that with so many on offer, they would take a while to sell. He did not know that the major forces from other worlds had long since filtered the parameters of the spiritual brain for keywords. As soon as the keyword law potion appeared, it would immediately alert the owner of the spiritual brain. Thus, they would receive information about this type of potion at the first opportunity. This is also the reason why they immediately sold out after seeing the link on the mall. Zang Luo decided to buy more this time after seeing the large account balance. He searched for AI automated processing equipment related products in the mall and accidentally discovered even more powerful processing devices. They were actually processing equipment manufactured by a level 9 technological civilization. He was immediately attracted to it, but the price was more than 10 times higher than before. If there were really an introduction, he thought the price would be worth it, because this equipment had a higher output and better quality. The produced potions would definitely be more effective. He directly ordered 2,000 units, and seeing his balance drop back to 3 digits left him speechless. He didn't expect that making money and spending money could happen so quickly. Before long, all those devices were shipped over. Now he had the manufacturing equipment for the law potion, but he still lacked the manufacturing parameters, which he had long forgotten from previous research. To configure the data, he moved one of the devices from under Panga's feet in the primordial chaos. Most of these spiritual brains were previously used to manufacture law potions and had the past manufacturing parameters. After transferring them, he shared this data with the 2,000 devices. Soon, the data sharing was completed, and they only needed to add raw materials to automatically produce goods. He stored these devices back into the storage realm of his index finger and had the Divine Guard army collect raw materials. After finishing these tasks, Zang Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to worry about the salaries of his subordinates. Now the remaining goal was to quickly find the incomplete heavenly Tao and swallow it. By merging with the Yuan Ying, he aimed to replace the heavenly Tao of this world for easier control. He dispatched additional scout troops and did not stop the battles against the other three superpowers. He planned to prioritize the potions produced by this batch of equipment for 200,000 divine guards. The effect he wanted was that every 10 people could take on a god-level powerhouse one-on-one. That would be considered qualified. After hearing about this plan, the divine guards all competed to sign up. They selected a higher-level group of 200,000 to distribute the potions, which would take about 7 days. Zang Luo couldn't wait to lead these people to attack the nearby Beifong Kaitian sword sect. The Kaitian sword sect, being primarily sword cultivators, was accustomed to flying and soon noticed the movements of Zang Luo's group. Coupled with the recent news of the destruction of the Medicine King family spreading among the other three powers, basically, these forces were paying attention to Zang Luo's situation. Sure enough, before Zang Luo even reached their territory, he was intercepted by the Kaitian sword sect at the border. Wow, gathering so many people. Is it for a welcoming ceremony or a collective surrender? Zang Luo teased. He didn't expect that the other side had already received the news and seemed to be fully prepared for battle. Am I someone you can resist? Seeing the murderous intent from the Kaitian sword sect directed at him, Zang Luo decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and directly ordered the entire army to attack. The Divine Guard army's strength had greatly increased this time, and their confidence had also inflated significantly. Upon hearing the command, the people from the Kaitian sword sect initially looked down on the low-level cultivators charging at them. But then they were dumbfounded. Although these people were not as strong as them, their teamwork was too seamless. Unlike the sword cultivators who fought individually. If one sword cultivator could defeat 3 of the opponents, then fine, they would send 4. If they could handle 4, then the opponent would send 5. What kind of fighting style is this? The Kaitian sword sect had been around for millions of years in this world and had never seen such a way of fighting. This was not their fault. Due to the development of this world, no groups or nations had formed from resource competition. Group battles were rare, which left the people here without a sense of group combat. Zang Luo watched the fighting from the back, seeing that his side had a huge advantage. So he temporarily held back from helping. Even Sun Wukong and Ainilo could fight beyond their levels, not to mention Perona and Mingi were using group attacks. Moreover, these two did not choose opponents of similar strength, but instead bullied low-level cultivators. What kind of bullying style is this? On the other side, the swordmaster of the Kaitian sword sect saw so many of his disciples retreating under the attack of less than 1/5 of Zang Luo's group and was furious, directly ordering all remaining high-level members to join the battle. Hancock saw this and said, "Husband, I'm going in. Go ahead, it seems I need to stretch my muscles too." After the high-level members from both sides joined the battle, the flames of war escalated. The ground was littered with corpses, mostly disciples of the Kaitian sword sect. After a quarter of an hour, after losing 60% of their disciples, the Kaitian sword sect began to order a retreat. Zang Luo smiled and said, "Since everyone is having such a good time fighting, why retreat? That would be disappointing." The Divine Guard army heard this and pursued relentlessly, exterminating all. Yes, Lord Divine Master. The people from the Kaitian sword sect wished they could grow extra legs to escape, while the Divine Guard army closely followed behind, chasing them down. After chasing for 2 hours, they discovered another force blocking their way. Seeing the newcomers dressed in Tai Chi robes, Zang Luo recognized them as the Yin Yang Dao sect from the south. Are they also here to stop me? He thought. I haven't even headed south yet, and they're coming to seek death. They can't blame me. Before Zang Luo could give an order, the leader of the Yin Yang Dao sect, Zhugening, directly approached and greeted him. "Fellow Daoist, you have finally arrived." Zang Luo was somewhat surprised that the other side waited specifically for him, seeming very friendly. Was there really a need to be so enthusiastic? It seemed like he was their enemy. Sensing Zang Luo's thoughts, Zhuge Ning explained, "Fellow Daoist need not be surprised. My Yin Yang Dao sect is renowned for its ability to predict and calculate. Moreover, our sect knew you would come over 1,000 years ago, and we have been waiting for the return of the heavenly Dao. Until recently, when I heard from our roaming disciples that the Medicine King family had been destroyed and many people from their entire force had disappeared, I specifically calculated and realized you were coming. Thus, I brought people here. As for the Kaitian sword sect that just fled, There is no need to pursue them too relentlessly. These forces are quite ancient. If you clarify your intentions, I believe they would be willing to make way for you. Zang Luo listened with his mouth agape. Is this really that impressive? This ability to predict can actually foresee events that have not yet occurred. You even knew I would come over 1,000 years ago, when my great-grandmother hadn't even been born yet. How many years have I cultivated since I crossed over? In the pirate world, it was only 2 to 3 decades, and I've only been here for 6 or 7 years. I'm not even 100 years old yet. How could you possibly calculate this, especially from over 1,000 years ago? Is it really that incredible? Ahem, since you can predict so well. Can you predict where my father is right now? Zhuge Ning of the Yin Yang Dao sect did not refuse. This was indeed their specialty. He formed hand seals. The Tai Chi diagram appeared, followed by the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, until the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches were fully manifested. And then he began to control the calculations. In less than 2 breaths, Zhuge Ning spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately looked at Zang Luo with a grim expression. Fellow Taoist, you are going too far. How could you trick me like this? The others from the Yin Yang Dao sect stepped forward upon seeing this. Zhuge Ning quickly waved his hands, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings. Zang Luo also felt a bit speechless and innocently said, I didn't trick you. I just want to know where my father is right now. Didn't you say you could calculate it? I just heard you could deduce my matters from over 1,000 years ago. So my father's location should be quite simple to find. I'm not trying to trick you on purpose. After hearing this, Zhuge Ning nodded. Your father must be one of the top powerhouses in the universe. Zang Luo nodded. He is nearly 20 major realms above my current level. Wouldn't you say that's strong? Upon hearing this, the members of the Yin Yang Dao sect were left speechless. Zhuge Ning continued. What I saw earlier was indeed a primordial blood-red space, and then my soul was briefly shaken, causing the divination to rebound onto me. Although I was severely injured, upon hearing about the strong backing behind the other party, I was even more satisfied with my decision to come here. He then bowed deeply to Zang Luo, saying, Please accept us. Our Yin Yang Dao sect wishes to submit to you. Zang Luo tilted his head. Are you also casual about this? Are all the disciples behind you thinking the same? As soon as Zang Luo finished speaking, all the disciples of the Yin Yang Dao sect behind Zhuge Ning bowed deeply. Zang Luo was somewhat confused. I know I have good luck, but doing this makes my world a lot less exciting. Your personalities really leave me puzzled. You say you go with the flow, yet you have desires and needs. Why must you follow me? Zhuge Ning explained, This decision was not made on a whim. It was already decided by the previous sect master, who is also my master. This news has long circulated among the disciples, so everyone is not surprised by this decision. Over 1,000 years ago, the previous sect master deduced that this world would welcome a new heavenly path. Moreover, it would be an outsider who would become the master of this world and lead it to rapid growth. After calculating this, the previous sect master continued to deduce matters related to the new heavenly path, but it was easy at first. In recent decades, however, the backlash has grown stronger. And 10 years ago, after finishing a divination, the previous sect master left a few words for Zhuge Ning before passing away. Upon hearing his master's words, Zhuge Ning, who had just heard Zang Luo acknowledge that his father had a significant background, realized they didn't know what cultivation level surpassed Zang Luo's current 20 major realms. But it was definitely very strong, as evidenced by the backlash they had just experienced. Thus, Zhuge Ning and the disciples behind him were even more determined about their previous decision. Zang Luo still felt there were too many people and it was of no use. He directly said, But you can calculate things. I don't know what you can help me with. Why should I accept you? Zhuge Ning explained, We can calculate fortunes and misfortunes, deduce the future, analyze the past, determine unknown enemies, and forecast future luck. There are many things we can deduce. So don't underestimate these trivial matters. Sometimes they can be very useful. Zang Luo nodded. All right, I'll follow you for now. Help me calculate where the thing I'm looking for is. If you get it right, I'll keep you. If not, then don't bring it up again. After hearing this, Zhuge Ning began to make another divination. At that moment, Zhuge Ning's disciple Bu Xiang stepped forward. Master, you just got injured. Why don't I do it? Zhuge Ning waved his hand. Even if I'm injured, my calculating ability is still stronger than yours. You should practice more, and now that you want to help me, I don't value your strength." Bu Xiang felt helpless. Who would have thought that such a powerful master would be injured? Even he, the direct disciple, was being looked down upon. After a while, Zhuge Ning spoke. "Fellow Taoist, I've roughly calculated it. It is something used to assist in cultivating the great Tao, right?" Zang Luo smiled. "Not bad, continue." Zhuge Ning continued. "According to the divination, Kuan represents the earth. The item from the senior is deep within the earth's core." Zang Luo frowned. "If my item is collected, it should appear on the surface. How could it appear in the earth's core? If the item collected appears in the earth's core, then how come none of the people I brought in are missing?" Zhuge Ning explained. "Fellow Taoist, you may not know, but according to the divination, the earth's core is accompanied by danger, although it's only minor misfortune. However, your recent fortune is declining, and it is estimated that there will be significant trouble soon, so you must be cautious. If these minor misfortunes continue to lead to defeats, they can accumulate and harm your original fortune. When your luck is exhausted, that is." Zhuge Ning did not finish his sentence, but he guessed the general meaning. Once a person's fortune is completely lost, then their fall is not far off. Zang Luo, half believing and half skeptical, used his divine sense to probe deep into the earth's core. When his divine sense reached 40 trillion kilometers, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. How is that possible? There really is an unknown force. Could it be that they are after my items? Coming back to his senses, Zang Luo decided to investigate the Earth's core after this battle. He turned and asked Zhuge Ning again, "Are you really sure you want to follow me?" "We are willing to follow." Zhuge Ning and the disciples behind him all nodded. Zang Luo waved his hand. "Do as you like. If you want to follow, then follow. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, the resources on my side are only those kinds of potions. You can ask the Divine Guard Army about it." "Are you talking about resources that enhance the Great Tao?" "We have already deduced that you can help others cultivate the Great Tao, and each Tao can be successfully cultivated in no more than a few days. You truly are comparable to a creator god." Zang Luo turned back. "What? You knew this all along? Are you all after these potions?" Zhuge Ning nodded. "That's part of it. I just verified it again through divination." "From the divination, it shows that you are the source of the Great Tao, and helping others comprehend the Tao is as simple as eating and drinking." Zang Luo smiled. Most of his subordinates had become powerful by following him, saying that their cultivation was as easy as eating, and drinking only raised the difficulty of eating. "By the way, you previously asked us to let the Kaitian sword sect go, saying that if we explained things clearly to them, they would give in. Are they really that magnanimous? This is their homeland that has survived for countless years. How could they bear to give it up?" Zhuge Ning said, "It originally didn't belong to this world. However, whether to leave or stay here is a choice for half of the people. In the past, indeed, the ancestors wanted to leave, and at that time, those who wanted to leave accounted for almost 99%. But now, after so many years, whether one leaves or stays, as long as there is space for survival, that is sufficient. If they can leave, many can find the ancestral homeland. It would also resolve a long-held concern. If they stay here, they can also protect this homeland that has existed for countless years." Zang Luo rolled his eyes. "Did you all think that every sect is as easygoing as you? But the other sects might not be so honest." Zang Luo sighed, deciding to let it go. There was no need to worry too much about the other two superpowers. Previously, the battles in this world were mainly to find traces of the heavenly path. Now that the Yin-Yang Tao sect exists and has deduced the approximate location, there is no need to waste time. He decided to go back and prepare, first to check the situation deep in the Earth's core. Zang Luo ordered the Divine Guard Army to return to the Yuan Ling sect's base. The people from the Yin-Yang Tao sect also followed them. Zang Luo asked, "Aren't you going back to pack up your things first?" Zhuge Ning smiled and said, "Our sect is already cleaned up. We've even scraped the ground." "Wow, does this mean they're sure they won't be going back?" After returning to the Yuan Ling sect and arranging a few matters, they prepared to head deeper into the Earth's core. Zhuge Ning from the Yin-Yang Tao sect stepped forward. "What should I call you, Taoist? Should I call you Divine Master, or call me whatever you like? Just go with the crowd. After all, the people from the Empty Island used to call me Divine Master a lot, and everyone else followed suit. I don't really care about these titles. They're just names, casually. Zhuge Ning nodded. Then, Divine Master, please allow me to accompany you. Hancock also stood beside Zang Luo and said, Husband, I want to go with you. Zang Luo said, Didn't you predict there would be danger? If you come along, it makes me feel very hesitant. Husband, my combat power is not much weaker than yours. Just take me with you. Zhuge Ning added, Rest assured, Divine Master, I have the ability to protect myself. This old Taoist is quite skilled at navigating dangers, so having an extra hand is quite beneficial. Zang Luo nodded. All right then, let us go together. At this moment, other disciples also prepared to follow. Zang Luo outright refused, jokingly saying, Your combat power is okay against ordinary situations, but am I going to deal with ordinary people? If I really bring you along and encounter a powerful opponent that I can't handle, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Zang Luo directly used his spatial ability to quickly take the two deeper into the Earth's core. Soon, they arrived at a place that blocked his divine sense exploration, and what they saw was a huge protective shield formed by energy. Zang Luo touched it with his hand and felt a strong resilience. Zhuge Ning criticized from inside. This barrier can resist spatial abilities, which means it was set up by someone with strong spatial attributes. Zang Luo smiled. Although this resilience is high, it still can't withstand my sure 9 kills. After saying that, he took out the Ghost Cry and executed the 6th move, Extreme Dark Thunder Kill. As this strike slashed towards the protective shield, a terrifying blade aura sliced through with lightning. With a ripping sound, the protective shield cracked open a gap, taking advantage of the gap before it healed. Zang Luo directly transported the two inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a completely gray and hazy space. Using his divine sense again, Zang Luo discovered that it was now unobstructed. He investigated towards the center of this space and found many devices, but they had basically stopped working due to material shortages. His pile of devil fruits was still there. Who brought me here? Could it be that heavenly Tao? And what is going on with this heavenly Tao? Can it also use my potions? Otherwise, with the output of these thousands of devices, it should produce at least billions of potions. Hancock held on to Zang Luo, looking around anxiously. Husband, didn't that old guy say it's very dangerous here? Why is there no one? Zang Luo explained. Danger doesn't necessarily come from people. Sometimes it's the environment, sometimes it's traps, and there are still many places we haven't explored. Let's wait and see. After Zhuge Ning entered, he was calculating intensely. After a while, he reminded them, Divine Master, the enemy is probably in the Gen direction, but they're a bit more dangerous than last time. However, since there are 3 of us who came in, the crisis has been significantly reduced. Zang Luo smiled. ISNT that even better. Zhuge Ning cautioned. The opponent has improved a lot compared to before, so we need to be careful. Do you think your things will help? Yes, they should help with the enhancement. We enhanced ourselves using these potions, which is quite surprising. If the opponent is recovering their strength, it means they are about to awaken. Zang Luo quickly led the two towards the Gen direction and soon arrived in front of Heavenly Tao. At this moment, Heavenly Tao appeared as a small child, floating with closed eyes in the center. As Zang Luo and the others approached, the child opened his eyes. Who are you to dare intrude into my cultivation place? Zang Luo asked. You are the Heavenly Tao of this world, right? Why you ended up in this state? Heavenly Tao did not answer directly, but countered. You found this place, and no, I am Heavenly Tao. What do you want? Zang Luo pointed to the empty potion bottles in the distance. Isn't it obvious? You took my things, so it's reasonable for me to come here. But you taking my things has a price. Heavenly Tao rebuked. Impudent, you speak arrogantly. What do you mean by your things? In this world, everything belongs to me. To give you an explanation, killing you would be the explanation. Seeing that the other party was making threats but not attacking immediately, Zang Luo explained. These things I brought in from the outside aren't mine or yours. Moreover, this space is also on me, so this universe, to be precise, also belongs to me. After hearing this, Heavenly Tao widened his eyes in surprise. What? The Burial Heaven Monument was lost in a desolate mountain, and you got it? The Burial Heaven Monument that Heavenly Tao mentioned surprised Zang Luo. How did it change names again? What exactly is that monument? However, It makes sense that he got the so-called Burial Heaven Monument from Flower Fruit Mountain if it was previously a desolate mountain. Do you know what is happening outside? Have you been out? Heavenly Tao frowned. From your words, you really got the Burial Heaven Monument. Zang Luo. So what if I got the Burial Heaven Monument? Why do you call that monument the Burial Heaven Monument? And what is your relationship with it? Can you explain in detail? Heavenly Tao initially thought they were about to fight, but since they were just chatting, that's fine. After hesitating for a moment, he began to explain. Once, not long after Heavenly Tao was born, he brought many humans in for the development inside. Later, as these people became stronger, a top-tier powerhouse emerged among them named Huangfu Bufan, who was unwilling to be bound in this world. So he drew his sword and tore through the sky to escape. Then he discovered that the world he lived in was merely a small crystal. He kept this small crystal safe to avoid losing the way home. As time went on, Huangfu Bufan defeated countless opponents, which rapidly enhanced his swordsmanship. In an accident, he fell into a space and found a nameless monument. After going out, he learned that it was called the Burial Heaven Monument. It was a prison for executing evil heavenly Taos in the universe. After understanding this, he refined the crystal from his original world into the Burial Heaven Monument. Heavenly Tao had already been injured by an accidental sword strike to his source and hid to heal, but he never expected Huangfu Bufan to be so ruthless, directly sealing him within the Burial Heaven Monument. Originally, Heavenly Tao did not understand the terror of the Burial Heaven Monument until he was refined into it and found he could no longer continue healing. His strength and future growth were also restricted, which hindered the continued development of the universe and completely limited Heavenly Tao's growth. At that time, Heavenly Tao had already lost more than half of his source and was utterly helpless, but he still kept an eye on the outside world. Until later, when Huangfu Bufan was killed and Pangu fell, there had been no opportunity for emergence. As time passed, the Heavenly Tao fell into a deep slumber. Until some time ago, when it was discovered that the world had expanded, it began to regain some of its abilities. Later, it was found that the unknown devices manufactured potions that were helpful to it. Thus, it made its way to the underground space. So, the basic situation is like this. I didn't expect that thing to be brought in by you, but it no longer produces potions. Can you help me recover? Zang Luo chuckled. I came to replace you. Do you think I can help you recover? The Heavenly Tao was furious. Are you really going to do this? Even threatening your own self. Do you have some trump card? However, Zang Luo didn't want to say anything too definitive and explained, you don't need to be so angry. And there is no need to worry too much. I want to erase you. I just have my eyes on this space. If you want to continue living, I can transplant a new body for you, and you can live in the outside world as a human. You can cultivate again and reach higher realms, without being restricted here as the Heavenly Tao. How about it? If you want this kind of freedom, you just need to give up the authority of the Heavenly Tao. Think about it, okay? The Heavenly Tao immediately shook its head, while also looking down on it. Flowery words, I don't need to think about it. This is my world, and I will never give it up. Stubborn, that's just ungrateful. Zang Luo twisted his neck, and the enormous primordial infant stood in front of the Heavenly Tao, which was not even as big as the primordial infant's little toe, causing it to step back in shock. What is this thing? Zang Luo smiled. It's the future Heavenly Tao. Sensing the height difference was too great, and fighting such a small opponent was inconvenient, Zang Luo controlled the primordial infant to gradually shrink until it was about the same height as the Heavenly Tao. Then it charged toward the opponent. The Heavenly Tao saw the primordial infant attacking and did not hesitate, manipulating countless Tao to strike at the primordial infant with a palm. Zang Luo laughed. It seems you don't have enough Tao, watch me. Then he released over 800 million Tao laws from within to bombard the Heavenly Tao. Among these, the strongest 3,000 Tao were also at the perfection level. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao felt it was at a disadvantage and did not dare to hold back, directly using its identity as the Heavenly Tao to control the power of the entire world to counterattack. The immense power of the world made Zang Luo's primordial infant feel as if it were sinking into a swamp. Moreover, its power was being overshadowed. Seeing this, Zang Luo's main body also rushed forward to attack the opponent. 6 Styles Reinforcement Finger Gun Sky piercing finger. Howling slash. The heavenly Tao, seeing the main body and primordial infant teaming up to attack, did not take it to heart and continued to manipulate the power of the world to block. Zang Luo was somewhat surprised. Is this the difference between a complete world and a broken world? In the Hongmeng era, even Hongjun manipulating the heavenly Tao did not significantly increase its strength. It seems that the heavenly Tao in this world did not destroy the world through continuous evolution and calamity like Hongjun did. Bang! Zang Luo's main body was knocked back by an invisible wave of energy. It seemed that even with the main body joining, its physical strength could not contend with the power of the entire world. Hancock, seeing this, also stepped forward to help. 6 styles reinforcement, shave, red lotus foot. Heavenly Tao, cage kill. Zang Luo also attacked again, but it was still of no use, instead consuming his own strength and mana. At this moment, Zang Luo sensed that the heavenly Tao had blocked the connection between him, Hancock, and the outside world. This meant he could no longer absorb spiritual energy to recover. Now, neither physical techniques nor laws could affect the opponent. Moreover, this was still a weak state of the heavenly Tao. If the opponent were at full strength, it would probably be enough to defeat them in an instant. While the 4 were in a stalemate, Zhuge Ning calculated the heavenly Tao's greatest weakness. That was the main body was not very strong, so he hurriedly informed Zang Luo. No wonder the opponent didn't fight us with their physical body, always manipulating the power of the world to counterattack. It turns out this was not to show off, but their only strongest move. Thinking of this, Zang Luo desperately sought ways to make attacks affect the opponent. However, the opponent's spatial laws were not inferior to Zang Luo's, making it difficult to hit. Taking advantage of the heavenly Tao being busy dealing with Zang Luo and Hancock, Zhuge Ning took out a compass golden needle and suddenly stabbed it into the spine behind the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was busy dealing with Zang Luo and Hancock, and didn't expect the one who had been calculating to sneak attack. It was caught off guard and had its largest meridian sealed. This caused its mana to stagnate somewhat, and Zang Luo and Hancock felt the restraints disappear, gaining the upper hand in combat. Zang Luo hurriedly asked Zhuge Ning, "What is going on? Why did a single golden needle cause such a huge loss in the opponent's combat power?" Zhuge Ning explained, "Although he is the heavenly Tao, once he takes form, he has a human body, which means he has human meridians. His physical body is the source of heaven and earth. Sealing his meridians also seals the source of heaven and earth. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth requires the opponent's meridians as assistance. So sealing the meridians will also affect the opponent's strength." Upon hearing this, Zang Luo thought of an idea. If I continue to destroy all his meridians, won't he become even weaker? Thinking this, Zang Luo took advantage of the opponent's weakened state and tentatively used the ability of the surgical fruit, discovering it could affect the heavenly Tao. He directly used the ability to cut and transfer the opponent's meridians. Soon, a large handful of tendons appeared in Zang Luo's hands. No, they were meridians. They were the meridians of the heavenly Tao. After Zang Luo stored these meridians in his storage space, the heavenly Tao immediately lost the sensation of its meridians. This left it stunned in place, in a state akin to a vegetable. Although it still had thoughts, it could not exert any strength. Seeing this, Zang Luo transferred the opponent's consciousness out, sealing in a small ball and storing it in the storage space. Then Zang Luo returned to primordial infant size and swallowed the heavenly Tao to begin assimilation, treating those meridian origins like noodles. Only then did Zang Luo finally let out a sigh of relief, thankful that he had brought the others along. Otherwise, he really couldn't have handled it alone. Half an hour later, Zang Luo's primordial infant had refined the heavenly Tao's origin, immediately giving him more perception of this world. However, without the memories of the heavenly Tao, he did not fully understand this world. Then, he copied a portion of the memories contained within the heavenly Tao's consciousness for his primordial infant to digest. After digesting these memories, he understood the origins of this world. This world was also born from chaos, similar to the cosmic origin encountered when Pangu opened sky, but the one Pangu encountered was stronger and larger. However, this world had not undergone external destruction. Rather, it had gradually evolved and grown from within, until it produced its own internal heaven and earth and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao gained self-awareness, it began to control the world and traverse the void, understanding much over countless years. Later, it forcefully transferred a city into the world, hoping they would develop their own world and promote its growth. At first, the speed of development of these humans greatly enhanced its power. But everything changed when that master of the opening heaven sword sect, Huangfu Bufan, appeared. That person was too monstrous and directly broke the limits of cultivation. At that time, this world could only support cultivators at the divine tribulation realm. But he comprehended the sword path and forcibly broke through to the divine extreme realm. Even if the opponent was so strong, if they fought fairly, the heavenly Tao could easily suppress Huangfu Bufan at any time. However, the heavenly Tao also didn't know when the other party would strike. The heavenly Tao was continuously cultivating and never expected Huangfu Bufan to draw his sword and split the heavens and the earth. The other party acted swiftly and unexpectedly, which left the heavenly Tao completely unprepared at that moment. Usually, the heavenly Tao spread its entire power around the world to provide a protective layer. Unless it was during battle, the power would not be mobilized. Therefore, being incapacitated by a single strike was quite normal, especially since Huangfu Bufan at that time was 2 or 3 major realms higher than Zang Luo's current combat power. At that moment, Huangfu Bufan drew his sword, swung it, and charged out in one go. After going out, he realized that the place he lived in was only a crystal the size of a fist. Afraid that he would not be able to find his way back in the future, he stored the crystal away. Moreover, the crystal looked fragile, and he always wanted to find something to give it protection until he encountered an opponent in the chaos and obtained a wordless stone tablet from him. After inquiring, he learned that this kind of thing was called the Burial Heaven Tablet and was made of the hardest material. He then refined the crystal into this Burial Heaven Tablet. Upon seeing these memories, Zang Luo realized that the tablet was originally called the Burial Heaven Tablet. The 2 lines of text on it, flower and fruit, 3 blessed lands. Water curtain cave, cave heaven, were also written by Huangfu Bufan using the sword path. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao was keeping an eye on the outside situation, hoping that Huangfu Bufan would be careless and allow it to escape with the world. Later, Huangfu Bufan encountered Pangu, and both had combative natures, leading to an inevitable battle. After a long fight, Pangu ultimately proved to be superior and struck down Huangfu Bufan with an axe. The heavenly Tao, inside the cave heaven tablet, was instantly excited upon seeing this. It felt that with Huangfu Bufan dead, it would surely find a way to escape. It then began to ponder how to break free from the Burial Heaven Tablet, only to discover that it seemed to be restricted by this tablet. It couldn't get out at all until Pangu discovered this stone tablet, which he eventually turned into a necklace, leaving the heavenly Tao utterly disheartened. Fearing that Pangu would discover its existence, it quickly hid its consciousness deep within the Earth's core. Pangu, upon realizing the vast space inside, treated it as a storage space for everyday rations. And so, until Pangu opened the heavens and fell, the Burial Heaven Tablet drifted to Flower and Fruit Mountain. After viewing these memories, it began to explore various parts of the world. It saw the Western Temple gathering the power of the entire sect to deal with Zang Luo, and also saw the Open Heaven Sword sect organizing a relocation. Coming back to itself, Zang Luo smiled. He was now the heavenly Tao. There was no longer any need to instigate a war in this world. He then checked the entire world's spatial area, discovering that the current primordial chaos was larger than 3 times its original area. Furthermore, the newly added spatial range was due to many small worlds he had previously merged, and those areas still had weak spatial integrity. Upon seeing this, Zang Luo directly took out those small worlds collected from the storage realm, selected the weaker ones, and then crushed and merged them into this world. As he checked the entire heavens and earth in his identity as the heavenly Tao, he found that this world indeed could grow infinitely. However, he noticed that this was merely a void expansion without the birth of star systems or planets. And the world he stood on was the only terrestrial planet. Feeling that it was somewhat too singular, he prepared to go out and ask Panga first. He then returned his Yuan to his body and prepared to take the two out. However, he discovered that he couldn't get out at all. What was going on? Why couldn't he get out? Hancock saw Zang Luo looking confused and asked, "What's wrong, husband? What can't you get out of?" He replied, "I can't leave this world, right?" The heavenly Tao's previous memories indicated that it couldn't get out. After explaining this to the two, Hancock found it somewhat amusing. "Husband, you've locked yourself in. What will we do in the future? Stay here." Zang Luo felt a bit anxious. There were still many things outside. What if he couldn't get out? Wasn't he just tying himself up? He immediately looked at Zhuge Ning for a solution. After thinking for a moment, Zhuge Ning said, "Then, Master, the reason the heavenly Tao can't leave is that it is the heavenly Tao, restricted by the burial heaven tablet. And since you have fused the heavenly Tao with your Yuan, can you leave without the Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Zang Luo immediately summoned his Yuan, then tried again with the two, and finally managed to get out. "Hey, I'm finally out. That scared me to death." Zhuge Ning felt the vastness of the primordial chaos and curiously remarked, "Is this the primordial world? It feels somewhat incomplete, but the great Tao is quite clear." Zang Luo replied, "Indeed, the heavenly Tao of this world, together with Hongjun, messed up the foundation of the world to prevent Pangu from being resurrected. It originally had infinite potential, but has been continuously suppressed and developed by Hongjun. With the onset of countless calamities, it is likely that in the future, it will become a world of the end of the law. The power of this world has been scattered into the starry sky, but various star systems and starry skies have developed well. This primordial world, as the original birthplace, is becoming weaker and weaker. Soon, the group arrived at Panga's location, and Zang Luo eagerly inquired, "Senior Pangu, my world has successfully merged, but my Yuan can't come out. What should I do now?" After hearing Zang Luo's description, Panga chuckled. "It seems that the tablet I picked up back then is quite an extraordinary item. It can actually restrict the heavenly Tao. Could it be the burial heaven tablet? But when I checked it at that time, it didn't look like what the rumors described." Zang Luo nodded. "It is indeed the burial heaven tablet. According to the previous heavenly Tao's experiences, that person named Huangpu Bufan did indeed refer to that thing as the burial heaven tablet." Panga nodded. "Then it's no surprise. The burial heaven tablet buries the heavenly Tao. It is specifically designed to imprison the heavenly Tao. However, since you have already refined it into your Yuan, and your Yuan has replaced the heavenly Tao, it wouldn't be strange for the burial heaven tablet to also confine your Yuan." Zang Luo said nervously, "Then what will happen if my Yuan can't come out in the future?" Panga smiled. "Why does your Yuan have to come out? The Yuan is the foundation of a cultivator. If your Yuan remains inside, it is actually safer. This way, others won't easily harm your Yuan. Even if your physical body and dantian are damaged, the burial heaven tablet inside will remain intact. It can also reshape your physical body through the burial heaven tablet. And if others want to enter, you can mobilize the power of the world to suppress them. The world of the burial heaven tablet is the most stable. It is difficult for others to break it, and moreover, the burial heaven tablet is not so easy to shatter, so your Yuan is even safer inside. You have placed the burial heaven tablet in your dantian, where your Yuan is, replacing the Yuan, and you have also given the Yuan a safe protective layer. Why worry so much?" Zang Luo felt somewhat unaccustomed to this. "Then, if I have a burial heaven tablet in my dantian, is that appropriate?" Pangu smiled. "A rare opportunity that cannot be sought. What is inappropriate about it? The body is also an inner world, and your inner world is even more secure with the protection of the burial heaven tablet. Moreover, it does not require mana control, making it more leisurely than other cultivators without too much worry. This is actually a good thing. Is it a good thing?" Zang Luo thought about how other people needed the power of their dantian to control their inner worlds. If they accidentally broke their qi seed during a battle, that world would explode, endangering their physical body. But his situation was different. Even if someone broke their dantian, the tomb of heaven wouldn't explode. So even with residual blood, he could continue to fight without the same level of danger as others. Thinking of this, he indeed found it to be a good thing. At this moment, Zang Luo reluctantly accepted it, but thinking about the tomb of heaven being in his dantian felt a bit strange. While Zang Luo was chatting with Pangu, Su Puyang from the heavenly court received secret news. He looked at the attendant and said, "Are you serious? Zang Luo has come out. Where is he?" The attendant replied, "Patriarch, he is right under Pangu's feet, with 3 people. 3 people? Which 3? The attendant continued, "Patriarch. One of them is the leader of the Yin-Yang Dao sect, and the other is Hancock, Zang Luo's partner." Su Puyang hesitated after hearing this. How did Zhuge Ning get mixed up with those people? What if he alerted them? At this moment, the leader of the Yuanling sect, like a compliant lackey, stood in front of him and flattered, "Patriarch, don't worry. His disciple is under our control, unless he doesn't care about his disciple's safety. Many of his disciples are inside, and once he knows they are trapped, I don't believe he won't take risks to go in." Su Puyang thought about it and found it reasonable. Moreover, based on the information gathered about Zang Luo, he believed that Zang Luo's character would not abandon his disciples. After coming to this conclusion, he firmed up his resolve for revenge and immediately sent someone to inform Zang Luo. He then arranged for all the clan elites to be ready for Zang Luo's arrival. On the other side, Zang Luo received a letter that simply stated that if he wanted his disciple to live, he should go to the North Sea. After reading it, Zang Luo was puzzled and used his spiritual sense to check. It turned out to be the work of the Medicine King clan. Zang Luo snorted coldly and threw the letter on the ground. Hancock glanced at the contents of the letter and said, "Husband, your disciples have been captured by them. What should we do? What else can we do? We will kill them all." Zang Luo said with a dark expression. Panga then reminded him, "They have set up a formation and have been preparing for a long time. You need to be cautious." Zang Luo nonchalantly replied, "It's just a formation. I haven't encountered a formation that can trap me yet." He didn't care at all and prepared to go rescue them. Hancock and Zhuge Ning also expressed their desire to go, so Zang Luo took the 3 of them directly to the North Sea. As soon as they arrived, the surrounding formation immediately activated, and Su Puyang laughed heartily. "Zang Luo, the little thief, you finally came. Are you ready to accept my wrath?" "Your wrath?" Zang Luo found it somewhat amusing. "What wrath do you have? Leaving you a life back then was the mercy granted by heaven. How dare you touch my disciples? Today, if I don't uproot your Medicine King clan, I'll write my name backward." Su Puyang laughed. "Then you should prepare to change your name." He then summoned the primordial yin-yang cauldron, which immediately merged into the eye of the great formation of the starry sky. Zang Luo was startled. He knew the primordial yin-yang cauldron was very powerful, and even with its built-in defensive power, he couldn't break through it. He didn't expect Su Puyang to use it as the eye of the formation. This way, the power of the great formation of the starry sky would be greatly enhanced. Could he still break this barrier? Seeing Zang Luo's dazed expression, Su Puyang sneered. "How is it? You have to admit what you said. You'll have to write your name backward, Luo Zang. Ha ha ha." Zang Luo pouted. "What I said was just to write it backward. We Earthlings like to write from right to left. I didn't say it wrong. Anyway, I didn't say to read it backward. What can you do about it?" Su Puyang was left speechless, took a deep breath, and continued with a cold smile. "I'm not going to waste words with you. Just don't expect to leave here alive today. Let us bury you with our fallen clansmen." At this moment, the great formation of the starry sky had gathered its attacking energy, aimed directly at the 3 people in the formation. The first to be unable to withstand the pressure was Zhuge Ning. His body was too weak to endure the immense power. He was crying out for help. "Master, please save me." Zang Luo enveloped him with a spatial force and then disdainfully said, "See, this is what it looks like to be a hindrance. Remember it?" Zhuge Ning retorted, "Master, you can't say that. Although my combat power is lacking, I calculated that there is no great danger this time. We will soon turn peril into safety." "I hope so," Zang Luo said, preparing to put both of them into the tomb of heaven. Hancock also struggled to hold on, but shook her head and refused. "Husband, let me stay with you." Zang Luo replied, "No need. I can handle them alone. They can't do anything to me. Although I can't get out, I'm not worried about their means." Hancock disagreed. She also sensed that it was very dangerous at that moment. "Husband, I rarely face such situations. I can't always stand behind you. Let us face it together." Zang Luo was defeated by Hancock's determination and nodded to let her stay. At this moment, countless attacks were striking towards Zang Luo and Hancock. If it weren't for using spatial force to redirect the attacks onto the surrounding formation, they would probably shatter the entire wilderness upon hitting the ground. The great formation of the starry sky was laid out by 360 cultivators at the divine passage realm. Such power was enough to contend with a full-circle cultivator at the divine extreme realm. Therefore, Zang Luo felt tremendous pressure, dealing with the surrounding attacks while also checking on Hancock's condition, blocking some attacks for her when necessary. Currently, his nascent soul was trapped inside the tomb of heaven and couldn't be summoned, making it impossible to use the nascent soul to fight. He could only rely on his powerful physique and the laws of the great Tao to battle. Fortunately, his spatial ability could redirect most attacks, providing him with a means of self-protection. However, the primordial yin-yang cauldron was truly strange, preventing his spatial abilities from redirecting outside. Just as Zang Luo was pondering what to do, a voice came from below the North Sea Eye. "Master, mistress, you're here. Don't fight them head-on. Come down quickly." Zang Luo turned around and saw. "Immonai, why are you here? Didn't I say many disciples were captured? Where are the others?" Immonai pointed to the passage below and said, "Master, you don't need to worry. We weren't captured. Don't waste time fighting them. Come down quickly." Although Zang Luo was puzzled, he still trusted his disciple. He blocked a few attacks and then took Hancock, heading deeper into the CEI. Upon arriving below, he saw Yang Jian and the howling celestial dog were also there. "Why are all of you here? What's going on?" Yang Jian said, "Master, I was discussing the use of the heavenly eye with senior sister Violet when I discovered a formation passage deep in the CEI. After the other junior brothers learned about it, they all prepared to explore further. When we returned to the past and discovered that the other side was a new small world, we stayed there for a long time, afraid that too much time had passed and everyone might worry. We came back to inform Master, but unexpectedly, before we could leave. We got stuck here and couldn't get out. However, when we heard they were specifically targeting you, Master, we knew you would come, so the three of us waited here." Upon hearing this, Zang Luo was taken aback. If there were passages to other worlds in the Hongmeng, who created them? Did Hongju know about it back then? However, recalling how his divine sense had previously probed down and found nothing but an endless abyss, he realized it wasn't as deep as it seemed. This shows that the abyss can confuse divine sense perception. But the passage below connects to another world. How was it created? Didn't it attract the attention of the Hongmeng cultivators? Zang Luo asked, "What kind of world is it?" Yang Jian replied, "It's the North Xian world, where there is a powerful being called the North Xian Emperor, who is at the peak of the immortal punishment realm and is much weaker than us. Not long after we arrived, we easily dealt with them." Zang Luo smiled upon hearing this. If even a disciple could handle that world, could it still be considered an immortal realm? Zang Luo then asked, "How far is this world from Hongmeng?" Yang Jian shook his head. "I don't know, Master. Do we need to find our way back from that world?" "Of course, we need to find a way back. Revenge is a must." Zang Luo didn't explain further. "We'll talk about it later. Let's go over first, investigate the situation, and then decide." Zang Luo and Hancock followed their disciple to the entrance of the spatial passage. Upon stepping in, they felt the space transporting them. It turned out to be a teleportation passage. Soon, their vision brightened. They appeared within a formation. Zang Luo found that it was indeed a brand new world, completely unrelated to Hongmeng, and it had its own heavenly Tao order. Moreover, this world was mostly intact and had not suffered significant destruction, so it was very sustainable. Zang Luo's divine sense began to probe this world and found that several other disciples were in the Shenhun sect. The Shenhun sect was the most powerful force in this world and could be considered the ruling power of this realm. The disciples were wandering around that sect, and when Zang Luo and the others appeared before them, the group of disciples immediately got excited and greeted them. "Master, you finally came. Quickly give me the potion." "Baby," Five said hurriedly. Zang Luo was displeased. "Is my role just to give you potions?" "No, Master. Your senior brothers and sisters are much stronger than me. Can't you give me a little boost? We came here for a reason and promised to give others a few potions. Besides, we need to cultivate too." Zang Luo casually replied, "You can cultivate on your own. Don't you know that a teacher leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to you?" "But Master, Didn't you bring these resources specifically to help everyone improve? If you don't help us, next time we go out and get beaten up, it'll still be your face that gets lost. Zang Luo felt this reasoning was quite good. However, Baby 5 was indeed the weakest among the disciples right now. Yet, her physique was second only to Zang Luo and Hancock. After chatting with the disciples, Zang Luo learned about the details of this world. It turned out that the Xuanwu did not die at all. As a being transformed from Panga's skull, although it couldn't take shape initially, as a member of the Xuanwu clan, it was naturally adept at prediction. Even Hong Jun relied on the creation jade butterfly to gain such predictive abilities. The Xuanwu had foreseen its own death tribulation, so it had been digging in the North Sea. After reaching the deepest part of the sea and finding it unsafe, it prepared to leave the Hongmeng world. However, due to being transformed from Pangu's skull, the connection was too great, making it impossible to leave Hongmeng. Even the spatial patterns on its shell couldn't traverse the void, feeling as if it was restricted by Hongmeng. Later, it thought of the method of shedding its shell, leaving its original body here as a clone. After shedding its original body, it could finally take shape. It recarved the spatial patterns on its shell at the seabed and was finally able to leave. Later, it arrived in this world and quickly dominated it, establishing the Xuanwu sect. However, by then, the Xuanwu ancestor had long since left, and the current sect leader was the 8th. The records in the Zongjing Pavilion introduced all of this. Zang Luo sighed, feeling his disciples were lucky. If they had encountered the Xuanwu ancestor, they would probably have been suppressed. That being was known for its defense and was the closest to Panga's head hardness. It wasn't something ordinary people could break through. Now, the strongest in this world was still below the Yinji realm and lacked the strength to become a saint, making them as weak as ants. No wonder the disciples could dominate in this world. Zang Luo found such a world somewhat uninteresting, lacking challenge. However, he thought that his internal world could fuse and grow stronger. Still, he carefully probed the world to see if there were branches of the Xianshang house. After all, the Xianshang house was someone else's force, and he didn't want his internal world to fall into an uncontrollable power. However, what Zang Luo wanted to do most now was to return to Hongmeng and beat people up. He immediately took out the spiritual brain to locate his position. From the star map, he discovered that this place was still some distance from Hongmeng. Based on his speed, it would take about half a month to get there, and he didn't know if anyone would still be waiting over there. But whether they waited or not didn't matter, as long as he returned to Hongmeng. He could easily suppress them using ambushes or targeted attacks. After remembering the way back, Zang Luo shared his plan with his disciples. Master wants to integrate this world into your internal world. Great. Then we can cultivate and become stronger inside. Master, does this mean we can always stay by your side in the future? Zang Luo replied impatiently, stay by my side all the time, like little birds in a greenhouse. You're meant to go out and experience the world on your own. However, once I integrate this world, the level of my internal world will rise another notch. By then, it won't be a problem for you to reach the divine extreme realm, so staying by my side for a few thousand years is also fine. After saying this, Zang Luo didn't delay further and flew up, breaking through the atmosphere of this world. Looking at the spherical world before him, he released his powerful spatial abilities without hesitation, directly enveloping the entire world. With a thought, he transferred it into his funeral sky tablet. At this moment, the heavenly Tao consciousness of the North Xian world had already sensed something was wrong. Although it was very weak, it knew this was not a good sign. At the very least, it had cut off its evolutionary path. Seeing the heavenly Tao while resisting him, Zang Luo, already somewhat angry, directly used his Yuan Ying to devour the opponent's will. From then on, in this space, no matter how many worlds there was only one heavenly Tao, and that was his Yuan Ying. Inside the funeral sky tablet, Zang Luo's Yuan Ying controlled the North Xian world, connecting to a location not far from the original world. At this moment, Zang Luo's internal world already had 2 planets. This made Zang Luo feel a bit excited. As he continued to devour and accommodate more stars, his internal world would infinitely expand. Meanwhile, many powerful cultivators in the North Xian world also sensed something unusual. The previous fluctuations of magical power made them unable to resist, and then they felt that the heavens and earth had changed. especially those who enjoy observing the stars or practicing their techniques with the power of the stars, suddenly found that the stars they once absorbed the power from had disappeared. Instead, unfamiliar stars and an unfamiliar void appeared. In the distant void, they could only see one star, the only star, which left them feeling puzzled. The disciples of Zang Luo also spread this news, and the cultivators of the northern Xian world were shocked upon hearing it. What kind of divine power could actually take an entire world away? This made their minds feel utterly unconfident. They heard that the cultivators on that star could cultivate up to the divine extreme realm, surpassing the 10 major levels of their current northern Xian world. Many were excited and eager to go find new powerful techniques. Zang Luo did not concern himself with the situation here. Each cultivator had their own opportunities and developments, and he did not need to interfere too much. He used his spirit brain to navigate and began to continuously shift toward the primordial chaos. Soon, when he descended into the primordial chaos, he started to conceal himself in the void. He discovered that the people from the Medicine King family were still maintaining the formation at the North Sea. Zang Luo found himself in a bit of a dilemma upon seeing the great array of the Zhou stars. The formation was being maintained, and he cannot break through it. With the support of the great array, these small minions were quite formidable. Moreover, with the presence of the terrifying primordial yin-yang cauldron, he felt he had no confidence to act here. Suddenly, he thought of a plan to go to the heavenly court to cause destruction. With this in mind, he swiftly left and arrived at the heavenly court, where he began to smash and destroy things. He did not kill excessively at first, hoping to have more people report the news. Just as Zang Luo anticipated, Su Puyang was furious upon hearing that the enemy had escaped and was attacking his stronghold. There were many resources hoarded by his family in the heavenly court, and without time to think, he quickly ordered a return for rescue. At the same time, Su Puyang began to speculate on how they managed to escape. Could there be another passageway beneath the North Sea? He turned to ask the head of the Yuan Ling sect. Qiu Yin was also confused. I don't know, Patriarch. The disciples we sent were only inquiring with the cultivator waiting outside the CEI. They only knew it was a bottomless cave and did not investigate further. The disciples have been guarding here and did not continue to probe. Su Puyang looked at Qiu Yun as if he were an idiot, then quickly led his family away. As they hurried back to the heavenly court, Zang Luo sensed their return and concealed himself in the void once again. Upon returning, Su Puyang saw the ruins and the fallen members of his family, infuriating him to the point of almost exploding. Zang Luo, you shameless little man. If you have the ability, come out. Hiding like a turtle, don't let me look down on you. You want revenge, right? I want revenge too. Let us have a showdown. After a long time, no movement was detected despite Su Puyang's curses and provocations. He speculated that the other party feared his primordial yin-yang cauldron and the great array of the Zhou stars. With this thought, his resolve for revenge became even stronger. He swore he would find a chance to eliminate Zang Luo. When he arrived at the treasury and found it had already been emptied, he was so enraged that he smashed the treasury door to smithereens. That was the accumulation of resources from the Medicine King family over many years. Even the 100 peach trees they reclaimed were not enough for their family's expenses. Moreover, the fruits on the trees had mostly been spoiled by the disciples of the Yuan Ling sect. Now that the resources for alchemy were gone, their family's development would inevitably be greatly affected. Besides the limited resources on each disciple, they had no other resources to draw upon. This way, their family could not hold out for long, and they needed to think of a way to quickly strengthen their power. They could not rely solely on this clan-protecting artifact to show off. When he glanced at Qiu Yun, he suddenly felt ruthless. He decided to confiscate all the resources of the Yuan Ling sect. At least that would allow them to hold out for a while longer. While Su Puyang was contemplating this, Zang Luo directly used the ability of the surgical fruit to launch a surprise attack. Room Soul Exchange. Zang Luo directly swapped Su Puyang's soul with that of a nearby servant. At this moment, both were not quite accustomed to their bodies. Zang Luo then used his ability to move the primordial yin-yang cauldron into his hands and quickly placed it inside the tombstone of heaven. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Su Puyang had not expected Zang Luo to be hiding nearby and to launch a sneak attack. It was only then that Su Puyang realized what was happening and hurriedly tried to control his techniques, but he had already lost contact. Then he made the servant use his blood to summon. The servant was confused at first, but upon hearing that he needed to summon the primordial yin-yang cauldron, he had no clue how to do so. However, Zang Luo did not know what other means the servant might have, so he decided to destroy Su Puyang's physical body first. 6 Styles Enhancement Shave Storm. The servant saw the attack coming and hurriedly used his best technique to defend. Dan Ling, 6 Harmonies Kill. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the servant was stunned again. Right, this is the Patriarch's body. But hasn't he, the Patriarch, practiced this most basic technique? He had no idea that Su Puyang looked down on such low-level techniques and had never bothered to cultivate them. This caused the servant to be unable to control his original magical power, feeling very restless. Before he could think about how to dodge, the force of a kick struck him. Zang Luo was surprised. Was the physical body this weak? But thinking that this body was not the Patriarch himself, it made sense that it could not withstand his attack due to insufficient control over magical power. Zang Luo did not delay and quickly vanished again. 6 Styles Enhancement Paper Drawing Butterfly Dance. 6 Styles Enhancement Storm Foot Shadow Judgment. Bang! By the time the physical body exploded, Su Puyang still had not adapted to his new body. At this moment, Zang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest concern was that the other party's true body would summon the primordial yin-yang cauldron, which he both loved and hated. The places guarded by this treasure were ones he could not contend with. Now it was time for slaughter. Zang Luo slowly drew out the ghost cry, and with the powerful wave of magical power, he immediately attracted the attention of many people from a distance. Those who saw the source of the power realized that this was the enemy the family was targeting. Before anyone could shout, they rushed forward one after another. The second elder of the Medicine King family ordered the cultivators of the Yuan Ling sect to prepare to move forward. At the same time, he instructed the elite clan members to set up the great array of the Zhou Tian stars once again. Zang Luo ignored those setting up the array and began his slaughter from the nearest group of people, continuously wielding his knife, while also occasionally unleashing enhanced techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. One by one, people were either sent flying or exploded. At this time, the great array of the Zhou Tian stars was completed, and a beam of star power shot towards Zang Luo. Room Spatial Exile. With a casual wave, Zang Luo redirected this attack to an unknown location. Haha, without the support of the primordial yin-yang cauldron, your power has weakened by several times. The second elder, seeing that even the full power strike of the formation could not affect the opponent, quickly called for the Patriarch. Patriarch, quickly bring out the artifact to help. Patriarch, where have you been? Come out, Patriarch. The second elder shouted for a long time, and a sweating servant disciple from a distance struggled to get up and said, "It's me. I was switched bodies by a strange ability, and the treasure was taken away." What? The second elder was so scared that he kept retreating. Their family's trump card has been taken away. How can they respond now? Zang Luo looked at the terrified faces of those people, feeling quite delighted. He smirked and said, "Let's continue. The slaughter feast. First move, Shadow Splitter Kill. Sixth move, Extreme Dark Thunder Kill." The second elder was so frightened that he quickly called for the clan members to resist with all their might. Hurry up and strike. Block the attacks. Third move, Ruthless Blade Kill. I quit. I want to go out alone. Isn't this like a live target? I quit too. Who wants to control this broken formation? As Zang Luo advanced, wherever he passed, there were corpses everywhere, all killed by the ghost cry. With the penetrating power of chaotic level techniques, he ignored the defenses of ordinary Dao laws. Unless the opponent's Dao law level was very high, those low-level cultivators in the divine source realm retreated in fear. They didn't dare to move forward. Even those in the divine path realm couldn't withstand a single strike. Why would they seek death? But Zang Luo didn't care whether they moved forward or not. He wasn't planning to let a single one go. All those who had specifically targeted him were enemies. To prevent these people from escaping, his fruit abilities were constantly released, with various rules of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appearing randomly. This dazzling array of attacks also dealt significant damage to those low-level cultivators. At this moment, it felt like he was possessed killing anyone he saw. He had been numb from the overwhelming killing intent, and then it jolted him back to consciousness again. After more than 10 minutes, the heavenly court was left with nothing but a ground full of corpses. Zang Luo looked at the sea of corpses and the half-dead patriarch. The opponent was also relying on a strong divine soul to hold on. Although his body was that of a servant disciple, his divine power could not be exerted much. But he hoped to see the outcome of his clansmen, hoping that some could escape. But the result was very disappointing. He watched his family perish and felt deep regret. If he had known such a disaster would come, he would have just lived a stable life. Why seek death like this? He self-deprecatingly laughed a few times and then took his last breath, dying completely. Zang Luo looked at the corpses of 70 to 80,000 people and felt uncomfortable. He rarely killed, especially so many people. He numbly walked outside and soon reached Panga's side. "What's wrong, young friend? Not adapting well." Zang Luo nodded. "I've only killed a few people at most, but this time it was 70 to 80,000, and I almost lost my sanity halfway through." Panga smiled and said, "It seems your experience is lacking. You need to continue to work hard. The more you experience, the better. Learn to slowly control your thinking in the future. Don't let your thoughts be controlled by killing intent. If you're completely controlled by killing intent, you'll lose your reason and become no different from a killing machine. Truly controlled killing is the purest path of slaughter. A cultivator must remain clear-headed at all times. So if you want to break free from your previous situation, you need to experience more, have more opponents, and engage in more slaughter." Zang Luo felt somewhat resistant after hearing this. "But I really don't like killing. My purpose in getting stronger is to protect the important people around me. And I, nurturing so many disciples and subordinates, hope they can solve these problems for me." Panga laughed. "Is this an escape from thinking? If that's the case, when you return to the reincarnation universe, you won't be able to withstand the enemy's tests, and it will only add to your family sorrow." Zang Luo pondered after hearing this. Yes, not only for the people around him, but he also needed powerful means to live for himself and not give his family a chance to be sad. Taking a few deep breaths, he barely calmed the discomfort in his heart. Then he changed the subject and asked, "Senior, I can't summon my nascent soul to fight, which means I've lost some means." Pangu said, somewhat exasperated, "How did you become so strong before? Have you stopped thinking at all? If you keep asking every time there's a problem without thinking for yourself, it will only cause your wisdom to gradually decline. But this time, let me tell you, the hardness of your burial heaven monument can be used to smash people. Just like the patriarch you wiped out before, who used a pill furnace to kill many enemies." A pill furnace to smash people? After hearing this, Zang Luo took out the primordial yin-yang cauldron. "Senior, what specific level is this treasure?" Panga glanced and said, "Low-grade chaos spirit treasure, 1 grade lower than my axe, but still quite good." Then Zang Luo took out his golden bell. "Senior, this is my continuously fused and upgraded golden bell, just like my ghost cry. It has already been upgraded from a mortal weapon to close to artifact level. Can it be fused into this pill furnace?" Pangu immediately stopped him. "Don't you dare. Your pill furnace was not refined, but formed automatically when the universe was born. This kind of natural treasure is forged with the essence of heaven and earth, and it grows by melding with heaven and earth, not by fusing with other weapons. Moreover, you plan to fuse this golden bell into a causal weapon, right? That makes it even less acceptable for these causal influences to affect the pill furnace. Otherwise, it will cause the pill furnace to evolve in an unknown direction. If it evolves in a good direction, that's fine, but if it goes in a bad direction, it will lower the quality of the pill furnace. So there are so many intricacies. It's good that I didn't fuse them." Originally, Zang Luo had planned to fuse the golden bell into the pill furnace for indirect refining and hoped to take advantage of it, but it turned out to be unfeasible. Since that's the case, it's better to refine it properly. "By the way, Senior, I see your body has become very solid. How long until you can recover to your peak state?" Panga was also quite satisfied with this situation. He didn't expect that the bloodlines cultivated by those devices had no losses at all, and were completely like his own innate blood. However, looking solid now only means that internally there's still a lot of bone and flesh that needs to be evolved and filled. Soon at this rate, it won't take a year to recover. Zang Luo nodded. "Good. After a year, I will accompany you back, senior. Seeing Pangu agree, Zang Luo went into seclusion in the palace. He planned to return with Pangu, saving him from running around like a headless fly, wasting time. Zang Luo arrived in the secret room and first entered the Burial Heaven Monument to check in with Hancock to assure her he was safe, not going into detail about some situations to avoid worrying her. Hancock, however, mysteriously brought over a spiritual brain. Husband, look at this. Zang Luo took it and saw it was a short video titled Chaos Cultivator's Battle for 3 Days and Nights, and he clicked to watch. He saw two people whose styles didn't look like they belonged to the universe Zang Luo was in. One used a long spear, and the other used a giant sword. However, they did not engage in close combat with their weapons. The weapons were only used to manipulate the Tao for battle. From the fighting footage, their close combat skills were very weak, even worse than Zang Luo's. However, the other party's greatest ability is that the Great Tao has already materialized, which is completely different from Zang Luo and his subordinates. The strongest Great Tao here has only reached the perfect level, and it is merely a phantom, with no materialization at all. Xiaoya, what exactly is their materialization of the Great Tao? Hancock said proudly, that's the next stage of the Great Tao, materialization. So husband, let us quickly awaken the Great Tao to the next realm, and we can be as powerful as them. Zang Luo couldn't believe it. Can it continue to awaken? He thought reaching the Great Tao level was the final form of the laws, but he didn't expect his vision was too narrow. Xiaoya, how do you know this? Of course, I often browse the spiritual brain and found out about it. The last time I saw this video, I kept searching for related information, which is how I learned about the subsequent path of Great Tao advancement. So, husband, we still have a long way to go to become stronger. The subsequent materialization is only the initial stage. There is also the metallization after materialization, which is like metal, just like golden light. This is currently the strongest level of the Great Tao found. So far, I found that a total of 7 people have reached this city, with Xiantian and the Reincarnation Venerable at the forefront. After hearing this, Zang Luo quickly picked up the spiritual brain to check again. After a while, he finally knew how to quickly enhance his strength. If he disregarded the cultivation of magical power, he would slowly become like his father, approaching a physical cultivation type. However, at the current realm, he could no longer be considered purely physical cultivation, as the combat methods of the Great Tao laws had already compensated for the remote attacks of physical cultivation. He originally planned to return to consolidate his strength and continue to take Hancock to train in the Chaos Void. Since the Great Tao can continue to awaken new levels, he would take a lot of potions. Haha, I used to think that Xiaoya playing with the spiritual brain for a long time would lead to losing ambition, but I didn't expect such a great discovery. Hancock wrinkled her nose and said, I'm not just playing. Most of my time is spent analyzing different worlds' cultivation methods and understanding what I don't know. Then, Zang Luo divided half of the more than 2,000 devices in the storage realm to produce the Great Tao potions separately. Meanwhile, Zang Luo also integrated new laws to increase the number of laws. Just like this, half a year passed. One day, Zang Luo tested the potions in the warehouse. Using the Great Tao potion to awaken to materialization requires 100,000 doses. If using the Law potion to awaken, it requires 10 million doses. After obtaining this data, it felt like the resource consumption was terrifying. In this way, materializing the Great Tao could not be widely popularized. Currently, the number of people under Zang Luo is too many, but their salaries were previously set, and he couldn't raise their benefits too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to supply them. Hancock, seeing that Zang Luo had awakened 2 Great Taos, excitedly said, Husband, quickly show me the Great Tao. Is it materialized? Zang Luo nodded and then released his original Great Tao, which is the Great Tao of the surgical fruit. Room. Hancock saw this transparent, small sphere of materialization and immediately touched it. It felt just like the real thing. So amazing, it really can materialize. Husband, how much stronger do you feel? Well, it has roughly increased by 1,000 times. The difference between the real and the illusory is hard to describe. You can think of the previous law phantom as light, while now it is a physical object that can block light. The difference is huge. Then, Zang Luo changed his moves again. Room scalpel. As expected, It is a materialized object, as he envisioned. Previously, using the scalpel was shadowless and formless, completely invisible. Now he could see the transparent scalpel. Then, Zang Luo released the flame, Tao, awakened by the great Tao potion. Crystallized fire appeared out of thin air. This was different from the illusory fire. It felt like purified magma. So beautiful, husband, I want to improve too. All right, let us start mass production immediately. Then, Zang Luo sold 1 billion law potions through them all, and in return, he obtained 5,000 devices. He also replaced himself with the best spiritual brain and gave each of his disciples an ordinary spiritual brain, with the supply of a large number of devices. Zang Luo and Hancock only took a little over 4 months to materialize more than 10,000 great Taos. Hancock's all merged under the sweet fruit, awakening it to nearly complete spatial attributes. The completeness of the attributes here and the current strength are two different matters. Even if they merge 7 or 800 million laws, allowing their original Great Tao to surpass the spatial Great Tao by a lot, it still couldn't replace the spatial Great Tao, as they were fundamentally different. Even if they continuously broke through to a stronger form, it would still be the same. Zang Luo had not found the great master Yang Mei in the time, so he lacked the complete spatial and temporal attributes. If he were to slowly comprehend these two great Taos, he wouldn't have that kind of patience. At this moment, Zang Luo looked at Hancock, constantly reminding himself to stay calm. He really couldn't help but want to rush forward. Hancock's second major great Tao is the nine-tailed fox animal system, which combined with the sweet fruit is truly tempting. Xiaoya, now that you are so charming, will it be troublesome to go out in the future? Hancock nonchalantly said, those weaker than me will be mesmerized at first glance. They won't wake up without spending some time. Those who can barely compete with me won't easily cause trouble. As for those stronger than me, then I need husband to protect me. Upon hearing this, Zang Luo thought, isn't this just attracting powerful enemies for himself? However, he didn't worry too much. According to what he learned from the spiritual brain in this universe, apart from Xiantian, the master of the Xian Commerce House, who downloaded the great Tao into his body through the creation jade butterfly, there hasn't been anyone else who has such an advantage, so he wouldn't be afraid of many people when he goes out. Even the upper echelons of the Xian Commerce House hadn't downloaded that many materialized great Taos. He wasn't worried at all about such cultivators. Then, Zang Luo purchased another batch of devices, adjusted them, and then took out the burial sky tablet. Pangu sensed Zang Luo's strength and was also surprised. Little friend, how come your improvement speed is so fast? Have you surpassed me? What? Senior, you say I have surpassed you. How so? Seeing that Zang Luo still didn't understand the situation, Pangu displayed his great Tao strength. The materialized great Tao was placed in front of Zang Luo. After watching, Zang Luo seemed to understand. What the senior meant was that I have also reached this level, right? Not only that, I feel that your means are not limited to this. This is self-awareness. After hearing this, Zang Luo evolved more than 10,000 materialized great Taos. Pangu went completely silent. Back in my day, I went through countless hardships and fused thousands of great Tao laws to materialize a single great Tao of strength. Yet you, in less than a year, have materialized over 10,000. I am no match for you at all. Is this really the same person who was affected by killing people half a year ago? How did you do it? Zang Luo pointed to the devices under Pangu's feet. It's the potions made by this kind of device. Just refine a lot. Simple, right? Simple, you say? Pangu seemed to have been stabbed again. He took a deep breath and solemnly reminded, little friend, this secret is too terrifying. It can easily attract people's attention, and it will bring many strong ones. Zang Luo didn't care and said, I have already purchased a large number of devices to speed up production. In less than a month, I can train my dozen or so disciples into super fighters. Pangu immediately realized that the other party's disciple would soon surpass his own strength. After all, he could navigate through chaos alone. So what danger could there be with someone leading a group stronger than himself? Pangu was also tempted by the method of enhancement, but felt embarrassed to bring it up. Zang Luo, unaware of Pangu's thoughts, was eager to find the missing paths in the primordial chaos. Senior, do you know Yang Mei, Shurchun, and the causal demon god? Yang Mei is the space demon god, and Shi Chun is the time demon god. Pangu shook his head. After they escaped back then, I lost track of them. They came to the primordial chaos after my fall, but my consciousness couldn't sense far at that time. Zang Luo sighed. What's wrong, young friend? I'm trying to collect the essence blood of the 3,000 demon gods to refine the 3,000 paths, but I'm missing a few of them. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. If they're not in this universe, they can be found in other universes. Besides, you can reward others to help you find them. Zang Luo felt enlightened by this and forgot about posting tasks. Why do you have to find these few hiding demon gods himself? He then took out his spiritual brain and began editing the task content. He offered a reward for a complete time or space path, using the 10 paths of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, snow, darkness, light, and thunder as potions. After the task was posted, users triggered by the keywords related to the path potions gathered to observe. Most were just watching, asking about exchanges with other paths, and none had what he wanted. After a few hours, when Zang Luo felt hopeless, he received a message from the Shenhun Mansion's customer service. He initially thought it was about something else, but it turned out that someone from the management was willing to make a purchase. However, the compensation offered was a path download quota. Zang Luo was a bit puzzled and, after inquiring, learned that the big shot Tian provided an additional way to enhance the strength of those who contributed, which was also rewarding paths. It was quite similar to his own situation. However, their situation was a bit more complicated. They only had one creation jade disc, which was privately owned by Tian. It was rewarded to subordinates once every 1,000 years. The principle was simple. The creation jade disc stored countless paths, and cultivators would continuously copy the paths they needed into their bodies. This was different from copying computer files, where duplicates would either replace or rename. However, the laws of paths are different. They continuously stack until they break through. Zang Luo clarified that one opportunity meant downloading one complete path. It could also be divided into 10 shares, allowing for the selection of different path portions. Zang Luo didn't think too much and immediately agreed to the transaction. Soon, the other party sent another message, indicating that their colleague was also willing to exchange quotas. Zang Luo didn't refuse. However, in this exchange, the other party was definitely gaining. A single quota could only download one path, while he exchanged for 10 path potions, equivalent to gaining 9 times. If he sold the ones that didn't fit his attributes to others, they could continue to exchange for quotas and quickly become stronger and stand out. Truly, the Shenhun Mansion had business opportunities everywhere. However, the transaction location was at their headquarters, which was quite far from here. Zang Luo, feeling his timid nature, was a bit worried. After all, one must be cautious of others. When one can bring great benefits to others, there's no telling when someone might take risks. Thinking of this made him feel that his current strength was not secure. So he explained the situation to Pangu. Senior, with my strength, going to the Shenhun Mansion feels unsafe. I might become a guinea pig. I plan to metalize some paths and then go, which will take me over half a year. Can you wait for me? Pangu nodded. I still have a month to recover. And I'll also adapt to my new body then. I can wait, but can you also enhance me? No problem, Senior. What path do you need? I don't need any others. I just need the path of strength to reach the level of metallization. I'll focus on one path. Zang Luo nodded and didn't mind. Focusing on one path was great for a struggling cultivator, but it limited those who had advantages. Although one path being materialized could reach Tian's level, there were countless paths that could counter it. So, focusing on one path was still too singular. After returning, Zang Luo continued to exchange equipment, this time in larger quantities. Including previous amounts, there were a total of 1 million units, with 900,000 producing path potions and the remaining 100,000 producing law potions. This scale of production kept the Divine Guard army busy, transporting raw materials every day. Recently, Zang Luo also continued to improve everyone's treatment, raising it from 10 to 20 potions per month. This meant that a Divine Guard could work for over 200 years and at least reach the level of a reincarnation venerable. Although their combat power couldn't be compared. Reaching that level meant endless lifespan. Zang Luo and Hancock then focused on enhancing the levels of the paths, planning every detail. Meanwhile, Zang Luo's disciples were also given open supply of potions, hoping they would quickly improve. As for the 10,000 strength paths that Pangu wanted, Zang Luo didn't bother with them. He wanted to see what face Pangu would have to show in front of his disciples after concentrating on his unique cultivation. This time, with the open supply of potions, the disciples basically disregarded the cultivation of their magical powers. Everyone was competing to see who could refine faster and achieve higher levels. As a result, Leo was the first to metalize a path, already reaching Pangu's level. This made Enelu furious. "Little Leo, that's not fair. Your magical power is inherently stronger than everyone else's, so of course, your refining speed is the fastest." However, while Enelu was distracted, Perona also metalized the ghost path, able to summon a ghost shimmering with golden light at any time. "Haha, the ghost I created is too dazzling. It won't even be called a ghost anymore." Leo quickly reminded Enelu, "Come on, big brother, hurry up and refine the potion, or you'll be called a junior." Enelu pouted. He didn't care about that title. Although the master used this method to motivate everyone to improve their strength, some still didn't mind. 6 months later, Zang Luo and Hancock also emerged from their seclusion. Before leaving, they reviewed the essential duties between partners. This time, they exceeded their original plan, with Zang Luo having metalized 26,000 paths, capable of forming countless barriers to defend himself. Apart from still being unfamiliar with the combat methods of these materialized paths, his strength was already ahead of 99% of the cultivators in the universe. Hancock, however, had much lower magical power, only 14,000. When they came out, they found that all the disciples had also nearly materialized thousands of paths, which surprised him. Although the disciples' cultivation was similar to his current level, the level of their techniques was vastly different, and he hadn't expected them to improve by thousands. Originally thinking that one person materializing one path would be enough to show off, he didn't expect them to be so impressive. If he didn't go out and show off, it would be a disservice to his identity as a master. "Greetings, master and mistress." X16 Zang Luo casually nodded. "Not bad, all of you. With your current strength, you can go out and show off. Once you're familiar with combat methods, you'll be able to handle most opponents. I am also preparing to open this universe and to go through the cycle of the universe. What are your plans?" Hearing that the master is leaving this universe, everyone felt a bit unaccustomed. Zang Luo asked this out of concern that someone might not be willing to wander around. Baby 5 stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve with a look of grievance. "I will follow the master." Then, others also expressed their intention to follow along. Zang Luo nodded. "All right. Let's go out and see how Senior Pangu is cultivating." Zang Luo led the dozen or so people out of the burial heaven monument, and they felt the weakness of the primordial chaos. Now, everyone's realm could directly sense that the primordial chaos was entering its later stage. Zang Luo initially planned to keep the primordial chaos, but now he felt that integrating it into his inner world would be the best solution. However, he did not intend to merge it into his own world. He looked at Pangu and asked, "Senior, can we leave?" Pangu nodded. "You could have left long ago." "All right, I want to take this primordial chaos with me." After hearing this, Pangu stretched out his massive hand into the void and quickly grabbed several sanctified places from the chaos. These were also cut off by the saints and would enhance some qualities when integrated into the primordial chaos. Then, everyone left the primordial chaos and arrived in the chaotic void. Feng Klai looked around. "This is my first time in the chaos. I came here last time while chasing Hong Jun," Ace said. Bellamy also spoke up. "Last time I was chased by the guide, I passed through the chaos too. There is nothing good about this chaos. It's all like this, even more boring than the ocean." Sun Wukong asked, "Weren't you a pirate before? Why do you find the ocean boring?" "Who said I was a real pirate? I just joined Doflamingo's forces for a while, and I spent very little time at sea. By the way, where is Doflamingo?" The other pirates who came from different worlds shook their heads. They hadn't seen him since they separated after coming over. And Huang Yuan and Nami are also missing, along with the 6 streamers and Wei Xin Yuan. Huang Yuan and Nami are hard to find. But what happened to those streamers? They weren't killed, were they? They all have a huge harem. I estimate they might have been drained to death. After Zang Luo and everyone arrived in the chaos, He began to use spatial power to envelop the entire primordial chaos and prepare to compress the space. Looking at the 4 continents and the 33 heavens gradually shrinking, Zang Luo increased the spatial power. What is going on with Beijun Luzhou? Why can't that place shrink? Hearing the master's confusion, the disciples chatting nearby looked over. Master, that is a branch of the Xianshang mansion. Perona said, a branch of the Xianshang mansion? That makes sense. Xianshang mansion has branches in all worlds, so it's understandable that they would have a presence in the primordial chaos. Zang Luo then used the ability of the surgical fruit to move the branch to a spot not far from the chaos. Hey, where's my territory and my customers? Yushan, he exclaimed as he burst out of the store in surprise. He was originally lying dead in the shop and sensed the space compression, thinking someone was using a spatial artifact to absorb this world. So he activated the store's protective formation to expand the space. Unexpectedly, they didn't T1 him and brought him out instead. How can I do business then? Turning around, he saw Zang Luo compressing the primordial chaos. Hey, who are you? You're Zang Luo? Zang Luo turned to look at this stranger. You're the owner of the Xianshang Mansion branch. How do you know me? Yushan, he waved his hand. That is not important. What are you doing now? Are you taking the primordial chaos away, or is it purely for refining world seeds? Zang Luo countered. Is there a difference? Yushan, of course there's a difference. If you are just taking it to another place, I will go back to continue running the shop. If you are refining world seeds, I will return to the headquarters. Why are there 2 choices? Zang Luo asked again. It's like this, if the primordial chaos doesn't disappear, I am the manager of the primordial chaos branch. That is my duty. If the primordial chaos disappears, then I can go home. After hearing this, Zang Luo guessed that the other party had no intention of running any shop at all. So what do you want me to do? Yushan said without hesitation, refine the world seed. I'll tell you. The benefits of refining it into a world seed are 2. Stop, I know the benefits. As you wish, I am indeed refining the world seed. Zang Luo was also happy for the branch to leave. After all, it was someone else's force, and if it became an opposing force, it would be troublesome to cause destruction within his own world. After hearing that the primordial chaos was going to disappear, Yushan jumped up in excitement. Great, I can go home. After saying that, he began to chant incantations, and the huge shop started to shrink slowly. Zang Luo looked over in surprise. This unremarkable thing is actually a treasure. Its grade is much higher than the Zhixiao Palace. Seeing the other party about to leave, Zang Luo hurriedly called out to him. Wait, shopkeeper. Is there something else? It's like this. I want to go to your headquarters. Do you know a closer route? Yushani looked at Zang Luo with a strange expression. You know our headquarters in this branch, yet you don't know the way? Do you have a spirit brain? Zang Luo took out his spirit brain and shook it. Hey, a rich person. But since you have a spirit brain, why can't you use it for navigation? You're not trying to get close to me, are you? My dad says boys should protect themselves when they go out. Zang Luo felt a black line. What does that have to do with this? I've only used that navigation once and don't even know the specific name of the headquarters. I want to navigate, but didn't know what to say for the location. I just saw you and casually asked, where's the need to protect myself? Yushani thought to himself, you all look very strong. It would be strange if you didn't think so. Haha, just joking. If you're going to the headquarters, we can go together. Zang Luo was delighted to hear this. All right, wait a moment. I'll shrink this primordial chaos and take it away. At this time, Hancock reminded, Husband, you are preparing to help me refine the world seed. You can first store it in the Burial Heaven Monument and refine it slowly later. Zang Luo slapped his forehead, wondering why he had been so muddled lately. Is it because I haven't used my brain much recently and it's rusting? Then he directly stored it in the Burial Heaven Monument. At this moment, his magical power also rose dramatically, already the highest among everyone. Monai nodded after observing. Now it looks like the cultivation that a master should have. Marco said, the master's cultivation method is very special, and he quickly surpasses us, so we must continue to work hard. Now the weakest magical powers are those of the 2 junior brothers, Lu Er and Wukong. Yang Jian spoke up. Howling Celestial Dog tugged at Yang Jian. Master, what about me? You're not one of us. Ace laughed. You are a gift after the master took in Yang Jian. After saying that, Howling Celestial Dog chased after Ace to bite him. But he has the bloodline of the Golden Crow, so he was very fast. Howling Celestial Dog was so exhausted that his tongue was hanging out, yet he couldn't catch up. Dog, stop messing around. We're about to set off. Yang Jian Gongfen. Zang Luo looked at the original area of the primordial chaos, which was now empty and vast. It seems we won't be able to come back here in the future. Let us go. By the way, Pangu, can you shrink your body? You're too conspicuous like this. Yushan hurriedly stopped. No, it's fine like this. It's great to lead everyone. Zang Luo glanced at Yushan, thinking this guy is lazy, just like a pig. He had quickly figured out his personality after only a short time. Panga didn't mind much. It's nothing. Just come up on my shoulders. Also, young friend, don't call me senior anymore. We are fellow cultivators of the same level. Just call me friend. Zang Luo felt that this was a bit disrespectful to the elder, and Panga laughed after hearing this reason. Ha! Young friend might be misunderstanding. When I transformed, I supplemented the missing source of the primordial chaos, not to become all things. Those so-called small worlds nearby are all transformed from the source of this universe. You don't need to regard me as an ancestor. I just succeeded in opening the heavens, allowing this world to develop ahead of time. So I'm very grateful for everyone's respect towards me. If we really count, my direct bloodline connections are only with the 3 pure ones and the ancestral shaman, as well as the sun star and the moon star. The other connections are really not that significant. After hearing this explanation, everyone understood the dependencies of the primordial chaos. At this point, Yushan pointed at an arrow marked by the spiritual brain in a direction, and Pangu moved towards that void. However, the journey was often quite boring, with only the occasional small worlds passing by to add some embellishment to the chaos. Zang Luo collected quite a few lifeless stars along the way. Whether for increasing his inner world or for refining world seeds, they were very useful. During the boring times, he either accompanied Hancock or refined the Hunyuan Yin-Yang cauldron. Taking advantage of this time, he also browsed through many alchemy books on the spiritual brain, but he didn't buy any. Buying them might not necessarily be useful. He hadn't thoroughly studied the great Tao spirit pattern record he bought last time. Moreover, there were also many alchemy books in the Yaowang family. He took out a beginner's alchemy book from his storage space, glanced at it, and basically got the gist. It didn't seem that difficult. Someone with a background in chemistry shouldn't find it hard. Not to mention he could barely be considered a scientist, having researched so many potions. Back then, he had thoroughly learned the knowledge related to unsealed medicine for experiments, especially the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, which he could now recite. He decided to refine a few pills to test his talent. He looked at the pill recipes in the book and found the relevant medicinal materials. However, when distinguishing the properties of the herbs, he felt that this combination was completely unreasonable, at least not entirely correct, because there was a type of herb called Qingyang grass that had some conflicting attributes with Jinyang grass. According to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, the combination of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy was incorrect. However, for now, he didn't modify it and planned to practice according to the recipe and verify it after becoming familiar with it. Zang Luo sat cross-legged on Pangu's shoulder, with his palms facing the sky, controlling the Hunyuan Yin-Yang cauldron. The ancient and mysterious Tao patterns on the cauldron suddenly lit up, and with Zang Luo's mana flowing continuously, the spirit herbs added to the cauldron were also being refined. Zang Luo observed with his divine sense and found that this cauldron was just a tool for purification. If that's the case, then why do I need a cauldron for alchemy? Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly use the surgical fruit to transfer the essence of the herbs? But at this moment, the cauldron had already finished extracting the medicinal liquid, and Zang Luo stopped getting distracted. He began to merge the medicinal liquids one by one according to the order of the medicinal materials in the recipe. After each fusion of the medicinal liquid, he had to wait for the chemical reaction of the medicinal effects to finish before continuing to merge, in order to achieve the most ideal medicinal effect. This was somewhat different from brewing traditional Chinese medicine in one pot. The reasoning was simple, as different medicinal materials had different properties. If all were added at once, the chemical reaction would not meet the theoretical standards. This is why some medicines have poor effects. Not long after, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Anna came over and asked, "Master, is it done?" Zang Luo looked up at Anna, thinking this guy seemed to imply that it was time to eat. "What are you thinking? This is alchemy, not cooking, you understand?" Anna shook his head. "What's alchemy?" Zang Luo sighed. Indeed, in the primordial chaos world, only the celestial venerable Qing and his avatar, the Taishang Lao Jun, practiced alchemy, and other cultivators looked down on this path. This led to a lack of discussion on alchemy in the primordial chaos. Is the spiritual brain I bought for you just a decoration? If you have questions, ask the spiritual brain. Don't just scroll through short videos. Upon hearing the master's scolding, several disciples retorted, "Master, we're learning by watching short videos." All right, tell me. What have you learned? Violet, I learned that the double pupils are invincible, and I no longer need to use my hands to cast spells. Baby 5, I learned that no matter how good the kung fu is, one shot takes them down. Monet, I learned a song, Snowflakes Fluttering. The North Wind Howling Vander Decken 9. I understood the central idea of the target fruit, aiming without missing. Zang Luo felt more and more helpless. These disciples were arguing back, and doing so collectively. Hancock was laughing on the side. Zang Luo silently gestured to open the cauldron and summon the pills from inside. Anna Lu exclaimed upon seeing it. "Still saying it's not food? Isn't this a bun?" Zang Luo realized and felt embarrassed. He actually forgot to divide the pills. Originally, after the medicinal liquid was fully fused, he was supposed to divide it into multiple portions at a critical moment according to the amount of liquid, so he could obtain many pills. But now he had made a lump. What could anyone swallow? Zang Luo silently took the bun-like pill and broke it into more than a dozen pieces with his fingers. Then he gave one piece to each person. Everyone took it and looked at it in confusion, all staring at Zang Luo. Zang Luo wanted to say to let everyone try it, but fearing they wouldn't eat it, he said, "I was disturbed by you all while refining the pills and forgot to divide them. So this is a large pill. But to make sure everyone gets a share, I broke it up to give to you." "The master, what is the effect of this pill?" Marco quickly asked. "It enhances talent," Zang Luo casually lied. After hearing this, most people directly tossed it into their mouths. A few were more cautious, wanting to see the effects first, while Yushan, who understood, simply didn't eat it. He recognized that this was just the most ordinary qi recovery pill, which was of no use to their level. It was clearly an auxiliary pill. Except for ordinary people, eating it would be like eating nothing for them. Sure enough, those who ate it felt nothing. Anna asked, "Master, did my talent improve? I feel nothing." Zang Luo rolled his eyes. Improving talent takes time. That's why there are no side effects. Aside from some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can rapidly enhance talent, the speed of my pill can't compare to that kind of effect. The remaining few disciples were also doubtful as they tossed the pieces of the pill into their mouths. At this time, Yushan laughed. Bruno came to his side. "What are you laughing at?" Yushan hadn't expected someone to be behind him. Wasn't he just far away? It's nothing, alright. I just feel that the pills you all ate aren't complete, so the effects aren't very good. Is that so? Bruno turned to the master for confirmation. Zang Luo could only nod, letting this lie slip. Then he prepared to refine the elixir seriously once again, reconfiguring the medicinal materials before transferring a heap of them to the alchemy furnace. This time, he did not wait for the furnace to extract the medicinal liquid. Instead, he used the surgical fruit for extraction, which was faster and required less effort. Operating such a large furnace consumed too much mana. However, the main function of the alchemy furnace was to merge the medicinal liquids slowly in a baking process, similar to baking a cake. Many miraculous things in the cultivation world can actually be explained using knowledge from Earth, so there's nothing particularly remarkable about them. If it seems remarkable, it's simply because one hasn't understood it yet. According to the conventional method of refining medicine with an ordinary furnace, mana is required for the entire baking process, and the furnace only provides slight assistance. In contrast, the Hunyuan Yin-Yang Ding is much more agile. It only requires mana to maintain the patterns on the furnace, and it will work automatically. If we consider the ordinary alchemy furnace as manual, then the Hunyuan Yin-Yang Ding is semi-automatic, which is an upgrade in technology. Before long, more than a dozen pills were successfully refined effortlessly. Come on, dear disciples, each of you take one. Perona asked suspiciously. Master, you're not experimenting on us, are you? Upon hearing this, the others paused, their hands reaching for the pills. Zang Luo frowned and said, Do you think I have no boundaries? Am I level? Would I still need to experiment? Have you ever seen an alchemist succeed on the first try? You should be able to guess from my technique that I'm quite skilled. Hearing this, the disciples dispelled their doubts. However, after consuming the pills, they reacted. Hey, I feel so much better. I want to sing. I feel great too. I want to dance. Hey, master, what kind of elixir is this? Zang Luo said proudly, This is a happiness elixir I created. It can soothe the liver, relieve depression, and promote relaxation. The effect is pretty good, right? The others were dumbfounded. What kind of effect was this? Oh, except for Feng Klai. This guy was taking advantage of the relaxed mood to perform ballet. While girls dance like swans, you, a grown man, look completely out of place like a country chicken. Master, is there a pill that can elevate several realms? I want to eat one that awakens me. I want to become beautiful. Zang Luo pointed directly at the spirit brain. What you want is all available for purchase here. But master, that requires money. Zang Luo fell silent. I think in the future, I should also charge you for the potions. Even getting vaccinated costs money. Why can't I charge? The research expenses need to be covered. No, master, how can you charge for a no-cost business? Hey, no-cost business? The time I've wasted can't be measured in money. Besides, the Divine Guard army is also bearing the weight for you. Feng Klai felt the atmosphere was off after dancing for a while. Master, if you scold us like this, the effect of your happiness elixir will wear off. How about I help out? Lend a hand, and you can give me some pills later? Upon hearing Feng Klai say this, everyone rushed to help. The noise made Zang Luo feel like a swarm of bees buzzing in his ears. Fortunately, Yushani reminded them that they were about to reach the Great Thousand World, and there would be a teleportation array soon. Only then did everyone look at Pangu. Old Pangu, how far have you traveled? Pangu shook his head. I haven't calculated, but at my flying speed, it should be about 1,000,000 of my heights away. Everyone looked at Pangu. His height was practically the diameter of the primordial world, so how far was that? You brother, what region are we in now? Yushani replied, We're almost at the Jinghong world. Yang Jian was confused after hearing this. Wait, master said our destination is the headquarters of the Xian merchant house. How we end up in the Great Thousand World? The Jinghong world happens to be my hometown. I could take a look on the way back and then take the teleportation array. And do you think world-class teleportation arrays are common? Let me tell you, the Xian merchant house doesn't have that many resources to popularize them. Sun Wukong questioned. Isn't your Xian merchant house the strongest force in this universe? Yushani sighed. You might have misunderstood. When I said there aren't enough resources to popularize, I meant it's not cost-effective, not that it's impossible. This universe has countless star systems, and each star system has many worlds. The Great Thousand World is the main one. Therefore, the small thousand worlds do not have direct teleportation arrays to the headquarters. Since I'm not very familiar with other places, I didn't directly search in the primordial area. It would waste time going back and forth, and even if the spirit brain found it, the route still needs to be checked. Each world has different route settings, and if we encounter a route for mutual teleportation between small worlds, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? After hearing this, Zang Luo also put away the alchemy furnace. He could also sense the distant worlds with his consciousness. The entire planet was not much smaller than the primordial world, and the forest coverage on it was still quite large. This was the opposite of Earth, where water resources had the largest coverage, earning it the title of the Blue Planet. Is your home in this world? Zang Luo asked curiously. Yushani replied, To be precise, it's my old home. However, my grandfather followed the high-ranking officials of the Xian merchant house and later took our family to the headquarters. The industries here have all been sold, and we have no assets left, but I'm very familiar with this place. I'll take you to stroll around the main city. Soon, the group arrived at the barrier outside the Jinghong world. Yushani looked at Pangu. Brother Pangu, can your body shrink? Going like this will cause panic. Zang Luo laughed upon hearing this. It has already attracted many strong cultivators to investigate. Pangu felt helpless. He was from the supergiant race and was considered an average height among his kin. I can shrink, but the effect is the opposite of you using your Dharma form. You need to consume mana to maintain the giant form, while I consume mana to shrink. Ace, upon hearing this, excitedly said, "Isn't this great? This way, you can find a partner around 2 meters tall." Bruno raised a soul-searching question. If you find such a partner, will their children be from the giant race or the normal human race? Who knows? Everyone couldn't help but look at Pangu, their eyes suggesting that he should give it a try. Pangu was speechless. Could this be casually tested? The group chatted and laughed as they descended to the ground, right at the city gate of the Divine Annihilation City. Many cultivators were gathered at the city gate, and Perona pointed at those people and asked, "Xiaoyu, what are those people gathered for?" Yushani recalled the familiar scene and remembered when he accompanied his father to hunt monsters and then brought back resources to exchange for money. They must have a big mission. In situations where many people gather, it's either to explore unknown caves or to hunt powerful monsters together. Do you think everyone has a master like you, so they don't worry about resources? All their strength comes from competing and struggling for it from hard cultivation. The competition among these low-level cultivators is intense. Although Yushani said this, Zang Luo and his disciples couldn't really understand it. They had no concept of worrying about resources and had no experience of hard cultivation. Yang Jian and the six-eared macaque have some understanding, both having experienced hardships and trials. Sun Wukong is not comparable. Apart from his persistent search for a cultivation teacher, his cultivation process was as simple as eating and drinking. If it weren't for being framed later on, he would have been the destined child of the demon race. Soon, they arrived at the city gate, but the guards, who were ready to collect tolls, quickly let them through when they saw Yushani take out the high-level identity token from the Shenhun mansion. "Wow, brother your identity is quite useful," Bellamy exclaimed enviously. "He, it's just relying on the power of the forces behind me to make things convenient. Otherwise, why don't you join us? With your strength, you could definitely start at a middle level." No. I'm following my master to find my mom." Zang Luo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "What are you talking about? It sounds like a child's game. I'm serious about wanting to go back to my father's hometown." As everyone entered the city, more and more people fell into a daze. Zang Luo turned around and asked, "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Hancock innocently replied, "They just look at me like this. I didn't do anything." At this moment, Bruno spoke up. "Mistress is too beautiful. We all need to maintain our willpower to control our thoughts. Otherwise, we'll end up like them, which is very tiring." Ace gave a thumbs up from the side, appreciating Bruno's honesty. Zang Luo asked, "They won't die, right?" Hancock shook her head. "They should wake up not long after I leave. But their mind will be a bit foggy for a few days. Thank goodness, we don't need to worry about them." When they found an inn to stay at, the city lord came with people. Upon learning that they were from the high ranks of the Shenhun mansion, he politely requested to restore those people within the city. Hancock found it troublesome and didn't want to go, so she activated her spiritual brain. Zang Luo was also too lazy to go, ordering his disciples to find a way. As a result, the disciples had little compassion, but under Zang Luo's threat of using cultivation resources, they eventually compromised. After more than a dozen people went out, looking at the densely packed, soulless individuals, they were about to break down. "Mistress, can't you change things up a bit? Why don't you bring it up in person?" I'm afraid my soul will get lost outside my body." Bellamy, seeing everyone shirking their responsibilities, huffed. "If no one is going, then let's go back. I'll just take care of the cultivation myself." Corazon, hearing about cultivation, became interested. "Bellamy, what are you cultivating? Can you use these people for cultivation?" The others perked up their ears to listen. "My master told me that everything can be plucked, so it should be reasonable to pluck away negative emotions. But I need to study it for a while." After saying this, Bellamy ran alone to study those dazed people. Perona, seeing Bellamy almost sticking his eyes to someone's face, complained, "Aren't you just taking advantage of the female cultivators?" Bellamy quickly shook his head. "Am I?" Perona disdainfully said, "I saw it. From matters of the soul, you'll need my help. I'm not saying you're not capable in this area. If you ask me, you'll probably avoid a lot of detours." As the others listened to the discussion between the two, they became more and more confused and directly turned back to the inn. Their paths in cultivation were completely different, so talking was like playing the lute to a cow. It was better to go back and rest. Corazon looked at Yushani and asked, "Dao brother, why is the highest cultivation level in this vast world only the celestial realm?" Yushani chuckled. This is still thanks to the Xianshang Mansion, which has raised the upper limit of this world. It was originally just a mundane cultivation realm, with the strongest reaching ascension at most. Now, those who can break through the limits are all using resources purchased from our mansion. So, what level of world are we going to with the teleportation array today? This time we're going to the Immortal Source World. It's a transit station connecting nearby star systems and can reach the divine mystic realm. Once we get there, we can teleport directly outside the universe. After everyone finished eating, they gathered in front of the teleportation array. It still had the Xianshang Mansion's emblem on it, looking quite imposing. Surrounding it were teams of guards protecting the entire teleportation platform, and people going up were quickly teleported away. Yushani took the lead and presented the token to explain the location. The guards, upon seeing it clearly, directly took out the special divine stones and placed them into the slots. Enel could sense that these divine stones were much more enriched in spiritual energy than those used by others during teleportation. Brother Yu, is this the treatment for being one of your own? Being one of your own also comes with levels, all right? I'm at least a regional head. Just you. A head? Aren't you just running a single store? I forgot to open a branch store. What? Won't the headquarters punish you for doing this? Not at all. My dad is a third-in-command manager with a strong background. At most, I'll just fail the assessment and won't be promoted. You guys have quite a few tricks in business. Before long, the teleportation array was activated and everyone instantly disappeared. At that moment, they felt like they were traversing through a light tunnel, with surrounding objects becoming unclear. Other than Zang Luo, who had the highest cultivation and could slightly sense the objects passing by, no one else could perceive anything clearly. His own spatial ability was far inferior to this. Before long, they arrived at a transit station. That was fast. We're here already? Sun Wukong said in disbelief as he took out his spiritual brain to compare routes, when he discovered that the distance was like passing through 11 large star systems. Equivalent to traversing countless small worlds, he felt a deep resentment towards his previous cloud somersaulting ability. If they hadn't come to see this transit station, they wouldn't have imagined how vast it was. According to Yushani's explanation, this was the largest transit station in a radius of over 100 star systems, directly connecting to teleportation platforms leading outside the universe, allowing for direct exit from the universe. As Yushani pointed to a rather desolate teleportation platform in the distance, it was starkly different from the bustling crowds at other platforms. Thinking about it, it made sense. Those with weak strength couldn't possibly exit the chaos, or else they would be seeking death. As Yushani led the group past several teleportation platforms towards the headquarters, Zang Luo unexpectedly stopped when he saw a signpost. It was a medium-sized teleportation platform, and the sign ahead read Great Han Heavenly Dynasty World. Zang Luo grabbed Yushani and asked, "What's the situation with the Great Han Heavenly Dynasty World?" Yushani smiled. "I know about this world. I have a distant relative who is a store manager there. This world can also be considered a world of gods and demons. There are many strong individuals inside. Originally, the strength was outrageous. But after our Xianshang Mansion opened a branch there, the world's upper limit was raised a few levels. Last time we chatted, my uncle told me that Demon Lord Dongjua has already usurped the Emperor's power and is now in control of the Heavenly Dynasty. Moreover, he has taken an adopted son named Elbu, whose talent is extraordinarily heaven-defying, and his combat power is said to be at the pinnacle of the Great Han Heavenly Dynasty world." Zang Luo looked at Yushani with a strange expression. Feeling more and more like this was the world of the three kingdoms. But your level of power in the realm of gods and demons is a bit excessive. Is this really the three kingdoms I know? What's wrong? Is Master familiar with this world? Lu'er asked from the side. Zang Luo glanced at Lu'er and Sun Wukong, wanting to laugh. "You two monkeys, if I'm not mistaken. The Elbu from my original Earth world is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong after his death for the second time. In the original story, Lu'er took the opportunity to kill Sun Wukong and accepted the demon clan's fate, which all returned to the Western sect. After Sun Wukong's death, his true spirit reincarnated. In his first life, he became Xiangyu, and in his second life, he became Elbu. Of course, this was all due to his stubborn and willful personality, preferring to solve problems with force. A clever person was stripped of their wisdom over time. However, this is just speculation from netizens, and the specifics are unclear since the author couldn't afford a ticket to see it for themselves. In fact, when the Hongmeng era entered the end of the Dharma age, many great figures had already reincarnated multiple times. After Hong Jun reincarnated, he became Zhang Sanfeng, moving the Zixiao Palace down to Wudong. Several of Zhang Sanfeng's disciples are also reincarnations of the six saints, while Mingyi and Kuanpeng became the two old masters of Xianming. After hearing this, Sun Wukong questioned, "Master, isn't what you're saying incorrect? I haven't died in this life, so elbow has nothing to do with me, right?" Zang Luo laughed. "Wukong, do you think you're the only one in the universe? In the opposite direction of the universe, there is a mirror universe, a projection of the world, where the two sides of yin and yang complement each other, and there is some connection. But these connections are not necessarily eternal like quantum entanglement. There can be individual changes. Just consider him as another reincarnation of Sun Wukong from another universe." All right, let's not talk about this for now. This world sounds like the Three Kingdoms world, and I've decided to go have some fun. Yu Shani reluctantly took everyone to the teleportation platform. During this time, Zang Luo also bought a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, one for each person. Take a look. This is roughly the future direction of the world we are heading into. Ainalu glanced at it a couple of times and said disdainfully, "Aren't these just about mortals?" Zang Luo gave him a knock on the head. "I want you to look at the plot. Ignore their strength for now. Any top-tier general you randomly pick from the book wouldn't be much weaker than you. What are you being careless about? The reason for reading the book is to understand these characters' personalities and future trajectories, so that we can intervene and have some fun." After hearing this, everyone started to read seriously. Zang Luo didn't need to read. This was also a transmigrator and understood the Three Kingdoms well, having read the plot countless times, both in classic literature and web novels. Before everyone could finish reading, they had already arrived in the Han Tian dynasty world. Zang Luo scanned the world with a spiritual sense and found that he couldn't see the edges at all. Wow, is this world really that big? In his impression, this world was about as large as Hongmeng, but he didn't expect that his spiritual sense couldn't cover even 3 Hongmengs worth of territory. Then he took out his spiritual brain to check the situation of this world. Currently, this world was engulfed in war. Other forces that had been suppressed by Qin Shi Huang were secretly developing under the greenhouse of the Han dynasty for many years. Now it was the time to carve out territories while the Han dynasty was declining. The area of this world was 39 million trillion square kilometers, and that was just the land area. The ocean area also accounted for half of the world. So it was no wonder that this world was 5 times larger than Hongmeng, which explained why he couldn't see the end. At this moment, the plot of this world had just progressed to Cao Cao's assassination attempt on Dongzhuo, who was sending a large number of his subordinates to besiege Cao Cao. Dongzhuo didn't expect that the person who came to support him actually harbored ill intentions. He was even preparing to promote him while secretly attacking him during his meditation. Sun Wukong was the first to finish reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms with his fire-eyed golden pupils and looked at Zang Luo. "Master, what are we going to do now?" Zang Luo replied, "Join a faction as a guest official to help quell the chaos in this world as soon as possible." Ace suggested, "Master, why don't we each join a warlord and see who ends up victorious?" Zang Luo shot Ace a glare. "You're also a soul from Earth. You should know what happens after the Three Kingdoms. Although this world is not closely related to us, we should avoid that dark history from repeating itself." Ace awkwardly said, "Master's truly magnanimous. I was just focused on having fun. You, speaking of which, you're the youngest among the disciples and were a child before your transmigration. How come you haven't matured?" Ace looked down at his physique. "I ascend this mature?" Zang Luo was speechless. "I'm talking about your mindset." Zang Luo then looked at the map again and pointed to Zhongmu County. According to the plot, after Cao Cao escapes from Luoyang, he will come here and will even spend a night in prison. If we head over slowly, we should be able to meet him. Ace asked, "Master, are we joining Cao Cao's camp?" Zang Luo nodded. "The reason I chose him is that he is the most ambitious. If it weren't for the top strategists around him dying one by one, he would have likely quelled the war long ago." Perona pointed to a passage in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Master, Chow Chow is very suspicious. If we go, we won't gain his trust, which would be pointless, right? You've forgotten what I said. I want to quell the war as soon as possible because of my attachment to the Han culture from Earth. I don't want the tragedy to repeat itself. As for not being trusted, that is only temporary. Although Chow Chow is suspicious, he doesn't doubt those whom he truly trusts, like Guojia, who will become an important confidant later on. I don't care about their doubts. I'll help him settle the world and then leave. Yushani sighed. I thought we were just coming to take a look. You want to settle the world? Can you even handle Elbu? Zang Luo raised an eyebrow. ISNT is combat power, half-step chaos level? I can handle that. Yushani was somewhat doubtful, but didn't he think too much about it, figuring he would just stay with his uncle a bit longer. Hearing this arrangement, Pangu felt a bit anxious. Little friend, how long will this take? How about I help you settle the world instead? It's tough for me to suppress my power in this small body. Zang Luo turned around. Old Pangu, is it really that hard? Why don't you go cultivate in the Tomb of Heaven? Pangu nodded. Good idea. I'll go in and rest for a bit. By the way, don't start creating the world while I'm in there. Pangu was speechless. Did they think too highly of him? If he could damage the Tomb of Heaven, he wouldn't have kept it as a necklace in the first place. Then, the group continued to make their way to Zhongmu County slowly, like a picnic. Yushani felt like he was about to collapse. This is dragging on. Zang Luo noticed Yushani's reluctance and asked, Where is your uncle? Luoyang. Then how about you go wait in Luoyang for a while? We'll contact you once we finish our business. Yushani nodded, knowing he had no choice. He felt it would be more enjoyable to go back and relax. He then took out a quantum escape device, pinpointed it to Luoyang, and his body directly transformed into particles and vanished. Master, why does his teleportation method look like death? Inalu asked in confusion. Are you silly? Don't you know how to elementalize? Go figure out the principle, and you can ignore spatial traversal. Master, you're not lying to me, are you? What would I lie to you for? Just look up knowledge related to quantum technology, and you'll understand. While these people were chatting as they walked, a group of people suddenly appeared from a distance. They were wearing yellow turbans. Weren't they the Yellow Turban Rebels? They must have been hiding in the void before. Judging by their strength, they didn't seem to have space attributes, so they must be using spatial treasure-type equipment. Robbery! Robbery! One of them stuttered, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They had never seen a robbery like this. People from the pirate world didn't rob like this. They just took things directly. There was no need for nonsense. Once you became a thief, why bother with civility? What are you looking at? Don't you understand what the boss is saying? The boss said to Rob, Hand over your stuff quickly. A yellow turban bandit barked. Sun Wukong and Lu Er immediately pulled out their staffs, ready to fight, but Zang Luo hurriedly stopped them. Zang Luo looked at the two leading figures. They were strong and had powers around the divine pattern realm, which was higher than his own disciples' magical powers. However, his disciples had already transformed the essence of the great Tao into a metallic state, vastly surpassing their opponents in combat power. What are your names? I'm Zhou Song. Don't try to make connections, my big brother said to Rob. Did you hear that? So, is this bald-headed big brother Pei Yuan Xiao? Pei Yuan Xiao widened his eyes and scrutinized Zang Luo. You know who I am. Which side are you on? Zang Luo smiled and said, I'm not on any side, but I'm preparing to join a big figure to become an official. Are you two interested? So you're a running dog of the Han. I'm not interested, but if you want to be an official, then double it. So leave all your supplies or leave your life. After hearing this, Zang Luo knew it was difficult to reason with thieves. Fists were more effective. Wukong, Lu Er, you each take one. Just leave them breath. Exactly. It's about time to strike. Sun Wukong muttered as he stepped forward. Pei Yuan Xiao saw the two half-human, half-monkey creatures arrogantly approaching with their sticks and angrily shouted, Good, you're quite bold. Report your names. Sun Wukong, struggling to articulate with the stuttering speech, turned around and said to Lu Er, This bald donkey is for you. Lu Er wanted to ask if he was sure it wasn't he because he was being picky. Zhou Song, seeing this, got furious. How dare they be so picky? He immediately swung his wolf-tooth club at Sun Wukong. Demon monkey, don't be rampant. Take a hit from your grandpa, Zhou Song. Hey, you little thief are even more audacious than me. You're the one who'll take a hit from me. Clang. Zhou Song didn't expect the weapon clash. The opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. Was he also a power type? He immediately became cautious. On the other side, Pei Yuanxiao also started fighting with Lu Er. Don't be fooled by Pei Yuanxiao's bald head like a monk. He had only stayed in a temple, and all the monks there had been killed by him. He was ruthless. Lu Er saw his solid muscles and full beard. Realizing he had nothing to do with a monk, especially with the yellow scarf tied on his head, he looked more like a farmer. But the fierce look on his face showed he was not to be trifled with. Seeing Lu Er not taking the initiative to attack, he directly swung his big knife at him. Lu Er casually used his mixed iron staff to block, while the other yellow turbans prepared to assist. But when they saw the first person in front of Lu Er turn to ashes just from a graze of the staff, they were so frightened they didn't dare to advance. As a dozen exchanges passed, Pei Yuanxiao realized that the other side was looking down on him. Their easy blocks made him feel like a clown. He immediately went berserk, roaring in anger as he launched a fierce assault. As Pei Yuanxiao entered a frenzied state, Lu Er began to fall into a disadvantage. After pushing Lu Er back once more, Pei Yuanxiao began to cast spells, preparing to use Dao techniques. Void Slash. Lu Er halted his movement, swung his staff to break the spell's force, but before he could close the distance, the opponent's Void Double Slash came. Ha! This move makes me laugh to death. You named it so poorly, I can do it too. Watch me swing one stick. Look at me swing two sticks. Pei Yuanxiao, while attacking, could hardly contain his frustration. He was about to burst from holding it in. Old Pei hasn't read books, so what if he names it like this? On the other side, Zhou was having a much fiercer fight. Zhou strength was greater than Pei Yuanxiao's. He was a dark-skinned man with a face full of stubble. After once again deflecting Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, he couldn't help but show a sinister smile. The demon monkey's strength is not weak. You're the first who can match me in power after all these years. Sun Wukong was also burning with anger after failing to subdue his opponent for a long time. Strength was not old Sun's strong suit. With a furious roar, Sun Wukong swung his staff at Zhou while revealing the form of the Chaos Demon Ape. Zhou was directly pushed back a few steps by the aura of the Demon Ape. Damn, you said your strength isn't your strong suit. Then what is this? Zhou cursed and retaliated with a spell. Heavenly water of the same people. Then, a large water ball appeared in the sky, enveloping Sun Wukong. Normal water will be fine, but this was weak water. It had corrosive properties. As Sun Wukong grew larger and regained his senses, he was wrapped in this weak water. Although he didn't need to breathe, the corrosive effect made his body feel painfully hot. Fortunately, after refining the blood of the demon ape, his physique had become stronger. This weak water didn't cause much harm. If it had been his previous copper-headed, iron-armed body, he would have turned to sludge long ago. Roar, you're looking for death. Sun Wukong didn't want to dally with this guy anymore. He directly summoned the Tao of the demon ape. The substantial Tao covered a radius of 10,000 miles, and Zhou was also enveloped within it. Zhou, trapped inside, felt as if he was surrounded by gravitational forces, unable to stand firm. Even his yellow heaven, Tao couldn't resist. Though they were both Tao, the difference between substantial and illusory was still too great. Lonely journey, only shadows. Cloud, deep 7 shadows. Damn it, why can't I get out? Zhou felt suppressed and unable to move inside, while Sun Wukong controlled the golden demon ape Tao to grip Zhou. Little thief, how capable is Grandpa's son? See cursed. If you're capable, don't use the Tao to fight. Cut. Old Sun doesn't have time to play with you, little thief. Lie down for me. After Sun Wukong said this, the giant hand gripping Zhou slammed him down to the ground. Boom. It hurts so much. Zhou was slammed to the ground and struggled endlessly. A saw this and scoffed, if you keep struggling like this, your bones will break before he does. Lu Er saw Sun Wukong not playing fair, using powers that surpassed the enemy to take him down. Was that a skill? It was simply embarrassing for the demon ape family. The demon ape should fight the heavens and the earth, not be the sixth child. Lu Er slowly prepared to take down Pei Yuanxiao as well, but seeing everyone urging him, he reluctantly used powers that surpassed the enemy to subdue him. When the two were brought before Zang Luo, they were still very tough. You can kill or cut whatever you please. If I frown, you're all sons of bitches. I am too. Zang Luo looked at these two fools speechless, but he was too lazy to persuade them verbally and directly disgusted them to death. Room, tongue exchange. Upon seeing this, Violet, Perona, Monet, Baby Five, and several female disciples immediately felt nauseous and hurried to the side of vomit. Zhou, why does my mouth smell so bad? Pei Yuan Xiao, brother, truly a brother, my mouth also smells bad. Zang Luo smiled and said, you don't need to think too much. What S in your mouths are each other S tongues. Ugh, brother, that S, just not right. Ugh, Pei Yuan Xiao hadn't T finish his sentence and couldn't T hold back his nausea, also starting to vomit. Zhou Tsang, after vomiting for a while, quickly begged for mercy. Esteemed sir, is there anything good to say? Can you please change it back? Zang Luo nodded. It's very simple. Both of you and your subordinates come with me to pledge allegiance to Cao Cao, protect him, and listen to him for the rest of your lives. Are you willing? Zhou Tsang quickly nodded frantically after hearing this. I am willing. Ace covered his mouth and couldn't help but laugh. The others looked at Ace in confusion. What's so funny? Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. You guys don't understand because you're not from Earth. What the master just said sounds like a marriage vow, and in a singing version too. The others were baffled after hearing this. Seeing Pei Yuan Xiao also nodding crazily, Zang Luo switched their tongues back. The two were stunned for a moment and started gagging again. Ugh, the two were about to break down. Switching back was no good either. They were still being grossed out by their good buddy. Zang Luo looked at them disdainfully. Useless. You can't even handle this little disgust. How can you be generals? Are you good buddies? Haven't you kissed before? Zhou Tsang quickly raised his hand to stop. Don't say it, my lord. I really can't take it anymore. I'm a real man. I only like our village's late suhua. Seeing the two's miserable state, Zang Luo ordered a few bottles of mineral water from the spiritual brain and handed them to the two. Come on, rinse your mouth. Pure water. Zhou Tsang and Pei Yuan Xiao quickly took the mineral water and started unscrewing the caps. These two fools really just pulled off the caps without knowing they should twist them, especially Pei Yuan Xiao. He gulped a big mouthful of water and couldn't help but choke, swallowing quite a bit and gagging again. So miserable. Master's method is really torturous. Leo laughed. Enel looked at Leo. Who should your tongue swap with? Leo quickly covered his mouth. I don't want to. Over here with Zang Luo. Seeing the two had calmed down, he said, get ready. Once you're good, gather those yellow turbans who are watching your performance. The two looked up and saw that the yellow turban army was indeed watching their miserable state from afar. They suddenly felt unbalanced in their hearts and secretly decided that when they had the chance, they would definitely make these people exchange saliva. The yellow turban soldiers suddenly felt goosebumps all over their bodies, not knowing what was happening. Under Zang Luo's urging, these people quickly gathered and followed them towards Zhongmu County. Half a day later, as evening approached, they finally reached a place about 10 miles outside the city. Zhou Tsang said, my lord, won't we cause trouble if we enter the city with the yellow turbans? Do we really need to go into the city? Zang Luo thought for a moment. Entering the city would mean arranging accommodation and wasting time. Anyway, Cao Cao would escape with Chun Gong at midnight tonight, so it was better to just watch from outside the city. Zang Luo had everyone rest in place while taking out some chaos spiritual fruits to share with everyone. Zhou Tsang, Pei Yuan Xiao, and the others had never eaten chaos spiritual fruits, and they were immediately amazed by the effects of the spiritual fruits. One peach was worth 100 years of hard training, and one Huangzhong pear was worth 150 years. No wonder these people felt strange. It turned out they had gained strength from eating spiritual fruits. Everyone chatted until midnight when Enel discovered Cao Cao through the Heart Network. In terms of sensing life force, Enel was indeed very strong. His basic attribute was lightning, and his perception was better than most people, like a radar. Especially now that the great Tao had materialized in a metal, it only required tiny nanowaves to sense, which was even more useful than divine sense. Divine sense can be shielded, including some things that shield divine sense, but life force cannot be shielded unless one is dead. When Zang Luo heard that the others had arrived, he led everyone to intercept ahead. When Cao Cao noticed these people, he immediately summoned the Etienne sword, and Chun Gong quickly drew his own sword as well. Zang Luo, discovered that Cao Cao's realm was actually at the peak of the divine pattern realm, very close to a top-tier martial general. And his weapon was also a high-quality divine artifact. Shun Gong, on the other hand, had a lower realm, only at the divine spirit realm. And even his weakest disciple surpassed the other in magical power, while his weapon was a half-artifact piece of junk. What do you heroes want with Cao? Cao Cao was the first to ask. Zang Luo smiled and said, "We have no food to eat and heard that Hongmeng is wealthy, so we want to come to your house for a meal." When Cao Cao heard this, he immediately understood the implication of the words. Although it wasn't explicitly stated that they were pledging allegiance to him, as long as he treated them with respect and hospitality, he believed he could win their hearts. He had already figured out the direction of development while in prison and discussed the subsequent plans with Chen Gong. So Chen Gong was also convinced that these people would not be too difficult to deal with. Good. As long as you come with me to Chen Lu, I will take care of your food, clothing, and shelter. Then we will follow you to Chen Lu. After that, Cao Cao urged everyone to hurry up and set off to avoid being caught up by those behind. Zang Luo casually said, "No problem, Brother Mingda. The strongest is just Elbu. Although my disciples can't handle him one-on-one, for 5 of them can beat him up." When Cao Cao heard this, he looked at these people seriously again, wanted to laugh a little. He felt that Zang Luo was bragging. Among these dozen or so people, the one with the highest magical power was only at the divine path realm, one major realm lower than him. How could they possibly stop Elbu? It seemed these people had only heard of Elbu's name and had never seen him fight. Saying Elbu is the best in the world is not an exaggeration. How could he be surrounded and beaten by a group of second-rate fighters? Seeing the forced smile on Cao Cao's face, Zang Luo explained, "Brother Mingda, you don't think their strength is just based on magical power levels, do you?" Cao Cao thought of a possibility and asked, "Could it be that they are all famous for their physical strength?" "Yes, to be precise. They are dual cultivators of magic and martial arts." After Cao Cao heard this, he understood the confidence behind the other party's words. Physical cultivators were indeed very strong, especially in close combat, but Elbu's close combat level, while not very famous, couldn't be underestimated either. So, Brother Zong, as their master, might be able to suppress Elbu? It should be a 3-7 split. "Oh, I see. You 3, he 7, right?" "No, within 3 breaths. The opponent's dantian will crack open." This as a group walked and chatted. 2 days later, they passed by El Bosch's place. El Bosch was Cao Song's sworn brother, and seeing his nephew arrive, he laid out a grand banquet to welcome him. At this time, Marco took out the romance of the 3 kingdoms and turned to the current plot, quietly asking his master, "Are we going to save them when their family gets killed?" Zang Luo smiled. "Wait until you see Cao Cao take out the Etian sword, then reveal this plot to him. Let him watch it before we take action." Marco nodded. Sure enough, in the evening, when Cao Cao saw that El Bosch's family had taken out the ancestral treasure, the Wan-Tu sword, and noticed the group's posture, it seemed they were preparing to make a move. Cao Cao and Chen Gong secretly picked up their weapons, and when Marco saw this, he hurried over to pull Cao Cao. "What are you doing?" Seeing Cao Cao pointing at the group of people outside the door, he reminded, "We need to act quickly. Otherwise, we don't know what El Bosch will call over later." Seeing Cao Cao preparing to open the door and charge out, Marco quickly grabbed him and handed him a book. Cao Cao pushed the book aside. "I don't have time to read now. A battle is about to start. I said you should finish reading this plot before deciding whether to accidentally kill someone." "Accidental killing? What does that mean?" When Cao Cao heard the term accidental killing, he felt something was off. Watching Marco hand over the book again, Cao Cao suppressed his inner tension. He thought to himself that with over a dozen strong warriors on their side, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out, especially since the yellow-turbaned soldiers numbered in the hundreds. He also didn't believe that El Bosch could summon any experts in such a short time. So he took the book and began to skim through it. When Marco saw that Cao Cao was finally reading, he felt he had completed his master's task. He had arranged for these 2 to share a room, worried that they might become overly paranoid after being hunted for so long. Cao Cao indeed had become distrustful of outsiders due to the prolonged chase, which made him prone to subjective judgments. And Chen Gong, being a scholar and new to the field, was understandably tense following Cao Cao. As Cao Cao read through the first few lines, the more he felt something was off. So he examined the content closely. When he read that Cao Cao mistakenly killed El Bosch family and then, in a final mistake, killed El Bosch himself when he returned with wine, he and Qingong were no longer on the same page. Especially after reading the line, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me," which shocked Qingong greatly. This made him see Cao Cao's ruthless nature clearly, leading to their divergence. Upon reaching this point, Cao Cao felt a surge of anxiety and glanced at Qingong, who was still peering through the door crack at the situation outside. Cao Cao found the book somewhat amusing. Although it might resemble his current situation, it certainly wasn't about him. However, when he read further and encountered the part where his father, Cao Song, was killed by Zhang Kai, a general under the Suzhou governor Tao Qian, as he returned from Langya, his heart sank. He gradually began to doubt the authenticity of the content, as many official titles, character introductions, and personalities were very similar. Except for their differing strengths, they matched almost perfectly. This prompted him to flip to the first page and start reading from the beginning. When he saw that he ultimately formed a tripartite structure with two other forces, he felt elated, though he regretted not sweeping the world. Finally, when he reached the part about Sima picking peaches, he angrily threw the book to the ground. "Damn Sima, that old fox really knows how to endure, causing the downfall of my family's 3 generations of rulers." "Mingda, what's wrong?" Qingong was startled. He turned to see Cao Cao fuming, picking up the book from the ground to check it again. As a scholar, Qingong had read many books, and he found this one peculiar, prompting him to start reading it. After finishing, Cao Cao had come to believe in the situations described in the book, as they closely matched the events that had occurred. He couldn't find reasons to doubt the things that hadn't happened. Turning to Marco, he asked, "Who calculated this? The ability to predict is truly incredible. Even if Zhang Jiao were resurrected, he wouldn't have 1/10,000th of this ability." Marco shook his head. "This was bought by my master from the Xianshang Mansion's marketplace. It's not really a prediction. It's more like events that truly occurred." Gao Gao was going forward. "If it's something that actually happened, then what about the things that haven't happened yet? It's not from this world. It's from a mundane world where there is another you. Just think of it as countless versions of Chao Mengda existing across the myriad realms." Cao Cao quickly asked, "So do all the versions of me across these realms have such an ending?" "Not necessarily. This world has the involvement of the Xianshang Mansion, and high-end combat power will surely be elevated. Your Chao Wei faction, with my senior brothers and sisters, as well as my master and mistress, will surely be able to curb many issues at their roots. Moreover, you already have a rough idea of the plot, and the subsequent developments shouldn't deviate too much unless there are too many external factors intervening." After hearing this, Cao Cao sighed with relief, deciding that upon returning to Chenlu, he would not let his father go to Langya County at any cost. Now, it was time to verify the situation of El Bosch family. He confidently walked out the door. Qingong thought Cao Cao was going to take action because he had just seen him and Cao Cao mistakenly kill that family and was ready to speak out to stop him. But he soon realized that Cao Cao was smiling and greeting those people. Qingong then relaxed. Of course, Mingda has read the book now. He also took the book and followed him outside. Upon arriving at the slaughtering site, they discovered why they needed to use the 1,000 butcher knife. It was because they were slaughtering red armor pigs, which had tough skin and thick meat, making them difficult to cut with ordinary weapons. Gao Gao Lawet El Brother's family is too generous, going through so much trouble to host us. El Shan, while processing the red armor pig, replied, "Brother Mengda is being too polite. Our families have a bond, and it's a rare occasion for us to meet. It would be remiss not to treat you well. By the way, my father has gone to the city to buy Qingling wine and will be back soon. Please make yourself at home, Brother Mengda." Upon hearing this, Cao Cao felt a pang of regret, nearly misunderstanding this family. It turned out they valued the friendship between their families too, and he had been too impulsive earlier. Half an hour later, Qingong silently approached Cao Cao after finishing the book. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that, Gong Tai?" "After reading the book, I finally understood your ruthless nature." "Wait, Gong Tai, you finished it?" "I finished it. At first, I thought it was just a story, but the more I read, the more I found it to be true. So I read it again from the beginning and became even more convinced of its authenticity." "Gong Tai, didn't you see that in the end, I managed to stabilize most of the world?" Yes, you held the emperor to command the feudal lords. You're impressive, you're noble. But you never declared yourself emperor even until death. However, weren't those actions just paving the way for your descendants? Cao Cao indignantly replied, the Lu family doesn't have the ability to stabilize the common people. If it were me, what's wrong with that? If Lu Xie were a wise ruler, I would assist him. But does he have the power to settle the countless family situations? I'll say this today. If I were king, it would be the downfall of the powerful families. After reading that book, he realized that his compromises with the noble families wouldn't yield more benefits. It would be better to start over. Chen Gong, hearing Cao Cao's words, found them hard to believe. Although he didn't hear the line, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me, he still heard even more murderous words. Chen Gong himself came from a noble family. Although it was a declining one, he was still one of them. Angrily pointing at Cao Cao, he said, I'm also from a noble family. Are you going to kill me too? Cao Cao was speechless. Am I crazy? Why would I kill you? Didn't you say it's the downfall of the noble families? I also have noble families behind me. Gong Tai, are you being stubborn? The ones I'm targeting are the wealthy who are unkind and the many families that annex land. I didn't say to take down all the good people. You wouldn't want to separate from me like in the book, would you? Being with you scares me. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Besides, didn't we agree while in prison? At this moment, El Shan interjected, Gentlemen, did I overhear something I shouldn't have? Cao Cao replied irritably, Mind your business. Hearing the commotion, Zang Luo and others also came over. Haha, what's up, Brother Mingda? Is it because of Gong Tai? He finished the book and wants to leave. Zang Luo chuckled, Gong Tai, why bother? Currently, the world is divided among lords. Whoever takes the world is a new dynasty. There's no need to change, and besides, Mengda is quite capable. A talented minister in times of peace and a cunning hero in times of chaos. Isn't this the perfect time to expand your ambitions? Moreover, among the dozens of lords, there aren't many with great wisdom and boldness. You have also read in the book about the other feudal lords, and you understand what kind of people they are. Who doesn't have a few flaws? If you think the harm of the aristocratic families isn't significant enough, then I'll give you another book to read, and you can decide after finishing it. Then, Zang Luo ordered a copy of the history of China from ancient to modern times from Ling Nao and handed it to him. After Chen Gong took the book, he felt incredibly surprised. There was actually such a thick book in the world. He looked at Zang Luo suspiciously. You don't want me to spend all my time on this book, do you? Then I won't be able to leave. Zang Luo frowned. Chen Gong, don't place yourself too high. Your joining us is just to help the world achieve peace sooner, saving many lives. When you help other feudal lords, you are merely using the lives of ordinary people to fight for power. The more feudal lords there are vying for power in this world, the longer it will take for peace to be achieved. After reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Mengda will know in advance about the strategists and generals, which will only help him stabilize the world sooner. If there are other forces affecting the process, I will eliminate those factors, so I don't understand what you're so conflicted about. After you read this book, you'll see what kind of tumor the aristocratic families are, and also, after you're done, show it to Mengda. This book will be of greater help to him. After advising Chen Gong, Zang Luo left. As night fell, LV Bushing's family was almost done preparing the meal when he returned leisurely with a bottle of Qingling wine. After setting it on the table, he began to instruct the serving of dishes and greet the guests. Zang Luo took a taste and found it quite good. In his subconscious, he always considered this an ordinary mortal life and often overlooked that this was the world of gods and demons. The feast on this table was not simple. Even the primal world within him didn't have such spirit grains. Especially the meat of the red-armored pig was delicious, making Hancock's appetite increase significantly. However, Zhou Tsang and Pei Yuanshao's group had such poor table manners that it seemed the LV family would be eaten clean. Zang Luo quickly took out some chaotic spirit fruits to accompany the meal. Each person received 12 fruits corresponding to 12 types of chaotic spiritual roots. LV Bushing picked one fruit and looked at Zang Luo. This esteemed sir has a rich background. I apologize for my poor hospitality. Zang Luo realized that this might be seen as disrespecting the host. Don't misunderstand, Master LV. Just look at how those yellow turban soldiers eat, and you'll understand. They were recruited by me halfway. and they probably haven't had good food for a long time. Just look at how the dishes haven't finished being served. All the plates are empty. Ha ha ha. My young friend is straightforward. Chow Chow looked at LV Bushing. Uncle, come with me to Chunlu. I plan to gather righteous troops to overthrow the corrupt regime and bring peace to the Han people. Shenhun gasped. That book Romance of the Three Kingdoms indeed had a significant impact on Mengda. He used to care about face, but now he was directly seeking the world. However, he wasn't as angry as before because he had read the part about the Tang dynasty in History of China from ancient to modern times. He gained a deeper understanding of the dynastic changes. The rise and fall are natural laws, and he no longer obsessed over who was in power. Zang Luo still didn't know that this book had significantly elevated Chun Gong's wisdom, making him a strategist on par with Guijia and Zhuge Liang in the future. After hearing this, LV Bushing dropped his chopsticks in shock. He quickly looked outside and turned to Chow Chow. You are asking for your head? How can you say such things? Chow Chow took a sip of wine. If Dongzhuo can usurp power, why can't I? That ruffian implemented self-serving policies, causing public outrage. I will implement benevolent governance in the future to win the people's hearts. Don't believe the regime will be unstable. LV Bushing shook his head. Mengda, you think too simply. In this chaotic world, do you think you're the only one trying to seize power? In the end, it will be a competition for heads. Zang Luo interjected. Old man, you have seen too much and thought too much. Most successful people move towards their goals and solve problems as they encounter them. If you think about various risks without taking action, it can easily dampen your enthusiasm and make you abandon many initial intentions. As for your concerns about Mengda, I believe in him and even more in his abilities. Moreover, if your LV family doesn't want to suffer the fate of extermination, it's best to relocate from Mengda's territory. Even if you don't join, it can ensure your safety. If Dongzhuo's subordinates find out you hosted Mengda, your village might be flattened. Upon hearing this, LV Bushing's family could no longer eat. The spirit fruits lost their flavor. LV Shan looked at his father and said, Dad, let's follow Brother Mengda and become officials. Become what officials? Isn't that against the Han? Besides, what can you do? I can kill enemies. You? Can you kill enemies? How can you not? I'm great at butchering pigs, so what's wrong with killing people? Ace laughed at the father-son duo's conversation. Haha, you really don't need to be so serious. Just train a bit, and killing enemies will be easy. One of the founding generals of the Han, Fan Kuai, was a butcher, and during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, you should have heard of the Liu Bei brothers' fame. That Zhang Fei was also a pig butcher. LV Shan, being able to butcher pigs means you can handle things better than most people. Moreover, many soldiers are recruited from among the common people. You've already outpaced 90% of soldiers. Believe in yourself. LV Bushing shot a glare at Ace. He was worried about his son's safety and wanted to suppress any budding ideas. But here Ace was encouraging him to go to the battlefield. Chow Chow quickly said, Uncle, in Sheng Yuan, LV Shan's courtesy name, you don't need to do anything for me. Since I've been wanted by the court, you still warmly host me. I can't ignore your safety. Come with me to Chunlu to settle down and accompany my father. Finally, Sheng Yuan, I will find the best teacher to teach you military strategy and martial arts. When you qualify, you can lead troops. LV Bushing was still uneasy. Looking at Chow Chow, Mengda, I only have this one son. If you want him to go to the battlefield, you must first find him a wife to leave a legacy. Chow Chow laughed. Uncle, it's not that serious. Only a fool would fight alone. Leading troops in battle relies on overwhelming power. When I suppressed the Yellow Turban Rebellion, I encountered many enemy generals with strength equal to mine. But because they didn't understand military strategy, I easily won. As for a wife, come with me to Chunlu. I'll find this kid 10. LV Shan, hearing this, blushed. I'm still young. Why do I need so many? Chow Chow laughed heartily. I was already fooling around in the flower houses with the Yuan brothers before I was 14. You're almost 16, not a child anymore. LV Bushing still didn't agree immediately and turned to ask the others. As a result, most were willing to move. They were younger and didn't want to die. LV Bushing had no choice but to agree. The next day, everyone set out early towards Chunlu and Yinzhou. On the way, Chow Chow approached Zang Luo and asked, Brother Zang, do you think we should change our route southward to bring Feng Shao from Yingchuan under our command? Zang Luo smiled. Old Chow, are you anxious after reading the book? This temperament isn't suitable for war. Be steady, don't act recklessly. These strategists are exceptionally wise and have their own subjective judgments. They will choose their own masters. Right now, you're just a lone commander, and they wouldn't be willing to follow you. It would be better to directly strengthen our reputation during the alliance of the lords and then expand our territory. If they still don't come at that time, it won't be too late to invite them later. There's no need to fawn over them like Liu Bei. Chow Chow shook his head. How is it fawning? I am just eager for Su Xiao to help me. Old Chow, after reading the romance of the Three Kingdoms, your wisdom has actually surpassed many strategists. If you completely rely on others because of this, you will gradually lose your own cleverness. You wouldn't want to be outdone by the Chow Chow in the book, right? Hearing Zang Luo say this, Chow Chow stopped bringing it up. The group spent 2 days on the road and finally arrived at Shenhun Luo's hometown. After hearing his son's plan, Chow Song immediately spent all his family fortune to support his son in his uprising. The relatives who heard this also came to express their willingness to join. When Chow Chow heard that his father was leaving Chun Lu to seek refuge in Langyi County, he was speechless. If you really go to seek refuge, it would actually be like going to your death. However, no matter how Chow Chow persuaded him, Chow Song was unwilling to stay in Chunlu. Amun, I've given you all my savings, and you still don't want me to leave? Don't you trust your father? Dad, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? If you don't let me leave and the court sends someone to arrest you, what will we do? By then, it will be too late to think of a way to escape. Besides, I don't want to be caught and used as leverage against you. Dad, it's really more dangerous for you to go outside. Look at this book before deciding whether to leave. Chow couldn't persuade him. So he directly handed the romance of the Three Kingdoms to Chow Song. By the way, Dad, you must read it all. No skipping. I will test you, and you can only leave if you pass. After Chow Song heard this, he pointed at Chow Chow, his beard trembling in anger. This ungrateful son is trying every way to keep me here. Fine, you want to test me, huh? This book won't stump me. Today, I will let you know your father's learning ability, and let's see what tricks you can come up with to stop me. After selling off the family property, at this time, Chow Chow's reputation for assassinating Dong Zhuo had also spread. And with the publication of the edict against Dong Zhuo, Chow Chow was a topic of conversation throughout the 13 provinces of the Han dynasty. This time, Chow Chow did not simply issue the edict foolishly as in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, but also included a message to all provinces. The content was roughly that he, Chow Chow, was incompetent and that the assassination of Dong Zhuo had failed, expressing his intention to spend all his wealth to gather righteous men to jointly fight against Dong Zhuo. This was much better than what was done in the book, as at least many well-known righteous men came rushing to Chunlu. 2 days later, Chow Chow was overwhelmed. There were too many people. Whether they were truly capable or just refugees, quite a few had come, and Chow Chow now found himself in a difficult position. He quickly went to find Qingong to come up with a solution. However, after searching around, he couldn't find him. Where is he? He wouldn't have left without saying goodbye, would he? Chow Chow muttered as he walked out and encountered Bruno. He hurriedly approached and asked, Brother, have you seen Qingong? He is in the backyard consulting my master, Bruno said. Before he could finish, Chow Chow ran to the backyard, causing Bruno to swallow back the words he wanted to say about Qingong, being very irritable at the moment. When Chow Chow entered the backyard, he saw a furious Qingong and slowed down as he approached. What's wrong, Gong Tai? Sigh at this moment. Qingong handed the book The History of Huaxia to Chow Chow. You should read this book more in the future. Huaxia has experienced countless disasters over the years. After we clean up the foreign tribes, we can discuss more. Chow Chow, upon hearing this, was confused but still took the book. By the way, Gong Tai, I came to find you for a reason. Think of a way. There are tens of thousands of people in Chunlu now, and my family fortune isn't enough to feed them for 10 days. More people are coming. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Qingong realized this was a critical issue. Is it really this difficult from the start? Seeing the two of them silent, Zang Luo spoke up. Mengde, you should send some people to transport the medicinal potions. I'll provide you with some rule potions. Chow Chow was puzzled and didn't understand what rule potions were. So he asked. Once Zang Luo explained it clearly, Chow Chow jumped up in excitement. Really? Isn't this similar to tribute rice? The effect is better than most spirit grains. Most of the refugees were currently eating ordinary food without any spiritual energy to sustain themselves. If they had these potions, they could enhance their strength. Then his subordinates could adopt an elite soldier approach. In the future, even if they faced Dong's flying bear army, they would be able to cope. Cao Cao ran out, and not long after, he returned with his clan brothers and over 100 people. Zang Luo also waved his hand and produced 200 million potions. He had previously used his divine sense to assess that there were nearly 80,000 people arriving. In fact, during the historical Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao's first gathering of soldiers was only 5,000. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, imperial power still held considerable deterrence, and not many dared to assemble large armies. Even the 18 lords at that time gathered only a little over 100,000 people. And even with the threat of bandits, they could only claim to have 400,000. This time, Cao Cao might just become the most eye-catching one. Cao Cao brought the potions to the city gate and soared into the air to look at the crowd below. Everyone, thank you for coming to support me. Hongmeng, so many people have shown up. I overestimated my family's wealth at the start. Hearing this, the crowd below began to discuss. No way. They don't have cultivation resources, do they? Sigh, those damn aristocratic families monopolize cultivation materials. What do we have to improve? It seems like this trip was in vain again. Cao Cao heard these words and didn't dare to delay any longer. Everyone, calm down. We have cultivation resources, but they will be distributed based on ability. After all, we're in the battlefield. From now on, we will start recruiting soldiers. Those below the divine source realm stand to the side. You can become Tunshin Army. Don't be discouraged. Work hard in your cultivation, and you will eventually be able to join the regular army. Those qualified in the divine source realm and above. I see many strong individuals among you. If you want to hold any position in the army, we will have a martial arts competition tomorrow. Let me say a bit more about the cultivation materials. Do you see this small bottle in my hand? This is a rule potion. This small bottle can enhance 1% of the rules, equivalent to saving a year of cultivation time. Of course, this potion is not permanently supplied. It is also provided by others, and there isn't much of it. Once we grow spirit grains in our territory, we will exchange them for corresponding spirit grain resources. You can go and try the effects of this potion shortly. The Tunshin Army will receive 1 potion per person each month. Ordinary soldiers will receive 2 potions each month. Elite soldiers will receive 5 potions each, and the captains will receive, as Cao Cao detailed, the military salary and benefits. Everyone was eager to see if the potions would really have such good effects. Once Cao Cao finished his speech, he began to register soldiers. In the end, the statistics showed 54,000 ordinary soldiers, 8,000 elite soldiers, and over 500 who were assigned as squad leaders, sergeants, and junior generals. The remaining 20,000 were simply too weak, and Cao Cao assigned them to the Tunshin Army. After calculating the number of potions, Cao Cao distributed them on the spot. The soldiers who received the potions immediately started using them. Wow, such pure rule attributes. The effect is amazing. If I get 2 more, I can elevate my rules to the level of the Great Way. Haha, it's out. If I serve in the army for 10 years, my great path could materialize. Fool, just become a general directly, and in 2 or 3 years, you can achieve your goals. Oh right, the resources for generals are 10 times ours. Those farmers in the army feel very unbalanced after using such good potions. How can they be content to spend their lives as farmers here? Cao Cao noticed that these people were quite disciplined, so he spread some of the less prestigious techniques from his family to the army. After all, many of these people were scattered cultivators, and many refugees had yet to learn any prominent techniques. After settling the camp, the next task was to focus on training while waiting for the meeting. Although everyone was a cultivator, coordinated combat required training. Otherwise, if discipline was lax, there would be chaos during battle. Half a month later, with about 10 days left before the meeting, Cao Cao was ready to set off with his army. During this half month, many joined, and the elite troops expanded to 10,000, named Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, just like in the book. The ordinary soldiers also grew from over 50,000 to 60,000. The reason for not increasing much was that many elite soldiers were selected again from the ordinary soldiers after their breakthroughs. These soldiers were not the main focus. What excited Cao Cao the most was that Sun Yu and Su Chu arrived early. Many of Su Chu's relatives directly entered the elite camp, and Cao Cao was thrilled to see Su Chu's strength reach the early stage of the divine realm. Although Lu Bu's strength was at a half-step chaotic level, surpassing Su Chu by several minor realms, with the supply of law potions, he would definitely catch up slowly. Most of the potions provided by Zang Luo were attack types, which are not suitable for someone like Su Chu, who primarily focused on body cultivation. After Cao Cao reflected this to Zang Luo, Zang Luo brought out 100,000 portions of the essence blood of chaotic demon gods and corresponding great path potions. It couldn't be more. 100,000 portions could cultivate more than a dozen chaotic cultivators, which could definitely dominate the world. On April 8th, 190 AD, the first year of the Eastern Han's Chuping era, Cao Cao was all set to go and found Zang Luo. "Brother Zang, are you coming with us?" Zang Luo nodded. "Although your strength has improved a lot, there is the Xianshang mansion in Luoyang, and I fear there might be changes. So, it's better to go together and take a look." After hearing this, Cao Cao felt even more at ease with this big shot around. It would be hard for him to encounter unsolvable problems. He even thoughtfully provided Zang Luo and Hancock with luxurious carriages. Sun Wukong saw that he did not have a carriage and came to Cao Cao. "You are too biased. Why don't we have a carriage?" Cao Cao pointed to the spotted horse. "Aren't these spirit beasts good mounts? What is this? At least a carriage would be nice." Cao Cao didn't have much wealth left, so he said immediately, "How can you be so shameless to sit in a carriage like your master? Aren't you in the same generation as your master?" "Sure. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Sun doesn't think that way. Forget it. I'll ride a horse." Seeing Sun Wukong being tricked away, Cao Cao felt relieved. Sun Wukong actually didn't want to ride a horse. It was just that he remembered his unpleasant experience as a horse manager. After walking for half a day, Cao Cao's army encountered Zhang Miao, the governor of Chenlu, who was slowly advancing with 10,000 soldiers. Upon seeing Cao Cao, he couldn't find words to describe his feelings. He indeed admired Cao Cao's actions. But Cao Cao had gathered 100,000 troops. How could he not worry? Who wouldn't be afraid of having a powerful tiger by their side? Therefore, he didn't show any good face. Cao Cao approached to greet him, but saw that Zhang Miao was not as enthusiastic as before. "Brother Mengzhu, it seems you don't want to see me?" You gather over 100,000 elite troops in my Chenlu. Given that we were once good brothers, not driving you away is already a big favor. What good face do you expect from me?" Cao Cao frowned. "You have a very Zhang Miao-like personality. No wonder the book says you took advantage of my campaign against Tao Qian to betray me with Qinggong. You can't stand to see your brother doing well. If your official position is reduced, you want to betray. Don't you think about what abilities you have? With your divine realm cultivation, one of my tiger and leopard cavalry team leaders could deal with you. Brother Mengzhu, you know who I gather my troops against, right? Why are you so suspicious? No wonder the book says you will betray me." Hearing this, Zhang Miao jumped off his horse and ran to Cao Cao, pointing and questioning. "What do you mean by that? Betray? Where does this come from? I am the highest authority in Chenlu. Who is betraying whom? Don't speak nonsense. Have I not given you gifts over the years? Has your life been good? Have you seriously returned the favors? Being a governor is not easy." Cao Cao was too lazy to respond and pulled out the romance of the 3 kingdoms from his pocket and threw it to Zhang Miao. "You read it yourself. With your current personality, you will eventually end up like what is written in the book." Zhang Miao took the book and saw that it was indeed about the time of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. He looked up at Cao Cao. "Are you crazy? Do you think I don't know about the Yellow Turban Rebellion?" Hey, don't go." Zhang Miao threw the book away and turned to leave. But after walking a dozen meters, he ran back to pick it up. He felt he hadn't figured out what Cao Cao said and should read it first. When he saw the 18 lords attacking Dongjua, he became suspicious. How could the situation described in the book be so similar to reality? Seeing the failure to attack Dongjua made him somewhat disbelieving. Although Dongjua was strong, his military morale was not united, and not everyone was of one mind with him. His side gathered righteous heroes from all over the world. How could they fail? As the plot continued, he became uneasy, seeing that the book's Zhang Miao also felt that after Cao Cao became the governor of Yin province, he received little promotion, and his power was less than that of the previous governor. He also thought it reasonable to betray with Qinggong. However, when he saw Lu Bu being killed by Cao Cao and his family also being slaughtered, he found it hard to calm down. Impossible, impossible. This is fake. This is fake. How could I let my family be exterminated? No, this is the doing of the Cao bandit. Zhang Miao waved his whip and quickly rode to Cao Cao's side, grabbing his sleeve and asking, "How can you treat me this way? What have I done wrong? Don't you have any faults? I gave up my territory willingly. You didn't promote me, and you only gave me one city. What wrong is there in not mixing with you? I'm just helping you. I'm not your vassal. How cruel you are. You bastard, Cao thief. May you die a miserable death." Seeing Zhang Miao's unrestrained words, Cao Cao slapped him. Slap. Zhang Miao was directly knocked off his horse, standing up in anger and looking at Cao Cao, almost wanting to kill him. Zhang Miao, listen carefully. What the 18 lords are planning this time is not much exaggerated in this book, and most of the situation is very consistent. If you want to live a stable life, then be honest. One city is the limit of your abilities. If you want more power, then prove it with your strength. It's not about taking shortcuts. I hope you don't court death in this life. Otherwise, I will be harsher than what is written in the book. Zhang Miao was directly frightened into silence by Cao Cao. Cao Cao then rode over to the side of Zhang Miao's army, looking at a soldier who was the same height as Su Chu, and called out to him, "Is that the mighty Dian Wei?" When Dian Wei heard that this high official recognized him, he felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that this person found out about his case and came to arrest him? Thinking of this, he held the knife in front of him. Cao Cao smiled and said, "I know your situation, but I'm not here to arrest you. I hope you will follow me. How about I make you a general?" Dian Wei scratched his head and replied, "A general? Right now, I just want to eat enough. If you can satisfy that condition, I will follow you." Gao Gao Lauet Su. He waved his hand, and people brought a lot of food to Dian Wei. Excited, Dian Wei picked up a large bag of food and followed Cao Cao. From a distance, Zhang Miao saw this and finally realized, isn't that Dian Wei from the book, the first in foot combat? Damn, Cao Cao has already taken action. Zhang Miao rushed forward to grab Dian Wei, saying, "You can't leave, you're my soldier." Dian Wei casually brushed him aside, nearly toppling Zhang Miao to the ground. Feeling Dian Wei's strength, Zhang Miao was even more unwilling to let him go. "Dian Wei, you can't leave. I can also feed you well. Eat as much as you want." Dian Wei sighed at It was like heaven and earth compared to Zhang Miao's. Even a fool could tell who was wealthier, so why hesitate? He immediately strode away. At this moment, Cao Cao called out, "Dian Wei, help me get that book back." After hearing this, Dian Wei turned around and snatched the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Zhang Miao held on tightly, but couldn't keep up, stumbling in the process. I haven't finished reading it yet." Seeing Zhang Miao's bad mood, Wang Hu stepped forward to comfort him. "My lord, don't worry about them for now. When the lords gather, with so many people, I don't believe no one can deal with that ungrateful wolf." Zhang Miao thought this made sense and turned to Wang Hu. "What General Wang said is reasonable. No wonder he is my most capable subordinate." Wang Hu was incredibly strong and skilled with a big knife. After Zhang Miao discovered his abilities, he promoted him to a miscellaneous general. This was only within the governor's power to appoint a miscellaneous general. Otherwise, he would have gone further. This time, everyone was here for fame and future prospects, and Wang Hu knew to cling to the powerful. At this moment, the carriage of Zang Luo happened to pass by Zhang Miao, shaking his head at their conversation. History is astonishingly similar. It seems this guy is still going to court disaster. When Dian Wei brought the book to Cao Cao, Cao Cao waved his hand, saying, "The text in this book is very concise. You should be able to understand it. Reading it should greatly enhance your mindset. Return it to me after you finish." Dian Wei hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. At over 20 years old, he was well past the age of wanting to read. He really had little interest. "Dian Wei, this book can save your life. Are you still resistant?" Originally lacking enthusiasm, Dian Wei was startled by this. "I in danger?" "Well, to be precise, it should be due to my negligence. But although I will pay attention in the future, there's no guarantee that others won't think of this method to target you. So you need to be careful yourself." Seeing that Dian Wei took his words to heart, he continued on horseback. 2 days later, they arrived at the junction of Yinzhou and Sili, where there is a place called Suanzhou County. This area is quite large, flat, and backed by mountains, making it suitable for setting up camp. Even if Dong Zhuo brought the Flying Bear army here, they could retreat to the hillside. Cao Cao's army was the second to arrive. Surprisingly, the first was Qiao Zhao, the governor of Dongjun, who had traveled a day further. Haha, Governor Qiao. You came so early? Hey, Mengda, you arrived late. As the initiator of the alliance, how come you're not the first? If it weren't for my scouts discovering you, I would have thought this was a joke. It was I, Qiao, who arrived late. So, I will personally host a banquet to apologize. Good, I'm waiting. Hurry up and set up camp. When Cao Cao's army was fully assembled, Xiao Zhao finally understood why Cao Cao had the confidence to set up camp in the middle. He initially thought Cao Cao was just relying on his position as the initiator, but it turned out to be due to strength. A full 70,000 army, including 10,000 elite soldiers, made him feel that his own 10,000 soldiers were a joke. His soldiers were probably the ones who were genuinely here to fight. Little did he know, this was not all of Cao Cao's strength. He was unaware that over 20,000 were under the command of Sun Yu. Cao Cao had further plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Sun Yu and Su Chu behind. Not long after, Zhang Miao also arrived with an army of 10,000. When Xiao Zhao went to greet him, he was met with a cold shoulder from Zhang Miao, which made Xiao Zhao snort in anger and leave. Like a mad dog. Who provoked you? However, shortly after, when Zhang Miao came over with a smile to apologize, Xiao Zhao's impression of him diminished greatly. Although they were both governors of Yenzhou, it was clear they were not on the same wavelength. He felt this person was unpredictable and decided it was best not to get too close. So he made small talk before heading off to the banquet. Zhang Miao saw Xiao Zhao heading to Cao Cao's camp and found out it was for the banquet. This Qiao thief didn't even invite me, but called Xiao Zhao. It seems he truly disregards our friendship. After returning, Zhang Miao vented his frustration by smashing things in his tent. 3 days passed, and the agreed time had arrived. Cao Cao noticed that the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu had not yet arrived, and asked Zang Luo beside him, Brother Zang, is there a change in plans? Why haven't the Yuan brothers come? Haha, aren't those two your friends? You should know them well. They always make a grand entrance. That makes sense with their personalities. Yuan Gonglu will definitely be the last one to arrive. Sure enough, not long after, he sensed Yuan Shao's army appearing within his range of perception. Shortly after, scouts reported that Yuan Shu's army was only a few hours away. Cao Cao was furious when he saw these two brothers, not only because of what the book said about them opposing him, but also because they were so slow. As powerful cultivators, isn't it normal to travel tens of millions of miles a day? At their speed, they probably wouldn't even cover 10 million miles a day. When Yuan Shao was about to arrive, Cao Cao also went to the front of the camp to welcome him. Good, Mengda. You actually issued the call to arms against Dong before me, leaving me no chance to send out my prepared materials. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao secretly laughed. If you had prepared to release it, that would be a miracle. He guessed Yuan Shao was envious of the fame he was gaining this time. Ha! As expected of good brothers, you all think alike. Brother Benchu, the banquet is ready. Let us eat and drink first. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Good. You Chao, man, you invite Yuan Benchu, but not me. Hearing this, Cao Cao turned around but saw no one. Using his perception, he discovered Yuan Shu's army was still several hundred miles away. Cao Cao realized that Yuan Shu was deliberately timing his arrival to be last. But he didn't expect the banquet to start right away. If he continued to pretend, he would only get leftovers, so he had to remind him. Haha, Brother Gonglu, you are too slow. Hurry up, the food is getting cold. A few moments later, Yuan Shu actually left his army behind and came alone. All the lords watched in disbelief. I've always heard that this guy has a high opinion of himself and does things without thinking. Seeing this, I understand it better now. However, the reputation of the Yuan family, known for 4 generations of 3 dukes, is still quite significant. Many prominent disciples across the land are related to them. As everyone greeted each other, Yuan Shu said, all right, enough of this nonsense. Let's go to the banquet. I'm hungry. Cao Cao, knowing Yuan Shu's character, didn't delay further and led everyone to the feast. After drinking and toasting, the group finally got to the main topic, which was to choose a leader to command the army. When Zang Luo saw Chao agreeing with those supporters, he quickly sent a reminder. Mengda, what are you doing? Are you really going to be the leader? Brother Zang, isn't this good? I want to achieve my goals quickly. By doing this, the variables will start right here. Do you still want to know the advantages of the plot? After hearing this, Chao was shocked. If things changed this time, everything afterward would change, and he would lose the advantage of foresight in the development of the plot. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up, humbly deflected, and praised the Yuan family's 4 generations of 3 dukes, diverting everyone's attention. In the middle of the night, Chao returned to the camp and couldn't wait to find Zang Luo. Brother, you are indeed right. But I've been waiting for the plot to develop so that I can respond with beneficial methods. It would take many years to unify the world. Who said I wouldn't let you change the subsequent developments? I just want you to not mess things up when forming an alliance. Is there really a big difference? There's a huge difference. Yuan Shao is your greatest enemy in this lifetime. Do you agree? Chao nodded, and there's Liu Bei. If I hadn't read that book, I wouldn't have known how resilient this person is. He has practically a model of success, fighting to the death for his goals. This person is terrifying. I will find a way to get rid of him sooner or later. Zang Luo smiled after hearing this. Right now, don't worry about the 3 brothers. Let me explain why I don't want you to be the leader. Yuan Shao already has a great reputation. If we let him develop, many talented people will flock to him in the future. This time, the incompetent actions of the leader will show everyone his ineptitude. And you just need to catch up with Emperor Xian of Han after Luoyang and bring him back. Isn't that advancing the timeline by decades? After hearing this, Chao excitedly nodded. Brother Zang, you really are brilliant. It's not that I'm brilliant. It's just that you, being the one in the situation, are too anxious. This is also why we need many strategists. Because if the greatest pressure doesn't reach the strategists, they make mistakes easily. And that makes sense. So, Brother Zang, will you interfere with the upcoming battles at all? Zang Luo thought for a moment and said, we need to steal the spotlight from Liu Bei and his brothers. We can't give them the reputation for future development. These 3 deceivers are the ancestors of manipulating the common people. What do you mean by that? Zang Luo turned. Haven't you read the history of Huaxia? Not yet. Chen Gong said I need to read it a few more times. Oh, I didn't expect he would finally get it. Perhaps he has gained some insight. It's no wonder you don't know. You might not realize that even thousands of years later in Sichuan, the legends of the 3 are still circulated among the people, showing how they shared their deeds with the commoners to win their hearts. Unlike you aristocratic disciples, whose stories mostly circulate only in front of cultured people and many don't believe them, they spread their deeds among the common people, winning their hearts in this way. The common people are much easier to persuade than the aristocrats. So, now you understand why he could escape with hundreds of thousands of common people, right? After listening, this method made him somewhat fearful, and he directly regarded him as his greatest enemy. Though Chao had strong hostility in his heart, he couldn't help but admire this person's tactics, managing to carve out a path from among ordinary people. He knew he absolutely couldn't achieve that. By the way, Brother Zang, what if I directly focused on the common people and abandoned the aristocrats this time? What do you think? Zang Luo was surprised. Aren't you the one who said you haven't read the history of Huaxia? I haven't read it. What's wrong? The fact that you can think of this shows why you could claim a third of the world. The common people are indeed the best means. The invasions by the 8 kingdoms of later generations were driven out by the common people. Once you finish reading that book, you should have a greater understanding. After Zang Luo spoke for a while, seeing Chao deep in thought, he didn't disturb him further and directly returned to the camp to find Hancock. Upon coming out, he saw several disciples competing with Jianwei. Sun Wukong and Lu Er both tried, but their physical strength couldn't match Jianwei. Even Ace's flame god body couldn't do anything against him, relying only on his flying advantage to hold on for a while. Zang Luo saw this and reminded them, in the ordinary world, Jianwei is the reincarnation of Philian's son, let alone in this world of gods and demons. Sun Wukong, not convinced, said, he wasn't allowed to use his weapon. That's why I fell behind. If he could use the golden cudgel, I would definitely win. Jianwei replied, if I had a suitable weapon, I'd knock you down in a few rounds. Sun Wukong, hearing this, got furious. Do you believe I can make you fall down right now? I don't believe it. Dian Wei glared back. Zang Luo hurriedly advised, I believe in both of you. It's already late. Let us rest a bit. We have the oath-taking ceremony at dawn. In Luoyang, upon hearing the news, Dong Zhuo killed quite a few people in the palace. He was already furious about Cao Cao's escape and wanted to rally the people against him. What made him even angrier was that tens of thousands of people actually showed up. Li Ru, seeing his father-in-law looking over, quickly said, Don't worry, father-in-law. These are just a rabble. Their hearts are not united, and they're easy to deal with. Elbu stood up and said, Father, leave it to me. Hua Xiong laughed. Why use a bull knife to kill a chicken? Feng Xian should stay in Luoyang and wait for my good news. Le Bufronit. You just joined us and haven't done anything yet, and you're already trying to take credit? Dong Zhuo noticed Elbu wasn't happy, but didn't give in to him. He had just joined and wasn't comfortable letting him lead the army away. Haha, Feng Xian. My son, let us stay in Luoyang and wait for good news. Hua Xiong received the order. I will obey. You will take 50,000 troops to Zishui Pass to assist Li Ju and Guisi in blocking the Allied forces. I will obey. On the side of Suanzhou County, after 2 hours, dawn finally broke, and the sound of drums was heard intermittently. Hearing the gathering drums, the various lords brought their troops to assemble, and Zang Luo was disturbed and couldn't rest. These bastards, isn't war about sending people to their deaths? Why are they so eager? As if they're racing against time? Seeing Hancock coiling around him like a snake, he couldn't even get out of bed to watch. With all this noise, how can anyone sleep? The quality of sleep is really good. Zang Luo had no choice but to use his divine sense to check on the situation of the various lords. It was similar to the plot of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, where they swore an oath and drank blood wine. Cao Cao, feeling disdain, secretly poured it out. Yuan Shao gave an impassioned speech to rally the troops. Besides his own troops being enthusiastic, the responses from the subordinates of other lords were sparse. Yuan Shao, knowing the situation, didn't embarrass himself further. He immediately used the rights of the alliance leader to gather and manage the resources of various warlords uniformly. This was necessary. Otherwise, if others had food and drink, they really couldn't be guaranteed to listen to you. Verbal promises are always inferior to grasping the key to the matter. In the end, Yuan Shao still employed Yuan Shu as the military grain officer. He then appointed a few mediocre positions and instructed the soldiers to eat. Meanwhile, the 18 warlords and their guards gathered in the main tent to discuss how this battle should be fought, eating and chatting while drinking. Cao Cao could no longer bear it. Brother Ben Shu, let's not rush to drink this wine. We can drink after returning victorious. Upon hearing this, Kong Rong and others immediately put down their wine cups, and the others followed suit. Yuan Shao laughed heartily. It's the first major battle. All right, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's talk about the closest location, the Sisui Pass. I won't say much about this small town. Who among you will take it? Upon hearing this, many people were reluctant to stick their necks out. Moreover, they had not yet fought against Dong Zhuo's army. Although Dong Zhuo had shown incompetence when attacking the Yellow Turbans, that was mainly because they were cavalry, which is not suitable for siege warfare. Dong Zhuo's reputation in the Liangzhou area was still quite significant. Sun Jian, seeing everyone so cowardly, scoffed. A bunch of cowards, leave the Sisui Pass to me. Upon seeing someone finally take on the task, Yuan Shao immediately stood up, personally poured a cup of wine, and brought it to Sun Jian. Brother Wentai, you truly deserve the title of the Tiger of Jiangdong. Good courage. I wish you a triumphant return. Sun Jian took the wine, downed it in one gulp, and then clasped his fists and left. Once Sun Jian was gone, the various warlords let loose. Some had already started fighting, and they figured it would be fine to drink. Cao Cao, seeing this, also felt it was pointless to say more. A bunch of fools. No wonder they weren't considered opponents in the books. After Sun Jian led his army out, he continuously received good news. The small towns near Sisui Pass were swept aside, and within one night, they were about to reach Sisui Pass. At this point, Sun Jian had to halt the offensive. Although the momentum was strong, they still needed to eat and sleep. The day and night had left his subordinates very fatigued. When Sun Jian discovered that his provisions had not yet arrived, he was furious. who is responsible for the military provisions. Han Dang stepped forward. My lord, I've urged them several times. But the Allied Army's camp said they are still preparing. What? The supplies are still at the Allied camp? Are they planning to starve us for a night? Send someone to urge them to hurry up. The food must arrive by midnight. Otherwise, after tomorrow morning, morale will plummet. He had no choice. They couldn't carry too many supplies during a forced march. Their day and night of battles had consumed all the food they had prepared for 2 days. Meanwhile, Hua Xiong, who had just arrived at Sisui Pass, heard that Sun Jian was coming and threw Dong Zhuo's orders to the wind. He wanted to achieve merit. This was the gathering of the warlords. If he could make a name for himself this time, he would be remembered in history. That brute El Bu, relying on his reputation as a flying general in the Bingzhou area, had gained the Grand Tutor's favor. This time, let's see how I can outshine you. Someone, go find out the situation of Sun Jian's camp in detail. Li Ju, standing nearby, asked, General Hua, are you planning to give up the advantage and take the initiative to attack? Is that a problem? Hua Xiong retorted, but if the first battle fails, the Grand Tutor will blame us, and we can't bear that. What failure? I see that Sun Jian's camp is nothing special. You overestimate the Allied forces. A rabble formed from various regions. Their hearts are not united, and they will fall apart as soon as they encounter resistance. Soon, the scouts returned to report on the entire situation of Sun Jian's camp. Ha ha, that fool Sun Wentai is fighting on an empty stomach. It's truly laughable. Li Ju, are you still worried now? Send the orders down. We will attack the enemy camp at midnight. After Hua Xiong gave the orders, he also went to rest. He had been on the road all day and hadn't had a proper rest yet. Several hundred kilometers outside Sisui Pass, Zhu Mao reminded Sun Jian, My lord, should we be on guard against a surprise attack from the enemy? Sun Jian shook his head. There's no need for that. We are advancing like a hot knife through butter. The enemy is already scared out of their wits. Besides, the enemy may not even guess that we would attack at night. They might be tightening their defenses. Seeing that Sun Jian insisted on not caring about the enemy, Zhu Mao stopped pressing the issue. Late at night, a sudden clamor of battle cries erupted, and when Sun Jian came out to look, the enemy had more troops than his own. Are they planning to wipe us out in one go? Soldiers, gather around me. Sun Jian hurriedly called to the confused soldiers. Hearing Sun Jian's voice, Hua Xiong revealed a smile and then made a gesture, preparing to charge. Although Sun Jian had gathered his troops by this time, he was still on the defensive. Meanwhile, Hua Xiong's forces were all cavalry, with a higher realm than many of the soldiers, and as they charged forward, Sun Jian's army fell into chaos once again. Hua Xiong did not give Sun Jian another chance to regroup and directly charged at him. Clang! The two blades clashed, and Sun Jian was knocked back several meters by Hua Xiong's strike. Late stage of the divine pattern realm, Sun Jian couldn't believe it. Hua Xiong was actually also a strong opponent, and his ancient ingot knife was no match for the opponent's horse-slaying saber. Seeing Hua Xiong charging again, Sun Jian could only defend continuously. Round dance wild blade. Blade shadow barrier. Sun Jian, you only know how to defend. Take this from Hua. Ultimate slash. Zhu Mao, from a distance, killed several enemy generals and, seeing that his lord was in danger, hurriedly led people forward to help. My lord, quickly retreat. I'll hold him off. Durong, you can't. My lord, don't worry about me. We cannot let everyone perish here. Sun Jian, upon hearing this, reluctantly turned around, reminding, Durong, come back alive. Don't worry, my lord. The faster you all retreat, the sooner I can leave. Once Hua Xiong had finished cutting down the annoying small soldiers, he noticed that Zhu Mao was closest in front of him. You old fool. Do you think you can stop me? You little brat, don't be arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Hua Xiong laughed in anger. You die. Phantom 3 blades. Ding, ding, ding. Upon contact, Zhu Mao realized he had underestimated the other party. So strong. Strong? Go die. Taking advantage of Zhu Mao's moment of distraction, Hua Xiong swung his horse-slaying saber, and with a single ultimate slash, he decapitated the unresponsive Zhu Mao. TCH, a trash in the early stage of the divine path. Dares to stop me. After that, Hua Xiong gathered his troops and chased after the direction Sun Jian fled. Sun Jian, since Hua Xiong was pursuing from behind, and Han Dang stepped forward, handing him a small vest. Sun Jian was speechless. "Igong, I don't need to wear this. Escaping is the priority. Hurry up." "My lord, this is the divine shield inner armor. It has the effect of shielding divine senses. Once you wear it and blend in among the soldiers, you can easily escape." "Then what about you, Igong?" "My lord, don't worry about me. I'm old. Just try to escape. Besides, Hua Xiong's primary target is you. Hurry." Sun Jian looked at the steadfast Han Dang and silently gritted his teeth. "Take care." After putting on his divine armor, Sun Jian mixed in with the soldiers, running around for a while before ordering the troops to scatter and escape, agreeing to regroup in front of the Allied forces' main camp. By the time Sun Jian, covered in blood, arrived at the Allied forces' main tent, he found everyone still drinking and feasting, which instantly filled him with rage as he drew his blade and charged at Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu, a worthless figure at the divine realm, and furthermore 2 major realms lower, could hardly react in time. Just as he was about to be struck down, his guard Shanji parried the blow, though he was pushed back several steps by the immense force. Taking advantage of the moment, Yuan Shu fled 6 or 7 meters away and angrily shouted at Yuan Shao, "This is outrageous. Sun Wentai, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, you won't leave here alive." Sun Jian scoffed. "Explanation? What do you need an explanation for? How many times have I urged you for military supplies? You have never sent food while we were starving in battle, and you were drinking and feasting. My general, Zhu Mao, is dead, and I haven't asked for an explanation from you yet." Yuan Shao looked at Yuan Shu after hearing this. "Is this how you handle the supply situation?" Yuan Shu quickly shook his head. "I don't know. I handed it over to my subordinates." Cao Cao, who was listening nearby, sneered. He felt that the portrayal of Yuan Shu in the books was accurate. He was envious and jealous of capable men. He was clearly afraid that Sun Jian would steal the credit. As the governor of Changsha, Sun Jian was a barrier to Yuan Shu's future territorial expansion. If Sun Jian became too conspicuous, Yuan Shu would become transparent. Therefore, how could Yuan Shu not target Sun Jian? To keep the drama going, Cao Cao had to smooth things over. After some discussion, Yuan Shu agreed to replenish Sun Jian's troops, and the matter was settled. Not long after, Hua Xiong chased to the front of the Allied camp and started provoking them. He had completely forgotten his mission of defending the city in his eagerness to hunt down enemies. Seeing that Sun Jian was of this caliber, he looked down on the Allied forces and directly came to provoke them. Cao Cao had been keeping an eye on Lu, Guan, and Zhang. When the storyline reached the point where Yuan Shu's General Yu Shi and Han Fu's General Pan Feng were killed, he ordered Dian Wei to take care of Hua Xiong. Guan Yu, who had yet to speak, helplessly closed his mouth, narrowing his eyes as he waited for these men to go to their deaths. He had previously held high hopes for Pan Feng, who was tall and strong, thinking he would be easy to handle, but unexpectedly, he was taken down instantly. At this point, Guan Yu felt that the Allied camp was filled with nothing but useless people. After a few moments, the drums outside stopped, and everyone in the Allied camp thought Hua Xiong had killed again. But not long after, Dian Wei came in, holding the severed head in his hands. Cao Cao noticed something was off with the head and scrutinized Dian Wei. "Dian Wei, where's your weapon?" Dian Wei scratched his head. "I didn't have a suitable weapon." Cao Cao was puzzled. "Looking at the wound, did you just twist it off?" Dian Wei nodded. "Hiss." Everyone in the tent gasped in shock. This strength was too monstrous. At this moment, Zhang Miao regretted not taking action sooner, filled with resentment. He squinted at Cao Cao, thoughts flashing through his mind. Cao Cao sensed a chill and turned to look, but found nothing unusual. What was going on? Was a strong opponent coming? Cao Cao spread out his spiritual sense, but found nothing amiss. After Yuan Shao verified Hua Xiong's head, he directly rewarded Dian Wei with a jar of wine and then called everyone to feast. Cao Cao truly felt that Yuan Shao was somewhat of a fool. Alliance leader, we should take the initiative and eliminate Hua Xiong's subordinates now. This way, there won't be many troops left at Sishui Pass, and we can take it directly. If there were to be a celebration, it should be at Sishui Pass. Hearing this, several warlords agreed to attack Sishui Pass now. Many of these warlords had never tasted the bitterness of war. If it weren't for Yuan Shao's daily hospitality, they would have been itching to leave. In fact, strictly speaking, Yuan Shao was not a fool. he was stabilizing these warlords to prevent them from opposing him. As for the ordinary soldiers, he did not pay them any mind. Now, with everyone's spirits high, Yuan Shao did not hold back and immediately arranged for Kong Rong, Lu Dai, Wang Quang, and Han Fu to be the vanguard, with the other warlords following. Seeing Yuan Shao's arrangement, if Cao Cao had not read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would not have realized Yuan Shao's cunning. The four vanguards he arranged were all warlord from the vicinity of Jizhou and Yuzhou, clearly aimed at depleting their strength so he could take over later. At this time, Yuan Shao's ambitions were already quite large, while the book's portrayal of him did not start his ambition for hegemony until a year later. Over in Luoyang, Dong Zhuo, upon hearing of his subordinate's defeat in the first battle, slammed the table. Useless. My tens of thousands of troops just disappeared like that? Has that waste Hua Xiong been leading troops like this all these years? Father, do not be angry. I am willing to lead 10,000 troops to break through the allied forces. Dong Zhuo was stunned. You dare to go with just 10,000? No wonder you have fought countless battles against foreign tribes. However, he felt that 10,000 was not reliable. If they were beaten back again, he would be at a disadvantage. Feng Xian, this time you will bring the entire Bingzhou army, and I will lead the Feixiong army to follow. Elbu felt displeased. Wasn't this a clear sign of distrust in him? This old thief, even calling him father, still doesn't trust him. When Dong Zhuo's army arrived at Hulao Pass, Elbu directly led his troops to provoke Si Shui Pass. The defending general in the city listened closely. I am Elbu, the adopted son of the current Grand Tutor Dong the Thief. I have come to quell the rebellion. Those who know the times should quickly disband the allied forces. You rodents, why don't you dare to respond? The ordinary soldiers in the city heard Elbu's challenge and called out, if you're a man, come out. I, Elbu, will fight 18 warlords at once. Yuan Shao was furious after hearing this. This reckless man is shouting so loudly. Everyone, how should we respond? Wang Quang, the governor of Hunan, had his General Fong Yu snort coldly. I have heard that Elbu has been fighting against foreign tribes for many years, thus gaining a great reputation. But how much real strength he still needs to be tested. Then he looked at Wang Quang. My lord, let me go temper his arrogance. Wang Quang had not wanted to be the first to act, but Fong Yu was known for his quick spear skills. It was said he could pierce a flying fly. So he nodded in agreement. After Fong Yu rode out of the city, he headed straight for Elbu. Who dares come? Listen well, Elbu. I am Fong Yu from Hunan. You should have heard of my name. If you're sensible, quickly surrender, or else you'll lose your head. Useless. What the hell is Fong Yu? Never heard of it. Come and die. Elbu saw a nameless nobody daring to come and blabber. How could he listen to his nonsense? Hellfire Black Flame Halberd. Fong Yu saw Elbu's Fong Tianhua halberd coming down, the tip emitting an intimidating black fire, and instinctively raised a spear to block. Crack! The spear was directly severed by the Fong Tianhua halberd, and with unrelenting force. It split Fong Yu in half from shoulder to abdomen. The two halves of Fong Yu hung on either side of the horse, shocking both enemy and ally soldiers to their core. Huh! A piece of trash comes to die, wasting effort. Just like that, Fong Yu, known for his quick spear in Hunan, was taken down in an instant. In fact, if Fong Yu had not talked back and had taken the situation seriously, he might have lasted a few exchanges. For someone like him, who had never been on the battlefield, his mind was still in the realm of ordinary sparring with acquaintances. Of course, the main reason is that Fong Yu's spear grade is not good. It is made of lightweight materials and is not as sturdy as the Fong Tianhua halberd. In the coalition's big tent, upon hearing that Fong Yu was killed in one move by Elbu, they began to have a new understanding of Elbu. Zhang Yang, the governor of Shandong, laughed and said, if you have no ability, don't go out and embarrass yourself, lest it weaken our army's morale. Wang Quang slammed the table and stood up. Who knows if Elbu used any tricks? From what I know about Fong Yu, he absolutely could not have been killed in one move. I'm very clear about Fong Yu's situation. If he is not capable, then he is not capable. What excuses are you making? You're fine if you have the ability, bring Elbu's head in here, and I will bow down to you in front of the lords today. Haha, you said it. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he directly turned to Mu Shun behind him. Little Mu, I have been guiding you for so long recently, and your spear technique has also reached a high level. Do you dare to give it a try? Mu Shun clasped his fists and said, My lord, Rest assured, my spear technique has greatly improved recently, and it is just right to use elbow as a sharpening stone. Just 3 minutes after Mu Shun went out, a soldier reported that Mu Shun was stabbed under his horse by a spear. Before the various lords could be surprised, Elbow's roar came again from outside. You commoners in the city, do you only have such trash generals? If this is all you have, it would be better to disband the coalition early. Daring to oppose my adoptive father, you are walking further down a dead end. After hearing this, Yuan Shao slammed the table. Are there no stronger generals? Don't send useless trash to their deaths. Kong Rong, the governor of Beihai, said, my subordinate Wu Onghua is skilled with a pair of iron hammers and possesses immense strength. He should be able to withstand Elbow's might. Yuan Shao looked at the tall and strong Wu Onghua, who stood up, and seeing that the pair of iron hammers looked very formidable, he agreed to Kong Rong's proposal. However, although Wu Onghua was strong, his speed was much slower than Elbow's. He was struck by Elbow's spear, which severed his wrist, and then the second attack pierced his dantian, rendering him unable to cultivate, and he died shortly after. By the time the various lords received this news, they no longer dared to send anyone. Cao Cao's companions, the six-eared macaque and Sun Wukong, quickly pulled Cao Cao aside. Old Cao, the scene you were waiting for has arrived. It's our turn now, right? The two monkeys had long been impatient. If it weren't for Cao Cao saying to first weaken the other lords and let them know the gap, to prevent them from becoming too resolute in opposing him. This time, Cao Cao nodded and no longer stopped the two monkeys. When Elbow saw the six-eared macaque and Sun Wukong outside the city, he frowned. What are you two beasts doing here? Sun Wukong bared his teeth. Don't say that about us. You look like a monkey too. Maybe we are of the same clan. Elbow became furious upon hearing this. Someone had said he looked like a monkey when he was a child, and he had killed them. Now, someone dared to say that again, and he roared angrily, die. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff to block. Boom! Unexpectedly, Elbow was so powerful that Sun Wukong was sent flying hundreds of meters, making the six-eared macaque look at him with disdain. Are you capable, junior brother? Sun Wukong was furious. You are the junior brother. Then, Sun Wukong flew towards Elbow again. Elbow nodded. You weren't killed by one spear. You piqued my interest a bit. Sun Wukong grinned. I haven't even shown my true strength yet. What are you pretending for? Then, Sun Wukong directly unleashed the form of the Chaos Demon Ape. Elbow looked down on this. Is that all you can do, get big? Then, both of them continuously increased their size and charged at each other. Monkey, you die too. As they clashed, a fierce exchange ensued, with the golden staff and the Fong Tianhua halberd colliding continuously. Although Sun Wukong was very skilled with the golden staff, he was somewhat lacking against Elbow's killing techniques. Elbow's attacks, whether slashing, thrusting, sweeping, or stabbing, were all optimal routes. Sun Wukong's staff techniques fell short. The monsters he had fought before had all trained in the wild, with no fighting skills whatsoever. Seeing Sun Wukong continuously on the losing end, the six-eared macaque reminded him, Junior brother, do you need help? No need. Chain of flying arrows. Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he was once again pushed back by Elbow's series of attacks. Roar! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, directly summoning the substantialized path of the demon ape, and then threw out countless monkey hairs. Elbow felt a sense of fear of the dense crowd. However, Elbow was someone who loved such large groups of enemies the most. As Elbow swung his Fong Tianhua halberd to reap the little monkeys, the demon ape charged forward. Elbow casually knocked away the nearby monkeys and faced the demon ape head-on. Boom! Ha! I thought it was some powerful technique. It's flashy but useless, just a big brute. Explode for me. Elbow directly struck the demon ape hard with all his strength, leaving it half damaged. However, this was a manifestation of the path that Sun Wukong had summoned, which could be repaired again. Thus it could continue to wear down Elbow. Seeing this, Elbow also realized Sun Wukong's plan and scoffed, not taking it seriously. Elbow had fought for 3 years without needing rest. What was there to fear about a war of attrition? Elbow was incredibly formidable. Watching Sun Wukong fight fiercely, the six-eared macaque was already itching for action. Regardless of whether Sun Wukong was willing or not, he charged up. When Elbu saw the second monkey coming up, he didn't care and faced them both without fear. The various lords had not heard any bad news for a long time, so they asked the messenger and heard that the fight was very intense, prompting them all to leave their tents and come to the city gate to watch. Whose subordinates are these? How are they so valiant? Yuan Shao asked directly. Alliance leader. These are Chao Mengda's people. With such strong subordinates, why didn't he send them out earlier? He must be trying to wear us down. Zhang Miao fanned the flames from the side. Cao Cao looked at Zhang Miao in disbelief. Was this guy in such a hurry to stab him in the back? Brother Mengzhu, do you think so little of me, Chao Mengda? Isn't it obvious? When Hua Xiong came, several generals died. When Elbu came, several generals died. If a few more enemies come, our generals will soon be dead. Cao Cao squinted at Zhang Miao, wishing he could kill this guy right now, knowing he would stab him in the back later. With a cold snort, he didn't explain anything. The current situation was just waiting for Elbu to be defeated and then take the opportunity to attack Hulao Pass. This would enrage Dong Zhuo, leading to the death of Yuan Wei's family, thus causing the Yuan family's fortune to diminish by half. Seeing that Cao Cao did not explain, Yuan Shao also felt that Cao Cao had ill intentions, but there were many who were patient among the lords. He didn't care, only needing to gain prestige this time. On the battlefield, with the addition of the six-eared macaque, the two great demon apes manifested their paths to cooperate with the two monkeys to besiege Elbu, instantly gaining the upper hand. After hundreds of exchanges, Elbu became more and more frustrated. He had never fought such a humiliating battle. After Elbu made a few harsh remarks, he began to retreat. Cao Cao saw the opportunity and instructed his army to pursue Elbu's forces, directly attacking Hulao Pass. Zhang Miao watched Cao Cao leave and said to everyone, "See, Chao Mengda is taking the credit. Did he consult with everyone? Did he ask the alliance leader's opinion?" Upon hearing this, the other lords' impressions of Cao Cao diminished greatly, and Yuan Shao felt very angry as well. Gong Sunzan hurriedly said, "Alliance leader, give the order. My subordinate, the White Horse Yitong, can definitely break through the Bingzhou wolf riders. Suzhou's Danyang soldiers are not to be underestimated. Give the order, alliance leader." Tao Qin quickly spoke up. When Yuan Shao saw that everyone was in favor of directly attacking Hulao Pass, he ordered the troops to march. Gong Sunzan and Shiliang's Ma Teng were the vanguards, while the others followed to deal with the remaining soldiers. Gong Sunzan led the White Horse Yizhong for 300 miles before encountering Cao Cao's army, then shouted and rushed to the front. Cao Cao was not angry. He didn't care about such achievements, as he aimed for the world and saw no value in relying on others' merits. Gong Sunzan intended to take the lead, and he was happy to let these men expend some energy first. Elbu returned in defeat, and Dong Zhuo, upon hearing this, was furious and directly smashed his teacup over Elbu's head. "Useless. Aren't you the world's number one? Aren't you half a step into the chaos realm? I heard it was two monkeys who defeated you." Elbu did not dodge, but secretly hated this old thief. "I just lack a father, not a beating. You dare treat me like this. Just wait. I'll make you pay for it. No, this place isn't safe. I need to return to Luoyang." Dong Zhuo initially thought he could suppress the coalition forces with the advantage of his large army. But unexpectedly, there were experts among the coalition. Who knows if there are other strong figures as well? Ignoring his subordinates' objections, he ordered the army to return to Luoyang, leaving Li Ju and Guisi to guard Hulao Pass. By the time Cao Cao and the others chased to Hulao Pass, the city gates were already tightly closed. Gong Sunzan attempted to gather the White Horse Yizhong to crash against the city defense formation, but the protective formation remained unmoved. Tao Qian, who arrived afterward, also had the Danyang soldiers spread out in front of the city gates to break the formation, but even the Danyang soldiers were helpless against it. Cao Cao did not have siege equipment, and the defensive formation of Hulao Pass was very strong. It couldn't be easily breached. Although his tiger and leopard cavalry was formidable, it was not the right time to act. Gong Sunzan and Tao Qian saw that they had no way to proceed and could only wait for the main army to arrive. "Alas, had I known, I wouldn't have come. Sisui Pass was well defended, and now we have to camp out again." Cao Cao smiled and said, "What camping? Once the main army arrives, we'll attack the city directly. My scouts have reported that Dong Zhuo has returned to Luoyang, and the remaining troops here are fewer than 50,000. Oh, Then we can take this city immediately. Half an hour later, other warlords also arrived with their troops. However, Yuan Shao did not agree to attack immediately and found an excuse that the army was tired, so they set up camp instead. Cao Cao, hearing this, did not urge them. He was not in a hurry now. Once Yuan Wei died, it would be Yuan Shao, the alliance leader, who would be anxious. Sure enough, before dawn the next day, Yuan Shao received the news that the Yuan family had been exterminated. He immediately ordered the army to don plain clothes and mournful attire, then, under the pretext of avenging his family, directly attacked the city. This time, with an attack force of over 100,000 men. Even though the defensive formation of Hulao Pass was strong, it ultimately wavered. Several warlords, not knowing if they had issues with their brains, obediently commanded their subordinates to charge repeatedly. This directly turned Hulao Pass into a target for the enemy to attack. The protective formation was not just for defense. It also had offensive capabilities. The combined strength of countless soldiers could retaliate, and this power had long surpassed Elbu's strength. Zang Luo observed the alternating commands of attack and defense and was somewhat dissatisfied with the commander of his Divine Guard. He directly transferred the commander of the Divine Guard and the 4 divine officials out. Divine Master, don't be surprised. Come out and learn the experience of great battles. The divine officials looked at the distant battlefield in astonishment. Is this a confrontation of formations? Their formation is dominant, and some are even trying to disrupt the opposing formation. No, the disruption is everywhere. They're attacking the enemy while taking the opportunity to break the formation. After observing, Zang Luo reminded them, when you fought with the Divine Guard before, you only used your own formations, which allowed you to crush your opponents. This time, you will study for a while, and afterwards, I will let you engage in practical combat against formations. In the future, you will also need to act for Cao Cao, and I hope you won't embarrass me after learning. The 4 divine officials and other commanders clasped their fists in assurance. Divine Master, rest assured, we will definitely win. On the side of Li Ju and Guisi, although they were on the defensive, many of the people setting up formations were killed by the backlash of the formations. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides was too great. Even formations of the same level were slightly inferior. The 2 were well aware of their own strength and were quite fearful of the enemies who could drive Elbu away, not daring to go out personally to disrupt the enemy's grand formation. Hearing that the Grand Tutor was almost in Luoyang, they took the opportunity to retreat while the coalition forces were resting at night. Yuan Shao heard at midnight that Li Ju and Guisi had retreated, but he did not rush to attack the city. During the day, he was just putting on a show. He was originally the son of Yuan Feng and a blood brother of Yuan Shu, only adopted into the Yuan Wei family. Now that the power holder was dead, wasn't it the perfect time for him to take over the family head position? At dawn, Yuan Shao pretended not to know and ordered another attack on the city. When the various warlords gathered and broke through the city gates in one blow, everyone was very surprised. As they gradually entered, they found that there were no soldiers of Dongzhuo left in the city, and all the supplies had been taken away. Cao Cao knew that Yuan Shao would not leave for a while. He would definitely find an excuse to reorganize here. So, he sent out a large number of scouts to gather information about Luoyang. In Cao Cao's plan, Luoyang must be chaotic. Even if he was reluctant to part with the prosperous Luoyang, he had to endure it. This represented the imperial power of the previous dynasty. If Luoyang was not set ablaze, it would be difficult for the Han to be replaced by him. This was his realization after reading historical texts. And he also did not plan to leave behind those old stubborn officials in the court. 3 days later, Yuan Shao remained inactive. In fact, he was also waiting for Dong Zhuo to kill Lu Xie. After all, Dong Zhuo had the precedent of killing Lu Bian, and if pushed hard, he might very well kill Lu Xie as well. In that case, the imperial power would fall, leading to an era of warlord rivalry. On this day, both Yuan Shao and Cao Cao received information from Luoyang that Dong Zhuo had set Luoyang ablaze and had taken the civil and military officials along with the emperor back to Liangzhou. Yuan Shao immediately ordered troops to march towards Luoyang. Upon hearing this order, Cao Cao separated from the main force. He let Gao Zhen, Gao Hong, and Jian Wei take 60,000 ordinary soldiers to the Luoyang palace, instructing the 3 to personally search the dry wells in the palace. They must retrieve the imperial seal. Brother, how do you know the imperial seal is in the well, still in the embrace of a palace mate's corpse? Gao Hong, scared. Charon was also curious. Yeah, brother, did you push her down when you escaped from Luoyang? Cao Cao scolded. Let's talk about related topics. We can discuss it in detail when we return. Do you think 50,000 troops offer you insurance? The warlord's suspicions could directly turn against you. You must keep the things safe for me until I return. The two nodded. Don't worry, brother. Isn't there also Brother Dianwei? We will take over the inner city. I don't believe we can't defend against these worthless people. Cao Cao nodded, then took 10,000 elite tiger and leopard cavalry and quickly set off to pursue Dong for his escape route. This time, Cao Cao brought several disciples of Zang Luo. During this time, he had become familiar with them and knew their different abilities. He brought Bruno to facilitate the seizure of supplies during the action. Although the cultivators of the divine realm in this world have their own inner worlds, those worlds are illusory, intangible, and lack an important aspect of spatial Tao. Although it doesn't really affect strength, it can't hold anything. Moreover, there are no spatial artifacts developed in this world. Previously, Cao Cao heard that there were some in the shop of Xianshang Mansion, but he couldn't afford them. Besides Bruno, Yang Jian and the howling celestial dog also came along to observe the enemy's movements, as Yang Jian's eyes can see farther than divine sense. He didn't bring Violet because Cao Cao felt that having a woman in battle was still not acceptable in the customs of his world. Marco and Ace are the inheritors of the blood of the Yanluan demon gods. Cao Cao thought that their flying speed should be enough for a quick escape. Fortunately, he didn't directly tell them that they were helping with an escape. If they knew, they would definitely recommend Bellamy to come along. The ability of the spring fruit has been developed to directly bounce you back home. Isn't that much faster than slowly flying? After 2 hours, Cao Cao's army passed by Luoyang without stopping and headed straight for Hanga Pass. Kill! Charge! Cao Cao hurriedly ordered the army to form ranks to meet the enemy. He already knew from the book that Elbu would intercept him and almost died, if it weren't for the help of Liu Bei and his brothers. He would have harbored resentment. But now it's just Elbu, a servant of 3 surnames. Are you sure you want to stop me? Gao Gao's, Filet. What did you say? A servant of 3 surnames. Didn't you hear clearly? Chow Thief. Why do you call me a servant of 3 surnames? If you don't clarify today, I will have you torn to pieces. Cao Cao repeated the words Zhang Fei used to insult Elbu in the book, making Elbu feel a bit ashamed, but even more furious. You're going too far. Chow Thief die. Cao Cao didn't dare to confront him directly. He turned to the few people beside him and said, Brothers, please capture him alive. Ace asked in confusion, Do we really not need to kill him? Cao Cao laughed. I can handle this. Ace shook his head. Be careful not to miss the target. As Elbu charged, Marco and Ace soared into the air, invoking the Yanluan Great Way. 2 solidified golden Yanluan flew toward Elbu. Before the 2 giant birds got close, Elbu already sensed the threat. What? Are there cultivators stronger than me? And 2 at that? Ace laughed and said, The 6-eared and Wukong who defeated you before are just our junior disciples with mid-level strength. We are the face of our sect. Yang Jian behind them scoffed. Be careful. Sister Perona might teach you a lesson when she hears this. Only Buside. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, the giant bird grabbed his Fong Tianhua halberd with its leg. Elbu tried his best, but couldn't pull it out. And at this moment, the other giant bird also grabbed his waist, preventing him from escaping. Ah, damn it. Chow Thief, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Cao Cao had no time to waste with him. Feng Xian, I actually admire your strength, but following Dong, Zhua has no future for you. Dong, Zhua has no son. His regime is destined to decline. When that happens, other generals will surely act independently. In the ensuing chaos, what will you gain? In a chaotic environment, you only gain the thrill of slaughter, but what about your family? What about the stability of your family? Without a strong regime to protect your territory cannot benefit your family. I don't believe Dong Zhuo will treat you well. He must be suspicious of you and cannot fully trust you. If you are willing to submit to me with your strength, you will certainly be granted a title in the future. Although Elbu hated Dong Zhuo for beating and distrusting him, after listening for a while, he realized this Chow Thief was trying to recruit him. Gao Tai, a king of another surname, is pursued by all under heaven. You are tempting me, which is harming me. Gao Gao Lauet the Feng Si Tang Be Honet. I'm here to seize the world. The court is doomed, and I've already captured Lucia. Do you want to surrender? Be straightforward. I don't have time to waste. By the way, your daughter is about to be married off, and I will marry her. Elbu was shocked. You want to be my son-in-law? Ace chuckled and looked at Chow Chow. Brother Mingda, aren't you a husband stealer? How have you changed? Hearing this, Chow Chow became very angry. He never expected that the records and history books, especially those from the 21st century, would call him a husband stealer, saying he was a good husband. Was it because of affection? No, it was because in this era, a young girl gets married before she grows up. How can he have feelings? He simply liked someone more mature. But all the mature ones were already married. What could he do? Feng Xian, I will give you one last chance. I will betroth Diao Chan to you. If you don't agree, just wait for death. Who is Diao Chan? Elbu asked in confusion. Chow Chow looked at Marco. Brother, please take Elbu ahead to intercept the court officials and let Wang Yun hand over Jiao Chan to Elbu. Also, find an opportunity to deal with Wang Yun. Forget it. When I arrive, I'll take care of him and the other ministers together. Watching Marco fly away with Elbu, Ace looked at Chow Chow strangely. Old Chow, you are willing to give up Diao Chan? Sigh, there are so many women in the world. I don't believe there isn't one comparable to her. As long as Elbu can be honest, it would be nice to let this perfect match be known again. Old Chow, you're overthinking it. Without Wang Yun's scheme, Diao Chan would have no legend. Meanwhile, the army led by Elbu stood dumbfounded. Their general was captured. What should they do? Chow Chow looked at Zhang Luo and Gao Shan. You two generals are great talents. Don't continue to be hated by the people alongside Dong Zhuo. Your Bingzhou army consists of heroes of the Han. Following Dong, Zhuo will only lead to infamy. Elbu will definitely submit to me, and you can wait here for our return. If you don't want to wait, you can go to Luoyang to find my subordinates. Then Chow Chow led the army forward again. Ace tossed Elbu's Fong Tianhua halberd to Zhang Luo and left. Wei Su and Song Xian looked at Zhang Luo. What should we do? Should we go find the general? Zhang Luo shook his head. Our army speed is not fast enough. It would be useless to chase. Given Elbu's situation earlier, he is very likely to submit. We should stay put. By the way, we can send some scouts to investigate the situation. On Chow Chow's side, he quickly caught up with the fleeing commoners, many of whom were lashed by whips for moving too slowly. Even the elderly who fell were beaten, and their deaths were ignored. Seeing the atrocities of the Shiliang soldiers, he immediately ordered the execution of all of Dong Zhuo's Shiliang soldiers. There were not many soldiers escorting the commoners, and they were scattered in many places, with each small team having only over 1,000 men. Facing Chow Chow's tiger and leopard riders, they couldn't even sharpen their knives before being completely wiped out. The on-site slaughter terrified the commoners. They didn't run away in fear but huddled together on the ground, holding their heads. Dear fellow villagers, I am Chow Chow, Chowmanda. I believe the commoners near Luoyang have heard of my reputation. You don't need to go to Chang'an anymore. Slowly withdraw. A few hundred kilometers away, there are the Bingzhou army. They have been subdued, so you can pass safely. When I return to Luoyang, I will arrange for everyone. As Chow Chow continuously rescued the commoners, he quickly drew the attention of Dong Zhuo's scouts. Dong Zhuo led the officials at the front of the procession. Hearing that the common people behind were intercepted, he directly killed the messenger with a single slash. Chowmingda, I'm going to kill you. By the way, where's Feng Xian? Isn't he holding off the pursuers at the back? The crowd was unaware of the situation at the rear, so no one could answer. At this moment, Li Ru stepped forward and said, Father-in-law, we should hurry and leave, or we will run into Chow Chow's army. Dong Zhuo snorted coldly. Do I fear a Chow A-man with my 200,000 iron cavalry? No, father-in-law, I think if we drag this out with them, the officials and supplies we are escorting will be at risk. As for the common people, if they run away, they run away. Once we settle down, we can slowly send troops to migrate them to different places. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo was not satisfied. No way, I can't swallow this anger. I still haven't figured out the assassination attempt on me last time, and now they come to rob us of people again. If I don't kill Chowmingda today, they'll think I, Dong Zhuo, am incapable. Li Ru couldn't argue back and had to quickly arrange the troops. The Feixiong army must protect the father-in-law and themselves nearby. As for the supplies and officials, they would protect them if they could, but if not, then forget it. At this time, the coalition army of the various lords had also arrived at Luoyang. Some lords, who cared about their reputation, pretended to send people to put out the fires, while others casually wandered around and found that the large city of Luoyang had already turned into ruins, with nothing of value left. They no longer cared and stationed their armies outside the city to rest. On the side of Zang Luo, Chao Run and Chao Hong directly led their armies into the city. Other lords looked at the large fire and saw it was very hot inside. Yet they still sent their armies in, looking foolish, and they laughed from a distance. At this moment, Zang Luo noticed a corner of Luoyang City where a shop was intact, even though the surrounding buildings were engulfed in flames without any damage. The shop of Xian Shang Fu hasn't left. Zang Luo went over with Hancock and a few disciples. As soon as Yushan saw Zang Luo coming, he began to complain. "Brother, are you a reincarnation of Jinx?" Zang Luo was confused. "What do you mean by that? Think about it. You came to Hongmeng, and Hongmeng was lost. We couldn't open the branch store. You came to this world of gods and demons, and war broke out again. The shop can't be open again. Look, is there anyone around now?" Zang Luo was speechless. "You're overthinking it. If I hadn't come, this plot would have happened anyway. It's you who chose an unsuitable location for the shop. Ha! My Xianshang Fu does business across the heavens and worlds, and you say we chose an unsuitable location? The heavens and worlds only represent the forces behind you, not your abilities. Aren't you being unreasonable?" All right, I'm being unreasonable. I suggest you buy a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms to understand the situation in this world. Yushan didn't believe him. That's a product of the mundane world. How could it possibly affect this world situation? You read it, and then answer. Yushan suspiciously took a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms from them all and started reading. At this moment, Yunongshi also came over to Zang Luo. You must be Taoist Zang Luo. I've heard a lot about you from my nephew. Thank you for accompanying us all the way. You're too polite, Taoist. By the way, are all these common people in your shop saved? Sigh. Dong the demon god has a dark heart. He doesn't see common people as humans. Those hiding were also burned by the fire and couldn't stand it. So they came out and got lost in the smoke. I saved them on the way. At this moment, Yushan suddenly shouted. What are you shouting about? You little rascal? Yunongshi said irritably. No, Uncle, Brother Zong said you chose the wrong location for your shop. I read the book, and you really did choose the wrong location? Yunongshi frowned. You little rascal, are you doubting my judgment? Seeing that his uncle didn't believe him, Yushan handed over the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. After Yunongshi finished reading, he was shocked. Strange. How come the plot of this mundane world is so similar to the plot of the gods and demons world? So, does this mean the later situation will be the lords fighting for supremacy and the three kingdoms dividing the world? Then I could just move the shop into any of these three forces and be worry-free. Zang Luo reminded him after hearing this. This is just the period of the three kingdoms. There are many developments afterward. But you can move to Cao Cao's Xuchang. Oh no, this time Cao Cao has also read this book. I don't know where he will choose his new capital. What? He read this book? Then doesn't he have a prophetic advantage? Yes, he already understands the entire trajectory, and his ambitions have been advanced, laying many plans. It is likely to have a significant impact on the Three Kingdoms division. Then moving into Cao Cao's territory should be safer, right? More or less. Yushan pulled Yunongshi. Uncle, let's go home. Your broken shop isn't doing much better business than mine. What do you know? I've already started learning the tutorial issued by the organization. I know how to acquire customers now. I've discovered that the entertainment level of this world isn't that great. I've decided not to sell cultivation resources anymore. I'm going to sell entertainment resources. Uncle, will they buy it? Haha, you little brat don't understand. In wartime, being alive is already a blessing. How can you not enjoy yourself? So, I decided to relieve the soldier's life pressure, and then I can make a lot of money. Zang Luo shook his head at the two of them. He had thought that the largest commercial force in the universe would be made up of incredible sales experts. It turned out they were of similar caliber, and when faced with a world with different customs, it was difficult to integrate in a short time. Are you two dragging down your Xianshang Fu? Zang Luo asked in confusion. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Before I crossed over, the higher-ups of Xianshang Fu had already been planning business in the mundane world. You two have been eliminated by the times. Saying this, Zang Luo took Yunongshi's spirit brain to check. Look at your products. They're all for cultivators, and the best ones at that. What about those poor people? You should pull out those worthless, mundane products to sell. Sure. I just thought of that too. In the future, I'll sell at low margins and high volumes, and the business will pick up. At this moment, Zang Luo came to the common people nearby. You all say, how did Luoyang City evaluate this shop before? The common people hesitated. Black-hearted merchant. What? But Sure spat out a mouthful of old blood and anger. I haven't sold a single item, and I'm already a black-hearted merchant? He took a few steps to the common people. You tell me clearly, how am I a black-hearted merchant? Dude, the things in your shop are so expensive that even the Han can't afford them. Damn it, my products aren't that expensive. Zang Luo laughed heartily. You really don't know how to do business. What does Taoist mean? Since you're in business, you can't just sell products. Nor can you just wait for others to come. Your store management skills are outdated. Merchants must actively acquire and sell resources. This world has plenty of Spirit Valley. You can collect them and sell them yourself. When those aristocratic families sell Spirit Valley for money, won't they have money to buy from you? I really don't know what you used to do. Sure. Our family did business before we joined Xin Shangfu too, and we monopolized it. Yushan interrupted, saying, it's all about waiting for customers to come, whether it's buying or selling. Zang Luo shook his head. No wonder you're so slow-witted. Countless years of experience have left you stumbling in the new world. At this moment, a battle cry came from outside. Zang Luo's divine sense scanned the area and found that Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Yuan Yi, Zhang Miao, and 12 other warlords were in conflict with Cao Cao soldiers. It turned out that after Cao Run and Cao Hong led a large army into the inner city of the palace, they hadn't come out. Zhang Miao thought there must be good things left in the palace, so he incited everyone to rush in and loot. Thus, the remaining 17 warlords brought their armies to the inner city of the palace. It was then discovered that Dian Wei and others were already stationed in the inner city, preventing them from entering. Yuan Shao drew his sword and pointed at Dian Wei. Black Han, are you trying to rebel? Dian Wei scoffed. You coward. You act like a grandson outside, but shout the loudest inside. I don't care about your rebellion or not. The Lord has ordered us to guard the palace, and I want to let you in. Yuan Shao was furious. What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Bring Chao Amen out. The Lord is not here. He went to hunt down Dong Zhuo. The other warlords were surprised to hear this. Who would dare to chase him alone? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Moreover, the Chao army has only about 70,000 troops, and there were at least 50 or 60,000 who came in before. He dares to chase the Shiliang cavalry with just 10,000 men. Should we call him brave or foolish? Humph, your lord is not here. I am the highest in the coalition. Quickly break the formation. If you keep talking, I'll come out and kill you. The Lord said to guard the city, and I will guard the city. Even the King of Heaven can't change that. Yuan Shao was infuriated by Dian Wei's stubbornness. Attack the city. With Yuan Shao's order, apart from the 5 warlords watching the show, the other 12 warlords began to arrange their forces to break the city. Although it is often said to surround with double the force and attack with triple, this is the highest specification of the Han Dynasty's inner palace, and the city wall formation is also top-notch. How could it be easily breached? Back when Dong Zhuo escorted Lu Xie, he seized the opportunity to take over the city defense duties after entering. If he really attacked the city, Dong Zhuo couldn't do it either. As the rumbling continued, seeing that the inner city's grand formation remained intact, Yuan Shao felt there must be good things inside. Alliance leader, looking at the situation, this grand formation can hold for another 2 or 3 days. Should we continue to attack? Yes, we must exhaust the opponent's spiritual energy, and then we can go in and kill them without leaving a trace. This is the cost of being enemies with all allies. And the other 5, Tao Qian, Ma Teng, Sun Jian, Kong Rong, and Lu Dai, if you don't attack the city together, I suspect you're standing with Chao the traitor. Yuan Shao squinted at the few, deciding to deal with them first if they dare to sit back and watch the fight. The 5 were stared at by 12. So they had no choice but to join the ranks of breaking the formation. With this, the grand formation that could hold for 2 or 3 days would likely only last for a day. Seeing this, Cao Hong had no choice but to send someone to report the situation to Cao Cao. On Yuan Shao's side, a guard came to report. Alliance leader, the Cao army has dispatched scouts. Intercept them, kill them. Do I need to teach you? But Alliance leader, they're too fast like light, disappearing in a flash. Our people can't catch up. Yuan Shao slammed the table. Useless. What good is your report to me? Zhang Miao smiled and said, Alliance leader, don't be angry. Cao Cao has returned just in time. We can deal with him. Don't believe the soldiers in the city won't come out for a field battle. Yes. Brother Meng Zhu is right. Cao Cao has gone to hunt down Dong Zhuo. He must have suffered some defeats, and he will return with remnants of his army. We can just take care of him. Indeed, Chao Mingde simply doesn't put us in his eyes, acting alone without organization or discipline. On Cao Cao's side, after rescuing the common people along the way, he soon arrived not far from Dong Zhuo's army. At this time, Dong Zhuo's army was already on high alert. Dong Zhuo rode out on his spear horse. Chao, man, good courage, good skill. You actually dare to chase me here. Have you thought of your last words? Cao Cao also rode forward. Dong thief, we are of the same road, but you do bad things while I do good. So I want to hear much opposition from the common people. What do you mean? Haha, you have controlled Lu Xia. What do you want to do? I also want to take Lu Xia away. Lu Xia in the carriage in the distance was initially very happy to see someone come to rescue him. But upon hearing such blunt words, he immediately slumped down weakly. Rebels, all are rebels. Your Majesty, don't be sad. One Cao Cao doesn't represent the world. There are many righteous men of the Han. Fu Shou quickly comforted him. Hoding Gao Gao's what? Dong Zhuo looked at the soldiers behind him. You only brought 10,000 men, and you dare to speak to me like this? Are you sure you're not here to amuse me? Cao Cao coldly snorted. High-end combat power is the key to success or failure. What does it matter if there are few people? Then, Cao Cao asked Ace for help. Ace flashed in an instant to Dong Zhuo's side, materializing his flame path, and grabbed Dong Zhuo, retreating back to Cao Cao's side. Cao Cao smiled slightly. Wasn't this a win? At this time, Dong Zhuo's soldiers reacted and drew their weapons. Li Ju led the Fei Xiong army forward. Quickly release the Chancellor. Otherwise, you won't leave alive. Li Ru quickly sent other soldiers to surround Cao Cao's men. Cao Cao looked at Li Ju. This is none of your business. I have something to discuss with Dong Zhuo. He then walked over with a smile to Dong Zhuo. Surprised? Excited? Dong Zhuo struggled in vain, looking at the distant mountains. Feng Xian, my son, hurry and save me. At this moment, Elbu didn't hear Dong Zhuo's cries below. He was staring at Jiao Chan, completely lost in thought. Previously, Marco had brought him to Dong Zhuo's army. When Dong Zhuo saw Elbu returning alone, he thought he was worried about his safety and came to protect him. Then, Marco found out about Elbu and located Wang Yun's carriage, where he discovered an extremely beautiful woman. Ignoring Jiao Chan's objections and Wang Yun's pleas, he directly flew away. Elbu, seeing Jiao Chan's enchanting face, felt an urge to use the restroom. Seeing her being taken away, he hurriedly chased after, and upon reaching the mountaintop, he just stared blankly at the girl. Seeing no help coming, Dong Zhuo, being tough, glared at Cao Cao. Whether to kill or to dismember, feel free. I've never been afraid in my life. Cao Cao patted Dong Zhuo's shoulder. I won't kill you today. I still need you to return to Shiliang to stabilize the situation. Today, capturing you is to ask you for a small favor. Am I someone who is threatened? That is not up to you. You have 21 chances with your fifth limb, plus your fingers and toes. Each time, I will cut off a piece of you until you fulfill my request. Crack. Chowie man, why don't you finish saying what favor first before cutting? That way I can know if it's worth it. Cao Cao looked dumbfounded at Ace. I didn't say to cut now. Ace, did I act too early? It's still your fault. Cao Cao pointed at his own nose. What is wrong with me? You're the one dragging it out. All right, I'm not playing the villain this time. Villains always have a lot of scenes, right? Pay attention, old Chow. I've heard that villains die from talking too much, so you need to be careful. When you encounter enemies in the future, kill them first, don't drag it out, or you'll easily face a counterattack. Cao Cao thought to himself, with a few strong allies like you, how could I possibly die? Cough cough, that dong devil. I'm here today to ask you to help me kill these court officials. After hearing this, Dong Zhuo sneered. You really care about your reputation. Of course, you've done so many things that have angered the people. Handling a few old men isn't too much, right? Have you gone mad? Killing so many court officials. How will you stabilize the world afterward? Cao Cao smiled slightly. To restore the old mountains and rivers, we need to break and then establish, not use a useless imperial power as leverage. Since ancient times, emperors who founded their kingdoms did so by fighting. Very few took over successfully without a struggle. Therefore, I don't care about these useless old fools. Their thoughts are outdated and they can't keep up with the times. Besides, I can find the best talents. Just then, a beam of light fell beside Cao Cao. My lord, it's bad. The various lords are fighting our army. We can't hold out much longer. Cao Cao wasn't surprised. With so many lords, the more he restricted them, the more suspicious it would look, but that was to provoke everyone. He suddenly turned around. Dong Zhuo, I don't have time to chat with you. Fulfill my request today, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll just eliminate everyone here. Such a strong killing intent made Dong Zhuo feel that Cao Cao was unrecognizable. Is this still the Cao I know? Eliminating everyone here includes his own Shiliang cavalry, right? Is this really just your condition? And I want Lu Xie to go with me. That's it. Dong Zhuo initially wanted to say dream on, but upon seeing the knife raised by Ace, he swallowed his words. All right, I agree. Dong Zhuo gritted his teeth and said. He then directly ordered the Shiliang cavalry to kill all the civil and military officials being escorted. Brother, help. Gao Gao He family of Gai Wendy. Ace, help me bring Kai Yong's family out. Ace turned to his junior. Bruno, you go this time. Bruno didn't refuse. He was indeed better at hiding people. He directly moved to Kai Yong's family, brought them into his space, and then flashed back to Cao Cao's side. On the mountaintop, Jiao Chan heard the shouts of killing below and saw the officials being killed, quickly running down the mountain. Marco was speechless to the wooden Lu Bu and directly pulled Lu Bu to chase Jiao Chan. Then he tightly hugged Jiao Chan's arms and reminded Lu Bu, hold on tight. If you let her get away next time, I'm not responsible. Lu Bu no did you then. His heart excited. He had been thinking about how to propose to her, but unexpectedly, he got straight to the point. Let go of me. I want to save my lord. No need. He's dead. What's there to save? Just an old lord, not your father. What do you know? It was Wang Yun who saved me. I must repay this life-saving grace. Lu Bu said helplessly. Fine. Burning some paper to repay him is the same. No. You go and take revenge for my lord now, and I will be yours in the future. If you don't take revenge, you're already mine. Lu Fengxian, can you act like a man and give me some promises? Can't even take revenge? Do you believe I'll die for you? Go ahead and die anyway. Corpses look pretty good. I'll play with you while it's hot. I'll remember you for a lifetime. Jiao Chan was covered in goosebumps, genuinely disgusted, leaving her at a loss. Don't talk about revenge. I can't fight. Do you see that person not far away? He's the one who captured me. Aren't you the #1 flying general in the world? After Bruno released a few people, Kai Yong was still extremely terrified. Taking a few deep breaths and looking back, there were no court officials left, all lying in pools of blood. At that moment, Cao Cao thought of Kai Yan's experience and said, Wenji, when we return to Shenhun, I will marry you, formally. Kai Yan was somewhat delighted, but then thought of her past marriage and being considered inauspicious. She said dejectedly, Senior brother, the Wei family said I'm an inauspicious person. It is spread throughout the Han. Ha ha, what luck does that Wei Zhongdao have to be bound to you? He himself indulged in flowers and ruined his health. Who can he blame? Kai Yong came back to his senses. I, as your father, haven't agreed yet. Mengda you? Teacher, I'm serious, and besides, doing this is also saving Wenji. We've studied together since childhood. We know each other well. You can't go wrong with me. No, Mengda, first tell me clearly. Why do you want to kill the court officials? Cao Cao stated frankly, the Han is declining. I will directly establish the Wei dynasty. If these useless wastes are not dealt with, they might cause trouble. Kai Yong was extremely angry. Is this your reason for killing them? What about me? Hey, aren't you my teacher? In the future, you'll be my father-in-law. You can just enjoy your fortune. Dreaming of marrying Yenna? You butcher, what a foolish thought. Cao Cao shouted, I will marry her for sure. Even if the king of heaven comes, he can't stop me. Seeing the two of them glaring at each other without backing down, Kai Yan hurriedly came to mediate. Father, I might not be able to marry anyone soon. Senior brother is quite good. Why do you reject him so much? Didn't you often praise him for his sense of responsibility? That was when I was blind and didn't see his murderous intent. Cao Cao innocently said, "Which of your eyes saw me kill someone?" Kai Yong sneered, "You little fox can still deceive me. Your people captured Dong Taisher, and now Dong Taisher has ordered to kill officials. Do you dare say it's not your reason? But I didn't kill them. How could I be covered in blood? He Mingda, how come I never noticed you were somewhat hypocritical before?" Cao Cao smiled. "Isn't it because the people of the world haven't submitted yet? A bad reputation is not conducive to stabilizing the territory." Just then, Dong Zhuo, seeing Cao Cao and the others still talking endlessly, quickly interjected. "Cao Mengda, the matter is done. Where's the promised release?" Cao Cao looked at the begging Dong Zhuo. "Look how anxious you are. Let your people bring Lu Xie over, and you can leave with him." Before long, Li Ju brought the Feixiong army to escort Lu Xie over. Dong Zhuo also returned to the Feixiong army. "Taisher, should we kill them?" Li Ju asked. Dong Zhuo hesitated for a long time. "Forget it. Let us escort our family back to Shiliang. Let the people of the Central Plains create their own chaos." On Cao Cao's side, he also led his army back. Bruno took the opportunity to continuously store the materials from the noble families and the goods plundered by Dong Zhuo into the space. At first, Dong Zhuo didn't know, and it was the soldiers who found it strange that the materials were disappearing. Soon, rumors reached Dong Zhuo's ears. After realizing the situation, he shouted at Cao Cao, "Cao, hey man, you shameless little thief. Didn't you say you only had 2 requests? What does stealing resources count as now?" Without looking back, Cao Cao replied, "Those are my people, just invited to stabilize the situation. I have no authority to interfere." Dong Zhuo was infuriated. "If they're not your people, why are they so obedient? This excuse is too perfunctory. Do you have to drive someone to death to be satisfied?" When Cao Cao hurriedly returned to Luoyang, the inner city was already on the verge of collapse. Both sides suffered heavy casualties due to the backlash of the large formation. Although the coalition forces were the attackers, the Cao army sustained even greater losses, nearly 12,000 men. Cao Cao coldly watched the lords tied together. At this moment, Yuan Shao, along with other lords, approached Cao Cao. "Cao Mengda, where is your majesty? You go save him." Cao Cao waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him brought Lu Xie forward. Before Lu Xie could cry for help, the 17 men hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. With a glance from Cao Cao, the soldiers behind him rushed to kill these men. Yuan Shao quickly reacted and dodged the swords and spears of the Cao army. "Cao Mengda, are you crazy? Are you going to kill us?" Cao Cao did not answer. He hoped to eliminate these lords once and for all. Seeing that Cao Cao was determined to kill them, Yuan Shao defended himself while retreating, simultaneously ordering the army to withdraw from Luoyang. The other lords were not as quick to react. Gong Sun Zan escaped under the escort of Liu Bei and his brothers, while Sun Jian, accompanied by Sun Sun Su, abandoned a large number of soldiers and fled. Ma Teng, the governor of Shiliang, also narrowly escaped with the help of his cavalry. Tao Qian and Kong Rong, who were at the back of the lords, quickly called for their soldiers to form a defensive formation and slowly retreated when they saw the situation was wrong. The Cao army focused on killing the lords and controlling the soldiers without leaders, completely ignoring the well-prepared armies. After a cup of tea, 11 lords met their demise here, including Yuan Shu. Ace and Yang Jian also took the opportunity to control soldiers from various regions, and several other disciples of Zang Luo came out to help. A total of 150,000 soldiers died or fled without taking their subordinates. This excited Cao Cao, as his long planning did not go to waste. Now, apart from Dong Zhuo, he was the second largest lord with the most soldiers. Cao Cao prepared to send troops to guard these prisoners when Zang Luo appeared. "Mengda, you should quickly take control of these lands without lords. If you wait too long, others will react and rise up, and there might be even more lords." Cao Cao was troubled. Theoretically, this was the time when the armies were at their weakest. Only 20 to 30,000 men were needed to lay plans in many places. During the Three Kingdoms period, there was a time when lords forcibly conscripted soldiers, and Han's regulations prohibited localities from amassing troops independently. The starting point for the lords to wield military power was the campaign against Dong Zhuo, which was their foundation. If the opportunity was not seized this time, there would be more wars in the future. However, Brother Zang, I now only have nearly 60,000 soldiers left, and these surrendered soldiers cannot be used directly. I am at a loss. I plan to return to Chenlu first to see how Sun Yu is expanding. Initially, when he set out, Cao Cao and Sun Yu discussed taking advantage of the gathering of lords to seize nearby lord strongholds. In this way, when Cao Cao returned, he would have a foothold in Yinzhou. This was years ahead of the timeline and romance of the Three Kingdoms regarding Cao Cao's rise. Zang Luo said, "Whether surrendered soldiers can be used depends on who leads them. My disciples can suppress any dissent with strength." Then, Zang Luo suggested that Violet and Baby 5 take 20,000 men to Yuzhou to take over Kong Jiong's territory. Feng Qiliai would take 20,000 men to Heniai to seize Wang Quang's territory. Corazon would take 20,000 men to Dongjun to take over Zhao's territory. Monet and Perona would take 10,000 men to Shanyang to seize Yuan Yi's territory. Ace and Marco would quickly transport 20,000 soldiers to Bingzhou and Jizhou with Bruno. Enel and Bellamy would take 10,000 men to Qingzhou. The remaining people would support various border areas, thereby directly extending their territory to 7 states. Although it was not a complete 7 states, having such a large area would make it very convenient to recruit soldiers in the future, quickly amassing 1,000,000 troops. Moreover, Zang Luo wanted to fulfill his wish and leave as soon as possible. After hearing Zang Luo's suggestion, Cao Cao also felt that this was the fastest way to proceed. "All right, then I will trouble you, brothers." Cao Cao then instructed Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Lian to continue guarding Luoyang. Xiahou Lian was speechless. "Big brother, what is the point of guarding this desolate place?" Cao Cao replied irritably, "There are still many civilians returning along the way. When the time comes, they will rebuild their homes. It's not as desolate as you think." To stabilize the soldiers' morale, Zang Luo also brought out 25,000 doses of the Great Tao Potion. This time, he invested heavily, giving one to each person to directly control a new path, still aligned with the path of slaughter. Seeing the joyful expressions of those surrendered soldiers, Zang Luo knew it was settled. After all, most of these soldiers belonged to the Han army and were accustomed to obeying the orders of various lords, with very few genuinely loyal subordinates. Moreover, although they were Han soldiers, their military pay had long been overdue. They served merely to make a living, having no real loyalty. At this time, apart from a few loyalist families, there were not many who still identified with the decaying Han. Now that they were receiving such great benefits, most were no longer resistant to surrendering. Then, Cao Cao took the remaining 50,000 surrendered soldiers back to Chenlu. Originally, Cao Cao was supposed to establish a new capital in Xuchang, but this time he planned to rebuild Luoyang. After all, once the population returned, it could quickly regain its prosperity. Furthermore, the foundations and most of the city walls of Luoyang were still intact, and a little repair would make it look brand new. This would save countless resources compared to building a new palace. The wandering farmers were delighted to hear that Cao Cao wanted to rebuild Luoyang. They had thought they would have to move, but now it was easier, and they directly left the group to return to Luoyang. Cao Cao looked at the departing wandering farmers and asked Zang Luo, "Is he really a businessman? Why does it feel like he's not serious?" "The big shop bullies the small one. It's just a habit developed over thousands of years. They monopolize business and have no sense of competition. By the way, Mingda, what did you discuss with the shopkeeper?" "Oh, he said if I sell him grain, he will pay me, and then I could buy his stuff." "Did he say that so bluntly?" "Yes. It feels like he's treating me like a fool. Isn't he making money on both ends?" Ha ha ha. Zang Luo was completely speechless at the Yu family uncle and nephew. They really were not suited to do business in these worlds, but they were fine in the cultivation world. However, Mingda, the resources in this world are too singular. It would be good to exchange for some other cultivation materials to improve the consumption capacity of the people. After listening to this, Cao Cao nodded. Since he had seen future history, his wisdom had elevated, and he could understand many future matters. At the same time, he felt a great deal of pressure from the current backward conditions. Achieving the accomplishments of future history still seemed far away. Reporting to the Lord. Sun Yu is leading some officials to welcome you ahead. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was pleased. It seems our rear is very stable. As Cao Cao approached and saw many officials, all from the surrounding territories of Chenlu. He also noticed Sun Yu had come. We welcome the Lord back in triumph. Haha, no need for that. Let us talk more in the city. Once Zang Luo returned, he examined the spiritual brain alone, paying attention to the situation of his disciples. At this moment, a new situation was noticed based on the apprentice's description. It turned out that after Yuan Shao left, he did not go far. He intercepted several people including Gongsun Zan, Liu Bei, Tao Qian, and Kong Rong, who were heading in roughly the same direction. They decided to form an alliance and, upon returning, would recruit troops to counterattack Cao Cao. They also sent someone to contact Ma Teng and Sun Jian, both of whom had already formed direct enmity with Cao Cao. Additionally, they spread rumors about Cao Cao's usurpation to other states and counties. However, it was clearly a step too late. Although the news spread widely, Zang Luo's apprentices, accompanied by so many soldiers, had taken over most of the cities without causing much commotion. At this time, it was easy to succeed in laying out plans under the advantage of foresight. The Han dynasty did not have much military equipment. Aside from some private soldiers held by certain prominent families, there was no real combat power. Therefore, with a strong entrance in various places, they easily took over the regimes of the 7 continents. At Bohai, in Yuan Shao's residence. Bang! Furious, Yuan Shao kicked the table away. Cao Cao is truly hateful, silently taking over my Jizhou. He had long coveted Jizhou, a place rich in spiritual energy, a good area for growing spirit grains, but unexpectedly, it was Cao Cao who picked the peaches. No, I must take this place, otherwise, with the current resources of my family, I cannot compete with Cao Cao. Now, Yuan Shao was the only heir of the Yuan family, so he could use all family resources. However, it seemed there was no hope for Nanyang, as it had been taken over by Cao Cao's people. But Yuan Shao was not worried at all. His family had been prominent for generations. They had estates throughout the 13 states of the Han dynasty, and such super families were very skilled at hiding their treasures. If outsiders wanted to dig for treasures, they might not even find them after digging 3 feet deep in all the houses. Although Yuan Shu's estates in Nanyang and Cao Cao's territory were gone, he still had resources in several other states to mobilize, so he was still quite confident. Upon receiving Yuan Shao's letter, Gongsun Zan came to discuss with Liu Bei and his 2 brothers. Liu Bei felt somewhat uncertain. He sensed that Cao Cao had already become a formidable force, even more terrifying than Dong Zhuo. What's there to discuss? The 3 of us should go together and stab Cao Cao with 3,000 holes. Zhang Fei shouted. What 3rd brother said makes sense. Such a person must not be allowed to grow unchecked. Right now, the territory they control hasn't been fully digested. If we intervene, the common people won't oppose us too much. If we gain their hearts, there will be no hope, Guan Yu said. Alas, poor Liu Bei has been wandering for so many years, with no soldiers or generals, only the 3 brothers. Brother Boj, what do you plan to do? Liu Bei asked. Gongsun Zan revealed his plan. I intend to lead all my troops to cooperate with Yuan Shao's actions. Brother, you can come with me, and I will give you 10,000 soldiers. Liu Bei felt secretly pleased and reluctantly said, Brother Boj, your kindness is hard to refuse. My 3 brothers will definitely fight with all our might to take down Cao Cao. Meanwhile, the movements of Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan's large army were quickly discovered by Cao Cao's scouts. When Cao Cao learned of the news, he hurriedly discussed countermeasures with Chun Gong and Sun Yu. Finally, he sought out Zang Luo. Brother, the enemy forces are invading the border. Can your apprentices hold out? Zang Luo took out his spiritual brain. I knew about this 2 days ago. There's already been a major battle for 2 days. My apprentices are only responsible for defense and will not attack. They will not go to fight in other places during this time. You should hurry to recruit troops and expand your power. Once your situation is stable, I still have to return to the reincarnation universe. Cao Cao felt somewhat reluctant after hearing this. Recently, he had heard many things from his apprentices and knew the places they were going were very far away. Alas, I really don't want you to leave. Haha, do you not want to part with this big fat sheep? Don't think about it. Resources will not come again. The spirit grains in your world are quite good, although they're not as valuable as the spiritual medicines in other cultivation realms. They can still support ordinary people in their cultivation. You should manage your territory well. It won't be long before you take over the entire world. Cao Cao thought about how most of those territories were in the hands of prominent families and said, I really want to take action against those families now. Zang Luo shook his head. You haven't stabilized your own situation yet, and there is still an external enemy. If you strike at them now, it will likely be very difficult. I was just saying, anyway, I do not recognize their land deeds. I will establish a new dynasty, and all territories will be state-owned. If they do not hand them over, they cannot blame me. Then, Cao Cao went to find Elbu. However, Elbu was somewhat distracted, spending every day with Jiao Chan, having no mood for war. Seeing Elbu's uselessness, Cao Cao no longer pressed the issue. At least this Elbu could serve as a mascot, a high-end combat force. Speaking of high-end combat forces, Elbu was probably already outclassed by Dianwei and Su Chu. Ever since Cao Cao obtained the Dao medicine in Luoyang and rewarded some of the remaining medicine to his generals, Dianwei and Su Chu each received 100 doses, while Cao Run, Xiahou Yuan, and other relatives also received 100 doses, with other generals receiving decreasing amounts. This made the high-end combat power of Chao's camp stand out. And even if they want to take over the territory guarded by Zang Luo's apprentices now, they would have confidence in holding it all. Seeing that Elbu was disinterested in battle, Cao Cao found Gao Shun and Zhang Liao. These two were less resistant to coming to Cao Cao's territory since, after all, Cao Cao was better than Dong Zhuo, and they tacitly accepted the fact of their allegiance. Cao Cao knew of Gao Shun's military training abilities and directly appointed him as the chief military trainer, responsible for training all new soldiers. Additionally, he had a quota of 30,000 soldiers in the elite camp for Gao Shun to manage. Gao Shun was also stunned by Cao Cao's generosity. You trust me this much? Cao Cao patted Gao Shun. I know your abilities. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you don't suspect someone, use them without worry. Just focus on training the soldiers. If you want to go to the battlefield, complete the training quota of 1,000,000 soldiers, and then come find me. 1,000,000? Zhang Liao and Gao Shun couldn't believe it. What would they need that many soldiers for? The Han only needed 1,000,000 troops to suppress everything. Don't think about it. Outside the Han, there are tens of thousands of times the area of the Han. Besides the seas, there are land areas hundreds of times larger than the Han. So, we need to quickly establish a stable backyard for our Huaxia people, and in the future, we will fight in all directions together. As for Wen Yuan, you have the talent of a commander and need to keep honing your skills on the battlefield. Next, you will take the Bingzhou army to take over Bingzhou, while also guarding against Gongsun Zan from Yuzhou. I heard that Liu Bei's 3 brothers are with Gongsun Zan. Take Su Chu and Dianwei with you, and if possible, leave no survivors among those 3 brothers. The 2 received their orders and left. Cao Cao found Sun Yu again and asked him to call all the capable disciples from his family and his friends from Yingchuan. Now Cao Cao felt that there weren't enough talents. The territory was too vast, and the manpower required was too great. Cao Cao had been looking forward to Guojia and Shi Zhizai for a long time. However, Guojia had gone out to travel. It seemed he was still choosing a master as before. Such people would not take the initiative to come due to a temporary advantage, but would seek a suitable lord. If they were not favored by such strategists, even if one seized most of the world, they would still not choose to join. On this day, Cao Cao issued a recruitment order within his territory, recruiting military generals based on their strength and military strategy, and recruiting civil officials based on their knowledge and strategy. After the news spread, people from all over rushed to sign up. The several states currently occupied by Cao Cao are all populous regions, making it very quick too. In less than 10 days, he had selected thousands of high-ranking positions. Once these people became familiar with their duties, Cao Cao was eager to eliminate Tao Qian. In Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, it was Tao Qian who harmed his father, and now he wanted to crush this threat in its cradle. This time, Zang Luo did not leave with Cao Cao. It was all about crushing the opposition. There was no need for him to follow, and after the death of Zhang Chao, the governor of Guangling, the territory had already been taken over. This meant that in the entire Shuzhou, Tao Qian only controlled a little over half of the territory, and it was not fully under his command. Now, various regions had just declared independence, and most people had not yet concentrated their power. So Tao Qian's military strength was not strong. Zang Luo used his keen mind to observe the battle situations of his disciples. In the south, there were no strong enemies. After Sun Jian returned, his target was Jiangdong and did not agree to Yuan Shao's conditions to march north. Ma Teng had also torn apart his alliance with Han Sui and had no time to pay attention to the battles in the Central Plains. Cao Cao's remaining enemies were only 5 factions: Yuan Shao, Gongsun Zan, Liu Bei, Tao Qian, and Kong Rong. 10 days later, Cao Cao's army arrived at Pengcheng, and many cities under Tao Qian's control surrendered without daring to engage in battle with Chao's forces. Some reckless young generals chose to resist, but were quickly subdued under the overwhelming military might. Tao Qian could only concentrate his forces in Pengcheng while also seeking from Kong Rong and Beihai. After 3 consecutive requests for aid were rejected, Kong Rong was also in a difficult position. There were many yellow turbans in his territory, so he had no extra troops to deal with others. And he was also seeking. Tao Qian, feeling helpless, could only surrender as he saw that the battle strength was too disparate. However, Cao Cao did not let Tao Qian off the hook. Disregarding the opposition from Chen Gong and Sun Yu, he directly executed Tao Qian's entire family. Then, Cao Cao's army set off toward Qingzhou. Cao Cao sent Zhou Tsang and Pei Yuan Shao to persuade the surrender of the yellow turbans, and many surrendered. But there were still several leaders like Liao Hua, Guan Hai, Gong Du, and Liu Bai who were not ready to give up. These 4 leaders still did not know the details of Cao Cao's army, and the follow-up news about the 18 warlords had not reached their ears. This time, due to the early timing, Cao Cao could only lead his army directly towards the lair of the yellow turbans, seeing that the Cao army was too powerful. With the lowest ranked soldiers being at the divine realm, how could Gong Du and Liu Bai fight back? In the end, Liao Hua called for a duel of martial generals, but was captured alive by Lu Jin after several rounds. Then, under the persuasion of familiar faces like Zhou Tsang, he ultimately agreed to surrender. Subsequently, they approached Beihai City. Cao Cao knew that Taisher Ci there would definitely assist Kong Rong, so he notified Liu in advance to come help. Liu, being quite small in stature, could easily hide, and he accompanied Lu Jin to Beihai City. Kong Rong did not dare to open the city for battle, activating the defensive formation to guard the city with all his might. Kungbie, what's the point of this? Chao thief, we haven't settled the score for what you did to us in Luoyang last time. Ha ha. Kong Rong, listen well. If you want to survive, you must recognize the times. Last time, you allied with Yuan Shao to attack my defenses, giving me reason for slaughter. If you are stubborn this time, you will meet the same fate as Tao Qian. What fate? Kong Rong asked. He was fully focused on defending the city and dealing with the surrounding yellow turbans, not sending scouts to Shuzhou for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Cao Cao's army had marched over without waiting for information to spread. What fate? Of course, it's the annihilation of your clan. I advise you to think carefully before answering. I didn't expect you to be so cruel, even more brutal than Dong Zhuo. As a descendant of Kong Sheng, I will never bow to evil forces. With such backbone, Cao Cao secretly chuckled. He liked this kind of tough character. Come on, attack the city. With Cao Cao's command, the tiger and leopard cavalry formed ranks and launched an assault on Beihai City. Boom! 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 The siege hammers formed by the tiger and leopard cavalry struck the grand formation, and after over a dozen powerful strikes, the formation began to sway precariously. Beihai City was not a large city and had no strong defensive formations, only a medium-grade array. This frightened Kong Rong. He had previously seen Chao's army, and the strongest soldiers were only at the divine elixir realm. How could they have such strength? Beside him, Taisher Ci, said Governor Kong. It seems the enemy has mobilized elite troops, all at the divine realm or above. Our grand formation cannot hold out for long. How about I duel a general, and you take this opportunity to retreat, and then unite with Yuan Shao and the others? We should be able to turn the tide. Kong Rong shook his head, thinking it was not so easy to turn the tide. Cao Cao had already absorbed soldiers from other warlords and was now the #1 warlord in the world. With such a large territory, where would he find the chance to turn the tide? Moreover, as a scholar, he did not like fighting. Forget it. This is the land of my ancestors. I will not leave. Kong Rong then shouted to the Cao army, Cao Mengde, how about we have a wager? Cao Cao laughed heartily, It's rare for Governor Kong to have such elegance. Let's wager then. What do you propose? Kong Rong said, we will duel generals. I have a strong warrior by my side. If your subordinate can win, you can take Beihai City. If you lose, you will withdraw your troops. How about that? Ha ha. Your strong warrior must be Taisher Ci from Donglai, right? I've long coveted Taisher Ci. He's a talent. Let him come out. Taisher Ci glanced at Kong Rong, and seeing him nod, he opened the formation and flew out. He wielded a long spear, casually performing several spear flowers, and landed steadily in front of the Chow army. Taisher Ci of Donglai is here. Who dares to battle me? On the Chow army's side, Lu Jin stepped forward, and Taisher Ci thought this person was his opponent and was ready to fight. As a result, a tiny figure jumped down from Lu Jin, holding a long spear, not even as tall as a chopstick. What was this little person doing? Many soldiers of the Chow army were also unaware of Liu's abilities and were all stunned, especially Kong Rong, who was even more puzzled. What kind of race is this tiny person? Could it be that lands outside of the Han dynasty have been controlled? At this moment, Liu shouted angrily, "Listen up, I am Liu. Who dares to fight?" Taisher Ci felt insulted. You little thing, not even as tall as a baby. Dare to duel with me, Taisher Ci? Does the Chow army look down on me this much? Initially, he was happy to hear that Cao Cao admired him. But now he was as furious as he had been happy before. You seek death. Wandering Valley Spear. Taisher Ci manipulated his long spear, creating a series of spear shadows in midair, directly enveloping Liu. If Liu could not break the spear shadows, he would have to endure countless spear attacks. Clearly, no one believed Liu had this ability. Just as Liu was about to be killed under the spear shadows, lines of light flashed around him, and the spear shadows were bound. Then, the spear shadows merged into the form of a long spear, now covered in countless fine lines, resembling a silkworm cocoon. What kind of sorcery is this? Taisher Ci had not expected that his probing move would have his spear bound. He called back his spear and looked at it. The fine lines were quite sturdy. How long would it take to unravel all these threads? This left Taisher Ci amazed. He directly tossed aside his long spear and took out the treasured bow on his back, pulling it fluidly to shoot arrow after arrow at Liu. To Taisher Ci, Liu felt like shooting at sparrows. There was no pressure at all. Liu kept dodging on the ground, but Taisher Ci still had plenty of arrows, and it seemed endless. Liu also used his skills to counterattack. Sewing needle. Liu transformed his fingers into needles and threads, shooting them out to intercept the incoming arrows. Seeing that his two strongest abilities were countered by the opponent, Taisher Ci charged directly at Liu. Such a little kid, although his abilities were strange. As long as he stepped on him, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to stick out his tongue. When Liu saw Taisher Ci charging at him, he threw a punch at the sole of Taisher Ci's foot. Bang! To everyone's disbelief, Taisher Ci was sent flying several meters. Taisher Ci, who was originally very strong, never expected to encounter someone who surpassed him in strength. Before Taisher Ci could even marvel at the opponent's power, Liu advanced again, using the ability of the sowing fruit to stitch Taisher Ci's entire body. This left Taisher Ci unable to move. What do you want to do? Liu flashed a white-toothed grin. Hee, I'll take you back, and the mission will be complete. Then, Liu carried Taisher Ci to Cao Cao. At this time, Cao Cao couldn't believe it and couldn't help but exclaim, "The abilities of your sect are truly strange. Everyone has bizarre powers." After watching Liu's performance, Zang Luo turned his gaze back to the north. Yuan Shao's Yin Liang and Wen Chou were also taken out by Enel, leaving him without generals to use. After Gongsun Zan attacked 2 cities in Jizhou, he was pushed back by Zhang Liao's army. The Bingzhou Wolf Riders were not inferior to the elite Bema Yizong and had more numbers. Gongsun Zan's failure was inevitable. He only managed to struggle a bit thanks to the strength of Liu Bei's 3 brothers, but under the pressure from Marco and Ace, he was still beaten half to death before escaping. Thus, there were no strong enemies left in the north. Any smaller cities and territories would be captured sooner or later as long as the army marched together. Zhao Yun had just finished his training at Fengwei Mountain and was preparing to join Gongsun Zan. Now, hearing that Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao in the north had been defeated, he felt his dreams shatter. He had heard since childhood about Gongsun Zan's Bema Yizong driving back foreign tribes and had vowed to join the elite cavalry. Now, he could only return home for the time being. On the way, Zhao Yun encountered the injured Liu Bei and his 3 brothers, and being kind-hearted, he offered them help. During their casual chat, Zhao Yun was misled and instantly lowered his opinion of Cao Cao's army. So, he took the 3 of them to Changshan as guests. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, they encountered Cao Cao's army. Liu Bei's 3 brothers secretly observed the situation of Cao Cao's army and found their defenses very tight. Not knowing what they were doing there, Zhao Yun, worried about the safety of his family, returned home first. Cao Cao had been waiting for a long time. All his scouts were the light system law and had very fast speed, so all of Zhao Yun's information along the way had been transmitted back. After reading the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, he had high expectations for these top-ranked generals, especially Zhao Yun, who was a handsome talent among cavalry. After some honing, he could be reused. Ha ha ha, Zilong has finally returned. Mengda has been looking forward to this for a long time. As soon as Zhao Yun arrived home, he saw several strangers coming out of his house. Who are you? Cao Cao was speechless. I've already said my name is Mengda. Why don't you recognize me? Is my reputation that poor? This couldn't he be blamed on Zhao Yun. When he was training on the mountain, his master Tong Yuan would only come down every few months or even half a year, and the news he brought back was minimal. When he encountered Liu Bei and the others, they referred to Cao Cao as Cao Thief, and he had no idea that Cao Thief was Cao Cao, let alone that Cao Cao style was Mengda. Zilong hasn't heard of me. I'm Cao Cao, style Mengda. Whoosh. After hearing this, Zhao Yun immediately drew his spear and pointed it at Cao Cao. What does Zilong mean by this? Cao Thief, you've torn the Han dynasty apart, igniting flames of war everywhere, causing the people to suffer. We don't welcome someone like you in my home. Please leave. Cao Cao, with a cold face, was already tired of hearing this from his scouts. That damn Liu Bei was really slick with his words, brainwashing Zhao Yun. Ha ha! Cao originally thought Zilong, the future great general written in books, was a remarkable person. It turns out he is just a naive kid who believes in a few slanders. Seeing Cao Cao turn away without looking back, Zhao Yun became displeased. Stop right there. Clarify your words. Zhao Yun quickly intercepted in front of Cao Cao. Cao Cao's aura spread out. His cultivation at the late stage of the God transformation realm was on par with Zhao Yun. This was the strength Cao Cao secretly enhanced by using potions. Zhao Yun sensed Cao Cao's strength, and his fighting spirit instantly peaked. It had been a long time since he encountered a decent opponent. What? Do you want to fight? Although your strength is the same as mine, your physique is not as good as mine. You are not my match. As for your situation along the way, I know all about it. The Liu Bei brothers must have said a lot of bad things about me to you. Take this book and read it. After you finish, evaluate me again. Also, let me remind you, the situations recorded in this book have been deciphered by me since the alliance of the lords. Other lords have also been strangled in their cradles by me. If, after reading it, you feel I did the right thing, come find me. From then on, Cao Cao no longer wasted time searching for these famous generals and strategists. He felt it was unnecessary. Having a few high-end combat powers and strategists on his side was enough. His elite soldiers, under the transformation of the law and potion, could rival the best of the other lords. What difficulty could there be? In March 191 AD, Cao Cao conquered the entire northern region. In May of the same year, after Sun Tzu was killed by Jian Wei, Sun Jian went mad, leading 100,000 soldiers to fight desperately against Chao's army. They were completely annihilated by Xiahou Yuan and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, and then Xiahou Yuan led his troops to wipe out Sun Jian's family. Thus the south also fell under Chao's control. In October of the same year, Guo Jia came to join. After getting to know Zang Luo unexpectedly discovered that Guo Jia was accompanied by cursed power. So he directly helped him perform surgery to transfer it to Sima Yi. Guo Jia, feeling light and unburdened, led Chao's army into Yizhou, and Zang Luo, seeing this, lost the mood to continue watching. He called back the wandering disciples to prepare to leave. Yushan, he was very happy after hearing this. Originally, Zang Luo said it would take 3 to 5 years. But it turned out to be less than a year and only 2 months away. After everyone gathered, They set off again, with Cao Cao escorting them from behind. Brother Zang, thank you for your selflessness and generosity. I, Chao Mengde, will always remember you as my benefactor. Haha, Brother Meng, the need not stand on ceremony. Saving Huaxia from disaster is my wish. Rest assured, Brother Zang, once I've consolidated the Han territory, I will eliminate all threats. All right, Mengde, stay where you are. We're leaving. The two sides wave goodbye, and soon Zang Luo and his group arrive at the landing site of this world. Sun Wukong used his fiery eyes to look around. Hey, where's the teleportation platform? Yang Jian rubbed his forehead. I didn't see it either. What do we teleport? Yushani laughed. This is a one-way teleportation array, so of course there is no platform. Ace asked, without a platform, how do we teleport? After speaking, Yushani took out a detector. This is a formation passage detector that can search for teleportation passages. After finding the center of the teleportation array, he took out an inverter. This is not an electronic product, but a magical tool for reverse operation of the formation. It is an exclusive tool for the staff of the Xianshang Mansion, specifically for dealing with back-and-forth travel in one-way teleportation array worlds. Once the inverter was activated, a teleportation array pattern quickly formed on the ground. Then, the surrounding energy was constantly attracted by the inverter, quickly forming a shield that enveloped everyone. Whoosh! A beam of light shot from the ground into the sky and soon exited this demon world. Master, coming to this world hasn't changed much. It would have been better to directly use the spiritual brain to support Cao Cao. Enelu said, Brother, did you forget that Cao Cao didn't have a spiritual brain before? Oh right, I heard that guy sold hundreds of potions after learning about their value and then bought hundreds of ordinary spiritual brains. Now, each of their high-level officials has one. Soon, this group arrived at the teleportation hub of the Qinghong world. Yushani showed his token, and, after being allowed through, headed straight to the Yanlong star system and finally arrived at the Chaos Realm. This is a super large world that has grown in the chaos, gradually stacked up by countless ancestors scavenging numerous small worlds. Previously, it was at most as large as the Hongmeng world, but as the number of cultivators increased and resources became insufficient, many people went out to search. Those discovered small worlds were brought back to the family base. However, over countless years, many families have fallen, leading to the hidden small worlds lacking the mana to maintain themselves. Thus, these small worlds would break through their seals and reveal themselves in the Chaos Realm. This is similar to an underground volcano. Once the seal is broken, it may affect the nearby area, but it causes the Chaos Realm to continuously expand. With Yushani's introduction, they began to understand this Chaos Realm. Soon after, they arrived at the first branch of the Xianshang Mansion. Brother you, aren't we going to the headquarters? Why are we at the first branch? Ace asked in confusion. Haha, do you think anyone can leave this cosmic barrier? Only those who have cultivated to the extreme can break through the cosmic barrier. Right now, apart from our mansion master, there are not even a handful of high-level officials in the Xianshang Mansion who can open the cosmic barrier. Therefore, if we ordinary cultivators want to go out, we can only come to this first branch, which has the only teleportation passage out of the universe. Zang Luo then asked out of curiosity, So what is the relationship between your branch and the department? Yushani proudly said, This is how we manage in the Xianshang Mansion. There is one branch in each universe. This is the universe where our mansion master was born, and it is also where the first commercial layout was completed. So this is the first branch. Other universes have second and third branches. As for the stores, those are small businesses under the branches that manage all the stores in our Hongmeng universe's countless realms. The branch manager here is called Ming Yi, a person from this universe, and is the right-hand man of the mansion master. Later, we will need to find the mansion's chief manager, Morong Han, who is responsible for all matters of the mansion. Zang Luo explained, I'm not here for business dealings. I'm looking for your management to make a trade. Yushani shook his head. I already know the content of your trade. You want to exchange for a quota for the great way of cultivation, but you must have the quota noted and screened by the chief manager. The chief manager manages all affairs of the mansion, and the mansion master is just a figurehead. So the chief manager has the authority to eliminate some unsuitable quotas. After hearing this, Zang Luo became somewhat worried. If the quota I exchange gets eliminated, Wouldn't that just benefit your trader? Not necessarily. The chief manager usually eliminates those who sneakily obtain quotas or those that are detrimental to the mansion. Your case will depend on how Chief Manager Muron decides. After hearing this, Zang Luo had little hope for the trade. Soon, they arrived at the hall of the first branch, where only busy staff were present, and Mingyi was not there. For people from this universe to leave, their paperwork must be submitted to Mingyi for approval. There are quite a few procedures, but that's understandable. After all, passing through here means they can charge a toll. Yu Shanyi took Zang Luo and the others to finish the paperwork and quickly found Mingyi. Mingyi is not only the head of the Xianshang Mansion branch, but also one of the strongest legion leaders, with over 3.6 million troops under his command. He is particularly skilled in legion warfare and various military formations, having contributed greatly when expanding the Xianshang Mansion's influence. Upon seeing Mingyi for the first time, there was something strange about him. Hancock secretly transmitted, "Husband, why does this person seem so ghostly?" Just as she finished speaking, Mingyi looked over. Could it be that the transmission was heard? It makes sense. Hancock and Zang Luo's current cultivation levels are far lower than his. Aside from the Great Way being higher, it's uncertain who would win in a fight. Mingyi, I come from the Yiming realm, and my origin is as a soul cultivator. The excess cold energy is not ghostly. You must be Zang Luo and Hancock. The mansion has the most comprehensive information on you. Zang Luo was shocked to hear this. The mansion really had spread all his information among the high-level officials. So, does the senior know my father? Mingyi, an old rival. We fought a few battles when we were at war with the reincarnation universe, but after the two forces cooperated, we were no longer adversaries. By the way, your father left the Hongmeng universe 10 years ago. What? My father left this universe so quickly? He thought he had taken a shortcut, but it turned out he was still lagging behind. Could it be that my mother, with my father's help, really has extraordinary talent and is advancing faster than me? This made Zang Luo doubt his own cultivation talent. Mingyi, fast? From what I know, your father has been cultivating with your mother for over 30,000 years. And you've only been cultivating for less than 100 years, right? Some of this information was public, while others were gathered by Mingyi's subordinates. Mingyi's subordinates, the Minjian Guards, were established shortly after the Xianshang Mansion was founded. These soul cultivators are hidden everywhere, making them perfect for gathering intelligence. Moreover, since Mingyi was the first strong person to follow the Mansion Master, the development of members with different abilities under him is also the most complete. Therefore, Zang Luo's past matters were not secrets to Mingyi. Zang Luo suddenly realized that the flow of time is different in different worlds. In this case, it made sense that Hongmeng is the central area of this Hongmeng universe. Since the senior knows so much, you should also know the person I'm trading with, right? I know. It's the father of this kid next to you who is trading with you. Yu Shanyi pointed at his own nose and looked at Mingyi. Commander Ming, you're not joking, right? My father is trading with Brother Zang? Yes. But young friend Zang, this Great Way potion indeed has its merits. If it weren't for the Mansion Master's creation Jade Plate being able to replicate the Great Way without limits, our mansion would probably go to great lengths to acquire your potion's production method. Hearing this, Zang Luo felt much less worried, and he no longer feared the secret of his potion. He had once suspected that the AI automatic devices might transmit data back to the original manufacturer. However, considering that those devices were products of technological civilization and that there was no network coverage in the cultivation world, he felt reassured about confidentiality. Moreover, the research on the devil fruits was conducted on the Sky Island, where few cultivators from the dimensional world had entered at that time. Therefore, the data researched during that period was the safest. Later, Zang Luo often left those devices in the storage space for production, and no outsiders knew about them. The only time he lost a device was when he had just acquired the Burial Sky Tablet. However, the Burial Sky Tablet was an even more closed environment, with no influence from the Xianshang Mansion, so there was no leak. As for the Creation Jade Dish from the Xianshang Mansion, Zang Luo felt that it was not as widely used as his potions. Although the Creation Jade Dish could be copied at no cost, it had to be near the Jade Dish. The Mansion Master could not hand out such a precious item without time limits, and to restrict usage time. They also limited it to one person at a time. In this regard, his potions were still the best for mass-producing powerful beings. Then, Ming Yi marked a temporary seal on Yushan Yi's token and handed it over to him. The group arrived at the teleportation passage and found that this teleportation passage was different. According to Yushan Yi's explanation, it was built using hard chaotic stones. This made it more durable, and it was a connection point to the spaces outside the universe, requiring the toughest construction to withstand the teleportation force. Moreover, this chaotic stone was a very hard substance found in chaos, even rarer than in the vast world. To ensure safe teleportation, the Shenhun mansion also applied high-level runes for protection on the chaotic stone to reduce accidents. As everyone stepped inside, they felt the powerful energy fluctuations of the teleportation platform. Except for Zang Luo and Hancock, the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yushan activated the token, and after the teleportation passage confirmed their identities, the formation gradually lit up. The dark purple formation emitted dazzling light, leaving everyone mesmerized. "Wow, so beautiful!" they exclaimed one after another. Yushan said, "It is indeed very beautiful. This is my third time passing here, and it still dazzles me. However, outside of here is a desolate land." Zang Luo asked, "Is the space beyond the universe void?" Yushan shook his head. "Not entirely. You'll know in a few minutes." Soon, the formation completed its energy accumulation, and everyone vanished without a trace. When they could see the surroundings again, they found themselves floating in a void space. The feeling was too monotonous, as if lacking items and decorations. When they looked back, they saw a gigantic tree that appeared ancient, with bark almost falling off. "Sai, where is our universe?" Ace asked curiously. Yushan pointed to the big tree. "Isn't that it?" "What? How is that possible?" "You mean this tree is the Hongmeng universe?" "Exactly. This is too unbelievable, right? Could it be that your teleportation formation malfunctioned and got stuck with this tree?" Yushan was speechless. "I truly admire your imagination." "Stuck? Do you think it's a disconnection?" "Let me tell you, this tree is a branch of the Shenhun tree. The main body of the Shenhun tree is lost somewhere. I heard from my father that this tree was nearly dead, and it was the mansion master who found a way to revive it, allowing this tree to bloom again. Otherwise, our Hongmeng universe would have disappeared long ago." Zang Luo's spiritual sense probed further and discovered that this tree was, in fact, a powerful being. "Young friend, it's quite impolite to probe an elder so casually." Zang Luo was startled and stepped back, looking at the so-called Shenhun tree. "You're still alive?" "Humph, it's rare to see someone so surprised." "I'm not alive. How could life be born in the universe?" "You little brat are a bit strange. You contain half of my substance, while the other half has the aura of a hostile universe. Could it be?" As the aura of the Shenhun tree began to spread, Yushan hurriedly intervened. "Senior, please calm down. The reincarnation universe and our Hongmeng universe have reconciled and become business partners. Brother Zang Luo is not a spy from the reincarnation universe. His father is from the reincarnation universe, and his mother is from our Hongmeng universe." After listening, the Shenhun tree shook its branches. "Old age makes one forget. I was mistaken." At this moment, Zang Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had indeed been frightened. The strength of this tree definitely exceeded his realm by a large margin. Wasn't it said that the strongest in the Hongmeng universe was the Xian Tian Senior? How could there be such a strong tree? Did that mean his own strength was comparable to that of the mansion master? And how much of that was inflated? He almost led everyone into hiding inside the burial sky tablet. This encounter completely silenced Zang Luo. He used to think he was the best in the world, but now he realized that stepping out of the universe was merely a frog jumping out of the well. Under Yushan Yi's lead, they arrived at another branch of the Shenhun tree. This branch gave kids a feeling of wanting to swing on it. Unexpectedly, the headquarters of the Shenhun mansion was set up inside the branches. After that mansion master left the universe, he rarely entered the Hongmeng universe, mostly handling affairs here at the Shenhun tree. It was only after the business of the mansion got on track that he handed over matters to his subordinates. Then, under Yushan Yi's guidance, everyone entered the interior of the Shenhun tree again. However, the place they entered now was no longer within the scope of the Hongmeng universe. It was a space specifically opened up by that mansion master, merely mounted on this branch of the 600M-Yuan tree. When Zang Luo saw the headquarters of the Xianshang mansion, he was dumbfounded. Is it this simple? Haha. Brother Zang is a bit too concerned about appearances. My father said that at the level of the mansion master, creating life and things at will is commonplace. What kind of things can be made? Therefore, there is no need to make it all fancy. Zang Luo thought to himself, that level is your mansion master, right? Don't you employees want to create a pleasant environment for yourselves to work in? Soon, Zang Luo made contact with the trader. When Zang Luo saw that the trader was indeed Yu Shanyi's father, Yubuda, he asked curiously, Dad, why did you spend such a high price to exchange for that worthless item? Yubuda gave his son a slap on the back of the head after hearing this. What do you know? That is not a worthless item. Is that how you do business? Yu Shani muttered in grievance. It really is a worthless item. I saw Zang Luo giving piles of it to that Chow Chow as if it were free. Moreover, after those soldiers used it, their improvement compared to their cultivation was minimal. It was not as effective as the higher-level chaotic spirit fruits. He had no idea that the stacking of potions had no side effects, while eating too many spirit fruits would diminish their effectiveness. Yubuda turned to smile and said, Young friend Zang Luo, you've worried me. In a year, it will be the day the mansion master opens the creation jade dish. I was preparing to find you if you didn't come recently. If it weren't for my cousin saying my son would return, I wouldn't have waited all these days. I didn't expect you to be acquainted with my son, so you should give me a discount. Zang Luo smiled. Senior, at your level, do you still need a discount? You think too highly of my things. Then, Yubudu directly stated the reason. It turned out that the competition within the merchant house was intense, and Yubudu felt that relying solely on merits to obtain a quota was not very secure. He still needed to rely on strength. If his strength rose to the top, then his work efficiency would be higher, and it would be easier to achieve his goals. Indeed, for the strong, obtaining anything becomes easier. This was also why Yubudu was eager to improve his cultivation. He wanted to fight for the quota for the next millennium. So far, Zang Luo had mostly used common types of spiritual brain and basic techniques, and the scale of the varieties was not very large. If everyone knew that Zang Luo's law almost encompassed all avenues, the merchant house would probably want this technology. Seeing that Yubudu still looked eager, Zang Luo glanced at Yushan and took out 10 potions for him. Yubudu excitedly took the potions, and then, under Yubudu's arrangement, Zang Luo and his group temporarily settled down. Zang Luo felt there were too many strong individuals here and decided to improve his strength. He took Hancock back to the interior of the Tombstone of Heaven, landing at the headquarters of the Yuanling sect. After checking the operation of the equipment and seeing that there was plenty of stock in the warehouse, he continued to refine potions with Hancock. Zang Luo thought that since the Great Way could be materialized and metallized, could it continue to be enhanced? He didn't know if the ancestor Xiantian had continued to improve after the metallization of the Great Way. But he had so many potions now that he could give it a try. Ordinary potions required 100 to reach the level of the Great Way. Materialization needed 1,000, and metallization required 100,000. How many would be needed for further enhancement? Then, the two began to practice, communicating based on the reactions after refining. Xiao Ya, can you sense the enhancement effect? Hancock nodded. A little bit, but if you don't sense it carefully, you can't feel it. Could it be ineffective? That's impossible. The purity of these potions is very high, and there are no harmful substances, nor can there be drug resistance. The two had already used tens of millions, and according to previous patterns, they should be able to awaken a new level. Zang Luo, not willing to give up, said, Let's continue. Even if it's useless, it can still enhance the body. Today, I will exhaust myself. Following this, Zang Luo continuously refined potions, using up all the surgical fruit potions in the warehouse. It still did not break through. So, he switched all equipment to surgical fruit potions. In the end, Zang Luo felt somewhat numb in thought, not knowing how to wake himself up and stop. But suddenly, the unusual feeling in his body finally awakened him. After regaining his senses, he felt the expansion in his body and knew he was nearing a bottleneck. Haha, Xiaoya, I'm about to succeed, just a little bit more. Really? I had given up a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to really be possible. Husband, hurry up. I want to know what level comes after the breakthrough. Later, seeing Zang Luo mechanically refining, Hancock stood by in a daze, with her sweet fruit-related potions still in several large warehouses. Meanwhile, Zang Luo had refined all the potions in the warehouse and had expanded the production scale, not knowing how much he had refined. Zang Luo continued to refine around 100, 000, and powerful energy surged within him. This energy spread out, shaking the entire space of the tombstone of heaven. The world as cultivators inside felt inexplicably anxious. This powerful and unknown force was truly frightening. However, this force came quickly and left just as fast. Pango felt the strong threat and hurried over to check. Upon reaching Zang Luo, he was puzzled. Young friend, have you broken through again? Why do I feel this power exceeds our reincarnation venerables? Zang Luo smiled as Pango approached. Yes, I broke through. Then, Zang Luo released the Great Way after the breakthrough. It was a crystal-clear chain of the Great Way. The void contained countless chains of the Great Way, which strong individuals could stimulate and induce through their abilities, making them manifest. Now, the Great Way chain Zang Luo displayed was like a crystal chain, seemingly more pure. If the previous materialization turned the illusory into reality, and metallization gave it a metallic luster, then now it was refined to a semi-illusory level. Why do I feel your Great Way has weakened? Pangu asked in confusion. Then he stepped forward, took the Great Way chain with both hands, and pulled hard. As a result, beads of sweat the size of a bus popped up on his forehead, and he couldn't break it. Panga's towering figure couldn't even break a chain as thick as a baby's arm, which left him astonished. This is too solid. What realm has your Great Way reached? Zang Luo shook his head. I'm not sure either. I just wanted to see if I could break through, and I didn't expect to actually succeed. This Great Way should be considered crystal level, right? Then, Zang Luo counted the number of law potions he had used and found it exceeded 1 billion. This made him feel it was a bit too resource-intensive. This was just one Great Way breaking through. What about the countless other Great Ways compatible with the body? How many resources would that require? Looking at the time, he realized it was almost time for the opening of the creation jade plate. Xiao Ya, you continue refining the sweet fruit potions here. I'll go out to complete the transaction with the merchant house. Okay, husband, you go. As soon as Zang Luo exited the tombstone of heaven, he was sensed by Yushan Yi. Then, a series of knocks began. Zang Luo opened the door. Annoyed, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? What's so urgent? I'm anxious, and it's for your sake. Hurry up, if you're any later. You want to have your share. What share? The quota for replicating the Great Way. Didn't I already get a quota? But you didn't take it to the Grand Supervisor for noting, so you can't go in to replicate. Go where? Is it a closed environment? Of course. Otherwise, do you think the treasures are public? Then anyone could download the Great Way. Your creation jade plate is really magical. You can download it directly when you need it. But why are so few people improving? This left Yushan Yi feeling stumped. Sai, it's not that easy. Only your potions are foolishly given out for free. We in a merchant house have to pay for it. This is not only to motivate the employee's ambition, but also to better control the power. If supplies were unlimited, I estimate it wouldn't take 1,000 years before there were countless people with strength like the mansion lords. When there are too many strong individuals, conflicts over resources will inevitably arise, leading to frequent wars. This would cause too much destruction to the universe and would be detrimental to the sustainable development of the universe. After listening, Zang Luo nodded. Fortunately, the potions he gave to his subordinates were only dozens or hundreds, and those leaders only had thousands. Besides his personally taught disciples having unlimited amounts, others wanting to reach their current level of strength wouldn't be satisfied with fewer than tens of millions of years' worth of potions. Furthermore, once everyone reached the level of materialization of the Great Way, future promotions would be a long way off, potentially changing their cultivation methods to choose compatibility with other Great Ways. This would further lower the probability of reaching the Crystal Great Way, preventing an overflow of strong individuals. Soon, Zang Luo was brought to Yu Buddha's place. Oh, I say, my little friend, you really aren't in a hurry at all. If you miss the time yourself, I won't take responsibility. Let's go, senior. When we arrived at Murong Han's place, the chief steward, We were greeted by a breathtaking beauty. She could clearly rely on her looks to get by, yet she is so capable. Chief Steward, I brought my friend Zang Luo to apply for the Secret Realm token. Hai looked up at Yu Budong. Don't you know the Secret Realm is not open to outsiders? Yu Budong replied with a grin. Hey, isn't this a friend of our business partner? Not exactly a distant outsider. And besides, the difference in who uses the quota isn't that significant, right? Han huffed. Not significant? Do you know that the Lord is trying to enhance everyone's strength? If you don't strive for improvement, you might as well go home and retire early. Let this matter go for now. I will issue a notice in a while. The quotas for the Creation Jade Butterfly will not be traded to outsiders, so pay attention in the future. After finishing, Han tossed a token to Yu Budong, without glancing at Zang Luo even once. Zang Luo felt like he was invisible. After stepping out, he looked at Yu Budong in silence. Is this what you call urgent? Couldn't you have handled this yourself? Why bring me along? That was an accident. The rules of the business house state that the token for the replica of the Creation Jade disc requires the person to be present. Otherwise, the quota is invalid. I thought you needed to be there. This is the first time I'm trading with someone outside the business house, so I wasn't clear on the situation. At this moment, Zang Luo curiously asked, Why does your chief steward seem so proud? Yu Budong replied helplessly, My family was once the top force in the Jinghong world. I was quite proud back then until we were suppressed and incorporated by the business house, and then I saw the vastness of the world. I can understand. If there wasn't another force surpassing our business house, the chief steward wouldn't even look at us. It's said that the business house has been managed meticulously for thousands of years, and the chief steward naturally developed this aura, which wasn't the case before. Yu Budong brought Zang Luo to the entrance of the secret realm. This is as far as I can take you. With this token, you can now pass through the entrance. Zang Luo asked, So I can just come out holding this token? Yu Budong shook his head. You think too much. The time limit for this token is 1 hour, just enough to download a complete avenue. Once the time is up, the token will automatically disappear, and without it, you'll be forcibly removed. Quite smart. Zang Luo no longer hesitated and directly passed through the passage. Once inside, he saw a floating disc suspended in the air not far away. Is this the Creation Jade disc? It looks like 2 discs stacked together, one black and one white. Below the Jade disc, 3 people were downloading the avenue. I heard before that one just needs to enter and use their divine sense to probe into the Jade disc to find the avenue they need, and then continuously copy the fragments of the avenue. Zang Luo moved closer and began to probe with his divine sense. He then realized he seemed to be under a starry sky on a summer night, with countless light points floating in the space around him. As his divine sense approached these light points, he could clearly sense that these were the data of different avenues. If he guided this data to his sea of consciousness, he would successfully replicate it once. Zang Luo quickly searched for the light points of the space and time avenues and began copying them. Despite his speed, he realized that if he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to copy a complete avenue by the time the hour was up. How stupid. I don't need to copy everything. It was only then that Zang Luo realized he only needed to obtain the attributes of the avenue laws to go back and create them. There was no need to copy an entire avenue here at once. Moreover, there were countless avenues here, many of which he might not even have. Thus, Zang Luo's divine sense surged like a storm, guiding all the avenue data he encountered into his mind. Even if it caused dizziness, he persisted. If he could collect all the avenues in this universe at once, he wouldn't need to gather the avenue laws everywhere else. However, Zang Luo's beautiful dream did not come true. He had only copied a little over half of the data when the time was up, and he didn't even realize he was being forcibly removed from the secret realm. Originally, with his current spatial power, he could resist the repulsion of the secret realm, but all his focus was on copying the avenue data, and he didn't think about that at all. Did you finish copying, little friend? Yu Budong came over to ask. Not yet. How could you not finish? Did you waste time? No, I forget, it's fine. Zang Luo felt it was better not to say anything. Now that he had nothing to do, he decided to go to the reincarnation universe. Just as he was about to inquire if there was a teleportation channel to another universe, a familiar voice came. Little friend, your strength is increasing quickly. Come chat. Zang Luo was stunned for a moment before realizing it was the Lord. He looked up to see a floating island at the top of the space they had opened up. So the big shots also like to live on floating islands. Zang Luo quickly flashed over to stand not far from Shenhun. Shenhun was surprised. Your spatial avenue is already on par with mine. You've improved so quickly? Zang Luo didn't believe it. Senior, don't joke around. My spatial avenue hasn't fully awakened yet. It's just the avenue formed by the ability of the surgical fruit, merely awakening to be very close to the spatial attribute. Shenhun understood. The avenue ability awakened multiple times exceeds the spatial avenue, but the attribute hasn't reached the completeness of the spatial attribute. I see. So, did you download so many avenues this time to prepare to fuse them all into your surgical avenue? Zang Luo was startled. Senior knows? He. Half of the creation jade disc was obtained when I was weak, and the other half was snatched from Hongmeng. Over the years, it has formed my companion treasure, and I can sense everything inside. Zang Luo thought to himself how fortunate it was that he hadn't brought out the person from the tomb of heaven earlier. Then why didn't you stop me? Shenhun smiled. Why stop you? As long as it's within the stipulated time, anything promised by the Tianfu will be fulfilled. This is our business house's principle of integrity. Zang Luo nodded in admiration. Doing big business is indeed different. Then, why did you call me here? Shenhun, let me ask you a question first. Between our Hongmeng universe and the reincarnation universe, who would you prefer to help? Zang Luo was confused. Have you encountered a rift? Weren't the two universes supposed to have business dealings? Shenhun, no, just asking. Zang Luo was somewhat suspicious, but still answered. My mother is from Earth, and I grew up on Earth, becoming stronger in the Hongmeng universe. Overall, I lean towards the Hongmeng universe in my heart. However, if there is a rift between your two forces, I don't want to return to my former homeland, nor do I want to return to my father's homeland. Perhaps I will take them away. Shenhun smiled after hearing this. After all, he was still a little guy under 100 years old, and his thoughts were quite immature. Shenhun said, I'll tell you the truth. Although our business house and the reincarnation temple jointly explore other universes, it is only under normal circumstances. Recently, however, both sides have discovered the location of the body of the void sky mixed Yuan tree. That is a universe 1,000 times larger than ours. And that is the main body of the void sky mixed Yuan tree. Both sides are currently discussing distribution issues. But I don't want to give up too much benefit. The essence of this tree is too important to our universe. You've seen the external situation of our universe. It's a huge branch of the chaos void mixed origin tree. If we want to survive longer, we must graft it back onto the main body. However, that person from the reincarnation hall probably won't agree to us directly occupying that tree. Zang Luo still hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He only thinks about a few trees. However, as he delves deeper, he understands why Shenhun suspects contradictions. Countless objects floating in this chaotic void could each represent a universe. For example, a flower, a leaf, or a fruit that fell from an unknown main body could contain an entire universe and countless worlds within. Thus, these fallen leaves or fruits will rot without tree roots to absorb nutrients and transport them. Currently, the only way these powerful figures can protect their universe is by scavenging resources from other universes to nourish their own. For instance, the people from Xuanshang Mansion fertilize the worlds of the myriad realms every 10,000 years. This is not agricultural fertilization. They grind divine stones into fine powder and then spread them across different worlds. Many in the cultivation world witness this phenomenon, believing that spiritual energy revives every 10,000 years. However, how could they, being weak, notice that the strong are fertilizing? They just think it's a revival of spiritual energy. After hearing this, Zang Luo finally understands why Shenhun cares about his opinion. As a powerhouse of the same level, if the two forces clash, whichever side he supports will be at a disadvantage. Senior, are you worried that I will help the reincarnation hall? I don't even know that reincarnation venerable. Why would I help him? Besides, I'm from the same hometown as you, and I don't want the Hongmeng universe to disappear. Xuanshang Mansion has helped me a lot. Also, you've unsealed the database for me in the pirate world, allowing me to study many important things in advance. No matter what, I won't be your enemy. Clearly, This answer did not satisfy Shenhun. He has seen too much. Choosing between one's parents and the enemy is not a difficult decision, is it? The reason for saying this is to hope that Zang Luo doesn't overly help his father's side. Seeing that the other party didn't quite trust him, Zang Luo boldly declared, "You don't believe me? Then I'll go and take control of the main body of that chaos void mixed origin tree. I'll distribute it myself." Shenhun scoffed. "You really underestimate our two forces. Just the strength we've shown from the mansion is only the surface. So, are you relying on your disciples and those hundreds of thousands of divine guards?" Zang Luo wanted to say, "I have tens of millions of troops. Since the primordial world was absorbed into the tomb of heaven, Perona's millions of ghost soldiers could also be considered his indirect subordinates. Although it's still less than your several legions personnel deployment, all of mine are being trained towards elite directions." "Then, Senior, are there more people from the mansion or from the reincarnation hall?" Shenhun replied, "There are more from the reincarnation hall. The universe is also larger. Our numbers are fewer but have higher cohesion, and our combat power is slightly higher. If you give me some more time, we will have even more high-end combat power." Zang Luo nodded. "My potions won't supply the reincarnation hall. Don't worry, Senior. I will cultivate my own force." Shenhun asked, "How many types of potions have you extracted from the devil fruits?" Zang Luo replied sheepishly, "I've taken most of the fruits from One Piece. What's left is probably those that haven't been found." He was cautious and didn't mention his ability to synthesize new fruits. Shenhun didn't think much of it. Combining this with Zang Luo's previous large-scale absorption of the Dao data makes sense. After all, many laws the other party doesn't have. "By the way, Senior, can I take the Earth with me?" "No. Why did you refuse so decisively?" "The Earth is the home of countless travelers. It is not only significant, but if you take it away, it will anger the multiverse travelers. Moreover, I won't allow the Earth to disappear." Then can I take the One Piece world?" "I told you, once you go out, there are plenty of world for you to scavenge." "How much can you take? How much can your internal world hold? Don't come scavenging our Hongmeng universe for no reason." "Senior, the pirate world is also very special to me." It's not impossible. If you join my side, I will agree." "That's not appropriate. My parents are on the other side, which puts me in a difficult position." "See, I told you wouldn't wholeheartedly help us." "No, Senior. What I mean is I can help you gain the grafting rights to the Chaos Void mixed origin tree." Shenhun frowned. "What about the usage rights?" Zang Luo responded, "The usage rights belong to me, you, and the reincarnation universe." "Ha, you really want to suppress both forces, huh? Fine, I'll see how you handle it then. You can leave." "Senior, can I at least have a late-night snack before I go?" Late-night snacks lead to indigestion. "Do you want to fight with me instead?" Never mind, I don't like fighting. I'm leaving." After Zang Luo left, a woman even more stunning than Muronghan approached Shenhun. Her name was Dongling Xin, Xuantian's Dao partner. If Zhang Tian saw her, he would recognize her as the one he met in the pirate world. "Brother Tian, are you really worried he will become our enemy?" "Isn't that so? This kid is inscrutable. His strength is strange. He gives me a sense of threat, even though his magical fluctuations are clearly weak." "How credible are his words? I don't believe a single punctuation mark about the scale of his power. This kid also knows how to conceal his strength. Just based on the technological products he purchased through the mansion, he can produce countless potions. Therefore, he will continuously have numerous strong subordinates. You've been to the pirate world. There should be no less than 50,000 types of devil fruits there. If he crystallizes those 50,000 Daos, then his strength would be comparable to ours. At least for the next few thousand years, there'll be no clear winner." Dongling Xin said with a smile. "Let me lead the Minjian guards to investigate the production technology of that kind of potion. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Shenhun shook his head. "It's already too late. If it was during the primordial period, there might have been a chance, but unfortunately, that Baron Primordial didn't take it seriously back then. The last time the Shadow Guards reported, it seemed that the Flower Fruit Mountain Steel in the primordial world was a spatial treasure. After this kid took control of the steel, many cultivators we didn't understand came out of it. It looks like a closed, small world." Dongling Xin said, "If that's the case, then what he just said about taking the main body of the Chaos Void mixed origin tree is not just empty talk." Shenhun nodded. It's not simple. achieving such a skill in less than 100 years. Back in the day, we were very proud to become chaos-level cultivators at over 40 years old. But we took thousands of years to replicate the Tao. It seems that the speed of that potion is faster than our creation of the creation jade disc. At this moment, Dongling Xin suggested, Brother Tian, you should extend the usage time of the creation jade disc, so that the main forces of the mansion can quickly replicate the Tao. This way, our security will be greater. Indeed, there's no need to restrict it anymore. Subsequently, Xiantian informed Murong Han of two matters. First, recall the elite troops of the merchant house to enhance their strength. Second, study the potions that you Buting cannot hand over, to see if technological products can analyze them for mass production. At the same time, pay attention to the situation of Zang Luo selling potions. As long as the other party lists their products, different types of potions will be prioritized for secret transactions on the platform. Zang Luo is still unaware that his situation has been thoroughly analyzed. When he goes out to find Yu Buting and asks about the whereabouts of his disciples, he learns that they have all gone to the Chaos Realm to pick spiritual fruits. After recalling them, he asks Yu Buting if there is a teleportation channel to the reincarnation universe, only to find out that the round-trip channel has just been closed recently. So it really is a hostile situation. The channel is closed? What should we do about going over there? Yu Buting replied, what can we do? Just fly. With your strength, it will only take a few hundred years to fly over. Zang Luo nearly collapses upon hearing this. Just a few hundred years? Do you know it has only been a few decades since I was immortal? Yu Buting, feeling envious, replies with a hint of sadness. I really can't do anything about it. You should ask the mansion lord yourself. Just as Zang Luo is at a loss, Xiantian sends a message. Let's use our merchant house's dedicated teleportation channel. However, it can only support one person as teleportation. Xiantian helps because he wants to see Zang Luo's actions. Although he claims he wants to be hostile to the merchant house, there are too many variables. Who can say for sure? He wants to see Zang Luo's capabilities early to prepare. If Zang Luo returns to the reincarnation universe and remains inactive for a long time, the feasibility of joining the reincarnation hall will increase. Zang Luo instructs his disciples to return to the Burial Sky Monument to refine the chaos spiritual fruits. Otherwise, it would be a waste. They have indulged in these fruits lately. Many varieties are comparable to chaos peaches, and some are even of higher rank. All eaten in the merchant house's chaos realm, holding the teleportation disc. Zang Luo cannot believe such a delicate and compact disc is used to teleport back to the reincarnation universe. Xiantian, seeing Zang Luo's confusion, says, don't doubt my abilities. Since the establishment of our merchant house, we have needed teleportation arrays to connect the countless worlds. Our goal is to traverse worlds, star systems, and even universes. I can't say my array disk is absolutely the best, but in the known universe, there is no teleportation array that surpasses mine. After hearing this, Zang Luo begins to believe. If he didn't have some skills, he really couldn't cover countless worlds with a teleportation channel. Zang Luo activates the disc, forming a space about 1 meter in size, a condensed crystal of spatial Tao, small and exquisite. As the teleportation begins, Zang Luo feels the speed is on a different level from ordinary teleportation arrays. It is simply a world of difference. After half a TS time, Zang Luo appears in a closed room, and from the displayed facilities, he can tell this was once a store of the Xian merchant house. Hey, this merchant house is not simple. They've left a locator in the store, so, if needed, they can be teleported back to the enemy's territory. Why are all these forces so thick-skinned? Unlike me, who is so simple. When he opens the store door and takes a few steps outside, he is surrounded by a group of people. Seeing that they are all wearing the same clothing, he guesses they must be from the reincarnation hall. What kind of people dare to trespass into the surveillance area? Ah, brothers, I'm not trespassing. I'm here to find my dad. My dad is Zhang Tian. Hearing this, the group is stunned, then bursts into laughter. This kid wants to hug a big leg and has gone crazy, directly claiming to be Zhang Tian's son. I could say I'm his cousin. Ha ha ha, I'm his little uncle, just as Zang Luo is about to teach these foul-mouthed people a lesson. One person chides them. Shut up. You guys are disrespectful to Commander Zhang. Be careful, or you 1T have a good outcome. The captain said it's not that serious. The troops led by Zang Tian have always been very kind. The captain looks at Zang Luo for a while, feeling that Zang Luo really resembles Zang Tian. Although it's possible he is an impersonator, what if he is real? You head southeast and pass through 3-star systems to reach the headquarters of the Reincarnation Hall. Once there, you can inquire about your dad's situation. Zang Luo, feeling puzzled, asks, "Where is your teleportation array?" Upon hearing this question, the captain becomes cautious. The reincarnation universe does not emphasize array teleportation. They mostly use flying shuttles, and the best flying shuttles have speeds comparable to teleportation arrays. This person wants to use a teleportation array to travel and just came out of this sealed store, which likely means he came from the Hongmeng universe. Thinking of this, the captain does not act directly because, looking at his appearance, he does resemble Zang Tian. Moreover, Zang Tian returned with a companion, also from the Hongmeng universe. With that, he doesn't T1 intervene. After explaining the situation to Zang Luo and sending him off, he orders his subordinates to notify the elder. Zang Luo quickly moves in the direction indicated by the captain. With his current range of spiritual awareness, a few star systems should only take about 10 days. So he doesn't bother asking about how to buy a flying shuttle. After moving for over 10 days, he finally approaches the first star system and realizes he underestimated the distance between these star systems. His previous understanding was based on the Hongmeng universe, not expecting the reincarnation universe to be even more vast. However, having already covered 1/3 of the distance, he doesn't dwell on it and continues to move. After another month, Zang Luo finally arrives at the outskirts of the reincarnation hall. From a distance, he sees the grand and magnificent tall buildings. Zang Luo admires the reincarnation hall for a while. If the number represented by Hong Jun Zixiao Palace was 1, then the reincarnation hall represents 100. This is simply incomparable. Seeing Zang Luo daze at the outskirts of the reincarnation hall, a dozen people quickly surround him. Where did this kid come from? The reincarnation hall does not allow outsiders to approach. Hurry and get lost. Upon hearing this, Zang Luo instantly loses all good feelings for these people. They can't even look. "Are you from the reincarnation hall like an unmarried girl?" Zang Luo coldly says, "I'm here to find my dad. My dad is Zang Tian." The leader looks at the instrument in his hand disdainfully and says, "Your aura is from another universe. And you claim to be Commander Zhang's son. Why don't you say you're his brother?" Zang Luo can't take it anymore and angrily replies, "Keep talking, and I'll kill you." "Oh, you wild brat dare to be fierce with me? Do you even know I don't want to know who the hell you are? A lowly errand-running guard. Why so much barking? I'm Zang Tian's son. Either hurry up and relay this, or I'll just go in." Hearing that Zang Luo is Zang Tian's son, the leader becomes even less willing to let him through. His dad is also a commander, but just a deputy. He didn't compete with Zang Tian back then, so they don't get along well. Seeing the foolishness of this person, Zang Luo realizes he is not from the same faction as his father. That is fine. He plans to establish his own path anyway, and 1T joined the reincarnation hall, so it's just right to test the strength of the reincarnation hall now. Zang Luo directly used his fruit ability to cover these people. Room space big cut. What's happening? I can't move my body. Captain, I can't move. Help me, Captain. Shut up. I can't move either. A group of people fell to the ground, dismembered, as if all their abilities had been sealed, like mortals. Zang Luo snorted coldly and stepped over these meat chunks, moving inside. At this moment, the guards of the reincarnation hall, noticing the disturbance, rushed towards Zang Luo. What awaited them was the surgical field. As these people rushed in, they were indiscriminately cut apart. The ones behind saw this and dared not advance. Some retreated continuously, while others hurried to report to the hallmaster. Moments later, 2 giant ants emerged. Who is this kid, daring to cause trouble in the reincarnation hall? Tired of living? Meng brother, why waste words with him? Let us beat him half to death and take him to the hallmaster to await punishment. These 2 were Meng Puyong and Luo Nanxin, both of whom were among the 4 leaders under the reincarnation sovereign. They had fought for countless years for the reincarnation hall, and everyone in the reincarnation universe knew of the hall's might. Thus, their belief was that the reincarnation hall should suppress all enemies. As soon as they entered Zang Luo's surgical field, they felt a threat. Zang Luo also sensed that his cuts were unsuccessful. feeling like a regular kitchen knife trying to cut through cowhide. He couldn't slice them into pieces like others. As Zang Luo saw the great Tao crystal chains emerging from the two, he understood that they were on the same level as him. However, while their realms were the same, their combat power was not calculated the same way. Achieving such a realm with one great Tao is the same level, but compared to others who comprehend multiple great Taos, there would be a significant gap. The reason Zang Luo couldn't cut them was that his mana was still at the divine pattern realm, and his disciples had already surpassed him in mana. Luo Nanxin, did you feel that, Meng brother? Meng Puyang sensed the cuts and realized that the guards on the ground were cut this way, so be careful. If the power is lacking, I feel like it would be hard to even cut my finger. I'll go first, take him down. Then Meng Puyang saw Luo Nanxin directly pull out the purple gold dragon spear and swing the great Tao crystal chain at Zang Luo. Kill dragon surrounding. At this moment, Zang Luo carefully sensed and saw that the opponent's great Tao was the Tao of slaughter. The opponent transformed the great Tao crystal chain into a long dragon of killing intent that surrounded him. This move clearly aimed to trap him. However, such a small trick lost its accuracy in the surgical field, as Zang Luo could control the direction of objects and spatial coordinates within the field. He made the crystal chain that the opponent summoned return back to them due to the spatial shift. This method altered the spatial coordinates. The power would not diminish, causing Luo Nanxin, who clearly saw the chain wrapping around the enemy, to find it suddenly wrapping around himself. Damn it, is my Tao of slaughter acting up today? Meng Puyang, you're crazy. That kid is up to something. I told you to be careful. This guy is a bit strange. Tao of hidden fire, go. At this moment, Meng Puyang also swung his phoenix feather flame knife towards Zang Luo, releasing the crystal chain of the Tao of hidden fire from the tip of the knife to envelop Zang Luo. The flame Tao is a group attack skill, but the crystal chain formed after materialization is a single target attack, so the burning skill of the flames can only exert continuous damage, not primary damage. Zang Luo felt that the great Taos of the two were weaker than his own great Tao crystal chain, giving him a rough understanding of their strength. Gentlemen, let me show you my new move. Storm Foot Frost Tao. Zang Luo unleashed the great Tao crystal chain towards the two using the Navy 6 styles. The Frost Tao crystal chain shot out and spread into small rings, and the two struggled to block several rings. They then released the great Tao crystal chain to form a protective shield around themselves. Bang, 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 until the shooting Frost Tao rings disappeared. The two were astonished by Zang Luo's methods. Their usual approach was to manipulate chaotic spiritual treasures to release the great Tao, which added to the Tao. But this kid could release it directly with his body, even more flexibly than they could with weapons. Meng brother, we can't hold back anymore. Let's go all out. All right. With both of them simultaneously unleashing the great Tao to attack again, Zang Luo became familiar with their combat techniques. They were nothing but manipulating the great Tao crystal chains to whip, entangle, create barriers, and pierce. There was really nothing new. Zang Luo felt these people had wasted their great Taos. In Zang Luo's eyes, whether it was the power of the devil fruit's law or the power of the great Tao, it was all a manifestation of strength, and the imagination determined the infinite variations of techniques. So after dozens of exchanges, he felt his disciples could handle it for a while. The techniques of the two are somewhat uninteresting to me. Let me teach you how to fight. Finger gun, Thunder Tao. The two were about to retort this kid when they saw the Thunder Tao condensing an inch of crystal chain, releasing it towards them like the 6-pulse divine sword. Synopsis. The soul group suddenly descended, aiming to serve all humanity and realize the dream of traveling through the heavens. Zang Luo was also tempted. He originally wanted to live another life in the world of One Piece, but unexpectedly, during the crossing, he encountered interference from his father. You say you're already a Hongmeng cultivator. Why did you still make me live as a mortal for so many years? However, my goal is still the world of One Piece.